Survival in the Village Surrounded by Death. Volume 1 by Winter Fire. Synopsis. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. To Salem's Lot, and he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. Book of Genesis, Chapter 4, King James Version. Prologue. The village is surrounded by death. What closes the village built upon the mountain stream into a triangle like a spear's tip is the forest of firs. The fir resembles a Japanese cedar, handsome, yet short and stout. If a cedar is a sharp knife's edge, the fir is firelight. They have the contours of flame, burning thick at the wick's edge. The hardy branches grow off of the straight and true trunk, the canopy forming a cone. The leaves are simple needles, and the only complexity to be found is that they don't grow in orderly rows but spiral. In summary, an unremarkable tree. And yet it is a forest made exclusively of these firs that surrounds the village in death. They are the boundary of the village, and they, along with the mountain range that close off each side of the village, are not of this world. They are Higgin, the other shore. While they look down upon the village from the other shore with their 40-meter stature, their lifespan is only a 150 to 200 years. These are firs of destruction. If other greenery should try to spread, it is slaughtered to make way for more still of themselves who that dominate the forest. Those trees of destruction are raised for the dead, confined to the mountainsides alongside the village. Villagers toil making use of the fir forest's lumber for sotoba, and later they became used to make coffins. Ever since the village was born, its purpose was to craft for the dead. And in that forest of firs are, most befitting of the land of the dead, grave markers. The village still buries its dead. The villagers each have their own plot, and it is there that their remains will be buried. There are no tombstones. The sotoba stand marking where the dead dwell. Upon the 33rd anniversary of the dead's memorial service, the sotoba are taken down and a fir tree is planted. Plant and forget. The dead have already returned to the mountain. There is nothing human left. A forest made purely of firs, the firs themselves destroyed for the dead, is unmistakably a land of death. Closed in on three sides by firs, the village is isolated within death. Actually, from the moment the village was opened, neighborhoods within that village have been isolated. The first settlers were a band of lumberjacks who had come in to clear out an area for their forest, a village with neither blood nor territorial ties. Perhaps that's the reason that everything is settled within the village, without aid from those who live outside the village. The outside's influence is limited, like the bypass through the south rim of the village, only able to pierce through and continue on. Even if this road connects the village to bigger towns and to cities even bigger than those towns, as nothing stops, the village remains isolated. All the same, the mountain village has mysteriously not suffered depopulation in recent years. The population neither grows nor does it decline. Certainly, there have been families moving bit by bit from the more remote part of the village, but that number is offset by the growth at the southern part of town. The mountain village always has a heavy population of seniors, but as the elderly set off into the mountainside forests, the young return from thin air. Seeing it carry on however trivially, yet certain never to close completely, the village may be thought of as a hakora. No matter how abandoned it may seem, like the brand of faith that drives one to stop by the hakora when they happen to remember it, the pulse of the village will go on without end. If that is the case, then the stolidity of the inert mountain village may be intentional. A bridge between this shore and the other, it is surrounded on three sides by that other shore, by death that isolates this shore in solemnity, away from the common world. There, people labor for death and pray for the dead. Really, that was what the village was forever since it was born. The first sight of light thought to be a fire in the northwestern mountainous region of the town of Mizob was reported to their fire station, on November 8th, a little past 3:00 a.m. The temperature was 9.6, the humidity level, 62.3%, wind velocity, 12.8 meters per second, and there was a dry weather advisory, so it wasn't unexpected that the fire alarm would sound. With the receiver to his ear, Yoshino quickly tossed aside the magazine he was reading and hurried out front of his branch station. The northern branch station was in the mountain ranges cloaked in darkness. During the day, the clear late autumn skies would likely be a backdrop to the green expanse of mountain ranges. Yoshino had seen it so often he could vividly call it to mind: the evergreen-laden, rolling slopes that overlapped each other gently, and the shifting and mingling, vibrant colors of fall. Those were the mountains Yoshino was accustomed to. Now those mountains were a shadow cutting off the night skies spread of countless scattered lights, lying beneath like a jet-black shadow. As if they were stars fallen from the sky, small lights could be seen here and there, and whether they were always there was still unclear. "Nari-san, do you see anything?" Yoshino turned around at the voice of his nervous coworker. "No." A wind cold enough to chill the bone blew through. It blew through from the mountains towards the city. Struck by the dry breeze as it got under the collar of his uniform, Yoshino adjusted it absently, eyes still on the mountains. The mountains of northern Mizobe made up about 2/3 of the town. Most of the population lived in the remaining third of the town, concentrated in the urban area, but a few small villages, considered a part of the town, dotted the mountains. The question was whether the light thought to be a fire was in one of those settlements or not. To be honest, it was fine so long as it was in a village. Each neighborhood was spread out amongst the mountains, isolated, and with the old houses generally close together within narrow valleys. At least each village had their own fire squad, and they would be aware of the risk of the dry weather warning. They would definitely have the water and the manpower to handle it. They could fight a fire. What was truly terrifying was if it weren't that, if it were a fire coming from the mountains. While cradling his body against the wind, Yoshino gazed steadily at the black mountain ridges. There were no particularly high mountains. They extended in an even flow of meager highs and lows. They were all mountains ideal for hiking, but the mountain ridges were complex and transportation within them was unexpectedly poor. The trees planted for harvest were mostly Japanese cedars and cypress, but the underbrush was withered, and it was dry enough to crunch on contact. Once a fire broke out in the mountains, the odds of it becoming a large-scale fire were high. He remembered the large-scale fires in Okayama and Hiroshima that summer. "Please, just let it be a regular house fire." As if he had heard Yoshino's prayer aloud, his coworker spoke. "Sure hope it's not a wildfire." Yoshino nodded. Once a fire licked at the underbrush, it would spread horrifically fast. As soon a wide slope was overtaken with fire, it would be fanned by the 13-meter-per-second winds, racing up and down countless mountain ridges and swallowing up the isolated villages throughout the northern mountains. And moreover, that wind was blowing down into Mizobe as if taking aim. Yoshino had a nagging feeling as he looked up at the mountains, pulling his collar up further and shivering. An express way was opened that ran through the southern mountain region. Due to the interchange, areas that were once nothing but rice fields were undergoing rapid development. The housing district built over the fields had taken up all of the level ground and continued to develop north, and now even the mountain slopes continued to be cleared. The mountains and the town merged together into one territory. "Please," he prayed without a word, without an addressee, when suddenly the alarm bell cried out. Yoshino turned towards the branch office in a panic. At that moment, a young coworker came flying out of the office. "I saw the light from above. It's from Setoba." The fire engine ripped through the neighborhood north along the Omi River, into the mountain ranges spread out north of Mizobe. At least nothing unusual was reported from the mountains yet. The deep darkness of the mountains continued, but that was all that could be seen of them. Beneath the indigo night sky, black slopes flowed. In the quiet of the pre-dawn highway, the fire engine met with a sudden gust of wind, as if the wind remembered to blow as soon as the engine was out of the city streets, but they met with not so much as a shadow of an oncoming car. The seemingly tranquil night, the seemingly monotonous mountains, both of them were in their own way trying his patience. The road twisted and curved back along itself, along the river and the mountain ridges. There were no recklessly steep mountains, but the will to dig tunnels or flat the mountains had waned over time. As a result, even while going towards the northern villages, you had to turn south at several intervals. Meanwhile, a spreading fire didn't care about something like that. Fires just pushed on straight ahead with the wind. Thinking about that, every curve made his stomach ache. Continuing with dogged determination along the mountain as best they could, at last ahead he could see the light of the expressway. That brilliant illumination shone straight ahead, passing over the top of the valley. On the northern side of the mountain that rose from that valley was Satoba, the former Satoba. What should have been Satoba? In the valley of the river were about 400 homes. The population was just over 1,300, the largest of the villages in the mountain ranges. We can't see anything yet. Yoshino nodded at his young coworker's voice. If it were daybreak, we might at least be able to see smoke, but Yoshino answered when it struck him. Before the call had come in, he was just reading a certain magazine. It had been left behind by one of the squad members, Mita, who had died just last month. Mita lived in Satoba. He remembered him bringing in the magazine, bragging that one of the authors was from Satoba. That was about half a year ago. He said it was an essay written about Satoba, seeming delighted as he opened it to the carefully marked page to show it off. Yoshino had taken that magazine off of the back of the shelf by chance. Had Mita died of illness? He should have been about Yoshino's age, if not younger. His family came for his things, taking all of his personal belongings aside from the magazine left behind in the depths of the shelves. While remembering as much without knowing why he was remembering it, Yoshino focused on the radio. It seemed headquarters didn't know the particulars yet either. Not only didn't they know the conditions on the scene, they didn't even know specifically where the fire was, so of course there were no details. Yoshino asked one of the brigade members in the passenger seat. We still haven't heard from Satoba's fire brigade. The crew members looked towards the radio. It seems no one is at the post. Impossible. There was a dry weather warning. A fire could break out at any time. Each fire brigade was advised to be on alert, so somebody should have definitely been at the station. Their brigade chief. Our office has tried to call him at home, but as expected nobody seems to have answered. I figured as much, but Yoshino clicked his tongue lightly. Strictly speaking, the fire department and the fire brigade were separate units that worked alongside each other. The fire department gave instructions, but they weren't a monolithic entity, so it wasn't as if they were as in tune with them as they would be their own limbs. You don't think the station and the chief's house are already up in flames, do you? Yoshino's brows knitted together as his young coworker said that, unsure if it was fear or a joke. If things had gone that far, then they should have received word from Satoba beforehand. Even so, he couldn't keep from imagining the worst in his mind. What if there was no chance to make contact in all of the chaos? They drove around another curve. After crossing one more ridge, there was a field opening up towards the north. The bridge connecting to the national highway came into view. Beyond the expressway, lit up as bright as broad daylight, was the lacquer black mountain. Beyond that was chaos. In the darkness of their path were points of red light, scattered, glowing sparks. Yoshino was not alone. The entire group in the engine cried out. They knew that the worst had happened. It wasn't a simple house fire. It was unmistakably a wildfire. Even with the well-lit expressway, they could tell by how many points of light there were that it was of no ordinary scale. This can't be, somebody mumbled. The team member in the passenger's seat reported the conditions fitfully. They needed backup. With its size, with this wind, it was far beyond the branch office's capabilities. How long would it take to extinguish it? It would be more appropriate to express in days, no doubt, and how much of the mountain village would be destroyed by the fire, and how many victims would there be? As Yoshino's fist balled in his lap, he saw the headlights of an approaching car. Yoshino ordered for the driver to slow. He leaned out of the window and waved his hand in a wide motion at the approaching car. It was an unremarkable station wagon. As the two came closer, they stopped over the center line. Yoshino opened the door and leaned halfway out. The driver of the station wagon rolled down the window. "Hey you, did you come from Satoba's direction?" Yoshino's voice carried on the wind. He didn't see anything in the wind that resembled ash or smoke, but the air was mixed with the distinct, burnt stench of a fire. The driver gave a disinterested nod in response to Yoshino's question. He appeared to be in his mid-20s to mid-30s. In the low light, his facial expression couldn't be made out clearly, but he didn't seem to be in any sort of disarray. But his face and clothes were filthy as if he had been rolling in mud. For just a moment, Yoshino thought that dirt was splattered blood. It was surely just that the light reflecting off of mud made it look like blood. That had to be it. What's happened to Satoba? Do you know anything? The driver's voice was lacking in emotion, perhaps from exhaustion and quiet, but it carried on the wind. It is a wildfire. Fire started on the northern mountains and came down to the village. Yoshino groaned. How big? It's horrible. Embers are falling like snow. It was the true and honest worst-case scenario. What was the Satoba branch doing? Someone was heard cursing. The other members reported to headquarters. Yoshino raised his hand in thanks to the driver. The driver drove on. While closing the fire engine's door to do the same, seeing the station wagon off, Yoshino swallowed in a gasp. In the backseat of the car was stored a coffin. It was only for a moment, but it was so distinct that his eyes were drawn to it. Indeed, it was a simple wooden casket. The image was fully burned into his eyes. The back seat was fully reclined to accommodate its size, and a cloth of some sort was wrapped around half of the coffin, which had one small window, with double doors adorned with tassels. Yoshino saw the car off, mouth agape. For a moment he thought to chase after and yell at them to stop, but his shoulders quickly eased. Yes, a casket. There was nothing wrong with that. Satoba was originally a village founded for the creation of Satoba and caskets. Judging by the driver's appearance, the scene was clearly chaotic. He may have just grabbed whatever was on hand at his shop, the coffin, and packed in his valuables to flee, or maybe it was a coffin that was previously packed into the car for delivery. He still felt somehow uncomfortable, but it was no time to get caught up too deeply in that. More important to Yoshino than a station wagon with a coffin in, it was the fact that Satoba had many woodworking plants and sawmills. The fire engine was again heading north on the national highway. They passed beneath the expressway's overpass, taking the single curve along the mountain stream, and drove higher bit by bit until they could see an unobstructed view of the village of Satoba. Looking at it straight on, one face of the northern mountain was already in flames. He could tell that the red flames had completely overtaken the territory beneath the man-made forests. The reason the mountain ridges had appeared black was because it was in shadow, illuminated by the other side of the mountain. The origin of the fire must have been further north in Satoba, and the other side of the mountain may have already been wrapped in flame. The smell of the fire reeked inside of the fire engine, smoke wafting in. Before their horrified eyes, flames rose over the block of the mountain. The firs fell to the flames. The buildings on the northern slant were already enveloped, and the headlights of cars escaping the area drifted like will-o'-the-wisps. Sparks fell. No, it wasn't as simple and gentle as to be described by the word fall. It was like a blizzard fanned on by the fierce winds. It was a more disastrous scene than they imagined, and he heard those who rode with him raise their voices and groan. What did anyone think one single pump truck rushing onto the scene could do? Of course, there was nothing at all that they could do. This disaster wasn't the start of something, it was a demise. This past summer, everything had been progressing to this state in secrecy. This was the culmination of all of those threads. No, according to some, it had started even before that, the past year, no, maybe even further back than that. At any rate, the unavoidable began in the summer, on the early dawn of July 24th. Already on that day, it was half set in stone that the village known as Satoba would be wrapped in the 1,000 hectares of mountain forest that surrounded it and annihilated. Chapter 1. Part 1. The desolate earth froze solid over itself into countless meandering ridges. The gray sky hung low, the universe split perfectly in two parts, the clouds and the earth. All that traversed the two was the wind, like a blade. There was no light in the sky, to say nothing of the earth. Nevertheless, a pure splendor closed in on him from behind, and as he bowed his face low to avoid the wind, before his line of sight was cast a long, deep crimson shadow. He didn't know whether the red that tinted that shadow was the earth itself, or whether it was an effect of the curse he carried in himself. What he did know was that it would be bound to his ankles eternally, until the day he died and decomposed into refuse. It would probably never leave him. No, even after he rotted away, perhaps the slivers of waste would continue to cast their own crimson shadows. All that moved on that deserted and desolate earth were he and the spirits of the dead. His forehead bore a mark, and as the dead spirits did not know its meaning, they blew cold winds his way, or they would spit poison at him, or with their half-transparent hands they would throw pebbles. You cursed wretch. The dead spirits kept their distance, but still, transparent, stalked after him. No matter how dull it may have been, the light of day showed their hazy forms. Though they had no shadows, their voices carried clearly on the wind. You cursed wretch. Outcast, under the weight their jeering voices and at the stones that rolled beneath his feet, he fell. How many times was this now? To the cold, hard earth like a stone. He pushed both hands to the ground to raise himself up, first peeking beyond his arms to the brilliant light. Situated atop the low hill, the greenery of the hill shone far and wide. The hometown to which he could never return was there, emanating its distant glow. The light at the peak of the hill spread light and love over that entire hill, the greenery a warm, glowing hue, but on this earth there was nothing cast but shadows. This was the land of wanderers. The vegetation fostered by this light would never flourish here. A cold that seemed to freeze solid, even the wind itself pierced him, without so much as a hair's measure of that warmth coming down. That light only served to cast relief of the hobbled texture of this land, to cast shadows dense, shadows the color of sin, garnishing anything and everything. Outcast. Again, the stones and pebbles came flying. He closed his eyes and stood up with a single breath, but, unable to forget the light that seared itself into his pupils, beneath his eyelids, when he opened his terrified eyes this time, the splendid sight's radiance reflected still on the clouds. The day grew dim, yet the clothing of the spirits of the dead remained vivid, by the brilliant light behind him that itself did not dim. He had done nothing but walk for countless days now through the wasteland, and yet, the light never weakened, his hometown on the hilltop never faded beyond the dips and rises of the earth behind him. He did not but walk. He struggled and yearned for a place where neither the hill nor the light would be seen. Before long before him was a human figure, faint and white. It had been there since before, waiting for him. Pallid blue will-o'-the-wisps wavered, gathering as a shadow at his feet. He gasped as he made out the features of that figure. It meant that night had come again. This was the appointed time for it to come to the wasteland. It followed him, and until the clamor of the dead spirits came with the dawn, it was unlikely to leave his side. He already knew that he could neither escape it nor drive it off. Without choice, he walked. Whether he stood still or whether he changed directions, he would surely end up reaching its side. He himself, without intent, took a narrow walk step by step, until the figure's contours were clear. His feet stopped, and he covered his face. That was his brother who he had slain. It was his little brother, born after him, the little brother to whom everything he himself had wanted had come so easily. He buried his brother in the ground, and within a fortnight all greenery was eliminated. He'd meant to bury his sorrows together with that corpse on the hill. The light of the splendor that shone over the grave dimmed with sadness, and the surrounding trees and flowers bloomed only at night, the birds in the branches wailing only the same song. It came, revived from the grave again tonight. A shiki. Having written that much, Sation gave a sigh. In that moment the tension eased as he was thrown from the frigid wasteland back into the middle of the summer night. The temperature seemed to rise instantly. Sation released his pencil. The old-style lacquer hexagon rolled above the wasteland, confined to the squares of the writing paper, reflecting the light of the lamp. The traditional Japanese writing paper spread out over the inorganic clerical desk that wore the reflection of the lamp like an egg yolk, and from the window at the side of the desk. The summer temperature and the sound of insects flowed into the room. Sunday, July 24. The date had just changed, and Murray Sation was just shy of 33. He was a monk and an author. Facing his desk in the temple office, before his eyes was spread the manuscript that had come from about 5 hours of transcription. Sation sighed again, taking up the sheet of paper he had just filled. He looked over the letters he had written into the squares from the beginning. The lively hum of insects flowed in through the temple office window. Loud as that should have seemed, the room was mysteriously stagnant with silence. In the old-styled room, beneath the light that just barely covered the whole of the desk, there was only himself with his head bent down towards the manuscript, closing himself off to all else. Behind him silently stood the steel desk and office supplies. The head monk's family slept in their quarters. The temple that held them in its breast was filled with emptiness in the space beyond that, all human presence cut out. Surrounding the temple was a forest of fir trees. The temple was on a mountainside covered with firs, with no adjacent houses. The village spread out beneath the view of the temple was itself alone in the mountains, closed in by fir trees. Such overlapping layers of isolation were pooled within the temple office. The little brother, he feels for him. Seishin returned the paper to the desktop with another faint sigh. He took a box cutter from the office desk and took up the abandoned pencil, running the blade along it. The pencil shavings fell onto the manuscript he had just engrossed himself in. The little brother had become a shiki in death, but he was by no means a vengeful ghost, much less by any means an evil apparition. The little brother had simply risen from the grave, that's all. Thus the little brother, just as when he was alive, oozed with compassion towards him. But there's nothing that can torment a criminal more than a victim who commiserates with his assailant. He anguished in his little brother's compassion. And did what then? Seishin could only ponder. Following the story he could only follow vaguely, until at last he was caught up in confusion at its ambiguity, losing sight of where it was going. While repeatedly fumbling for something in his writing, he shaved the long end of the pencil down to a precise point. The lead was 2H. He had a habit of writing characters as if engraving them with the hard pencil. So while he used a pencil, he didn't use an eraser. The way he used it, the characters wouldn't disappear, so when it came time to erase something, he'd end up ruining the paper itself. The murdered little brother rises from the grave every night. That compassionate little brother's older brother attained the title of murderer when he took up a weapon against him. More than himself, who had been killed, he sympathizes with the older brother who killed him. That's why he became a shiki and pursues his older brother. He has to follow his brother, who had become a sinner wandering the wastelands, to his final destination. This was not a curse driven by affection. The little brother who became a shiki doesn't know that he's tormenting his older brother. The older brother knows as much. And where is this going? As he thought, he sharpened the pencil to a point and went on sharpening the other pencils he had used that night. Much as he hated dull tips, he couldn't simply keep sharpening them constantly, so he kept a dozen of them reliably in a pencil tray to trade out whenever the tip became rounded. The rainy season had ended, but the stillness of the night that seemed to flow piercingly into the room had nothing to do with the heat. Rather, one would feel a chill in a short-sleeved shirt. A mountain town, laid out along the mountain stream, was not one fated to sultry summer nights. There was a notable difference from the town he had lived in while going to college. In his dormitory room without air conditioning, just sitting at his desk would have him dripping sweat. Just like now, he would be bent over the writing paper into the dead of night, when a bead of sweat would smear the ink, making him wince. He'd stopped using pens. For 10 years since, he'd used hard, thin-lined pencils. Which editor was it that had mentioned with surprise, "You still use Japanese writing paper?" Seishin replied that his nature didn't mesh well with machines. He'd tried buying a word processor, but he ultimately ended up giving it to his father. He didn't hate precisely pounding out the letters, but somehow he didn't like the way that they could be easily redone. Filling out each square on the traditional Japanese paper was similar to taking a path without being able to retrace one's steps. If you lose yourself in a dead end, you'll have to return to a branch road. And then, step by step, he wrote as if traversing a maze by foot, a way of doing things that was most like himself. It took time, but Seishin was first and foremost a monk after all, so writing was nothing more than a side business. He was never enough of a top seller that publishers would press him to hurry in finishing his manuscripts, and he likely never would be. Things had gone this way for 10 years, and while he didn't mind, he didn't doubt that it would continue like this from now on. Finished sharpening his last pencil, he gathered the shavings in the middle of the paper and folded it around them. He folded the paper into itself so as not to spill what was in it before putting it in the wastebasket. Because of his habit of handling anything and everything this way, his mother and others had laughed that they couldn't tell if he were throwing something away or storing it away. Spreading out a fresh sheet of paper, Seishin stood up. He was getting faint goosebumps. As he moved to close the window, as if frightened by Seishin's shadow, the bugs suddenly ceased chirping. Because of that, he faintly heard the vague sound of a gong sounding. The sound which sounded like a preparation to flee, which sounded melancholy, was the sound of the Mushiokuri bells. Seishin smiled faintly at the clear notes of the bells. Night fell fast on the village. At a time when most would already be asleep, so many people set out, still making a hustle and bustle, continuing the night's festival. Long ago, he had a feeling that the night held a secret. He had had a feeling if he could follow those men who donned their masks and went on parade, he would find it. Unfortunately, Seishin was over 30, and he knew the truth of what hid in the night. But even now, many children probably followed after the procession, rubbing their sleepy eyes in search of something. He remained unaware that with that thought, the year before, or the year before that, he too had believed that something had to be out there as the sound of the bell jolted through his chests. He looked casually out at the village, sunken into the darkness. The dotting of houses and street lamps could not wipe away the darkness. Maybe it was because of those very forlornly sparse points of light that the village was all the darker. The darkness that towered as if to consume the village was made up of mountain ridges covered with firs. The stars spread out vividly across the tabernacle of the sky, immeasurably brighter than the view down at the mountain village. The village is surrounded by death. The firs were death. The villagers still buried their dead here. The dead who harbored regrets or resentments would rise from the grave and linger, bringing calamity. The village called them Oni. Death would infect those touched by the Oni. Humans and livestock would die and crops would wither. The Oni come when children cry, parents would tell their children in the past, and even now. The risen, corpses that spread death as they lingered. They awoke within the firs, coming down from the darkness of the mountains, swarming towards the sparse lights, towards those who were engrossed in their dreams. This darkness, behold this darkness, the stars above the mountain rage. What is the darkness compared to the splendor of the stars? The sage upon the hilltop pointed to the wasteland. This is the darkness of avidya, of ignorance. This darkness is filthy and cursed. Saying this as he motioned, the sage pushed him from behind. He staggered on the bellows of his feet out into the wasteland, the narrow golden gate closing behind him. Seishin shook his head and rested his hand on the window. Since he had started it, he had been harboring doubts about being unable to see the end point of this story, doubts about why he started writing this story at all. Bits and pieces fell into place, bit by bit, obscuring the focus of the story. Seishin smiled bitterly at himself and moved to close the window when from that direction, just barely breaking through the darkness, was a glowing point of light. From years of experience, Seishin knew that he was looking at the divergence from the national highway to the road along the river. The lights moved. It must have been a car. Furrowing his brows, he checked his watch. At some point, it had become 3:00 a.m. The lights in the village went out as they would, and the sound of the bells grew more lonesome as they would, the climax of the festival having passed and going into its denouement. Villagers couldn't participate in the denouement. Being a ceremony to ward off insects and plagues, the people could only see them off, unable to be present for the ending. The only ones who could be present were those inhuman ones who donned the masks. At this hour, the light came from the highway directly towards the town. From a distance, it could still be told that they were the headlights of 3 cars. The reason he watched over the sight so intently may have been because how rare it was to see a car coming to or leaving the village at that hour. 3 car lights were drawing arcs in the darkness, as if drifting, they traveled the land. A beckoning, invoked by the dead who rose from the grave, he who dispatched the will-o'-the-wisps. Seishin shook his head, brushing off the phrase that had floated to mind. As he casually closed the window, he noticed the lights had stopped. Part 2. The mountain village was coated jet black, even the asphalt roads lost to the darkness. There were streetlights lining the roads, but the lights were dimmed, with little more light from them than the reflection of the night dew. The faintest light splayed on the asphalt, hazily bringing out the white line that denoted the roadway. Beyond the white line that looked as if it were being sucked into the darkness was a gloomy glow. At the side of the road, near the bridge, a shrine was erected. Countless candles stood around the Hakura's stone jizo, flames flickering in a wind that may or may not have been blowing. That shadowy light shone on the expressionless, half-lidded statue and the oddity that stood beside it. It was a sotoba about the height of a child. On the face of the sotoba was a cramped, glued-on cut out of a white paper doll. The candle lights cross-hatched patterns across the paper dolls, the lights flickering on the paper, shadows dancing as if the doll were writhing. Far away, the bell tolled. The Satoba waited. Illuminated by the lights offered to God, awash in the voices of the insects and frogs, waiting there among the noises mixed then with the faint sound of the bell, it stood in silence. From the darkness, the sound of the bells drew closer. The pounding of drums, vigorous as if as necessary as breath, sounded. There was the dry, pounding noise and a crowd's footsteps. The wind blew, swaying the candles. The dancing light and shadows changed the Jizo's expression. At last torchlight appeared over the Hakora. Black shadows leaped up from the ridges between the rice fields to the asphalt. The numerous flames drew circles in the darkness, beating together and joining with a clash and a shatter of red embers. Those falling lights illuminated their grotesque forms. They wore masks with short white cloths beneath them. Black monk robes. The Oni who covered their face with old-fashioned hand towels carried many huge planks of Satoba on their backs. As they danced, the paper dolls crammed onto the child-sized Satoba swayed. The sounds of the insects were cut short as if seized with fear. The sound of the gongs, the sound of the drums, the sounds of the torches beating together mingled with the sound of the mountain stream. The bullfrogs' croaks were clearer than the sound of the insects. The Oni waved the torches, their offerings. Bearing down under the weight of the Satoba, they still took what were either long strides forward or small leaps. They bobbed up and down, sounding the bells and the drums as they swaggered over the night streets. The Oni at the head of the procession shouldered a straw figure about the size of a child, crucified at the highest point at the end of the rod. The red Oni came to the front, waving the effigy like a kiari, and stopped before the Hakora. There were about 20 Oni who followed after, banging their torches, leaping and dancing past. Sweeping up the offering before the Jizo, they descended the stone steps towards the river valley. The red Oni with the effigy took up the Satoba from the side of the Hakora and followed after. In the river valley, where the water level was low, were 3 effigies prepared and waiting to be burnt. The bells and the drums fell silent, as if they'd finally solved their crisis, muttering off to a finish that washed over them with a sigh of relief. "Thanks for your hard work, men," an old man called out with a distinctly clear voice. One man took off his mask and sighed heavily. Good grief. Following in suit, about 20 others shed their masks and lowered their burdens. The effigies, the Satoba, piled over the open-air fire as if to hide the flames within the small mountain they formed. They chucked their torchlights on top of that pile, offered to the gods. The flames mingled and overtook the dolls, forming one single blaze that shone over the river valley and the faces of the surrounding people. Seeing the others had done so, Yuuki at last took off his Oni mask. Giving a heavy sigh of relief that at last his torment was over, he took a seat on a nearby rock. He covered his face with a hand towel, wiping away the sweat and shaking his head to wash his face in the night breeze. "Hugh, good work." Yuuki turned his head towards the voice to find a beer thrust out towards him, which he did take. As he wiped at his face with the black cloth, the man in the strange getup gave him a broad smile, and he couldn't stop a smile from welling up himself at the peculiarity of that disguise, even after all of this. Mewtwo may have guessed the reason for Yuuki's smile, going "ah" as he took his hand towel. Wiping at his sweat with a beer still in one hand, he took a seat next to Yuuki. Mewtwo's face was red. The man was normally the very picture of sober propriety, but on the rare occasions he was of particularly good humor, you could be sure he was drunk. He must have found marauding around town to be a fitting occasion for drink. The beer he was brought was wet in his warm hand. It must have been dunked in the river to cool it. "So, bet you're worn out," Mewtwo spoke. Yuuki nodded. "This is what they mean when they say your legs are stiff as rods. I didn't think the Mushiokuri would be this big of a thing. It's hard labor, being a Yudshu. The first time I was a part of the Yudshu, I can't remember how many times I thought about giving up halfway and running home," said Mewtwo with a laugh. "But well, this is what the men do. Until you take part in the festival, you're just a visitor." Yuuki nodded. Yuuki moved to this village, to Satoba, about a year ago. It wasn't that he had any family here. He had just wanted to move to the country, and so he had an acquaintance make arrangements for a house in Satoba. But there weren't many who came to Satoba that way. At least as far as Yuuki knew, there was only Mewtwo here. Mudu worked in the business office of the one and only hospital in the village. It seemed he moved into a house in Satoba from nearby about the time his oldest child was in middle school. It wasn't as if nobody ever moved in from the surrounding neighborhoods, but those who did tended to have blood ties to the town. In that sense, Yuuki and Mudu were oddities. Is that so? This year is Yuuki-san's first time? It was a quiet voice. The man was seated on a nearby stone and was looking to Yuuki. Well then, it really will wear you down, won't it? Indeed, nodded Yuuki as he remembered. He was fairly certain that the man was Hirasawa, a teacher at the middle school. But with this out of the way, I finally feel like I'm a member of the village proper now, too. As Yuuki spoke, Hirasawa took another beer in hand and came closer. It will be about 1 year, won't it, since Yuuki-san moved here? To open an art studio, wasn't it? It isn't something that fancy. Azusa, that is, my wife and I do carve wood furniture and dye and weave cloth, but really, it's just a place for us to do that in. Hirasawa smiled, but Mudu made a face and thrust his can out at Yuuki. That right there? You and your wife being complicated, keeping separate names, that's why it took a whole year to get involved in the rituals. Villagers can't understand that kind of progressive thing. Yuuki forced a smile. Their houses were somewhat nearby, and Mudu had looked over him since they'd first moved in, but as soon as liquor was added to the mix, conversation would turn to this topic. He lived with Azusa as a family without marrying her, without entering her in his family register. Azusa refused to change her family name. He understood her feelings, and Yuuki himself had a few doubts about the institution known as marriage, so there was no need to enter her into the family register. He didn't call her his wife, he called her his housemate. They did have one son, but the way things ended up was that their son was entered under Azusa's family census, with Yuuki's approval. It seemed the people of Satoba couldn't understand that at all. Apparently the speculations about them ran wild when they'd first moved in. Ah well, the villagers seem used to it now, so isn't it fine? Hirasawa smiled gently. Your son is certainly coming along, isn't he? He's gotten so big this year, he started high school if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we had my son while in college. Did you look after my son at the middle school? No, I had no connections to him. Just 16, huh? He's at the age where he should understand his parent now, isn't he? That he is, Yuki laughed. When he was smaller, there would be misunderstandings, and it seemed like he was picked on, and he'd complain that he wanted them to get married properly. But ever since he'd entered middle school, he hadn't said anything of the sort. Yuuki took that to mean that he finally understood what his parents' aim had been. With that kind of lifestyle, aren't there a lot of parts of country life that don't sit well with you? For example, women not taking part in the ceremonies or such. Yuuki shook his head lightly at Hirasawa's question. It isn't like that. It's not as if Azusa and I think we should lash out against anything old-fashioned or anything like that. If anything, we're moved by it all, since we were both outsiders born in the city, without any connections to festivals or religious services or local customs and the like. You're moved. Indeed so, or should I say awestruck? It's the feeling that comes with thinking, I'm really and genuinely experiencing this. That's the sort of thing we moved here seeking. Well, Azusa might have been a little put out. She said that even though it was the festival at last, if she wasn't a Yudshu, she couldn't really see it out until the end, she says. At Yuuki's answer, Hirasawa's voice rose in a quiet laugh. I see. She pouted, why don't women become Yudshu? But this, at least, would have to be all men. This calls for physical strength more than anything. Yes, indeed, Hirasawa smiled. It's sweltering hot and we're in these costumes. On top of that, we put on these masks and dance from one end of the village to the other. Tell me about it. Is there any significance to dressing in a monk's robes like this? The word Yudshu comes from the Yujiu Shounen, or wandering monk. That would be why we wear the monk's black robes, I'd imagine. A wandering monk. That big straw effigy, Hirasawa said, turning his eyes to the rising blaze of the bonfire, is called the Beto. It seems that's an effigy of the Beto. I don't know so much about it myself. I was told as much by the junior monk. Hearing junior monk, Yuuki turned from the riverbed lit by the bonfire towards the mountains. The village of Satoba was surrounded on 3 sides by mountain ridges, and on the slope was the main temple, the heir of which also had a side job as a writer. Yuuki had yet to obtain any of his writings, but amongst the villagers, opinions on it seemed tinged with cynicism. They wouldn't say it too loudly, but somebody had called it kind of fastidious. That they could say that with such a warm tone of voice may have been either because having a writer from the village at all was a point of pride or because of their respect and affection held towards the temple's son. In old farming villages, it was believed that insects and illnesses were because of evil spirits. During the Haujin Rebellion, there was a military leader called Seidu Sainmori. The rebellion in the Heian period. Yes, that Seidu Sainmori was also called Nagai Beto, you see. He was originally a military commander for the Minamoto clan, but later turned to the Hike clan. Sainmori went to the west to suppress Minamoto's general Yashinaka and was defeated in the Battle of Shinohara in Kaga, they say, because he stumbled over a rice plant stump. The legend that he bore a grudge and became a horde of insects that devoured rice plants spread through Japan. So it seems to have become a custom to offer memorial services to Sainmori's spirit during the Mushiokuri. Heavy. So the Beto, that's Seidu Beto. It's written in an old document that the ghost of Sainmori appeared in the village of Shinohara in Kaga before a wandering monk of the Jai sect who performed his mourning ceremonies. There's the no play, Sainmori, that's written about this topic as well. The legend must have been passed around in those days. That's why the Beto's attendants are wandering monks, Yujiu Shounen, but we say it Yudshu, according to the junior monk anyway. But still, why Oni masks? That, Hirasawa laughed. In Satoba, we have an Oni called the Risen. The Risen? Yes, we bury here, yes. So we have folk tales about the dead rising from their graves and coming down to haunt the village. We call them Oni. It doesn't make sense for the wanderers who mourned the Beto to be Oni, but there are his attendants who wear not only the priest's robes, but Oni masks. They pray to him and then cast him away. That's the Mushiokuri. Pray and cast him away, Yuuki looked to the fire. This is to say, we burn him. The Yudshu carried the Beto. While the Beto itself was only made of straw, it was still rather heavy. It was paraded through the plowed lands and the mountain forests of the village. He had heard that the impurities of the surroundings would flow into it. The others were there to shoulder the weight of Satoba as they uppoed. Uppo was the footwork performed by the Yudshu as they danced, and paraded through every nook and cranny of the village, purifying it further with each step. Carrying the child-sized planks of the Satoba from one Hakora to the next, while uppoing was truly heavy labor. Do we use Satoba because this place is called Satoba? He had heard that the village's name of Satoba came from the Satoba grave. Hirasawa gave a quiet nod in answer to Yuuki's question. The village came to be for the purpose of raising firs and making them into Satoba. In the past week, those big Satoba were planted at the Hakora scattered here and there. The people purchased the paper dolls from the shrine and wrote names on them, praying at their household shrines, passing their sins and filth onto them, and cramming them onto the Satoba, offering piles of sake and food in a memorial service. The wanderers lapped the village gathering up those offerings. To be perfectly honest, it didn't sit well with him, the Satoba with the paper dolls jammed onto them. Or at least, the first time he had set eyes on the site, he thought that he'd seen something he wasn't supposed to have seen. It must seem in bad taste if you're not used to it. Yuuki gave a bitter smile, as Hirasawa spoke as if reading his mind. I was surprised at first. What's worse is that the Oni dressed like that were parading around with torch lights. It was more like a black magic ritual or a curse than a festival. A curse and a prayer are the same thing in the end. They're both supernatural. The Mushiokuri could also technically be called contact with the dead. We pray the spirits away so as not to be cursed by them. The relation between man and the gods is colder than one would expect. Aboriginal religious festivals might have been just like this. Hirasawa nodded. At some point, Mudu, beer can gripped in hand, had nodded off. Since we worship and cast it away, we can't wear the masks on the return trip. The Oni were chased out of the village. In the past, it seems they used to even bathe in the river and change clothes. But that could be dangerous when liquor's involved, so that tradition died out. I see, then it's changed, hasn't it? Thinking he heard disappointment in his words, Hirasawa made an apologetic expression. Originally, the Mushiokuri was meant to take place in the hottest days of the summer, but now it's set on the night of a Saturday right around there. If we didn't, then working men wouldn't be able to take part. Without those kinds of changes, it wouldn't take place at all anymore. Oh no, I only meant that while it's conforming to the status quo, it's still carrying on. It couldn't be called a real and live festival if it was just a matter of preserving an old tradition because it's old, would it? Yuki quickly supplemented, earning a smile from Hirasawa. I don't know about all that. Well, if you compare us to the surrounding villages, we would probably have more remnants. Satoba is a bit unique. Even amongst the other villages around here, we're a singularity. Is that so? It was a village opened by lumberjacks who came from other places, so much it's called the other or outside Sodo, place spa. In truth, it wasn't really even consolidated enough to call a village, but the people of Satoba said village, and people from outside said village. Maybe there's some understanding that we mustn't become too much of a mixed bunch. People rarely come and they don't leave. That's what sort of place it is, this place. Then I'm an oddity in an oddity, Yuki said as Hirasawa laughed. What? Now that you've experienced being a Yudshu, you're one of the village. It's going to be trouble, you know. There are things that need to be done. You'll be assigned your role, so to speak. And the leading and supporting actors have to have a hand in the physical labor. The Yudshu don't change. Since you had participated this year, you'll likely be invited next year too. It isn't something you absolutely have to do, but who's going to participate is more or less decided. From the gong and taiko drums to the uppo, there's a way things are done. I see. Yuki forced a smile. As a man going on 40, practicing dancing was embarrassing, if he did say so himself. It goes Kaminakamonzen, Shimo Soto Mizuguchi. What does that mean? The village of Satoba is made up of 6 subdivisions. Kami Satoba or Upper Satoba, Naka Satoba or Mid Satoba, Monzen or Gate Front, Shimo Satoba or Lower Satoba, Satoba, and Mizuguchi or Waterspout. There's actually one more, a settlement set off a bit in the mountains called Yamari or Mountain Entrance. I heard there weren't many left there, but indeed, there are only 2 houses left. Well, there's an upper and lower part of Yamari itself that are assigned works. The organization of shrine members is called the Miyaza or Shrine Parish Guild, but if duties aren't assigned by the Miyaza, duties flow from the top down. That was the case, though things have changed. Lately houses have sprung up along the highway and the lower parts become bigger, but in the past, it was nothing but rice fields. The lower part is in charge of the Chinese New Year and the Shinkusai festival done right before the Mushiokuri. That's quite heavy labor itself, but since we're in charge of the New Year's Tashigamasai and the Mushiokuri, we just watch those. Hethi. Even a village as small as this is wider than you'd expect. It's not just the religious rituals, all village events are handled top-bottom. The smaller events are handled by individual territories. Congratulatory or consolatory events are done on a smaller scale, you see. With the village subdivided as it is, your role is more or less decided, no matter what. At that event, he will be the one with the bell. At that event, he will be the palanquin bearer, and so on and so forth. I see. Then, to prepare for next year's Mushiokuri, I'll have to build up a little endurance. Yuki laughed, Hirasawa's own light laugh joining in. Where is your house, Hirasawa-san? The same as you, Yuki-san, Nakasatoba. Is that right? Then be sure to stop by sometime. Likewise, said Hirasawa with a smile as Mutu raised his head. It seemed he woke up from his doze. A car. Yuki and Hirasawa both took a look at Mutu's face, then up at the bank. From the village entrance, that is to say the south, they could see headlights. Haha, wrong road, I bet, said Mutu, his enunciation hazy. He may have been right. The car lingered there as if bewildered and slowly, bit by bit, started to turn back. Mutu squinted, expectant, and Hirasawa knitted his brows. Maybe Yuki himself was making a similar expression. That was a cargo truck they saw. The back container was rather large. The car behind it was in the truck's shadow and couldn't be well seen. The Yudshu surrounding the bonfire were all surprised, turning their backs to the flame to see the truck depart. Are they moving? At this hour? Mutu's voice was half surprised, half doubtful. Yuki nodded for the time being, for some reason turning to look at the backdrop. Against the sky with stars dotted like grains of sand, the looming mounds of the mountain range were simple blackness. The village was wedged between that blackness, where the upper mountain streams converged. As if trapped in by the merging mountain ranges, an especially large mountain range rose in the depths. Immediately to the left of that northern mountain, in the northwest of the village, the northern and western mountains convened. Yuki knew as well as anyone in the village that there was a single residence there, one awaiting its master. Since the truck turned back, it was probably unrelated to that house. But maybe they were thinking the same thing. As soon as he thought to look, he realized that not only Mudu and Hirasawa, but the huge shu surrounding the bonfire were all doing the same, looking up to the northwest mountain. Part 3. The air was a diluted indigo, the green of the firs on the mountain surface coming out of their pitch blackness. The silence, wrapped in morning dew, gave birth to the cries of mountain doves. Seishin exited the head priest's quarters with a broom in hand, onto the temple grounds awash in blue light, in white light. The sky couldn't be seen through the haze of morning dew. Looking as if it were etched with diluted ink, the stone pathway spread out, the temple gate that rose beyond it a blot of deep black. The turtle doves murmured, but those murmurings seemed unusually well enunciated, sharp in the ear as Seishin crossed the temple grounds, the very picture of tranquility, towards the temple gate. The fulcrum of the gate he rested the broom against was also damp. He extracted the bolt that was profoundly moist, and just as he was opening the gates from the inside, the entrance beside the gate front opened. The one who entered the side door, back bent, going oh-ho, as his eyes narrowed as if spying something amusing, was Mitsuo. "Good morning." Just as Mitsuo bowed his completely receded hairline in greeting, Seishin gave his own greeting at that same moment. Their voices overlapped. Mitsuo's laughed out loud, perhaps finding that funny as well. Tadakoro Mitsuo did odd jobs around the temple. He wasn't a monk, so he didn't chant sutras, but he took on all sorts of various tasks. Every day, he'd come from his home at the base of the mountain and pass the whole day breaking down whatever jobs needed to be done. Along with his mother, who helped out in the office, the family was a part of the temple, and Seishin couldn't recall a single day to his memory that Mitsuo hadn't been seen here. "It seems today will be hot again," said Mitsuo, taking hold of one of the gate doors. That was when he tilted his head, taking a look at Seishin's face. "Junior monk, your eyes are red. Let me guess, staying up late again." Having it pointed out by Mitsuo, Seishin gave an ashamed nod. His father had a cerebral hemorrhage last year, and since then Seishin had taken over the management of the temple, but due to his side job, he kept many late nights. Morning at the temple was around 5 o'clock, so there were plenty of times when he'd go without sleep altogether. "Will you be all right? Aren't there quite a few memorial services today?" From the Saturday of the Mushiokuri, or rather, from to the early hours of its Sunday morning, maybe even from the preceding Shinkusai to please the gods, the village was focused on summer Shinto rituals. During that time, everyone put off the Buddhist memorial services while the Bon festival to see off the dead quickly approached. The half-month between the Mushiokuri and the Bon Feast of Lanterns would always be busy with arrangements for memorial services. Today was heavily booked as well. There were 2 monks taking charge of services, and during busy times, the head monk from the neighboring temple would come, so in theory there were substitutes. But the acting head monk of the temple couldn't very well take a shameless daytime nap. If you're so inclined, how about asking Tsurumi-san to oversee the services and getting a bit of sleep? Tsurumi was a monk who came in from the village. Seishin quickly shook his head. "No, I'm all right. It's going to be a busy season, so we need you to take care of yourself. Please rest. I will make arrangements with Tsurumi-san. I really am fine." "If you're sure," murmured Mitsuo as he took the bamboo broom in hand. A figure ascending the front temple steps visible through the morning haze. It was Chiyo of the general store at the base of the steps. The old woman carried a broom in place of a cane, sweeping step by step as she climbed the stairway, turning towards Seishin and Mitsuo with a silent and formal bow. "Good morning. You're early as always." When Seishin and Mitsuo called out, Chiyo gave another wordless bow. About how old was she now, that old woman of few words and scant expressions? Seishin had seen her every morning since he was a child, but he had had so few conversations with her, they could probably even be counted by memory. This was her burden to bear, a free service provided. The time she had spoken of it with embarrassment still left a profound impression on him. She had promised to the Buddha that if her husband returned safely from the war, she would clean. That husband had passed on long ago, but Chiyo herself was still healthy, and every morning came in said good health, sweeping the steps that lead to the front gate, attending the morning services, then returning home. Faith was alive in the village. The elderly in the neighborhood would come to every morning service, many handling the odd jobs around the temple. It certainly had the appearance of a temple in a village, where the grand majority of the villagers were parishioners who supported the temple, being a very large variety of temple. Even with 3 monks, Mitsuo and his mother Katsu, Seishin and his mother Miwako, there weren't enough people to manage it. To put it simply, the temple could not function without the families that supported it. With another light nod at Chiyo, who silently began sweeping, Seishin took up his own broom again. The temple was at the northernmost point of the village, on a fir-covered southern-facing slope of a northern mountain. He could take in the spread of the village through the morning haze at a glance from the mountain gate. Satoba was packed into a triangle between complicated mountain ridges. The village spread around the mountain stream is contained in a triangle like the tip of a harpoon by a forest of firs. Seishin had used such a simile to describe Satoba's terrain. The tip of the harpoon was like an arrow drawn on the map denoting north. The northern mountain was situated at the tip of that, and the temple looked down over the village from that spot. The ridges that spread off of the northern mountain formed the western bank of the village, which made a right-angled turn capping the south. At the shaft of the arrow was the eastern spur, running parallel to the flow of the mountain stream. The temple was at the summit of the triangle, facing the southern ridges with the highway beyond them, the expressway piercing through the south. That was the southern boundary of the village. From where Seishin was at the temple gate, he could survey it all at a glance. Wedged between spurs of mountains, it spread out like a paper fan with the temple as a base, covered in fields and houses. Some houses were spread out, some were crammed together into communities, all gradually descending to and opening out to the southern mountain spurs. Looking out over it, it was as if the whole lot could be held in the palm of his hand. Seishin narrowed his eyes as he heard a sound like a scream emitting from the scooter that scaled the mountain. Riding up the private pathway, coming from the side of belfry side of the temple, towards the temple grounds was the temple monk Tsurumi. Tsurumi, in his black robes with his helmet still on, gave Seishin a nod and continued towards the grounds. Seishin returned his greeting and lowered his eyes to the stone path. Broom gripped in hand, he devoted himself to sweeping. When the schedule was busy, after the morning services, Sumi would come from the neighboring temple and Mitsuo's mother Katsu would come to help in the office. Just before noon, the temple monk Ike returned to the temple from his off-season summer vacation. The busy day passed, Seishin headed to the meditation dojo, an enclosure within the priest's family quarters. He met his mother just at the entrance, bringing a tray with tea cups and tea cakes. Behind Miwako was Mitsuo, a large kettle in hand. In the dojo, past the open sliding door, were the mere 15 supporters of the temple taking a break. "Thank you very much for today." Seishin entered the dojo and nodded his head as Miwako knelt to say their thanks. "You are truly appreciated. Everyone, please enjoy a short rest." As Miwako spoke, the people surrounding the low table bowed their heads. They interrupted their pleasant chat to say thank you, still wiping their necks with towels, others still wearing their aprons. Many performed their memorial services in their own homes, but there were parishioners who had moved far away, or who had other circumstances that lead to them using the temple. At times like these, in a village with no takeout or delivery services, the duty of preparing meals between parishioners and priests fell to the temple. When it came to doing the yard work for the grounds and the building maintenance, the temple was chronically short-handed. When there were events or functions, a meeting could be had beforehand with all of the helpers to pass on duties, but they couldn't do that for daily memorial services. The temple was sustained in ordinary times by unspoken attentiveness. The junior monk must be worn as well. "It is hard work after the Mushiokuri, isn't it?" said Yasumori Setsuko with a smile. "And thank you to you as well, madame," she said, nodding towards Miwako. "We truly manage, because of the help like this that you all provide." "I do try not to get in the way," Setsuko said with a bright laugh. Setsuko was member of the parishioners' committee, Yasumori Tokujiro's second wife. She wasn't yet at the age at which one commonly concentrated so heavily on faith, but she organized the women parishioners and regularly looked after the temple. Today was another day spent organizing the female laborers towards overseeing the temple kitchen work for the meals shared between the priests and the mourners, from setting the placements to the clean-up afterwards. It's going to be like this until Aben, isn't it? Isn't tomorrow's schedule busy with the Buddhist memorial services too? That it is, Miwako answered Setsuko with a smile. Then, I wonder if I might count on everyone's help again tomorrow. In response to Setsuko's words, about 9 women gave a nod. The elderly, in a fashion befitting the elderly, called out to Mitsuo as he went about filling their teacups. Mitsuo-san, we're sure you'll be busy tomorrow yourself. The cemetery's walkway is getting pretty overgrown. I think I'll be mowing, Mitsuo said with a smile floating to his face. Yes, indeed. Aben is close. I was thinking the cemetery needed to be mowed. We should at least make sure the walkways are kept up, yes. The village buried their dead. And while they didn't necessarily construct the tombs themselves, there were those within the parish who didn't have a place to bury their dead, or those who had other circumstances which lead to cremation who would still want a grave site built. For just such circumstances, the temple had a graveyard on its western slopes, but while it was thought to be the community's duty to provide its upkeep, in truth, it was Mitsuo alone who did it, and only in his spare time. Then, guess tomorrow I could mow. Well, if you do it bit by bit, you ought to have it done by Bon. Light laughter broke out. Setsuko bowed her head to the laughing people. Miwako herself had come from a nearby temple, succeeding this house by arranged marriage. Being a woman of temples herself, she wasn't unfamiliar with the strain of managing a temple home. But it was a temple whose attendance only totaled around 200, so it wasn't even in the same league as her parents' temple, where it was barely full-time work. When she'd heard it was large despite being a countryside temple, she was prepared, but when she had stepped into the reality of it, it had surpassed her imagination. There was quite an age difference between herself and her husband, who had a late marriage, so Miwako had only borne 1 child. They were but a family of 3. The cornerstone of the temple labor should be those of temple family, but that temple family itself was minimal. While the temple's patrons were many, it was the country, so the alms and offerings didn't amount to much, thus there was a limit to how much help they could hire. If it weren't for the goodwill of the people willing to lend a hand and a smile, the temple would not be. She held a visceral gratitude. Come to think of it, said the old man Takemura Gohei to nobody in particular. Yesterday, no, I guess it's today, huh? Did you hear about the truck that came through? A truck, repeated a few others. A moving truck. Old man Matsuo came by and mentioned it when cutting the grass. Oh my, for the Kainmasa house, Setsuko said, surprised. Where the northern mountain of the temple and the western mountain met was a Takemura family mansion called Kainmasa. It was demolished, and afterwards a strange house was built. It was finished during the rainy season, and yet its inhabitants had yet to move in. I don't know, it's just, they said the Yudshu saw the truck. The truck came in as they were burning the Beto, and then turned back. Ah, their eldest son was a Yudshu. But isn't the Beto burned in the dead of the night? That it is. Seishin faintly knitted his brows. Before the break of dawn, he had seen the lights of a car coming into the village from his window. He had thought at the time that it was not a suitable time for such a thing. People don't normally move in the middle of the night, do they? Are you sure they didn't take the wrong road? Mitsuo interjected, though Setsuko did not seem satisfied with his explanation. Could one make such a mistake, I wonder? Seishin tilted his head slightly. Where the village road along the stream came to the highway, there was indeed a 3-way fork, but surely nobody would mistake the village road for the highway. Old man Gohei nodded too. But then, they didn't move in after all, so we can only assume it was a mistake. But there were 2 cars behind it, so it's a pretty strange story either way, said Setsuko, earning a nod from Mitsuo. They haven't moved in, have they, now that you mention, even though that building's been finished a while now. What were those people called again? Nobody knows, there's no nameplate. I mean, even the ones who built the house were from an outside company, so they must not have any connection to Sotoba at all. So, nobody knows anything about them. Though I did hear that they were from Tokyo, or somewhere around there. Setsuko's household was often called the contractors, working in construction. In the village, most construction was taken up by the Yasumori contractors, but come to think of it, the Yasumoris had nothing to do with that home, Seishin recalled. Setsuko looked towards Seishin, giving a troubled smile. My, but after they've moved all this way, it would be nice if they were good people. After looking over the people who nodded their assent, Seishin turned his eyes towards the dojo window. The summer sun shone in. Through the southwesterly window was the graveyard spread over the temple's western slope, overlooking the storage house for the sawmill at the foot of that slope. At the side of the sawmill's storehouse was a concrete building that served as the village's one and only hospital, the Azaki Clinic. And on the mountain slope beyond, that was the Kanemasa mansion. Between here and there were the fir trees blocking off that building from sight. Above the treetops, he could just barely see a black slate roof and part of the gables peeking up. The Takemura house, popularly called Kanemasa, was formerly the estate of the village headman, built there in order to look down on the village as the founding family they were. The headman took the opportunity to transfer into the neighboring town of Mizobe's administration, moving into the town's territory itself, but it wasn't as if all ties to Sotoba were cut. 2 generations of the family had inherited the duties of the town headsman, and they held considerable influence in the parliament. Furthermore, with their strong ties to Sotoba, Kanemasa even now held considerable weight as Sotoba's mouthpiece, carrying on as leader of the village. That is, until that Kanemasa family head passed on last year in July, with the Kanemasa mansion being demolished in August. It seemed the late predecessor sold the land before he died. Afterwards, an odd house was built. There was nobody who knew what kind of people its masters were. Kanemasa was still considered a supporting family of the temple, so Seishin had known the heir for some time, but even that heir said he didn't know why the land was sold. It seemed the predecessor had arbitrarily taken it on himself to make the sale in secret. As for why he would do such a thing, nobody could make sense of it. Releasing the estates was tantamount to severing ties with Sotoba. For the Kanemasas who had set up a stronghold in Sotoba, it was too senseless, and even the heir was at his wits' end to try to make sense of it. Why did the new owners move out into the countryside was one question. Another was what kind of people were they, and under what circumstances did they purchase the plot of land? And another still was what was the Kanemasa predecessor thinking when selling the land off, the house and the territory around it. There were so many unanswered questions. Then there was the moving truck that came in the deep of night. In its own way, it was fitting for that house. But whoever was going to move in, they wouldn't have been Kanemasas. Seishin continued to gaze up at the mountain. Probably, no, certainly. Part 4. The nights, when the heat could dissipate, were short, and the sun rose early to shine brightly over the mountainsides, warming them up. Kunayaro Ritsuko came down the steep slope at a quick pace. The northern part of the village was nothing but slopes from the northern mountain. A number of kids were behind Ritsuko, and with no mind for the slope, they would go up and down them, passing Ritsuko by. "Miss, good morning." Ritsuko returned a good morning to them. The kids made it to the top of the hill, crossing over the slope towards yet another slope that led to the lumber mill. They were probably going to do radio exercises. With a light smile, Ritsuko passed the street corner to the white building ahead. The one with the Azaki Hospital signboard was Ritsuko's workplace. From the mountains that pressed in on the village, the breeze blew through like a lingering shade, carrying the smell of the fir trees with the voices of the cicadas. Their cries made the early summer morning somehow melancholy. Turning her eyes to the eastern mountains, the freshly risen sun's rays were strong, and she imagined it would be another hot day today. Taking a shortcut across the parking lot, Ritsuko went around the back of the hospital. She came in through the staff entrance, straight towards the locker room. "Good morning," she called out politely as she opened the door, though there was nobody in the locker room. No other nurses must have arrived yet, as the window blinds were left closed, the air in the room stagnant with the lingering laziness of the weekend. The Azaki Hospital did have "hospital" on the signboard, but for all practical purposes, they didn't take in patients. If it was for observation or examinations, a special case might be taken in for a night or two. But any patients who required a longer stay than that were all sent to the hospital in Mizobe. Thus, if there was no night shift, there was no Sunday shift, and her fellow nurses would rotate shifts in order to have 2 days off per week. As the village's only hospital, there were emergency cases that would be taken on a Sunday, but the hospital director who had inherited the position was understanding and had staff on call in 3-week cycles, as it wasn't like they really needed to come into work, and there was compensation for being on call. All in all, she found it a bountiful place to work at. She chose the job because she liked it after all, and it felt worth doing. It wasn't a bad place to work. And yet, on the morning after a day off, there was that listlessness, thinking, here we go, another week. Throwing her bag into the locker, Ritsuko took out her freshly selected white coat. She changed into her white uniform, tied her hair up, and put on her white nurse's cap. Funny how, with just those preparations, it felt as if her posture improved. It was going from her personal self to herself as a nurse. There was a strange divide between the two. The listlessness after a day off might have just been annoyance at crossing that distance between the two selves that grew the longer a break was. She checked herself out in the mirror and gave herself an all right. She raised the blinds and opened the window, a cool breeze and the voices of the cicadas blowing in. And, of course, the lively voices of children. Behind the hospital stretched a narrow rice field and the Marayasu lumberyard. That was the spot decided on for the neighborhood's radio exercises. The cheerful shouts of the kids gathered there echoed through the mountains near the lumberyard, flowing more loudly into the room than even the voices of the cicadas. The nearby mountains were bountifully green. High on the mountain to the right, the main temple building could be seen. Shone on directly by the sun's rays, the large roof glistened like dull silver. From the temple grounds to the sawmill, the slope was sparse with trees that jutted out like teeth. That was the temple's graveyard. As Satoba didn't really use tombstones, you wouldn't know it was one just by looking. There the mountains had Horseshoe Hollow, holding who knew how many lumberyards. Clean-cut wavelets of the planted fir trees' treetops basked in the morning sun. The mountains to the left were green with firs, too. From above that, a pointed black rooftop peeked out. Ritsuko ended up looking up at that house, that mansion. Until recently, that was the Kainmasa mansion. It was a stately mansion indeed, with its old stone walls, its countless ridged roofs and garden trees. And furthermore, the masters had long ago, before Ritsuko had even come capable of awareness, changed residencies, so the mansion was often unmanned. And while there was at least upkeep, it wasn't what you would call stellar. So amongst the children it was known as the Kainmasa Haunted Mansion. Ritsuko, during a middle school under the guise of some test of courage game, had snuck into the garden. She remembered expecting it to be unmanned only for an old man she supposed was the property manager to find her and scold her. That haunted mansion was torn down last year. Afterwards, a strange house was erected. It was called strange, but it wasn't exactly the building itself that was strange. Yes, if it weren't in Satoba, if it was a holiday home, that is, in some small village in another country, there wouldn't have been anything out of place about it. It was small, but it was like something you'd see in a movie, an Occidental house. That building, when compared to the village that was its backdrop, clearly stood out. Another thing that made it weird was its bearings. That house seemed to think it was there for 100 years or more. It had an old stone wall, and the chimneys and windows looked as if they'd weathered the winds and the rains. It appeared they dismantled and rebuilt an older building. The villagers were bewildered as to why someone would do that. They demolished an old house and built a new one, regardless of whether it blended in well with its scenery, overlooking a small village unlike any other that one could find anywhere else, giving off a feeling of greater age and history than any other home in the village. No matter how it seemed to be aged into place, there was an unshakably out-of-place feel to it. It really is a strange house. As she murmured that in her thoughts, the locker room door opened. Oh my, it's Riken. It was Nurse Nagata Kiyomi. Good morning. It sure is early, said Kiyomi with a smile, opening her locker. What's wrong? You look pensive. Ritsuko shook her head, just thinking that the weather is nice. It looks like it's going to be hot. You said it, said Kiyomi with both a sigh and a smile, stripping off her clothes candidly. Ritsuko hurried and stretched a hand to lower the blinds. Oh, it's fine. We'll get a breeze if the blinds are open. It might be different for a girl like Riken, but there's not going to be anyone peeking in to see this old girl in her underwear. Wouldn't you say lady instead of old girl? About a woman at 40. Kiyomi laughed as she put on her white coat. That's old-fashioned. I've long passed 40. The only one who'd call me young and be happy to come see me would be the dead from the temple's yard. Ritsuko looked at the graveyard on the slope with a laugh. What's this age talk? Said Hashiguchi Yasuyo, coming into the locker room. Good morning. Morning, well dear me, leaving the blinds wide open like that. Like I was saying, laughed Kiyomi. I'm at the age where it wouldn't even be bad to be peeked at. What are you saying? You're still 10 years younger than me. Maybe if I was 10 kilos lighter I'd hide. Some people hide for shame, but there's a matter of modesty, you know. Though if I were as young as Riken, I might flaunt a little. Matter of modesty, huh? If a woman doesn't have that, it's all over for her. Even you and me aren't something to scoff at for a couple of old sea lions. Toshio stepped out of the bathroom first thing in the morning with a cigarette already in his mouth and headed to the dining room. The bright light came pouring in through the large southern window. There were two people's shares of breakfast set on the table with a newspaper in Toshio's seat. He looked at the sight and thought, I see, Kyoyuko's gone back to Mizobe. Azaki Toshio was 32 and the director of Sotoba's only hospital, the Azaki Hospital. That is to say, Toshio was the only doctor in town. 3 years ago, his father died of pancreatic cancer, and so he quit his job at the university hospital to return. His wife Kyoyuko was 30, and they had no children. Unable to stand life in the mountain village, Kyoyuko stayed in her apartment near an antique shop she kept in the more urban town of Mizobe. She came back to Sotoba 2 or 3 times a month. Toshio wasn't sure whether it was more appropriate to say she didn't come by more often than that, or that she came by that frequently. That she hated life there and left may have meant that they had a cold marriage, but all that aside, she did come back on her own, so that may have meant they had a good relationship. Good morning. As he looked out the window, his mother Taki carried in miso soup. He gave a half-hearted response. Looking at the weather forecast, it would be a clear day and the probability of rain was 0%. The daytime temperature was to be hotter than usual for this time of year, with temperatures to surpass 36 degrees Celsius. It had been that way this year since spring. There hadn't been much rain, and it was unusually hot. In the Tokai region, there was a wide-scale drought and severe damages caused by the intense heat. Taki sat facing the table, taking in Toshio's t-shirt and jeans clad form with a critical eye. At the elegant and extravagant evergreen table were 6 chairs of elaborate and refined craftsmanship, the most ornate of which was empty. It was once his father's seat, and according to Taki, that was the seat of the head of the family, and Toshio was still lacking in the dignity to so much as sit at that seat. Toshio didn't really care where he sat. He would be fine sitting in the lowest seat, but his mother didn't understand that. It seemed she meant withholding the family head's chair to be a punishment. With a good grief breath, he kept his eyes outside. Through the living room window overlooking the spacious backyard, one could take in the western mountains at a glance. The mountainside was a summer-suited green, and poking out through one section of that was a slate-black roof. The structure stuck out from above the gables. It was a curious, triangular roof, like a picture a small child would draw. It wasn't a house suited for Sotoba, but if it were only surrounded by the fir trees, and if that was all that were around it, it could suit itself there in its own way. If it were covered in snow in the winter, it may have been an interesting sight. It's a weird house. As he murmured that in his thoughts, Toshio caught sight of Taki, who let out a low voice. Do you have the time to be so leisurely? Receiving only a half-hearted answer to that as well, Taki looked out the window for only a moment herself. They haven't moved in, have they? I wonder, have they no intent to live here at all? It's probably not a holiday home, not a house built up like that. How garish. Toshio gave a thin smirk at the clear thorns present in Taki's words. To begin with, Taki's relationship with Kane Masa was not a good one. She did not take well to being looked down upon by them. As the Kane Masas had moved out, at last the only ones looking down on the Azaki family were those at the temple, and now those whose faces she had never even seen had come to look down on her. For Toshio, it was something he couldn't understand being so upset over, but so long as he couldn't understand that, he would never be allowed to sit at the seat for the head of the family. Everyone's got their circumstances. Done with breakfast, Mudu entered the hospital grounds and noted that the front door was already opened. Through the glass pane, he confirmed that several patients had arrived in the waiting room. Part-timer Sekiguchi Miki was sweeping. With a greeting to him, Mewtwo turned towards the side door. As he stepped in the side door, he saw another part-timer Takano Fuju was beside the spigot washing the mop. They exchanged greetings and he headed into the locker room for his white coat. He drew out the changing wall, his legs dragging, then hurried to the reception desk where Toada was scrubbing the counter. Morning. Good morning. Toada gave a youthful smile and wave. I'm already finished here, so you're welcome to go to the break room first, Mewtwo-san. I will handle things here. Sorry for the trouble. Toada humbly dismissed that it was no trouble and turned to greet the patients. Most of them had been getting treatment here for a while, so there were many familiar faces. Just as he was going to take Toada up on his offer and head to the break room, the director stepped into the waiting room from his own house. Dressed in only jeans and a t-shirt. Yo, morning, Toshio said to nobody in particular, sliding his arm through his white coat as he surveyed the waiting room. Oi, there's already this many here. You old folks and your early rising. One old woman replied to his idle comment. Isn't it more that the young doctor is slow to rise? It's late, you know. Like that's the problem. It's because I have to meet with you, all that business hours have been pushed up earlier and earlier. Hope you're all at least eating breakfast before you come in. I always do. That's good. You don't have many years left, you know, so you have to eat as much good food as you can so there's no regrets. Thin laughter filled the waiting room. Mewtwo and Toada exchanged forced smiles. The director, Azaki Toshio, was like this in anything and everything he did. There you go again with those thoughtless, cruel words, sighed Mewtwo quietly as he followed after Toshio into the break room. It's the god's honest truth. What's up? You're dragging your feet. I'm just sore. It's from the Mushiokuri. That right, Mewtwo-sen was a huge shoe. Yes, I was, but that aside, Mewtwo gave Toshio a withering glare. Since you don't watch your mouth, I have to hear that the young doctor of the Azaki Hospital is a no-good doctor. You realize. Is there any doubt I am a no-good doctor? If I was serious about being a doctor, do you think I'd come back to the country like this? What I left behind was a modern ivory tower. Good grief, thought Mewtwo as he forced a smile. The former Dr. Azaki had been an exceedingly haughty man, and there were those, particularly the elderly, who came to the hospital longing for the gravitas of his predecessor, saying that his son was an impudent brat, but as for Mewtwo himself, he preferred the son to the father. He was verbally abusive, using it to intentionally provoke others around him, imprudent and light-lipped. Wearing his white coat over jeans and a t-shirt, he didn't command so much as an ounce of majesty as a doctor, but he didn't begrudge after-hours medical examinations. And if he was called, then regardless of the hour, he would grab his bag and go off on a house call without a second thought. Last year, he'd taken out a significant loan to expand and remodel one part of the hospital and bring in a CT scanner. The destruction of the spacious director's office beloved by generations, indeed a splendid room, and the adjoining reception room that both faced outwards to an extravagant garden, for the sake of a CR scanner, spoke volumes about Toshio's temperament. Toshio opened the break room door. Inside, Toada saw that all staff members were already assembled. There were 4 nurses. First was the eldest, Hashiguchi Yasuyo, with Nagata Kiyomi and Kunihiro Ritsuko completing the list of those from within town, followed by the commuter, Shiomi Yuki. There was another worker who commuted, Isaki Satoko, but she wasn't there today. Toada supposed that since she wasn't here, it must have been her day off. There was the X-ray technician Shimoyama, the office workers Mewtwo and Toada, as well as the part-timers in charge of cleaning and general duties, Miki and Fuju, and that was all the staff there were to take care of each and every patient in Satoba. Good morning. Seeing Toshio and Mewtwo, Kiyomi stood. In response, Toshio indicated for her to get him a coffee and sat himself down at one of the chairs surrounding the wide table. Mewtwo pulled out a neighboring seat when his movements caught Kiyomi's eye as she was about to leave the room. Mewtwo-san, what happened? To your leg? I was just now telling the doctor how they're sore. Oh, Mewtwo-san was a huge shoe. Somebody doesn't get enough exercise, does he? A little exercise wouldn't have warded this off. Toshio snickered. The festivities start off with bunch of guys jumping all over the place like Mountain Tengu, after all. Exactly. With a grimace, he finally took a seat. He had tended to it all day yesterday, but it still hurt. It seemed like he was going to be groaning every time he stood or sat down for a while still. At the window-side table, the nurses dutifully prepared the gauze. Shimiyama opened a manual filled with sticky notes. Before the hospital opened, staff was supposed to assemble for a morning meeting, but it was really only a chance for staff to relay anything that needed to be known, while everyone was assembled in the brief lull before medical examinations began, and nothing more. The sun's rays and a pleasantly cool breeze came in through the wide open window. For now, they could get by comfortably enough without the air conditioner, but this summer was hot. As the sun rose, the temperatures were sure to rise rapidly as always. The weather's so good it's annoying. Toshio looked out the window, lighting a cigarette. Toshio was a member of the heavy smoker class, an archetypal example of a doctor not practicing what they preach, neglecting their own health. It really is. Yasuyo stopped to look out the window. Already sweat was forming on the rounded tip of her nose. Day after day, I can't take this heat. When you put on weight, heat becomes even hotter. Of course summer's gonna be hot. But still, this summer is hot. This weather's going to clear the old folks right on out of here. Mutu scowled at Toshio. I'm begging you, please do not say that kind of imprudent thing in public. If I lose that many clients, at least Seishin will be raking it in. Mutu let out a sigh. There was nothing that could be done about him. The heir of the mountain temple, Murray Seishin, had been a classmate of Toshio's. Come to think of it, someone from the Yajima National Health Institute said that he had seen the doctor talking to a monk and found it strange. As Yasuyo said that, Toshio gave a low chuckle. He could smell the conspiracy, I bet. When me and Seishin get together, you never know what we might be plotting. Please don't say that. When you say it, it doesn't sound enough like a joke. While the fir trees isolated the mountainside, and the houses in a sense, they were at the top of the map near the Marayasu sawmill's lumber yard, and the doctor and the monk had been friends since they were children. It was common knowledge amongst the villagers, but it might have looked like an unusual combination to someone who didn't know. That's right, hey, back to the Mushiokuri, said Mutu as he rubbed at his leg. Something weird happened. Something weird. Yes, while we were burning the bedo, a moving van came by. Oi oi, isn't that in the dead of night? Right in the dead of night. There was a truck and 2 cars following it. breathed Toshio as he exhaled smoke, looking to the window. Whatever the case, they seemed to be pretty weird. The people living at Kainmasa. Don't you think so? If a moving truck comes in, you'd normally think that they were finally going to move into Kainmasa, wouldn't you? The house had been built last June, but the owners themselves still hadn't ever moved in. As a matter of fact, that truck only came in halfway, then turned back around. It was Yasuyo who interrupted. Are you sure it wasn't just a careless driver who took the wrong road? That can't be, said Yuki. Yuki drove into work from a neighboring town herself. There's no road to mistake it for. The road's a different size. There aren't any side roads around there, besides the one coming into Satoba. So I'm saying, maybe they had the wrong main road and were changing course. If that was the case, isn't there the drive-in on the corner at the intersection? The parking lot is big enough that the truck could have easily turned around, without having to come all the way into town to back up and change directions. Really? In the first place, you wouldn't normally move in the middle of the night, either. You might if you moved in from far away, Yasuyo said, looking to Mutu. What was on the license plate? No idea. It wasn't close enough that you could see the license plate. In cases like that, wouldn't you set out to arrive during the daytime? It's strange is what it is. While Yuki was trying to push the story as strange, Yasuyo turned a frustrated eye to her. Then, there was probably some unexpected delay that made them arrive late, I'm sure. But isn't that boring? Mutu and the others laughed at her whining way of putting it. Good grief, that's all it comes down to for this girl. I want to be entertained, since I'm still young, said Yuki as she leaned towards Ritsuko, peering up into her eyes. Since I don't have anybody to eat lunch with on Sunday in Mizobe, 3 doors down from the town hall at the Italian restaurant. Ritsuko's eyes widened with a start, her face quickly going red. Yuki-chan, Yasuyo laughed. What a concrete topic you've turned to now. It's a maiden's dream. He would wear a green polo shirt, and I would dress to match him in a mint green one-piece. Oh, Yuki-chan, you. Toshio laughed as Ritsuko gave Yuki a light push. Yuki-chan still hasn't said who she was with, though. That's right, that's right. With a whine of no, Ritsuko glared at Yuki as if angry, her face red. Come to think of it, Ritsuko was 28, wasn't she, getting to be about that age, thought Muto. It wouldn't be strange at all for her to be getting married at that age. In fact, by the village of Sotoba's standards, she would be a late marriage. But it would hurt to have the good nurse quit. Even setting her quality aside, there would probably be a nurse shortage. He didn't think that they could find a replacement so easily for a country hospital. If you're getting married, make it to someone who'll let you continue nursing. If not, don't expect any wedding presents from me. At Tashio's teasing, Ritsuko turned away, still bright red. It is not going to come to that. According to the Ozaki Hospital signboard, their specialty was internal medicine, but by request they could look into anything. It was technically a hospital, so patients could be admitted, but in all the rooms there were 19 beds, all of which had remained open ever since Tashio had returned. Even if they had the equipment, there wasn't enough staff to manage inpatient clients. I'd been planning to rely on Ricken's little sister, though. Her working at a daycare was a miscalculation. Despite being teased by Tashio, Ritsuko wore an unfazed smile. Don't you think she chose that instead because she sees how much I suffer for work? And so, we've got no choice but to count on Muto-san's daughter. Surely you jest, returned Muto. Kids nowadays wouldn't want to work at the same place as their parents, and his 18-year-old daughter was still in high school. You're a cold guy. Then that leaves, just as Tashio was speaking, Kiyomi returned from the kitchen with a tray. Nagata-san's got a daughter. Muto and Ritsuko laughed, leaving Kiyomi to look at them with bewilderment. What is this? You've been badmouthing me, I see. Nah, Tashio laughed. It's been unanimously decided that we will be having Nagata-san's daughter coming to work here as a nurse. Kiyomi gave an exasperated huff. My child is still in 6th grade. Here, your coffee. Kiyomi sat a cup down in front of Tashio and Muto. Excuse me, doctor? Toada opened the door and stuck his face in. The old man from the Abata family's fallen off of his bicycle. It starts. Tashio stood. Yuki and Ritsuko briskly prepared the gauze. Is he coming in? Someone from the house will be bringing him. He's cut his head, and his face is covered in blood. Tashio and Yasuyo half-hustled out, leaving the freshly brought coffee untouched. It was still 10 minutes until office hours officially began. Part 5. Their lunch finished, the two children flew outside. Mita Motoko saw them off and then washed the bowls and cups they had been using before they'd left. The same children who had vowed when summer vacation had first started to bring their own dishes to the sink and wash them had begun abandoning their jobs one by one. As if becoming accustomed to the vacation from school and remembering how the wild and free time was meant to be used. They would probably, no, certainly, be leaving their dishes on top of the table and running out to play until after the Bon festival. That's just how children are. Motoko bore a smile as she cleaned. Motoko herself had been made to promise their teacher that they would all clean up around the house together over the break. But little by little things returned to this natural state as they approached the new semester. Even if there were vacations from school, the adult world didn't have such vacations. Her husband was away at work at the JA, the Japan Agricultural Cooperative, and her in-laws had gone off into the mountains. In order to allow her step-parents to use them if they returned, she straightened up the utensils and snack box. Setting the cloth over it, she set out of the house. Motoko's home was in the southern tip of the village. The southern part of the village was nothing but farm fields. The village that opened up from the north, like a spreading paper fan, collided with the southern mountain ridges that closed it off. That southern spur's tip defined the boundaries of the unobstructed water plains. Those paddy fields were a plain of subdued green. It seemed that out beyond the village was a water shortage that was causing severe damages, but for the time being that didn't seem to be in effect in the village. The footpaths between the fields were like a gutter, due to the spreading rice plants. The firs that covered the mountains were a deeper green than ever, shone on by the sun's bright rays that emphasized their hue, the color of summer itself. A transformer was erected directly on the edge of the southern mountain spur. The power cables that stretched off of that from the mountain ridges out towards the other mountains formed a relay between the ridges, winding from the southern spurs to the westerly ones. The tower glistened like silver against the backdrop of the cloudless summer sky. Mitoko squinted her eyes and crossed the path in front of her house. The thin asphalt road was surrounded by an irregular dotting of houses, overall nothing to cast a sufficient shadow over it, making the surface of the road shimmer with a haze of hot air like heating burning metal. To escape that heat, she stepped down from the road into the paths between the rice fields, where the tips of the rice plants tickled at her feet, walking between fields until coming out at the highway. The national highway that ran north from the south of the village meandered greatly between two mountain ridges on the south and the east. Walking along that curve, soon up ahead a short bridge appeared. On the guardrail of the bridge was engraved Satoba Bridge, but there probably weren't many who would remember that name. The name didn't mean anything to those outside the village, and to the villagers it was known as the Highway Bridge. There were plenty of accidents near that highway bridge. The plain between the two ridges was broad and allowed for a clear view of the curve. That must have invited negligence on the part of drivers, leading them to speed up in excess, which was bound to lead to an accident. Especially in the south, cars coming from Mizobe heading north, due to the clear outlook, seemed to misjudge how many areas the curve was. NR was by far less than what it appeared. With that misunderstanding, the car would speed up and fail to take the turn, plowing on ahead. That was bound to happen near the National Highway Bridge. The cars that had plowed through crashed into the guardrail, and every year the aftermath of that would again lead to bridgework repairs. That wasn't all. Traffic accidents involving people were frequent there too. Just before the bridge, the highway intersected with a road that led into the village. While the stoplights turned off in the night, there were stoplights about in the daytime, and pedestrian crosswalk lights were also established. Yet there were no end to the count of children and elderly hit by cars as they tried to cross the road. The cars driven by villagers were fine. The villagers knew about the stoplights and of course about the twisting farm roads near there, and they knew the nature of that curve. People from other places easily overlooked Satoba's stoplight, and furthermore the villagers, such as Mitoko herself, just now was doing, would rise up from the paths between rice fields onto the highway to cross. In shock at seeing a person suddenly appear there, drivers would hastily slam on the brakes, but it was a place where speeding accidents were frequent. There were times when they didn't make it in time, and the odds of any accident that did happen being severe were high. Because these assailants were overall, and without fail people from other places passing through the village, Mitoko's image of them was an irredeemable one defined as outsiders. Those who come to take away our children by vehicular manslaughter. One day, somebody she'd never known or seen from somewhere else would hurt and kill her children, snatching them away. Mitoko was unable to let go of that uneasiness, especially when she looked at the bridge. That thought would instantly rise to the surface, putting her in an unbearable mood. Her childhood friend Kanami said, with concern, that Mitoko seemed to have a touch of neurosis. But I simply just can't let go of it. Mitoko eyed the bridge with unease, seeing a car off on the highway that was speeding. She let out a breath and walked along the highway towards the drive-in before the stoplight. In the wide parking lot of Chigusa, there wasn't so much as a shadow of a car. As she called out and opened the door, Yano Kanami waved a hand at her. At the cool air of the AC, Mitoko took a breath of rest. 3 people, neighbor housewives and one's child, were seated at the counter. Mitoko turned and gave them a smile. 2 minutes late, said Kanami with a smile. Mitoko said that she was sorry while taking her apron out from the counter. Kanami lightly poked Mitoko in the head. You were spaced out looking at the highway, for the 2 late minutes. Mitoko admitted to it as she looked out the window. The shop was on a plot of land shaped like an L, and from the counter, the view out the window overlooked the highway that led towards Mizobe. Don't worry about it so much. Your kids, Shiori-chan and Shiichi-kun, are obedient ones. They won't go by the highway. It's going to be fine. Mitoko nodded, with a sound of agreement. If she said it to herself, she only made herself worry more, but mysteriously, when it was Kanami who would say it to her, then her unease would vanish for the time being. Mitoko's childhood friend married into the city, but 5 years ago she divorced and returned to the village. Rice fields were plowed over in order to open a drive-in for the truckers that came in and out of the village, but 2 years ago the expressway had opened. When the shop opened, they counted on long-haul truckers and opened early in the morning when they would be heading out, but that all stopped 2 years ago. Since then, those who lived in the village continued to provide some degree of business. Thanks to the men who came to drink at night, they were just barely able to stay in business. Motoko looked to the whiteboard at the corner of the counter. Today's special menu was out. This morning before opening, Kanami prepared lunch portions. Making preparations for the evening meals was Motoko's job. For that she received wages akin to pocket money. Motoko herself was more focused on being with her childhood friend than earning an income, so she would have been fine not receiving any pay. But Kanami stubbornly insisted on treating her like a worker. "By the way, have you heard?" Suddenly asked that. Motoko blinked. "Have I heard what?" "On the day of the Mushiokuri, they say a moving truck came in. Last night, someone was saying that." Last night must have meant either those who came for dinner, or otherwise those who came to drink after them. At the Kanemasa residence, have they moved in? Who knows, I just happened to overhear it. As Kanami said that, Shimizu Hiroko, who had been reading a magazine at the counter, looked up. "I heard it too, that rumor. The one about the truck that came in when the beto was being lit, but they say it turned back around. They took the wrong road, I guess." "What?" murmured Motoko. "If they turned back, then it wasn't Kanemasa. They still haven't moved in yet, have they? Into that house." "That's right," said Hiroko as she closed her magazine. "I suppose they built it as a holiday home. I mean, they wouldn't choose to live out here of all places, more than likely. A holiday home that's splendid. And one they went through the trouble of dismantling and reassembling. There could be people like that." "Impossible," said Tanaka Sachiko. "Who would go that far for a holiday home? In the first place, if they were building a holiday home, it would be in a more fitting place for a holiday. Somewhere where it's cool in the summer, or where it's warm in the winter, a resort spot." "Do you think it's one of those things?" mused Hiroko as she turned to face her. "A Western-style boarding house?" "Oh, I doubt it. But there are stories like that. I mean, last year around this time, or was it further back still? Somebody had come to do an examination or an inspection for a resort facility, or something." "Ah," Motoko nodded as she listened to the conversation. "There was something like that. That was just a little before the summer, wasn't it? Taking the bypass you could get off at the Mizobe exit, that must have been why. By taking the expressway, even the outskirts of any large city were 3 hours away." Sitting beside Sachiko and obediently sipping her soda, Tanaka Kaori looked at her mother. She was in her 3rd year of middle school, which would be 9th grade, wasn't she? She was a relatively unrefined, dim young girl. "Can they make a resort?" "There's no way they can," said Sachiko with a grimace. "Out here in the country, it was obviously all talk. What did you want them to be able to?" "Ode. I was just wondering if it was true or not. Kaori-chan is a girl at that age. I bet she is thinking it'd be nice if the village opened up some." Hiroko insisted, causing Kaori to shake her head slightly. "Not really. I wouldn't know unless they tried, but I mean, if a bunch of strangers came in, it'd get noisy and—" "Really? But if it came to that, you wouldn't have to get on a bus just to go out if you felt like shopping. They'd also increase the number of buses, so you wouldn't have to be kept waiting so long," said Hiroko with a sigh. "But however you think about it, it's pointless talk. In the first place, the old folks would never agree to it." Motoko gave a single nod to this, too. There had been talks about an interchange exit for Satoba too. There had been pointless proposals drawn up, and the predecessor of Kanemasa had said that it was for Satoba's own good, making very forceful motions to enact it. The ones who said no to it were none other than Satoba itself. Motoko's father-in-law had been burning hot with outrage. "We don't need something like that. That would only invite harm into the village and nothing more." The elderly had gathered and stated in conferences with Kanemasa countless times. Whether that did the trick, or whether it was related to some other factor. At any rate, the interchange was relocated to the more appropriate outskirts of Mizobe, and since then the town of Mizobe had been developing rapidly. As convenient as you may say it is, weird people would be coming in too, you know. I for one will pass on bowing to those outsiders, feeding off of whatever money they may drop. Hearing Sachiko's words, Hiroko rested her chin in her hands. "So say we don't think of it as a boarding house. But if we call it a holiday home, it's a wastefully huge building. I wonder if they just didn't want to live here. It's a Western-style house. It's the first I've ever seen one up close." As if seeking agreement, Hiroko looked to Motoko. Motoko gave a bewildered nod. Really, I wonder if it's been a family home for generations. I wonder if the ones moving in aren't an old couple. I think they didn't want to part with the house they'd become accustomed to living in. Hiroko laughed as if to poke fun at her. Then don't you think they could just not move? I'm saying, as they get older, maybe they wanted to live out in the fresh air of the country. Going through the trouble of dismantling the home and rebuilding it can only be out of a deep love of their home, I think. Or they just wanted to show off their house, you know. Hiroko laughed a very playful laugh. They might have wanted to emphasize that they're a little different from country folk. Sachiko laughed lightly beside her. It's hardly a house worth flaunting. It's just an old Western house, and if we're talking about ages, then we could give them a good match. For the same amount of money, they could have built a whole new one after all. Well, compared to us commoners, it is clear they're living in another dimension, said Hiroko with a sigh. In the first place, we can't even afford to reconstruct one kitchen. It's so inconvenient I'm getting bitter. Hiroko's home is still better than ours. It was built when you were married, wasn't it? Our kitchen's been the same since my grandmother's generation. While listening to Sachiko and Hiroko's conversation, Motoko washed the vegetables for the day's special. There was a heavy feeling settling into her chest, brought on by the image of outsiders coming into the village that rose back up. Outsiders, they're coming. In Motoko, the image of outsiders and the image of those who take away my children were too entangled to separate. Oh my, said Sachiko. Motoko looked up towards the highway and saw one of those outsiders. She could feel something caught in her throat. Without knowing what weighed on Motoko's heart, Sachiko's voice was rudely loud. Isn't that the workshop's boy there? Hey Natsuno. It was Mewdu Toru, lightly honking his horn. He rolled down the car window and called out to the figure in a school uniform walking down the highway. Natsuno turned, and upon realizing it was Toru stopped walking, his face contorted into an overstated grimace. Where are you going in that school uniform? Students have this thing called school, they do. And I told you not to call me by my first name. Toru laughed and told him to get in, motioning to the passenger seat. Natsuno wiped at his face with his shirt sleeve and got into the car. It's hot. Why are you even out walking in this heat? I got tired of waiting for the bus. Toru laughed at that dejected answer as the car took off again. While it wouldn't be unexpected for the middle school and grade school to be shut down in this village either, the high school students had to take a bus to the neighboring town. Not many of those buses ran in the middle of the day, so if your timing was bad, you'd be waiting over an hour. While waiting, he discarded everything he was carrying and decided to walk to the next bus station. Sometimes he would actually meet the bus at the next station, but most of the time the bus would pass him between stations, and in the end, he would be walking for 3 hours to get back to the village. Until 2 years ago, Toru had the same thing happen to him a lot too. Knew I should have taken my bike. Come to think of it, Toru-chan, why are you cruising around here? Don't you have work? Today's a training day. Once the training's over, we can go on home. You lucked out. Must be nice to still get paid the same. If you're jealous, then hurry up and graduate. Once you get your license, you won't have to walk anymore either. No matter how much I hurry, the year isn't going to. In the first place, once I graduate, you think I plan to set foot here again? Natsuno said as he wiped his face with his sleeve again. There's not even a train. How the hell does anyone live here? Toru forced a smile. Natsuno was one of the few move-ins. His parents were eccentric, moving out into the country the year before on a whim. There were the occasional people who would move in from nearby, but there wasn't anybody who came from the city. Even the people who moved in from the surrounding towns were sure to have blood ties to the village. Actually, Toru himself was a move-in, but he moved in when he was still a child. The Mewdu household didn't have any blood ties to the village either, but his father already worked at the village clinic, so it wasn't as if they had no connection at all. Still, it seemed pretty rare. It'd be fair to say the only people eccentric enough to come to the village with no ties would be Natsuno's parents. You'll make your parents cry with talk like that. They're the type who wanted to finally move out into the country and be surrounded by nature in a mountain village, doing the old-timey, heart-to-heart neighbor thing and all, Toru said as Natsuno made a face. Natsuno's parents moved from the city looking for nature. They bought an empty house, prepared a lot, and set up a workshop in the village from where they sent out furniture crafted from the fir trees. The Mudu family did indeed move in from outside of town themselves, but as Toru was raised in this village, he had a stronger sense for it. It could be inconvenient at times, but he wasn't particularly unhappy with it. That said, there wasn't anything he was particularly happy with either. It was what it was. Thus he tried to understand why someone would move in suddenly. If it was for nature, then while there were mountains and rivers, those mountains themselves were covered in man-made forests of those fir trees. He wasn't sure where the lines could be drawn at calling it nature, and if someone called it out as just a backwater town that was behind the times, he wouldn't know how to counter. With that in mind, he could see where Natsuno could be so unhappy here. Natsuno was born and raised in the city, and it seemed he couldn't stand how inconvenient life here could be. It seemed only natural when he grumbled, "My parents' whim is a royal pain. Wish I'd just graduate already." As Natsuno grumbled, Toru made a turn at the stoplight towards Satoba. A small ways down the village road by the riverbed, there was a stationery shop just across from the grade school, where a gathering of old folks came into sight. "They're always loitering around there." Toru smiled at Natsuno's words. The Takemura stationery shop was primarily a business for children. Aside from for the children who came in on their way home from school, the customers from around the neighborhood were as rare as a cuckoo's cries. The shop had folding chairs out front, so it eventually became a place where one could usually see the elderly gathered around. All day, every day, they sit around just sharing boring gossip. They were looking at us. Toru looked in the car mirror to see one of the old people up out of his chair as if he had been looking into the car. Natsuno sighed, "Standing to see us off. They were definitely checking to see who was riding with you just now." "No way." "That's definitely what it was. Every time I pass by them, they stare at me. It's like they're keeping an eye on the outsider." Toru forced a smile. "They're just curious. They don't have anything else to do or enjoy. If they're bored, can't they play gate ball or something?" Having a feeling that would probably be a better use of their time, Toru's smile dropped. The truth was simply that new move-ins were unusual, so the people of the village were unusually interested. Those stared weren't out of any ill will, but it was sure to be unbearably depressing for the one who was the subject of those stares. He drove down the riverbed road as he thought as much. After driving some distance, two figures, young boys in school uniforms, leisurely walking along came into view, and Toru honked his horn. "Ui, Tamatsu." It was Toru's brother. Standing beside him was Tamatsu's classmate, Murasako Masao. Tamatsu turned with a surprised face. "We lucked out. Hey, Masao, let's hitch a ride." Tamatsu turned and called to him, but Masao took one look at the passenger seat of the stopped car and shook his head. "No thanks." "Why, it's cooler in the car." "I said no thanks. I'm walking home. If you want to ride, you go ahead and do that, Tamatsu." At such a blunt refusal, Tamatsu looked back and forth between Masao and Toru, giving a forced smile and a wave for them to go on. He would be fine walking with Masao. Toru didn't pressure them, giving a wave and driving on. They're a rare breed. Toru had no response to Natsuno's annoyed voice. Masao was the third son of the Murasako rice shop. There was something he didn't like about Natsuno, some kind of prejudice he harbored against him. It might have fundamentally been uneasiness about him having come in from the city. In a small town, there was a small community, but if you tried to live there, you would know there were all types. He didn't think it was a different world, like Natsuno's dad had said. It was just a village like anywhere else. While thinking as much, they drove along the road that followed the mountain stream, turning west at the bridge. Once out of the area where the houses were crowded in, past the green fields, in the western mountains was a peculiar sight. A strange house that didn't suit the village in the slightest. Come to think of it, I wonder how long they're going to wait to move in that house. Natsuno gave a disinterested gaze to the western mountains. Who knows? There was no doubt that once the new transfers came in, interest in Natsuno's household would thin out. That was how market competition worked. The market value was decided on the whims of the gossipers themselves. I wonder if they're ecologists like Natsuno's parents. Like my parents are anything as great as all that. And stop calling me by my first name. Toru forced a smile. It seemed like he really hated that name his dad gave him, based on some high-end noble. He said he hated it because it sounded like a girl's name and could be almost impressively persistent in his opposition to it. But your house's situation's so messed up, what do you want me to do? the married couple retained their maiden names. So, Natsuno's parents weren't entered in the family register together. Natsuno was entered with his mother Koide Azusa in the family register, but because of the way schools where he went by his father's last name of Yuuki. Talking about it's a pain, Natsuno mumbled as he looked towards an estate. Moving out to a place like this, they're bound to be a family of helpless weirdos. If not that, then criminals on the run. It was the boy from the workshop after all. Sadu Oitaru turned back towards the shop, a smile overtaking his face as if he had made a momentous discovery. In turn, Takemura Tatsu fanned herself, seeming to force a smile. Just like I told you. The one sounding so proud of herself was Otsuka Yiko. That was the office manager's son's car. By office manager, they meant the senior office staff at the Ozaki Clinic's front office, Mutu. Mutu was not a man of their land, so there was no shop name to know him by. That was why the elderly called him the office manager. In the past year, the Yuuki family, or should they be called the Koide family, were the same, and calling them the workshop shop name became the standard. That is what one would look like from behind, is it not? Yiko motioned at the shape. A white coup, yes, with just the 2 doors, with those 3 numbers on the plate. I know them well. Oh my, said Hirasawa Takiko, as if to protest. Even I could have told you that much. Wasn't it you who asked who it was? I meant who was in the passenger's seat. Well, I don't think it appeared to be a girl, but... It was the workshop's boy. Oitaru took her seat on the folding stool with a complacent smile. I knew with one look at the shape of his head. Knew it was right. He had a school uniform, didn't he? That means nothing on a school day. I saw Shimizu's daughter going to school in her uniform as well. Sitting silently in the corner of the stool area was Aido Ikumi, who did not seem to find the gossip interesting. It was as if "how childish" were written in large print on her thin face. Tatsu forced a smile as she gave up on fanning herself, turning on the switch to the electric fan. A light breeze was stirred, but given that it was only blowing around more hot air, it didn't feel the least bit cooler. Of course, the breeze from the fan wouldn't reach the seats. The heat flowed in from off of the village pavement, and without the air conditioner, the shop would have been boilingly hot. It may have been something only the elderly could do, leisurely gossiping in those steaming conditions without a care. Takemura was right off of the highway, on the village road, across the street from the grade school. Beyond Takemura was nothing more than the grade school grounds and the drive-in, but as there weren't any particular side routes, most cars that came to the village would be sure to pass by Takemura. It was an ideal place to monitor who came and went from the village. It may have missed a few cars that came from the highway to the farm roads, but there weren't many of those. However, Oitaru and company just had too much free time on their hands. It wasn't as if they gathered to survey the cars that came through. It was sheer practicality that had Tatsu looking towards the road. She had used to come from a family of farmers, but she renovated the front area of her living room where the sliding glass doors were, and crafted a shelf to stand her wares on. She cleared away her entryway and opened the area, put out some chairs and opened shop. It was right after the war. She had family outside the village, but she lost her husband in the war. And so after the war, she returned empty-handed and started a business. They sold notebooks, paints, protractors, and compasses. Children come in to buy gym shirt logos or gymnastic caps or whatever they were lacking for school. After school, they would buy some of the cheap snacks, ice cream, or juices. The grade school only had 6 classes in total. There was 1 class of each grade, and there were maybe about 10 a child per class, so business wasn't booming, but it was enough for a single old woman to make a living. She had spent the entire post-war period seated at that watch post-like place, watching the children and the village road. Other than someone from the neighborhood stopping by, there was nothing in particular to do besides watch the road, so even without intending to memorize them, she learned which cars belonged to which families. And it wasn't just cars. Those who used the highway bus stop also passed by Takemura. Many of those who came through had previously attended the grade school, so she knew their names and faces. That was how Tatsu came to know all the comings and goings of the village. No, not all of them. Come nightfall, Tatsu closed the storm shutters and stayed inside. Spending the nights like that until morning, she couldn't know about the cars that came and went before then. The moving truck that had come by in the dead of night, for example. A truck, Tatsu let out a sigh. She hadn't intended to say it so loudly, but it caught Oitaru's attentions. What was that? Something about a truck, was it? Not really, Tatsu replied. Nothing to say a thing about. I was just thinking what that could have been about. What are you talking about? Asked Yiko. What this? Guess nobody's told Yiko-san yet. A truck came during the Mushiokuri. The Kainmasa family. Nope, but I saw it when I was burning the Beto, Oitaru said, proud of himself over something. You know, my house is right after the Sanohashi Bridge after all. The Beto's burnt right there on the other edge of the riverbank. That's where I saw it from. That's when the cars came through. A hauling truck and 2 passenger cars. Hathy. It came close to the bridge, then turned on back around. The truck had a pine tree mark on it. A Takasago pine, I think it was. Takasago moving was written there. I confirmed it with a camera, so there's no mistaking it. Tatsu gave a secret snicker. Oitaru had a good camera, unsuited for a man his age. It was a hand-me-down from his son in the city and had a long-distance magnification lens. Oitaru came around carrying his camera, but in spite of that he'd never bought film or had pictures printed. Of course, he'd never shown off any pictures he'd taken either. Ikumi, who had been standing off alone, spoke. Either way, they were sure to be no good. Oitaru leaned forward. No good, really. They were turned out by a ceremony to ward off troubles, so they must have been trouble themselves. Something like that coming here would be horrific. The elderly said nothing, giving a silent shake of their heads. Ikumi was younger than the elderly gathered around. She wasn't of an age to be called elderly herself, but she didn't fit in with the women her own age due to being a bit eccentric. But what a strange story. Yiko mumbled to herself, but Tatsu found herself nodding in her heart. A truck came into the village in the middle of the night, and yet it turned back. To Tatsu's recollection, this sort of thing had never happened before. Change didn't happen in the village. Even if the people seemed different, it could all be summed up tidily by saying that they were simply country folk. Anything strange or sudden was still within the parameters of being sensibly believed, things that could be shrugged off by saying, these things happen. Nevertheless, a truck coming in the middle of the night surpassed that. No, it wasn't just the truck. Tatsu watched the steam rise from the road's surface. There was that Kainmasa house. It was sensible to believe that outsiders could move in, but that building surpassed sense. It was one thing to move, but it was another thing entirely to have that building brought in from elsewhere. Why would anyone do such a thing? Were they that attached to their home, or were they wanting to look down their noses at the villagers? Or possibly, was there a need for it? For that old-fashioned, stone building? Hirasawa pulled into his parking space in front of the house and got out of the car. He unloaded the sack of used books he had bought in town as his small daughter peeked out from behind the curtain and waved. The scent of grilled fish wafted from the house, lights on at twilight. Before entering into the house and giving his daughter a nod, Hirasawa looked to the western mountains. The color of the sky indicated the night was far off, and from that mountain range could be seen a building. Ever since seeing the truck turned back by the Mushiokuri, for some reason or other, it had been on his mind. Perhaps it was because he now realized that the building was there, so that the inhabitants were not was unnatural. It was an old-fashioned house. He'd seen many houses be built, but he'd never seen one dismantled before, and he was very interested in the construction, so very different from traditional Japanese methods with wood. In August of last year, they tore down the old mansion and began construction about a month ago, finishing off with the fence. The workers' temporary quarters on the property were dismantled. The materials were hauled out and the gates closed. It had been sitting since then in deserted silence, much to the interest of the villagers, that house. Hirasawa hadn't heard a word about the inhabitants. He'd caught pieces of a rumor that they seemed to be from the outskirts of Tokyo. If you were having something built in the village, one would definitely use Yasumori Construction Company. No other information had leaked, but he did know that this time the Yasumori Construction Company didn't receive the job. The trucks that had come to build the fence had the name of a major construction company on them and a different prefecture's plates. Perhaps it wasn't a project that could be done by backwater construction workers. At a glance, it was a 2-storied building. A complex, jagged pattern adorned around it. There was a window in the steep roof, so there may have been an attic as well. Looking at the foundation, it probably had a spacious basement, too. The imposing stonework outer wall was detailed with a timber trim. It was ornate yet simple, and he wondered when it was built. It looked fantastically old-fashioned, and yet it didn't look to be that old in itself. If it were really that old of a building, it wouldn't have been so easy to dismantle and reconstruct elsewhere. There weren't many windows, and there didn't seem to be a porch or a veranda anywhere. He remembered watching its construction, so he thought that there was something like a bay window or two on the first floor. The windows were simple, with 4 corners, undecorated by any arch or such. There were slated shutters that closed tightly. No, they were more like a single slate than shutters, so maybe they were better called storm guards. It seemed like it would have poor lighting and ventilation, but maybe the high ceilings would still keep it cool in the summer. It was dignified and handsome, yet Hirasawa felt that it had the stiff feel of a fortress. The house was built on the side of the hill that faced the village as if to look down on them, or, in other words, to keep watch on them. If that house was a fortress, it was not a fortress for Satoba. It was a bridgehead for an outsider to watch over them. But outsiders from where? From the fir tree-laden mountains, it projected onto Satoba. The village is surrounded by death. Dad, his daughter opened the door. Dinner. Where's my welcome home? Hirasawa patted her head as she drug along in his wife's shoes. I said it before from the window. Dad's the one who didn't even say, I'm home. I'm home. Hirasawa gave his daughter's back a light push, stepping onto the porch. Before stepping into the entryway, he gave one more look to the house thrusting up into the mountainside. Fir trees are death. Was that a metaphor that the author from the temple would have used? Translator's notes. Chapter 1.1. Shiki. A made-up term. Shi for corpse, kai as in oni or ogre or demon. Curse. The Japanese concept of a curse is at times a bit different than the common English use. In English, and at times in Japanese, it's a magic spell to make bad things happen. In Japanese, it is also frequently used to refer to the result of a strong emotions having a supernatural effect on the real world. For example, a dead person's obsession with someone causing the dead to come back or manifest as a spirit, perhaps not acting as their full and sane self, would be called a curse. In Shiki, a prayer with a gruesome ritual, burning the bedu is used to point out how similar a Nori curse is to a Maginai, which is a charm or not necessarily evil magic spell. Though a curse is technically always bad and a charm not necessarily so, that's quite subjective. Japanese writing paper. Novel mentions that Seishin still writes with this. It has squares that you fill in vertically. Chapter 1.2. Hakure. Small shrines, varying from the sizes of smaller than a doghouse to the size of a modest shed. While major gods or spirits are generally housed in the large shrines, hakure tend to be for minor, local, or folk gods. They can be located at roadsides or on the grounds of shrines established for more major gods. There are many variations based on the god or gods housed. Common features include stone figures such as jizo or large stones with various meanings. There are also occasionally boxes for monetary offerings, or offerings of goods, food, drink, etc. can be placed about the hakura. Jizo. A stone representation of the bodhisattva seeking to guide people in the physical and spiritual world, often placed at roadsides to encourage choosing the right path, commonly known as the guardian of children and pregnant women. Stones are commonly piled by the statues in the idea of lessening the burden on children who must stack stones in the underworld for good karma, either for themselves or their parents. Stacking stones is said to represent building a stupa, a Buddhist symbol to help develop good karma. Satoba grave markers are based on the concept of stupa as well. Sometimes a serene face statue, other times a simple stone representation, often with a bib. Jizo have taken on many forms and purposes, not all of them necessarily representing the bodhisattva, but also representing gods at times. And oni, supernatural beings of Japanese folklore, usually humanoid but with monstrous teeth and ogre-like faces, usually colored red or blue. Usually bringing calamity and mischief, they can also be thought of as good luck in some contexts, and they're often placed in front of construction sites or buildings, much like lucky gargoyles in the West. Men dressing up as them for ceremonies and parades to ward off bad luck is common. Kiari, a ritualistic thrusting spear with feathers, mushiokuri, explained in detail in the text. Seidu Beto Sainmori became a vengeful spirit of insects eating rice plants due to his fall in battle being based on one of such plants in the fields. The story of Seidu Sainmori is also given quite a bit of detail in text, and there are many no plays about him. Relevant to this story is the no play of the monk Tawami, the 14th Yujiu, or successor to Ipin, the founder of the Jai sect of Japanese Buddhism. Tawami and 2 attending priests are performing ceremonies chanting sutras at Shinohara, where 200 years ago Sainmori died when his horse tripped over a rice root, leaving him open to enemy attack. He had lingered there at Shinohara as the image of an old man only Tawami could see. The priests perform a ceremony to help him release his shame and regrets to pass on. Beru, it'll be a lot easier if you just think of this as Lord, an honorific title with specific historical connotations, and go about your business. For those with a little more time. Originally a term used in the feudal Japanese system of government to denote a government official who temporarily took on all of the duties of governing for another territory. Eventually came to simply mean the highest order of director or overseer in various government divisions from the Department of State, which handled all secular affairs of government, to the Department of Divinities. Due to the latter, in religious contexts, it frequently refers to a monk priest with administrative status. Other court members not related to governing would get the same titles for their courtly ranks in each specific division, including musicians, etc., so there could be many bettis in various fields and territories. Seido Sainmori was also known as Nagai Beru due to his stronghold being in the city of Nagai in the Musashi province. Yujiu Shounen, literally wandering saint. It can refer to any wandering monk, but is strongly associated with the Taodakusen Muriokuin Shaojokujai sect of Buddhism, most often called the Jai sect, or Yujiu-jai for the wandering temple. Yujiu Shounen is often another name for Ipin, the founder of said sect, such that he would be the wandering monk rather than a wandering monk, but his successive heads would also be called this at times. The wandering monk Teiku who attended to Sainmori in the no play of Sainmori was also called a Yujiu Shounen. Yudshu. Based off of the term Yujiu Shonen, the first kanji is also the symbol for play, also the first symbol in the word game, a word with special meaning in Buddhism. Game is said yuyugi in standard talk, but the Buddhist meaning is pronounced yuj. Bodhisattvas, those who wish to save others before attaining enlightenment themselves, freely choosing to save others and enjoying themselves in doing it. Despite having reached enlightenment, they play in the mortal realm to help others as it brings them happiness. In this way, to do something as play and to do something freely have similar meanings. In some sects of Buddhism, disciples and monks are encouraged to wander freely teaching and saving others, with a mindset like play. Thus, the reading for the Mushiokuri act is Yudshu, a play wanderer. The word yuj also means steam or vapor, making it a pun of sorts for the names of those smoking out the village of insects. Chapter 1.3 Abin's Bon. A blend of Japanese Buddhism and folk traditions, it is a holiday for honoring the dead, set at different dates depending where you are in the country, from the middle of July to the middle of August. It can be called Bon or have the O formal honorific added to it to become Abin. Some consider the Bon season to last a full month with earlier preparations, grave cleaning, etc. being included. In Satoba, it is stated to be from August 13th to the 16th. Many travel to their hometowns to celebrate Bon, just as in New Year's. That can be rather inconvenient though, so it's not unheard of just not to bother. The exact nature of the celebrations vary from region to region, just as the dates, though universal factors include opening on the first evening. Muki or welcome, with fires made of burning hemp welcoming ancestor spirits home or going to the graves with Bon lamps, and leading them to the family altar which has been prepared in advance, Bon dancing odori or dance, and a send-off okuri or send-off. A common tradition with great variability is the construction of cucumber horses and eggplant cows. In some regions, they are both put out, facing the house, for the spirits to ride in on. In others, the horse is put out during Muki-bon for a fast return, and the cow during Okuri-bon for a slow return. The opposite also occurs, to express fear respect of a lingering unsatisfied spirit. families tend to ancestors' graves and presenting offerings before and during the main festival celebrations. As it is a religious festival, praying is a large part of it, and some go house to house praying, or have monks come by to pray at the altars. It ends by floating lanterns down the river as if seeing off the visiting dead spirits. Sometimes, offerings are sent into the river with them. Whether these include the horses and cows differs by region. Sometimes they're just left at the riverside. Shinkusai, a Shinto festival for when the gods come visiting, literally meaning the festival of the pleasing of the gods. Parish owners carry 3 portable shrines said to house the gods for the duration of the festival around town to celebrate and please them, to ward off disaster. Takes place on July 17th. Chapter 1-4. Radio exercises. In Japan there were, and still are though they're not as popular now, radio broadcasts that people, especially old people and kids, exercise to, often in a public place where they get a stamped card each time they go. Especially popular in the summer when there's no school in session. Japanese license plates, just like American plates, have the state the vehicle was registered listed on the plate. Japanese plates have the prefecture or municipality where the license was issued listed on them. They also have serial numbers, 3 on top, 4 on bottom. The old people in Satoba memorize them to identify cars from the village, same as one could presumably do with any other nation's set of plates. Tengu, from Shinto folklore, classified as either gods or demons, they are monstrous supernatural creatures associated with wars and less dangerously, mischief. Tied into Buddhism as well, they're seen to primarily target the cocky, as egotism does not mesh well with Buddhist principles. They are commonly seen in 2 types, a crow type that looks like a human-crow hybrid and the mountain type mentioned by Ozaki. Mountain Tengu are said to be priests, specifically mountain ascetics who were corrupted by pride. They may still be basically good and repenting or out to cause havoc. Chapter 1-5. Kiyohara Natsuno. Natsuno remarks that he was named after a Heian era, 794 to 1185 noble. This refers to Kiyohara Natsuno, Kiyohara no Natsuno, a prince and politician from the Kiyohara clan. He was well trusted by the people and was heavily involved in writing the Ryo no Jige, a commentary on administrative code and government. Takasago Pine. There's a famous no play and legend about a monk who saw an old couple beneath a pine. The old man was raking up and saving the pine needles, representing good fortune, and the old woman was sweeping away the trash and unwanted debris, representing the bad things in life. The old couple tells the head monk that the trees at Takasago and Sumiyoshi are twin pines despite the distance between them, and that it symbolizes the far-reaching imperial reigns as well as the flourishing art of poetry that will live on because all things from people to trees are at the heart of poetry. The pine is green throughout all seasons and is said to be especially auspicious. It is soon revealed the old couple are the gods of the respective shrines where each of their pines reside, he at Sumiyoshi, she at Takasago. The man was Ju, the son of Izanagi, who fell in love with her, Yuba, the maiden of the Takasago shrine. They died within minutes of each other and their spirits went into the 2 twin pines, where they continue to bless the shrines, poetry, and married couples, showing how love should flourish together into old age. The pair and the legend are fairly famous and seen in many works of art and traditional songs, particularly ones sang at weddings. Gate ball, a game similar to croquet, where players hit balls with a mallet through goals on a field towards a center pole. Commonly associated with the elderly, also like croquet. Chapter 2. Part 1. Drawing arcs in the darkness, as if drifting, they traveled the land. A beckoning, invoked by the dead who rose from the grave, he who dispatched the will-o'-the-wisps. The dead did not come after him, he but waited for him wherever he may go. Standing on the frozen land, vacant eyes open, he watched over him from his side as he struggled along that earth. With an ashen white face having lost its vitality, he was clad in yet more white burial clothes. In the glow of the will-o'-the-wisps they were a melancholy blue. He dragged his feet as if to stall for time, daring to slowly approach forward towards it. Even when finally beside him, the little brother said nothing. He was simply there with neither an outcry nor a word of malediction, and naturally without breathing a single sigh. Of course, neither did he raise a hand to strike him, and he cast no stones. He only waited to receive him. He looked as he did when alive, but with the pallor of death over him. His literally lifeless eyes had no light in them, a color well suiting the caverns they were, drawing him in closer. His powerless body was stationed there covered in burial garbs, coated in the mud of his grave. Saishin's pencil ceased as he briefly sunk into his thoughts. Even if the little brother had no plans of revenge, the older brother himself must have naturally believed that revenge was the reason he appeared. Without a doubt, his little brother had come to pull him into the same purgatory as himself. When he'd first seen and became convinced of his little brother's rise from the grave, he must have been wild with fear and fled his little brother. He probably did, but he couldn't run from the Shiki. Wherever he ran away to, his little brother was there awaiting him. After repeating that cycle, he came to at last realize he couldn't escape. Thus, when he took in the sight of his little brother, he'd obediently walk on towards him, but he willingly continued to walk towards his brother, but he was always in fear that it would be this time that his little brother would inflict the wounds of vengeance on him at last. Revenge, Seishin pondered as he looked over the paper. What was the revenge he was imagining? Was he expecting the haunting to death that was so common in Japanese ghost stories? Or maybe something more straightforward, doing as he had, taking up a weapon and attacking him? Or maybe he was still deciding on his means of revenge, with this land as the stage. For a time, Seishin gazed at his writing, thinking that he wanted revenge to take on a fitting form. Something abstract, something vague. He searched through his memories of all times and places, but he couldn't call to mind anything of that nature. As he searched his memory, he thought about whether he had any reference materials of that nature, but that search again came up empty. Seishin breathed a soft sigh, looking up at the office blackboard. He withdrew his consciousness from the manuscript, from the frozen wasteland, suddenly aware of the afternoon sunlight filling the office, the artificial chill of the air conditioner, and noticing the sounds of the cicadas beyond the window. July 27th. Wednesday afternoon, there were 2 appointments for the day, but they were to be handled by Tsurumi and Ike. Seishin gathered his writing paper and returned it to the drawer. Turning the paper face down, he placed a paperweight over it, closed the drawer, and stood. Just as he was stepping out of the office, Miwako came by carrying a large kettle. "Oh, are you heading out?" "I am going to the library for a bit." "Mother, would you like me to bring you anything?" Seishin asked, Miwako giving a smile. "I will pass, have a safe trip." With a nod, Seishin turned towards the entryway. Stepping out past the dirt floor, the midsummer rays were dazzlingly bright on the compound. The voice of the cicadas descended on him. The shrubbery were a lively green, and the footpaths stone paving from the mountain gates to the main temple, to the temple office driveway, and continuing to the head priest's quarters entryway, was baked white. They must have known he was going out. An uncounted number of the old folks about had given polite bows and salutations. "Oh my, junior monk." The voice came from a corner of the greenery. The old woman by the Japanese box tree at the entryway bowed her straw hat wearing head to him. "Are you going out?" It had been a while since he'd seen that face. Did she take the trouble of coming because it was just before Bon? Seishin returned her greeting. "It's been some time. Thank you for coming when it is so hot." "It's nothing. This year is the 13th anniversary of Ojuai-chan's death, so I'll be counting on you again." "Yes. Likewise. How is the head monk's health?" A year and a half ago, his father Shinmei had suffered a stroke. Since then he had been living confined to the bed. "Well, thank you for asking. He's been able to talk quite a bit recently." "That's right, fine to hear," said the old lady, wiping her face with the towel around her neck. "That's right. Just lately, I saw something wrote by you, junior monk, in some kind of magazine. It was an essay, wasn't it? It was a short one, came across it in the hospital's waiting room." "Ah," said Seishin, with a bitter smile. The director of the Ozaki hospital knew that Seishin would hate it, so he went through the trouble of buying the magazine that had the article in it and sat it in his waiting room. Seishin offered no comment, replying only with, "Is that right?" "Oh my, and now I've kept you. Do take care," said the old woman, bowing her head deeply. He returned her bow and went from the driveway entrance to into the garage where he got in the car. The library wasn't so far one would need to drive. Rather, it was the perfect distance for a walk, for a change of pace. but right then the sun's rays were raining down incessantly. Furthermore, if he went through the village in midday on foot, he would be caught at each parishioner's house one by one and would never get anywhere. As he was in a mood to hurry, he used the car. While driving, he rolled down the windows and turned on the air conditioning to chase the hot air out. The elderly saw him off. He may have had a side job in writing literature, but Seishin's profession was that of a monk. They were the village's chief temple, and ever since his father had fallen ill, Seishin bore the weight of the temple's families. Receiving the formal salutations from the elderly, he slowly passed through the grounds towards the belfry before getting onto the private road. The stone stairway path down from the mountain gate wasn't long, but that, of course, was not possible for a car to traverse. Thus a private road was established by the belfry. Following it, the road came out at the lumber yard adjoined to the Marayasu sawmill. The private road's concrete was baked white, and the voices of the cicadas forming an umbrella over the path were dry. It was a quintessential seething summer scene. There was unusually little rainfall this year, and the heat was atrocious. The car drove towards the east, onto the village road that followed the river, where the water level was low and the riverbed's dry plains had grown as a result. The rainy season dawned as it was without a proper rain. The town of Mizobe had appropriately river-like rivers, but this mountain stream was fed only by the Omi River. With a water shortage downstream, Satoba drew out water from the river. There was damage from the heat. It had been a harsh summer. Following the stream south, he went past the vicinity of the first bridge that went towards the shrine. On the other bank of the river was the grove of the village shrine so green it practically stung the eyes. Going further down the village to Second Bridge, to the urban heart of Satoba, was the region between the second bridge and the third bridge. The third bridge was formerly known as the boundary of Satoba. Satoba was originally a village settled on temple grounds, opened by woodworkers, and until the temple territory was split up, all of Satoba was one neighborhood hamlet. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, the gathering of 6 neighborhoods, with an added scattering of houses in the northern mountain territory added as another territory. The 7 were generally referred to as the village of Satoba. In recent years, it was annexed into the town of Mizobe, all lumped together into one portion of Mizobe called Satoba. But the villagers and those surrounding the area still called it a village, and the post office designation still read village, so the 7 neighborhood names lived on. There were just under 400 houses, and the population was only 1,300 people, making for a very small village, but it still had the assets from when it had been run with a village's structure. And it was maintained, if only so that it could continue to keep up appearances as a village proper. The community Seishin approached held one of such maintained facilities. Near the second bridge's vicinity came into view the old-style building beside the village road, made of wood with a tile roof. This building that resembled an old-fashioned school was once the village town hall and was now the community center. Since the village was annexed into Mizobe, the town hall was now being used as a community center, and one portion became a library. One might think it obvious to write off the collection of books as the meager collection expected of a country library, but in this Satoba was extraordinary. The temple, the Ozakis, and the Kane Moss's predecessors had arranged for the donation of a rather large collection of books, and when the Kane Mosses left the village, they had donated a large sum of books and archives that Seishin made use of. Of course, there wasn't much in the way of light reading material, so it wasn't very popular with the villagers. He pulled the car into the community center lot, one turn after the Okawa liquor store, and entered the building. Inside the antiqued building was a small hall and meeting rooms for gatherings, where each association and business would hold their meetings. Through the wide open windows, the sound of playing children's voices was heard. Attached to the community center was a children's hall that housed a nursery school, another business within the community center. The costs of the hall's frequent maintenance fell upon the temple, on the Mure, Azaki, and Kanemasa households. The households of Mure and Azaki and the Kanemasa house had always continued to support the village thusly. Paying respect to the acquaintances he passed, Seishin headed towards the old library. Sitting behind the counter that was like an old-world relic was the librarian, Yuzuki. "Well, junior monk, good afternoon. Are you researching something?" "Sorry for the trouble, please let me in." The library's collection of books was spread across 2 depositories in the building. As they seemed to be the type villagers would generally have no interest in, including the old archives, they were kept in a non-self-serve section. There was a rule against entry, but nonetheless in Seishin's case it was overlooked. With a nod of his white-haired head, Yuzuki took the archive key out of the desk drawer. Just as he had taken it out, 2 children from the nursery school came rushing to the counter. Giving a broad smile, Yuzuki took the books they held out and processed them for lending. Yuzuki was a gentle man, with an introverted personality and a reputation for being loved by children. He knew what children liked and often looked after and talked to them, making him known and loved as the nice old man at the library. As expected, it's busy once summer vacation starts, Yuzuki said to Seishin with a delighted smile. If only it were always like this. Children today have so many more fun things than books. As Yuzuki said such, he looked to compare the children's room to the open stacks reading room. Still, it's better on the children's side. As for in here, guests are as rare as a cuckoo's cry. There was nobody in the reading room, lined with books targeted to adults. Seishin came to the library often, but he hardly ever recalled seeing a villager in the reading room. It was more common to see someone who liked books taking them out, or on occasion he may see people taking notes, usually a group of high school students, though only sometimes. As for yourself, junior monk, how is your writing going? When can we expect a new work? Who knows? Seishin prevaricated with a smile. I'm just now finally getting started on one. Is that right? Said Yuzuki with a smile, inviting him into the office and towards the archives. The distinguishing characteristic of the archives was the presence of old books, something Seishin liked. Entering the storage room and turning on the desk lamp near the door, he scoured the shelves. The books were precisely stowed according to the classification system. If one met an unnatural death at the hands of their elder brother, and if that little brother were to take up revenge against his killer, what means would he take? The little brother by no means wished for revenge, but the older brother should have been in fear that he did. All the same, the little brother would not take revenge on him. Neither cursing nor blaming him, he only accompanied him. Since the first night, reappearing every night since, he continued that pattern. At first, he was afraid, and then he became despondent knowing his little brother had no intent to inflict harm upon him. If his little brother had come for revenge, how much better it would be. That was, of course, a fearful prospect in itself, but if he would inflict injury on him thusly, if in trying to take his life away his little brother would become another killer like himself, if he would take up such actions for him, he was likely to draw a tangible sense of salvation from that. But his little brother did not. The victim who would not try to inflict harm upon him made it clear there was no escape from his sin. His little brother was no killer. He was not a sinner. He was the only one who was a killer, a breaker of divine law. He, Seishin thought as he turned the pages, may perhaps be in despair. He wanted his little brother to plot revenge and become the same repulsive being he was, to become a killer no different from himself. But the little brother did not live up to his expectations. He knew he had no will to fulfill them by his little brother's empty stare. Unable to bear it, he would lash out at his brother. He was sure to do that. He lambasted him for being cowardly, unable to even take revenge, scorned him, even condemned him. And still, his little brother neither struck him nor lambasted him. He merely stood quietly by, his hollow eyes turned towards him. His provocations had failed. He was only more stricken by this and dropped to his knees before his little brother. He prostrated himself in fear upon the earth, apologizing, clinging to his burial clothes and groveling for forgiveness. And all the while, his little brother's hollowed eyes only gazed at that spectacle. He stared back at his little brother, until without knowing when, he averted his eyes. His head hung in shame, in order to avoid his little brother's empty stare, and he set out, further from the hill where his little brother should have laid buried. There was nothing left he could do. He could neither run nor chase him away. He could do nothing but monologue about forgiveness to his little brother while traveling the wasteland. With his head hung low, and without turning to look at his little brother under any circumstances, while neither acknowledging nor denying his little brother's presence at the edge of his field of vision in which he was ever aware of him, he continued to walk. The will-o'-the-wisps crept over the land, fluttering in the dry winds as they drew their arcs, illuminating his and the corpse's path. Taking in the highs and lows of the land with his gaze and the soles of his feet, they walked in tacit silence. Always in the corner of his sight was his little brother's flickering form, shadowed by the faint smell of death's rot. It would not allow him the mercy of forgetting his sin and all that was associated with it, nor even the mercy of wearing it down. And perhaps in its own way that was his little brother's means of revenge. No, if this was not a part of his brother's revenge, it may have been another part of his curse, along with the hill that never grew further away and that splendor at its summit. Therefore thou art cursed, no longer one of the land, an eternal vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. Rummaging through the books in the archive and taking down notes or just things that came to mind, by the time Sation had left the archives, 2 hours had already passed. The summer sun's rays were beginning to fade to the hue of twilight. "I'm sorry about taking so long," Sation called out, causing Yuzuki to turn from the children he was talking to. "No, no," he smiled, an illustrated encyclopedia of insects on hand, holding onto a paper sack the children had put a rhinoceros beetle into. They probably came to ask him what kind of bug it was. It was a charming enough scene to bring a smile to Sation's face as he returned the key to Yuzuki. He checked out 3 books. Just as he was saying his thanks, as Yuzuki told him to come by again at any time, there was a piercing, shrill noise. It was the sound of a car's brakes, then the sound of something tumbling. Yuzuki's expression changed and he rushed to the window. Sation followed after him, rushing, seeing the village road that was, due to a dip, at eye level with the window and on the black car on that road. Lodged into its fender was a child's bicycle. "Are you all right?" Yuzuki shouted, a rare occurrence, his expression a rare one as well as he rushed out of the library. Sation followed after him from the community center to the village road. Just as Sation and Yuzuki came running, the driver had taken the bicycle in his arms and threw it to the side of the road. "Is he hurt?" At the sound of Yuzuki's voice, 3 children that had been crouched at the roadside looked up. Catching sight of Yuzuki, they burst out crying. The driver didn't even bother to look to that scene, tossing the bicycle to the side of the street and moving back around the front of the car into the driver's seat. He seemed distinctly burdened by having to remove an obstacle from the car's passing. "Hey, you." The one to come running out of the neighborhood liquor store was its shopkeeper, Okawa Tomio. Okawa's angry voice rang out as he rushed to the car, catching the driver's side door as he had tried to close it. A black Mercedes was a sight that had never been seen in the village. The driver was also an unknown face. He wasn't from the village. As if he didn't even realize the situation he was in, he stared forward with a glassy and emotionless expression. "Anyway, get on out of the car." The man gave no response to Okawa's demand. He appeared to be in his early 50s, and in fitting with the car he dressed as if he were influential and important, a man in good shape, but nevertheless his eyes were muddled and lifeless. Sation's immediate impression was that the man was dead drunk. "You don't have half a mind to get out and check on the kid. Where the hell are you from?" From what Sation could see, the children weren't in critical condition. Even so, one was squatting and holding his leg, clinging to Yuzuki and wailing. Whether he was hurt or just surprised, if he could cry, then it wasn't a worst-case scenario at least. "What's wrong?" "Were you hit?" Sation asked, and the child nodded. He was probably a lower primary school student. The bicycle thrown to the side of the road was a small child-sized one, and the back wheel was bent. As Sation was taking in these details, there was the sound of the transmission releasing. As the car started moving, Okawa's angry voice raged out. "Hey, you!" Sation was startled. The driver started driving with the door still open. With the door caught in his hand, Okawa, a man built like a giant, was being pulled along. The car kept on like that along the village road, swerving towards the river before pulling the door shut and speeding far off and away. "Okawa-san, are you all right?" Okawa, who had been thrown into the roadside bushes, made a face as he pulled himself up. With his rage clear in his expression, he glared at the leaving car. "Who the hell does he think he is?" Okawa snapped as if spitting out the words, turning to Sation. "Junior monk, did you see the plates?" Sation shook his head. It had all happened so fast that his mind hadn't gotten around to it. Didn't seem to be a villager, did he? Never seen a car like that. Damn it, bunch of good-for-nothings coming and going here lately. Okawa stared off in the direction the car had left, lamenting. Anyway, we need to contact Officer Takami-san, he suddenly said, turning as if he just remembered the crying children. No, guess these kids come first. How are they? It doesn't appear to be serious. But we should bring him to the hospital. I came by car so. Okawa breathed a sigh and crouched beside the children. Now, no more crying. The junior monk's gonna take you to the doctor. Agreeing with Okawa's words, Yuzuki comforted the children, patting them each one by one on the head. Damn, what a punk, Okawa spit out, turning to Seishin. I'll leave the boy to you. I'll go to report to Takami-san. Seishin nodded. The villagers must have heard about the fuss, as they started gathering. The one who was injured was a child from Shida Satoba called Mita Shigeji. Bruises and scrapes. He wasn't hit by the car, they're probably from falling off the bike, Toshio said, looking at the x-ray. The car itself couldn't have been going that fast, could it? Doesn't look like he got any head injuries either, so he got off pretty light. Seishin breathed a light sigh of relief. The local officer Takami, who was looking at the x-ray from behind Seishin, breathed a similar sigh. It's good. What a relief. The only ones in the examination room were Toshio and Seishin, along with Takami. The family hadn't come yet. Seishin didn't know the child who had been injured. The boy himself gave his name and address, but when they called, nobody was there. It was possible that they were out in the fields or the mountains. They had just contacted the neighbors to look for the family. Still, Toshio said with a shrug of his shoulders, I'm not clear on what happened. You don't remember the car. Seishin nodded. I don't think that it was a villager. I didn't know their face and such. Can you write it off that easy? You didn't know Shigeji-kun's face either. He isn't from one of the parish families, not that I know all of the kids of the parish either. At any rate, I think that car is a different matter. It was a black Benz. Aha, Toshio nodded. Takami nodded as if thinking the same thing. I see, I've never seen a Benz before. If we're talking about foreign cars in this village, only the junior doctor's wife's BMW comes to mind. Toshio laughed. Toruta-kun from my office drives a Golf, and Nurse Shiomi-kun has a Mini. Whoops, said Takami, smacking his forehead. But, well, it's true there ain't no Benzes around. If there was someone driving a car like that, the rumors would get around. But Takami-san, better look into it just in case. Takami nodded. Of course, it was a hit and run after all. And furthermore, it shows ill will that they drove off dragging boss Okawa by the door. But doctor, there isn't anyone in the village who would do such a thing, either. Desperate times, desperate measures, and all that jazz. But, Seishin interposed. There was something off about the driver. I don't know how best to put it, but yes, it did seem like he was under the influence. And not as if he had been drinking alcohol, but as if he had taken a drug. Seishin recalled the driver's tired expression. It doesn't sound like anyone from the village, does it? Better not to make snap judgments like that, Takami-san. Seishin, have you ever even seen a drug addict? I haven't, but he did seem to be drunk. Yet he didn't have the reddened face of someone who had been drinking. Okawa-san had said he didn't smell like alcohol either. Old man Taki said something similar. Takami said, scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. He said he had seen a car through the window at the water company. He didn't know the type of car, but it was a big black one. It seems it was driving through the village, weaving back and forth. Just when he'd wondered if they were drunk, there was that mess. He came rushing onto the scene, fussing that he knew there would be an accident. HNN. If only the village had a branch office out here, Takami said with a huff. He said it was going north, so if there were someone checking comings and going for the village, the way that car stood out, it would have been over before it started. Even though a call did come into the office, the patrol car rushing from there didn't make it in time. He's probably made his way around and escaped out of the village by now. Probably, and with a bruised and scratched up victim. That's right, Takami muttered, before seeming to realize something as he looked up from his memo pad. Say, junior monk, that couldn't have been the Kanemasa house's family's car, could it? Seishin blinked. Kanemasa, what? They're the kind of people to build up that kind of house. Doesn't it seem like they'd drive a Benz too? However, nobody has moved into that house yet. But hey, there was talk about a moving truck coming in during the Mushiokuri. But we're talking about coming and moving in, Toshio interrupted. Since then, I haven't heard anything about them moving in, and it doesn't look like anyone's moved in either, does it? Do you think they may have moved in secret? Toshio laughed in amazement. You think someone could get away with that in this village? Even without the layout, that house is under so much attention that if there was even a hint of someone having moved in there, the next day it'd be all over the village. That's true, I guess. Then, the people of that house may have come to see how things were or… If that's how it is, it's not impossible, I guess, Toshio said, looking to Seishin. But you saw his face, didn't you? Later on, when the master of the house does move in, you'll know him if you see him. Only if I were to meet him right away, Seishin answered. It was a sudden affair, so fast that he didn't even think to read his license plate after all, so he was sure to be a bit unreliable. He recalled that something was off with his eyes, but if asked about the other features on his face, he wasn't as confident. Toshio gave an exaggerated sigh. All that's left is to try asking the old bags at Takemura then. You said he came on the village road. That bunch watches who comes and don't they? If we're lucky, they might even remember the plates. Seishin and Takami exchanged wry smiles. The old folks in the neighborhood all gathered around the Takemura stationery shop's shop front. It wasn't as if they were truly conducting surveillance, probably, but when it came to those coming and going from the village, they were unsettlingly well informed. While wearing that forced smile, Takami scratched at his close-cropped hair. At any rate, I will at least ask if there were any who had seen the car. If we don't handle this well, the culprit may get away. Just as Takami was saying that, with a mix between a mumble and a sigh, a shrill sound came from the direction of the waiting room. Immediately Nurse Ritsuko's face appeared in the examining room door. Doctor, it's Mita Shigechi-kun's mother. For now, bring her into the treatment room and let her see Shigechi-kun. She should calm down once she sees him. I'll be right there. Yes, Ritsuko said with a nod. Hurried footsteps carried past the examining room. There was the stampeding sound of someone entering the treatment room, partitioned off with a single screen, then the sound of a woman sobbing out as if an emotional dam had been broken. While listening to that hysterical voice scream Shigeki's name, Toshio approached the treatment room. Seishin and Takami followed. There was the boy lying on the bed, the middle-aged woman holding him to her breast, and another woman of the same age watching over the scene. She was one Seishin recognized. She was Yano Kanami of the drive-in Chigusa. Kanami was the first to notice Toshio. She gently nudged the woman who appeared to be Shigeki's mother, and that woman lifted her face. Looking at the three men in the room and comparing them, she suddenly released the child and stood. Is that the man who ran over Shigeki? Her glare was aimed directly at Seishin, to his bewilderment. It was a ghastly sight, maybe because she came rushing at him. Her face covered in so much sweat it was as if a bucket of water were dumped on her tangled hair sticking to her pallid face. Kanami stopped the woman rushing at him with a wordless scream, and Takami rushed up seeming flustered himself. Ah, no, it wasn't him, ma'am. He's just the one who brought your son here. Then where's the culprit? The boy who had been abandoned by the shrill-voiced woman looked afraid now himself. Well, that is, he ran away. You're lying, he ran him over, didn't he? Motoko, the one who called out to the screaming woman, was Yano Kanami. This isn't the one. See, he's the junior monk from the temple. Your family isn't part of the parish, so you might not know him, but I'm very familiar with him. At those words, Motoko looked up to Kanami as if a switch was flipped. Kanami wore an awkward smile. So, you see. You can calm down. Then Motoko looked between Seishin and Kanami. Who ran over Shigeki? About that, said Takami, approaching Motoko's side. For now, let me tell you what we know. It seems like the culprit wasn't a villager. Just as he was explaining that, Motoko's voice rung out in another wordless shriek. Looking as if she could faint any moment, she turned to Toshio. Shigeki is Shigeki all right. As you can see, he's just fine, Toshio answered blithely. He was clearly more interested in Motoko's state. Just some scratches and bruises. I took an X-ray just in case, and there's nothing abnormal. Tomorrow he'll be able to go do radio exercises and run amok. Motoko blinked slowly, then, as if her body itself were not quite right, once again broke down crying. Toshio forced a smile and turned his eyes to Ritsuko, standing stock still with bewilderment. If you ask me which is worse off, I'd said the mom at this point. Riken, calm her down and explain the state of his injuries to her. Yes, Ritsuko nodded. Toshio motioned for Yano Kanami, beckoning her to the examination room. You're Kanami-san from Chigusa, aren't you? That's right. Mitoko was working at the shop with me at the time. Ah, I see. The missus of the Mita house seems a little distracted right now, so, for the time being, I'll explain things to you. Later you can explain things to her if she doesn't seem to understand. Yes, she said, then giving a smile to Seishin. Junior monk, I'm sorry about her. Mitoko has been always neurotic about her children. Seishin shook his head, saying it was nothing as Kanami bowed her head. You transported Shiijiki-kun here, didn't you? I thank you very much. With Mitoko in that state, please accept my thanks in her stead. No, think nothing of it. Mitoko-san must be very distraught. Kanami wore a troubled smile, as if to say, really. Mitoko's house is near the highway. I mean, there are a lot of accidents on the highway, aren't there? So, she can be prone to brooding sometimes about her children, possibly being hit by an outsider driving down the highway or something like that. I really have no excuse for her. Ah, mumbled Seishin. Kanami had used the word brooding, but for Mitoko that may have been more of a fearful fixation. Once she heard her child was in an accident, her mind leaped to the worst circumstances imaginable, he didn't doubt. That is, Mitoko-san must have been deeply worried. There are not any injuries to worry about at all. When he was first brought in, he was a little dazed from the shock, but he calmed down quickly enough to give his name, address and phone number right and all. There wasn't anything out of place on the x-rays, so beyond the bruises and scrapes you can see, there's no outstanding injuries. Anyway, the victim himself was pretty surprised, and since he is a kid, he might not calm down for 2 or 3 days, but he should be back to normal soon enough. Then, it really isn't anything serious, is it? Rather than saying he was hit by a car, it'd be more accurate to say his back wheel was hit, and that he fell over. He's a kid, so it was a mental shock. I think he might have a fever from that too, but it's nothing to worry about. If it does seem worrisome, I can prescribe a stabilizer if he's brought in for treatment. Yes, Kanami said with a relieved smile. I'm relieved. I think Mitoko will be relieved too. By the way, Takami interrupted. Your place is right at the village entrance, isn't it? It is, but what about it? Well, you see, it's about the black Benz that threw Shiijiki-kun off his bike. I was wondering if maybe you'd seen anything, or... Kanami blinked. A black Benz, was it? Yes. I saw it. Then that's the car that got Shiijiki-kun. You did? Any chance you got the plates or? No, I didn't. But a black foreign car going towards Mizobe did come into the parking lot. Towards Mizobe? As Takami asked that, Seishin tilted his head in thought. The drive-in Chigusa was at the intersection of the highway and the village, on the Mizobe side. If the car were going towards Mizobe and entered into the Chigusa parking lot, that would mean it had already been past the village road. Yes, Kanami said with a meek nod. I heard a horn honk, and then a black foreign car pulled into the lot from the highway bridge, grazing by a truck as it passed. Mitoko had said what dangerous driving about them. That car turned around in the parking lot and went back towards the village. It was zigzagging as it drove. Did you see the driver's face? Yes, it was an unfamiliar face. I don't think they were from the village. I thought they must have overlooked the village road and gone past it. But he was driving so recklessly. The man driving himself seemed to be staggered, or Kanami hesitated to speak. Even though he was turning back when he turned the steering wheel, his head lolled forward like this, tilting. I wondered if he was all right, Kanami said, adding on uneasily. It was an elegant car, even Mitoko was saying that. That was someone from Kainmasa. Part 2. With still no sign of rain, the end of July approached. After seeing off the last patient on the afternoon of Saturday the 30th, Ritsuko pulled the curtain shut and turned towards the entryway, the cloudless blue sky still looming overhead. The strong rays of the sun scorched the scenery in white. The shadows that fell were tiny, but dark as if painted on. Ritsuko's eyes narrowed against the brightness outdoors and closed the curtain to dull the sun. Just then, a wheezing-like noise of the scooter came. The old worn-out scooter pulled into the lot staggeringly, coming to a stop beneath the small shadow cast before the entryway. Ritsuko forced a smile as she took the closed curtain and half-opened it. From behind, she heard Isaki Satoko's voice. Riken, an emergency. Satoko had already changed clothes and had her bag in hand. It's the Oba-chan of the Murasako household. Oh, it's all right, we're finished for today. You're going to eat with everyone, right? Don't mind, go on ahead. You don't mind? I'm sorry, Satoko said, making an apologetic gesture, disappearing towards the back entrance just as the front entrance opened. Is now a bad time. The one who hobbled in with her helmet in one hand, the coating fading off of it, was Murasako Miko of Yamari. She was at an age where just seeing her straddle a scooter was cause for fear, but living out in Yamari, she couldn't get by without at least driving a scooter. Come in. Ritsuko stood on the clay floor of the entryway, inviting Miko inside. Bowing her head several times, Miko passed by, opening the curtain again. On Saturdays, it's only until noon, I know. I'd gotten out of the house late. I'm so sorry. It's all right. Are you here for Jigoru Ojai-chan's medicine? Ritsuko asked as she moved around into the reception counter. As she was halfway there, Mewtwo poked his face out. Riken, it an emergency. It's Miko Oba-chan. It's all right, please, go ahead and have lunch. Ritsuko said as much as she entered the reception area, but Mewtwo came following after her. Sorry for the trouble. Miko apologized across the counter, wiping away the sweat on her brow as if she had no excuse for herself. Mewtwo smiled and lightly waved his hand. Nah, don't mind it a bit. It's hot, isn't it? It is. Jigoru-san's medicine, yes. Riken, I'll go get the records, Mewtwo said. Ritsuko nodded and went deeper into the office towards the pharmacy. And how is Jigoru-san's health? About that, these past few days it hasn't been good, so. Oh. The northern community separated in the mountains, Yamari, had only 3 inhabitants left, old folks who lived draped over the area. One of them was Okawa Jigoru, with a history of high blood pressure, which he took medication for. Jigoru himself came for his medicine, but on occasion the neighbors Murasako Hidemasa or Miko would come. That's no good, is it? Wouldn't it be better to have the junior doctor have a look at him? I'm thinking it's a summer cold is all. Actually, my husband has one himself. Is he all right? Interrupted Yasuyo. Carrying a cup of barley tea in hand, she placed it atop the counter. It's hot, isn't it? Here, have this. Oh my, I'm so sorry, on top of coming in after hours. It's quite all right. No one wants to go out in the heat, we're all dawdling around the office still anyway, said Yasuyo. How is Jigoru-san? Does he have a fever? Miko waved her hand. It doesn't look like he has a fever. If it's not a summer cold, maybe the summer heat is getting to him. She says Murasako Ojai-chan has a summer cold, added Mewtwo, causing Miko to wave her hand again. Oh, I don't think it's anything big. My husband doesn't have any kind of fever either, but he's just sort of spaced out. He seems slack, always nodding off to sleep though. Oh dear me, murmured Yasuyo. Talk to the doctor. It might be best to have him take some medicine after all, don't you think? Mewtwo added in again, Yasuyo-san, I'm going to go put in a word with the doctor. Oh no, that's. It's nothing, we'll just ask him quickly, Mewtwo said easily as he stepped out of the receptionist's office. Watching Mewtwo jog off towards the residential side of the building, Yasuyo offered Miko a seat. It will just be a moment. Has Jigoru-san been eating all right with this heat? Or is he working too hard? If only he were that noble a man. But no, he himself says he's just tired from going out. Well, that's nice, isn't it? A vacation. Oh, I don't think it's anything big. A few days ago, he had a guest at his home. He came in a very nice car. I don't remember what that kind of car was called, though. But as soon as I'd said what a grand car it was, he said that he had someone to meet and went out. He didn't say who he was meeting or where he was going, though. It sure seemed like it'd have been a story to hear, though. He left in high spirits and didn't come back all night. If he was going to stay out, he could at least stay. He's going to be out before he goes, though. Yasuyo smiled. It seemed Jigoru, who lived alone, ate dinner at the Murasako house. Even if they lived in different houses, they were practically family. Out all night without a word to anyone. Jigoru-san, you sly dog, said Yasuyo, raising a laugh from Miko. He'd be doing well for his age to come home well. But the next day, when he came back, he looked like the life was drained out of him, spacing out. If he hadn't said himself he was worn out, I'd think it was a summer cold, just like I'd been saying. I mean, really, he's become so sluggish it's unbearable. Since then, he's just been hard and fast asleep. Well, dear me, that's worrisome. He doesn't have a fever. In fact, he's almost cool to the touch. His color's no good, but it doesn't seem like his blood pressure's high or anything. And your husband, Miko-san, is he the same way? Why he is just like Jigoro-san indeed. Maybe he'd gotten Jigoru's summer cold, I'd thought to myself, but if my husband weren't like that himself, I'd have had him bring me by car, after all. I wonder if that doesn't sound like something the doctor should look at for you after all. Of course not. If he sleeps, he'll recover. Poor guy, getting an amateur's diagnosis. The one whose voice was tinged with a laugh was Toshio. Oh, doctor, I am sorry for today, Miko said, bowing her head deeply, as if profoundly ashamed for troubling him from the very bottom of her heart. And what's up with Jigoru-san? Toshio invited Miko back towards the examination room to check her over as Yasuyo went into the medication room. Ritsuko was just finishing putting a rubber band around the medicine. Did the doctor come back in? MMHM, say what they will about him, that man is a diligent doctor. Ritsuko smiled. He is, but it'd still be better if he could watch that mouth of his. Never happening, never happening. I've worked here since that one was a child, so I'm a little too familiar with him. He's always been contrary. The more you tell him to watch what he says to the people around him, the more he wants to say the worst. Ritsuko smiled, offering no comment. It wasn't long before the Toshio they were speaking of came out with Miko. Riken, I gave her medicine, Toshio said, handing her the file before turning back to Miko. Anyway, if it looks bad, have him come in for an exam. If he can't make it in, I'll come give one, so call me. I'm truly sorry for the trouble. Whether it's a cold or the heat, don't take it lightly. Old people can drop dead in no time flat. Yasuyo raised her brows, as if to chide him for saying something unnecessary again, as Ritsuko sputtered out a laugh. But still, as Toshio headed back towards the main wing of his house, Miko saw him off with a polite bow of her head. Part 3. Kaori, how long are you going to sleep? Her mother Sachiko pulled open the small flower-patterned curtain. The white rays of the sun shone directly in Kaori's face, making her roll over in her sleep on top of the futon. Hot. It's because you're sleeping so late. It's already 10 o'clock. Get up and eat breakfast. It hasn't been put up yet. Kaori sighed at that distant voice. Sweat clung to her body all over, weighing her down. She didn't have an appetite, but if she said that she didn't want it, she'd be scolded to. Think of the person who went through the trouble to make it for you. Which she would be without a doubt, so with no other choice she rose. The light summer towel-like blanket stuck to her body, an unpleasant feeling. It was now August, and there was still no rain. With the end of a rainy season that was a rainy season in name only, the frustratingly clear weather continued. The days of a consecutive heat wave heated the air itself, and the nights couldn't clear away the heavy heat by the time the sun rose again. It felt like the heat was only building up in the atmosphere day by day. I want an air conditioner. Kaori brushed up her sweat-drenched hair. Kaori's room had good ventilation. In the mornings it was cool, so there had never been much need for an air conditioner before, but this year's summer was special. She couldn't sleep well until late at night, then the sun rose and she'd wake up hot. She clung to the bed sleepily, but she wouldn't be left to sleep as she liked. Stop saying such spoiled things. How about waking up while it's still cool in the morning instead? With a mumble of yes, Kaori watched her mother leave the room. Sluggishly getting dressed before heading downstairs, she was feeling just a little bit cooler. She washed her face and went to the living room where only her serving of breakfast was still sitting out. As she wearily began to eat, with a thump-thump came the boisterous footsteps of her little brother Akira. What? Kaori, you're just now eating breakfast. Akira was 2 years younger than her and had just entered middle school, putting him in the prime age of cheekiness. He even addressed Kaori without any honorific. You're perky today, even though it's this hot. I don't have as much fat on me weighting me down as Kaori does. Yes, yes, Kaori muttered. Akira's body heat raised the room's temperature. She couldn't get into the mood to fight with him. Hey, want me to give you a chill? Akira made a face as if planning a prank. No thanks. I'm sure you're not thinking of anything good. It's not like that, Akira said, his mouth tapering to a sour point. I heard the family moving into Cane Moss's shown up. Thinking no way, Kaori looked to Akira's face. Shown up nothing, there's nobody living there, is there? Right, even though no one's living there, people have seen people's shadows, they're saying. From the window, all looking out. So they have moved in. Akira's shoulders sank as if drained of strength. That's not what I'm talking about at all. Look, in the old house, something had to have happened. I'm talking about ghosts hanging around, and sometimes they look out the window. Nibbling the end of her chopsticks, Kaori tilted her head. That'd be weird. Why? Because that building looks old, but it was just built recently. Nobody could have lived in it yet, could they? That house couldn't have had anyone die in it. That's 'cause I'm talking about them haunting the Cane Masa property. Or that house was rebuilt, then it had to have been where it was built before. Something that happened then. Is that right? Thought Kaori, not satisfied with that. That something unfortunate happened in a house, and the ghosts of the dead haunted it was a common enough story. She'd even heard ghost stories about their inhabitants being afraid and tearing down the building, then building up a new one only for them to come out again after all. But if the house moved too, would the ghosts move with it? It sounds fishy. As if his fervor had been sliced down, Akira put his chin in his hands. You argue about the weirdest things, but I'm telling you they come out. There are people who have seen it, so that's how it is. Didn't they just misunderstand what they saw? They said it's definitely true. And there's more. From inside the wall there was a groaning voice. One guy said he heard it. From inside the fenced-in part was a grating, scratching sound, and someone groaning, they said. Kaori's brows knitted. She didn't like these kinds of stories. That's just a rumor, I'm sure. That might be the case, sure. That's why we should go check it out. Don't want to, it's creepy. Kaori gathered the half-uneaten breakfast into her rice bowl. As for me, I don't like that house. It's old and gloomy, it feels strange. She went and put her bowl in the sink, Akira following her. That's why it's great. It's like it's gotta have a story. It'll be all right. It's the middle of the day, nothing that scary'll happen. Then there's no point in going either, is there? If you want to go, why don't you go by yourself at night, Akira? You were the one saying it was just a rumor, weren't you, Kaori? We're just going to check it out and see if it feels like that kind of place or not. If we do that, we might see the people from the house by chance too. They haven't moved in yet. There was talk of the truck that came, wasn't there? Come on, let's just check it out a little. Kaori breathed a sigh. Akira wouldn't listen to anything she said. He'd follow her around annoyingly all day until she agreed. She could tell by the look in his eyes. We'll take a walk by the front of the house, but that's it. Akira broke into a grin. Okay. Going outside, the heat assaulted them from every direction. Going to the doghouse by the back door, Love had half of his body in the hole he had dug in there, looking exhausted. Even when Kaori pulled out the leash, he turned away. Love was a mutt with some long-haired breed and chubby. That only seemed to make him feel hotter. Look, Love doesn't want to go either, Kaori tried to say, but Akira paid it no mind, hooking the leash to his collar. As if to say there was no choice, he was going to be drug along. Love lifted his backside. Dejected, Kaori followed after. The road was baked white and a heat haze shimmered off of it. Akira triumphantly started forward as if chasing after a mirage. The fields were green, and the voices of the cicadas raining down were hot in her ears. Maybe because the asphalt was hot, Love chose to walk in the roadside bushes as he followed Akira. Kaori's house was in Shida-Satoba, so it was some distance to the Cane Masa house. There was at least the shade of the trees on a path that came out from the base of Tsunoyama End Mountain at the west end of the village, so they took an unnecessarily roundabout path. At the foot of the mountains, indeed, the wind blowing through the firs was pleasingly cool, but with the voices of the cicadas all that much louder, it felt unnecessarily, increasingly hot to her. As she was beginning to regret being dragged along by Akira, they came to the intersection of Tsunoyama and the western mountains. A Hakora stood on the path that ran along the western mountains. Hi. Akira, who had been leading the way, stopped. When she asked what it was, he pointed to the Hakora. Kaori, look. Kaori and Love peered into the Hakora, where Akira pointed. Due to the sun shining blindingly off of the asphalt, the inside of the Hakora was at first dim. In that small Hakora, 3 adults could fit inside, though they'd be cramped. In the fenced-in interior were an old stone pillar, so worn down it was hard to tell what it was besides a stone and an offering box. No, that was what should have been in there. No, what happened here? The stone that should have been standing there prominently was thrown back on a bed of concrete. There were many things broken and scattered inside. The stone that should have been in the center was broken in the middle, its offering box smashed, coins scattered on the floor. This is Kushin-sama, right? NN, Kaori nodded. At the very least, with the coins still scattered about, it probably wasn't a thief after the offerings. In the first place, more than looking like the tumulus was destroyed in an attempt to break the offertory box, it was more like the goal was to smash up whatever could be reached within. This is bad, man. It's all busted up. Kaori shrunk back a bit. Ever since she was little, she was taught not to play around in hakoras or tumuli. She was told if she did something bad, she would be punished. So seeing such a sight, she had the feeling something that must never happen had happened. Say, Akira, let's go back. Akira turned with a shocked look, asking why. It'd be better to tell someone. About this. For some reason or other, she couldn't leave it like this. What little drive she had to take off in this heat for a long walk was completely whittled away. Akira stubbornly looked off towards the north of the western mountains, but maybe it was still weighing on his mind, because with an obedient nod, he tugged on the leash. We're going back, love. We'll scout it out next time. Listen to this, Tatsu-san. Takemura Tatsu was tending to the store, feeling listless when Yiko and Takiko came hurrying up. They eagerly beckoned her closer with a hand motion. Tatsu was making use of the fan, turning an indifferent eye towards them. Yiko and Takiko came rushing off of the baked village road into the shop. Have you seen it? Have I seen what? The Jizo statue there. Yiko pointed towards the third bridge. His head has fallen off his head. Tatsu scowled, narrowing her eyes against the sun's rays as she set her gaze towards the bridge. What she saw was Oitaru leaning over and inspecting the inside of the small hakora. Across the bridge, we met Oitaru-san. Why, he said the hakora at Mizuguchi is broken too, smashed all to bits. We were just talking about what a bad sign it was, so imagine our surprise when we crossed the bridge. The Jizo's head had fallen off. Oh, Tatsu murmured. So that was what the fuss was this morning, she thought. When she woke up and looked outside that morning, she had seen a number of old people gathered near the bridge. Tatsu herself didn't have the laudable habit of going to the hakora first thing in the morning, but a group of the elderly in the neighborhood would wake up and head straight to the hakora to put their hands together and clean it up. One of them must have seen it and called for the others. At any rate, it looks like it was broken sometime at night. All about the head and shoulders is just a mess. Now who could do such a sinful act? Really, who? Said Takiko with an exaggerated grimace. It's a terrible story. Perhaps it was Okawa's son. He's committed a few juvenile, rowdy crimes of that nature and all. Might have been, Tatsu thought. What would even be the purpose in destroying an old worn-out Jizo like that? Of course it was probably destruction for its own sake, but she didn't think there was anyone who would sink so low as to destroy that. As she thought this, Ikumi's face appeared in the shop front. Yiko snapped up from her stool, voice ringing out. Listen, Ikumi-san, have you seen? Ikumi gave a thin laugh. I know all about it. Mizuguchi too, right? Right, Mizuguchi too. And Kami and Shida, both of them. Takiko voiced her surprise. Both of them? The one by Second Bridge and the one furthest down, both of them. Right, this morning I found the one in Shida. After all, it's our own neighborhood. It bothered me, so I did a full lap of the neighborhood. Second Bridge's hakora was desecrated, and the one across First Bridge on the coast's Kubusama was desecrated too. Kami Satoba's furthest one north as well. Both Yiko and Takiko's jaws dropped. Why then, all of them along Mizuguchi and the village road? So it seems, might there be others beyond even that desecrated, I wonder? Sounding somehow triumphant, Ikumi lowered herself onto one of the folding stools. They protect the village, something wicked's going to happen here soon. Ikumi said with a thin smile. You can bet on it, this summer will be an auspicious one. Shimizu Megumi walked down the road that the sun's light began to slope towards. Weaving between the rows of houses and fields she headed north. Just as she passed the bridge over the small brook, she'd had a run-in with an old woman she'd known in passing. Oh my, Megumi-chan, aren't you gusset up? Are you going out? Megumi dodged. She didn't even want to talk with the elderly. You've gotten so big, you're already in high school, you've really come into your own as a young lady. Megumi thought to snap back that she'd heard that line the last time they talked, but it never left her lips. If you made any kind of talk with them, they'd never let you go. She'd learned that much. Oh, say, the old woman said, being cut off by Megumi insisting she was in a hurry and leaving. Whatever it was probably just about the Kushin Hakora anyway. There were already 2 old people who had brought that story up to her since she'd left the house. It seemed the tumuli and stone monuments here and there in the village were broken last night. The deeply superstitious elderly fussed about it like a crime had been committed, but Megumi couldn't help thinking, isn't it just a bunch of rocks? The bigger oddity was that people nowadays still cleaned and made offerings at them. How dumb, Megumi mumbled as she hurried ahead. Going from road to road, her goal being north, she walked, drawing nearer and nearer to the western mountains. When she entered the Monzon community, she was at the edge of the western mountains. Megumi came to the corner turn in the street and looped up the slope that lead up the western mountain. The mansion looked like it came out of a foreign movie. The road from where Megumi stood was a slow rising slope, a slightly elevated ridge that wrapped around to the back of the lumberyard mill in Monzon, but from Megumi's position, a private road that continued to the house could be seen. At the end of the leisurely rising road was a somewhat diagonally closed gate. The doors of the gate were made with antique wood with black metal finish, where the gate posts brick. The reddish hue was fresh, and the white fence that enclosed was radiantly new. Atop the tall fence were pointed iron rods. From where Megumi stood, all that could be seen were the fence, those freshly placed, delicate-seeming spearheads, and the roof. Blackened gray stones made up the wall that had a similarly darkened window frame and a door crammed in. The entryway was to the right, and a little further in on the left-hand side was a complicated bay window jutting out. But still, that was all she knew. From the start, the construction site had been surrounded by a tall fence, and while there were places along the outer wall where one could peek, Megumi had no way of knowing what the inside was like. What kind of rooms did it have? What kind of interior design? They were all things she really wanted to know, she thought. Since June, when it had finished, until this very day, there was no talk of the owners making to move in. Just when would the master show himself? Even though she'd been waiting for so long for them, I'd like to see the inside of the house. What kind of rooms would it have? What kind of furniture, and what style of curtains and carpet furnished it? She bet there were paintings on the wall, weren't there? Flowers arranged in flower vases, she assumed. I wonder what sort of people live here. Did they have a daughter Megumi's age? If they did, she wanted to become friends. What would her room be like? At the least, it would have to be Western style to fit in, with large, superb furniture and a plush bed in the corner, 3 layers of box springs high. It was sure to be completely different from Megumi's room. There would be precisely crafted furniture and patterned, lush carpets, an adult-looking desk and dressers. And if she could be allowed to peek through her closet, she was sure it would be so much fun. I wonder if they have a boy. A boy just a little older would be so great. As she thought that, embarrassment hit her. In the desk she'd used since primary school, hidden in the depths of a pull-out drawer was a photograph. It wasn't like she'd confessed to him or anything like that yet, but hiding that photo, while thinking of the boy who resided in the mansion, made her feel guilty towards the one in the photo. But yes, if he could be like a kind, older brother. The only child Megumi had always wanted an older brother. What she especially wanted was a gallant one. One who could be her confidant, who could do anything, who she could brag to anyone about, an older brother to be the envy of all the girls in her class. How about if she got along well with the boy from that house and was able to go to his room, being Line his little sister? But he definitely couldn't come into her room. Everything everywhere and anywhere would be dyed with a warm brood scent in such a home. May they have high school-aged children. How many times had Megumi said such a prayer since last year when construction began? If they didn't have children, they were sure to be stately old people living there who would spoil her like a grandchild. Or alternately, a middle-aged couple who could treat her as a daughter would be fine too. I want in that house. If only she could be intimately invited into that home and to be familiar every nook and cranny of it as if it were her own. Why can't I be a child of that house? Even though it'd be so great if she could. Not the child of a stiff father, not the child of a nagging mother, not the grandchild of old grandparents who griped from sun up to sundown. I want to go there. Megumi started up the slope as if being drawn by something. After only 5 meters, her feet stopped their ascent, as she would only feel more pitiful if she went any further, and so she couldn't go any closer. She stared up at that unbearable house, where the gate stood in her way, tightly shut as if to reject Megumi. Take a good look here, Okawa Tomio showed to customers on each side of the counter. the Okawa liquor shop had a short counter. On the register side, there were some chairs so that customers could sample drinks, but it ended up becoming a perch for more general drinking. Okawa showed his scabbed arms to the group who had gathered seeking pre-dinner drinks. They were the remnants of the injury from day before when an outsider's car drug him along and flung him into a barrel roll. Damn, what a son of a bitch, one customer sympathized with a nod. If it was outsider driving around a luxury car, then we know nothing good's going to come from them. You don't think he's one of them Kainmasa newcomers, do ya? Who knows, Takami-san didn't think so, but anyway, that's how it all ends. I don't remember his plates and no one's seeing them around now. There's a chance, maybe it was the same guy. An old man with his face flushed red with liquor said. You know, the Buddhist statue broke by First Bridge last night. What? Okawa's eyes flared widely open. What an abomination. The only ones who do that would be outsiders. Outsiders don't got no respect for those kinds of things at all. Many customers wholly agreed, but there was a customer who had said, I wonder. That old man quietly eyed the one organizing the shelves, Okawa's son. Don't think it was him, do you? At the customer's coarse tone, Okawa Etsushi looked up. Might have snapped and broke them all up, don't you think? Trying to swipe the offerings, probably, said one customer laughing at Etsushi. He's had a sticky-fingered habit all his life. A conspicuous rotten expression rose on Atsushi's acne-scarred face. He made eyes at the customers, then turned away. What's with that attitude? Said Okawa. Don't you get cheeky. Don't think you can be cocky like that just 'cause you've grown big. Atsushi said nothing, eyeing the shelves. He roughly crammed the canned snacks into place on the shelf, then took the empty cardboard box in hand and stood. Oi, Atsushi. Do a neater job of that. I did it, Atsushi answered shortly, taking the box and leaving the store. Behind him, he heard Okawa grumbling to the customers that in 20 years he'd never been satisfied with how the shelves were sorted. The high school passed him out of pity too from the looks of it. Even if he kept going, he wouldn't get nowhere with it. He's old enough now, but don't got no brains for nothing, but trying to act tough. How'd I end up having such a good-for-nothing brat? Atsushi went around to the back side of the shop, throwing out the empty box. He stomped it down with all his might, then slapped it onto the mountain of boxes. Fuck you, Atsushi spat out in his thoughts, leaving from the back of the shop. Like he knew anything about any old stone statues. When he was a kid, it was true he'd stolen from the offertory boxes, but in the present, he wouldn't be happy about the 5 or 10 yen out of an offertory box. They kept dragging out stories from when he was a kid, and he didn't like how they could just write it off as his fault somehow. Taking the road by the shop, he came out in the shopping district, but he didn't really have any place to go. At times like this, he was sure running wild in a car or a motorcycle would be just the thing to refresh him, but Atsushi had neither a bike nor a car. In high school, he had friends who would loan him theirs, but once he graduated and was sucked into the village, his ties were cut. The shop's car and bike's keys were under his parents' watch. His mother, who was stingy in all she did, was cautious about Atsushi wasting gas and refused to hand over the key unless it was for a delivery. If he had his own money, it'd be great, but Atsushi was made to work in the shop all day without receiving any kind of salary. His parents told him that since they paid a little to feed him, of course, he'd be expected to help out in the store. Atsushi didn't like how they said that about everything. He didn't have anywhere to go or a way to get there, to hang out and fix his sour mood. Not having even one car at his age was so pathetic he couldn't face his friends. He could go by bus or ask them to come pick him up, but he couldn't get on board with exposing what a failure he was. By the time he knew it, he was cooped up in these mountains, unable to get out. The elderly were always keeping an eye on him to pull off the mischief he got into as a child, and people his own age drew a line between themselves and him. His parents and younger brother were there, but he was the black sheep of the family, and they all looked down on him. He didn't like it, it wasn't fun, anything and everything was making him mad. Atsushi stormed down the street with all the anger smashing down on the soles of his feet. Stomping around aimlessly, by the time he noticed evening was falling, he'd ended up at the base of the western mountain. The heat was steaming, and the cicadas' voices sounded in the twilight. The villagers were all hurrying to their homes, not a one sparing him a second glance. Like he cared. If anyone called out to Atsushi, It'd just be some old person acting like they were so high and mighty in talking to him. Don't just loiter around, your parents are going to worry. Stop sponging off your parents and pull yourself together. Follow your little brother's example, why don't you? He imagined they'd say to him. If not that, they'd act like they were interrogating him for a crime, unabashedly harassing him. Bastards making a fool out Tommy. Atsushi was at times seized by the need to race through the village like a hurricane, to cast away from the place. But why would Atsushi leave the village like that? If he disappeared, it'd be even better for the village than for him. Atsushi spat at the side of the road, as if trying to spit out something bitter, but that bitterness clung to the inside of his chest, in the back of his mouth, unable to be released. Just a ways ahead was the pathway that led up the western mountain. The slope went towards Kainmasa. There wasn't any special meaning in climbing it, but halfway up the hill, taking in the sight of that majestic mansion, an unexpected, new thought arose from Atsushi's chest. It was a mansion built before the summer, its inhabitants having not yet appeared. There were rumors that they'd moved in, and stories about seeing people's shadows and hearing voices, but it seemed like the truth was indeed that nobody was there. The house built by outsiders. There was something solemn to it, different from the village. It carved itself into the village to look down at them, to look down on Atsushi. Atsushi stood before that firmly sealed gate. The mansion stood creepily against the madder red sky, naturally devoid the presence of people. Atsushi casually surveyed the surroundings. Of course, there was no sign of anyone. Nobody's here. Nobody's looking. From there, Atsushi looked up at the affecting gates. Nobody would know if I snuck in. He put a hand on the wooden gate about body height, eyes shifting side to side. He could go into the grounds, into the mansion itself. Even if he smashed in a window and smeared mud all over the inside, nobody was watching to know it was Atsushi's handiwork. On the contrary, because nobody lived there, if something like that were done, it would happen without anybody knowing it even happened. He didn't know if the owner would move in, but as soon as they did, they'd see the inside of their home laid to waste. Not a bad idea. Atsushi's mouth warped into a smile. Those bastards moving in would sure be surprised. They built up an exaggerated mansion like this, planning on looking down on the villagers, but this cheeky little snot would literally be slinging mud at them, and just thinking about it made some of his built-up frustrations lift. "All right," he lightly voiced before clambering over the gate. Leaving footprints on the newly painted tawny gates and the brand-new black metal fixtures was fun. He went up the gate with a deliberate kick. Twilight fell on the broad courtyard, and in that isolation a desolate feeling arose. He jumped down into that isolation. Without knowing who the target was, he thought, serves you right. Where to sneak in from, thought Atsushi as he looked up. The wall had a pretentious stone pattern, and there was a window to the right of the massive and intimidating front of the building. Curtains were smartly hung, and through a small crack in them, peeked the darkness coiled within. Should I break the glass there to get in? He thought. The window had a thin frame and a shape he couldn't get through even if he'd broken the glass, and in the first place, that was boring, he now thought. He didn't want to do something that flashy. He should infiltrate more stealthily. If he did, the people moving in wouldn't notice until they entered their fine house that the inside that was all laid to waste. With a thin smile, Atsushi followed the outer wall around towards the back. Atsushi didn't know specifics, but it was definitely an extravagant building. The walls were certainly dignified, and the roof was high, the aged stone walls precisely closed in an enormous amount of space. Within them was sure to lurk that darkness seen before through the crevices in the curtains. Passing around the front to turn the corner to the side, he came into the building's shadow. Right at the side was a thin path wedged between the building and another building that appeared to be a garage. Its brand-new white-coated shutter was drawn. Atsushi looked about his surroundings, confirming that he was completely surrounded by the wall and the building, removed from the outside view. He kicked those shutters twice, 3 times. The scream let out by the metal reverberated through the garage, against the nearby outer wall, a startlingly loud echo. Without thinking, he cowered. Too much noise made him unsettled. No one's here. Or no one should have been. The building was isolated in the western mountains with no neighbors. No matter how much of a riot he raised, it shouldn't have reached anyone's ears. Even knowing as much, he couldn't help looking around. Feeling like any minute now someone would demand to know who was there, Atsushi was a little afraid. He'd intended to kick the shutter enough to dent it, but seeing a scratch was good enough. Right, his goal was to infiltrate the inside of the building. Between the house and the garage wound a very narrow pathway. It was already cloaked in a thin darkness, making it so that he couldn't see it clearly. It appeared to be a dead end, but at the end there might have been a door or a window facing the pathway. Keeping his eyes on his surroundings, Atsushi stepped onto that dimly lit path looking for a route further back, for a way in as he walked. There were fewer openings than he'd have thought. There was one window facing the road, but it was about Atsushi's height and closed with a wooden door. There was no place to get his footing, and it didn't look like he could get in through there. At the end of the pathway was nothing more than a wall in his way. It was just a pathway connecting the garage to the building. Atsushi clicked his tongue. As he turned to go back, his body stiffened faintly. Suddenly, there was someone behind him, he could feel it. Why he felt that way, he himself didn't know. He was there, deep between the darkness of the stone wall and the garage in that narrow alleyway. Someone was behind him, watching him from behind. He had a premonition of someone standing in his way at the entrance of that pathway. No way. That shouldn't have been. Nobody lived here yet. Atsushi gradually looked behind himself. He saw beyond the dark pathway to the garden bathed in the remaining afterglow of twilight. Of course, between Atsushi and the entrance, there was no hint of anyone to be seen. Just as he was going back along the path, thinking that it was his imagination and embarrassed at his own mistake, at the halfway point, again, Atsushi stopped. This time, from the depths of the alleyway instead of at the entrance, he felt a gaze. It was from where he had just walked away from, behind him, no, just above him. With a start, Atsushi looked up. Above the melancholy hue of the outer wall was one second-story window. Outside of the glass was not a wooden door but an iron lattice of bars in place. This is bad, he realized. No one should have been there, yet he had the feeling that he was being watched from someone. That window. Someone was there looking down at him. They had moved in, there were rumors about it. Maybe without anybody knowing, the master had been able to move in. No, though Atsushi. He'd heard an even stranger rumor. Here there was a master here who should not have been, it said. It was a ghost story for children. Couldn't be. Even while thinking as much, his feet sped up. He came off of the pathway into the garden, but he still couldn't fight the feel of being watched. Atsushi looked up at the house. That house with a strangely intimidating aura, that dark house. As he thought about what an unsettling feeling he had, just then, from the end of that pathway he'd just come out of, he thought he heard something. A sound like somebody stepping on the gravel spread out in that alleyway. That shouldn't have been. There was no door out to the pathway. It was certain there was nobody there. But he felt someone's footsteps were creeping, that someone was coming closer. Atsushi raced back to the gate. He left a scuff on the garage. He'd call that enough for the day. Looking behind himself so many times, he climbed over the gate. The surrounding mountains he looked over were covered in the forest of firs, the deep shadows of those trees beckoning the night to fall on the village that much more quickly. Jumping off of the gate, Atsushi ran down the hill. That was when, at the sides of the hill, from within the underbrush summoning down the evening, he heard a rustling sound. He turned away from the source of the sound, hurrying his legs faster. It was clearly rushing after Atsushi. As Atsushi went from a jogging pace to an all-out run, it followed after him into the village. Atsushi, without any concern for the way he flailed as he ran, rushed down the slope. He came to a corner when the sound cutting through the underbrush ceased. As he looked back at that, after what seemed to be a moment of hesitation, he returned to the slope above where the sound had been heard. In the undergrowth, he thought he'd seen a glimpse of what looked like dog hair. A dog. Atsushi sighed. Come to think of it, he'd heard there were a lot of stray dogs about recently. That's all, he thought, relieved, only to immediately become angry with his own relief. It was a blessing that no one was looking, but to be scared of a dog and change his mind to run away. While he'd finally managed to sneak onto the grounds, he ran back, only leaving a mark on the shutters. He couldn't contain his frustration with himself, who would do such a thing. It was disgusting that he was the type to let himself take such a bumbling action. He hated it all. That slope, that house too, really, just every last thing. The children's playground was a confined space. It was the riverbed of the mountain stream. The Shinto shrine was on the opposite side of the bridge, the place of the Audiobook, where the gods' palanquins resided during festivals, that place in the shade of the fir trees. Yu Yusuk crossed the bridge in front of his house, going towards the Shinto shrine. As the sun set, the shrine grounds were abandoned. He knew that nobody was there. At the corner of his house was the bridge, and he'd seen the children return from the shrine across it. He was crouched with his newly bought miniature car, but nobody paid him any attention or called out to Yu Yusuk. Kato Yu Yusuk was the neighborhood's only first grader. The oldest of the children younger than him was Makoto, 3 years old, and there were a group of 3 third-grade students who were the closest to his age out of those who were older. He'd been born in an area without many kids, so Yu Yusuk was alone. The kids younger than Yu Yusuk each had their own playmates. He'd seen them coming and going across the bridge with a ball and bat looking happy about something, and while it seemed like there might have been something really fun over there, the shrine was just a shrine. Still gripping his miniature car, Yu Yusuk stood in the shrine's archway. In that wide open space was the closed main hall and the open Kagura hall. One building had its doors firmly shut, as if tightly holding something inside. The other building, in contrast, was wide open, a gaping space without walls. In the corners were small Inari harvest gods, withered banners, and the sacred trees, dark and condescending. He came to this Shinto shrine often. His grandmother Yuki brought him every morning to clean. Being at the shrine in the mornings was, to Yu Yusuk, like being in another's tatami room. There was nothing there, but it seemed there was, and it made him feel prickly. At midday, the shrine was like another's tea room or kitchen. It was a place Yu Yusuk couldn't enter, a place it disappointed him a bit not to be able to enter. House sitting. Yu Yusuk looked over the shrine, after the sun had set, and summed it up thusly. Being at the shrine at dusk was like house sitting. Full of empty crevices and corners he knew well, it still seemed like an unfamiliar place. There were recently many people here due to the festival, so it only felt all the more like that. Yu Yusuk set his mini car down and in exchange picked up a stone. He tried to do like the older kids and throw the stone over the top of the shrine arch, but it wasn't even a little bit fun. Why were those kids in such high spirits? Realizing the car was better than the rock, he gripped it tightly. But with that said, it wasn't as if it'd be more fun because he was gripping a model car either. He kicked a stone a little ways, and it rolled into the darkness of the thicket. Suddenly, the wind blew and the branches creaked. The cicadas could be heard crying as if they were jumping to their feet in surprise by something. This wasn't any fun. It was a creepy place. Yu Yusuk retreated. Even with that said, going home like this gave him the feeling that he was overlooking the most fun place. Though of course there wouldn't be anything fun there because there was nobody else there. While caught up in his worries, he compared what he could see of the darkness of the trees' shadows with the bridge beyond it. At the front of that bridge was a storefront with a light. That electronics shop was Yu Yusuk's house. His father was always busy with something called deliveries and construction and going off in his car, and his grandmother tended to the shop. Yu Yusuk went to school, came home, and played alone. Yu Yusuk had no mother. He'd seen pictures and had seen the gravestone and grave for one called his mother, but he'd never actually, practically had one. His father said that she died when Yu Yusuk was young. As for what it meant to die, Yu Yusuk didn't really know. He thought that it was probably akin to being captured by one of the oni that crept down from the mountains. Oni, he thought with affright. He mustn't be out walking once the sun had gone down. Even if his father was late with a delivery, so dinner would be a ways off. Even if his grandmother was in the kitchen, so it would mean having to watch TV all by himself, he had to be in the house by dark. Because the oni would come. Gripping the miniature car, prepared to throw it as soon as an oni appeared, he gradually stepped back. Once he was under the shrine archway, he pivoted about towards the bridge and dashed. Once halfway across the bridge, he saw the light beyond the pane of glass in the shop, so he stopped. He looked above his house where he saw the light shining. On the western mountains, a black shadow stretched out. I know the truth. Yu Yusuk totteringly crossed the rest of the bridge. That's where the oni are. Granny may have said that they came from the grave, but obviously even an oni wouldn't want to be in the ground. So they were in that creepy house. They hid in there and waited for the night. And that was where they brought everyone. That was obvious. Because he was catching his breath, He surely wouldn't miss what happened on the mountain slope he was looking up at, one small light flickering on, which Yuyusuke did not overlook. Much further west than the mountain temple, and in a place higher than the Ozaki Clinic or the lights shining from the row of houses in Monzon, it was there. There. Before Yuyusuke's very eyes as he watched, 2-3 times it flickered, then that light disappeared. Yuyusuke thought that it was a sign of something scary. He nervously crossed the riverbank roadway and then took off running back to the shop. Part 4. Oh my, welcome. As Seishin stepped into the bookshop, Tashiro Rumi was standing at the register. The window facing the outside was flooded with the sun's rays, but inside the shop the air conditioner was running. Seishin wiped his sweat with relief. Good day. I'd gotten a call from Masa-san that the book I'd requested had come in. Just a min, if you please. Rumi said to Seishin as she searched the depths of the register's shelves. On the shelves he could see several volumes with medical titles. They must have been Tashio's order. The only bookshop in the village was this, the Tashiro bookstore, managed by Mr. and Mrs. Tashiro. While it wasn't hard to find a store with newspapers or magazines in the corner, there were no other shops that specialized in books. Formerly, when it was in Monzon or Gate Front, it was literally in front of the mountain gate and handled the sutra texts and drawings, but when the predecessor moved to the outskirts of the shopping district, he opened shop as a bookstore. It was once a very small home used as a shopfront, but the household portion was demolished and the shop expanded to add more shelves about 10 years ago, when the predecessor's son Masaki's time came. Tashiro Masaki was 2 grades ahead of Seishin and had gone to the same school as him from primary through high school. Is this it, I wonder? I'm sorry, Papa went out to warm the seats at the cafe. Rumi took out a pack of books bound by a single rubber band. She eyed the memo note stuck to the bundle and nodded once. This is it. It looks like 2 volumes haven't come in yet. There is no literary agent for them, so we'll try contacting the publisher. Sorry for the trouble. Rumi smiled and gathered the books into a paper bag. As she was passing by back to the register, either looking over or seeking something on the shelves, there was the sound of the door opening and a cheerful voice wafting in a hello, along with the hot air. Boy, sure is hot out there. It was neighborhood resident Takami. His house was catty corner from the Tashiro bookstore. I thought I saw the junior monk come in here. It really is hot, yes. Rumi bowed her head to Takami. Takami returned the bow while saying, Junior monk, have you heard? About what? Well, there's more talk about the Bents, but... Rumi said, her hands stopping. Is this about Mida-san, that car that threw her Shiijiki-kun off of his bike? Come to think of it, the junior monk just happened to have been there. Tashiro Rumi's own home was currently in the same neighborhood as the Mida household, Kami Satoba. Yes, the missus of the Mida house is neurotic. Ever since that she's just been so tense. She even goes to radio exercises with him. Oh boy, Takami said, shocked. Rumi gave a smile mixed with a sigh. It's not that I can't understand how she feels. The highway is nearby. I tell my children not to go near the highway too, but children want to go where you tell them not to. What's worse, across the highway is the Hori Auto lot, yes. They've been told it's dangerous over there, but I've spied kids over there countless times. Hori Auto was an automobile repair shop. Behind the garage was a rather spacious lot for decommissioned vehicles. It was a source of many of the village's parental headaches. To the kids, there was no other place to play. But that playground was dangerous, and there was no way to get to it other than to cross the highway. There's a crosswalk and a stoplight there, though. Why do those folks from out of town always overlook that? Really? The PTA had just met and someone brought up, how about a pedestrian bridge? But I wonder if they'd even use it if there were. Exactly, and a pedestrian bridge would be hard on the elderly too. The ones to meet with misfortune on the highway were primarily children and the elderly. Takami gave a grieving sigh, then as if remembering, looked to Seishin. Right, so about that car again, there was a big debacle. What happened? Yeah, that night someone said that they saw it. The Otsuka sawmill's son. At night, you say? Yes, it was at a pretty late hour, when it seems he met with a dark Benz driving down the village road, leaving the village. Seems he was still up to his usual dangerous driving habits. That was around 11 at night, he said. That guy, I wonder just where in the village he was up till then. Takami said with an exaggerated sigh. On our end, We were sure that he was a hit and run with that child, so we were thinking he had left town and was hiding out there somewhere. We think that, then he hides himself somewhere in the village and then brazenly leaves by the main village road. Just think, we really should have stationed a watch at the entrance to the village and looked around here and there a little more, huh? While you say it hid, that car would stand out anywhere it stopped. The rumor that a car had hit a child should have spread through the village in a flash. With that said, even if it was called a village, in all reality it covered a rather large area. So while surely not all of the people would know about it after all, it was certain that a large number of them did, and they would have been looking out for an unfamiliar car. That's exactly right, said Takami, his voice going low. That's why, there's been talk that it must have been the Kane Massa's car. It couldn't be. Yeah, but really, can you think of anything else? Until it left the village, nobody had laid eyes on her. The electronics shop's Kadu-san, Yuki-san from there saw it fleeing up the village road, but after that, nothing. And the electronics shop's right at the Aquino Bridge. Ah, Seishin nodded. Aquino Bridge was quite far north, so the problem car was going either towards Kami-Satoba, and if not that then towards Monzon. But once it had gone north, it could drive around from there, so it wasn't necessarily limited to those places, not really. No thought Seishin. Kami-Satoba or Monzon, if neither, possibly Yamari. North of the village, on another side of the northern mountain, was that community of sparse plots of land. Kane Masa is in Monzon, isn't it? So we were thinking it might have gone to the Kane Masa mansion. If it went in behind the wall and closed the gates, they wouldn't catch the village folks' sights, would they? And then they hid out there, until all signs of life had petered out. Is there not also Yamari? Impossible, Takami waved off. There's nothing but 3 old folks up there. If he went there, he'd definitely stand out. But Kane Masa is set out to the west of Monzon. If you're saying he went to Kane Masa, he would have to cross through Monzon, but in doing that, don't you think he would be sure to be seen by somebody? Ah, that's right. There's that too, Takami tilted his head. Just in case, it'd be better to ask the old folks in Yamari about it then. Mightn't it have been Kane Masa? The one who added such to the conversation was Rumi. It's just so creepy, that house. It's, how to put it, suspicious. Right, Takami nodded in agreement. Yeah, Kadu-san's squirt Yuyusu-kun, was it? That kid, he was tending to the shop with his grandma and saw the car. He's saying it went to Kane Masa. Now, he wasn't saying he saw it go to Kane Masa, of course, but he said that's definitely where it went. Takami forced a smile. Somehow Yuyusu-kun seems to think of that house on Kane Masa to be a haunted mansion or a villain's hideout. So if it's a car driven by a bad guy, of course he'll say it was Kane Masa, but that's a child's thinking. I see, Seishin and Rumi smiled. But among the kids, there seems to be a strange story. That they've seen people near Kane Masa or heard strange voices or something. Ah, Rumi rose her voice. That's right. Our child had been talking about that. About seeing a person going up the Kane Masa hill at night, or about a person seen through the window, even though there shouldn't be anyone there. Right, Takami nodded. I'm not sure what I think of taking kids' gossip too seriously, though. But adults are saying it too, like, they've seen light through the storm shutters, or there are people saying they've heard sounds from within the walls. Wasn't it their imagination or some sort of mistake? Seishin asked, causing Takami to tilt his head. I wonder, At any rate, it's been built a long time and left uninhabited, and on top of that, having the strange style that building does, it can't help becoming the topic of ghost stories. If someone were really coming and going, there wouldn't be such vague stories, there would be more specific ones going around. Takami tilted his head, deep in thought. Seishin went on. Perhaps from the outside it appears finished, but inside there's still some construction that needs to be done, so people are coming and going. If it were the owner, they probably wouldn't come and go so stealthily. About that, since they hit a kid like that, maybe there's no choice but to be stealthy like that. In that case, I'd imagine they wouldn't come by at all until things had cooled off. I do think it's just a ghost story myself, but maybe so, Takami said, but he didn't seem satisfied with that explanation. Rumi breathed a sigh. Either way, if they would just hurry up and move on in for us, it'd be a weight off of everyone's shoulders already. Part 5. Fuki-san, good evening. Yano T directed at the person in the brightly lit living room, carrying a small bowl in hand. Gato Fuki turned around as if surprised. "Oh my, it's T-chan," she said as she went out towards the veranda. The reason her feet drug as she walked was because Fuki suffered from arthritis. She opened the screen door and with a light grimace, she knelt. "I made too much of this side dish. I thought you might like some, Fuki-san." "Thank you so much, as always. My daughter has dinner at the shop, so I'm alone, you know. But it's hard to only make enough for one, isn't it? But even so, I don't feel like going to the shop and eating something greasy. Once you get old, Western-style food is just," Fuki said, gratefully receiving the offered bowl. With her hand on her knee, she stood, though it appeared to be a struggle. "Well, do come in and sit down." Watching as Fuki drug her feet along into the house, T took a seat on the veranda. The living room was quiet and still. How unusual that the television wasn't on. There was no sign of Fuki's son Shuji. He'd gone out somewhere then, had he? How unusual. Shuji was 38 no, had he turned 39 now? He was Fuki's youngest child. He failed to get married and still remained in the home. It seemed he went drinking frequently at the drive-in where her daughter worked, but he didn't have any friends to invite to go drinking with him. Kanami said that the counter would become gloomy when Shuji came to the shop and that he didn't seem well received. T sat on the veranda, thinking about Shuji's whereabouts. She wasn't that terribly interested. Just when she peeked into the living room from outside, sitting in the brightly lit room was Fuki all alone. When she saw such a sight, it was like something got caught in her throat. Just seeing an old person sitting there in isolation made her feel lonely herself. Without a doubt, she whose daughter was away at the shop as she ate alone was seen in the same way, which made it all the more lonesome. "We're fresh out of everything, so I can't offer anything." Fuki returned with a tray. "Don't fuss over me," said T before moving on. "By the way, Fuki-san, do you know if the people in the Kanemasa house have moved in?" "I haven't heard anything, but have they moved in?" "They must have. This morning when I got up to wash my hands, I saw a light on." "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" "I'm sure. I'd seen it before. I thought then that maybe I was mistaking what I saw, so this time I paid good attention when I saw it. What I saw was definitely Kanemasa. If it wasn't Kanemasa, then since there aren't any street lights there and such, there isn't anyone else who could be coming and going at night." "That is certainly true. That house, though, there's something creepy about it, isn't there? I'm really without a doubt there was a light on. But a light being on even when there shouldn't be anyone there, what do you think that's about?" "Who knows?" Fuki returned to T, who sat on the veranda. She herself recognized it as a curt response. "It'd be nice if you recognized that I don't care about this conversation, but," she thought, "and if you won't think too poorly of me for it, that would also be good, but moving here when they have no ties here in itself seems like there should be some pretext. I hope they're not too strange of people, but—" Her voice was still curt. As if T suddenly realized it, she made a bewildered face. "It seems I've interrupted something." "Because you have," Fuki hesitated to say back. "Right now, Shuji is ill in bed." "Oh my, a summer cold. I don't think that's what it is, but, I mean, for someone who's never been sick once to be bedridden, I don't know what to think." "That's true. I'm so sorry, barging in when you're preoccupied." "Oh no, nothing of the sort. It's fine, please think nothing of it. Even if it's one summer cold, you're worried and distracted, so be sure to take care." Fuki nodded and T stood. With a later, she started down the dusklit path. "I wonder if I'd done something wrong," Fuki thought. T lived with her daughter Kanami, who worked at the drive-in, and Kanami didn't leave the shop until late, so T was lonely in her home. She tried to find some reason for coming all the way across the village to visit. "Sorry about this, T-chan." With a murmured apology, Fuki turned her gaze to Kanemasa. That slope that was supposed to have a home was nothing but darkness. Turning away as she had no interest, Fuki went back into her living room, past the wide-open sliding door to the corridor. "Ni, Shuji. T-chan brought some boiled goods, won't you eat?" As Fuki called out, she headed deeper down the corridor. She peered into her son's room. With the sliding screen door left open, there was no light on. The smell of the mosquito coil Fuki had lit thinly stagnated. Shuji, Fuki's son, lied in the futon gazing at the ceiling. His wide-open eyes looked as if they were not looking at this world, but peering into another one. Fuki breathed a sigh. Her one and only youngest son was ultimately left in her care. He was fresh on the verge of 40, but he had neither a wife nor children. If T was all alone with her daughter, Fuki was all alone with her son. That son's condition, ever since he returned from the community north of the village, Yamari, had been strange. "Are you all right? You haven't eaten all day." Fuki placed her hand on her son's forehead, but the skin beneath her hand was almost pleasantly cool to the touch. Even that got no reaction from her son. Blinking as if remembering something, he stared at the ceiling. North of the village, located on the other side of the northern mountain, the community of Yamari was isolated. It was originally a settlement at the entrance to the mountains, but as forestry became obsolete, the number of inhabitants dwindled, and presently there were no more than 3 old people living there. One of those elders was Fuki's own older brother. Shuji went to visit his uncle Hidemasa in Yamari 5 days ago. After calling about the time she was thinking of going to bed, to say he was going to Yamari, that son who always went drinking after work. Fuki thought it was because of the alcohol at first, but Shuji had heard at Chigusa that Hidemasa wasn't doing well, he'd said. It seemed that her sister-in-law Miko had come down to the village to do some shopping and said as much to him. He said he was worried, so he was going to pay him a visit, and Fuki herself didn't feel it too necessary to stop him, so she said take care and hung up the phone. He came back much later that night, and since then had been like this. The next day he seemed languid, but the day after that he was bedridden. He had neither a fever nor a cough. Looking as if his soul had been spirited away, his face pale, he lied there and all day today. Even if Fuki called out to him, he wouldn't even turn to look at her. "Shuji, hey." As expected, no response. Pouring his gaze up into the ceiling, he was heavily muddled. She thought to call the doctor. Dr. Azaki, unlike his predecessor, didn't mind house calls, but she wondered if she should really call him. Fuki's son had been acting strange ever since he had returned from Yamari while she slept. The next day, when Fuki came to wake him, Fuki found Shuji's summer bedding sullied. It looked like blood. In surprise, she pulled back the futon blanket to see Shuji sleeping in his clothes, his hand and those clothes stained deep brown and giving off a stench. She quickly examined her sleeping son's body, but he didn't seem to be especially injured. Even if she asked him what on earth happened, her son didn't give any response. She tried to call her brother to see if he'd known anything, but there was no answer. She had a very bad feeling. For some reason, her brother and his wife weren't answering the phone, and her son was in that condition. If Fuki could drive either a car or a motorcycle, she would by all means to go see how her brother and his wife were doing, but even while thinking that, Fuki understood that it was nothing but an excuse. She couldn't say why, but she was somehow afraid. "Ni Shuji, did something happen?" Fuki asked of him when he let out a grumbling voice. Shuji groaned from deep in his throat. It was certain he was giving a response, but what he wanted to say wasn't conveyed. "Shuji." But he gave no further response. Shuji closed his eyes as if in annoyance, and the beginnings of the shallow breath of sleep could be heard. Fuki came to a decision as she stood. If tomorrow he was still like this, then tomorrow for sure she would call the junior doctor to pay a visit, she thought. Yes, she could just stay quiet about the blood. Surely it had nothing to do with a medical examination. She returned to the living room through the hallway, thinking something might have happened to my son. The sound of her footsteps followed her every step, echoing thoughts that something did happen. Something to stain Shuji in blood, something to keep her older brother and his wife from answering the phone. It couldn't be, what am I thinking? She scolded herself, but still her unease didn't depart. Her introverted son. Fuki was well familiar with that son's unexpectedly, easily enraged side. Furthermore, her son and Hidemasa had gotten into a big fight over something at work just the day before. Her son was a mild man, but once he'd been drinking, if he snapped, it was bad. Especially towards family. What am I thinking? There's no reason to call to mind something like this, no reason at all. Fuki hung her head and returned once again to the living room with no trace of any others, where she was for a long while caught in thought. The next morning, Fuki looked within the futon to find her son dead. Chapter 2, Translation Notes. Chapter 2-1. Villages, Towns, Mizobe Annexations, Satoba versus. Satoba Village. Government and addresses in Japan are arranged, from top down. Nation, Japan, the country, prefecture, 47 total to municipalities. Think federal, state, county for Americans. Municipalities are either designated as cities, towns, or villages based on population, among other factors. Because it cuts down on red tape to pool resources, there is a push for annexation. Thus, Satoba was absorbed into the larger nearby town of Mizobe, and should technically not be designated as a village any longer. Cities are generally broken down into wards or towns listed on mailing envelopes, then district, blocks, and house numbers. While a town can be a direct breakdown of a prefecture, breakdowns of cities are also called towns, as a carryover from the tendency of towns to be built on the outskirts of cities only to be annexed later. The 7 portions of Satoba, Kaminakamonzan, Shimo Satoba Mizuguchi, and Yamari are translated as neighborhoods or communities. Chapter 2-3. Kushin-sama, something of a lost folksy god derived from blending Buddhism, Shintoism, and Taoism. Kushin is a Taoist god who is believed to prevent worms in the body from sneaking out every 60th night and telling higher-order gods about people's bad deeds, which would lead to punishment. The 3 monkeys covering their eyes, mouths, and ears represent how he won't allow God or the worms to hear, see, or speak of people's evil. He's also a god of agriculture who blesses harvests and crops on those 60th days. Tumulus tumuli, memorial sites, mounds of dirt or rocks raised up over a gravesite. Often used to commemorate local legends, there are usually markers such as plants or statues or the like. Maintenance of them is considered a good deed and holy work. They vary in size, no image as they're generally just, mounds. Kubusama, Buddhist monk Kyukai, founder of the Shingon or True Word school of Buddhism, one of Japan's most famous holy figures. He was important in literature, religion, and government in his day. Was given the title Kubu Daishi after death, Kubu translating as spreading or teaching Buddhism, and Daishi as great teacher. Shinto temples are denoted on maps by the arch gates that mark their entrance, and the general entrance into holy areas. There are no doors on them, they're really more of a flat-topped arch called a torii than a gate. The Kagura Hall is an open stage, originally used for no plays and musical offerings to the gods. The main hall, where the shrine god, represented by a statue, mirror, or other symbol, resides, it remains consistently closed to the public. As the main hall is off-limits to the public worship takes place in a worship hall. This is where the bell ringing and general worship take place. Audiobook, the place where the god's palanquin, or portable shrines, rests during festivals, usually still on shrine grounds. Gods don't leave their shrines other than during festivals, when they're put in portable shrines and carried about, for example during the Shinkusai for celebration. They may be left out for only one day or for several days during special celebratory periods. Inari, gods of harvests, usually rice specifically, represented by foxes that tend to serve as Inari's messengers or workers. There are many stories and legends surrounding them, and several different gods that are associated with Inari. I don't remember where this came in, but it's in my notes for things to culture note. I'll just stick it here. Household family shrines. Not just limited to roadsides, homes often have Shinto shrines meant to house gods as well. Charms known as afuda are stored in them, and prayers are said at the housebound shrine, where offerings of food and drink are to be set out. Chapter 3. Part 1. Seishin received notice of the death on July 8th, early on a Saturday morning. Just finished with the morning services, he left the main temple to Ike and Tsurumi, going on ahead to the living quarters, just as Mitsuo was stepping out of the temple office. "Ah, junior monk," his voice called out as he half ran down the corridor, Mitsuo's demeanor indicating there must have been an emergency indeed. "There was a call just now. It seems the Gadoda household's Shuji-san has passed away." Seishin blinked. "Shuji-san, that can't be." Even if it was a small village, it wasn't as if he knew everybody who lived there, but at the very least Seishin knew that Shuji was a man in good health, and not at an age where sudden death was to be expected. Was there an accident? Complications from a summer cold, his mother was saying, but the Koike household's Masaharu-san will come to meet with you as the funeral manager if you have the time. "I understand. Thank you very much." Mitsuo nodded and headed into the living quarters hallway towards the main building. Changing places with him, Seishin entered into the temple office. Looking at the blackboard, he could see Mitsuo's solemn writing, "Gatada meeting Koike." The village had an institution called the Morning Crew. The village had no undertaker. In its place, they had the Morning Crew. any time there was a misfortune in a community, the neighbors would get everyone together to help. The women were necessary for the mourner's meal, and of course the men's help was indispensable for burying the deceased. The village still buried its dead. Graveyards for each household were established in the mountains that encircled the village, and digging the grave holes there, as well as hoisting the coffins up there and putting the dirt back over them, would be impractically hard labor without male hands on board. The mourning crew's local representative would serve as a manager on the occasion of a funeral in place of an undertaker, assigning all the other roles. From arranging for a coffin and any related mediation to everything roughly related to the funeral, he managed it. The elderly of the Koik family had been serving as the heads of the Nakasatoba mourning crew for some time. A summer cold. Shuji was surely only 6, maybe 7 years older than Seishin, wasn't he? He had come to Buddhist memorial services, so he knew his face well, but they weren't what you would call particularly close, by any means. If he recalled, he lived together with his mother. Certainly, his mother Gadota Fuki must have been despondent. It's just too soon. While caught in his melancholy, he headed deeper into the living quarters. He peeked into the living room but didn't see his mother. And so he left the living quarters to the separate building, or, as much as one could call it separate, when only stepping out a little ways from the main wing of the house, to assist in feeding his father at his bedside. "Good morning," he said, seeing his father for the first time that morning. This building, called a separate one, was the single Western-style building at the temple. His father Shinmei's gaunt body laid on the bed, which he could raise to a half-up position with the electric remote at his bedside. Last year he suffered a stroke, and ever since his limbs had been paralyzed. With his age adding to matters, since becoming bedridden, his condition was worsening steadily. He could just barely manage to hold a fork and spoon, but he could neither stand nor walk. "Father, it appears Gadota household Shuji-san has passed away. What shall we do about his posthumous name?" His father and mother both looked at Seishin in surprise. But he was still young. Beside Miwako, who was at a loss for words, Shinmei put down the spoon as if trying to throw it down. Shuji, Fuki-san's youngest son, was he. Ever since falling ill, Shinmei's words were spoken haltingly. That he could speak, even inarticulately, gave an idea of his strength of will, of the impression of his wisdom. Miwako drew her brows together, nodding at Shinmei. "Shuji-kun, who sold woodworking joints, yes. Was it said how he passed?" "Something about summer cold complications. The Koik's Masaharu-san will be coming shortly. I'll think on the posthumous name." Seishin nodded his head slightly. Even now he consulted with Shinmei about everything relating to the temple. The head monk of the temple was ultimately still Shinmei, with Seishin as the assistant chief, merely Shinmei's proxy. Being the head monk of the head temple had nothing to do with ability. It was a position based on a relationship of trust with the parishioners. "Call Tashio-kun." "Yes, I will ask him about the state of things. And the cemetery arrangements." Shinmei spoke shortly. Seishin nodded. Burying a person would require a plot of land large enough to do so. For each who died, the cemetery would have to be organized so that a spot wide enough for one was assured. A fir tree would be planted over the former mound, and its roots would dig out space. It wouldn't cause problems as long as the cemetery was organized. "I will make arrangements with the manager." Just as Seishin was leaving, Mitsuo poked his face into the separate building. "Koik-san has arrived." The elder Koik was, in spite of being an advanced age, slim but fit, with a good complexion, looking young for his age. He was the spitting image of hale and hearty. "It's a terrible shame. Thank you for your hard work." Koik knew the gist of things, conveying them as he sat in the office chair. "I'm at a loss for words that can comfort someone going through what Fuki-san is. It's a crime against one's parents to have them outlive you to do your funeral, they say." Fanning his face with a folding fan, he downed the cup of barley tea brought by Mitsuo. As many times as his father, and as many times as Seishin himself had done it, arranging a funeral service procedure was a simple matter. The wake would be today, the private funeral tomorrow, and as they were doing a burial, funeral services were kept short in the summer. "Anyway, I'd like to ask if you could to do the chanting of the sutras soon. And as long as the posthumous name is appropriate, that'll be good," said Koik, fanning the back of his neck. "It was so sudden, it's all a mess." Father is concerned about the arrangements in the cemetery. Ah, Koik nodded. It seems Fuki-san made arrangements for herself just a while back. Since it's summer, we shouldn't delay the funeral services. The contractors were spoke to and put a rush job on it. I'd like to say it's a relief, but when you think of Fuki-san's feelings, well, I mean, burying your son in the grave you made arrangements for yourself and all. Yes, indeed, Seishin murmured. By the way, Koik said, his voice indicating a change in topic. Junior monk, you've met with Hidemasa from Yamari recently, haven't you? Yamari's Murasako Hidemasa-san, is it? No, the last I had seen him was during the equinoctial week. I was wondering if, at a time like this of all times, he was on a trip, or if maybe he said anything about going off somewhere. Well, I guess even if he did, it wouldn't mean anything now. We're talking about back during equinoctial week. Is he not in? Yeah, we can't reach him. I mean, Hidemasa-san is Fuki-san's older brother. We've been calling all morning, but it seems no one is in. I can't imagine in my wildest dreams that he'd be out in the mountains, Koik said as he stood. Anyway, we'll be counting on you. I will be as prompt as I am able. Sorry for the trouble. Before I go, I'll pay the head monk a visit. Part 2. Seishin crossed the temple grounds, calling out to Mitsuo to take care of the temple in his stead. From the cemetery into the mountains thrust a path through the forest down the slope. It went through the sawmill lot across a ditch coming out at the bank. At the bank was a trodden route like a pathway that came to a dreary concrete building. Beyond the gate of branches in the hedges was the Ozaki Hospital backyard. It was a route he'd taken countless times since he was a child. In the country, there were endless routes that weren't roads. Crossing the backyard at his convenience, he opened the door he had been coming towards. At the service entryway staff used for coming and going was a step up into a small hallway, and in that hall, a glass sliding door cutting it off. He let himself in, arranging his shoes at the door just as the female nurse Ritsuko was passing by the other side of the partitioning door. With a face that said, "Oh my," she was soon coming down the corridor to open the door. "Good morning. Are you here for the doctor?" "Yes, I'm sorry for coming during examination hours." "Think nothing of it. Please come in." Ritsuko motioned to the examination room, but Seishin refused. "No, I'm dressed for duty, so here will be fine." "Are you certain? Then, it will just be a minute if you could wait, please." Ritsuko trotted briskly down the hall towards the examination room and returned promptly, gesturing behind her. "He'll see you in the director's office. No, the waiting room, he says." Ritsuko giggled. The doctor's face was practically saying, "I'm saved." Somehow able to imagine that, Seishin smiled. Rumors of Shuji's death were bound to be flying everywhere already. Patients probably took up more time gossiping than having their medical examinations. He bowed his head lightly and entered the waiting room. The former director's office was demolished when the addition was put on and was no longer there. In its place, a small closet was made out next to the examination rooms, which Toshio made into his own waiting room. Different from the former director, there was no special decor in the function-first, drab room. The guest's sofa belonged to the predecessor, but it was always primed for napping with a pillow and blanket out over it, and the walls were packed with catalogs and such materials crammed in place. He knocked strictly as a formality before letting himself in, just as Toshio was entering from the examination room. A literal Buddha in hell. "Sorry about this. Right now, I can see a halo glowing around your head. It's like I've been suffering penances for something one after another since this morning," Toshio said, pushing the blanket aside and sitting on the sofa, stretching his feet out over the table. The people that usually have no problem just coming in to pick up their meds from the pharmacy and going home today suddenly want a consultation. Then in the end, when you ask what they want to talk about, it's all about Garuda. Seishin smiled bitterly. Most of his patients were elderly, so there were all the more whose conditions were one step forward, one step back. Arthritis and lower back pain, skin diseases, high blood pressure, and the like weren't the worst conditions to be inflicted with, but it was hard to call those who made up the majority of his patients healthy. Some of the patients who had been coming in for the longest time would only give word to the nurses before letting themselves into the treatment rooms, or would call up and demand a certain medication, and that their family would be by to pick it up. 3 years ago, when Toshio had inherited the hospital, He was eager to abolish such disorder, but he immediately threw up both hands in defeat. He'd learned that in a village overrun by the elderly, if the patients didn't want to cooperate, the hospital couldn't do a thing about it. Toshio stretched his body out over the sofa and looked up at Seishin. And, after all, I'm sure you came about Shuji-san too. I'll just be saying the same story to you too. On your way to do the bedside sutras. Before that, I thought I would ask you about the state of things. Toshio nodded. Toshio knew that it was a tradition Seishin was taking over from his father. There was no need to say what he was here to ask about or why. By the time I was called and hurried in by his mother, Shuji-san was long gone. Livor mortis was showing and rigor mortis had set in. It's likely he died during the night. I got there a little before 7 in the morning, I guess. I can at least say he didn't just die at dawn. It was probably something that happened late at night. What was the cause? Toshio's eyes widened, as if he were utterly shocked that he was even being asked. It's not like I was tending to him. Before that, when he was laid up in bed, I didn't do any kind of medical examination, so how would I know what the cause of death was? The last time I examined Shuji-san, he looked beyond healthy. Besides having to take off a toenail from his big toe when he dropped something on his foot, and we're talking about half a year ago with that. As Seishin gave a bitter smile, there was a knock. The nurse Ritsuko entered carrying a tray. Is he grumbling to you? Ritsuko laughed with a wry smile, then scowled at Toshio. Dr. Manners. This table is from today forward a footstool. Then, please move your feet off of the footstool so that I may set the tea down. Ritsuko said, lightly smacking Toshio's legs, putting the teacups set aside on the low table into place. Good grief, Toshio stated, lowering his feet. Oh, doctor, you're crabby, just because your patients won't leave you alone. I'm going cockeyed here. No matter where I look, it's nothing but old people pouring in. On top of that, the old farts were lined up outside the entryway first thing in the morning. Thanks to that, I've been dancing around with things to do nonstop. It's only the patients who actually need an examination who wait until it's beyond help to try coming in. In the first place, Toshio said, thrusting his cup out towards Seishin. It's not like the people who never seem to be bedridden are people who never get sick. They're the people who can hold out even when their condition's more or less crappy. They've got a good grip on themselves, so if it's just a cold, they'll let it heal while they work. They push through pain. When those kind of people are bedridden, it's something really keeping them in bed. Then the people around them figure since they're rarely laid up, it'll fix itself soon enough and wave it off. But they'll tend to the spoiled babies who'll go, this hurts, or that's bad all the time. That's an overstatement, Seishin said with a wry smile. Gatauta's Shuji-san was like that. Even though the man was laid up 3 days before, his mother never called a doctor, didn't bring him to the hospital. Then in the end, she goes to try to wake him up and he's dead. He didn't have much of a fever, so she thought he had a light summer cold or heat stroke. I see. With just asking what happened, I don't have a damn clue what the hell was wrong with him, what had him bedridden. No cough, no fever hot enough to notice, didn't seem like any place in particular was hurting. Still, his complexion was bad, he seemed like he was extremely worn out, and he didn't seem like he was eating, she said. And with that in the end, she made the decision not to have a doctor see him. Seishin thought, casting his eyes down. Nobody wanted to think that someone in their family had a serious illness. They averted their eyes and wrapped it up with the words, it couldn't be, pretending that possibility didn't exist. By doing that, they determinedly keep it from floating to mind. Toshio breathed a dejected sigh. It's what they call sudden death. We won't know the cause of death without an autopsy, and even with an autopsy, if it was so-called sudden death, we won't know the reason. Besides, the missus of the Godoutas herself said no to an autopsy. Did you recommend something like that? As a necessary formality. But you can't just force the body away from a bereaved family. It wasn't an administrative autopsy or a legally ordered one after all. There's no choice when it gets like this. I used my last resort and went with acute heart failure on the death certificate. It's like a trump card. Seishin figured that Toshio was dissatisfied with that end result. When a villager came to the hospital, there was nothing to do but determine whether or not to send them to a larger hospital that could do a thorough investigation. They wanted someone to screen them to see whether they should tend to themselves at home or entrust themselves to a doctor's care. Patients not seeking that were seeking harmless medications, someone to listen to them complain, and that was it. Toshio had always resisted being put in that position, but he didn't think there was really any way something like that could be fought. The one left behind is the one acting more like a patient. Well, I did let her cry out all her complaints. Seishin nodded, glancing at his wristwatch. He had to go now. He grasped, at least, that to the family it was a sudden, a no doubt unreasonable death. It was hard to ask the details of a bereaved family stricken with grief. But without knowing the circumstances of the death, there was no telling what kind of careless things might be said. So, the Ozaki hospital was asked about these matters in advance. The village only had one hospital. For the most part, no dead could be buried without first passing through Toshio's hands. The village is surrounded by death. What was surrounded may have been Seishin as a monk, Toshio as a doctor. Part 3. The Gadota home was in Kamisatoba. Kamisatoba ran parallel to the village road along the riverbank, extending north, a complex mingling with the community of Monzon which stretched out at the southern region of the temple. While Gatota's house was in the middle of Kamisatoba, far further north of that was the northern mountain the temple was on. It stood as if to whittle away the eastern bank. Somehow he seemed so sluggish, Fuki said, wiping at the corner of her eye. At first I wondered if it was heat stroke, that's what I said. He must have eaten something bad, I thought, and then he was bedridden. He wasn't ever one to get sick, so I let my guard down, and he himself said if he just slept, he'd get better, that was. Seishin watched helplessly, waiting in the corner of the tatami room as Fuki burst out crying, on her knees before her condolence collar. It was tragic when a child lost a parent, but when a parent lost a child, something about it seemed wrong. He thought of it as all the more of a tragedy. I should have had a doctor examine him, Fuki cried out. Even if Shuji was against it, I should have had the junior doctor come. The old man Koik patted Fuki's back. Of those gathered to help, the old women gathered around Fuki seemed to have found her crying contagious. In the tatami room, separated off, were those watching Fuki, their eyes filled with pity. But Shuji-kun was always so healthy. They say the healthier a person is, the more sudden their death is. The people around him and he himself, nobody thought much of it. And then, hearing voices of another group, Seishin faintly knitted his brows. A surprise, a gated wall with such an elegant roof. Something like that was built, by who? I just said, by the Mibara's Oba-chan. But that woman doesn't have anyone to even pass it on to. That's right. Living on a pension like she is, spending so much money, what does she think she's doing? Oh, but doesn't that woman have mountains of money? Mountains you say, but isn't it on the Yamari, mountain entrance, village road? Even if it's dirt cheap, there certainly won't be any buyers. Seishin breathed a low sigh. The village was small. Extended family, meetups, youth groups, and all sorts of organizations made a complicated web of interpersonal relationships. That said, it didn't mean that all relationships would necessarily be deep ones. Even if there was enough of a connection to hurry to a funeral service, they didn't necessarily care enough for the dead to mourn them. There were countless such relationships throughout the village. I'm so sorry, a small voice said. Seishin turned back. An old woman who had come to help refilled Seishin's teacup. If you could please continue waiting a little longer, until the guests stop coming in. With a nod, Seishin exhaled lightly. In such a scene as this, he had to keep a cool, refined expression. Death wasn't a rare thing for the village. There were many elderly in the village, or rather, many deaths. To the villagers, a senior's death was no tragedy. It was an unavoidable part of man's work. The elderly had finished the pilgrimage called life and returned to the mountains. Those born in the village fulfilled their works as man and soon returned off to the mount. But Shuji had not finished his work. From time to time in the village, there was something unusual that happened. For the one who had passed on and for the ones left behind, it was sheer tragedy. But the dead would at times, unable to wait for a person's homecoming, appear from out of the fir trees and carry someone off. Shuji was carried off by such demons. A shiki. As Seishin sat silent with his thoughts, the manager old man Koik spoke, telling him to go on. Seishin moved to Shuji's bedside to read the sutras. Seishin finished chanting the sutras and Shuji's body was placed in the coffin. Seeing that for the moment there was nobody at Fuki's side, Seishin approached her. Then, for now, I will depart. Please accept my deepest condolences. He will be dearly missed. Fuki nodded. The retired former head monk was also a gentle man, but his son was even more of a gentle, soft-spoken one. In an instant, she was seized by an urge to spit out everything. It's not as if I didn't pay attention. There was no way she could not be worried about her bedridden son. She thought about calling the doctor. She thought about it so many times. She was only afraid. What if calling the doctor lead to something even worse than not calling him? It was because she was worried about her son. The blood in his futon. Fuki looked up at Seishin, and then in one motion returned her gaze to the string of Juzu prayer beads in her lap. It's all over now. It was far too late to be asking what had happened to Shuji now. Thank you very much. I will be depending on you again this evening as well. That was all that Fuki said. Seishin nodded. It is a troubling time, but please do take care of yourself. It is painful for us to lose Shuji-san, but if Fuki-san were to similarly fall ill, please know that there would be many similarly hurt for your sake. Fuki nodded. But there was blood in my boy's futon. Giving his greetings to the people gathered as he sought out Koik, Seishin found him in the living room talking on the phone. Koik-san, I will be taking my leave. At Seishin's voice, with the receiver silent at his ear, Koik nodded back at him. Ah, thank you for today. We'll be counting on you for the wake as well, he said to Seishin, hanging up the receiver and then mumbling to himself. Where did he go off to? The Murasako's Hidemasa-san, you mean? To Seishin's question, old man Koik gave a perplexed nod. I think he'd either have to be in the fields or in the mountains, but... That's right, junior monk, you know Hidemasa-san's and that mountain area, don't you? I believe I do. It is near the graveyard. If you'd like, should I go out there? I do not have any other plans for a while today, either way. A relieved half-smile rose over old man Koik's face. If you don't mind me asking, it's a sorry shame to have to ask this much of you, but... At any rate, there's nobody who knows both Hidemasa-san and those mountains. If we looked, I'm sure we'd find someone who knew them, but we've got to get to digging that grave in a bit here. I'll go. If I try looking in the mountains and am not able to find him, I will leave a note at his house. Seishin departed from the Gadoda house and returned briefly to the temple to tell Mitsuo the situation. He changed into Western-style clothes more appropriate for entering the mountains and left the temple. Driving along the private road beside the belfry, he came to the bottom of stone steps before the mountain gate. At the bottom of the stone steps was a short, steep hill road with traditional stone paving, which continued for about 200 meters, all sculpting a backdrop of a town once built around the temple. The old general store where candles and incense were, the flower shop in the grotto, and the assorted Buddhist altar equipment, which included the sotoba and coffins used in the village, were akin the three treasures of Buddhism: the Buddha, the sutras, and the priesthood. The shrines Audiobook in this once very small temple town was a remnant of the time when the temple and the shrine were one entity. The car drove on slowly, shopkeepers and others coming out the front to see him. He saw in the rear-view mirror as they bowed their heads, seeing him off. There was a seemingly endless flow of people walking past the turn at the Audiobook onto the asphalt road, likely going towards Gadoda's house. Most were walking the village road along the riverbank. Of each and every person he passed, they all turned when they noticed the car approaching, bowing their heads to him as they realized it was Seishin at the wheel. That there was Seishin's burden, Part 4. Ah, it's the junior monk. Mudu saw off the passing white sedan. He was out of uniform. The bedside sutras are already over. Yuuki stared in befuddlement as Mudu murmured. Mudu had come a-calling to him that morning, saying that there was a burial. Villagers came to help out when there were funeral services. It seemed there was an organization called the Mourning Crew made for those in the neighborhoods to help each other out. He knew there was an organization like that, but until then Yuuki had never been a part of that mourning crew. It was the first time he'd been invited like this. At those words, "You coming?" He sensed deep in his heart as he set out that at last he, too, was being entered into the village's society of neighborly graces. Yet all the same, being lead out of the home by Mudu who had invited him, the surroundings utterly lacked the air of a funeral, and Mudu was headed through Nakasatoba to Kamisatoba. Yuuki followed after quietly, certain that the services must have been at the temple, yet there they were heading not to the temple, but Kamisatoba. Wasn't it a key point that there was a neighborhood association style system in place? Then why must they go to the far and away Kamisatoba? Yuuki couldn't make sense of it. Mudu-san, Yuuki came to a stop and called to Mudu. We've come to Kamisatoba. Aren't we heading to the temple? We're going to Gatauta's house. We're the morning crew. So why, just as Yuuki was about to try to ask just what this morning crew was to do, he saw a man coming up from the paths between the rice fields. Hirasawa-san. Ah, hello, Hirasawa said with his usual gentle smile. Is that right? Mudu-san and Yuuki-san are also a part of this morning crew. Saying it like that means Hirasawa-san is too. Yuuki blinked. This was another thing he couldn't grasp. Yuuki and Mudu were from Nakasatoba's third squad, and while he didn't know which squad number Hirasawa was a part of, at the very least he knew he wasn't from Squad 3. And why were they meeting up at a funeral in Kamisatoba? Hirasawa must have noticed the perplexed look on Yuuki's face, smiling as he rose up to the same level of the road from the fields. I'm in the same morning crew. Nakasatoba 3rd. But I live in the 6th squad though. However, as the morning crew and the squads are separate things. Ha, Yuuki gave with a vague nod. Yuuki-san is in the 3rd squad of Nakasatoba. I am the 6th squad. That's an administrative division. Satoba has administrative distinctions, district divisions, with Satoba itself split into 6 districts. Each named community is a district. These are further separated into squads, based on where your house is located. The morning crew isn't like that. Correct, this is because the village has head families and branch families. The morning crew is fundamentally based on squads, but there's also the connection between the branch families not located where the head family is. Auspicious and inauspicious occasions ultimately can't exist separate from consanguinity. Is that how it is? Be it auspicious or inauspicious, in the end, those with blood ties will be there either way. That's how it is, yes. In the past, until my father's time, there was what was called a celebratory crew who got together to offer congratulations, but nowadays there aren't any who have weddings in the main family's tatami room anymore. We're the celebratory crew, and the morning crew the same thing. There is a subtle distinction. The morning crew is in the temple's dominion, but the celebratory crew is in the shrine's dominion. The morning crew's management was heavily tied to the temple parishioners' organizations, and the celebratory crew was heavily tied to the village's official shrine parish organization. So, though they were the same houses, the morning crew and the celebratory crew had a few different members. I see, interrupted Mudu. You didn't get that, so that's why you've been tilting your head like you were confused for a while now. Yuuki forced a smile. Right, I was thinking, what, this is the way to Kamisatoba, isn't it? But I see, blood ties, is it? That is what it comes down to. I live in the 6th squad, but my main family is in the 3rd squad, so I'm affiliated with the Nakasatoba's morning crew's 3rd division. Gadauta is the same. Her house is in Kamisatoba, but her morning crew is the Nakasatoba 3rd division. I see. Speaking of Hirasawa, they're next to my house. That must be your main family's place then. Hirasawa smiled. It isn't the house next to yours. It's the furthest south in the 3rd squad. They're also Hirasawas, they're the main branch. The Hirasawas that are your neighbors may have long ago been related to ours, but as for the present, there is no connection. Come to think of it, there were Hirasawas down there too. Now that I think of it, there are a lot of Hirasawa households, aren't there? Indeed, Hirasawa nodded. There are 4 distinct family lines in the village. Take Mura, Tamo, Yasumari, and Murasako are the 4 houses. Those 4 appear to have been the families that established the village. There are some who add the Hirasawas and count it as 5 families as well. That's how many Hirasawas there are. Lately, the Tamo and Murasakos are dwindling too, so I wonder, there may in fact be more Hirasawas after all. Yuuki's eyes widened. The village was established in. It seems to have been in the early days of the Edo period. Were they here that long? The 4 families too, and they're still carrying on right here to this day. For someone born and raised in the city like Yuuki, that was at least a bit shocking. Yuuki himself was born in the city, but his father was from Tohoku in northern Honshu, and his mother was from the Tokai regions in mid-southern Honshu. And you couldn't say they had taken root anywhere. In fact, he didn't have any idea where his grandparents' parents' generation may have been or come from. Seems to be the case. As for the temple being built, that was about 100 years after the fact, but by the time the temple was built, the 4 families and the Hirasawas were already in place. Of course, back then they didn't quite have last names, but that is amazing, Yuuki said with a breath half full of wonder. That must be what they mean by taking root someplace. Hirasawa smiled. Looking at it from Yuuki's viewpoint, that was seen as the smile, the composure of one who was firm, resolute from having taken root someplace. Part 5. Seishin headed north along the road at the riverbank. Passing through Kamisatoba, which he had just left shortly before, the car drove on towards Yamari. Once out of Kamisatoba, the shoulders of the road faded, making the road all the more narrow. The road was detoured, curving around the base of the northern mountain that housed the temple. It became a gently rising roadway. On one side of the road was a dense forest of firs, drawing up all the way to the point where the mountain was shaved away to level the road. The retaining wall that held the structure up was made of old raw ore from the river, covered in moss and ferns. On the opposite side of that structure was the roadside row of firs, and beyond it flowed the mountain stream. However, this point was rather high up on the river canyon, so the surface of the water couldn't be seen from here. That mountain stream became thinner bit by bit until it was at last separated from the road. At that point, there was little to see to be called a road, the space between the trees minimal enough that two cars could collide in passing. There was nothing to serve as a guardrail, nor was there a center line. The firs locked in all fields of view, only the trunks cutting through the monotony of green. Just around the curve was an interruption in the forest. A valley, no, not a valley, a community, opened within a basin between mountain. Along the detour around the northern mountain to its northern face, there it was. That was Yamari. The road met the woodland path, becoming thinner still, leading up towards the neighborhood. The slim hill road was a separation between rice fields, dotted with houses. In the past, the community was the point of entry into the mountains, but as forestry declined, so too did the population, down to 2 households, with only 3 people living there. Yamari was quiet as if sleeping. Only the voices of the cicadas and a faint breeze came in through the open car window. It had always been a quiet place, but Seishin felt as if he'd lost his way in an abandoned house. The day when it would at last be truly abandoned may not have been far off. The married Murasako Hidemasa and Miko and Okawa Jigoro were advanced in age, to the point where it wouldn't be unheard of for something to happen to them. How much longer will there be a Yamari to come to? Seishin wondered as he surveyed the community. The hill road weaved between 2 slopes, continuing on narrowly beyond the curve. There were around 10 homes visible, but of them most were dilapidated, only 2 of the buildings having any inhabitants. Amongst the houses abandoned long ago were buildings with their roofs warped and caving in. A house without a master was quick to fall to ruin. In one of the lower 6 communities, a house like that would find a buyer if only out of idle curiosity, but likely not so in Yamari. The neighborhood was to be swallowed up by the firs. It was as he was thinking such a thought that his eyes stopped over one particular house. Over the closed storm shutter was a fresh plank of wood hammered into place. While giving a thought to its peculiarity, Seishin went on past that, displaying some skill in driving up to a certain house. If they weren't answering the phone, they must have been in the mountains, but for prudence's sake, he entered the Murasako property. Each of the houses in Yamari were quite tall. Whittling into the mountain, houses were built of packed stone walls. They were surely constructed in tandem with that road that entered and left the mountains. He stopped on that slope, and for the time being headed for the entryway. While lingering on how to convey the news of the deceased, he called out as he opened the entryway. As he pulled the sliding storm door facing the front yard half open, he recalled how strange it was for a front door to be closed in this summer's midday heat, when an offensive smell took hold of him in that entryway. It was the smell of something or another rotting. A bad feeling struck him. "Murasako-san?" Seishin called out one more time, but there was no answer. Disturbed, he left the entryway, further into the house itself to look about. "Murasako-san, are you in?" Something clawed at his senses as Seishin called out into the house. Only adding to that premonition was the fact that there was no response from anywhere within. No face poked out from the back, nobody came out from the outhouse. All of the front windows had been closed, the curtains tightly drawn. In the village, even when going into the mountains or the fields, people did not lock their doors. Moreover, when it was summer. Not wanting the hot air to stagnate, houses were left open for the breeze. Okawa Jigoru may know something, he thought as he went to the back of the house for good measure. He found the kitchen door and tried opening it. Murasako saw, mid-word, Seishin suddenly cut off. The instant the door was opened, the smell came barreling out as if bludgeoning him in the face. On the concrete spread beneath the clay floor, shoes were scattered, dark red stains spreading, splotching out. Above the stain, flies swarmed, rising to a spiral as if surprised by the wind before returning to the stain. Blood. That looked like a blood stain. Seishin held his breath lightly, timidly peering in. There was a rather large step up from the doorway and another one up into the kitchen. There was a small table set, a dining kitchen style setup, but one chair was toppled, diagonal, as if pushed away from the table by somebody. The vinyl tablecloth was half off, the odds and ends on the table fallen and scattered. With the floor littered with things thrown down over it, it left the impression of terrible chaos. Seishin thought it had looked as if a child had just finished playing, but what were scattered about were not toys. That was when he saw a pelt of fur, off of a dog or something else. Scattered over the cleaned portions of the floor were splotches of black-red dyeing every which way, and that vehement smell. This is, as the words slipped out, he covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve without thinking. The smell of rot streamed into the back of his throat, as if to choke him into a coughing fit. That feeling was now accompanied by nausea. That relatively large pelt looked like it was torn from the body of a dog or something, or perhaps like a foot. It could have been the foot from a small brown rabbit, but it was tumbled in the entryway. Here and everywhere about it, insects gushing, a tightly packed crowd of flies. Murasako-san, hello. He shouted out, but all that came of it were the flies jumping. Seishin retreated. He knew himself how pale he had become. Something happened. If not, there was no way that they would leave things in that state, was there? How many were there? It was impossible to tell with only one look. There was no way to tell what they were originally. There were probably several, if not more, animals whose bodies had been torn to bits and left to rot. What came to mind first was wild dogs. The only time bears were heard about in Satoba were in folklore or other fake stories told by the elderly. It seemed there were rumors that dogs had gotten lost in the woods, forming a great number of wild dogs. But setting whether there were enough to properly call a great number or not aside, there were many who had seen dogs in the mountains, many who had heard them crying. Seishin remembered the dilapidated house he'd passed. It had the sliding storm door boarded over. Could not the wild dogs have been nesting in the abandoned house? And then those wild dogs intruded even into the homes where people were living and intruding, and then a tremble shot through him from the soles of his feet. A dog could lay waste to a young man in a house. There'd be nobody there to stop it. It can't be. Saying it to himself, Seishin looked over his surroundings. Finding a broom toppled over in the garden by the doorway, he picked it up. Now armed, he headed towards the backyard. A wild beast could come charging, so he kept his guard up, changing the position of the broom in his hands countless times. While calling out Murasako-san. Time and time again, he came to the backyard, piled with useless heaps. Drawing near to the back of the house, a narrow garden sat between the building and a cliff, largely unreached by the sun's rays. He spied the sliding glass doors on the garden veranda, narrowly opened. Seishin peered in through the half-opened door. The sliding shoji door inside the glass he peered through was just faintly opened from the right-hand side. He opened the glass until he could see in, an unobstructed view of a pair of eyes gazing straight up at him. The one splayed out in the room appeared to be peeking out through the shoji with vacant, open eyes. The cloudiness of those eyes did not go unnoticed by Seishin. Unblinking and face discolored with black and blue, the muscles moving not an inch. And that rotting smell. Shouting Murasako-san. As he peered at that face from beyond the shoji, he could recognize it as Miko. Behind Miko's stretched-out form could be seen a Buddhist family altar, and before it were spread 2 futons. On one of them, the summer bedding was rolled up at the foot end. In the other, there appeared to be a person lying, but at that beside swarmed a pillar of flies, gathering, swirling, engulfing. Over the tatami leaked a sickly, tawny liquid from the futon with someone still inside. He knew that somebody was lying in that futon, but who that was he did not know. The bedding formed an ovular lump, a disgusting color as if melting with what was beneath it. Above the tatami were splotched, smeared stains, and above them countless flies stopping on and flying about. As Seishin gaped at the sight before him in a daze, a fly came to a stop on Miko's open eyeball. He leaped back. His voice wouldn't come, much less in a scream. He, by no means, had the mind to step inside. Rather, Seishin forced his legs to pump through the feeling of having had his insides drawn out, rushing to the front yard. The front of the house was, in a somehow satirical way, bathed in rays of sunlight. The sun was strong, reflecting white rays off of the concrete spread over the slope, between deep black crevices. The land and the concrete were both so bright it stung the eyes. What a sight! Seishin quickly left the yard, going to higher grounds, towards Kawajigoru's house. Feeling too impatient to get in, turn the key, and drive, he was in no state to use the car. There was no sound nor presence throughout the neighborhood. The voices of the cicadas filled the emptiness, as if closing in. The sunlight reflected off of the asphalt and the stone wall just a ways ahead along the narrow road. An intricate reflection, a mirage as if the air itself were radiating light. He stormed the dried grounds, shouting as he ran up to the front porch, the porch where Seishin smelt that atrocious, rotting smell. Unlike the Murasako home, Jigoru's house's storm door was left open, the shoji pulled back, a cool breeze flowing into the clearly visibly unmanned living room. Nevertheless, as if the inside of the house were faintly echoing the clamor outside, that awful mephitis was stagnant. "Okawa-san, Jigoru-san," Seishin called out, but there was no answer. Even if nerves had drawn his voice higher pitched, the monk's voice carried well. Nevertheless, no matter how many times he called out, there was, of course, no answer, no sign nor hint of anyone moving. Slightly hesitant, Seishin stepped up into the living room. As soon as he stepped in, there was a telephone rack. 2, possibly 3 people. And Yamari only had 3 people. Yes, if by chance Jigoru was safe, he would have peeked in on the Murasako household when they'd gone unseen. If he had done so, he couldn't have missed that disastrous scene. He couldn't have failed to contact somebody about it. Seishin grasped the phone receiver. His own hand trembled violently with his realization. He looked upwards to regain control of his breathing, the scene outside staggering him, the neighborhood baking in the sun. It was originally mostly empty houses, but it had immediately become entirely empty houses. The stone walls, the gardens, the roads, everything here had lost all meaning. The dying community had truly died. Yamari would be swallowed up by the firs. The voices of the cicadas in the mountains were thunderous. The voices of the birds mingled with them. Outside of the houses, sunlight radiated, the firs were green, and the clear blue sky was serenely stretched above the mountaintops. Part 6. I'm back. Ritsuko looked up from the magazine as that voice called out. Looking in the open break room doorway, Toshio had just returned through the back door, examination bag in hand. By Saturday afternoon, the only one left was Ritsuko, who volunteered to house-sit. "Welcome back," Ritsuko said, entering the waiting room where Toshio stood. "How was Shukun?" "Mild case of heatstroke." "Oh dear." Toshio didn't mind house calls. If he was called, he'd grab his bag and head out, carefree. Even if he wasn't specifically called out, he'd go out to take care of some business like today, seeing if the kids were well, consulting on whether it'd be better to bring them in or not. If it was far, he'd take the car. If it was nearby, he'd walk, or requisition one of the nurses' bicycles, as even if it was close, summers were hot. Even now, he was soaked in sweat. The heat is just terrible, isn't it, this year? Ritsuko turned up the air conditioning. "Would you like something cold to drink?" "A beer," Toshio said wearily, throwing down his bag. "Yes, yes. A dark brew with no foam, yes. When I say beer, I mean beer." Smiling at the ever-obstinate Toshio, Ritsuko stepped out of the room. She went to the tea room and poured cold barley tea into a glass. While she was at it, she took a small cup of sherbet from the fridge and a spoon. When she brought them back to the waiting room, Toshio was in front of the cooler vent, letting the breeze blow down his collar. "A snack with your drink." Now that's service. Setting the glass and cup on the table and watching Toshio sit, Ritsuko held the tray to her chest. A bit ago, the Mibara's Oba-chan had come by, Mibara Setsu-san. She was out of medicine and said to give her more. Toshio peeled the top off of the sherbet and thrust the spoon in. "The Mibara Setsu-san, she's on Thyroidin for her Hashimoto's disease, wasn't it?" "Yes." That condition doesn't seem to be going well. It seems she didn't feel it was working, so she decided to take more of it. How stupid. Setsu-san is prone to heart attacks. That is the dumbest idea, that right there. I explained as much to her, but she said she was out of medicine either way, so to give it to her. Old people get like that. They get to thinking they can just make medicine more effective by taking more of it. I had told her that I would not dispense medications without the doctor's orders, and to please wait for you to return, but she wouldn't listen. There was no choice. I did as her last prescription said and dispersed only 2 days' worth. I wouldn't give any more medicine than that, so I sent her off to return on Monday. That old woman hates needles, so she tries to miss me. She knows if she has an exam there'll be a blood test with it. I hope that she comes to her appointment properly, though. If she doesn't, I don't know what we'll do. Mix it with some methimazole on her. Doctor. Ritsuko sighed, what's wrong? If we have a hormone and an anti-hormone, the balance sheet checks out, doesn't it? That is not the problem. Ritsuko looked up to the ceiling, realizing there was no treatment for him. That was when the phone rang. When Ritsuko moved to answer, Toshio, spoon held in his mouth, raised a hand. Ah, it's fine, I got it, go on home. As he had said as much, and she had seen him pick up the receiver, Ritsuko bowed her head, indicating her intent to leave. Toshio nodded in his own answer of a gesture, then, suddenly, his voice rose with a what? Ritsuko stopped in her tracks without thinking, watching Toshio's suddenly grim expression. All of them, really. The police. At the word police, she startled, still clutching the tray as she took a long, hard look at Toshio's face. She subconsciously strained her ears, but she couldn't hear the voice on the other end. It needs to be reported. No, it's fine, I'll call them from here. Yeah, definitely don't move them. Don't touch anything, just wait outside, all right. Somebody must have collapsed. Ritsuko tensed slightly. So, you haven't confirmed Jigoru Jie-san's body's dead, huh? Ritsuko's brows knit together. Jigoru, was that Yamari's Okawa Jigoru? Confirm it. The hell's a monk getting wound up over a corpse? If he is breathing, a doctor'll be there. You're sure about Murasako-san at least, right? No, it's fine. Anyway, I'm coming, so wait there. In the meantime, check out Jigoru Jie-san. If he's breathing, call an ambulance. I'll be right there. Talking fast, Toshio hung up the phone, looking at Ritsuko who stood there. He kept it short. A catastrophe in Yamari. Part 7. Aren't we lucky, Shigeji-kun? It was nothing. At the sound of Yano Kanami's voice, Mita Motoko turned from the window table with a smile. When I first heard, it was like my insides froze to ice, though. He hasn't had a hint of a fever or any nightmares at night either, so it looks like it really was nothing. How embarrassing, I was such a mess. Kanami smiled from the counter. When it comes to their children, that's what mothers do. Kanami, the one speaking of children and mothers, left her children with the other party in the divorce. She didn't say much, but Motoko thought. Wasn't it as if her children were taken away by her partner? I was inexcusable to the junior monk. I wonder if I shouldn't go to offer an apology. It'll be all right, won't it? I won't stop you from going to speak your gratitude, but he's not that hard of a person. He has a gentle temperament, our junior monk. Even when you were going at him as if to bite his head off, he didn't seem to have any hard feelings towards you. She murmured her relief, setting the tableware atop the table when she heard a patrol car siren. She looked up with a start, eyes going to the national highway beyond the wide pane of glass. From the counter, Kanami strained her ears. Kanami's drive-in faced the entrance to the village, and from the counter, you could see the national highway that lead towards the town of Mizobe. In the distance, passing beneath the expressway overpass, a patrol car could be seen drawing closer. She knew that Motoko at the window would be stiffening. It's all right, Motoko. She smiled, conveying to Motoko that it surely had nothing to do with Satoba. Motoko returned a clumsy smile, gathering the utensils on the tray and moved back to the counter, but when the car passed by the window, and from there took the turn towards the village road along the riverbank, she was surprised. Did something happen? But what? Motoko let out a small wail. Kanami clapped her hand over that. It isn't Shigeji-kun, there's nothing to worry about. But I do wonder if something did happen. Is it an accident? Of course it went without saying that she hoped it wasn't Motoko's child, on the 1 in a million chance. So Kanami thought, giving her friend a deliberate pat on the arm. With an uneasiness she couldn't place, They watched the 2 patrol cars and the paddy wagon gray van drive on. At just that moment, at the Takemura stationery shop, just a little ways north of the drive-in, the old folks were gathered about the shop front. The elderly were at their usual stools, exchanging idle gossip, when suddenly the siren blared, the sight of the patrol car racing through causing them to stand at once. "What's this, an accident?" Oitaru stood and saw the passing patrol car leave. Keeping watch for its destination, he confirmed that it was headed straight along the Riverbank Village Road. "It's going up. Wonder if something happened, in Kamisatoba or maybe Monzon. It was probably some accident, I'm sure," Yiko said, causing Takiko to give a nasal snort. "I'll bet it's Okawa's brat." The Okawa liquor shop's boy was one they all turned their noses up at. He'd been a bad-tempered hooligan for a long time, and even the way he drove the delivery motorbike was wild. "Perhaps he's run himself into something. I'd always knew it would happen one day." Takemura Tatsu had no particular words to interject. At most, she wondered, would that patrol cars be coming out just for an accident? But it wasn't a thought worth sharing. Soon enough, someone would probably come by to tell them about what happened. Gadara Fuki came out of the house, walking with Yano T's support into the police car. There was a call. The manager was the one who picked up. Holding the receiver, the funeral manager went pale, then announced to Fuki her own brother's death. Since hearing it, Fuki's arms had been covered in goosebumps, ones that didn't fade even in the midday summer heat. Bystanders pat her hand, seeking to offer her some comfort, but none of it warmed her. How her brother died, the manager did not say, and so Fuki did not know. She couldn't help thinking that that was because the funeral manager was hiding it. She heard the sound of the patrol car. If the police were called, then there was no mistaking that it was an unnatural death. That sent goosebumps down her spine. Yano T clung to the car. "Fuki-san, it'd be better to leave it to somebody else. It's hard on you with your age." Looking up at the already tearful face of her longtime friend, Fuki remained her seat, fist a hard curl in her lap. The funeral manager seated next to her reached out to hold that hand, but it lacked a sense of visceral reality. "It's all right, he's my brother, after all." As she spoke, she realized how much she was shaking. Her gaze was on T, but every nerve in her body was attuned to the police officer in the seat in front of her, and she knew it. "If I don't calm down." The more she tried to clench her fist firmly, the more terribly they shook. "If they see this, they'll think it's strange." "But Fuki-san." "It's all right." The officer sat wordlessly. She couldn't help thinking he was listening intently. Fuki put on no brave fronts, bowing her head low. At the same time, she closed the door and the car started moving. Fuki couldn't lift her head. "There was a death, wasn't there? Your son, wasn't it?" When the voice came from the front, she seemed to jump in her seat. She nervously lifted her face, turning her head to look at the middle-aged officer in the passenger's seat. His eyes were boring into Fuki. Yes, sir, my youngest son." "Blood was." "My condolences, ma'am, that's a real shame. How old was he?" "He was 39. "Then, where are his wife or your grandchildren?" "No, he was still single, so." "Blood was his clothes." Fuki shook her head. "Is that so?" said the officer, holding his tongue after that. From there, an eternity passed. Every hint of sound terrified her. Every time the officer took a breath, she felt he was on the verge of questioning her. "Had your son gone to Yamari recently? Was your son acting unusual in any way after he returned? Did he have blood on his clothing or anything like?" But the officer had nothing more to say. The car didn't seem to be to bring Fuki anywhere for questioning. Going to the family home in Yamari. The officer stepped out of the car, as did Fuki with the funeral manager's support, when 2 sharp-eyed men came up. This time for certain she'd be questioned, she thought, prepared. Prepared though she was still surprised to be brought to her brother's house for questioning. Are you the family? Where are Hidemasa-san and Miko-san's children? Do you have their contact information?" "Yes, they have 2. Both have moved a long ways out, but if you'd like their contact information, then at my house." The 2 men, who seemed to be detectives, nodded and took notes. They asked several more questions, but nothing in particular regarding blood splotches came out. Relief washed over and wore her out. They brought her to the living room to sit and asked if anything seemed to be missing, but still nothing about any blood stains. That he'd met with Miko, that he'd gone to Yamari to pay a get-well visit to Hidemasa, and that he'd returned with blood on his clothing never did come out in the open. Part 8. Seishin looked up at the community, warmed by the sun's rays from the shade of the fir trees. The resonance of the cicadas' chirps echoed along the slope of the mountain. Two-toned colored cars were stopped here and there on the street by the Murasako family home. Like on TV or a movie, Seishin thought. The sight of those cars and the investigators was dreadful, enough to disconnect from one's sense of reality. The first to rush on scene was the resident officer, Takami, and as he explained the situation to Takami, pointing out the various calamities, the prefectural police arrived. He did the same with them, going back over the incident and story, leading along the paths he took and giving the explanations again, but once that was over, there was nothing left for him to do. He couldn't get used to it, feeling constrained with so many people flowing into the place. Though he had no particular destination, he walked the roads of Yamari. Just maybe, he thought, he had the feeling that this could be for the last time. Even in the abandoned houses near the Murasako household, there was the sight of officers looking at the porches and in the houses themselves. So he trudged down the road to Yamari's entrance, sitting at the three-pronged road, watching over the neighborhood's manner of demise. Recognizing that Yamari was dead, the clamor before his eyes would seem contrary, but it bore resemblance to the service for Shuji that he had just been at. Evidently, this was what a funeral service for a neighborhood looked like. The road up from the village, from where Seishin was sitting just then, turned left to enter the neighborhood of Yamari. To the right was a rather wide, empty space, and deep into that emptiness, the village road continued on to the right. It was a mountain road that was pushing it to be as wide as even one truck, but two lines of track marks continuing on the earth showed that the village road was still just barely alive. The distinct tread marks on the earth discolored by the blazing sun contrasted the summer grass, for an all the more summer-like complexion. There must have been a spring in the far corner of the vacant lot as before a small hakura were mudded tracks in every direction, brightly colored butterflies gathered about seeking water. The hakura was so small it was merely an enclosure with a roof, storing a stone pillar and a sacred jiz, but the latter was toppled, broken with the jizo's head having rolled aside the mud tracks. Its red apron was last year's, and it was probably Miko who had put it on him or so. It was a lonely, faded color. The injured and exposed jizo's head was surrounded by dragonflies, their wings gleaming like glass. A neighborhood that had died out and the clamor of living beings, the voices of the cicadas and the birds, the vivid colors of summer and its vitality, intermingled there with death and ruin. Yamari now could be thought of as being oversaturated in things until it would snap apart. Becoming unable to bear looking at it, he sighed and rose. He climbed the hill being warmed by the sun and its reflections, walking without purpose along the road towards Jigoru's house. He'd thought about how he'd lost his head, if he did say so himself. He lowered himself onto the stone steps down from the Okawa house's estates, sitting facing straight ahead to the Murasako house, idly seeing the patrol car stopped at the Murasako household, and beside it Fuki and two investigators talking. "Hey, yo!" A voice called out to him from behind. He turned as Toshio came down the steps towards him. He looked towards the Murasako house with eyes narrowed against the glare, holding onto the railing of the steps and stopping in the shadow of a fig tree to light a cigarette. What a catastrophe, huh? Seishin subconsciously pursed his lips. From Jigoru's house, he immediately contacted Toshio. Per instructions, he'd searched for Jigoru, but without thinking he found himself wanting to blame Toshio for the state he found the old man in. "I see Fuki-san is here. Is she all right?" "With what?" "The body, she identified it, right?" Seishin started to say, with a gurgling noise in the back of his throat. Unfortunately, he had nothing left to puke up. Toshio shrugged. "If it's that, I already took care of it. Old Lady Murasako aside, the two old guys don't look like anything besides two old bodies. They'll probably have to be positively idded by dental records." Seishin nodded. "It's this hot weather," Toshio said, looking up at the radiantly clear sky. "I don't know how long they've been dead, but they were left like that in this heat wave. Well, it was a hell of a sight seeing. Thanks to that, I still can't smell anything else." Seishin nodded to that too. He was the same from only peering in through the doorway. There was probably no comparison to Toshio, who had stood in during the autopsy. Why did that? Don't ask me the cause of death. They brought in a crew to do the autopsy, you know, Toshio said with a wry smile around the cigarette still in his mouth. But then, with a parts deficit like that, I wonder if they'll really be able to tell. Deficit? Seishin asked, to which Toshio responded bluntly. I tried counting their parts, but there's not enough. Revived in his mind were Jigoru's remains scattered around the room. Since the bedroom had been similar to the way things were in the Murasako house's kitchen, he had thought that they were more animal remains. By the time they could round up all the wild dogs and dissect them, it'd probably be long digested. Then, what did that to Jigoru-san was? Probably wild dogs. At least we know they weren't cut apart with anything bladed. Old Lady Murasako at least didn't have any external injuries. They're saying it might have been a natural death. That's good, Seishin murmured without thinking. Toshio turned to look at Seishin. That's good, that it's not a case. Yeah, well, that was imprudent of me, wasn't it? Sorry. I wonder about saying that to me. Nothing even a little good about it, though. It was a natural death, right? At the least, for Miko-san. That's just it, Toshio said, throwing away his cigarette. The two old guys died a few days ago. At the very least we know they didn't die just yesterday. Miko-san, on the other hand, probably died right around yesterday precisely. Seishin started to say, then closed his mouth. Yesterday. Right, Toshio said with an ironic smile. Isn't that interesting? Old Lady Miko was here, who knows how many days, living with a corpse, in other words. Chapter 3, Translation Notes. General. Household family shrines. Come in Shinto and Buddhist flavors. Family shrines, kamidama. Not just limited to roadsides, homes often have Shinto shrines meant to house gods as well. Charms known as afuda are stored in them, and prayers are said at the housebound shrine, where offerings of food and drink are to be set out. Family altars, butsuden, much like the Shinto family shrine. The Buddhist family altar often has a stand-in object, such as a jizu or painting or scroll inside, and offerings are made to this one as well. While family shrines are hung like a high shelf, the family altars are more like cabinets, complete with doors. Also similar to the family shrines are that offerings are made here. Family altars tend to have a bell that can be rang during litanies. Japanese funerals, a brief summary. The family altar is closed for 49 days. This is so that any other deceased family members may be included in the mourning, going without offerings until the deceased joins them, though offerings are left here for the deceased during that period. 49 days is said to be the amount of time it takes for the dead to cross to the other shore. With trials every 7 days, they must overcome to release themselves and their ego and move onto a higher plane of existence. The family shrine is closed until the funeral is over. A posthumous name is given for the dead to use in the afterlife so that they can further disassociate from their former existence. This name is based on their accomplishments and karma in life. If the deceased died at home, they're brought before the family altar, where the readings and prayers take place. If the family wishes, this can still be done even if they don't die at home, even if it's not just immediately after the death as the normal bedside sutras are. This is not quite the same thing as a wake, but it's functionally quite similar. If the deceased dies out of the home, generally the medical staff, either at the hospital or who come to assess the body, will take care of preparing the bodies for the funeral. In other cases, this is done by funeral home staff, morticians, monks, or others depending on the situation. The dead are dressed in traditional white kimonos, though sometimes men are put in black suits. At the wake, the family is offered donations by guests, and each guest receives a gift for their attendance proportional to their donation, about 1/4. Prayers, incense, and more sutras. An all-night vigil is held where the immediate family stays up all night, presumably being visited by the deceased who is saying goodbye to their favorite places and people in this world. Then, there's the funeral. More prayers, more sutras, and they are often buried with money to cross the river to the other side. Snacks, cigarettes, precious objects, etc. then transported off to be cremated, or, more unusually but definitively the case in Satoba, buried. After the 49 days, the gifts are sent to the mourners who gave donations, and mourning is basically finished, aside from memorial services held on specifically numbered years after the deceased's death. Popular years are the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 13th anniversary of deaths. Incidentally, we're told in Sations S that in Satoba, mourning services cease after the 33rd year, when even their plot is no longer a plot, but a place where a fur is placed. These elements vary depending on the specifics of the faith, like many other details. The elements described here are the bare-bones basics that are generally universal. The family does not celebrate the Shinto celebrations for the rest of the year and do not send or receive New Year's greeting cards. Astute readers and purveyors of Japanese culture will notice that Buddhism seems to be the religion of choice for death rituals, and Shintoism for most festivals and celebrations. A sharp teacher of mine in Japan remarked, in an extension of a common Japanese saying only involving Shintoism and Buddhism originally, that in Japan you are born Shinto, marry Christian, and die Buddhist. Shintoism is the religion of new lives and spirituality. Christianity is mostly opted for the stylish chapel weddings by those who may never care to read a page of a Christian Bible in their life, and Buddhism focuses heavily on rebirth or not really being quite gone so much as journeying, making it particularly appealing for those struggling with a death in the family. In case you're wondering what the mourning crew and Koik are doing in all of this, here is a handy checklist of all the tasks that must be performed for a funeral. Most of the more daunting ones are universal issues for most cultures' funerals. They are essentially making these arrangements. Juzu, prayer beads used in Japanese Buddhism. Their use is similar to a Catholic rosary, with beads meant to keep track of counting the sutras while they are chanted. There is also the belief that the good karma leaking off from the chanting of sutras may reside in the juzu. Sutras are typically chanted 108 times, as there are believed to be 108 attachments or afflictions that plague man. If more than 108 are to be chanted, some sects start going backwards around the ring of beads to signify breaking the cycle of death and rebirth. The shapes vary between sects, as do the appropriate ways of holding them when in use. The formal, larger ones with 108 beads are typically two-ringed, with or without 2 to 4 smaller beads dispersed between them. Informal ones may have fewer than 108, are a single ring, and have between 18 and 45 beads, usually in some number that divides evenly into 108. Men's informal juzu tend to have larger but fewer beads, women more but smaller. The tassels also come in forms ranging from loose to braided to bald. The tassel style is largely a matter of taste. The appropriate way to hold them between the hands, over one hand, over both, beneath the thumbs, etc. varies by sect. Chapter 3, 1. Equinoctial week, the aforementioned Higan or other shore was said in Buddhist lore to be set in the far west. At the vernal, spring, and autumn equinox, the sun sets due west, and at these times they were said to be able to cross over from the other shore. And festivities or rituals similar to the aforementioned Bon are held throughout the week, honoring the dead's burial plots and Buddhist family altars, leaving food and drink offerings to the dead and reading Buddhist sutras at grave sites. As these celebrations are a week long each time, they have those equinoxes at the center of the assigned weeks, March 21st and September 23rd. These times are right before the seasons change in Japan, making it very hot right after the March 1 and cold after the September 1. Chapter 3, 4. Of course, back then they didn't quite have last names, but Hirasawa mentioned that there were no last names in the Edo period, 1600s to late 1868 in the Meiji Restoration. 1868 commoners were ordered to take on last names written with an approved set of kanji. But before that, they were the prerogative of samurai and aristocracy. Commoners were referred to with a descriptor of where they were from or what they did instead of their last names, with the particle no for of. For example, Mida no Mitoko, me before de. Field would be the Mitoko who lives in front of the fields. Even with nobles, referring to them with their last name, the possessive no particle, and then their first name was common, coming out as Tera no Manamori, to use the example of our previously mentioned Seidu Seinmori's master, which would be Tera's Manamori. This is used in Shiki on occasion due to there being so many head families and branch families that it's simple to refer to people by their household, and it's translated in that style. Later you'll notice characters referring to Tashio as Doctor of the Azakis. He's being called Azaki no Sensei there, rather than Ozaki-sensei as usual. Temples and Shrines Part II. Village Administration, Murakata and Parish Guilds, Miyaza. The Bakufu are the shogun's government. Shoguns were military generals who were supposed to be a representative of the wholly under Shintoism emperor over the territories they maintained. But in practice, the shoguns truly did run things until the Meiji Restoration, which was the restoration of the emperor to true power. Under the Bakufu, there were those assigned to govern each village. These leaders were the village administration. The shogunate were strong supporters of and strongly supported by Buddhism due to varying reasons for each end of the partnership. The village administrators assigned their roles were often Buddhist intellectuals of high social status, not priests or the like, though many Buddhist priests also had political status. Assignment varied throughout the ages from being bakufu appointed to village elections. Buddhist temples were often co-opted as government institutions before the Meiji Restoration, when the emperor was returned to power, as opposed to being mostly ceremonial while military generals and shoguns were the true rulers. It was with the help of powerful Shintoists and Shintoist intellectuals, whom viewed the emperor's line as sacred and his rule divine right. Thus, Shintoism was instated as the national religion again, and the village administration's leaders who were previously in charge of Buddhist religious matters were superseded by Shintoists, called the Parish Guild or the Miyaza. They were the ones privileged to engage in shrine rituals directly, at times. If there were no Shinto priest, they would be the ones to handle the holy relics or go into the areas lay people were not allowed in. Different roles were open to different people, by birth, by election, by status, etc. here as well. In some areas, the village administration's government control remained more or less unchanged beyond this, being more or at least as much a government institution as a Buddhist one. In some areas, the parish guilds took on more political power, owning land and businesses whose proceeds went to the temple, or to the parish guild in the name of the temple. The degree of coexistence, blending, or contest betwixt the groups varied as well as which prevailed. Chapter 3-5. Shaoji. Sliding wood-framed doors with paper, rather than solid wood or other materials. If you've ever seen a traditional Japanese setting in a movie, anime, manga, etc., you've seen them, but here's a note in case you didn't know what they were called. Tatami. Straw wound floor mats. Similarly, you've probably seen them. They're the most common Japanese home settings flooring, but in case you don't know what they're called, now you do. It's common to give room-size descriptors by how many tatami mats it fits, with the standard tatami length being twice the width. Chapter 3-6. Hashimoto's disease. An autoimmune disease where the patient's own immune system attacks their thyroid, leading to hypothyroidism with bouts of hyperthyroidism, generally treated with hormones replacing those the thyroid can't produce. Chapter 4. Part 1. He stared at the morning mist, wavering above the asphalt. The silent, chilled highway drew in from the west, with a wide, winding turn towards the village entrance. The path out of the village crossed the bridge that saddled the mountain stream and headed south, beneath the expressway's overpass. In the night, a sudden unease took him. Feeling rushed by something in the night, unable to sleep, he listened to the radio, only for it to make him feel all the more like he was being cornered by those radio waves. Rolling about in his bed, unable to bear it, as soon as dawn broke he left the house. Unable to seize the mood of a casual stroll, his pace broke into a run towards the national highway as if being pulled along by it. A baseless irritation, impatience for something he himself couldn't name. The highway stretched out, chilled, wordlessly running southerly. He pondered its end. The road ran towards the city, piercing fields and hills, leaving the neighborhoods of the village behind. Even with the knowledge that the asphalt beneath his very feet connected this small mountain village to a bustling town, the adults about him spoke of it as his future, so terribly detached from any present sense of reality. Passing through one more today, tomorrows were piled up thick. He suspected the pile of tomorrows had approximately no relation to the future the adults spoke of, thinking that this road breathed into the reaches of eternity. Would this road really lead to the city if he walked along it? Even if he tried to imagine it, all he could see was his own figure being swallowed up in the morning mist. Sometimes a truck would rush through shaking the silent stillness, passing him by and driving south as he saw it off, with some strange sense of restraint. It was a runaway's morning, pressed by the feeling of having no place to have himself, but all the same having a hard time extracting himself from where he was. He idly waited for the sun to rise from the eastern mountain ridge. Soon enough, with nothing else to do, with the languid voices of the cicadas as his impetus, just like always, with painful reluctance, as if the hairs on his back were being pulled in protest, he turned back, the morning sun throwing vivid shadows over the western mountains behind him. Casting his eyes down from the brilliant rays, he returned towards his house. He'd felt just a little like he'd be beaten down, and at the same time relieved, a mystery to himself as much as anyone. This morning, once again, he returned through the country paddy fields while gazing where his heart longed for. In the short time he had been at the highway, the village awoke. Even on a Sunday, the village's early rising didn't change. The houses along the narrow pathway opened their windows, signs and presences of people about. The morning fog dispersed, the eastern mountains' shadow whittled away, and the sun shone strongly into his face as he walked north. Today'd be hot again. As his eyes narrowed against the light, his hand shading over his eyes, a brown furball came flying beneath his feet. At the same time came a crisp voice. Taro. Turning to look back over his shoulder towards the voice, there she came rushing, holding onto a leash. The Shiba Inu frolicking at his feet had no collar. That would, then, be the ring that was dangling from the end of the leash she held. I am so sorry, Taro, come here. Ritsuko was in a flustered hurry, seizing the dog whose tail wagged as if it would fall off. The Shiba, now too big to be called a puppy, was either overexcited or excessively healthy, refusing to stay in place in her arms even once caught. With the help of the one the dog had eagerly tripped up, at last the collar was able to be fastened. I just changed his collar thinking it was too big, but I wonder if it's still too loose? It came right off. Sorry, and thanks. Natsuno-kun, wasn't it? When Ritsuko spoke, he scowled. He suddenly turned away, silent, without any hint of small talk returned greetings, most unpleasant. Ritsuko thought that he must not have remembered her. They'd met at the hospital countless times. Even so, to him she was nothing more than one of the nurses, and perhaps he couldn't differentiate between each of them. Out jogging. Your leg's all better now. The question came as much because he was in a t-shirt and jersey as because it would end on a bad note to separate with greetings going the way they had. She was certain that he was a patient who had come in quite some time ago with a knot on his shin. It was a common ailment of growing boys. It would usually take care of itself during the growth period, and in his case he'd come in for prescriptions of painkillers, but not since then, so the pain must have stopped, too. My leg is better. There was some weird bump under my knee, though. The cartridge hardened. Then it must have stopped hurting, Ritsuko said, Natsuno giving a sour nod. Thinking she wasn't making any ground, she was just about to say her goodbyes when Natsuno himself spoke up. Nurse. Once you get that kind of lump in your bone, you're finished growing, I heard, but is that true? There was something charming about how seriously he asked. In a hurry to move onward, Taro pulled her 2-3 steps forward, Natsuno following, awaiting his answer. They do say that, but there's nothing set in stone about it. Being pulled into a walk by the dog Taro, she went with no destination, Natsuno at her side. It is true. When the cartridge ossifies, that is the sign that it's finished growing, yes. But just because you're past the phase of growing as quickly as you did in middle school, it doesn't mean that your growth has come to a complete stop, so. I see. It was funny how complicated his thoughts sounded as he spoke. At the same time, he sounded relieved. They had met at the hospital 2 or 3 times, but beyond that Ritsuko had caught sight of him, who knew how many times during an early morning walk. Natsuno was looking at the national highway. The sight of the boy standing and longing, as if yearning for the south, made it seem as if any minute he'd start off on foot out of the village. She had the urge to call out to him, as if she had to stop him, but at the same time if she called out to him, it seemed like that would be what drove his back forward towards the south, and so she couldn't. That image was so powerful that the fact that he was quite worried about whether he'd grow any more or not, like a normal young man, knowing such a trivial thing could be on his mind, was somehow a relief. Natsuno-kun is entering high school this year, was it? Yes, ma'am. Could you please stop that? The young boy's voice was blunt, his displeasure naked. calling me by my first name. Ritsuko nodded. Should she call him by his last name Yuuki or his last name Koide? His father's last name was Yuuki and his mother's last name was Koide. The couple weren't together in the family register, and he was under his mother's name. So she thought it had been Koide on his insurance card. Around the hospital, he was known by his first name, Natsuno. What to call somebody with two last names was a conundrum for anybody. It may have been the office's Muto, who was friends with his father Yuuki, who had called him that. You hate it, your name. Natsuno nodded with a sour face. I think it's a good name, though. It's fresh. Your mother gave it to you, right? My old man, I guess it's some noble's name. I see, your father, he's a romanticist. Natsuno grimaced. If he wasn't, we wouldn't have moved, not to a place like this. It is a simple, empty country village, after all, Ritsuko said with a smile, making Natsuno bow his head in sudden shame. I didn't really mean it like that. Even if you did mean it like that, isn't it fine? It's the truth after all. It's like the stock model of the sticks out here. Yes, it's been called that. That's just what it is. In the last few years of its life, it feels like it isn't any place for the young. That it is not. Ritsuko looked out over the village. The V shape carved into the mountain ridges could be seen as open scissor blades, like it would someday suddenly snap shut, squashing out the village and its people. That's right, it really is a simple country town. To those like your father, who always lived in the city, it might be thought of as curious in a good way, but there's a shortage of nurses, isn't there, right now? Well, maybe. Then, I do not think you would have trouble finding work no matter where you went. Don't you think of leaving here and going to the city or something? That's true. The early rising elderly recognized Ritsuko and called out to her. There were those watering their gardens, those cleaning the street, and children passing by calling out to her in bright voices as they hurried down the road. On Sunday, there were no radio exercises, so they must have been going off to play. I guess it's because I was born here. Morning, called out a voice from behind before passing by on her bicycle. It was Hirasawa Mayumi. She waved her hand at the both of them and continued off in the same direction as the children, to the north. She was going to work, no doubt. Hirasawa Mayumi was from the Shimo Satoba's Okawa household who married into the Hirasawa household, the one called Kohiro or Small Hiro. She used to work at the Mizobe Credit Union, but since marrying, she worked at the register at the supermarket, Tomo, at the top of the shopping district. She was the third generation, with no kids yet herself. Ritsuko was like that, well informed about the various tidbits of the village. What functions and events were for which seasons, who did what during them, who was from what family, and how they were related by marriage. Even while she wasn't especially interested in it, she would naturally hear it, and without trying to remember it, she remembered. Lately, her job only spurred that on. Working as a nurse in the village's only hospital, she ended up knowing things down to the finest detail, becoming more and more at ease and familiar. Whenever she walked down the street, there would always be an incessant stream of voices calling out to her. With acquaintances, and the like, and friends, and the like, and all those different relationships in place, I guess I just can't get in the mindset to decide where else to live. Or where to have a boyfriend. At Natsuno's playful question, she gave a light glower. That isn't a part of it. Even though it's really inconvenient. I don't know of any place more convenient, so I don't think of it as inconvenient. She laughed, but Ritsuko supposed that he could want out of the village. Natsuno moved to Satoba during middle school, so being raised in the city, wanting to return to the place he was used to living was perhaps, if anything, only natural. I don't get it. Is it that wherever you live's the center of everything thing? If we're talking about merits, there isn't anything to brag about either. The furs or the Satoba. That's right. Ritsuko nodded. It's like some kind of bad omen, huh? It's eerie. If you were speaking of Satoba, the village out loud, it was going to be heard as an ill-omened word. Everyone here had been teased about it at least once by the kids in school from other towns. But that woodworking had become less prominent. At one time, Satoba may have stood as a base for building coffins and the like, but nowadays the elderly's only manual labor was crafting Satoba. Even the number who did that was decreasing. As woodworking declined, what rose were agriculture and forestry, and most of the households with a family-monopolized trade were in decline, to the point where most households had secondary jobs. Ritsuko's household was one of those stock Sotoba families, her widowed mother tilling their narrow field, with Ritsuko and her little sister working to supplement the family budget. No, if you were being precise, now it was Ritsuko who supported the household economy. Her mother's harvests were only enough for one household, and what they came up short on her little sister's income supplemented. Ritsuko let out a sigh for no particular reason, turning her eyes towards the western mountain. The slope was covered in firs, at the foot a small opening of fields. Amidst the forest of firs, catching the light was a rain gutter or something similar on the Kanemasa mansion. That house, they never did move into it, did they? Ritsuko murmured, Natsuno turning to look at it dubiously. That house, he parroted Ritsuko's line of sight, letting out an awe. The Kanemasa house. That building must have inspired her in some way. There was recently talk about wanting to rebuild the house a lot. Ritsuko's family was an old farming family. There were an excess of rooms, and the aging fixtures were undeniably inconvenient. Reconstruction would be a welcome change, but if it came to doing actual refurbishing, that task would fall on Ritsuko, even though she should know better. Her father died early, and her mother left the forests untended, unable to even cultivate the field that wasn't that broad in the first place. Their savings, if there were enough to call savings, weren't enough for a family. Her mother should not have been unaware of that. Her mother demanded a family of Ritsuko. If you got out of this old, tedious village, you'd feel better. So get married, she was told. She didn't hate the idea of marrying her partner, and of course it wasn't that she didn't want to be married. She herself knew that if she let this chance get away from her, she wouldn't ever be able to wed. But then why couldn't she work up the determination to do it? Ritsuko's mother wanted her to leave the village behind, restart the family elsewhere, and look after her for the foreseeable future. She herself may have even wished to do that. But her mother's clear expectations were a weight on her chest. Thinking about that made her want to flee, but if she ran away, then next her sister would be bound to the role. Thinking of that wrought the same weight in her chest. If she were to run away with a partner who said that village, with such scorn, all the more so. Now that you mention it, my old man was saying he'd seen a moving truck. On the day of the Mashiokuri. That's right, Natsuno-kun's father performed as a Yudshu, didn't he? Natsuno nodded. On the night of the Mashiokuri, as they were burning the Beto, he was saying they saw a moving truck. But it turned back, they must have taken the wrong road. Ritsuko nodded. Being pulled along by Taro as she was, she found herself at the riverbed road that lead to the highway. She thought that maybe Natsuno was coming back from this highway himself, but having a feeling she shouldn't touch that topic, she didn't dare to ask. The highway stretched in from the west here to where it intersected with the riverbed road, drawing out into a large curve that went south. This was the southern boundary of the village. Natsuno-kun, thirsty. I didn't bring my wallet. It's my treat. When I come with my little sister, I always end up treating her. Ritsuko laughed, stepping up to the vending machine in the Chigusa parking lot, which was just around the corner. Chigusa was the commonly known name of the drive-in, ran by Yano Kanami with one other working girl. How old Kanami was, what kind of person, Ritsuko knew all of that about her. It didn't matter that she had a 10-year age difference from Kanami, and that Kanami was rarely ever a patient at the hospital. After putting the coins into the coin slot of the vending machine in the drive-in parking lot that faced the road, Ritsuko took out the cold can. Putting in the coins for Natsuno, she opened her can looking out over the road that swept by the village. On the other side of the highway, not far off, she could see the bus stop. The empty but stop looked to be deserted. Progression and decay, change did continue in the village without end. Only the village was left behind from the outside world, the distance from the world beyond growing. That's how Ritsuko thought of it. A far-off world, a deserted village. This village, too, would not necessarily always remain. The young left. The old died, little by little becoming a smaller, more forlorn existence, all while being left behind alone. The Murasako's Oba-chan passed away, didn't she? Murasako in Yamari? Yesterday, 3 corpses were found in Yamari, I heard, but... Natsuno asked, pulling the pull ring of the can. Yup. But just the other day, she was at the hospital. She came to pick up the Okawa's Oji-chan's medicine for him. She seemed very healthy, and yet now, with everyone gone, it's strange. Long ago, when the village was formed and still crafting sotoba, The villagers did their logging from Yamari, bringing the trees down to the riverbed road by horse to Monzon. In Monzon, the firs were cut into lumber, then further cut down into sotoba. When Ritsuko was a child, there were lumber sawmills and carpentry shops here and there in the village. Those carpentry shops faded one by one, and entry to Yamari also became less common. With the mere 3 elderly inhabitants left dead, the neighborhood Yamari was extinguished. Was that how Sotoba too would at last disappear? She wondered. There would be fewer people, they'd take out the bus stop, only a few people would still make their homes there, and one fateful day, someone would try to pay a visit and they would all be dead. Sotoba's end. Was that day coming? "Nurse," Natsuno spoke up. "Is it true that the 3 in Yamari were murdered?" Ritsuko blinked awake from her reverie. "Oh no, it's turned into a murder story." "That's just what I heard. The doctor said they died a natural death." "They did an autopsy, didn't they?" "He stood in for the autopsy. It was some kind of sickness. He said there wasn't any particular crime." "What?" Natsuno smiled cynically. "I thought as much." "Thought as much?" Natsuno shrugged his shoulders. "Some freak went in, it sounds like some people are saying. But I didn't think that could happen. I mean, you wouldn't normally think people were living that far back in this backwoods place, not normally." Ritsuko blinked. "That may be right. When I heard there's a place at the end of the forest road where there are still people living, I thought it was a lie. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was one thing to be living out here, where there's not even a train, and all but the buses don't even run to Yamari." "Is that right?" "That is right. We know about Yamari, but people from outside might think like that. People who don't have anything to do with the village coming in here, worked up would be weird in itself. If they did come into the village all the way to the top, they'd think the road ends there, wouldn't they? They wouldn't think there were houses beyond that where people lived and all." "That may be true. So then, there's no choice but to think the culprit is a villager, is there? But if there was someone as dangerous as that, everyone know. It's that kind of place." "That's true. Everyone keeps watch on each other, collecting every last detail around here." At Natsuno's voice, which seemed to be muttering to himself, Ritsuko's gaze fell with a forced smile. "Right, it might look that way, to someone from the outside. This old, tedious village. If you got out, you'd feel better. Even so. The people she knew well, the village that had become so familiar with her, and she with it. Leaving that village to a town where she knew no one, relying on a person who could not grasp how she missed it. To Ritsuko, it didn't even seem possible. When she raised her gaze, Natsuno gripped his can, looking south. It was possible that Ritsuko would become like that too. Standing at the highway at the break of dawn longing for Sotoba, it wasn't a life she wanted. Lately, there aren't many families that make Sotoba anymore, are there? Even though I love that smell. Natsuno turned and blinked. The smell, the firs. Ritsuko nodded. "I love that smell of the firs. Don't you think it has a certain austerity to it? Isn't that just because you know it's the smell of making Sotoba?" "Probably. Yes, it's the smell of nostalgia, remembering the dead," Ritsuko said, something cheerful in her mood as she looked up to the sky. "All right, we'll use firs to build the new house." "New house?" Natsuno looked up at Ritsuko in bewilderment, Taro too looking up blankly. "Yup, we're rebuilding. Our current house, it's pretty old now." Ritsuko smiled and looked down at Taro. "Taro, we're going back. Do you want a new doghouse too?" "Well." As her son's voice rose up in the living room, Tanaka Sachiko turned from the kitchen to look at him. The kitchen was one step down from the 4.5 tatami mat living room. The floor was technically covered in boarding planks, but it was still ultimately called a dirt floor. The hard-packed clay floor around the kitchen door spread wide, and there was a washing machine in the corner. Previously, there was the furnace opening for the bath in that space. Next to the washing machine could be seen the door to the bathroom, all remnants of an old-fashioned house fixture. Sachiko's house was built by an old farming family and left that way. She'd thought many times about how she'd like to rebuild it, but her husband's parents suffered a long illness, and thanks to that, they didn't have that much of a savings surplus to afford it. "Hey, Yamari got a mention." Sachiko's son turned his body to face her from the living room, pointing to the newspaper. Making a noise of interest, Sachiko stopped washing to bend down and see, taking a seat on the step between the living room and kitchen levels. "So that's what today's patrol cars were for." "Here." Sachiko's eyes passed over the small, to the point where it was just page filler. article to know the cause of the prior day's uproar. It seemed like some people had died in Yamari, or so she had heard rumors of yesterday at least, but of course she didn't know any particulars. Oh, but they're saying it wasn't like it was a crime or anything, aren't they? We don't know that, her son Akira said with a somehow expectant tone. When she agreed, her tone was colored with the same tone. What's wrong? The girl who appeared in the living room tilted her head. Akira happily pointed to the newspaper. Kaori, Yamari got a mention. Don't you mean Oni-chan? Sachiko said, folding the paper. Kaori, are you going out? Yup, I thought I'd take Love along swimming. Instead of that, let's hit Yamari. Akira stood up. Sure has been a while since I've been to the mountains. Now stop that, Sachiko glared at her son. Akira had just entered middle school and still showed no signs of calming down. He was always saying childish things. 3 people just died, it's a bad omen. You'll be taken up by an Oni. That's retarded. Hey Kaori, let's go. Sachiko gave Akira a light, small poke. If you have that much free time, then do your homework. You still have some to finish yet, don't you? Kaori, watch your step. The water level's low, so the riverbed is slippery. Kay, it's fine to take the dog to play in the water, but don't let him roll around there. If he bathes in that water, he'll come back dirtier than he left. Seishin took in the sun's scorching rays as he headed towards the neighborhood of Kamisatoba. Gatora Shuji's funeral went as planned. The chief mourner, Fuki, was the sister of the deceased Murasako Hidemasa, but she married out of the Murasako household. The ill fates of the Murasakos were ultimately the burdens of the Murasako family, the Gatora family being a separate entity, and more than anything it was summer, so Shuji's burial needed to be hurried. The Murasako couple's corpses were taken away for an autopsy, when they would return unknown. Thus, for the time being, the burial went as planned, though the mourner's interest was not on Shuji, but in the community of Yamari. No matter how old they were, 3 people, all at once is, well, didn't some lunatic kid come in from Mizobe or something? It's become such a dangerous world. You said it. I mean, I myself have never locked my doors since the day I was born. I wonder if this isn't a sign of the end of that era. I mean, just a little while ago, wasn't there talk of that outsider who ran over a child? Seishin was in a separate room, but due to it being summertime, the sliding screens and Shaoji were pulled back. All of the mass conversations leaked through. In any case, circumstances being what they were, speculations were flying. It seemed the villagers were largely thinking of it as a crime. A thief or possibly a madman was the culprit. If so, then the perpetrator was not a villager, but without a doubt someone from outside. That was the village's common sense at work. Weren't they attacked by some mountain dogs? Came the slightly more peaceable explanation, popularly given amongst a few of the elderly who even now entered the mountains for forestry. They're really multiplying up there, you know. Another housing district was built near Mizobe. Those fellas abandon their dogs in the mountains. To make sure they don't come home, they drive them all the way out here to abandon them. And not puppies or old dogs either. The point is they got tired of taking care of it or something. They're unmanageable, so they bring them out here. The Inoda's Matasabiru-san, wasn't it? The guy that horrible mess happened to in early spring. In Yamari. Right. That guy's mountain was to the east of Yamari and all. That's where he was attacked by a mountain dog, a hell of a scene. The dog that attacked him, too, they were saying it was one of those what they called, a big western breed dog. One of those long-haired ones you see in pet shops. Dogs go in and out of fashion like anything else. Those bunch from the city throw them out once they're not fashionable anymore. Seishin inclined his ears towards the voices he could hear amongst the clamor. While saying it was mountain dogs, the cause of those mountain dogs was ultimately not the village itself, but the outside. Middle-aged women gossiped about whether it wasn't a double suicide. They lived alone in the mountains as they were, with no relatives to rely on. They were left in the middle of the mountains to be ruined by illness or age, and unable to suffer that they committed suicide, or perhaps Murasako Miko was at her wit's end, and a forced double suicide took place. There were such explanations of that as well. And this was caused by government administrative deficiency, of a social welfare deficiency, or the children who had treated them cruelly and left the village. Of course, it was not caused by anything within the village. The village was isolated from the outside world. The village rejected the outside world, you could even say. Like this, they discussed from various angles the idea of death intruding from the outside world. And yet, oddly enough, regardless of the explanations offered by Seishin and Toshio, that it was neither an incident nor an accident, the opinion that it was a natural death was, as if the possibility never existed, not given so much as a breath. Yes, that always came from outside of the village. What really came was not something that came from the town of Mizobe, nor from any of the neighboring communities. It came from much further, no, not from the city beyond the bypass either. It came from what was not a part of the village, from the firs that surrounded the village within them. The forest of firs were not a part of the village, they were outside of it. That was within the firs, coming into the village from outside to seize the villagers. It took the villagers to the boundary line outside the village, towards the border between life and death. Ashiki. Okawa Tomio expressed his outrage to the drinkers at the corner counter of the liquor shop. Suddenly, there's a phone call saying that my uncle's dead. When I hurry on up there in a rush, it's not a sight a man should see. Sure enough, I was told that it was my uncle, but even if you tell me that, there's no way I could know. The man was rotted on top of being in pieces. The old men at the counter's faces, red with inebriation, all scowled at once. He wasn't just rotted from heat. Maggots were crowded in there. I take a look at the old man's face, and I thought I was looking at bone, it was so white. Just when I'm thinking that it's moving, I realize it's the maggots gathered in his face. He continued on with grand exaggerations, planting the seeds of nightmares in all those around. On top of that, in the empty houses all over and from my uncle's house, seems there were torn up bits of rabbits or dogs found scattered around. Spots of blood were all here and there too. They had to have gotten mixed up with some punk from somewhere who was off in the head. Not a doubt he killed old man Jigoro, and the Murasako couple then flew the coup. The cops are all saying shit about it being wild dogs, but I say like hell. As Okawa Etsushi heard his father's coarse voice rise up the stairs, he nursed a complex feeling. Throwing himself down on the bed atop the tatami mats, he scowled at the ceiling. Someone went to Yamari, dead bodies and torn apart animals, a blood-stained house. A hunting. Atsushi tried to draw such a mental image looking at the ceiling above. Blood, entrails, corpses, the sinews of muscles frayed, somehow made his blood boil. Murderer, weapon, mayhem, corpses and blood. Something pooled in the pit of his stomach, an itchy impatience making him feel as if he were wavering. Somehow, he felt like he could neither stay there nor stand to go. Damn, there's no way to blow off some steam. If he went to the recently emptied Yamari and recklessly crashed the whole joint, maybe this inexplicable feeling would blow away with that steam. But, thought Atsushi. When he snuck into Kanemasa to do the same thing, when the time came, Atsushi was seized with fear and ran away. Remembering that, something bitter from the depth of his stomach rose. What if he ended up stuck in the role of the schmuck doing something like that again? There was a pause in his father's gruff voices, and when it continued, it shouted up to the second floor. Hey Atsushi, a delivery. People passed through to get to the village. People filled their ears up with information and came jogging back as if to return before it leaked out, bursting from their mouths from the intense internal pressure. Yet regardless, when the local Takami stopped by to pay a visit, they kept their mouths tightly shut. The only one to proactively open his mouth was Kato Kyoyusuke. A lot of people died in Yamari, right? I know who did it. At the sound of the child's voice, Takami turned his body as Kyoyusuke distinctly pointed towards the western mountain. It's that house. That place is full of demons, they did it. His grandmother Yuki quickly covered his mouth. Don't say things like that. I'm sorry for him. That curious house was built, and he's just completely convinced it's a haunted house. It's true, Kyoyusuke added with a whisper, but it seemed the adults weren't listening. True, Kyoyusuke once again quietly repeated before he closed his mouth. Part 2. Oh, it's the junior doctor. Toshio turned towards the voice calling out from the side of the parking lot to see 3 women standing and talking. Standing under the bowers beside the gate to avoid the sun's rays, they fanned themselves with their handkerchiefs while seeming to make lively gossip. Thinking it'd be a pain, Toshio picked up his pace towards the car. Either way, their topic was obvious. The bells chimed from the mountains, the sounds of funeral bells. He managed to escape to the inside of his car, avoiding the women standing and chatting, but the seat was scorching hot, leaving Toshio thoroughly demoralized and worn down to the bone all the same. The tragedy in Yamari had the people of the village all wound and worked up. They gathered here and there, seemingly to solidify their theories. They must have heard from somewhere or another that Toshio stood in on the autopsy, and thanks to that, despite it being his no-consultation day, he had plenty of patience. Making a face like it was entirely natural they requested examinations, and on top of that, he had plenty of requests for house calls. And when asked what they wanted to ask about there, it wasn't about the one calling him in, it was commentary on the Yamari incident. Even though he cut into the words of and shut up the patients who wanted to make idle chatter, there was no end to the patients to see. To put it bluntly, he was fed up with them. With that in mind, being beaten down by the smoldering heat in the car, Toshio headed towards Mizuguchi. Down the village road to the south, the long and narrow village community stretched out on the opposite bank. Just across that bridge was Mizuguchi. In the lowest reaches of Mizuguchi, in a narrow farm field and amongst the forests that were so thick it couldn't even be called part of the village anymore, was a miserable little hovel, Aidu Ikumi's house. Calling it a miserable little hovel was by no means an invalid statement. The old building was so worn by the years that at a glance, anyone would think anything so laid to waste was abandoned. The warped and slanted roof's tiles were broken, and the sheet iron planks that handled the rain runoff were rusted and spotted with holes. It was questionable whether it could even open, the window with the wooden frame's glass so filthy that it couldn't even fulfill its function as glass. The glass door to the entryway was lurched open, an old-fashioned electric light with a broken shade hanging down from above, the light bulb ever unlit. "Good day." Toshio stepped inside past the glass door, calling out. Inside was a dim dirt floor, the air heavy with heat, enough to choke someone easily with the strong odor of incense floating about. The dirt floor of the entryway continued to the other side, straight ahead, the depths of which from the daughter of the Ikumis, Tammy, poked her face out. She was about 3 years Toshio's senior, but with a face seeming to be worn out, she'd aged to the point where one could think she'd lapped him. Tammy's eyes seemed somehow hollow as she spoke her gratitude for the house visit. "Thank you for coming all this way." Chunky and rotund, Tammy being the very picture of lethargy was how Toshio had always remembered her being, as far back as his memory could go. Just as Tammy was raising her face from her bow, a voice resonated from within the house. "Is it the doctor? Come in." Toshio nodded in acknowledgement to Tammy, heading in past the dirt floor. Beyond the open glass door, in the six-mat corner of a room like a cellar, before the kitchen entrance, there was a thin futon spread out. On that sat a woman. This was Tammy's mother, Ikumi. "By all means, do come in." A smile rose up over Ikumi's whole face, thin in contrast to that of her daughter's. Toshio withheld the sigh he felt inside as he came up into the six-mat room. He narrowly managed to squeeze himself into an opening on the tatami to sit. The reason for such minimal space was because of the tools of the family trade. There was enough to cram up half of the room, counting neither the family altar nor the family shrine, before which was a stand with an incense burner large enough to be mistaken for a brazier. In it incense sticks burning, smoking the room in dark soot, and there were 2 shelves with a strange luster to them, lined with ambiguous, cryptic little objects coated in dust. Toshio drew his eyes from that and professionally took out his medical bag. "What's wrong?" "Since yesterday, I've been so hot." So Ikumi said, but her face was brimming. At the very least, she seemed healthier than anyone else he'd met today. "Your temperature?" Toshio asked, taking out a thermometer. He knew full well from experience this household didn't have medical thermometer. Ikumi frequently requested house calls, but she'd never even put out a cushion to sit on, nor served a single cup of tea. He was pretty sure there weren't any cushions for guests to sit on in the house anyway. He had his doubts about whether there were even teacups for guests' use. Ikumi cheerfully took the thermometer in hand and put it in her armpit. As Toshio took her pulse and blood pressure readings, talk of Yamari began. How she was surprised by the patrol cars rushing by Takemura. How surprised she was when she heard a just dreadful case occurred in Yamari. Personal criticisms on the Murasako couple and old man Jigoru. She went sounding off on all such things. Ikumi had a tendency to be a tight-lipped and gloomy woman, but at the very least towards Toshio, she burst out a flood of words as always. He mechanically put the stethoscope to her. Ikumi was a famous miser. Even in this day and age, she used firewood from the mountains in a wood-burning stove, and she used the neighbors' baths for hot water. Though she was loath to spend a single yen, she frequently called Toshio out for house calls. He had a theory that her reasoning may have been colored by her hang-ups about doctors, or maybe about the household known as Ozaki. That if you went to the hospital for an examination, they'd examine things that didn't need to be examined, charging unnecessary medical fees, so she probably believed. In any case, having come, there wasn't really a thing wrong with Ikumi. Every time something happened in the village, she'd call Toshio out, and on the rare occasion there was something wrong, she'd refuse medicine and treatment. Of course, she had no insurance. The mother and child farmed a narrow field and garden, and the rest that they ate was at the generosity of others. Toshio performed a perfunctory examination and merely answered that there was nothing particularly abnormal. "Is that so? How strange, I do feel ever so sluggish," Ikumi said, suddenly turning with a "by the way." "Seems Godauta-san's Shuji-san has passed away, yes. I wonder if that hasn't got some connection to Yamari." "Connection? I mean, isn't it strange? So many dead people in succession like that. And moreover, Shuji-san was Murasako's Hidemasa's nephew, wasn't he? Makes you wonder if there's something to it, doesn't it? And the Murasako family, it was down to just Hidemasa, wasn't it? Hidemasa-san and Fuki-san were the only two left, but there were originally 5 siblings, you know, from that house. And yet, 3 of them died young. On top of that, Miko-san's last child was a stillbirth, too." Toshio packed away his stethoscope, breathing a sigh. "You're not trying to say it's a curse again, now are you?" "Oh dear," said Ikumi as if shocked. "I just mean, isn't it curious, that 3 people of the same stock died in succession? Jigoro-san died too, you know. Jigoro-san was like a part of the family to the Murasako household. I wonder if he might not have been a victim of circumstance, you know. What circumstances are we talking about? Try not to make it sound too stupid." "I thought that the junior doctor would say as much, but the truth is, I saw it." "Saw what?" "The truth is, what was it 10 days ago now? I saw a strange dream, a pitch-black cloud over Yamari. That was all there was to the dream, but it struck a chord in me. That something no good is going to come to Yamari. It's just a dream." "Well, see ya," Toshio said as he said that while rising to a stand when Ikumi gripped at him. She clung to him with her full body weight hanging off of him, not about to let go easily. "Ikumi-san. I knew. I was certain that unhappiness would befall Yamari. Then, after Shuji-san, there was that uproar. Be sure, something happened at the Murasako house. Back when I was young, there's something I told Miko-san. I told her that family is no good. You, in entering into the family like that, will not meet an easy end, I told her. But still, Miko-san is a person who won't open her ears when people speak. And then there was that dream, wasn't there? It struck a chord with me, but I didn't want to have weird faces made at me again. So I stayed quiet then, but knowing and doing nothing doesn't feel very good now, does it? So you see, I did a special prayer, a prayer that nothing bad would befall the Murasako household. As I did, in the very middle of prayer, a gecko appeared, twice no less." "Okay," Toshio said curtly, trying to pry her grip off, but once he got the right hand off, her left took hold. "This is no good," I thought. "That isn't all either. Look, I've been saying it all along, haven't I? This year something's strange. When I read New Year's fortunes, I had a bad premonition, did I not? Then we had this heat and this drought. On top of that, as soon as the year began, I had a bad feeling from that Kanemasa house. I felt like it's stagnant with evil. For a while now, I thought that stagnation's been flowing towards Yamari. And then there's that precognitive dream, yes. I thought it wasn't good that the Kanemasa estate was sold. That solidified the feel of the village for the worst. To begin with, Kanemasa is what you would call a fated lot, after all. Ikumi-san, you do know I don't have the time to be listening to your pretentious rants. Oh, just listen, I'm not saying anything bad. That house at Kanemasa, it's not good. That house's direction is no good. The position of the gate is strange, isn't it? It wasn't a good idea to build over the old Kanemasa house. At least they should have said it like it was before. I thought about going to tell them that. I went to visit, but there's nobody there to visit now, is there? Be sure of it, it's bad luck. I'd even bet on it. They had plans to come, but some misfortune befell them, so they weren't able to move in. It's not impossible, that house, they build it to move in. Ikumi-san, I'm not finished yet. You go ahead and just see if anybody really moves into that house. Worse things'll come to pass if they do. Junior Doctor, did you know? Near here are statues of the 3 wise monkeys, aren't there? They were broken the other day. Right around the time the 3 died in Yamari, that it was. When I thought about it and went to look, the Ojizo-san and the Kubusama statue in front of the shrine were broken too. Its head was knocked off and it was torn to pieces. If you listen, you'll hear them talking about how Jigoru-san's body was torn to pieces too. Yes. There's a connection there, don't you think as much? Personally, I can't help but think there's no connection at all, but, Toshio said, coldly tearing Ikumi's hand off. Anyway, there's nothing especially wrong with you, so. If possible, before calling me and you could try thinking a little more rationally about how bad you're really feeling. Oh my, Ikumi scowls at Toshio. I am quite rational, I will have you know. It seems you don't believe what I'm saying. However, ever since I'd seen that strange, precognitive dream, I've been feeling dreadful. I think it's clear I've been in contact by something ominous. I've been like that ever since then, really. Sure, Toshio said dismissively as he stepped down onto the dirt floor. He desperately wished never to have to pay Ikumi another house call examination again, but he was certain he'd be called in again. If Ikumi called in directly, there were times when he could try to turn her down, passing it off by asking how she was doing over the phone. But, without fail, if the phone call came from her daughter Tammy, if he refused the house call, she'd break out into crying hysterics. After being rejected, she'd whine cloyingly until eventually, she'd be winded and collapse. It had come to the point before where Tammy herself would have to be brought in by ambulance. Toshio's father had a certain antipathy towards the mother-daughter pair. A vein popped out in anger, but even still his patience would be worn down, and in the end, even while hot with rage, he'd head out. It was unfortunately likely that Toshio, likewise, was going to be pulled into the same pattern. Leaving behind Ikumi, who appeared to still have something to say, he briskly went to the dirt floor entryway. Coming from the room beside the entryway, Tammy bowed her head. What she held out towards him was a used direct mail envelope, so he knew that inside was the fixed fee from years of knowing them. Thank you, Tammy said with a shrinking voice. Toshio took the envelope with a sigh. It's not that I don't get how hard it is on you, Tammy-san, but can I ask you not to call me over things like this? While I'm doing things like this, there are patients who really do need an examination who might come rushing into the hospital at their last minute. I'm sorry, Tammy said, fully cowering into herself. Mother just insisted. I understand that. But, for me, being called out for gossip is a problem. If you could at least convince your mother to come into the hospital herself, if you can't try to hold back the flood just a little. Yes, sir, Tammy absently lowered her head. Toshio gave another sigh and exited the entryway. There was a shimmer of hot air over the road, the baking asphalt letting off a heat haze. There was no escaping the frustration that came with the languid stagnation in the air. With a mother like that, living all alone with her was a hardship he knew, but when he was busy like this, and furthermore for dragging him out in this heat, he couldn't help being frustrated with Tammy. If she at least had other relatives or someone to exchange viewpoints with, it'd be one thing. But Ikumi had married into the village from outside and was estranged from her own family. And due to her bizarre talks and habits, her in-laws in the village cleanly and precisely cut ties with her. Her neighbors kept a respectful distance, or so they called it, so about the only ones who would interact with her were those who had too much time on their hands, the old folks at Take Mura. If it was demanded, they would help her, and in their own way they offered assistance, but they weren't by any means welcome to become too involved. The mother and daughter were isolated, just the two of them, on the outskirts of the village. Good grief! The lingering scent of incense still making him nauseous, he had the feeling it had stained its way into his white coat. Being friends with Seishin, he was used to the smell of incense, but he'd never thought of the incense at the temple as being unpleasant. Rather, he even thought that in its own way it had an air of refinement, but that might have been a matter of personal preference. Or maybe it was a matter of the incense itself. Just as he was thinking he'd change his white coat once he got back to the hospital, Resident Takami made an appearance there beside the hospital. Still in uniform, He wiped at the nape of his neck with the towel draped around it. As he stopped the car, Takami gave a friendly smile. Ah, junior doctor. Toshio had the feeling he was being saved in some way by Takami's simplistic smile. Working hard, doing the rounds. And you are working hard as well. A house call. To the Ido's Ikumi-san, yeah. As Toshio said that, Takami gave an exaggerated sigh. That's, yeah, hard work all right, isn't it? Tell me about it. Takami-san, you're looking boiled alive there. You want to come in, drink something cold and cool off. That's, yeah, I'd be grateful. Takami gave a broad smile. Toshio motioned to the passenger's seat, but he waved his hand and motioned to the hospital. It was about 10 meters to the hospital parking lot. Catching his meaning, he drove on into a space in the parking lot, Takami following after him. Well, you know, I thought I should at least try to pretend to do some basic information gathering and all. Toshio stepped out of the car, looking back at Takami's embarrassed face. Information gathering? On what? Of course, I accept that thing over at Yamari was a natural death, but, for the record, confirming that there were no suspicious people cited wouldn't be a bad idea, I thought. It's just, if I don't do that much, it feels like I'm not doing my part, so to speak, so if you want to say I'm just going through the motions, that might be true. Takami laughed and wiped his face. Toshio headed towards the side entrance, also laughing. That might be human nature. With that in mind, going here and there asking around was well and good, but, in the end, in asking, the most I got any talk out of was Kadu-san's boy. Sounds like a few days ago, a scary man was seen walking up along the village road or something. Scary? Toshio asked while heading up into the side entrance. He is a kid and all. What scared you and how, I asked, but couldn't get any essentials. In summary, he spotted a man at twilight, carrying a bat or a hammer or something like that, and all I got out of it was that it was scary. According to Kyoyusu-kun, the Kainmasa house is an Oni's nest, it seems. Toshio laughed. That's what they mean by childish. I might have been the same when I was a kid. You don't remember. I forgot. Going off the stories people around tell me, I was a far throw from anything as cute as that, but... Takami's voice rose in a laugh, causing Kiyomi's face to pop out from the break room. Kiyomi was of course also off today, but due to the flood of patients that the doctor had been unable to make any progress through, he had her come in. Of course it was a pain for Kiyomi when it was at last her day off, but having to pay her wages for it made it a pain for Toshio too. Takami took off his cap and greeted Kiyomi. Toshio brought Takami back towards the waiting room, stripping off his white coat, tossing it aside, and standing in front the ventilator opening for the air conditioner. That was when he at last had a stunning revelation. I feel that air conditioning may be the greatest invention of mankind. Don't you mean air conditioning and refrigerators? Maybe. I walked around in the middle of this heat, and when I finally had someone talk to me, all I got was the scary man story and the car story. You know, at the end of July, there was the boy from Kamisatoba who was hit by a car, wasn't there? Yeah, Toshio nodded. Since that's the extent of it and nobody's particularly seen anyone unfamiliar, the village is peaceful. That's more because it's a closed universe. Takami laughed as he fanned himself with his cap. For the record, it was on my mind, so I did try going to Kainmasa, too, though. And you walked all the way to a place like that. Still, what was on your mind? Well, that car, it was a black, big foreign car, they said, right. There was a rumor that it might have been the Kainmasa car. I see, easy to see how they'd make the association. Therefore, just in case, I went to Kainmasa to see what it was like. Confirming whether it was really unmanned or not wouldn't be bad, I thought. HNN. The gate appears to be sealed by a bar from the inside, so whether I pushed or pulled it wouldn't open. Side entrance was the same. So I tried to take a peek inside, you see. Toshio opened his mouth. See what, that you jumped the fence? Yeah, well, Takami said, all the more embarrassed. It was bothering me, you see. Inside was a pitiable sight. Don't tell me it was ransacked or something. No, nothing like that. The front yard always had grass planted. It did, but with nobody living there to water it, then there's this drought on top of it. So, their prized lawn was completely withered. It's if seeds not planted fresh again, it won't become a lawn again. I see, Toshio laughed. But if a car came in or if people were coming and going, you'd be able to tell by the dirt, wouldn't you? For example, there were no marks like footprints, so after all there probably really is no one there, yes. At the least, it doesn't seem like anybody's coming or going. I tried to peek in through the windows too, but it doesn't seem there's anyone there. Incidentally, when I went around to the back, I did see the meter though. Hathy. The water and the gas's stopcock was closed. The power meter didn't move an inch either. It didn't seem they were using any gas either. That mean unmanned, right? If it's all shut off like that, and without the gift of air conditioning or refrigerators, you couldn't live. Probably not. Even if you turn the AC off from time to time, if the refrigerator's running, the meter should move too. That is correct. Wow, it sure was a waste of effort. Takami's visibly tanned face was red as he laughed. Toshio returned a forced smile. Everyone was starved for a story. No, they were starved for change. In a rut for years on end, they lived without any change. The incident in Yamari was a stone thrown into that. Maybe they wanted to preserve those ripples just as long as they could. Maybe they didn't want it to be wrapped up as a simple tragedy. It wasn't a feeling Toshio didn't understand himself. Part 3. How about it, shall we exorcise the day's misfortunes? Hirasawa said, earning a nod from Mudu. Yuuki had no objections, so he followed along with the two. It was after the Gadoda funeral service. It was the first time Yuuki had participated in a burial ceremony, seeing a coffin being buried beneath the earth. The coffins used in the village had no small window to view the face. There was no final viewing at the crematory to follow driving the nail into the coffin after the funeral. Maybe that was why even burying the coffin in the hole, the sense of burying the dead themselves seemed so distant, missing that feeling as if the dead were departed for eternity that came with the ashes being presented from the crematory. There was a strange nuance of a difference between the separation in this to that of cremation. Hirasawa and Yuuki went towards the heart of the village, called Satoba, to a shop located just outside of the shopping district. Yuuki was fascinated. Having lived in the village for a year now, he too had needs that brought him to the shopping district frequently. He realized that separated out from it was this building. Furnished with white terracotta, it had a black wooden door beneath a sunken-in alcove, with ground glass. It looked to be a shop of some sort, but due to the ground glass making him unable to see inside of the shop, and with the small window that faced outward being made of stained glass, in the end he never was able to peek in. The shop's name was Creole, if he recalled. It was in the crushed glass in golden Roman letters, but Yuuki didn't know what the word was, much less what kind of shop it was. It had caught his attention every time he'd seen the shop, but without anything he really need of it, he thought he'd ask Mudu about it one day, then kept forgetting about it. Hirasawa opened the door and the cool air from the air conditioner and the soft sound of piano music flowed out. There was a counter and a small table, the smell of coffee. It was a cafe. Yuuki blinked. Welcome. At the counter was a man in his mid-40s. He wore a white shirt and black pants. He had the air of a bartender. Hirasawa didn't hesitate to sit at the counter. Yuuki and Mudu lined themselves there as well. You match. Was there some misfortune? Hirasawa nodded at his friendly voice. As he called for an iced coffee, Yuuki did the same. The morning crew, yes. This is, Hirasawa began, motioning to Yuuki. Yuuki-san. This is the manager, Heisugawa-san. Nice to meet you, Heisugawa greeted with a smile. You're Yuuki-san from the workshop, aren't you? It's a pleasure. Licks you eyes, so it was a cafe then, this place. At Yuuki's words, Heisugawa's voice rose in a laugh. We also serve food, and at night we serve alcohol as well though. This man here, said Mudu with a pout, he avoids putting a sign out on purpose. Is there a reason for that? I mean, I noticed the shop myself, but since I didn't know what kind of shop it was, I passed. Even though I'd been looking for a cozy little cafe. You'll have to excuse me. Please allow me to take this opportunity to accept your patronage, said Heisugawa, a hidden meaning to his smile. It's quite all right like this. If I don't put one out, the little old men and women won't make a haunt of this humble shop. I must most humbly pass on playing the music popularly requested or being told to make natto for lunch. Indeed, arrogant as it is, I am selective in this way about my clientele. So it's hard to approach, Mudu said with a glare. A cafe that won't put out a sign, writing the name in Western letters, he does it to make it hard to read on purpose, this man here. How is that read anyway? It's Creole, said Hirasawa. Yuuki-san, how do you feel about jazz? I don't hate it, so I see it's that Creole, is it? But in that case, isn't that Dixie? Asked Yuuki with a laugh. Shouldn't it be Chick Corea? You got me, said Heisugawa with a broad smile. Precisely the type of customer this humble shop has been waiting for. Yuuki chuckled. Heisugawa-san is also a part of the moved-in group, Hirasawa said with his own smile. Though, his wife is originally from Satoba, however. Ah, is that right? You're going on 3 years now, is it? Hirasawa asked, earning a nod from Heisugawa. 3.5, I'm just grateful we've managed to stay in business. When we'd first moved, I'd worried my wife would have to work the fields, but as it is, we've had a few people bless us as regulars. It might not be my place to ask this, but why Satoba? Heisugawa gave a cynical smile. I used to work at a trading firm, actually, until 4 years ago when we lost our son. Yuuki's was at a loss for words. Ah, please don't mind it. It was sudden, a motorcycle accident. We were dispirited. You could say that we lost our sense of footing in the city, perhaps. My wife had only her father left, but he died as if following after our son. So we'd moved. Best open a cafe and retire together with my wife, I thought. Is that so? Does your wife work in the shop? She is out at the moment. The dinner hour is a touch early. Lunch and dinner, and afterwards, those are the busiest hours. You also serve lunch, but only simple things, and the daily special. Dinner is a similar affair. Our fundamentals are coffee and liquor, you see. But what a relief. Satoba's a great place, but there wasn't a single place to drink. You think so too, Heisugawa said with a smile. When I'd thought, let's move to Satoba, that was first on my mind. But in Satoba there's no place to drink, no cafe, I'd thought. So I'd started one myself. I'd been interested in it before. It's really half hobby to me. Hirasawa smiled as Yuuki nodded in understanding before he looked to Hirasawa. And how was school too? Ah, it's currently summer vacation, isn't it? But really, I had to come here for a little while. I need a break today. You've worked hard. As it's hot, it must have been difficult. Yes and no, you could say. It was prearranged. Arranged? Yuuki asked. Hirasawa nodded. The graveyard. The burial plot was already emptied, wasn't it? Ah, as we bury, for each death there needs to be a plot the size of one coffin. But we also plant a fir there. At the end of the mourning period, the Satoba is taken down and a fir is planted. As recent deaths come about and the plots of land are needed, the oldest firs are cut down and the soil is prepared. That's what we mean by arrangements, but if someone hasn't made arrangements, it really is tiring. Especially during the summer when the burial can't be put off for the arrangements. A tree is cut down, by us. We have had to do it before. For the most part, we rely on the Yasumori contractors, however. In the summer, if we don't ask them, it couldn't be done in time. Yasumori contractors, in Monzon. They also do that sort of thing. There isn't much construction in the village. Most of the jobs that they do in the village are graveyard preparations. The old Mrs. Godauda had just asked the contractors this past spring. The soil was still soft, so in a way it was a great help, but putting your son in your place is a pitiable story. In Satoba, you make arrangements before you die. There are people who do. Parents grow old and look at their remaining years, and wanting to pass without anything left undone to fluster others, oversee their own graveyard preparations. It's not unusual per se, but it isn't as if everybody does it. Old Mrs. Godauda was a dedicated, kindly mother. Yes, she was. It really is a pitiable story. It truly puts one at a loss for words. If someone elderly dies after battle with a long illness, it's a relief to the bereaved family in a way as well, and if they also have been able to prepare themselves, they may have given up already. But for a parent who'd suddenly lost a child, I wonder if there are any words in the world that could offer any relief. Heisugawa gave a meaningful nod to Hirasawa's words. Muru, too, had a serious expression. Hirasawa gazed into his glass. I have a daughter who will be turning 4, and, if I try to imagine the day she dies, trying to think of anything comforting feels like nonsense to me. Yuuki's only son's face floated to mind. That is definitely true. As he approached old age, with only his son left, if he had prepared for his own impending death, to have his son go before him, he was overwhelmed by the thought of a surviving parent's grief. He remembered Fuki's heartbreaking, broken visage. Alone amongst the hustle and bustle of the funeral service, shrinking into herself as if she'd lost any support, any place to be, the form of one resolutely bearing her suffering. Nobody could find the words to offer to her, he was sure. The old mother sat isolated from the people around. No, Yuuki drew his brows together slightly. The people around her, rather, didn't appear to pay Fuki herself any mind at all. Nobody had concerned themselves with the old mother who had lost her son. The people there's interest was instead in Yamari. What was with that? Yuuki murmured, Hirasawa turning his head. It's nothing, Yuuki dismissed with a forced smile. But it was Shuji-kun's funeral, while the fuss was all about something else. Somehow, I'd got myself wrapped up in the idea that in a small community like this, in a situation like that, a bereaved family would be supported by neighborly warmth. Hirasawa and Muto exchanged looks. Hirasawa gave a troubled smile. Indeed, at today's service, Shuji-kun and Fuki-san were both ignored for talk of Yamari. That was like some kind of festival. He knew the village was starved for a topic. There were those in the area who delighted at a case like this. But at least while they're seated at the funeral, they didn't need to be so excited about it. Hirasawa could certainly understand someone thinking as much. And furthermore, what happened was a complete disaster. 3 elders from this very village met with an unnatural death, didn't they? I understand that that's a big affair, so I understand that it'd be impossible for talk of it not to come up when meeting for the funeral, but I don't think that it's something they should have been talking so excitedly about. It was a tragedy that befell the community as a whole. I don't think that's the proper way to treat such a thing. Yuuki-san, you remember the Mushiokuri, don't you? Hirasawa said quietly. We marched from Hakura to Hakura bearing the Beto, didn't we? Ah, yes. Yuuki tilted his head. Hirasawa may have been about to say something abruptly, and in a moment was at a loss for how to put his thoughts in order. The travelers' guardians in the Hakura are the gods on the roads, aren't they? I think it may be better to call them the gods of the boundary, myself. In Satoba, there are many travelers' guardians. They may be in the form of Jizo or Kushin mounds, but they're all made of stone, and their nature is clearly to serve the role of travelers' guardians. The border of inside and outside of the village, they're the gods of that boundary. Yuuki blinked. I'm sorry, I'm a bit lost on where you're. Pardon, said Hirasawa with a smile. The travelers' guardians are fundamentally the gods of the boundary between the inside and outside. We call our own affairs internal or ours, don't we? That doesn't refer only to your own home as a building. It's more of a conceptual idea. You and your own space, your family and the memories tied in with them, there are various things caught up in the image of what we call internal or ours, aren't there? Ah, certainly. When talking about buildings, the boundary line for inside is clear. It's the walls of the house, or perhaps the boundary lines of the property. It's known to be denoted by the walls or the fence surrounding a space, but at any rate, there's a boundary where you can say from here to here is my house, isn't there? Even so, the image we have for internal or ours has no such clear boundary. Beyond the inner, distinctly unable to be defined inner or outer, is a gray zone. It's the space that's sometimes internal and sometimes external. Yes. The village is the same. In Satoba, we have a district determined by the administration, and that's a clearly defined boundary. But the image of the village's boundary is vague. That is to say, the village itself has an inner or involvements of its own company, its own school. Yes, just like that. We recognize the inner or own portion of the village, but if there's an inner or own, there in theory must be an outer or other. Thus, in the end, the world is split into two, the inner and the outer. And in doing that, there's the question of whether that barrier is inner or outer. That's what it means to draw a conceptual line like that. What's white is over here, what isn't white will push over here as black. If you do that in the end, you have vaguely gray remains that you can neither call white nor black. In other words, it's the gray zone that separates the image into two parts. That gray at times, depending on what you're comparing it to, it can become white or it can become black. That could be the case at times, couldn't it? What we imagine as the boundary of inner, belonging to the village, isn't clearly defined as inside itself. It's surrounded in that gray zone. This vague gray zone is a barrier, and a barrier is ultimately both inner and outer. The traveler's guardians are the gods of that boundary. Placed between the inner and outer, ours and others, the gods themselves are that boundary. So the traveler's guardians protect the hours from invading hindrances from the outside. That is to say, evils, and RGWT usher in good harvests, at the same time being classified as an evil spirit themselves. This duality of those stone travelers' guardians has, since times immemorial, made those stones into the barrier between those things which have life and those which do not. That's why stone monuments and stone Jizo have been set up around the barrier of the village as travelers' guardian deities. The memorial services center around those travelers' guardian deities then, making them offerings. While doing that, we wave the beto around the village, drawing out the impurities and evils, the insects and the disease, casting it into the barrier. Now that you mention it, that kind of festival certainly involved taking it outside of the village to dispose of it, but in a way it wasn't really outside. Hirasawa smiled broadly. That's right. That's precisely the duality of the barrier. In the village, oni are a metaphor for disease. The oni go along with the beto out to the village border. While we do that, we do the uppo dance to step into and purify the inner or our own portion of that border. I see, oni are outer and other, good fortune is the inner and ours. Yuuki smiled, making Hirasawa smile as well. Even now, Hirasawa said with a gentle laugh. This village performs a festival like that with great religious zeal. To those of the village, there's a strong feeling of inner or us. To put it another way, they're isolated from the outer or others. I think that's something I understand. Hirasawa sighed, gazing into his coffee glass. Yamari was a community on the verge of extinction. There were 3 people left, and being geographically isolated as well, I think there was a sense of separation from those of the village. If you were to ask if Yamari was inside or outside of the village, then by its history and by the administrative distinctions, you would have to call it inside. But somewhere beyond conscious thought, I think there's a sense that it's outside somewhere another. Yuuki nodded. It's a far cry from the image of inner or us, it's become a border itself, Yamari. That's what I think. The elderly died in Yamari, and because the people are ours, it's a pure and real tragedy. 3 old people out on their own, with nobody to care for them, dying in their desertion. But while it is a tragedy as something personal, internal, if we set it as outside for a moment, it becomes nothing more than an event that happened across the shore. That said, if something happens across the shore, a tragedy is still a tragedy. When we set eyes on a calamity in a foreign country, it's a tragedy. We think, those poor people. We have cognizance that it's a tragedy for the other side. A certain sense of reality, of its relation to us is missing, but we accept that it is a tragedy, we react to it, we hold an awareness of it as a tragedy. But Yamiri wasn't outside, and they weren't others either. That's true. Yamiri was the border. Neither inner nor outer, ours nor others. It isn't inside or personal to treat it with solemnity. That said, it's not far enough outside not to hold an awareness of it, not to make a fuss about it. Is that right? I see. That's probably why the way they're handling Yamari seems so hopelessly flippant. And while a funeral is a type of religious service, any ritual makes an ordinary day into the extraordinary day. In a way, it's a festival. A great number of people have gathered around to participate in one ceremony. There's no denying that that is one meaning to the word festival. And then another something unusual comes bounding in. It isn't completely unrelated, but this abnormality is one that's at a safe distance. So then we have what's known as synergy. It would probably be impossible to keep it from exciting them. I suppose so, Yuuki said with a nod. I see that's what it is, he thought. While he accepted it, it was true that somewhere in his heart was a despondency. Part 4. There's no particular reason to rush. If it works for you, we could do the all-night vigil tomorrow. Though Tokujiro was speaking from the other end of the telephone, Seishin tilted his head. Is that really all right? It's just terrible. If only Hidemasa-san's eldest son-in-law didn't go and made arrangements on his own, but he didn't understand the way things are and went and had them cremated. Seishin blinked, still holding the receiver. Well, indeed, Hidemasa-san was. You might say there's no other way to return those remains. That might be true enough, but the truth is, the boss Okawa is at the point he wants Jigoru-san cremated, himself. With that said, it's just terrible, having Miko-san burned too. That son-in-law didn't know that we bury here. He should have followed up with what to do with the remains himself too. Honestly, it's just insensitive. Seishin was silent. Rather than the son-in-law who had made arrangements being insensitive, it was likely more that Satober itself was unique in still burying its corpses. It probably couldn't be helped that people not of the village wouldn't put much weight on the custom and would take it lightly. But those in the village had a strong resistance towards cremation. Indeed, the dead were as dead as a corpse as they were ashes, but those of the village held the view that cremating inflicted injury on the deceased body. Since that's how things are, there's no use hurrying the funeral. Well, with Shuji-kun's funeral having been just the other day, since there is some leeway, I thought tomorrow might be better. That it may. In the meantime, I'll go with the police to pick up the bones. I'll manage plans for the funeral once I get back, so tonight just take her easy. I will await your contact, said Seishin, hanging up the phone. He thought a little, setting his eyes on the blackboard. There were several things entered onto the itinerary, but all of it were things Ike or Tsurumi could do. Seeing that much, Seishin stood up. He left a memo on the blackboard and exited the office. Traveling the path he had become so used to traveling, he descended the mountain to the Ozaki Clinic backyard. Looking at his wristwatch, they were in non-examination hours. If there were no house calls, Toshio might have been in the waiting room or perhaps in his own room in the main house wing. Walking along the yard to peek into the waiting room, he could see him facing his desk and gazing over some paperwork from behind. He turned when Seishin lightly tapped on the sliding door's glass window. As Toshio made an intentionally sour face and motioned inside, Seishin opened the glass door and came inside. The air-conditioned air was pleasant. You picked up the stank of a rotting corpse right away and came running, huh? Hey. Seishin stared at Toshio, who said that to him as soon as he entered the room. You came because you heard the bodies are coming back, right? When it comes to things like that, monks are a class of vultures. Seishin gave a wry smile. Vultures or hyenas, either way, did the results of the autopsy return. SUD. What's that? It's what they call sudden unexplained death. Anyway, the situation was abnormal, so it looks like the police did a thorough one as well, but the end result is cause unknown. It doesn't look like the culture labs and stuff are in here, so for the real results we're probably talking about 3 weeks, but anyway, that's the conclusion for now. But that's at me, Toshio breathed. More than not knowing the cause for old man Murasako and Jigoru-san, it's closer to say that the corpse wasn't in a good condition for determining the cause. To begin with, in natural deaths, even with a full autopsy, the clear cause of death can only be determined under or about half the time. On top of that, this heat catalyzed the decay. The internal organs mollified and fused together muddily. So even if you tell us to get a clear cause of death, moreover, it's not like we have a medical coroner like the ones in the capital or a metropolis. Around here, there's no forensic pathologist to do the autopsies, just regular general practitioners. We're at our limit here, Toshio sighed. Old man Murasako, anyway, is thought not to have had any external injuries while he was alive. The decay and post-death damages, these were mostly by insects too, but they were intense, so what the cause of death was couldn't be specified. Jigoru-san himself had advanced decay, but on the parts discovered, at least none of the injuries looked like anything that happened while he was alive. After he died, he was preyed on and damaged by wild dogs, it seems is their story. There are parts that were never uncovered, but if you think about it while looking at the way things were on the scene, you'd conclude it was sudden, unexpected death. And Miko-san, old lady Miko too, didn't have any external injuries. It sounded that she died a natural death. When she was opened up, she had some problems here and there, it looks like. She had coronary arteriosclerosis, myocarditis, post-mortem lividity in the lungs and abdominal cavity, and what was especially striking was the necrosis of the liver tissue. Might have been acute liver failure, acute hepatitis brought on by liver inflammation, something along those lines. Oh, Seishin nodded. For the two old guys, they were dead perhaps 5 or 6 days. On the contrary, Toshio said sharply, thrusting his mug towards Seishin. Old lady Miko was dead about 30 hours. There was no mistake about it, after all. No mistake about it, ain't that the craziest story? The old man died, and the old woman goes on living with the old man's corpse for days, without a single word to anyone. Her futon was lined up nicely with his in the room. The old woman herself crawled out of the futon and went out to the yard to die, is how it looks. Seishin accepted that. In the village, there were rumors floating that Miko had followed after her husband. In these circumstances, such an interpretation was hard to avoid. The old lady herself died a natural death, and furthermore it's certain she was tending to the old man, so there's no way he could have had an accident or fallen. If there was an accident, no matter what the circumstances, she should have called someone, called an ambulance. It looks like Hidemasa-san and Jigoru-san both died in their futons. Old Lady Miko came here before she died saying both were in bad condition. She came for Jigoru-san's medicine, though. He had chronic hypertension. It didn't seem like anything specific was bad in any specific way by any means, so she was saying it was probably a could, but... Seishin blinked. Probably a cold, those were words he'd heard someplace else, recently. At any rate, that's how it's being laid to rest. Maybe it's possible they just died like that, so it goes sometimes. At least, if there was no incident, there's no case. Never mind that the wife was in advanced age, she was under the pressure of tending to 2 sick patients. She probably didn't have time to eat, sleep, or breathe. So when her husband died, a tense thread was cut and down she went. In other words, while Miko-san was tending to Hidemasa-san's health, she was the one under too much strain to inform anyone of Hidemasa-san's death, as she already in such poor health herself. So we've got to assume right. But she seemed well enough to at least make a call. Her husband was dead beside her. She herself was in such poor condition that just getting to her phone would be difficult. In those kind of situations, don't people become even more desperate to get to a phone? But then, she wasn't desperate at all. The phone was at her bedside. If she even just got up from bed, her hand could have reached the telephone stand. She didn't even have to get up. She could have raised her body and stretched out her hand and made it somehow. But the old lady, for whatever reason, decided, instead of just reaching her hand out, to go 2 meters along the floor towards the outside for a few breaths of fresh air. And furthermore, 4 or 5 days had passed since her husband had died. Seishin added on in his mind. Just what had happened to Miko? Jigoru-san tended to have high blood pressure and was always getting medicine to lower that from us. So he might have had a cerebral hemorrhage brought on by high blood pressure or some cardiac disease. But the old man from the Murasakos himself didn't have any illnesses hanging on him that could be called life-threatening. If I try to think of a cause, all I get is that summer cold the old lady mentioned. Is a summer cold something that kills someone? Toshio let out a heavy sigh. Even if it was a cold, when you die, you die. Even among the viruses that cause summer colds, there's some scary ones. Influenza causes inflammation of the lungs, but a summer cold causes cardiac inflammation. Then, the possibility, at least, is there. Even so, 3 people are 3 people. Even if we are all mortal, he tried to say, though Seishin swallowed those words down. Toshio waved his hand. It definitely seems strange, but there's a chance it could have happened. If we're only saying something's possible, there's the possibility Martians swept down and scared them to death too. Seishin gave a wry smile, Toshio himself giving another simmering smile. The 3 in Yamari were getting on in age. True Hidemasa-san didn't have any especially chronic disease, but he had weak bronchial tubes. Every time he caught a cold in the winder, it became bronchitis. Maybe it turned to bronchitis this time too. Miko-san at least seemed healthy, but she couldn't get around like her body was brand new. And in the case of acute liver failure, there are times when liver failure leads to hepatic encephalopathy. Once hepatic encephalopathy occurs, there's a change in levels of consciousness, and that sometimes leads to unusual behaviors. That could even be the reason for why she lied down for bed happily next to her husband's corpse. More to the point, there's no other reasoning to explain it, might be the way to put it. Oh, but for the police, what's more pressing than the 3 dead human bodies are the leftover animal body parts here and there. In the Murasako kitchen and in Jigoru-san's kitchen, something was chowing down. Heartily, too, cause it was the kitchen. So wild dogs after all. Toshio drew back, who knows? Putting aside wild dogs playing at having a nice sit-down dinner in the kitchen, the police suspect rabies. They didn't seem to find any signs of the rabies virus in Miko-san for the time being, but they were really persistent in asking if she'd had the vaccine and gamma globulin or not. At first they thought she might have slipped into a psychosis, but they can only think the people at least died normally, so it seems they threw out that line of reasoning. Is that so? Seishin murmured. He naturally let out a breath. Maybe he was relieved, or maybe it was because of something else he himself didn't know. He looked up when Toshio gave a grandiose, overdone sigh. By the way, how long are you going to stay standing there? Yasuyo was taking a break in the break room when Ritsuko and Yuki brought in the tea. Tea me. Yasuyo looked up from her mail order catalog at Yuki's merry voice, nodding her gratitude. Thank you. You're very welcome, Yuki said, puffing out her chest childishly, then turning to look to the door behind her again. Did the doctor say what he's doing? Maybe I should call him in. Or would it be better to bring it to his waiting room? You don't need to worry about it. When I peeked in earlier, it looked like the junior monk had come. Oh my, Ritsuko raised her voice. When did he? I should have brought tea for the junior monk as well, shouldn't I? I brought it to him earlier. How weird, said Yuki sitting in a chair. The junior monk, he's always coming out of nowhere like that. Even though he doesn't need to sneak in through the back like that, it'd be fine to come in openly. Yasuyo smiled wryly. Those two, they've been like that for a long time. It's because the madame can't put on a good front. Can't put on a good front. You see, no matter what other pretexts there are, the junior monk is the son of the temple, isn't he? In this village, the temple is important. The most important is the temple, next is Kane Masa, and number 3 are the Ozakis. It's been that way for a long time now. Despite being the doctor, they aren't number 1. There may be those who don't get sick, but nobody doesn't die. There are other places to go if you're sick, but because every family is a member of that temple parish, that is the temple that has to be used. If a monk doesn't say a requiem for someone, they can't go on to that world. To the village, it's only obvious, but the madame can't accept it. She's the type of person who worries about things like that, you know. Since he was little, she would absolutely not let the junior doctor go to play at the temple. No matter what, the temple is important, so if one of the family went to play and was given a snack or drink the like, she couldn't get by without a single word of gratitude. She can't bear to humble herself and bow to them. That's why, though, since he was the son of the temple after all, she couldn't just say don't play with him. Yuki's eyes were wide. That's how things are. More or less. On the other hand, if the boy himself were to come over himself, she has no choice but to be hospitable, and any time something were to happen, she would have to lower herself and bow her head all the same. So she really doesn't want him to come. But because he is who he is, she can't say, don't come. That's how it came to the point where she didn't care if he came and went freely from the junior doctor's room. As long as he does that, even if she knows he's come, she can pretend not to have noticed, and no matter what happens, she can go on saying she never knew. That sure is complicated. Even though Yuki spoke seriously, Yasuyo smiled. Madames, on the temple side, with the junior monk being the way he is, neither the monk nor the madame put themselves above anyone else. But our madame's the one who decided on her own to let it get to her. Yasuyo smiled bitterly. She was haughty. Would that be an okay way to put it? Toshio's mother, Ozaki Taki, was that kind of character. It seemed her own family was from some prestigious hospital, so the customs that placed the temple and village chief above the doctors was an exceeding affront to her dignity. She was called the madame of the hospital. In the village, those called the madame were until recently only the wives of the temple, Kane Masa and Ozaki, and she made no moves to eradicate that which distinguished her from the villagers. The predecessor had that sort of front, so until Toshio came back and settled in as the medical director, Yasuyo and the others' hardships were unending. Overall, they were made to help with things from making the family meal arrangements to the cleaning. They were treated like able-bodied servants. Even while resting at home on a day off, the phone could suddenly ring and they could be demanded to come over and help rearrange the furniture or the like. We were made to come in on our days off and help with tea parties and things like that, Yasuyo laughed. It used to be that way. Really, what a hassle it was. What was with that, if it were me? If they tried to make me do that, I'd quit. Yuki-chan can say that because you've only known the junior doctor's generation. In the big doctor's time, he just didn't seem to think anyone was fit if they weren't of the village. When the generations switched, really, the hospital's atmosphere did a complete turnaround. Just 3 years ago, there was nothing as obliging as this break room. At lunch, We ate at the back entrance by the water. There were no tea or furnishings. We had to buy and bring in our own tea lives. I respect the doctor just a little bit more now. Yasuyo's voice rose in a laugh, as Yuki seemed strangely emphatic. She used the hospital staff as able-bodied servants. But when it came to the hospital, she had no connection to it. That was Taki's style. No matter how busy it was, she would absolutely never help, not that she had any qualifications to do so, and in an emergency or if there was someone seeking a house call, she wouldn't even answer the phone. Called the Madame of the Azakis. And other than attendance at mandatory meetings, she would never mingle with those of the village, and other than going to tea ceremony or no plays, she stayed closed up in the house. That Taki's son, Toshio, possessed a temperament that did not match well with either Taki nor the predecessor at all, but as expected, Kyoyuko, whom he'd chosen as his wife, was a woman who would be said to be like Taki, which may have been a sign the son would ultimately never escape the mother. Azaki Kyoku did not cohabitate. When he first returned to the village, she was in the house at that time, and the tendency to say she was going out for lessons or the like matched Taki's patterns, but eventually, though she had the house, she became fed up with it and opened an antique shop in the town of Mizobe, living in a rental apartment. If she felt like it, she'd return, but those times were becoming further and further apart. Taki could not suppress her discontent with such a wife, and when she returned, there were no end to their quarrels, and, because of that, Kyoyuko's returns became further apart still. But Yasuyo found them to be a similar mother and daughter-in-law. Yeah, the junior doctor has it hard. Part 5. Thinking she heard a horn, Yano T opened her eyes. Maybe because of her age, sleep was shallow. The slightest thing would make her open her eyes. Even hearing the brakes on the highway or trucks' air horns had woken her up before, but in tonight's case, she had a feeling more clearly like being awoken by someone. Looking at the clock on the tatami at her bedside, it was 2 in the morning. Again, the horn sounded. Realizing it was in front of the house, from the drive-in parking lot, T rose. T's bedroom was at the back of the house. Rather than facing the highway, it was set aside a yard that was facing the paddy fields. Coming out of that bedroom and dragging herself down the hall, there was a tatami room that doubled as a family altar. Entering that room, T shielded her eyes. There was a car in the front parking lot, its headlights shinning over the house. The high beams must have been on, and being summer, the sliding storm shutter was left open, the bright light shining squarely into the room, and without much thought to it, T was shaken up. What's going on? Bare feet walking down the hall behind T, her daughter Kanami spoke. She turned around, seeing Kanami shielding her eyes with her hand, paled by the stark light over her. I wonder. At the same time that T answered, the horn honked again. Kanami crossed the room to the veranda. Her long, pitch-black shadow fell over the room. What is this ruckus about? Kanami called out from the sliding open doorway. Some person's voice or another called back, but T couldn't pick up what was said. The truck was idling, loudly enough to drown out their voices. Hold on, could you please turn off the light? Kanami called out into the parking lot. Chigusa's wide parking lot had one trailer and what looked like a passenger car on the lot. The finer details couldn't be discerned. The light pouring in as if to scorch their eyes didn't help. They may have heard Kanami's objection. The light turned off. The act robbed her of her sight. All she could see in the pitch darkness were the specks of the afterimage of the headlights. As she blinked off the faint dizziness she felt, the frustrating idling sound ceased. It seemed the idea to cut the engine finally occurred to them. As her eyes adjusted to the light and it became quiet, she could see that there were 3 cars in the parking lot, illuminated by the streetlight. One was a jumbo trailer, 2 were passenger vehicles, one a sedan and the other a one-box. "Pardon, I'm very sorry," a shameful young voice said. It seemed to come from a young man by the one-box car. "Just what is this ruckus about? What time do you think it is? I am so very embarrassed. I don't know where I am and..." Kanami narrowed her eyes and tilted her head. The young man came closer to Kanami. He was probably in his mid-20s or so, and didn't appear suspicious. "I've driven around here so many times, but I don't know the road and I'm completely at a loss, so..." "Where is it that you are going?" The young man lowered his head, utterly apologetic. "It's a community called Satoba, but..." Kanami sighed. "This is Satoba." With an A, the young man surveyed his surroundings. There's a road in to our left. Right when you turn onto that is the community of Satoba. There's a blinking stoplight. Satoba is written beneath that, isn't it? The young man hastily sprung back, looking towards the highway. His voice rung out, shrinking as he returned forward. My apologies. I had overlooked it. Well, it is easy to overlook, but, well, I'm glad I could be of use. I really offer my deepest apologies. The young man bowed his head low. You have business in Satoba at this hour? Yes, the young man smiled. The truth is we should have arrived earlier, but I was careless, and it became a terrible affair. Really, how rude of me. By chance are you moving in? Are you the Kinmasa people, I wonder? Kinmasa? Ah, it's the name of a place. In the northwest of the community of Satoba is that mansion on the high grounds. The old Western-style house. That is right, said the young man, bowing again. We are Kirishiki. I am so very sorry for being a nuisance to you with our change of residence. Well, though Kanami, then Kinmasa really was going to have someone move in. That said, what a move-in it was. If you're going to that house, that's the road that you want. Take the road along the river straight up, and at the intersection between the bridge that leads to the shrine, go the opposite direction of the shrine. That's the left. Take the left before the shrine. Right, go straight that way and you'll come to the mountain. It's right at the top of that slope. Thank you very much. The young man bowed his head, gave another apology for waking them, and dashed back to the truck. He relayed something to the driver and once again lowered his head to Kanami before hurrying to the one box. Once again, the engine reverberated. The truck and 2 cars turned about in the parking lot, heading out towards the highway. The last to leave was a white foreign car. In the driver's seat was a man, and in the back seat could be seen 2 figures. One was a woman, and the other appeared to be a child. As the car passed in front of Kanami, she had the impression the woman nodded in salutation to her, but it may have just seen something she had thought she'd seen due to the light. Well, that's a surprise. T poked her face out from behind Kanami, seeing the truck off. Tell me about it, what a move-in. What terrible sense of direction they must have, though. So it seems, said Kanami with a forced smile. While the entrance to the village was easy to overlook, there was only one branch off of the highway that lead into the community. If one looked properly at a map, normally someone could figure it out. In the first place, they were going to move into a village, but they hadn't even tried to visit it once before. Kanami felt something lurking in her chest. It wasn't as if she found it particularly suspicious, but even so, weren't the group that came by just now acting strange somehow? It was like they went out of their way to wake up Kanami and her mother. She had the feeling that was why they asked the way. So that couldn't be. Kanami watched the car turn down the village road. The white sedan looked like quite the luxury car. The young man seemed out of character for that mansion. He didn't have the air of its master. Rather, wasn't the master more likely to be the one driving the sedan? In that case, she wondered why the master himself didn't get out of the car and come out. Just like I thought. Kanami mumbled, as T tilted her head. About what? It looks like they're pretty weird people. They are, said T, looking still towards the village road. Chapter 4 Translation Notes. Chapter 4:1. Natsuno starts out talking quite formally towards Ritsuko, Desu, Masu, Keigo, slipping more towards his usual speech as they become more comfortable and casual, de no copulas. This is normal, proper Japanese behavior by a child to an adult and amongst strangers as well. The content of his speech may be so, but I tried to relay that he was not being rude in terms of how he was speaking. I'm afraid I may have failed to carry this in translation well. Medical. The bump described as having been on Natsuno's knee that one grows out of, usually as they reach their full height, is Osgood-Schlatter syndrome. It's inflammation of the tendon below the kneecap, usually before the knee is finished growing. Normally, it goes away as adolescent growth finishes. Chapter 4:2. Geckos. Geckos, called yamori, or house guardians, are almost unanimously considered good luck in Japan. There are a few scattered legends of them, representing the souls of dead warriors and being prayed away by monks. But these stories are fairly obscure to the average Japanese person. In other Eastern cultures, they can be considered different forms of good or bad luck for a variety of reasons. They are quite common in summer, all the more in run-down houses near forests. Draw your own conclusions to what they mean here, if they mean anything, or whether Ikumi is simply itching to be relevant. I'll continue fishing for sources on whether there's any significance to their appearance during prayer. Chapter 4-3. Uchi and Sodo, inner and outer us in them. Hirasawa engages Yuuki in a discussion of Uchi and Sodo. Popular terms in Nihonjinrin, or the study of Japanese people and their culture, they are often even left untranslated in English language discussions. Chapter 4-4. Medical postmortem lividity. In the lungs and abdominal cavity upon death, the blood pools and bruising occurs at the bottom of the body, such as the back if you die face up, or the feet if you died hanging. The blood settled in the chest and stomach, meaning she likely died face down, rather than having been, say, poisoned, dying in her sleep, then being moved. Because there are no external wounds suggesting no assault, it further supports the idea of a natural death. Myocarditis, inflammation of the heart muscle, which can be from a variety of causes. Coronary arteriosclerosis, when the coronary arteries harden due to a deposit of fatty materials. Necrosis of the liver tissue, when liver cells start to die. Ozaki lists several liver problems that could be potentially responsible. Severe liver problems can also lead to pooling fluids in the stomach. Hepatic encephalopathy, when the liver fails to filter out certain toxins, they affect your brain, leading to altered mental statuses, ranging from comas to forgetfulness to rarely but potentially full-on crazy. When the body loses a large amount of blood, there are hormones released to perform emergency response activities, such as assuring the remaining blood goes to the vital organs. The hormones also stimulate the liver to break down glycogen to release glucose and fatty things into the bloodstream. In cases of prolonged low blood supply, the liver would suffer distinct failure and begin to die off, become necrotic. I find this relevant to note given Miko was found with heart problems when her primary physician Ozaki pointed out a distinct lack of prior history of such in her to this point. Gamma globulin, a vaccine for rabies. Chapter 5. Part 1. Then, the 3 people in Yamari died a natural death after all, Sumi said while changing his clothing in the room. Sumi had hurried in to serve as the staff for the overnight vigil and funeral services for Yamari. Mitsuo, who was helping Sumi, gave a nod. Seems so, the junior monk said so. Sumi lived in Mizobe. His home was a temple of the same sect, and Sumi was their second son. The number of parishioners was not terribly large, to the point where the head monk, his father, as well as his brother, the assistant head monk, his elder brother, were able to hold side jobs as instructors. So they didn't particularly need Sumi's help. That was why he sometimes came and did part-time work as a monk here. Well, it's 3 of them, but all 3 were getting on in years. How old were they? Just how old were they? I'm sure Jigoro-san was already about 80 or so, wasn't he? Then he enjoyed his longevity, Sumi sighed. Our grandfather died at the age of 61, you know. My old man will be 56 this year, but he's already complaining from morning to night that he hurts here and there, too. Yup, he lived a long, longevity-filled life. Mitsuo forced a smile. When you get near 80, you're at the age for a peaceful death, but more than anything, it's how things went. Somehow it doesn't seem like it was a peaceful death. An unexpected death, that's what it feels like. That's true, no matter how you look at it. It leaves the impression of an untimely, sudden death. Well, it's 3 people, so all of them being cleared away in one go is rare, but things like this do happen, don't they? They do, Sumi nodded as he draped the stole over himself. At our parish, in 1 month, a house of 4 were taken out one after another. 4 people, that's unusual. Of them, one of them was already over 90, a grandfather already in the hospital, but starting with his son just over 40 who fell to a heart attack. Following right after was his father, his grandfather, and his mother, making 4 people. Come to think of it, that was in the summer too. I don't like it, Mitsuo shook his head. The deaths continue on, don't they? We've had Shuji-san followed by those 3. I hope it doesn't carry on with this kind of vigor, don't you? Wasn't got out a Shuji-san after them? Sumi pointed out, making Mitsuo blink. Really? The first to actually die were the 3 people who died in Yamari. Shuji-san was drug, along as the nephew then. Pulled in, Sumi mused as Ike popped his head in. Tsurumi-san has returned from the memorial service. That's good, said Mitsuo with a smile. Somehow he was able to make it on time. I thought for sure he'd get held up. The old man Toada loves to talk, you know. So I've heard, Ike laughed, taking his own stole from where it was hanged. It seems they finally moved in. Moved in, Mitsuo blinked, Ike giving a somehow triumphant smile. Kane Masa, last night, this morning, I guess. Anyway, the truck apparently came in the middle of the night. Well then, in the middle of the night, asked Sumi with his eyes wide. They're some pretty strange people. Mitsuo, seeming surprised again, gave a half nod. You said it. And in the end, what kind of people were they, did they say? It doesn't seem anyone's seen the master. Someone from Kamisatoba met with their help or some young part-time worker, though. They woke them up in the middle of the night, they said, to ask directions. Hathy. The full fleet was a big truck, and 2 cars it seems. A gray 4-wheel drive and a white BM, it seems. Mitsuo sighed and shook his head. Even now, amongst the villagers, the rumor mill was heavy with talk of the one who had his Mita Shichiki, and ran having been the master of Kane Masa. What, then, that foreign car didn't have any connection to Kane Masa, after all, did it? We cannot be sure, Mitsuo-san. After that, they may have changed cars. That's not something you can just do lightly. Mitsuo narrowed his eyes at Ike. Either way, laughed Sumi. At today's all-night vigil, the talk will be too loud for the sutras. You've said it. The number of condolence callers is going to increase exponentially. Good grief, Sumi and Mitsuo thought as they exchanged looks. With this, the village would no longer be preoccupied with Yamari. Having to go and hold an all-night service and a funeral tomorrow, they determined that they would not be able to proceed with any austerity. As if reading their minds, Ike laughed. Well, is it so bad? I mean, weird rumors had been flying about the Kane Masa mansion. Whether there were signs of people's presence on the grounds or that they'd heard voices groaning inside the gates. With this, the ghost story-like rumors will probably die out. There's that, said Mitsuo, sad, forcing a smile, when heavy footsteps sounded Tsurumi's approach. Tsurumi-san, you have worked hard today. Tsurumi lowered his head slightly to Mitsuo's voice, then surveyed the state of the room and glared at Ike. What is this, Ike? You've already spread it. Of course I did, from left to right. If you're supposed to be a monk, you cannot be so light-lipped. A reticent monk can't do his trade, can he? Well, there is that, said Tsurumi, said with a laugh. By the way, the junior monk is. I saw him speaking with Fuki-san, said Ike. He must be comforting her. Fuki-san has had so much misfortune herself. Her son and her brother, in succession like that. You said it, but I wonder if the junior monk'll be okay without any sleep, too. I saw him before he left the temple, and his eyes were pure red. Sumi lamented, with a heavy breath of a sigh. Another sleepless night. Looks like it, said Mitsuo with a forced smile. In the morning, I recommended that he take a rest and at least entrust the morning ceremonies to Tsurumi-san and Ike-san, though. With the memorial service today and the all-night vigil, we all know how hard it is on him. Really? Ike nodded. It's because the junior monk is diligent, even though he could at least skip roughly a service or so. Tsurumi knitted his brows. Is there such a measurement as roughly a service or so? It's a figure of speech. He looked sleep-deprived yesterday too, didn't he? Even though our schedule was so full. It's busy until Bond passes, isn't it? It'd be fine if he took a break from his side job at least during this season, but... Well, that business is like being a monk. Even if you have spare time, you're never resting in that trade. That's true. While half listening to the conversation with Tsurumi and the others, Mitsuo spread out Tsurumi's clothes on the clothes rack. Tsurumi and Ike were officially the disciples of the head monk, Shinmei. During the 4 years while Seishin was in college, Ike entered into the services of this temple. Tsurumi had been at this temple since before Mitsuo had started coming. Both of them had more experience as monks than the assistant head monk Seishin, and Tsurumi was much older than Seishin. To hear talk of other temples, these kinds of situations could breed all sorts of discord, but the man in question, Seishin, was mild-mannered in all he did and gave full dues to Tsurumi and Ike. And in return, Tsurumi and Ike acknowledged that the assistant chief monk was earnest, so there weren't any particular problems. He bowed his head formally to even Mitsuo, who was no more than an extra hand at the temple, calling him Mitsuo-san each time and giving him his own dues. Though Seishin wrote novels, which in truth he didn't know if what he wrote was any good or not, but he was never boastful of his side job. Even while writing those novels, he was crammed up in the office, so he left a good impression of not neglecting his duties. In the end, It may have been because of the master of Tsurumi and Aike, the one who raised Seishin, Shinmei. Though he had no control of his limbs and was bedridden, even now the reverence to the head monk ran deep in the parish. Mitsuo himself was no exception, but it'd do him some good to relax a bit in the junior monk's case. Aike took a breath that seemed like a sigh. Like right now, even though getting even just a bit of rest would be good, he's been staying with Fuki-san for so long. He must be worried about Fuki-san, Sumi said with a smile. The junior monk is a kind man. Tsurumi nodded. It's because that man is a monk at heart. While Mitsuo was setting up the clothing, he nodded in his heart. Since he was 15 years old, Mitsuo commuted to the temple, supporting it from the shadows. Mitsuo himself certainly held no official, ordained post at the temple, but he thought of himself as a part of the temple, and his love for it ran deep. The truth of it was that he felt that this temple was his own. Looking at it through the eyes of that Mitsuo who felt it his own, Seishin was a worthy heir to succeed the temple. Gentle and quiet, well-mannered, his personality was clean and precise. His detached bearings suited the robes he wore well. He had no imprudent qualities like the successor of the Ozaki hospital, nor did he sneer at his father's profession. He found the saying that he was a monk at heart to be very appropriate. As a successor, there was not a single flaw to be found, exempting a single old scar. He really is, said Aike, his mouth distorting slightly. So even so, why are there people saying such weird things? Mitsuo blinked at Aike's tone that seemed to really warp the mood. Weird things. Realizing his verbal slip, he looked about at Mitsuo and the others' faces, voice raising up. Ah no, that's weird things, what might you mean by that? Earlier, I overheard a group that was standing around talking. Aike hesitated. I mean, a little while ago, there was the incident where a foreign car hit a child. They were talking about whether that kind of car was actually there or not. There or not nothing, Tsurumi said, his eyes wide. A child was hurt at the scene, wasn't he? He was, but still. The junior monk was at the scene, and wasn't he the one who had brought him to the hospital? So, understanding what Aike was hesitating and finding so hard to say, Mitsuo nodded. Yeah, the junior monk was put up to it, if he put a story together with them, that kind of talk, right. Those rumors had made their way to his ears. Mitsuo worked together with the parishioners' households, so he had an ear for their rumors. What do they mean by that? Tsurumi said, seeming to find it unthinkable. There are people saying that kind of thing. It isn't as if they mean anything bad by it, they're just irresponsibly letting their imaginations run wild. After all, see, the all-important culprit ultimately went uncaught. A bunch of rumors that it was really the Kainmasa car hidden on their grounds were going around. It's a part of those rumors. Even so, the way it is being said, I'm saying they don't mean anything bad by it. It was a freak accident that it turned into something this big, so maybe the junior monk might be covering for them. The neighbors are saying. What part of that doesn't mean anything bad? Aike said indignantly. That's bad will in itself. They should at least know the junior monk isn't that kind of. Nowadays, the village isn't made up of just our parish anymore, Mitsuo said lightly. If they were temple parishioners, even with careless rumors, they wouldn't imply that. At least, not where the temple had ears. In truth, when Mitsuo had heard those rumors, he felt it was an insult to the parish itself. It just means there are folks who only know the junior monk through rumors. Mitsuo deliberately, carefully brushed the dust from Tsurumi's clothing. On top of that, the junior monk might be a little too delicate in some ways. His side job's a little weird, so there are probably some people who have a few strange ideas about him. As if grasping what Mitsuo was trying to say, Tsurumi gave a sound that seemed slightly like a groan. Aike and Sumi didn't seem to notice. Even so, Mitsuo-san. In the past, the village was all made up of parish families who supported the temple. They weren't just parishioners. Way back in the day, the fields and the mountains and everything was borrowed land from the temple. That was all the more reason for the people to need a 2-stone handicap allowance from the temple, but the people who came in after that had nothing to do with any of that, especially since the non-parishioners all came in the post-war period, in new houses. Looking at it from those bunches' eyes, the temple's a self-important institution revered for no real reason, Mitsuo said, raising his face. Forcing a smile, he nudged Aike and the others. But more importantly, don't you have to be going? The overnight vigil is starting. Part 2. Ritsuko-san, Would you like to come to lunch with us? Isaki Satoko, pulling on her coat, poked her face into the treatment room. Today I brought my own lunch. Go on ahead. Then we'll be going, said Satoko, waving her hand along with Shiomi Yuki. Giving them a smile, Ritsuko cleaned up the area around the treatment bed. As she took stock of the remaining supplies, she suddenly remembered that today was Wednesday. In the treatment room separated by one closed partitioning wall, Yasuyo was cleaning up. Ritsuko called to Yasuyo. Yasuyo-san, have you seen the Mibara Oba-chan? Yasuyo was returning the changing bin to its place as she replied. Mibara Setsu-san? No, I haven't. I didn't think so. Ritsuko sighed. Did something happen with Setsu-san? She came on Saturday for her medicine. I couldn't give it without the doctor giving her an examination, so I told her to be sure to come on Monday. Yet Monday and Tuesday both passed without her having come by. I was just thinking. Yasuyo laughed out. Oh, it's because she hates injections. Well, it isn't like we can put a rope around her neck and drag her in after all. Yasuyo lightly patted Ritsuko, who sighed. That's true, as she headed out one step ahead of Ritsuko. Coming out of the meeting room into the hallway, she caught sight of Seishin peeking in through the side entrance. Oh my, junior monk. Sliding open the partitioning door, Seishin politely bowed his head. My apologies for interrupting you during the lunch hour, but the salve has run out, and so I had come to ask for more. May I? Yasuyo laughed. I don't mind at all, please come in. How is the head monk? In this heat, he must be getting down. In spite of the heat, he is well. It does not seem his appetite has declined. My, that's good to hear. It must be because of the madame taking such fine care of him. Yasuyo went towards the waiting room. Come in, I'll bring you some tea in a minute. Please don't fuss over me. Ah, and we do not have much of the vulnerary cover remaining, but... Yes, Yasuyo nodded as she knocked on the waiting room door. Doctor, the junior monk is here. Oh, came a careless voice from within. Yasuyo opened the door. Inside, Toshio was facing the desk buried in a pile of books. If you will wait just a minute. In the meantime, please soothe the doctor down. All day long his mood's been off. Leaving behind the wryly smiling Seishin, Yasuyo returned to the hall. Toshio raised his face from the book, cigarette still in his mouth. I can't believe it. My own nurse is talking crap about me like that just out of the blue. Seishin smiled, refraining from commenting. And, I'll tell you in advance, if you're here about how they finally moved in, it's a popular time for it. Told that as soon as he entered the waiting room, Seishin blinked. What, that wasn't what you were here for? It's that house. Seems like a moving truck came, didn't it? Seems so. Thanks to that, business's been unusually booming today, with people coming in with idle gossip. No, booming as usual, I should be saying, huh? On the desk before Toshio was a thick, large-sized open book. That someone saw a truck, about what kind of car it was, that the storm doors were open and they saw some curtains. I'm sure from all that since this morning, the hill's been crammed with sightseers. Seishin gave a light smile. I see. What I can't believe is that it's been no small number that left their front row seats to come all the way here to tell me about it. If they want a gawk, they could just stay there until the master comes out for the curtain call, but no. For some reason they all have to come in here. Are they formally reporting the minutes to me or something? Do they think I've got any interest in that kind of thing? The whole bunch of them. Seishin didn't say anything in particular. Nor was Toshio really expecting a response, so Seishin knew from years of association with him. The master of the house still hasn't shown himself, it seems. The owner's particulars are unknown. It seems their name's Kirishiki, but there's no sign of them putting up a nameplate on the gate. Their cars are a white foreign car, and the servant has one wagon-like car. Sorry to say, the old lady that came to report that didn't seem to know the make and model. They have duplex curtains, and you can see a lamp by the window, and then, what else was there? I get it. Seishin ceased to force a smile. In these situations, he knew of the villagers' burning curiosity all too well. Telling me to stop must mean you didn't come to hear about this. So, what's up? Father is out of his ointment. Also, vulnerary covers. Toshio gave a large exhale of cigarette smoke and leaned back deeply in his chair, looking up at the ceiling. Wonderful. We're back around to the everyday again, in other words. What are you pouting about? Why the hell would I be pouting? Seishin smiled and shook his head. Did any more reports come in after that about Yamari? The other day, when he had come to ask about it, Toshio had said that they were still waiting on part of the results. I'm happy to report it was a perfectly normal response, Toshio laughed. It's still not complete, but it seems they've arrived at that conclusion one way or another. Acute liver failure. For old lady Miko, yeah. The police didn't think it was a death caused by anything external either. But that said, there's no mention of any infectious diseases or anything, so they probably want to wrap it up as neatly as they can. I see. But damn, there's something messed up about the people here. They do know that in Yamari 3 died. I wonder if it's the time to be sticking their neck into the livelihoods of some move-ins. The bunch of them wanted to ask about this, and that until yesterday. Then a truck comes, and it's like whatever about that. Everyone thinks of it as someone else's problem. That's exactly what it is. But everyone can die. Like there's such thing as a death that's just someone else's problem, Toshio said, breathing a sigh. When a dead body was found, a fuss kicked up like some kind of festival. No matter how much I try to research the real cause of death, they want to pervert it into a forced double suicide. Or do like the Ido's Ikumi-san and stretch to call it a curse or black magic. It's so serious, they say. They make a face like their own fate is sure to be caught up in it too, but something that's serious, important, is just something that gets forgotten in the face of one house, one move-in. Seishin gave a forced smile. Everyone is bored. Change is something they welcome. They know it themselves that really it's nothing at all. Rather, it's precisely because they know that they're getting what pleasure they can from it to stave off their boredom. Good grief, Toshio breathed a sigh. Of course, what Seishin had noted was something that Toshio already knew. As Seishin moved to leave after receiving the medicine, Toshio again took up his medical bag and stepped out of the hospital. Seishin gave him a dubious look, causing Toshio to turn a challenging eye to him as he stepped out of the back entrance. I have to check on the Gato Basan's condition, don't I? After all, she's still got the funeral after this. She's at that age and all, and then there's this heat. She looked like she was being done in, Toshio said, thrusting a finger at Seishin. So I'm telling you, don't get the wrong idea that I'm some volunteer doctor overflowing with compassion. I just want to see if there's any need for medical treatment for one of my patients, just so you know. Seishin's wry smile slipped out despite himself. As he stepped onto the Marayasu sawmill lumberyard, Toshio's voice rose. Wasis! Following his line of sight, there was a person walking along the road on the edge of the hospital grounds. His age was approximately mid-20s, and he took notice of Seishin and the other man, suddenly smiling and bowing his head. I finally found someone. Excuse me, where am I? The young man asked brightly. Toshio stood in shock as the man approached. Let me guess, I think you're someone from the Kirishiki family, but I am. Nice to meet you. In that case, keep going down this road until you come to another one. Take a right turn onto it, and then if you go right again, you'll be at the bottom of the slope. Ah, that's it, the young man mumbled. I am sorry for having troubled you. Azaki-san, isn't it? Toshio raised a brow. The man looked towards the building beside the road. I had seen the two of you coming out of there towards here. This is the Azaki Hospital, isn't it? And I see that only one of you happened to be in a white coat and carrying a medical satchel. Toshio looked to Seishin. Looks like we've had a master detective move in, oi, he said, then to him. As you have most brilliantly deduced, I am Azaki. Technically, I'm something of a doctor, so if something happens, by all means. If you can call me while there's still work for me to do, I'd appreciate it. If there's no part for me, it'll be him you're going to. He tilted his head. Is this gentleman also a doctor? Seishin shot a glare at Toshio's joke, but Toshio flippantly laughed it off. Nah, he's a monk. Ah, Tatsumi laughed. I see you, sir, are from the temple atop the mountain. I am called Tatsumi. I am Murei. Toshio invited Tatsumi in, opening the gate of branches they had just come through. Well, how about some tea at least? You don't want to stand around here, getting bitten by the bugs, right? But your house call. What are you saying? It's not like I was called out specifically. The people here seem to like the monk better than me, so I just thought I'd try to cut in before the monk's turn, that's all. I've got time. Besides, Toshio laughed. I don't have enough burning curiosity to go sightseeing when someone moves in, but now that I've finally met someone who lives there, I'm not devoid of curiosity enough to just see him off without a word. For some reason, the big mass of people that gathered made me nervous, Tatsumi said. It isn't that I hate it in particular, but somehow I'm not sure just how to handle them. Opening the sliding dust door to the waiting room, Seishin and Tatsumi knelt down. Toshio sat down on the ground cross-legged, lining up the 3 glasses of barley tea on the tray brought in before by the surprised-looking nurse Ritsuko. There's no other entertainment in this village. They'll be treating you like rare breeds for a while. It'd be best to keep that in mind. I see, Tatsumi laughed. I thought I would go investigate what the village has and doesn't. So I went out the back door and walked along a slim path that didn't seem to have anybody on it. I thought that if I followed it around far enough it would come out to the village, but it's not that it doesn't come out at least. Actually, this is right where it comes out at. Ah, then, it was good that I had taken that road. The road that goes in front of your place. That one's a woodland path that eventually goes up the mountain. It doesn't go anywhere in particular, it just disappears into the mountain. If you go down the side road, it comes out at the back of the paddy fields at the back of the sawmill. You'll just come to some footpaths between the fields, but it is in fact a road. Tatsumi bit back a smile. Indeed it is. Country roads are a mix of forest paths and farm roads, and paddy field roads and all that. Well, you'll get used to it quick. As long as you don't go over the ridges, no matter where you walk from where, you'll end up in the village. That is a positive point, isn't it? Let's set aside that kind of flattery. It's not exactly good or bad, it's just the country. What are you doing, moving all the way out here to the country like this? From now on, you're going to be asked this by everyone here and there, so it'd be better to prepare your answer. Tatsumi gave a simmering smile. It was not my decision, so maybe I should say that I do not know myself. That won't fly. Aren't you a member of the Kirishiki household too? If you mean that I live in their house. But I am but a simple servant. Heh, Toshio blinked. You're not family. I was sure Tatsumi sounded like a first name, but... Tatsumi smiled lightly. Kirishiki Tatsumi, not bad at all, but Tatsumi is my surname. I am but a simple live-in servant. I'm in charge of physical labor, or perhaps you'd say the general handyman. Mind if I ask about the family setup? There is the master, the madame, and the young lady. You could say the master is retired. He was formerly the president of a company, but just last year he retired. And on to a life of dignified luxury. That's an enviable story. How old's Kirishiki? Tatsumi tilted his head. I've not formally asked him, but about his mid-40s, I think. That's young, for retirement I mean. So it is. The likes of myself wouldn't know the intricacies of the situation, but if I hazard a guess, it might be that a current stockholder who inherited his shares can't do much with the company. It's just the reason that he made such a sudden decision was for the madame, his wife, and the young lady, his daughter. This may be related to why they had moved, but the 2 of them are quite frail. An illness, is it? Yes. That is why it was best to seek a peaceful, quiet place to move to. And, as there had been nobody living on this property, the asking price was fair, I'm told. I get it. This is something I'm asking more out of a sense of obligation as a doctor than out of curiosity. But what's wrong with his wife and daughter? Are you familiar with SLE? Tatsumi said, Toshio making an unusually serious expression. I know it. I see, that's tough. Perhaps sensing that Seishin was tilting his head at least in his thoughts, Toshio explained. It's a type of incurable disease. There's a skin affection, joint pain, and then kidney and heart failure too, wasn't there? I know there's light sensitivity, too, isn't there? That's right, Tatsumi nodded. That is why, when they do go out from time to time, they are heavily dressed in hats, coats, and gloves. Especially on summer days like this, yes. But being in the city, that's painful. Even though there are so many places to go out to, they cannot go out as they'd like. So it may have been better to move out to some place where there was nothing at all to do, to live in quiet peace in the house. But my, how rude of me. Toshio laughed. That's just how it is. And for some time now, I believe the master had wished to withdraw. Where we were, various matters were piling in and weighing on him, leading to such a decision, I'm sure. Passing on the company, sorting out business. It's just, he does so love his house so. So he had it reconstructed. I see, if it wasn't for those circumstances, he probably wouldn't move out to the sticks like this. But Tatsumi said, it is indeed a small place, but it seems to be to everybody's liking. The lady is very happy that there's a hospital, although we do have a doctor, but... A doctor in the house. Yes, he is an elderly gentleman called Abuchasan, but he passed on his hospital to his son and had retired some time ago. The gentleman sees to the care of the madame and the young lady. He doubles as the young lady's home tutor in a way as well, kind of. How old's the young lady? She is 13. Technically, she would be a first-year middle school student, but with her illness, school is generally, well, you know. Yeah, Toshio mumbled. But even if we have a doctor, it isn't as if we have the equipment. If she suddenly takes a turn for the worse, and her illness becomes a matter of life and death, it's reassuring to have a hospital so nearby. Actually, when we'd heard from Take-Mura-san that there was a hospital here, it seems the decision to move was sealed. That's a heavy responsibility on me, Toshio said with a strained smile. I'll take care to study up. We'll be depending on you. Then there's the 3 in the family, you the servant, a doctor, summing up to 5 people. There's 1 housekeeper, a sum of 6 people. Toshio hummed as Seishin looked to his wristwatch and stood. Then I must be going, I have work to do. Toshio explained to Tatsumi, who looked up questioningly. We had a death in the village, so he'll have to head off to the funeral. On the way to saying my condolences, I thought I'd stop in on the surviving younger sister. She is an old girl, she's sure to be feeling down. Well then, said Tatsumi, standing up quickly. My apologies. Keeping you caught up in talk. It's fine. If you're all right with this kind of cheap tea, come in to drink again. Thank you, Tatsumi said, bowing his head. He showed a very cheerful smile as he spoke. I'll have to be getting back too. Sorry again for the intrusion. Part 3. Hey, Tatsu-san. Yesterday, a young'un from Kainmasa appeared at the Ozaki clinic, did you hear? Said Sado Oitaru as he approached. Every day for 10 years straight, just like so, Tatsu sat at her shop front and gazed at the village road. The weather was the same as usual. The road top's reflection was dazzling. The young'un from Kainmasa. I wonder if that wasn't the young'un who asked directions at Chigusa. Wasn't it, I wonder? Going by the rumors, it looks like he's the only young man they have. Oh, Tatsu gave a curt reply and returned to watching the village road. It wasn't that she had no interest in the move-ins. If she showed her interest candidly, Oitaru was the type to become stingy with information. Just the opposite, if she kept it short, he would just spit out everything that he knew, so she knew from experience. As expected, Oitaru took up the seat nearest Tatsu, leaning his body forward. So it seems, they have the man, his wife and their daughter, a 3-person family. They say the wife and daughter's bodies are weak. So that is why they ended up moving to the country, it sounds like. The young'un, a helper girl and a doctor are there, it sounds like. He's their personal family physician. Talk about extravagance. It made sense, they had enough to dismantle and rebuild a house like that one. But Tatsu didn't like it. More than anything, in the first place, she wondered why they moved in the middle of the night. And she heard it was a truck and 2 passenger vehicles. That was probably the lot that had come to move in during the Mushiokuri. But if so, I wonder why they turned back then. She wasn't satisfied. That wasn't all. Now that they'd moved in, the owner hadn't shown himself, and she didn't like that either. There were rumors he'd been sighted, but Tatsu herself and all of the old people who gathered there had never laid eyes on him. Moving in the middle of the night was bad enough, as if trying to avoid her notice, which was plain boorish of them. If they had moved to their new house in the middle of the day, they would have had to enter the village by passing by her post before Take-Mura. And then, going out to the obvious house, someone out of the old folks who had too much time to spare would have met them. If that happened, that someone would come straight here and fork over the news, and yet. Tatsu had always done like this, sitting here as she did, and yet she was well informed about everything relating to the village. And yet when it came to the man of the house at Kainmasa, they managed to slip out beyond her line of sight. I don't like it. Oitaru might have felt the same way, somehow making an unamused expression. What's with them, the bunch from that house, being so sneaky anyway? It isn't as if they're being particularly sneaky, really. You think, it sure feels like it, don't it? Voice unheard, sight unseen, doesn't it feel like that to you, Tatsu-san? It feels exactly like that, Tatsu thought but did not respond. With a sulking expression, Oitaru wiped at the sweat that rose up. As he did, a smile bearing ill will rose on his face. Well, with this we know that Ikumi-san's weird predictions were off. That girl said that the master had some bad fortune and couldn't move in, or something like that, she was saying. Right about now, there's probably no end to her embarrassment. I bet she's regretting it. Tatsu furrowed her brows. She was just using guesswork to say whatever she wanted to hear herself talk. To start with whatever comes out of her mouth is random anyway, so it was all incoherent enough to start with. Hata. She'll miss the mark and miss it again, then she'll make up some more as if she's not embarrassed at all, make with whatever weird connections to it all just pop into her head. That's how her mind works. No mistaking it, Oitaru laughed. Natsuno was rummaging in the refrigerator when his mother and father returned from the workshop. Time for their break, Natsuno wondered, looking at the kitchen clock. What, having a between-meal snack? Azusa asked, poking her head into the kitchen. Not really, said Natsuno, taking out the bottle of barley tea. Bring us some too. Yeah, Natsuno mumbled. He took out 3 glasses from the cupboard and poured the tea. While you're there, bring the grapes too. Hey, Natsuno-kun, did you hear the talk about the move-in? No, someone moved in. Looks like it. Before, one of the people I ran into passing through the neighborhood came to report about it. HNN, Natsuno murmured, washing the grapes and putting them on a plate. He set it out on the dining table. His mother, who sat waiting in her chair, asked him to put ice in it, sending him back with the glass. You can do it yourself. You're up, aren't you? Please. Breathing out one sigh, Natsuno put the ice in as his dad washed his hands beside him. There's a big fuss in the village. Even though it's just someone moving in, I've got to wonder if it's worth all that big a deal. Azusa laughed. What, don't you think it's kind of cute, in a childish way? I'm sure when we moved in, it was like this too, I bet. I bet, Yuuki sighed. Even so, until just a little while ago, they were making a fuss about the incident in Yamari. Now that someone's moved in, that's all there is. They's just simple-minded. Isn't it more charming like this? It's less of a crime than talking about Yamari. Well, yeah, Yuuki said, sitting in a chair. It was a freak, it was a forced double suicide. The theories were flying. Just how big of an incident did they expect to have happened? And in the end, it was a natural death, wasn't it? At Yamari. Sounds like that's what the doctor of the Razakis is saying. That man did stand in on the autopsies. Then there's no doubt about it, is there? Finding 3 dead bodies at once would whip everyone up. I understand that, but it wasn't worth that much of a fuss, was it? Well, they did think it was a major incident. 3 people found dead isn't something you'd call ordinary. Yamari was isolated in the mountains. The 3 inhabitants were all elderly. Those old people were decimated, and nobody noticed. The bodies were never even discovered until things got to that point. I mean, a villager tried to go by to report on the death of another family member when the body was found. But if that hadn't happened, just when would they have been found? That's true. Even in a village with as many old people as this one, this is the extent of their preparations. I think this is a problem, don't you? I think that there should be more of a network to protect the elderly. Even in a village full of nothing but old people, the elderly are still isolated. Seen as unnecessary, their relationship to the people around them dwindles gradually, and they end up alone. If you don't take part in society, you won't be reached by its protections. There is something like that. An elderly association, or some network of lonely old folks. This proves that it was insufficient. That's true, Azusa nodded. I think that what happened in Yamari is several somethings to think about. Well, for the villagers, it's something already done and over though. Despite being a collective community, things are unexpectedly flippant. That's true, I thought it'd be more, should I say substantial, the connections between people. Well, Yamari has geographic factors to it as well. Even so, I'm not sure what to think about it being passed over just because people are moving in. Doesn't it depend on who it is moving in? At any rate, they did reconstruct a house like that. They moved in the dead of night. They're quite showy. They were made to be talked about. That said, I haven't heard anything about them showing themselves. Oh, but it sounds like there are people who have seen them. I've heard little rumors that someone had. I wonder about that too. Yuuki once again sighed. Now that they've finally moved in, I'd think they would want to at least greet the people nearby, but they did take the trouble to move all the way out into a small collective like this. I don't know what I think about that kind of behavior, cloistering themselves up as if to ignore their own surroundings. That's true. Listening to Azusa's murmur, Natsuno washed out the glass he had used. Just as he'd quietly started out of the kitchen, his father's voice called to him, asking if he was going out. Yeah, replied Natsuno without turning around. I'm going to the mutis. As usual, outside the weather was annoyingly sunny. Walking while being awash in the sun's rays, a disconcerted Natsuno thought to himself, what the hell? The old people of Yamari were isolated. It was true enough that they were cut off from any network. There was nobody left in regular contact with them, nor anyone who visited them. That was just why three dead people, weren't found until they were already dead. But the old people had to consent to being isolated themselves. They must have understood that they had ended up in a condition of isolation, and they must have been only all too aware that they were also geographically isolated. They should have also understood what might have happened being in advanced age. In spite of all that, they decided to stay in Yamari. If they were afraid of isolation, they should have taken steps so as not to be isolated. Just as Azusa was saying, there was an organization for the elderly in town, and a network so that the old people living alone could watch over each other in their daily lives. If they feared solitude, they could have proactively been a member of that, and in not doing as much, the old people in Yamari knowingly choose their isolation. If the people themselves didn't wish for isolation, regardless of whether they were trying to make contact with society or not, then if they couldn't, it'd be a problem. But that was only one possibility. The other was that this was the old people's will. He understood his father's ideals, but he didn't understand the reason why other people should have to embrace and worry about people who had no personal desire to escape isolation. Overall, his disagreements with his father were of that nature. If the person themselves chose a lonely life, the results, as inconvenient as they may be, were consented to and accepted. Shouldn't they have known, Natsuno thought. It wasn't as if the old people didn't know themselves that they were isolated, and if perhaps they never realized the dangers inherent to it, regardless, they didn't make any moves to sweep away that isolation or its dangers. Or, possibly in the one in a million chance, they just never really thought about it. Then it would still mean that those people themselves were just fools. He couldn't understand why others should have to swarm them and worry about them. It's not any of your damn business. That was how Natsuno felt. If you wanted to live like a fool and die like a fool, have at it. That was the person in question's freedom of choice. To say nothing of the fact that the old folks may have been fully aware all of that, and that still they may have chosen as they did, so he thought. 3 isolated old people's bodies were destroyed, and it may have been strange that they didn't seek any outside assistance, but, as mysterious as it was, that the old people sought no help. The reason may have been that the old folks already felt as if the people living in the village called Satoba were like complete strangers. That was a view he'd never heard uttered. Even that house. Natsuno's feet stopped. He turned around and looked at the majesty of the Kainmasa mansion in the middle of the green slope. Whether he wanted to give his greetings or not, wasn't that up to the inhabitants too, he felt. If one had the freedom to move out into the country, seeking territorial bonds, and proactively mingling with the villagers, then one also had the freedom to move only seeking a quiet environment, the freedom to refuse annoying and troublesome assistance. How to put it? He was convinced justice and good sense were always on his side. That was the impression Natsuno always had from his father. While calling himself an advocate and protector of freedom and human rights, his father was indifferent towards his son's free will. Natsuno had no such privileges as taking to any conduct his father deemed a folly. Natsuno had to wonder if his father at least had an understanding of the way he himself invalidated Natsuno's own free will so forcefully. With a heavy sigh, he stepped onto the Mudu family property. Before he could peek inside from the veranda, a voice came down from above. Yo! From the second-story window, Mudu Tamatsu waved his hand. With a nod, he let himself in and went up the steps. Tamatsu's room was boiling with hot air hanging heavy in the room, and with Toru and even Murasako Maso there, the population density was high. All of them had stripped the upper half of their bodies, dripping with sweat. It was indeed sultry. What is this, a sauna? Tamatsu laughed at Natsuno's complaint. Hygienic, isn't it? Be thankful you. In the city, they pay good money to go to the sauna. Is there anyone who'd pay to come to a run-down sauna like this? The competition's stiff out there. Punk, Tamatsu said, giving Natsuno a light kick. That reminds me, you heard. Seeing Tamatsu's excitement, Natsuno sighed. Kainmasa, right? Looks like they moved in. How old a story is that? Tamacho laughed. That's 2-day-old talk now, isn't it? Your news isn't the freshest. Not that, yesterday, they came to Massao's place. They came. Massao looked somehow triumphant as he smiled. The younger one from Kane Masa, he showed his face in our shop. He came to ask if we do deliveries. Natsuno let out a faint sigh. Masao's house was a rice shop. It wasn't strange that someone who'd moved in would come to ask that. You're so grateful they came in that you're bragging about it. Masao's expression became sullen. It's not like I was bragging about it. Really? Natsuno took a spot by the window, resting his chin on the windowsill. You're really starved for a topic. Like the fuss over Yamari. People getting old and kicking the bucket, people who just moved and showing their faces, are those that unusual? Masao's mouth twisted at Natsuno's irritated tone. Well, sorry. For being so country. Masao's words were turned back at him. That you've got a complex like that about it is proof you're country. Masao fell further into a sulk, but Tamatsu waved his hand, laughing that there was no doubt about it. What are you laughing about? You're being made fun of. Why aren't you mad? Masao said with a glare at Tamatsu's happy-go-lucky face. Toru and Tamatsu were always like this. That's why Natsuno could be so arrogant. He was a person of Satoba now too, so he should be educated in how things went in Satoba, but no. You act like you're older than me or something. You're impertinent for being younger than me, was what Masao had meant to imply, but Natsuno's response was curt. It's just that you're a bratty kid. Masao glared at Natsuno. He somehow repressed his desire to yell. Because he was like this, because he was so unpleasant, Masao thought, secretly clutching his fist as he stood. Tamatsu looked up at him, still with a happy-go-lucky expression. What's up? Going to the bathroom? I'm going home. The air's gone bad. Masao glanced at Natsuno. He took his shirt and headed out of his room with loud footsteps. Natsuno watched his back as he left. What the hell is with that guy? Toru forced a smile. It's because you wouldn't get on board with Masao's bragging. It's just talk about how he saw the move-ins, so why should I have to listen to him like it's a treat to hear it? That's what they call getting along. Even if you're not interested, you pretend like you are at least. If you're like that from here on, when you're out in the world, it's going to be a hard time. It's my hard time, so leave it alone. And the guy who glares and makes an exit when someone won't get on board with his boasting won't have a hard time. Toru pushed against his forehead, giving an inappropriate laugh. Well, he'll have problems too. Masao's got something spoiled about him. Anytime something not too fun happens, he gets like that. Chen. He's the youngest of his siblings, and his older brother has a pretty big age difference on him. He's what you'd call a child of shame. How old was Munetaka-san again? Isn't he already in his mid-30s? There's not too much of a difference between him and the second brother, so it's about a 15-year difference, isn't there? It's 16, Tamatsu interjected. So he was always coddled by his mom. Though, his mother's died. But that's why he doesn't like it when things don't go his way. How stupid can you get? Yeah, well, Toru forced a smile. In the first place, things are distorted when you compare him to them. The first two sons of that house turned out great. If you compare them, he comes off pretty menial, doesn't he? And on top of that, Masao was raised spoiled. He doesn't have the magnanimity to accept that comparison head-on. No, I meant the excuses Toru-chan's giving for him are idiotic. Oi. He's selfish because he's an only child, or he was spoiled because he was the youngest or whatever. Those are the prevailing explanations. Are you saying anyone raised in the same circumstances would definitely turn out like him? Humans are individuals, you know. Cutting that to as minimal as you want and ignoring the individual to wrap them up in some image is stupid, is what I'm saying. Now come on, you, Tamatsu sighed. Aren't we always backing you up? While we casually follow Masao's lead, we're also supporting you. That's what they call tact. You sure you don't mean talking behind someone's back? I don't need such a petty ally. Hey, you, keep up that attitude, and one of these days someone's going to knife you. If there's somebody with the guts to do it, bring it on. Honestly, Toru laughed. Putting aside whether Natsuno's was right or wrong, the fact that he could casually fire off things like that was what made Natsuno Natsuno. Natsuno looked to the window, disinterested. His line of sight fell ahead to the Kanemasa mansion. What did they move out here for anyway? Just curious. He said it as if talking to himself. Something like the wife and the daughter have health problems, it seems like. So they moved out into the country, Masa was saying before. So that's it, Natsuno said with a sigh. If it weren't for that, who'd come here? While he one-sidedly understood their reason, he felt a hint of loneliness. Natsuno didn't have any reason like that. There were neither territorial nor blood ties. There was no reason at all that he had to enter into the village's social sphere. But his parents decided, and that was that. There was not one single reason for Natsuno to be here. Yet he was caught in Satoba, and its curse grew stronger with time. Somewhere in him, he harbored the feeling that if he didn't shake it off, he would never get out of Satoba. Too bad, that they won't be your allies. As if he'd been seen through, Natsuno wore a severe scowl. It's not like I wanted friends in particular. Toru-chan, you're pretty calm. Guess it's to be expected of an adult. That's not really it or anything. I just mean it's got nothing to do with me, that house. HNN. Living in a house like that, and all, they're probably eccentrics. I can't picture being able to get on with them like easygoing neighbors, and in the first place, I don't really think I'd want to mingle with them either. It'd be one thing if they had a girl the right age, but they say the daughter's about 13 or somewhere around there. That's your real goal, Toru laughed. It doesn't seem like they've got any interest in knowing us either, and I don't really want to know them especially. In the future, there probably won't be anything we'll meet over. So, they don't have anything to do with me at all. Natsuno laughed. That's true enough. Say, the one who saw the person from Kainmasa first. Wasn't that you, Kanami-san? Kanami sighed, and wondered how many customers had come through the entrance saying that. Tanaka Sachiko and Shimizu Tsuruko, who had entered, took their places at the counter, eyes expectant as they stared at Kanami. She understood their expectations, but since yesterday she'd told the same story how many times. Enough already, Kanami was fed up. Losing to Sachiko and Tsuruko's stares, Kanami summed up that the inhabitants of Kainmasa asked her for directions. At her side as she spoke was Motoko, who she knew was tensing up. Motoko was uneasy. The feeling that outsiders had come made her cower into herself. When did Motoko start showing such worry for her children that bordered on neurosis? She had a feeling she hadn't always been this way. At least when she'd left the village, when she'd seen her off to live the married life in town, Motoko hadn't been like this. Since they had only talked on the phone now, and then, not seeing each other as constantly as they did now, maybe it just didn't show on the surface. But when she'd first divorced and returned to the village, she couldn't help thinking she hadn't been like that either. When did that start? And through the years, didn't it seem like it was becoming more serious? While Sachiko and Tsuruko were goading and teasing out more details with no small effort, Motoko finished her washing and looked up to the clock. She quickly removed her apron and folded it up. Well then, I have dinner preparations to make. Kanami smiled and nodded, calling out see you later. Motoko's face was implacably stiff, and she only returned the nod. Watching Motoko leave the store, Kanami turned back to Sachiko and Tsuruko. Don't talk so much about Kainmasa around her. Motoko gets anxious about them. Oh my, Tsuruko said, her eyes widening. Anxious about them? What do you mean? Kanami hesitated. Explaining Motoko's unease was going to take time and effort. Because, Kanami smiled. Just a while back, Motoko's child was in a hit and run, you remember. It wasn't a big deal, but there were rumors that that car was the Kainmasa car, you know. Well, dear me. Of course, it's just a rumor, and they didn't move into Kainmasa around that time. But if he'd been hit worse, it could have become something much more serious. It probably wasn't Kainmasa, but we don't really have any proof of that. Just the fact that the culprit got away means that, of course, Motoko can't help worrying about it. This is the first I'd heard of it. My, how terrible. Yeah, well, Kanami said hazily. That isn't good for Kainmasa, Sachiko said. If there are rumors like that, it won't do for them not to come out more. The people at Kainmasa probably haven't even thought in their dreams that there'd be a rumor like that. Even so, didn't they move in and then burrow up in there without a word of greeting? Well, I just don't know what to think of that. Someone ought to have a word with them to tell them that that's no good. Tsuruko laughed. Who would possibly tell them something like that? Nobody even knows them, much less is their friend, and they're supposed to visit their house and say that to them. Oh, just call it a courtesy call. Say that it's the Neighbors Association contacting them, just make up something. If you say you were just dropping by to say hello, why, who could get mad at that? Tsuruko looked as if her curiosity had been sparked. That might just work, that might. I don't think we need to go that far, Kanami thought, but chose not to interrupt. She understood Sachiko and Tsuruko's curiosity. To start with, they rebuilt a strange house. They were the ones to stir the flames of curiosity around themselves, so what choice did they have but to put up with some meddling from the people like this? They have a daughter too, don't they? Perhaps we could get someone from the Nakasatoba PTA to talk to them. She will be going to the village's primary school or middle school, won't she? Oh, but I heard she's frail and may not go to school. Kanami said, looking to Tsuruko. Is that so? Yup, they said that a young man who was like a servant of the house showed up at the Murasako rice shop. That's what that person said, it sounds like. A while ago when I was shopping, Chizuko-san told me so. She has some kind of illness, and they have a doctor in the house who looks over her. It's incurable, it sounds like. The mother and daughter, both of them have it. Oh my, that's just terrible. That's why they moved out here to the countryside. That's what it looks like. Seemingly caught up in her thoughts for a moment, Sachiko clapped her hands. All the more reason we could say we'd heard about that and make an offer. The PTA will offer to help out in getting their daughter to go to school, just as much as she is able. Ah, that's right, Tsuruko nodded. That really might be better to ask them about. If she is going to school, she may need some assistance after all. Mightn't she? Maybe I should ask Koiksan from Nakasatoba to try talking to them. Nodding while looking at Tsuruko, in her mind Kanami sighed. It might have been an inflammatory thought, but she was developing some sympathies for the move-ins. It was clear that things were going to be made difficult for them for a while. Part 4. Shimizu Megumi hurried down the small pathway as the crickets chirped. It was a narrow path that followed the western mountain ridges from Shimo-Satoba, passing through Satoba towards Monzen. There were fewer people she knew that way, so while she thought nobody would talk to her, in the end she did end up meeting someone, and she ended up caught by them again. She'd pass on having to talk to some old person with too much free time. She basically knew what they were going to say. Seems sometime they moved in, they'd say, or if not that, they'd make her listen about how someone died in Yamari, and they'd finish it off by butting into her affairs like their talk was a cautionary tale. Who even cares? All humans died, and there were tons of old people in the village. People dying was something happening all the time every day. It was just something that usually happened somewhere they weren't seeing, that's all. The adults were saying the community of Yamari was gone now, making a big fuss over that, but the likes of Yamari were already gone a long time ago. Even now, everyone seemed to have forgotten it again. It wasn't anything to make a fuss over now, she thought. Even Megumi had the feeling something huge had happened when the dead people were found in Yamari. It was in the papers and on TV. She had the feeling an extravagant change was going to take place, but nothing like that happened after all. And once she thought about it, even if it was in the papers or on TV, it was the local edition, the local news, so from the start it really wasn't that big of a thing at all. In the end, weren't we just happy something unusual happened? Even while their eyes glistened with rumors of something greater, they paid lip service to it as sad, as if they had compassion or something. Even though nobody at all really thought it was sad at all. Yet if Megumi just honestly said she wasn't interested, they made a face as if looking down on her. Stupid town. It was so totally stupid. If something didn't have anything to do with you, that's what you'd call unrelated to you. Those unrelated people made a face as if the dead were once longtime friends of theirs or something. She wanted to tell off the people making too much of a fuss over it, that they didn't have anything to do with them. And it's got nothing to do with me. It had nothing to do with Megumi. As for what did have something to do with her, on the other hand, Megumi rounded the corner and looked up at the slope. Yesterday, in the middle of the night, someone saw a truck go in, so went a rumor already rushing through the village. All the same, nobody had set sights on the owners. At least, Megumi had only heard rumors that someone had been seen. She didn't know of anyone who'd actually met with anyone yet. Giving the expected greetings to the neighborhood, coming down to see the state of the village for the time being, it seemed they hadn't done either. There was the possibility that they were simply busy finishing up with moving, but it may have been all to cert that the master didn't have much of a mind to proactively mingle with the village. Thus, Megumi had yet to hear any details of the inhabitants. In the village full of nothing but stupid things, only that house held any meaning to Megumi. At the end of the day, She was nothing but another one of the masses to that house. Megumi knew as much, and yet, until that was firmly determined and left her dejected, she couldn't help but hold expectations. She didn't want to feel dejected. She didn't even want to imagine that the people who moved in wouldn't be interesting to her, that they themselves would hold no interest in her, that she would be shut out. That shouldn't happen. Looking up at the hill as if it would bite into her, Megumi coached herself. If you love this house this much, then you should definitely come to like the people in that house just the same. The owners definitely won't think the worst of someone like you, Megumi. Isn't that right? Caught up in her thoughts as she gazed upwards, when a voice suddenly called out to her, Megumi jumped. Megumi-chan. When she turned around, Kaori was coming, bringing her dog. As Megumi cast her eyes on her, Kaori waved her hand hugely. The dog Kaori brought was a stupid-faced-looking mutt. It had a joke of a name like Love or something. If that house keeps a dog, I'm sure it's a foreign breed, an intrepid-like one. Megumi gave a longing look to the house. Today's hot again, isn't it? Taking a walk, Kaori said, following Megumi's gaze up the hill. What's wrong? Did you have some kind of business with that house? There's no way I could, right? Embarrassed by something somehow, Megumi quickly turned from the hill. Kaori hurried to follow along, earning a sidelong glance from Megumi. What a dopey braid. At least use more than a rubber band, you could do a ribbon or something, and she just threw on a t-shirt. Kaori was 1 year younger than Megumi, and her house was nearby. Their mothers were friends too. Until last year they went to the same middle school. This year, Megumi started high school, and though Kaori was left with her last year of middle school, she came every morning to invite her to go to school together. Even though it wasn't like Megumi ever said anything like let's go together, she loyally came every morning like it was only natural. As Megumi took her time slowly getting ready, even while saying, I'm going to leave you behind, and the like, she waited. At times like that, Kaori's face looked a lot like a dog's. It was already set in stone that she would go to school together with Megumi. Going to the high school, even by bus, took 30 minutes, so for Kaori who went to the middle school in the village, there shouldn't have been any need to hurry out of the house so early. That she could just say to that, it's fine, don't worry about it. It's perfect for me because I can prepare for class. Or something and expect her to be grateful was, in a word, stunning. Did you hear the rumors that they'd moved in? Kaori said, Megumi nodding. Kaori turned to look up the slope as she walked. From where the two were walking, they could no longer see the gate. What they could see were only the second story and the roof. Still, Megumi had the small sense that something about it had been ruined. They say they have a daughter, huh? As Kaori spoke, Megumi came to a stop. A daughter. They have one. Uh-huh, Kaori nodded. That's what I heard, but she's younger than us. She's in 6th grade or in middle school, somewhere around there. Megumi's feelings were complicated. While she was happy that they had a daughter, but if she was younger then, she had the feeling that she was out of luck. And that Kaori knew about it when she wasn't even funny. Oh. A husband, a wife and a daughter. A 3-person family. The old ladies in the neighborhood were talking about it. HNN and. So, what kind of people are they? I don't know, Kaori shook her head. I mean, I only overheard what they were standing around talking about. I'm not really that interested, I was just passing by. Not interested? Megumi asked in shock, shocking Kaori herself. Megumi-chan, you're interested. That's of course I am. Even though they're so weird. Weird? Why would you say that? Kaori tilted her head at Megumi's cross-examination. Megumi, 1 year older, had been her friend since kindergarten, but at times she could be cold. Like now. Because, didn't they move in the middle of the night? Normally you wouldn't move in at that time of night. They could have a perfectly good reason for that. I guess they could, Kaori murmured. But their house is weird. And I'm asking why you'd say that. It doesn't fit, does it, that house, this place? That's Satoba's fault for being so country, isn't it? But building a house like that out in this county in itself was weird. Kaori had thought that, but it seemed Megumi didn't see it that way. It's kind of oppressive and dark and all, Kaori said, earning a severely sharp glare for Megumi, her stare turning towards her scornfully. If I lived in that house, I'd get depressed. It's not like it's your house, so who cares? Megumi's voice spoke as if thrusting at her as she turned about storming back. What's wrong? Did you have another fight with your mom? Megumi only gave a single look back at Kaori, without an answer. She promptly returned to the hill, and with only that fleeting look back to Kaori, she ascended the slope. Kaori watched her, flabbergasted. They really had known each other a long time, but sometimes she just couldn't make sense of her. Kaori spoke with a sigh to Love, who had stopped at her feet with her. I wonder if something happened to Megumi. The dog let out a disinterested yawn. Megumi furiously stormed the hill. That country hick, she thought, the world swirling in her chest. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Uncouth inhabitants in an uncouth village. They didn't feel any embarrassment about themselves. No, not just that, they thought they were fine as they were. That house was too good for this village. And yet the people weren't embarrassed before it, they blamed the house for being weird. Just like how they laughed at Megumi for changing her clothes, even when just going out to the shops around town. It's not that house that's weird, it's you all that are weird. Taking her dog out on a walk in just whatever house clothes she threw on. If she didn't care about her appearances, it was because the village was an extension of her house. The whole village was thought of like one's yard, like extended family. People went into others' houses as if it were natural, telling other people how to live their lives as if they were family. I hate this village. But Megumi was a prisoner of this village. Even though she wanted out, she couldn't leave. Just like this, she'd find a job in the village, marry somebody from the village, and become a part of it. That was the one thing she'd pass on. She wanted to go to college, wanted to work in the city. But her family and the neighbors around preached unanimously that girls were best off at home. It's the worst. Hunched in anger as she climbed the slope, Megumi raised her face up. Looking up at the house, she let it all out with a breath. The gate is. The hill pathway curved in front of the house, the gate positioned facing the front as if to cut off the road. A white wall with brick gate piers, the black metal fixtures over the amber boards of the gate, standing in the way of the road that blocked off one's view, was slightly ajar. The gap was only about 5 centimeters. Through that narrow opening, the grounds, flooded with light of the setting sun, could be seen. There was the stone paving that continued past the gate and the tips of tree branches that remained of the garden trees, and beyond that a dark stone wall. Megumi had bit by bit climbed the hill. Her heart beat just a little faster. While peering through the doors of the gate, she quietly eased closer. The gap open to the outside world was tantalizingly narrow. The door on the first-story window on the stone wall was opened, and white curtains could be seen, but just barely. Within the house there were lights on. From the inner walls to the furniture, whatever it was, it could be seen by looking into the house. That much was clear. Without realizing it, Megumi's breath caught. As she had approached the front of the gate doors moved as if swaying, perhaps blown by the evening breeze. One of the doors moved inward, swaying open. Picking up momentum, the gate slid open without a single sound, along the arched rail on the stone pavement. Megumi held her breath, and as if being lured in by it opening, neared that gate. Chapter 5 Translation Notes. A 2-stone handicap allowance. Ikimoku no nimoku mo oku. In the board game of Go, there are handicaps that can be given to weaker players in the form of stones placed at the opening of the game before the more skilled opponent. In the story context, it means the temple had a lot of leverage over the people and had to be respected as such. Chapter 5-3. Child of Shame, Hajikakiko. A child born late to parents, say, in their late 30s or 40s, which is shameful because it's proof they're having sex at that age. Chapter 6. Part 1. When the phone rang at Kaori's house, it was a little after dinner, just past the beginning of a 9 o'clock TV program. Her mother, who had picked up the phone, spoke with the person on the other end, then called to Kaori, who had been watching TV in the living room with a stern voice. Kaori, did you see Megumi-chan today? Kaori nodded. When I was talking Love, I saw her. She says Megumi-chan hasn't come home yet. Did you hear anything? Kaori blinked. Not really. So much for that. I wonder if she could have went to Mizobe. Megumi was dressed up, but that was normal for her, so she didn't know if she planned to go out or not. No, she didn't seem like she was leaving the village. After she talked to Kaori, she went up the hill after all. Kaori took in the atmosphere. We were in Monzen when we met, but... And then she went up the hill. Kaori hesitated to add that. Kaori was the only one to know that that hill was Megumi's secret. If you went down the slope partway up the hill into the village, you would come out to a house in Nakasatoba whose backyard was a mountain range. Since the year had started, Megumi had incessantly visited one certain house in Nakasatoba, in order to quietly watch over a single window from the backyard. Kaori swallowed her words. There was no way she could tell that to her mother. To anyone. "I see," was all her mother said, turning back towards the receiver. Her little brother, who was watching TV, turned towards Kaori. "What? Now Megumi's missing." Her little brother Akira was just a first-year middle schooler, and yet he spoke of not just Kaori but Megumi without any honorific. "Don't say stupid things. I'm sure she's just late. Even at this hour." At Akira's words, she turned her eyes to the living room clock. 9:17. Even if she was going to look in on Natsuno Yuuki's house as always, it was late. When she had met Megumi, it was just past 5, and she couldn't imagine her spending 4 hours from then, without even having dinner, in the bushes being bit up by mosquitoes looking up into that window. Dansha thinks something happened. The implications in Akira's tone made her raise her head, with rising uneasiness. The tragedy in Yamari, where the dead bodies were found, was just a few days ago, while she had heard that it was nothing more than the elderly, in bad condition, who died. Kaori's voice called out, "Mom, Megumi-chan was climbing the hill that goes up under Kanemasa." Her mother fleetingly turned her gaze to her, nodded, and conveyed as much over the phone. Part 2. The phone rang, and Okawa interrupted his conversation with the bunch drinking sake at the counter to pick it up. The caller was the fire brigade's chief, Yasumori Tokyujiro. "Ah, Okawa-san. Do you know Shimizu-san from Shimo Satoba's daughter?" Yeah, Okawa nodded. There wasn't any special connection between himself and Shimizu, but the daughter was about the same age as Okawa's second son, so he wasn't completely unfamiliar. "Well, it seems the girl hasn't returned home yet, you see." "Heh?" Okawa raised a brow and looked up at the shop clock. It was going on 9:30. It was well past the hours on their signboard, but the heavy drinkers had stayed at the shop, and he'd still failed to close up shop. "That's strange, even this late." "It is. It seems she went up into the western mountains. With everything going on recently, with all the dangerous, her parents are worried. I thought I might search the mountains, but..." Okawa grimaced. Okawa was a member of the fire brigade, but he was the squad leader for the community of Satoba. Having to go flush out a girl from Kami-Satoba wasn't something he was exactly thankful for the chance to do. And thanks to the heavy drinkers, he'd yet to eat anything that evening, making it all the less appealing. "Anyway, I wonder if she didn't just go to hang out. Like, she's on a date and lost track of time. I mean, I'm not saying I don't want to do it or anything, but that kid can be a careless one like that sometimes. I just think." "Boss Matsuo said that too," said Tokyujiro with an audibly bitter smile. Matsuo Seiji was the quad leader for Shimo Satoba. "Well, think of how her parents feel and do it as a favor to me. Incidentally, could I have you bring by 3 cases of beer to the station, I wonder?" "It'll be my treat." Okawa grinned. That was a very Tokyujiro-like way to mind him. Understood. Then, at the station. As he hanged up the phone, the customers at the counter looked upon Okawa with great interest. "Did someone go missing? Who?" Bracing herself as she asked was Aidu Ikumi. She could be called a regular, but she only drank on other customers' generosity and never paid in her own cash. "The Shimizu-san's house's daughter." "Girl called Megumi." "Oh my," cried Ikumi in what could have been heard as a cheer. Okawa snorted through his nose, turning towards the second floor and calling up, "Oi, Atsushi. See me a sec." Taking enough time to be frustrating, his son leisurely came down. "Don't drag your ass, we're doing a mountain hunt." "I've got to go too." "Don't fuss and whine," Okawa shouted. Compared to his second son and his daughter, he was an embarrassment of a son, but there was no denying he was his oldest boy. Someday he'd inherit the shop, and he'd probably inherit his job at the fire brigade too. Thinking as much, Okawa was sure to have his son accompany him when workers were needed. "What's wrong?" said his daughter Yuzue, poking her face out from the living room. When he said that Megumi was gone, she made a complicated expression. His second son Yutaka popped his face out, looking worried. "Should I go too?" "There's no need," Okawa had started to say when he thought twice. If they were going to be combing the mountains, then the more people the better, probably. "That's right, get ready. Put on long sleeves and gloves. We'll be going into the mountains after all," said Yutaka, hurrying up to the second floor. Okawa shouted at Atsushi, who stood there sulkingly. You're coming too, so hurry and get ready, and 3 cases of beer. We're delivering 'em to the station. Part 3. Hasegawa flipped the switch, the electric lamp light fading out. Closing time already, said Yuuki as he dug in his pocket for his wallet. He must have seen him doing that, as Hirasawa assured him. At your leisure, as he changed the CR to rhythm and blues, poured a glass of whiskey and water, and taking a seat at the counter. Now the night begins, for me at least. Seeing Hasegawa with his glass in hand, his wife Chiyomi laughed. I'm going back early. Hirasawa-san, please don't let him get ahead of himself, all right? Chiyomi said to Hirasawa, giving a smile to Yuuki and the others as she took off her apron. She hanged it back up in the small closet by the kitchen, waving her hand and leaving the shop. Hasegawa's home was on the other side of the shore in Mizuguchi. Left in the shop were Hirasawa and Yuuki, and Tashiro Bookstore's Tashiro Masaki. Since coming here too. Creole. After Gadoda Shuji's service, he'd found himself walking in often, and through that came to know quite a few faces. The regular customers that made. Creole. Their stronghold had between them their own community tone. Yuuki found that to be indubitably cozy. How much time had lapsed since Hasegawa had settled at the counter when Chiyomi returned? What's wrong? Forget something. At Hasegawa's voice, Chiyomi shook her head. Is there anyone who might have seen Shimizu-san's daughter Megumi-chan? Hasegawa said no, looking at Yuuki and the others. Tashiro and Hirasawa shook their heads. Yuuki didn't know who Shimizu Megumi was to start with. Yuuki looked at Chiyomi. Shimizu, do you mean the Shimizu-san who comes here, from JA? Yes, Megumi-chan is Shimizu-san's daughter. She's in 10th grade. Ah, I wonder if she might be a classmate of Yuuki-san's household son. She is, Hirasawa nodded. They go to the same high school. That would make them classmates, wouldn't it? And, what has happened to that Megumi-chan? You don't mean? Chiyomi nodded. They say she hasn't come home. Shimizu-san and his wife are at the police box. People are gathering. Searching the mountains? Tashiro asked gravely. It looks like it. After all, look at the hour. There was a person who'd last seen her going up the western mountain, so they're saying she may have been stranded up there. Yuuki looked towards Hirasawa and the others. Is it that dangerous, being up in the mountains around here? No, it is not the mountains themselves, which are dangerous. However, it would be difficult if you lost your way in the mountains north of Yamari. Or perhaps in the backyard of the shrine. It would be dangerous to fall into the hell hole, but... Hell hole, Hirasawa pointed to the east. Across the river, there is the shrine, correct. If one were to scale the cliff behind it, there's a cave called the hell hole. Hehis. I'm not certain whether to call it a cliff or a crag, but in a gap there is a narrow fissure. I wonder how deep it goes. There's a hakora erected at the entrance, so I don't know if one could enter it, but it has many branch roads, and it seems to be quite long. It looks like it goes down to the base of the earth itself, which is likely why it was named the hell hole. She couldn't get in there, yes. Yes, but there's what's above that hole. The hell hole crosses from behind the shrine diagonally along the eastern mountain, but in more shallow places, there are times when it caves in and the hole opens. That area is the shrine forest, so nobody entered the area to cut trees. From the start, people never went in there, so if the hole opened, it wouldn't be known. But that's unrelated. The last she was seen, she was climbing the western mountains, the Kainmasa Hill, they said. Then, it shouldn't be that she got lost, at least. A forest path runs along the western mountain ranges, and as long as you don't go off the path you won't go over the ridges, you'd still be in the village. Tashiro said, as Hasegawa tilted his head. Couldn't she have mistakenly gone off of the forest path and ended up crossing over the ridge? Hirasawa shook his head. The forest path follows the steel towers and the high-voltage wires. Even if she had lost her sense of direction, she would know quickly if she had stepped off the mountain path. She is a villager, so I don't think that she would make such a mistake. She may be injured or stranded someplace. Lately, there has been talk of wild dogs coming out too, yes. Takami-san and the others had said that. So they're calling together members of the fire brigade, they say. Well, Shimizu-san must feel like his heart's in his mouth, said Hasegawa, rising to a stand. This is no time for drinking. Let's head out and help. I too will be going, said Hirasawa as Yuuki and Tashiro rose. He was familiar with Shimizu. And moreover, hearing that it was his son's classmate, he couldn't take it as somebody else's problem. Part 4. When Toshio came back from a house call, he saw a familiar car stopped on the lot. Putting his examination bag down in the waiting room, he returned to his house to see, as expected, his wife Kaioyuko had returned home. "What, you're back?" At Toshio's voice, Kaioyuko, who was sitting in the Western-style living room, waved her hand flippantly. "From tomorrow on is Aben, isn't it? I was told to come back." Toshio blinked. "By my mother." "By who else?" "Come back on the 30th, we've made plans, so don't think you can just come on the day of," she shrieked at me. "By the way, what plans did you have for Aben?" "You ask like you expect me to know." "It's probably that you haven't been by lately, so she just wanted to see your face." "Well, isn't that just an honor?" Kaioyuko sighed. "But I'm not happy with this at all." "Me neither," Toshio answered in his thoughts. And somehow, I get the feeling her good humor was worse than usual. "It's bad, ever since Kane Masa moved in." "Oh really?" Kaioyuko leaned her body forward. "They finally came in." Just the day before yesterday. My mother was probably wanting them just stay away without moving in. Since then, she's been fault-finding all over the place." "Oh no," said Kaioyuko, throwing herself onto the couch and arching her white neck. She grumbled with a sigh to the ceiling. "I'm starting to want to go back to Mizobe." "So go back." "If I do that, she'll attack me on the phone." "Probably," Toshio mumbled. That Taki did not find Kaioyuko agreeable was something he knew, from hearing her say as much more than often enough. So, while it should have been fine to leave her as she was out in Mizobe, it seemed she didn't find that agreeable either. When Toshio had said, half in jest, that she could go back to her own family, why, how it would dishonor our family, Taki said, her face warping. She would certainly never allow something as indecent as it to be like a divorce, so she had said. So in the end, nothing was agreeable to her. As the married couple let out a sigh, Taki herself entered the Western-style living room. She seemed fresh from the bath, in her nightwear. "Oh, welcome back." "Yeah," Toshio said, averting his gaze. She prodded Kaioyuko, whose legs were exposed in her slovenly casual miniskirt, in the elbow. Kaioyuko gave an aggravated sigh and corrected her seating posture. "I have taken my bath first." "Sure," Toshio gave as a half-hearted response. With a composed expression, Taki took up post on one section of the couch. Just as he was thinking of escaping, the doorbell rang and he was saved. Now who might that be at this hour? Suppressing Taki, whose brows had furrowed as she spoke, Toshio stood up. "It's fine, I'll get it. It might be an emergency for me." So he said, swiftly making a brisk escape to the entryway. In the entryway stood Resident Officer Takami with a grave expression. As soon as he saw Toshio's face, he asked whether he'd seen Shimizu Megumi. Toshio tilted his head. Megumi was a girl who could be said to cause quite a fuss for him as a doctor, but maybe because it was summer vacation, she hadn't shown her face here for a while. "What's wrong?" "Don't tell me something happened to Megumi-chan." "We haven't seen her. She set out at noon, and it seems she hasn't returned yet." Toshio cast his eyes down to his wristwatch. 10:30. This late. "No contact." "It seems not. In the evening she was seen climbing the slope to Kainmasa by somebody, but that's it." "That's worrisome, isn't it? Maybe this happened all the time in the city, but in the village, there weren't any girls out for a stroll at this hour. Even if she were hanging out in the neighborhood, she wouldn't have missed dinner and also given no phone call or contact." "I hope nothing's happened. Was the fire brigade contacted?" "I did. Lately wild dogs have been about, and with as many strange things as have been happening, Shimizu-san is becoming very pale. They're talking about searching the mountains for her a little bit." "I'll go too," Toshio said, a voice from behind sounding out as he stepped out of the entryway. "You must be joking." Looking back over his shoulder, he saw Taki, who had put on a summer haori, giving Takami a stern eye. "There is no reason for you to do such a thing. And you, Takami-san, what were you thinking?" Takami stiffened his spine like a child be chastised for a prank. Toshio is the medical director of the Ozaki Clinic. He simply cannot vacate the premises so freely. In the first place, we never know when an emergency may arise. Everyone's lives are entrusted to him. "Yes, thank you," Takami bowed deeply. "Setting aside that you have come to Toshio for direction, what is this talk of having him assist with searching the mountains? It is very troubling if you make use of the Ozakis at your convenience." "No, ma'am, that was not my intention. I was only asking a question. Then please excuse me for the night." Takami bowed his neck, hurriedly lowering his head. He raised his face, seeing Toshio's bitter smile. With his body turned so that Taki wouldn't see from behind him, he raised his hand in an apologetic gesture. Takami understood, showing Toshio a faint smile. "My, how rude of me. Then, if you'll excuse me." Lowering his head to Taki once more, Takami quickly left the Ozaki household. Part 5. As foretold by the oracle, he was driven from the hill, wandering the wasteland. The shiki at his side was, at least as far as he was concerned, nothing more than an extension of that curse. His little brother's corpse was the most forthright symbol of his sin. He was too, with him at his side, wander over the barren, frozen soil. In the dense night ruled over by the evil spirits, he merely kept his head down, walking on resolutely while accompanied by the will-o'-the-wisps. Aware of his little brother who had become a shiki at his side, cowed into silence, he traversed the frozen earth beneath his feet. At last, as the vigorous jeers of the evil spirits surrounding at a distance died out, the great earth was tinged in white light. The fine grains of the cold ground glittered in the light of dawn, its textures exposed, and, suspecting the presence beside him that had at last begun to dim had faded, he raised his face. He was alone in the great rift between heaven and earth. There was neither a trace of the evil spirits that trailed him, nor of his little brother. As far as he could see upon of the cold ground and the dull skies, the undulations of obstinate deep red stretched on to the horizon, above which hung low clouds like sheep that had seeped in muddy waters. The dawn dyed red the melancholy clouds and those highs and lows in a catastrophic crosshatch. There were the dips and valleys of the inorganic earth, the lifelike, coordinated writhing of the clouds, and interposed betwixt the two left in the gap was none other than him and he alone. If he turned to look behind him, in the distance he could see the green hill passed over by the night. Pushed aside by the winds, the swirl of the clouds was cut off in the skies above that hill, a small, round beam of light pouring straight down upon it. It was due to that light that, far away as he was, the greenery of that hill and the circular wall enclosing its base, as well as the white town erected on its summit, were clear to view. It floated within the somber world, literally shimmering. A green so green as to be radiant, stones so pure white they stung the eyes, with a splendor as if in direct contact with that sky above. That was the hometown he was driven out of, unable to make restitution, the land where his brother who had become a shiki slept, which led to him being driven out into the wilderness, only able to stand, as if he existed only to cast shadows upon the earth, longing for it. The clouds, the earth, the light, the hill, they awoke a memory within him of when he received the temple's verdict. Why, the elder asked. The hall contained in gray stone, closely. "Junior monk," called out to, Seishin turned to look. Looking fresh from the bath with a towel over his head, Ike peered into the temple office window. "Pardon me, do you have a moment?" Ike said apologetically. Seishin set his pencil down. "What is it?" "Junior monk, I suppose you haven't seen Megumi-chan from the Shimizu-san's place, have you?" "No," Seishin tilted his head. The Shimizus were a parish family, but he had mostly never met with their daughter Megumi, and he couldn't remember when he'd last seen her face or when that was. "I haven't seen her in a long while. What's happened?" "Well, it seems she hasn't come home yet. Resident Officer Takami-san is here, but..." Seishin stood and stepped out of the office. As he rounded the corner in the hallway, Takami stood in the dirt floor entryway with a flashlight in one hand, Miwako kneeling upon the rising step into the home with a look of concern on her face. "Good evening. What's happened to Megumi-chan?" "Ah, excuse the intrusion, junior monk. I hope you weren't in the middle of work." "Don't mind it, Megumi-chan hasn't come home." "That's right," said Takami, who explained the situation. While doing so, he wiped the sweat dampening the back of his neck. He must have been bitten by mosquitoes, the sun-burnt nape of his neck peppered in red. "I mean lately, you know, a lot of things have happened. So everyone would be worried, right?" "What happened in Yamari?" Seishin started to say, but Takami waved his hand. "What? No, not the talks about a degenerate or anything like that. Though there may be people who are thinking along those lines. But, while those rumors are also making people unease, there are the ones about the wild dogs. Lately, there's a lot of talk of people seeing wild dogs in the mountains lately." "Ah," Seishin murmured. "That is so, certainly. I figured the junior monk has not seen Megumi-chan then." Yes, Seishin nodded. Miwako's brows knitted together as she touched her hand to her cheek. I wonder if it might not be best to go and help. That's right, I'll head out for a bit. As Seishin turned back, Takami hastily called out. No, I didn't come to have the junior monk join in. It's just that she might be stranded someplace, so I had just come to see if there was any sign of her. Takami was unexpectedly flustered, but, no, really. If I have the junior monk help, I'll be scolded by the elderly, Takami said with a forced smile. To tell the truth, just a while ago, the Madame of the Ozakis just finished scolding me for carelessly going to consult with the doctor. I see, Seishin smiled bitterly. So, please do not mind and leave it be. Then I'll go, Ike said. No, Ike-kun, but... At Takami's attempt to keep him from joining, he smiled. A parishioner is in peril. Isn't it better if there are more people helping? That's right, Miwako smiled. Ike-kun, might you do this for us? You just finished with your bath too, I really am sorry. Not at all. She's a young lady after all. Shimizu-san must not have a heart to go on. Either way, I was just going to go on to sleep anyway. Junior monk, please keep on working. I'm sorry. Don't be, Ike said cheerfully. Just let me change my clothes right quick. Takami-san, please wait just a moment. Man, I'm really sorry. Takami scratched his head as he saw Ike hurry into the depths of the temple living quarters. It'd be good if she just went to a friend's house and lost track of time. It would, Miwako said with a sigh. But it has become this late. Shimizu-san must indeed be so worried. That's right. No call, and even with it this late, she hasn't come back. Miwako slightly inclined her head. Have you tried cane masa? Ha, Takami blinked. Unable to follow his mother's line of thinking, Seishin also looked to her face. Oh dear, I wonder if I've said something so off. Miwako, bewildered, pinched her mouth tightly. I had heard that a family had moved into cane masa. Perhaps by chance, they had a child of the same age. Megumi-chan had gone up the hill, hadn't she? I wonder if she hadn't met with somebody from cane masa and became caught up in a conversation in which she lost track of time, perhaps. Ah, that could be. But mother, if that were the case, Megumi-chan would have had the opportunity to call, wouldn't she? Cane masa's family likely would have pressed her to call as well. But the idea of calling never even entered their minds precisely because they lost track of time, is what I am saying. In the village, of course, one would call, but the rumors say that that family is from the city, so perhaps the idea that it would be best to call home, or such, does not cross their minds, don't you think? But even so, that's true. Even so, not making contact over dinner is certainly strange, Miwako said, Smilanig with a blush. My apologies. I was just thinking that she had gone up the hill, and from there it had just came to mind. Please forget about it. No, Takami said while smiling when suddenly he seemed struck by something. It might still be the case, even if unexpectedly. But, Takami tilted his head. I have heard rumors that it seemed they had moved in, but, as for what kind of people they are. Aren't there people who have at least seen them? About that, Takami said, his voice lowering, there isn't anybody. It seems they don't come out of the house at all. Is that so? Miwako said, her eyes wide in surprise. There's talk that a young guy from there's been sighted, but nothing on the essential family themselves. To say the least, they don't seem to have any plans to interact with their neighbors. With them acting like that, anything that would lead to Megumi-chan meeting with them is hard to think up. Seishin nodded in his mind. The Kirishikis had moved in the day before yesterday. Meeting Tatsumi was something that happened yesterday. He hadn't heard any rumors about the master of the house, but that the essential man of the family had yet to show himself before the village. Because they had only been moved in for 2 days, they were probably still finishing cleaning up from the move. Maybe they just didn't feel up to walking around the village, but him not showing himself at all was somewhat of a surprising circumstance. Did they not have any interest in what type of village they had just moved into? Did he not want to take a walk about to survey the surroundings of his house like Tatsumi? Or Seishin tilted his head when Ike returned in jeans and a long-sleeved shirt with a flashlight in hand. Sorry, thanks for waiting. Part 6. Specks of light dotted the western mountain. Voices mingled calling out "Ooey." Man, she's not along any of the roadways, said Tashiro as Yuuki wiped his sweat. The mountain nights were cool, but as expected when climbing up and down the slope, it got hot. There were limits to searching with a hand light within the village. Following the forest paths, pushing through the surroundings, and coming back lead to many repeats, but there was an uneasiness that they hadn't searched enough. "Ui," came a voice from very nearby on the mountain, and for a moment, Yuuki anticipated good news, but the voice that replied back was tinged with disappointment. It's not gonna work out unless we give a full-blown mountain hunt. Let's regroup around the Marayasu lumberyard." Hirasawa sighed and climbed back onto the forest path, Yuuki following suit. It was only one block of mountains surrounding a small village, and yet trying to find a single person amongst that made one realize the mountains really were broad. Fatigued as they were, while hobbling down the forest path, Tashiro and the young man walking with him came to a stop. It was a monk from the temple. He was called Ike, if he recalled. He was just approaching the Kanemasa house. "What's the matter, Ike-kun?" Hirasawa asked, Ike turning to face him with a complicated expression. "I wonder if anyone in this house has seen Megumi-chan. Wouldn't it be better to ask them?" Hirasawa blinked. "At this hour?" "Yeah," Ike smiled, embarrassed. "The madame at the temple was talking about it to Takami-san. Maybe there's a chance she met the people from this house, and couldn't she have forgot the time, like? And we can't just say, at this hour, can we, since Megumi-chan was seen climbing the hill. In that case, they may have seen her." "That is true," said Hirasawa, making a complicated expression himself as he looked up at the dark house. Yuuki understood Hirasawa's bewilderment. Since they'd moved in, the inhabitants hadn't shown themselves. It looked like those who lived there had no intent to proactively mingle with the villagers. With high fencing that couldn't be peered through, together with such a closed-off house, it was thought that the new inhabitants wanted to draw a line between themselves and the villagers. Calling on such people at this hour to ask about a little girl's whereabouts, however proper, was cause for indecision. "Shall we try?" The one to say this was Hasegawa. "You're absolutely right. They may have seen her at least. If that's the case, they may know which direction she had gone, or something along those lines. If Megumi-chan is injured and stranded, what's important is finding her every bit sooner as possible." "That's true," Hirasawa nodded. Yuuki and the others approached the tightly closed gates. On the side of one gatepost pillar was a side door, and on the side of that an intercom was visible. Yes, even if they were intruding and waking somebody, all that they needed do was speak over the intercom, so doing this much in case of an emergency was bound to be forgivable. As their representative, Hirasawa placed his finger on the button. While looking over the faces about him, he timidly pressed the call chime. Twice, 3 times, and the 4th time there was an answer. "Yes. I'm sorry for disturbing you late at night. There's something we'd like to ask, but..." Hirasawa conveyed briefly that a high school girl had gone missing and that they were wondering whether they had seen her. "One moment, please." The voice on the other end of the intercom sounded young. A number of people in the village had said they'd caught sight of a young man in about his mid-20s, so it was said so. It must have been him, Hirasawa thought. After a bit, the side door opened. Hirasawa faltered. The one who appeared with a flashlight in hand was the man of the rumors. "Thank you for waiting. I am sorry again, at this hour." No. It's just, I'd asked every member of the house, but it seems nobody has seen the young lady." "Is that right?" Hirasawa sighed. "That she had climbed up this way is certain." "Yes. The last time she was seen, it was when she was climbing this hill, it seems." "Is that right?" he said, stepping outside and closing the door, smiling at the blinking Hirasawa. "I was told by the master to help." "They must be worried," he said. "No, Hirasawa said, dismayed. "To have you do that much for us would be." "No, this is the sort of thing we must band together for. I am called Tatsumi." "I am Hirasawa. I'm sorry for the trouble." "Thank you very much." Tatsumi smiled. "But I may only get in the way. I'm not very familiar with the lay of the land around here, so please instruct me in what to do." The group split up to split their coverage of the mountains. Yuuki had merely been following Hirasawa and the others. At some point, he ended up in a line with Tatsumi and Ike, because it was clear they were the only ones unfamiliar with the mountains. Is that the way to the temple?" Tatsumi said to Ike, shining his light on the surroundings. "The other day, I had met the fellow named Murray-san. He was just coming out of the Ozaki clinic." "The junior monk." "Hattie." "You did not hear about it." Yeah, the junior monk is the type of person who wouldn't gossip about things like that at all. Tatsumi smiled. He was indeed a mild man. That's right. If it was me, I'd spread it all over right away though. At the end of the day, I'm a Hachigoro at heart. Is there any news value to spread with that? Oh, definitely. Everyone in the village is extremely interested, you should know. I mean, your fine house is rather strange, and since moving all the way out here they haven't stepped out even once, have they? So with that, what kind of people are they, and the like, is everywhere. It isn't that we don't come out at all, but… I see, that's what it's come to, huh? To put it bluntly, it's thought that you're avoiding the villagers. I mean, I was completely surprised when Tatsumi-san stepped out like this. Avoiding? Why is that? Yeah, well, since moving in, you haven't come out at all. There's that tall fence, and the gates always shut up real tight. Really? Tatsumi blinked as he murmured. Maybe in that case, it was not good to move in without giving greetings anywhere. We hadn't been into the habit of socializing with our neighbors much, so it really just never crossed anyone's minds. Oh, well then, at Ike's response, Yuuki laughed. That's how it goes when you live in the city. Unless there's a notice going around the neighborhood, you don't usually even know your neighbors' faces, and if you live in an apartment, you don't even have that much. You leave the gates closed, and even during the daytime you lock your doors. Out here, though, even in the middle of the night, everything is left open and unlocked. In the beginning, even I was a little reluctant to get used to it myself. Yuuki-san also moved in from the city. That's right. That's why, even if knew from the start that that's how it was, I was reluctant. Somehow, I just couldn't stay calm about it, so I would end up locking up the front entryway. Though to start with, our house never even had a lock on the back door. Hathy. It was like I'd left the gas oven on somewhere, it felt like. It took about half a year for me to get used to it. So that's how it is, huh? Tatsumi nodded. I'll have to report that when I go back. I don't think anyone's thought about that at all. Though I don't think it's anything you have to force on yourselves. But isn't it boring? Bored up in the house all the time like that. Yuuki nodded too. You've finally moved all the way out here after all. You can leave the house without locking the doors, know everybody in the neighborhood, easily come and go helping each other out. That is the greatest thing of all about small societies like this. Isn't it just? Tatsumi nodded with a smile, and Yuuki devoted himself to the search. It made him uneasy to get too caught up in small talk, and in doing so some distance had been put between themselves and Hirasawa and the others who had started on ahead. While hurrying his feet, he thought to himself that even with such a difficult move-in, the family wasn't really all that strange. All it is what it is, as was so often the case. Maybe because they had closed their mouths and were hurrying ahead, they were able to overhear another nearby search group's conversation. Man, this is really eating up all kinds of time. It'll be great if we find her, but I don't think I could deal with finding her already en route to Buddhahood. Without thinking, Yuuki looked towards the forest. Through the spans of dark underbrush and thicket, the flashlights couldn't be seen. It seemed there were 2 or 3, but he couldn't tell which people precisely they were. Sure hope we don't. Anyway, ain't she probably just out fooling around somewhere? Come tomorrow, she'll just come back with a bland look on her face. She just might. It is the Shimizu girl, ain't it? That girl likes to show herself off. Makes you wonder if she's not getting it on shacked up with some guy. If she's just shacking it up, that'd be for the best, though. I mean, they're saying just recently the old people up in Yamari were killed off, weren't they? I just hope that freak's not still hanging around somewhere. Those were natural deaths, weren't they? I've got to wonder about that. Just before that there was that thing, the little boy from the Mita household, wasn't it? There was a hit and run on him, wasn't there? Things ain't as peaceful as they used to be, even in this village. I don't want to say this too loud, but I personally think we might just get this over with faster if instead of searching the mountains, we arrested Okawa's boy and asked him where she is. More like Kainmasa. After all, there is a young guy with them, isn't there? Couldn't he have dragged her into the bushes out here? Yuuki came to an immediate halt, turning towards Tatsumi. Tatsumi pointed to himself with his index finger, a comically dumbfounded look on his face. Yeah. There's talk that the car that did a hit and run on the Mitas was the Kainmasa's car, you know. Now hey, didn't the junior monk from the temple have a talk with them? No matter what else is going on, I don't think that one's true. I gotta wonder. In the first place, all the folks in the village are always treat the temple a little too special. Even with the Shimizu's daughter, we can't be too sure. I mean, that junior's past 30 already and still single, you know. The temple has another one on the younger side, too. Couldn't it have been him? Yuuki was somehow too ashamed to keep walking. He waited for the voices to move far on ahead. Tatsumi and Ike stopped, as if waiting for Yuuki. The sounds of others pushing their way through the underbrush grew distant until Yuuki let out a secret sigh of relief. Please don't think we're all like that. It's nothing for Yuuki-san to make such a face about. An outsider is just that, Tatsumi said with a forced smile. All the more for staying so strangely indoors. It really would have been for the best had we gone around giving greetings. Even if you went around introducing yourselves, you would still be seen around as outsiders. Ike breathed a sigh. To start with, the villagers are basically family, after all. That is how it goes. Speaking with an intentionally flippant tone to the two, he bowed his head. The tendency of the village to exclude foreign substances as a matter of course was something Yuuki was all too personally familiar with. Ike laughed. Once we find Megumi-chan, her parents will be put at ease and will have proof to clear our names. Let us go. The angry voices shouting out "ooh" went on into the night past 3 in the morning. Hearing, I found her. Yuuki and the others pushing their way through the thicket looked up. As they looked around for the source of the voice, Hirasawa and the others came hurrying back from a nearby slope. It was from that way. Yuuki and the others headed in the direction indicated. Yuuki himself had completely lost his sense of where he was, but according to Hirasawa, Yuuki and the others were apparently fairly far north of the western mountains. Far ahead of here is a narrow mountain stream, and across that is the northern mountain, the one with the temple. So they were right where the northern and western mountains crossed. Going down the slope, it seemed to come out to a cove-like area where the Marayasu lumberyard isolated the terraced fields. The lights from within the village mingled, along with the voices of the people. From here and there, and here the sounds of the underbrush giving way was heard, people coming to gather round. Hurrying along after Hirasawa and Tashiro at the front, at last the place where the lights gathered together could be seen. There was a difference in level about one person's height tall, and beneath that in a hollowed-out place the people gathered. Did you find her? As Hirasawa came running, a man wearing a fire brigade happy coat turned to face him. She's here. Right here. Is she hurt? Hirasawa asked, the man cocking his head. At least it doesn't look like she is. Yuuki, who had come running, was also able to see the girl being helped up by so many people. She didn't look to be injured, but she was entirely limp. Hey, you're Megumi-chan, ain't ya? You okay? A middle-aged man who helped her up gave the girl a shake. Someone's voice called out. It'd be better not to shake her too much. Wouldn't it be best to call the Ozaki doctor? She might have hit her head. Ah, that's true. Just as the middle-aged man spoke, Megumi's eyes opened. The lights gathered around were brilliantly bright, so she raised her hand to cover her eyes. You're conscious. Are you okay? To the surrounding questions, Megumi nodded. She seemed out of it somehow, but she didn't look to have any injuries. How do you feel? Can you stand? When spoken to, she gave a somehow mindless, slow-witted nod. Gripping the hands offered from right and left, somehow, she was able to stand. Thank God, came a relieved voice. With the men's support, Megumi staggeringly started down the slope. If she can walk by herself, I guess there's nothing to worry about, Hasegawa said, Yuuki letting out a deep sigh. If nothing else, it was good she was safe. She must have fallen off the ledge, huh? Just glad we found her, honestly. Tashiro gave a broad smile and Yuuki nodded. Boisterously relieved sighs and smiling voices flowed back into the village, people coming down from the mountains in groups of 2s and 3s. When Ike returned to the temple, it was after 4, and the light from the office next to the temple living quarters was still on. He quietly opened the entryway door, standing on the dirty floor as he tried to brush off the mud and scraps of grass clinging to his jeans when, perhaps having heard him, Seishin came. Welcome home. I am sorry for having put you through the trouble. Spoken to by the assistant head priest, the younger Ike bowed his head. Ike couldn't hate that nature of Seishin's. While he was ever mindful of having reserved manners no matter how long he had known someone, which could make him thought of as constrained, it was much better than him treating people overbearingly. How did it go? Seishin asked, worried. The assistant head priest stayed up late often enough, but today he may have been up waiting on Ike. We found her. Ah, that's good. In the mountains after all. Yes. Just at the ledge in the backyard of Marayasu. It appears she fell on the slope or something along those lines. She was unconscious when we found her. Is she all right? It seems so, Ike said, sitting on the ledge of the entryway. He spoke while taking off his leather boots. When she was called, her eyes opened. She seemed kind of lifeless, but as far as injuries, it looks like she didn't have any, and with a little support, she was able to walk down the mountain. Ah, that's good. Thinking whether good could be said, or not made Ike remember Megumi's state. Megumi seemed absent-minded. With a gaze seemingly unfixed, her gait while walking, even supported, was unnatural. The state of having had a terrifying experience, like heart hadn't sobered to the experience, was what it looked like. I wonder if something happened. While listening to Seishin's question asked with a voice from the bottom of his heart, Ike thought of complicated matters, getting the mud off of his shoes. That's something we can't be sure of, as Megumi-chan herself didn't say a thing. Even if you spoke to her, she seemed inattentive or like she was spaced out. Once she's home, slept, and calmed down, they could try to ask again. Ike stopped short in his answer. The village was small. At some point, that conversation would become a rumor, one which would probably come back through the temple. Ike, who came into Satoba from the city, was unpleasantly familiar with the narrowness of the society of the village. Even though he's a good person, Ike thought, towards the assistant head priest, Ike held unconditional goodwill. Yet there were people saying strange things. Just like before when the child was hit, he couldn't help but wonder why. Honestly, thought Ike, suddenly remembering a rumor he had overheard. He stole the faintest side glance at Seishin's profile. It was a rumor he could certainly never ask Mitsuo or Tsurumi about. Was it really true? Maybe the reason the villagers looked upon him so strangely was, could it be because of that? Part 7. It was the day after Megumi had been found that Shimizu called Toshio. By the calendar date, it would be called that same night. Toshio picked up the receiver to Shimizu's trembling voice informing him that Megumi's condition seemed off, and that he wanted an examination. Off? What is her condition? Shimizu hesitated. It doesn't seem like anything hurts from the way she's acting. I don't know how to put it, but it seems like she's in a daze. According to my wife, since she was found in the mountains this morning, she's been like this the whole day. Toshio tilted his head. If you put it like that, I can't really say. If you don't give me something more specific. That's why I'm asking if you could please come and examine her. I don't want you to think I'm trying to get out of making a house call. As Toshio said that, Kaioyuko and Taki, who were seated on the sofa watching TV, turned to look at him. Anyway, if I don't ask about her condition, I won't know how to prepare either. Even if I only do the bare minimal treatment myself, if we can't say what she needs, then I can't very well bring her to the hospital either. She have a fever. She doesn't seem to. How's her appetite? It seems she hasn't laid a hand on anything since this morning. Does it seem to hurt anywhere? No, it doesn't especially seem like something in particular hurts. But even if we talk to her, she doesn't respond, like she's not even paying attention, said Shimizu, continuing with an audible gritting of his teeth. I really think it'd be best if we brought her there for an overnight observation, but that's my wife is worried enough after everything else. I'm sorry to ask, but could you please come and have a look at her? Toshio sighed. I understand. Anyway, I'll make preparations and be on my way. As he hung up the receiver, Taki shot him a sharp-eyed glance, then ostentatiously looked up to the clock on the wall. Kaioyuko shrugged her shoulders and offered Toshio a sympathetic look, then looked away. A house call? At this hour. Toshio, too, looked to the clock. It was already past 10. Oh, really? If they could at least think of the hour, don't you agree? Regardless of the hour, Shimizu was worried enough about his daughter to call him, Toshio thought, but he didn't bother to voice such a counter. In these cases, he'd already accepted that saying anything to his mother was useless. With no particular response, he left the living room, Taki following behind. It's because you're always so accessible to them. You're so easy to work in the ground. Just who was it? Shimizu-san's place, he answered, heading into the hospital. Speaking of the Shimizu line, weren't they looking for their daughter? She was found. Guess so, he said, going through the hallway door. Toshio secretly referred to this hallway as the buffer zone. The door to the waiting room was an international boundary. Taki seldom set foot in the buffer zone, much less crossed into foreign lands. But tonight Taki was in rare form, apparently in the mood to cross the border herself. Guess so, you say? What happened to Takami-san? He didn't come to report. He didn't have to, did he? Well, of course he had to. Didn't he come all the way here yesterday to report that a girl was missing? And with a tone as if you should be expected to search with him. After coming by like that, doesn't it only follow that he owes a report on what happened from there? In the first place, you are a member of the Neighborhood Watch Committee. If something happens, you do need to hear about it. It's not like I searched with them, and it's not like anything special happened. It is obvious that something did happen. A young girl went missing until such an hour. Or are you saying she said nothing to her parents and stayed out overnight? Mom, Toshio breathed a deep sigh and turned around. You could say Taki coming all the way to the waiting room was a rare sight. But of course it wasn't one that pleased him in the slightest. I heard that Megumi got hurt somehow or another in the mountains and couldn't move. After that, her condition still seems bad. Shimizu-san came to me asking for me to examine her. As a doctor, I have patience. I have to get out there quickly. Save any talk like this for after I've returned. Taki was clearly let down. It isn't as if this is a discussion, simply for my curiosity, you realize. I am asking what you think of how easily you let yourself be worked by them. Mother, is the daughter of the Shimizu household in such a condition that you need to go out at this hour? If you just easily let yourself be dragged out of here, what if a patient who really is having a dire emergency comes while you are out? If it's a dire emergency, they'd call an ambulance before me. Everyone's got the common sense for that. Toshio, anyway, I'm off. Toshio entered the waiting room. As expected, Taki didn't have it in her to chase him all the way into the waiting room. Taki hated the waiting room. To think the former medical director's office is now in this state, she'd say. It was just so pitiful that she hated to even set foot inside. Leaving Taki stranded at the other side of the door, Toshio sighed. If someone wished to be revered as a director, to have a two-stone handicap up on everyone else, to affirm their power and influence, who the hell would come back to this village? If someone were really after that, there were plenty more lucrative positions than a medical director of a tiny hospital deep in the mountains out there for the taking in the world. But Taki didn't seem to grasp that. No, not just Taki, thought Toshio as he left the hospital. Toshio's father was also a man who didn't understand as much. Toshio wasn't denying that standing and fame had their value. But what kind of status really came with being a medical director of a hospital that was really only the size of a clinic in Satoba of all places? In the first place, it was just another term for another medic, so slapping on Al director was a joke. It wasn't any different than being the old man at any personal shop. He couldn't help but think. They didn't call them directors, so why not just call him boss like the proprietors of the village's shops? Toshio had always thought as much. Indeed, the Ozaki Hospital did once used to be the home of the one and only physician in the area. In an era when there wasn't even a doctor in the town of Mizobe, there was apparently even an inn for patients who had to travel a long way for examinations. But that was an era long past. Patients who were in critical condition called an ambulance. If you went to the town of Mizobe, there was a general hospital with well-regulated medical equipment and even a national hospital. If you rushed, you could make it to the university hospital in under 3 hours. The Ozakis were left behind in the small territory that was Satoba, where the Ozakis were revered and caught up in feeling like bigwigs with their say in village governmental affairs. If that was really what someone wanted, they'd be better off transferring to an area with more of a regional advantage, expanding their hospital. This was the end result of being unable to throw away the lifestyle that came with being honored by the bunch from the cloistered little village. He was a frog in a shallow well. That's what he thought every time he stepped into the showy director's office. He was a man who believed in an influence that had long faded, who believed that all of the people around him believed and thought the same way that he did. Never mind that he was nothing more than a simple doctor anymore. The man refused to believe that he was an ordinary doctor then, and still going on refusing to accept as much now was his wife. What a strange story. That was the one way he didn't want to live. No matter what, As he pulled up to the Shimizu's house, having heard the engine, the entryway door opened. The gate lamp was out, the sliding storm doors were drawn and the curtains tightly closed. At a glance, it appeared to be a house asleep. "Doctor, thank you." Shimizu Hiroko stepped out to meet him, seeming to cower into herself, her voice hushed low. She pulled on his hand to hurry him into the house, looked around to confirm that the neighbors didn't see that Toshio had come, then quickly, but without a sound, closed the door. "I'm sorry about the hour." Even inside the entryway, Shimizu kept his voice low. "Where's Megumi-chan?" "On the second floor." Toshio stepped up from the entryway, straight towards the second floor, setting foot on the stairway when Shimizu stopped him. Is there something wrong?" "Actually," said Shimizu, looking away. "Somehow, Megumi's been acting off. Even if we ask if something happened yesterday, we haven't been able to find out anything. She won't give any real answers, and even if you yell, I can't be sure if she can even hear or not." As if offering a preview on how things would be on the second floor, Shimizu's voice was low. "Maybe it isn't that she's sick. How to put it, I've been thinking it might be something mental, but..." Toshio knew his meaning and nodded. In other words, Shimizu had the same worry that Taki had. Something might have been done to his daughter's body. His daughter might have been suffering from a blow to her psyche. That was all the more reason to hide from nearby eyes, to avoid bringing her out to the hospital, and no doubt the reason they called Toshio out so late at night. "For now, I'll examine her." Toshio showed a mindful smile. "We might find something out if we do a medical examination." "Yes, that's right, please. It's the first room on the second floor." "Excuse me," Toshio said, heading up to the second floor. Shimizu and Hiyoko followed, as if holding their breath. Megumi's room had a nameplate suiting a young girl. Looking at the name, Megumi, written in bubbly letters, Toshio gave a light knock on the door before opening. In the room lined with stuffed animals and trinkets, Megumi was lied on the bed by the window. "Megumi-chan," Toshio started, seeing that her eyes were open. "What's wrong? I hear you're not doing good." The bedside lamp was all that lit her face. "Sorry, but I'll have to turn on the lights," Toshio said as he flipped on the lights. As the fluorescent light filled the room, by looking at Megumi's vacant expression, it was clear that her face was drained of color. "You're pretty pale, how are you feeling?" As Toshio knelt at her bedside, Megumi blinked as if blinded by the light. Beyond that, she showed no particular response. "They say you were not eating." "No appetite." Though Toshio spoke to her, she didn't respond. As if she were half asleep, her gaze fell to Toshio, but it didn't appear to be a gaze with any awareness. "Now then," Toshio monologued to himself. "Is this a real case of psychological torpor, or is it a performance?" Megumi was a frequent patient at the hospital. Her chest hurt or her stomach hurt, she'd say kicking up a fuss, when there was generally nothing found wrong with her that required any treatment. While there was objectively speaking nothing wrong with her. Whether there even was subjectively to the patient herself was a frequent cause of fights between Megumi and the Shimizus, since they seemed to occur whenever something she didn't like came up at school. If there was something wrong with her from time to time, it was never enough to require treatment, yet Megumi would act all the more like she had a grave disease. Like she was hoping for it. At times like these, Toshio would affix a very mild case of to whatever appropriate disease and give her vitamins or some other harmless prescription. He expected it, but was that at this time? "Cold?" Toshio asked, as he saw Megumi was wearing summer bedclothes. Megumi blinked but offered no particular response. He took her hand to take her pulse, but there was no fever. If anything, she was cool. "You don't have a fever." "The AC might be a little strong, huh?" he said while counting her pulse. A little fast. Checking her blood pressure, it was pretty low. He lifting up her eyelid to see the mucous membrane color. Just like her face, it seemed to have lost some of its hue. "Open up your mouth." He lightly gently opened her jaw, and she did at least leave it open. There didn't seem to be anything especially wrong with her tonsils or the inside of her mouth, but as expected the healthy red color was lacking. "Looks like anemia. Are you on your period?" Even looking her in the eye when he asked, she didn't answer. "She isn't," Hiroko answered. "Open the front a bit." Toshio took out his stethoscope. Megumi, of course, had no response, so Hiroko hurried over and undid Megumi's pajama top. Toshio felt with the stethoscope, while at the same time examining Megumi's body. Traces of insect bites, small scratches and bruises, probably from when she fell on the mountain. He couldn't see anything that particularly seemed to be the aftereffects of anything violent. Just in case, he checked the palpitations down to her abdomen, but there wasn't anything especially wrong there, and on her color-deprived white skin, he saw neither wounds nor bruises. She isn't on her period, you had said. Had there been abnormal bleeding or abnormal discharge? Toshio turned to look at Hiroko. Hiroko shook her head, seeming bewildered. No, I don't think so. I see, Toshio smiled. Probably anemia. Just in case, I'll run a blood test. I'll need to take some blood. That was what finally got a response. Indeed, it was an aggravated nod. Is there anywhere that hurts? No. Sleepy. I am very sleepy. I see, Toshio nodded as he pricked her with the needle and took only the necessary amount of blood. We won't know until we look over the test results, but I think it's probably anemia. Toshio turned to face Shimizu. Anemia, is it? It's pretty severe anemia. It happens a lot in young girls. Is Megumi-chan on a diet? At that, Hiroko nodded with a strained smile. This girl, she's always on a diet, so. That's probably part of it. Then there's this heat. There are times she probably just has a juice or some ice cream and doesn't have a proper meal, I'm sure. That can make anemia strike. We'll know for sure when the results come back, but, well, in the meantime, I don't think you need to worry too much. Is that really true? Beyond that, nothing looks too severe. Well, if she didn't already have it yesterday, when the anemia did strike, this heat might have gotten to her and caused cerebral anemia, or something like that. Saying that, Toshio looked into Shimizu's eyes, his words steeped in meaning. There's nothing to worry about. Shimizu had a sudden look of understanding. Is that so? When anemia is bad, you can feel wiped out, and the tendency towards torpor develops. You can sleep and still be sleepy. There are no bumps on her head, and it doesn't seem like she had a strong blow to her head or anything when she fell, so the reason she's spaced out is probably the anemia, too. Toshio smiled. Anyway, I'll write a prescription for some vitamins, so please come pick them up tomorrow. Then in a week, we'll see how she is. If before then her condition changes, please bring her in. Good grief, Shimizu let out, along with a smile that seemed slightly wry. Honestly, this girl gets people riled up. I am sorry for calling you out so late. I don't mind, aren't we glad it was nothing? Yeah, I am sorry for the trouble over nothing. Toshio turned to look back at Megumi. It's not that I don't understand a maiden's heart or anything, but if you're going to diet, don't do it to an unhealthy point. Whatever else you do, not eating 'cause you want to lose weight won't work. If you don't count calories and do it in a more measured way, the only result is going to be hurting yourself. Megumi blinked as if it were bright, then gave a small nod. If you do that and your body breaks down, you'll be hospitalized and have nutrients pushed on you, you know. With that you'll gain 10 kilos in no time. Meanie, Megumi murmured with a small voice and a smile. Toshio smiled and stood. He nodded to the obviously relieved Shimizu and Hiroko. Take care. Chapter 6 Translation Notes. Chapter 6-3. Shimizu-san and his wife are at the police box. People are gathering. In Japan, there are police boxes called koban that are not stations with call centers or dispatchers, but where police are always stationed, either to respond to a nearby situation, to take lost and found items, to give directions, or to generally keep the peace. Satoba has no station, but Takami does have a police box, which is like his personal station. They're considerably more spacious than the old European ones, which are standing room only. They tend to have tea, and such for anemics who have fainted, etc. Chapter 6-4. Haori, a type of Japanese cloth overcoat. Chapter 6-6. A man wearing a fire brigade happy coat turned to face him. Another Japanese cloth coat, often with large crests on the back to identify a team, unit, group, or shop the wearer belongs to. Typically associated with labor workers, but they do have their place in traditional, formal situations as well. Hachigara was a name frequently used in rakugo, which are storytelling acts performed by a single person doing all of the voices, and usually with minimal or no narration. While the name was used often, it was never necessarily the same character. So much as it was a stock name, Hachigoros did have some specific reoccurring tendencies, such as pretending to be more high class or intelligent than he was, and trying to speak and act in a classy manner. Perhaps imitating another he'd seen use such social skills to their benefit, while ultimately being a buffoon. Hachigoro was considered a samurai name, and thus back then it was ironic to have someone associated with the noble classes being the butt of so many jokes. But on the other hand, the character is often considered very easy to relate to because of his simpleton nature, and usually did not actually, or at least, did not honestly have high status or position, frequently being a laborer or layabout. This has made the name associated with fairly polite everyman types and Joe Blows. In short, Ike may be a monk, but he's saying he's pretty ordinary and likes to talk as much as anyone. Incidentally, a famous Hachigoro Rakugo happens to be about the time when he pretended to be a monk, simply because a temple lacked a head priest and he happened to be bald. Chapter 7. Part 1. Hey, why do we light a fire? Kadu Yuyusuke asked his grandmother, who was bent over the road beside their house. It was already starting to get dark out. Along the road that followed the mountain stream, he could see yellow lights dotting here and there. They were the lights of flames. His grandmother Yuki was leaning over the road, just like the others from the neighborhood, lighting a pile of wood chips on the asphalt on fire. We do this to welcome our ancestors. That's because today is Aben. They're all in the mountains, so without a sign like this, they might not come back. Our ancestors. Grandma's father and mother and their mothers and fathers, people like that. Yuyusuke's eyes widened a little. Grandma had a father and mother, too. Yuki let out a light laugh. Well, I must have. People don't come from trees, after all. From trees? It means if there is a person, they must have certainly had a father and a mother. That's how everyone is born. I'm saying there are fathers and mothers all the way back. And those people, where are they? In the mountains. They're all dead, so they're in their graces in the mountains. Yuyusuke stiffened. Dead people. They're coming back. Yes, during Aben the lid comes off of hell. Then they can return home, Yuki said, smiling at her grandson. Yu-chan's mother will be coming back too. She was a bright, cheerful daughter-in-law. She had a frank manner of speaking, one that could certainly frustrate Yuki, but looking back, she could only think she had indeed been a fine wife. She didn't dislike the business, nor was she afraid of work. She worked at double Yuki's pace, swift in all she did, and while she did make mistakes for that, it was hard to hold it against her. The girl was the very picture of health. It was unthinkable that she would go first. She was burly with thick arms. When those arms at some point became smaller, when Yuki had said to her, "Have you been losing weight?" she smiled proudly. It's nothing to be happy about, you're too thin. By the time she had thought that, it was already too late. Yuki looked on as Yuyusuke stared into the welcoming fire. Yuyusuke had started primary school. He was smaller than the others, but he was a healthy boy. Come back, have a look at him for yourself. Her son, who had only just begun to walk after her at last back then, was now already this big. Yuyusuke compared the welcoming fire to those surrounding. Maybe he was looking for his mother in the darkness. Thinking such with compassion, she gave a lonely smile only for Yuyusuke to suddenly rush over to the water bucket. Grandma, let's put them out. Yuyusuke, shocked, wondering what he was saying, she stopped his hands on the bucket. Let's put them out, please. If we put the fire out, your mom won't come back, will she? But, Yuyusuke cried at Yuki when his breath stopped. Over his grandmother's shoulder, as she bent over the small fire, in the darkness he saw a white shadow. If we don't put out the fire. It swayed and grew bit by bit. Before he could grip the handle of the bucket, it grew bigger still. It was across the road, coming closer to the open-air flames. Yuyusuke hid behind his grandmother, clinging to her. The faded handle of the bucket warped in Yuyusuke's hand. When the dead return, that's a ghost. Yuyusuke was fixated on the shadow that was approaching. Sneaking footsteps approached, until finally that tall figure's feet stepped into the light of the fire. Oni are coming down from the mountains. Yuyusuke shrunk behind his grandmother's back, still unable to take his eyes from the approaching shadow, watching it pass by from behind that back. White clothing, white pants, a white face atop the slender figure. Good evening, it said with a smile. Yuyusuke saw it as a demonic smile. Clinging to his grandmother's clothing, he took a step backwards, but his grandmother showed no signs of fleeing, looking up and then bowing her head. Good evening, said Yuki, turning back to face Yuyusuke. Yuyusuke, where's your good evening? Yuyusuke, still looking up at the man, shook his head. Now be polite and give a proper greeting, Yuki chided, standing up. She pulled Yuyusuke forward, with a light nod to the man. It's a good bond night, isn't it? It is, the man smiled. Yuki examined the figure. He was in about his mid-40s, probably. He was slender, but still a man whose body line suggested dignity, in a suit that flattered his form. It may have been linen, and it was well tailored. His was an unfamiliar face, but she knew who he was right away. He had no necktie, but his clothing was color-coordinated, adorned in leather shoes of a brown hue that went well with the linen suit. Of the villagers, there were none who would dress like this for walking the village at night. At least until now, there hadn't been. By chance, are you Kane Masa? Yuki looked up at the western mountain. You are the good people who moved in there, aren't you? Yes, the man smiled with a light nod. Are you taking a walk? I thought I'd seen open-air fires about, and recalled that it was Aben. I had completely forgotten, the man said, surveying his surroundings. Soon, his gaze returned down to Yuki. I am Kirishiki Seishiro. It was a pleasure to meet you tonight. Oh my, likewise. Might this be your grandson? Seishiro looked at Yuyusuke cowering behind Yuki, as if he were leering over him. Yuyusuke turned into her arm and tucked into her side as if to run from that gaze. Yuyusuke, where are your manners? Good evening, a child's voice could just barely be heard to say, while he still refused to budge from Yuki's shadow. You'll have to excuse him. The child has a terrible fear of strangers. Seishiro smiled. No, that's simply how children are, I suppose. Do you have children, Kirishiki-san? I do have a daughter who has turned 13. My daughter as well is shy of strangers. Yuyusuke-kun, a pleasure. Being stared at by the man, Yuyusuke all the more tightly gripped at Yuki's clothing. On that exceedingly white face, and beneath those slender eyebrows, the skin about and beneath his eyes made no motions of a smile, even while the corners of his thin lips rose. It was a bad type of smile, or at least Yuyusuke thought so. It's because of the open fire. They did something as crazy as lighting fires to lead ghosts to the house. Even though if it comes down from the mountains, it's obviously an oni. Part 2. Mom, I'm going to Megumi's. Kaori called to her mother in the kitchen. Oh, a get-well visit. Yup, Kaori nodded. I have a book to bring back to her too. I see, there are some grapes in the refrigerator. Bring those with you. It'll be all right. You can't go empty-handed. I bought them as an offering for the holiday, anyway. As told by her mother, Kaori opened the fridge. Inside were a box of chilled muscat grapes. Taking them out and bringing them together with the book, Kaori put on the slipper by the kitchen door and headed out. In the cooling night wind, people could be seen here and they're standing about after lighting the welcoming fires. Love popped his face out from his doghouse wanting to go along, but Kaori shook her head and walked along the roads at night. The tap-tap of her sandals mingled with the voices of the insects behind her. Night in the village were generally dark, but that wasn't the case at all in Kaori's neighborhood. As soon as she left the house, there was the Utsuka sawmill lumberyard, and beyond that wide field was the national highway. The highway was between that plot and the Kusunoki stand. The bright light from the gas station shone undeterred, lighting up the surroundings, much more reliably than any telephone pole street lights could have. The cooling night air was very settling and calming. Easy-going, she passed by the lumberyard when, illuminated by the light of the gasoline stand, she could see Utsuka Yasuyuki pointing towards the lumber. Yasuyuki was already past 30, much older than Kaori, but he felt like a big brother figure from around the neighborhood. Maybe it was because ever since her little brother Akira was young, he'd let them come over and elpay incessantly. That Yasuyuki was pointing to the mountain of lumber, talking to a figure beside him about something. Even though it's Aben, he's working this late, thought Kaori as her walking slowed, when she caught sight of the woman she had never seen before at Yasuki's side. Yasuyuki was still unwed. He had a good temperament, but the problem was that he was shy, so she had heard that the little old lady from Utsuka Lumber had said. He was looking to be set up for a marriage with somebody, but, with that said, the problem was with who. The age to be doing marriage interviews is in your 20s, so it's believed. Marriage interviews and weddings, maybe it was because those talks still lingered in her mind, and because the woman was dressed in her best. She was in a white summer knit one-piece and a transparent top over that. In white heels and a white bag, her hair was loosely put up. Her earrings glistened in the light. She's beautiful. Kaori's feet stopped. Of course, her facial features were gorgeous. How to put it, she felt very sophisticated, like an actress who would be on TV. Maybe Yasayuki noticed that she had been thoughtlessly just staring at them as he turned towards her. He smiled shyly. Hiya, Kaori-chan, on an errand. Going to Megumi-chan's. Is that right, he said, almost blushing as he motioned to the woman beside him. This here is the madame of the Kirishikis. She says her name is Chizuru-san. You know, from Kainmasa. Heh, Kaori murmured. This was her? Then, Yasayuki definitely wouldn't propose to her. With Yasayuki seeming so completely flustered, she suddenly got the feeling it was a shame. It'd have been good if he could have gotten engaged. Good evening, Chizuru greeted. Something was coquettish about her, like a star who would be on TV, like she'd thought. I just met her over there a while ago. This seems to be the first time the madame of the Kirishikis has seen a lumberyard. Kaori mused. When a smile rose on Chizuru's face as Kaori received her gaze, she was suddenly conscious of herself, in a childish t-shirt and culottes with an elastic waistband. Somehow it was very embarrassing. This girl is from the neighborhood, she's called Tanaka Kaori. Right now, she's in middle school. As Chizuru's eyes narrowed, Kaori became more and more embarrassed. You could even call her timid. If she had at least put her hair up or something. As it was, she had barely just run a comb through it. She's a really good girl. Madame, do you have children? I have a daughter. She is in her first year of middle school, but unfortunately, her body is weak, so going to school is. Oh yeah, that must be difficult. Thanks to that, she's very shy of strangers. If she's able to become more healthy here, it would be good if she could make friends, but... Saying this, Chizuru smiled towards Kaori. If you'd like, please do come by sometime. Ah yes, likewise. Thanks, Kaori said, chewing out a response, hastily bowing her head and leaving as if running away. What a surprise. While running clack-clack ahead, she turned back to look at the lumber yard. Yasayuki was, face red, talking to Chizuru about something. There really are people like that, she realized. She was like a wife in a TV drama, and furthermore, her body is weak. A first-year middle school girl. The same age as Akira. She probably didn't go to school. She was really like the star of a TV drama. Still flustered, trotting through the night streets, if she had gone any further she'd have went right past Megumi's family's house. She hurried her limbs to a stop, hurrying towards the entryway. Though she half always gone around to the kitchen door, tonight for some reason or other she felt like visiting from the entryway. For what was practically the first time, she stood at the entryway, pushing the doorbell. There was an immediate response, the door opening. Megumi's mother's eyes were wide. Oh my, it's Kaori-chan. I thought we had a guest. Kaori felt herself blushing. She always opened the back door and called out. There were even times when she'd just call out and go on up on her own. So she herself didn't understand very well why she was in the mood to ring the doorbell. How is Megumi-chan's condition? This is a get-well visit. This is from Mom. Kaori presented the box of grapes. As Megumi's mother accepted them, she murmured in surprise. Oh, well, thank you. What's wrong, Kaori-chan, you're so stiff? Well, this is a get-well visit. Well, it wasn't such a big deal. It was only anemia. Anyway, go ahead on up. Sorry for intruding, Kaori said formally, stepping into the entryway. She slipped off her shoes and even while told to go upstairs, she nodded and headed to the second floor. Was this always the kind of house she had? She thought while going up the steps. Megumi's house was, compared to Kaori's, very new. The walls were mortar and plaster but adorned with wallpaper, and the floor was distinctly Western in style. Megumi's mother, being a fastidious person, kept the house well cleaned, with flowers arranged in the entryway and small trinkets lining the shelves. Kaori had always thought of Megumi's house like this, as a place that had felt very stylish. And yet, tonight, it looked different. Megumi's mother didn't go as far as to wear casual nightgowns like Kaori's mother, but she was indeed dressed comfortably and normally, and she had no makeup on. The inside of the house, too, if you looked closely, was already starting to show the colors of age. And the florist's decorations, too, seemed somewhat jumbled up. With a complicated feeling, she climbed the stairs to Megumi's room, where there was a stuffed animal beneath the bedroom door nameplate, holding onto a dried flower, but something about that, too, seemed to have a layer of dust, as if it, too, were going terribly downhill. She knocked Aunt open the door. The truth was that Kaori had always admired the perfectly Western room of Megumi's, overflowing with girlish little knickknacks, and yet, tonight under the fluorescent lights, it seemed terribly washed out. It was a completely ordinary room. The only thing different from Kaori's old worn-out room was just that it was filled with newer things, nothing more. "Megumi-chan, how are you feeling?" She entered the room and came by the bedside. It didn't seem like Megumi was asleep, her eyes were open, with a gloomy look. "You're looking pale, are you okay?" Megumi gave a sluggish nod, but she might have just been half asleep. Kaori pulled out a small stool that a stuffed animal had been sitting on, moved the stuffed animal out of the way and sat. Considering the strange lack of vividness in the room tonight, she looked at Megumi, thinking that this was what Megumi had been staring at all this time. Kaori had come to think of Megumi's room as just amazing, but maybe to Megumi it had always looked to be these colors. So, she always went up and down that hill, always looked up to that house. Certainly there was no comparison to this house, and Kaori's hues with that house at Kainmasa. Although, there was no doubt that the something that this home seemed to be faking was a something that house genuinely possessed. The voices of the insects rode in on the wind through the open window. Kaori peered into Megumi's face that seemed somehow so vastly far off. So, it was really amazing. "Just now, who do you think I met?" Megumi didn't answer. Still, her gaze, if only that, shifted towards her. "They said their name was Kirishiki, the people from that mansion. I met the lady of the house. She's called Chizuru-san. She was such a pretty person." Megumi's shoulder had only a twitch of movement. It's the first time I'd seen someone put on makeup and earrings, even though she was just walking through the village. But it really suited her. It didn't feel flashy-like, it was more what you'd call elegant maybe. "I know." Kaori looked at Megumi. Megumi's expression seemed to possess a certain bite to it. "I know at least that much." Kaori blinked as Megumi wore a thin smile. Some part of her expression seemed to be scoffing at Kaori. "She's beautiful, so, very beautiful." Kaori tilted her head, watching Megumi's facial expression attentively. Part 3. Miwako knelt over the welcoming fire, fixedly watching as the flame burned out. Seishin watched over his mother's form much the same way. They may have been a temple family, but they still had ancestral spirits. Miwako dutifully set out to meet them every year. In Satoba, they burned furs rather than hemp. Burning chips of furs released the visitors from within the furs. Miwako set out beside the welcoming fire a horse made of cucumber and a cow made of eggplant, facing the main wing of the house. Every year, each time he looked at the small ride-double animals, he thought it'd have been fine to have them facing the outdoors. It was said they were positioned so one could ride on their backs towards the house, but they could also serve the function of being ridden back when they returned to the grave just as well. Miwako remained crouching, without a word. What she was so silently caught up in thoughts about each year, he didn't know. Perhaps it was her own deceased father, or maybe her eldest brother who died young. Even from before Seishin had come to look over the welcoming fire with her, Miwako was like this, eternally silent with her thoughts. Kneeling and looking only at the flame, she was occluded to him. Thus somehow, he had the feeling that she was not thinking of the dead of this family, but of the one whose homecoming was some other place. She was not thinking of the spirits invited to this home, but to the dead being invited elsewhere, the dead that she had no right to invite to this house. Whenever experienced this feeling, Seishin thought of how, while he knew Murei Miwako quite well, he knew nothing of Yamamura Miwako. Seishin was pleased with the village's bon. The families here and there, their street corners lit with flame, had their family altars visible through transparent reed screens, lit with candles and bon lanterns resembling revolving lamps. In the village, the 13th was the welcoming or Mukibon, the 14th was memorial services, the 15th was the dance of Bon Odori, and the 16th was the send-off or Okuri Bon. Welcome, pray, comfort, see off. The dead awoke. In the midst of the days of toiling to one's own death, on this night, when the forgotten dead had life breathed into them together with the welcoming flame, once living beings and the days they left behind were all contained in the feeble embers. In other words, they were revived within the light of the bon lanterns. From behind, he heard a small sigh-like sound. As he turned to look back, Miwako scooped a ladle of water from the bucket. She gathered the small horse and cow in her arms and stood. "I will be returning ahead." There was his mother's usual face. It was not a motherly face, but merely the face of the one known as mother to him. Seishin nodded and saw his mother off, then looked down at the road leading to the shrine. There was one less light, now. Captivated by the night winds, he idly walked along through the mountain gate. He walked halfway down the stone steps, then sat. The lights he could see far off became faint and then vanished. The dead revived and returned to their nostalgic homes, to where they belonged. As for him, he left behind a hollow grave. There he was embraced in pitch-black darkness, awaiting impatiently the emissary. "Return to your own resting place," the earth wailed. In a betrayal of the fate of divine providence, why did the sin-laden earth wish for such so resolutely? Seishin smiled faintly and shook his head. As he thought to stand to return home, he saw a white shadow yonder on the night road. At last from before him, he saw a white, pale outline of a human form. It came again tonight from the grave. Seishin watched over it. Soon it revealed itself as a small-statured person. Drawing closer with steps lacking in destination, the figure came close enough to be seen as a young girl, stopping as if she had noticed Seishin. Soon the girl was, with a distinct sense of purpose, walking towards him. Finally arriving at the bottom of the stone steps, she looked up at Seishin. The manner in which she tilted her head was childlike. A hydrangea-colored one-piece outlined her thin frame. She seemed to be 12 or 13. Her long hair settled over her thin shoulders with a soft, silky sound. "Murray-san." Seishin nodded. He had never seen the girl before. She didn't have the aura of one from Sotoba. Who it was, he quickly deduced. With no hint of bashfulness to her, the girl casually ascended the stone stairway. She rose until she was able to meet evenly the seated Seishin's gaze, her feet coming to a stop. "You are Murray-san, aren't you?" the girl said. Maybe it was because she could not bask in the sun, her skin was white like wax. "That's right, but..." The girl smiled and folded her slender arms behind her back. "I rather like your works." Having that said to him out of the blue, Seishin's eyes widened. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The girl inclined her head like a puppet. "You are Murray-san, yes, of Minotaur." "Ah, yes." But Seishin took a long, hard look at the young girl's face in bewilderment. "You've read it." "Yes, I have read it. Is it strange?" "No," Seishin forced a smile. "Thank you. I think that you are probably my youngest reader." She made as if to suppress a giggle. "Oh yes, there were some difficult words, too," she added in with blunt, fast talk. "But I do believe that any human can understand the feeling that they have been abandoned by God." "Do you like books?" "Oh yes, I like them. I've read many," said the little girl, adding further, "indiscriminately. The truth is your book, too, was one I had borrowed from my father's shelves. There were 6 long novels and 2 volumes of short stories. If that is all of them, I have read them all." "That's amazing." Seishin showed a smile, but inside he was dismayed. "That's all of them. This is the first I've met someone who's read all of them. Also, there have been times I've seen your essays and the like in magazines. Last year, you wrote about this village, didn't you?" Seishin blinked. "You knew it was this village." "I at least knew that it was where the author lived. When looking at your other book's curriculum vitae, a person may be able to suppose whereabout you live, don't you think? All that was left was to use the name of the temple in that curriculum vitae and to properly look over a map. I don't think this is the case, but you didn't look for me like that, did you?" The little girl smiled. "The truth is, one of my father's acquaintances had brought it up, that there was an author in the village, and it had turned out to be Murray-san. I promise you, though, that I had read your works before the little old man of Takemura had told me this." "I see. Thank you." "In reading over the magazine, I found that essay. A village like a shrine, it had a nice feeling. I felt I'd want to try living there," said the little girl, adding on, "I am sure that father had thought the same." It was when I had found the essay and presented it to father that he began to talk seriously about moving. "That's an honor," so he said, but the truth was that he was disturbed. The little girl fixedly watched over Seishin. "You're troubled, it's written on your face." "That's not it. Just, all of this is really something unusual for me." "All of this?" Seishin forced a smile, suddenly meeting a reader. "Is it?" "If I am the first, then it is an honor. Without a doubt, you are the first." The girl gave a simmering smile. "I have been very interested in you, Mura-san. I'd hoped to try to meet you. You're probably disappointed I don't fit your image." "That's true," said the little girl, looking Seishin over again from top to bottom. "At first I had thought you were an unexpectedly normal person, to be honest. I mean, I had the feeling that Murray-san was the type who would have a horn or a tail, after all. Why? Because those are the humans you write about. Stories of those abandoned by God, right? So perhaps Murray-san has a horn too, I had thought, like a minotaur. So I was sad that you had no horns. Seishin smiled at that girlish way of phrasing it and was frozen by the words that followed. But even if you don't have horns, you have scars. I am satisfied with that. Seishin stared at the little girl's face. You. I'm Sanako, remember that. Sanako-chan, you. Don't add chan. I really hate being called that. Seishin closed his mouth. The little girl was really doll-like. The way disgust warped her face, and unable to think what else to call her, Seishin had forgotten what it was he was going to say to her. Without thinking, he'd gripped at the wristwatch over his left wrist. I will tell you something, Murray-san, the little girl set off, speaking in a small voice. A person won't die just from cutting their wrist. Seishin had no response. Sanako's upper half seemed to revitalize, a smile rising to her face that seemed to engulf her body. She descended lightly down the stone steps, her one piece flickering on the night rode off into the distance. Like a phantom killer. As if he had been struck by one attacking a random peasant to test out a new sword, Seishin watched the road down which the little girl had disappeared. There had been neither time to stand nor to call to her to stop. That's right, Seishin answered, however belatedly. I think that I probably knew that then, actually. Part 4. The final memorial service, for grandmother. Now said, earning a nod from Yasumori Junko. The Mareyasu lumberyard was broad. The forklifts and trucks were at rest in the dead of the night, and on the plaza piled with lumber in every direction remained nothing of them but their track marks. Mixed in with those were the narrow tracks of children's bicycles. The sawmill's lumberyard was seen as a playground by children. Summer vacations, radio exercises were scheduled at the Mareyasu sawmill lumberyard for the children in this area, and the wife of the family, Junko, had the duty of overseeing that. While it was early in the morning, it'd be a lie to say it wasn't still hot out then, but now at least came with her, which did make it enjoyable in a way. The gathered children would play after their exercises were finished until the lumber yard's business hours. If nothing else, all of the lumber piled about made it so that it couldn't be said to be a place free of any dangers. So when the children were there, somebody had to be with them. With how often they came, she had all the deeper a bond with the children, and on days off they'd easily come to borrow her. They were attached to Junko as well as now, and they'd been drug out from the house countless times, but being so loved could foster love in the loved, so it wasn't all that bad. It's shaping up to be such a big service. Oh, that sounds like a lot of work, Now said, overlooking the child who was playing around at her feet with scraps of wood. Suzumu-chan, that's a no-no. Now took the sharpened wood scrap from her son's hand. Last year, Junko had married into this Mareyasu sawmill family from outside of the village. Now was another wife who had come from outside the village. Now had married into Yasumori Construction, commonly called the Contractors, which was a branch family of the sawmill's family, Now's husband being the far younger cousin of Junko's father-in-law. Their husbands were the same age, so they were more like brothers. Not only did the two husbands get along well, they were a head and branch family, so there was all kinds of involvement between them. On Bon or New Year's or anything of that nature, all of the neighborhood relatives would get together at the Mareyasus. Now gathered up a collection of wood scraps that seemed safe, stacking them before her child. If it's her final memorial service, we'll be involved too. We'll have to come help. I'm sorry, especially when it's so hot. We're both out in the country, we need to count on each other. But it really will be a hassle for Jun-chan, won't it? If you're saying that it's at the end of August, then Aben would have barely passed. You'll be doing this all over again, won't you? That's right, said Junko with a forced smile, turning back to look at the lit-up house. From the tatami room, where the extended family gathered, flowed the noisy clamor of their drinking. At my house, we didn't really have any relatives nearby, so this many people gathering for Aben was a complete shock. I'd never even seen a Buddhist memorial service before. Oh, here, they're very strict about memorial services and divine works, aren't they? My mother-in-law, every morning, she goes to a religious service at the temple. I remember how shocked I was when I'd first heard that. As for me, I'd thought you only went to temples for funerals. Right? Junko laughed. Remembering all of the little customs can be a hassle, but once you get used to it, you start to think it's nice in its own way, too. That's right. Junko smiled. She had married from nearby, but Junko was born in a more urban area, where relatives were far away, and she didn't meet with them. There wasn't even a family altar in the home then, and they didn't really even do most yearly holiday functions or events. That was all the more reason these fastidious, precise rituals were interesting and fun. Even the fuss of the family gathering together, while tiring on the one hand, made for a good sort of busy. Especially when looking at her husband and now's husband, she thought the way that those of the same generation were like brothers was a fine thing. If it's her final memorial ceremony, the people from the neighborhood will help too, so it shouldn't be such a hassle on the day itself. Now, there are the days before and after. It's a hassle when the family gets together, but well, that's how it goes, Now said, turning her eyes to the main house with a laugh. Junko smiled. Then we'll make it somehow. My mother-in-law said to make it a grand affair, so been put on the spot. It'll be all right. Jun-chan is the reliable one. Not hardly. Oh, you're a fine wife. My father-in-law said so himself. Really? Really? I mean, it's a lot of work you do. Jun-chan, your house manages the sawmill's affairs. There are live-in workers, aren't there? And on top of that, there's grandfather. Ah, Junko murmured. Her husband's grandfather had been bedridden for 6 years now. There was helping with the business and tending to the old man's care, so with 3 generations living in the household, with her grandfather and grandmother-in-laws, there was a lot to worry over. It's really not so bad. It's my mother-in-law who sees to the people of the sawmill. Grandfather may be bedridden and require some help, but he isn't particularly demanding, and he doesn't get angry very often. Being able to look at it that way is part of what makes you great. Now sans the same, aren't you? With the young contractors living with you. We have a hostel. It's not as if they're really live-ins. Is that so? Caught up in trying to outpraise the other, Junko and Now looked at each other and laughed. There was a lot to stress over, but their family lives were going well. Having Now so nearby was reassuring. At the marriage interview, she had agreed to live with the family when they had wed, and each couple had their own living room and kitchen, so there was nothing to be dissatisfied about in their living arrangements with the extended family. But thought Junko, turning to look behind her. The night sky was black, the western mountain ridge stretched out beneath it. It, or anything else for that matter, couldn't be seen up there in the night's pitch darkness, but that was where the new Kanemasa house was. A house like that. I'd like to try living in a Western-style mansion, like that just once too, though. Thinking Now had read her mind, Junko turned to look back at her, seeing Now herself looking up at the scene behind them. I just mean, it'd be nice to have a house you could do up the way you like, too. Junko gave a firm nod. It's not that I'm particularly unsatisfied with anything. But even if I think I might like to set this up like this, I can't just adjust the house however I want. That's right, it must really be nice. That house even has an attic. I've always wanted an attic, you know. Me too, Junko laughed, Now gave Junko an impish look. A Western mansion with an attic, why, it's like something out of a movie, isn't it? Marrying into a household like that would be like being swept up and away. Wouldn't it be picturesque, the ideal new married life? I'm sure there'd be a mother-in-law, like Rottenmeier-san. Oh, that's true, Now said, her voice rising with a laugh. They have moved in, right, for sure now. Looks like it. I don't know what kind of people they are, though. They never come out, they say. As expected for someone moving out into the countryside like this, they're strange. They are, murmured Junko, looking up at the black mountains. As she did, Now nudged her elbow. Chen. Oh wow, speak of the devil, they say. Looking towards where Now was pointing, rather nearby, was a figure at the edge of the lumberyard. Just beneath the streetlight at the entrance, a couple, man and woman, stood. With a look at their clothing, it was clear at once they weren't of the village. Overall, the atmosphere they gave off was completely different. What left an impression on Junko, to say nothing of their clothing, was the way the two casually linked their arms. Anyone who would do that was surely not one of the married couples of this village. They must have noticed Junko and the others giving an easy greeting. Good evening, was said in a deep baritone. Oh, good evening, Now answered, gathering her child into her arms as Junko followed up. Are you the good people of Kanemasa? The man spoke, the woman looking up at him with a smile. Take Mura-san had said something about that we are called Kainmasa here. That's right, now smiled. We have the habit of calling the territory around your house Kainmasa. Ah, the man nodded. He was about in his mid-40s. The woman with him looked to be somewhere around 30. Junko's thoughts were flustered. How to describe them? Polished. There was something artificial to them. Their demeanor lacked a certain worldliness. She felt a rush of embarrassment at the sudden outburst drunken voices that could be heard in the background. We are the Kirishikis. It is such a pleasure, the woman said, her eyes going to the one in Nao's arms. Her head tilted, peeking at the child's face. My, how cute, is he your son? Yes, he's Suzumu. I am Yasumori. And this here is, no, she is one of the family members of the Marayasu lumber yard. Are the two of you sisters? No, Jun-chan is I'm a relative of hers, from the nearby Yasumori construction. As Nao spoke, there was another burst of laughter from the background. The man turned his eyes towards the main house. It's Aubin, our family is having a get-together. Ah, yes, it is homecoming season, isn't it? The man said, looking to his wife. Everyone gathers together like this then. That's right. If you don't have anywhere to return to, you're left out. To tell the truth, I had wondered where all of those people were disappearing to. It was mysterious. I thought so too. Junko watched the smiling couple with a suffocating feeling. It was like watching a young couple, which was to say embarrassing. There were no married couples so openly affectionate in the village. Once you were married, you were quickly engulfed in family life, and affection gave way to comfortable familiarity. Do the two of you have children? We do have a daughter. She's already 13. You don't look at all like you'd have a child that old. Thank you very much, the woman said with a bewitching smile. Junko had the feeling that she was like a whole other life form. She wasn't like a young girl, nor like a middle-aged woman. She was not like any married woman she had seen before. The man was the same. He was still a man amongst men, far from any men past 40 that Junko could imagine, outside of TV dramas. If you would be interested, Nao said timidly. Would you like to come in? As you can see, it's the middle of the party, so it's a bunch of drunks, but... Nao nudged her lightly with her elbow, leading Junko to hastily jump in. Oh, yeah, please. I think our family would enjoy it too. The man looked to his wife as if asking her. Oh, but we couldn't. You're in the middle of a family gathering. Oh no, don't mind at all. The man turned to Junko. If we could accept your hospitality at a later date, then please come to our home too, Nao said excitedly. If you say the contractor's place, anyone will be able to give directions, with your daughter. The man smiled abruptly. For a moment, Junko was startled. That smile, something about it looked terrifying. For no placeable reason, she had the feeling that something had been said that couldn't be taken back. Thank you so very much. The man said, looking over Junko and now as if making a pledge. We will be coming to give our regards. Quite soon. Part 5. From Kainmasa, Yuuki turned from the Creole counter to face Kado Minoru. Kado ran the electronics shop beside Aquino Bridge. He was a regular at Creole, but today he came to say that Kado's mother and son had seen the owners of Kainmasa in the early evening. It seems she spoke with Kirishikis, Kado said, disinterested. The way he spoke and carried himself, he seemed more like a scientific researcher than the proprietor of an electronics shop. I see, Yuuki murmured. So they didn't exactly go around introducing themselves, but they did indeed step out of the house, he thought. What kind of people did you say they were? Hasegawa casually prompted. Apparently rather stately. Like actors, my mother said, but... The day before yesterday, I met with the young man from Kainmasa, Tatsumi-kun, I think it was, and I had a good feeling about the boy. Speaking of the day before yesterday, it seems like there was a big fuss from Shimizu-san's place, wasn't there? That's right. Tatsumi-kun helped out with that. It was good we found her safe and sound. Kado nodded. Glass in hand, he let the sound of the saxophone flow into his ears. Kado was in his mid-30s and was essentially a very peaceful, quiet, calm man. I hope that resolves those uncomfortable misunderstandings, though. Hirasawa tilted his head at Yuuki's words. Uncomfortable misunderstandings. Actually, Yuuki said, telling him about the cruel rumors he had overheard that night. Just being told that now that you've moved out here, you should come out, in itself won't resolve everything. Tatsumi-kun and Ike-kun both laughed it off, but I'm sure inside they didn't find it that funny. I see, Hirasawa sighed. Inside the shop were only Hasegawa and Kadu, Hirasawa and Yuuki, for a total of 4 people. And the melancholy silence settled over them, even in a place that had been quiet to start with. Unity is a single word to refer to what, from another angle, is the exclusion of others after all, Hirasawa said with some restraint. But there's no excuse for that. Hasegawa nodded as well. I see then. That's why they've come down to the village. Unless they show their faces, they can't be sure what people are saying about them. If that's why, it's a shame. Yuuki cocked his head, but I do think it's strange. If it were me or the masters of Kainmasa, I understand that we'd be looked to with a suspicious eye. It's sad to say, that's what it is to be an outsider. But Ike-kun and the junior monk are seen the same way, so what am I to make of that? The 2 of them work at the temple and are well integrated into the village's society, aren't they? Hirasawa gave a wry smile. Normally, people wouldn't speak ill of the temple. That group must not have been a part of the temple parish. Probably new families in Kamisatoba. People who came in the post-war period, likely. Would that matter? That in itself is another case of the exclusion of others I'd spoke of. Satoba has a history as a society of regional bonds, which means the sense of unity was strong. There were families that moved in after the war, but those families at the time were excluded, and in turn, those people developed hostility towards the society that rejected them. That isn't to say all of them did, but it was the general pattern that they more or less fell into. To those people, the temple must have been seen as the enemy's leader, I imagine. The temple and Kainmasa, then later Azaki, were called the 3 pillars, were the heart of the village after all. Originally, the village was strongly united around the 3 pillars. So to new citizens, they'd be considered the final boss. In those days, Kainmasa was central to everyone's interests as long as they were living in Satoba, so as long as he served as the village headman, Kainmasa would be revered with respect, and hostilities would be withheld. All the more for the Azakis. Everyone was dependent on their care. But as for the temple, if you weren't a part of the parish, there was no point of relevance. They were an ideal target for those hostilities. I guess that would be the case. And in the junior monk's case, he's also a novelist, and having such a distinct side occupation is probably cause for some prejudice as well. There's no doubt he's a moody eccentric, they say. On the practical side, it's strange for any of the eldest sons in the village to be single past 30. Especially since the junior monk is an only child. If the junior monk doesn't start a family, there will be no heirs, which will be problematic. Ah, that's true. The parishioners are worried about it themselves, but the junior monk is terribly delicate in some ways, so it's as if you can't really be too aggressive with him. The head monk married late himself, and he does seem to understand his own position at least, so the parishioners are probably thinking to give him just a little more time. Hasegawa leaned in and spoke in a hushed tone. Is that rumor true? A rumor? Yes, the junior monk once, that is, attempted suicide, or so it said. Hirasawa smiled wryly. It seems so. I don't know anything other than the rumor either, though. That may be why those around him aren't pushing too forcefully towards marriage. If they try to force anything, his nerves will snap again, which would again become problematic. I see, Yuki thought. The junior monk from the temple, while a pillar of the village, with his side job and personal history, was another form of foreign substance in a way different from Yuuki and the others. Is that why there are rumors of that nature? More than anything, the feelings of resentment towards the temple are the strongest. The temple, while one of the 3 pillars of the village, is partially separated from the village in a way. I don't really get it. It's like this. When the search went out for Megumi-chan, nobody from the Azakis or the temple family came. Ike-kun came from the temple, but the junior monk and the madame certainly didn't come. Festivals are the same. The 3 pillars don't participate in village festivals. Traditionally, they don't take wives from the village either, nor do their daughters marry out into the village. The Murawa only have one line in the village, as do the Azakis. That's what it means when they're said to be central to the village but separated. They're especially important, you could say. Important, is it? Hirasawa nodded and pointed to the north. Halfway up the northern mountain is the temple, and in the western mountain is Kainmasa, and between them Azaki. Kainmasa and Azaki's lots are at different levels of height. The temple is on the highest grounds, the hospital the lowest. And that's how it is to the village, in terms of their social standing as well. Yuki murmured. The doctor being third feels strange to me. In a sense, aren't the lives of the village in their hands? It's a long-standing custom, with quite a hit of history. This used to be the temple's dominion, you see, and into this territory came woodworkers to establish the village. In order to be a point of contact for the woodworkers who had settled here, they opened that temple. Later, when the temple's territory was disseminated, it became an independent temple from the head. As the villages were in a sense leasing the land from the temple, and with the Edo system in place where all commoners had to register with a temple, everyone was included in the temple parish. If a monk from the temple didn't deliver a prayer for the dead so that one could move on, then, why, it was as if you couldn't even die. It seems in the past the temple had also served as the public office with the family registers, so the temple had life, death, and land, really daily life itself in their grasp. Ah, I see. From birth to death, you were in the temple's palm. That's why, while it doesn't seem you can say as much of it today, in the past, well, the temple's influence was broad. That land was leased in one chunk by Kane Masa from the temple and split amongst the villagers. Which house would have how many rice fields? Which territory did the mountains belong to? These distributions were the duties of Kane Masa, and Kane Masa would collect the dues and the rent for the territories. I see, so that's why the temple is first, and Kane Masa is second. If you weren't in the temple and Kane Masa's good graces, you couldn't get by. Hirasawa smiled. That's how it is. Well, that isn't quite all. Sotoba had, until fairly recent years, an organization called the Sotoba-ku. Sotoba-ku, from what we learned in history class, that kind of coup. That's right. Kane Masa was the representative of the coup. The land was borrowed from the temple by the coup. That was divided among the people by Kane Masa as the representative of the coup. The collection of rent and the division of the land, the delegations of the coup, and the yearly rent negotiations were all the duty of Kane Masa. In other words, price bargaining. I suppose so. Kane Masa weren't a company per se, they were ultimately on the side of the villagers, as the leaders of a coup. Then, with the rental fees decided on, Kane Masa would go about gathering them and present them to the temple. The temple would keep a portion of that set aside, as emergency funds for development. Funds for development. Yes, this was money that, in the case of a calamity or disaster or crop failure, could be loaned to the village as a Buddhist public work of sorts. In case the general public had a need, the money given as alms could be loaned to the coup interest-free. The villagers made offerings of gratitude for this, which in turn repaid the loan over a long period. There's a sluice below the highway, isn't there? The Mizuguchi Dam was engineered to collect irrigation water for the crops, and it seems like it was built with that developmental fund during the Edo period. Therefore, it's not simply a matter of fear. You could call it a debt of gratitude. The temple and Kane Masa were always running a three-legged race together to support the village. The ones to construct a hospital, to invite a physician, were the temple and Kane Masa. This was a time when even the town of Mizobe didn't have anything resembling a hospital, either. The temple couldn't very well loan the land out to each villager directly. Between the temple and the villagers was the house of Kane Masa, always building goodwill as a third party, so that it could be done at all. The village came into being with that goodwill as its foundation. That's why the people of the village, even now, can't abandon their respect for the temple and Kane Masa. I see. Now that's no longer so much the case, but our present-day community center was constructed with the donations of the 3 pillars of the village, and Sotoba's school districts were decided on by a 3-person committee. So at heart, nothing's really changed. In that case, the third party isn't Kane Masa, but the Tomo head family, though. In the past, it was Murray, Kane Masa, and Ozaki. By the old system, Kane Masa, as the village headman, would take a vote at the village assembly. Kane Masa had 1 vote in terms of the decisions of the government, seeking an agreement between the 3 strongest figures of the village. The village elder had 1 vote, and Murray and Ozaki each had 1 vote. If either Murray or Ozaki were opposed, it could still be approved with 2 votes. But if both Murray and Ozaki were to vote no, then by 2 votes it would be vetoed, and sent back to the headman as the representative of the diet. Well, in truth, It would be closer to say they met and discussed it over further meetings, but that was the system that we had. Now we don't have the village assembly, but the district assembly. The name has changed, but the system is the same. In the end, the three head figures make all final judgments and determinations. Cain Massa is no longer in the village, so the district assembly's chairman serves as the third in Cain Massa's place. As Cain Massa was originally the village's representative in the government, there really isn't any change at all. Ultimately, the coup's makeup has been persistently maintained, hasn't it? Indeed it has. Even now the meetings between the three highest in the village are unofficial. Mostly a formality, in practice, Murray and Ozaki hardly say no in regards to the district chief's decisions, so it's really more of a consultation. The villagers' matters are settled by their representative, and the temple and Ozaki take part in that from above. As such a system is still in place, in a way it draws a line marking the temple and Ozaki as special, and the Cain Massas, too, have a line drawn between themselves and ordinary villagers. So while they're at the heart of the village, it can be said they're not a part of the village. Hey. As for us, that is, the inhabitants from Satoba's former days, this isn't a matter of rationale. It's best understood as instinct, like a sensation on the skin. It's the unconditional imprinting etched into the village, cultivated through history from when the village was first erected. That the three pillars are special, are elite, so to speak. That said, the people who entered the village afterwards don't have that sensation. Not only do they not know the history, they probably can't understand what makes the big three so high and mighty as they are. Especially if they aren't families of the temple parish, then they have no frame of reference for the temple. So, the temple being so high and mighty must seem ill-founded. The village has a strong sense of unity, which comes with the instinct to distinguish one's own from others. The one that's the most removed on its summit, so towards the temple, a certain antipathy is born. I see. Hasegawa forced a smile, but that's rather strange, isn't it? Speaking of those new residents, it's the new people who have the strictest view on outsiders. Of course there are exceptions in both camps, but in general it's the older houses who are more gregarious towards outsiders. There's differentiation, but without distinct discrimination. The new folks are more frank about it. Yuki blinked. Kato quietly added in. Like an organism, isn't it? That simple statement, Yuki felt, well summed up his thoughts towards the village. It is, it really is. The village itself was in existence like a single organic life form. It came about through a complex process, with various systems writhing within its boundaries. It cycled through changes while splitting off multiplying portions of itself, voracious and regenerating, for the maintenance of the whole being. Like a living animal. Yuki wondered, incidentally, whether this was a good thing. Not even a year ago, when he was here in Satoba, they were partitioned out as outsiders, with vexated thoughts towards them. And still, he did not regret moving here to Satoba. Yet, becoming more intimate with the village as he finally was now, he felt as this were his first time feeling the suspicious nature born of the village's society. Part 6. Spreading out a fresh sheet of Japanese writing paper over the desk, Seishin hunched his upper body forward slightly over it. The chair that had been used since his grandfather's time let out a creak like a sigh into the still of the night. With a spaced-out stare up to the aging grains of wood on the ceiling, his vacant attentions lingered on the past, cornered by a single word. What the hell happened? Nothing. Mind if I ask why? There wasn't any reason or anything. He played with his pencil in his hand as he thought. The hard lead was sharpened to a fine tip like the point of a sword. When he had first started writing novels, for some reason or another he had it in his mind that he should write in pen, so he made use of a fountain pen that he never did get used to. That summer, fearing the way the ink smeared, he switched to pencil. His dorm room was so hot that the air trapped between the Japanese writing paper and his left hand warped under the heat. Just leaning forward caused the sweat to pour endlessly, the ink becoming brown and blue halos. The reason he had used slim, hard-leaded pencils for each short story was because no matter what the grit of the pencil would end up littering the paper. He tried a different hardness of the lead, a different maker, and about the time he had found his present model, an upperclassman who had graduated had come by the dorms to hang out. Tsuhara, who had entered the publishing industry, took Seishin's manuscript with him, then returned with orders for him to rewrite it. How many times did he fix it, as told? After some count of times, Tsuhara took the manuscript with him, and that night there was a phone call. "We're printing it," he was told, and he remembered not having any idea what he was talking about. "Weren't you writing looking to go pro?" Remembering that conversation, even now a wry smile leaked out. It wasn't as if he'd by any means particularly thought about becoming an author. "Then, why did you fix every little thing every time I told you to?" Because he was told it would be better to fix it, and the next time Tsuhara came by he would ask, "Did you fix it?" And so, for no other reason, he showed it to him. "You are a real piece of work." Tsuhara's voice overlapped with the dorm advisor Muramatsu's. "It's you we're talking about, how can you not know? Even now, I still don't." As if mesmerized, Seishin stared at his left hand atop the writing paper, the cheap, boorish model of wristwatch. The reason he had started wearing it was, of course, to cover the scar that was there. Now there was nothing more to see of that scar than a white line, but still, if he took off his wristwatch, he himself was suddenly taken aback by what a scar it was. "There's no way you were drunk, is there? I heard you basically never drank." "Indeed, I have no memory of drinking." "If it's hard to say, a letter or anything will be fine." The first composition he wrote, intending to sound out his own heart, somewhere along the line became chaos, skipping from point to point, repeating itself. When he'd turned it in to Muramatsu, he appeared to be deeply, sincerely annoyed. "I don't have any idea what you're trying to say. Isn't this a novel?" Looking at it again, having been told that, it did indeed resemble a novel. The next time, he wrote from the beginning with the intent to write a novel. For Seishin, who didn't particularly have anything like a hobby, it became the closest thing he had to one. Why, this of all things? Why would you consent to sin thusly? Why, he was asked by so many people, but Seishin couldn't answer. To tell the truth, it was because he didn't know the reason himself. If truly pressed to say something, it was just that he wanted to try it. That was it. In his second year of college, at the end of the year party, he thought. Suddenly, he just felt like it. Vaguely, he knew that it wasn't enough to die from, but dying or not dying wasn't that important at the time, he thought now. He left the drinking party early, returning to the dormitory bathroom. It was the season of end-of-the-year parties, and the season for going home, so the community bathroom was unmanned. There, indifferent, he cut into himself. In truth, no matter how he thought about it, Seishin couldn't think of anything that had happened for him to wish death on himself. He wasn't particularly unhappy, nor did he by any means have any particular self-loathing. Because he knew that a person would not die from cutting their wrists, it was unlikely that he really wanted to die. Seishin had a feeling that at that time for himself, the meaning was not in the result, but in doing the act itself. It was not that he wanted to die, he didn't think it was anything other than wanting to try dying, but the origin of that impulse was one he didn't understand well even now. Beneath the wristwatch, while hidden, the scar was still evident. Everyone in the village knew about it. That was why they pretended not to see, and before Seishin knew it, he was used to it. Just when, he thought, did it feel like something that people couldn't see. It was not jealousy. Seishin gripped his pencil. He was still possessed by something. The sudden murderous intent took him unexpectedly. "No," Seishin murmured. He had just wanted to try it. With no murderous intent, he killed his little brother. It's better this way. The hallway, confined within gray stone, was empty, dusk and dawn alike basking in its widths. The dark, dull gray pile-up had no decoration aside from a glass window very high up in one corner, light shining down through it diagonally. The light, donning a melancholy hue, glistened on the white linen cloth. Spread out above the cold stone paving, the reason for the rises and falls drawn by the white sheet was that beneath it were laid out his little brother's remains. He and the sage, with his little brother's remains interposed betwixt them, had a confrontation. And yet even so, he could not pry his eyes from the dull light of the linen cloth, and because of that very light shining down, he, in the dimmer still light, had the sensation of a singularly abandoned orphan. Why would thou commit such a sin? The sage had been asking him such through dusk, and yet even so, he could not answer. If you wish to know why, it was because him himself did not know the reason that he had killed his little brother. He was the one who wanted to ask why. his single-blood relative, gentle and with a profound kindness, like an incarnation of splendor itself, was his brethren. He did, in reality, love his brother and liked living together with his little brother. As to why he had to kill his little brother, he had no sort of reason at all. Yet, nevertheless, he took up arms against his brother. It was an impulse of an attack. Surely, there was no murderous intent towards his brother. Yet raising a weapon against his brother certainly did bring about his brother's death as a result. That little brother became a shiki and trailed him across the wasteland. His futile stare seemed always to be asking, always, why? Had he a clear reason for murderous intent? If he'd had any grounds on which to criticize his brother, or had it been self-defense, he would have to please forgiveness, and yet, he had none of them and he could not. He could do not but hate that fleeting impulse, not but grieve that its result was his little brother's death. That wasn't its intention. I definitely never hated you. It wasn't like I'd wanted you to die. There wasn't anything I wanted to get revenge for or make you realize. Forgive me. Into the dawn he moaned, taking to his knees upon the cold wastelands. His brother's answer, of course, did not come. Seeking a gust of wind into which he could fathom an auditory hallucination, he at last fell to sleep. Chapter 7, Translation Notes. Bon. Notes from Chapter 1, expanded upon with information relevant to Chapter 7. Here, these include the cucumber horse and eggplant cow, a Bon tradition. Chapter 7-2. Marriage interviews. Omii, usually translated as arranged marriages, are more like meetings and dates with the explicit intent of marriage. Typical ages for these meetings are 23 to 30, and are often set up by parents who feel the adult child is not seeking enough initiative to wed on their own. Marriage interviews can be set up by family, friends, or by the person themselves, either formally with a company or otherwise. In the more formal ones, the families meet and compare their compatibility. Looks, education, employment, pedigree, social status, etc. are all considered, usually before the first actual meeting between the two to be wed after the decision is reached based on the statistics on paper. And the first in-person meeting, there are usually 3 to 5 dates had before determining whether to wed or not. The initial vetting process is ideally strict enough to avoid the potential embarrassment of an embarrassingly personal refusal at such a late stage. They are declining in popularity as ideas of a more natural romance and courtship have become more popular. In a closed region such as Satoba, where new prospects are understandably harder to come by, the appeal is obvious. This is how Junko and other women who married out of the town into Satoba most likely met up with their husbands, if they did not meet in college, such as Kaioyuko and Toshio. The woman typically moves in with the man rather than the reverse. So Satoba women who have interviews would generally leave the village upon deciding to wed. Chapter 7-3. Cucumber horses and eggplant cows, a Bon tradition. In some regions, they are both put out, facing the house for the spirits to ride in on. In others, the horse is put out during Mukibon, for a fast return home, and the cow during Okuriban, for a slow return to the afterlife. The opposite also occurs to express fear respect of a lingering spirit. Chapter 7-4. I'm sure there'd be a mother-in-law like Rottenmeier-san. A reference to Johanna Spyri's work, Heidi. Miss Rottenmeier is strict and decidedly not fun nanny figure within the story. Heidi was made into a very successful, popular anime series in the 70s and is very well known amongst Japanese adults, or at least, people who were adults in the 90s such as in Shiki. People currently in their 20s, perhaps not so much. Chapter 7-5. Ko, Japanese Ro-ska. Historically run by communities since before Japan was strongly united under a single government or wide-scale banking. Set up by communities for themselves, all members bring a fixed amount of money to the pot, and then who gets to take out how much at each meeting is decided, by a representative, by putting in more money bidding, or by lottery. Those who received continue to pay into the pot at future meetings, with an interest-adjusted rate to assure those who had their share of the pot later have not put in more than they receive when their turn arrives. The people continue to come to meetings until everybody has had a share. Once all people have had a share, the unit may be dissolved. At times, small local governments would form organizations of this nature in order to fund welfare programs, such as during poor harvests, by delegating it to the neediest portion quickly. Because such arrangements were largely regional, the likelihood of failing to meet one's obligation or leaving early was low. As they were frequently community endeavors, at times who received first could be determined based on need or by a representative with little risk, as involvement was voluntary. 3 pillars, a continuation of the Murakata matter. The situation described between the temple, Kainmasa, and the Ozaki house is a reflection of the common style of governance of villages during the Edo period. Called the Murakata Sanyaku, or the 3 roles of the Murakata, it consisted of the following roles. The village headman, the village elder, also occasionally called the group leader, and the people's representative. How each position was assigned varied from votes to appointment by outside sources throughout history and territories. In summary, the 3 were involved in civil administration of the village. The village headman was generally responsible for the overall delegation and governing of the village. The elder assisted, and the people's representative was an auditor. This was the general rule and not an absolute, as things varied region to region. Chapter 8. Part 1. On the morning of the 15th, Toshio was roused from sleep by a single telephone ring-nig. Rubbing at his sleepy eyes, he reluctantly picked up the receive, which let out a dismayed woman's voice. What was being shouted, what it was saying, he couldn't really tell. "I don't know who this is, but could I get you to calm down for me?" Toshio bit back a yawn. Good grief, he realized. It was finally Bon, a day off, and he thought he'd be freed from early morning examinations. "Calm down. I'm going to ask you some questions. Try to answer them for me. Who are you?" "This is Shimizu," said a voice at its wit's end. It was a half-crying scream raised out in accusation. "Shimizu," Toshio suddenly felt himself waking up quickly. "Shimizu-san's wife? Did something happen with Megumi-chan?" The woman broke down, crying into the phone. From the bitter voice, he could only pick up bits and parts of words. Megumi, breathing, dead, even shaking her. "I'm coming now, within 15 minutes. Is that all right?" he said firmly, hanging up the phone without waiting for an answer. He didn't know the gist of things, but what did know was that Megumi's condition had taken a sudden turn. Rushing out of the room without a moment's delay, he received a suspicious look from Taki and Kyoyuko, who poked their faces out. "What is this ruckus?" Her condition took a sharp turn. "Shimizu-san's places Megumi-chan." "Dear," said Taki, at a loss for words. Kyoyuko looked most unamused as she let out a yawn. "I'm going." Taki arched a brow as she watched Toshio half-jog down the hall to the bathroom, stripping off his night clothes. Hurried noises came from within the bathroom. Kyoyuko yawned again, going up the steps. Taki called up after her. "At least put together something to wear, won't you?" Kyoyuko's legs, bare from the camisole down, stopped on the steps. She looked down at Taki from halfway up the staircase. "You needn't worry." Feeling something mocking in those words, Taki looked up at Kyoyuko with sharp eyes. Even if she said that, there had never been a time in her life when she'd went out dressed decently. This girl. An emergency case could come blustering in, so if you don't at least make yourself presentable to whoever may come flying in, it will be troubling. It may be hot, but that is. Taki's words were cut down flatly. "It doesn't trouble me at all," she said, putting one hand on her hip, the other on the banister. She made a performance of crossing her shapely, white legs. Taki could feel the blood rushing to her face. "Now that is simply not funny. Whoever does come flying in will at least know that they're paying a sudden visit while we're asleep in bed, so they'll just have to overlook such things." "Kyoyuko-san." Toshio nudged past Taki as she had started to speak. "Mom, move, please." Kyoyuko revealed a hint of a smile, at which Taki could feel herself blushing hotly. Without seeming to realize the situation between the two, Toshio hurried up the steps. Kyoyuko called after him. I'm really sleepy." Toshio's tone was unambiguous. "Don't worry about it, go to bed." Kyoyuko looked triumphantly down at Taki, stretching ostentatiously as she climbed the stairs. Taki was for the moment too overwhelmed with emotion to do anything but stand there. Not even sparing the time to shave, Toshio came rushing to the Shimizu house just over 10 minutes after having hung up the phone. He got out of the car with his medical bag and hurried to the entryway. The door opened as if they were inside waiting. Still in her nightwear, Hiroko clung to Toshio as if she were drowning. Megumi is. Megumi. Nodding and giving a pat to the sobbing Hiroko's shoulder, he let himself in and up to the second story in a hurry. The door with the stuffed animal hanging off of it was left open, Shimizu seen standing there dumbfounded. Shimizu-san? Shimizu turned to face Toshio, who had called out to him. The color of his face changed quickly. In an instant, realizing the rage openly on his face and ashamed of it, he turned away. When Toshio entered the room, Shimizu's own father Tokiru sat in the shadow of the doorway covering his face. Toshio quietly took in a deep breath. It's possible that it's the worst possible scenario. Having stepped into the room and turned his eyes towards the bed, he determined it would be hard to draw any other conclusion. The girl laid out in the bed's facial muscles were slack, her features having visibly changed. It meant she was dead. And furthermore, that it wasn't something that had just happened moments ago. Hearing Hiroko call for Megumi as she came up the stairs, Toshio sat his bag down at her bedside. For the time being, he took a hold of the hand laying atop the summer towel-like blanket. Indeed, it was cool, and the softness of the living was clearly lost to it now. He quietly sought a pulse. He couldn't feel one at all. Even feeling at her neck, there was nothing. Beneath her lightly closed eyelids, her pupils were dilated. He opened his bag and took out his stethoscope, sliding it softly just beneath the neckline of her clothing, but it was completely silent. Her breath and her heart rate were both completely ceased. Letting out a breath, Toshio removed the stethoscope. I knew it, she's dead, isn't she? The voice of Shimizu lingering behind him sounded, as if it were being murmured through grit teeth. She is dead. No, Hiroko voiced. I mean, doctor, didn't you say that Megumi had anemia? Would plain anemia be, would it? Won't you stop it? Shimizu said in an angry, low voice. This isn't the junior doctor's fault. You take Grandpa and look after him. But, go. Toshio turned around just as Hiroko was putting a hand on Tokiru's arm, sobbing. Tokiru covered his face as he pulled her along out of the room. While being taken out of the room as if being practically carried, Hiroko cast a glare filled with resentment towards Toshio. Toshio let out a deep breath. I don't know what you'll think of me saying this, but my condolences. Why did Megumi die? That's something we won't know unless we examine her, Toshio said as he turned his eyes towards Megumi's bed. Her night clothes were undisturbed, and her bedding wasn't in disarray. Her limbs were splayed in a calm position, so at least there was no mistake that Megumi hadn't suffered. Do people die from simple anemia? Shimizu was trying with all his might to suppress the blame in his voice, but he wasn't very successful. In cases where the anemia is a symptom of some other deficiency or defect, it is possible. Some other deficiency, or... Remaining seated, Toshio turned and looked up at the bristling Shimizu. Anemia is the name of a symptom, not the name of a sickness. There are times when anemia just happens, but there are times when something malfunctions in the body, and anemia occurs because of that. Normally, in those cases, there are signs that that's the case, though. Are you saying that's what happened to Megumi? I don't know. At this point, I can't say anything without an analysis. At the very least, if we had the results of the blood sample I'd taken the other day, I might know something, but unfortunately the results haven't come back yet. It's right over the Bon holiday. Bon holiday? At Shimizu's groaning voice, Toshio let out a breath. I hate mincing words. Moreover, because I do know you, Shimizu-san, I don't want to sugarcoat it. The other day, when I visited, I'd taken a sample of Megumi-chan's blood. I sent that for analysis. The results haven't come in yet. It's because the lab is closed for Bon. Of course, it wasn't as if there were no ways I could have had it sooner, and it wasn't as if I couldn't have done the most basic level analysis myself. But all the same, I didn't think that there was a need to hurry, at least not at that point. Anemia can be caused by something wrong in the body, even knowing there was that possibility. I'll acknowledge that it's a possibility, but in Megumi-chan's case, I couldn't think that was the case. I couldn't think of it as anything but ordinary anemia. Because I knew there was a possibility that wasn't the case, I sent the sample out for the lab. But I didn't think there was a need to hurry the results. It was because Megumi-chan's condition wasn't severe enough that I'd thought to hurry it. If there was a severe enough defect, there would definitely have been symptoms, and I mean ones other than anemia. If there had been other symptoms that resembled a serious illness, I wouldn't have even hurried the test results. I'd have called for an ambulance and had her taken to the National Hospital. But it wasn't like that. It looked like simple anemia, and even if it wasn't simple anemia, it looked like there was time to look at the test results, to re-examine her, and to find the exact cause. Then, why did Megumi die? Even to me, her death is a fluke. If I tried to predict the cause of death here and now, I'd have to say it was simple anemia, which I can't say. The truth is, I'm the one who's the most shocked. When he had examined her the other day, indeed, he hadn't really seen any particular symptoms beyond anemia. Nor did she have any particular medical history of such. Megumi was the type of girl who would make a fuss over the most trivial symptoms, and furthermore had a tendency to fake sick. She'd say this or that was hurting, but no matter how many times she came for examination, no actual cause was found. Or did that become a foregone conclusion? Toshio had been wondering to himself when analyzing Megumi's body. Was there the possibility that he already decided for himself, and because of that, overlooked signs of something more serious? I can't say there's not. Reluctant as he was, he couldn't not acknowledge that. In truth, when Toshio had come to do the examination, he was surprised to see that Megumi even had anemia. After the fuss over her disappearance, when he'd heard that Megumi didn't seem well, Toshio's first thought was that she was faking sick. When thinking about what an incident it had become, Megumi, who had caused the fuss, it was indeed true that he'd thought she was faking feeling bad out of fear of being scolded by the Shimizes. Looking at Megumi from the outside, there weren't any injuries or anything out of place. Her body temperature had dropped and rigor mortis was setting in. There was some light post-mortem lividity, and her corneas were beginning to go opaque. But there was no doubt that she was dead, and furthermore that a few hours had passed since she had died. Late at night, or more precise, this morning, I think, from 1 to 3 in the morning. Toshio murmured, turning back to Shimizu. What should we do? What do you mean? I don't know the precise cause of death, and it's been over 24 hours since I'd last examined her. If I may, I'd like to recommend a medical autopsy. At the least, I'd like to take a blood sample and perform a bone marrow aspiration. But I need Shimizu-san's permission. That's not funny. Shimizu's face went crimson as he shouted, and then, surprised by the anger in his own voice, he lowered his face. No, I'm sorry. You want to hit me, I understand that, Shimizu-san. No, I don't have any excuse. That isn't what I meant. But an autopsy is no good, she's just a little girl. Even if we knew the cause of death, Megumi won't come back. Please, just spare her. The way he's able to control himself is amazing, Toshio thought. He probably wanted to wring Toshio's neck and shout at him. Knowing Shimizu's personality, if it could explain what happened, he might have agreed to letting him take what he needed. But he was hesitant to stimulate any emotion which might elicit further shameful behavior from Shimizu. Or maybe it's that I want a way out of this. Simple anemia, he'd said. To be sure, that was a mistake. And there was the possibility that it wasn't an inevitable mistake, but one based on his preconceived assumptions. Megumi's corpse was irrevocable evidence of that. Then, shall we say the time of death is 2:00 a.m., and that the cause of death is acute heart failure? To Toshio's question, Shimizu nodded. Part 2. Shimizu Megumi-chan. Seishin stared long and hard at the face of Mitsuo, who had just hung up the phone. He had no words to follow up with, but Tsurumi voiced them in his stead. That's the daughter, then. You don't mean the old man. Looking a bit blanked out, Mitsuo nodded. The Dora, they said, the high schooler, Mitsuo said, breathing a sigh of unclear meaning. You know, from the mountain hunt before Bon. When they said the Shimizu's daughter didn't come home. Ever since she was found from that, it sounds like she'd been bedridden. And then this morning, it was all too sudden. She died, Ike asked, just to confirm. Another one. Ike spoke as a proxy, the sentiments of those gathered in the temple office. Garoda Shuji's death came right after the 3 in Yamari had died, and now even a young girl. With the 3 in Yamari getting on in years, the only thing inconceivable about their ends were the circumstances. Shuji was young, yes, but even if sudden death wasn't common for men Shuji's age, it wasn't something rare either. But Megumi was too young, she wasn't even yet an adult. Good grief, Tsurumi breathed, sitting down into a chair. Shimizu-san's family must be in shock. It will be hard for them to meet the grievers. They'll be high school students, after all. I feel sorry for her herself. She was just getting to the best season of her life, yeah. Yes, it was Ike who said something unusually mature. You said it. What is going on this summer, I wonder? Seishin nodded to Tsurumi's words. Turning his eye to the window, the vapor of the heat was flowing in with the sunlight. Really, what was going on this summer? This intensely hot summer. Megumi died, Kaori murmured. Even saying it out loud, it didn't feel any more real at all. Megumi died. She had been told this. But if she took Love out for a walk, couldn't she still run into her at the bottom of the slope? And when the new school semester started, every morning she'd meet with her. I can't see her anymore. She knew that logically, but Kaori couldn't believe the lack of Megumi. She wouldn't ever see her again or have a conversation with her again. Why would something like that ever have to happen? Girls Kaori's age had misfortunes and died. But those cases were somethings that happened in the news or in gossip, something that was printed in the papers, something that shouldn't have ever been there at Kaori's side. Right, such a thing would happen to manga or drama characters, but it wasn't a fate that should have ever come to visit Kaori. Urged by her mother to get ready before going out, she went through the motions in a daze. She knew that something big had happened. And that it was something related to Megumi, she knew too. Put in concrete terms, it was Megumi's death that happened to her, but still, after all, that hadn't quite hit her in the gut yet. She had the strange, rising sensation that she needed to hurry. Like she had some kind of event she had to take part in. And yet, when she looked at her mother taking out her flower print apron and putting it into her bag, something in her chest felt hazy, distraught. As if thinking it weird that she'd need to take out a flower print apron like that. And all the same, what was weird was Kaori herself. Of course her mother was going to help with the service at Megumi's house. Because she was close with Megumi's mother. She had to go to work with the women of the morning crew. It was all too natural that she would need an apron for that. As her mother told her, she walked the street she had become used to walking in her house clothes. A heat haze was already rising off of the asphalt. 2 days ago, she was walking the street just like this. Now, what was different from 2 days ago was that she was bearing Juzu prayer beads. The entryway to Megumi's house was left open. Countless people were coming and going. Kaori likewise in her everyday clothes, and her mother with her worn-out handbag, stepped onto the hard, packed floor of the entryway and lowered their heads to Megumi's mother. On this sad occasion, we grieve with you. My condolences. In a daze listening to that mysterious incantation, prompted by her mother, Kaori lowered her head as usual. Shimizu Horoko said to please go to see Megumi. Of course, Kaori had intended to. When she turned towards the stairway to the second story, her mother called to stop her. Hiroko and Kaori's mother turned her towards the first story tatami room where, for some reason or other, Megumi was laid out. Having the family altar so close to her was bad luck, Kaori found herself thinking. I'm strange. Kaori knelt down beside Megumi's futon. Megumi is strange, too. Why, when it was this hot, was she so wrapped up and covered in her futon? In the first place, this wasn't Megumi's room. If she went back to her room, she had a bed. And furthermore, this Megumi was like nothing but a shell of her. Where did Megumi go to, I wonder? As Kaori thought this, her mother and Hiroko were talking about something while crying, and she gazed at Megumi's husk. The Juzu beads she gripped were a strange sensation in her hands. As she thought as much, her mother urged her on again. You can go on home now, she was told, to which she nodded her head. She didn't understand what she had come here for. So, alone, she turned towards the entryway before suddenly realizing she was facing the second-story stairway. There was nobody in Megumi's room. The room was very well cleaned. The bed was made, too. Kaori looked around the room. The shelves and the top of her desk were both well organized. Her textbooks, notebooks, stationery still in the packaging. In surveying this, Kaori thought of the meaning of Megumi being in the tatami room rather than this one. Megumi. Something rose up in her throat, yet no matter what, it wouldn't rise further. Nor could she swallow it back down past it. It was painful. Kaori ended up idly looking beneath the desk mat. The transparent desk mast was atop a calendar depicting kittens, and beneath that was Megumi's secret place. Memos or letters and the like she didn't want her parents to see were tucked in there. Beneath the calendar, she found a postcard. It was a postcard with a cute penguin picture. A formal greeting in the heat of summer. The formally written letters each had a thin blue border to them. With a glaze drawn here and there, they gave off the feeling of letters coated in ice. Below that was also a neatly written personal message. She had the feeling it had been rewritten several times. It really is too hot out, isn't it? When school starts, it's really going to be a pain. Anyway, please be safe in the heat. Looking at the other side, Kaori smiled. At the same time, tears overflowed. Yuki Natsuno-sama. Oh, Megumi. Even though I meant for this to be a midsummer greeting. After writing it over and over. It's now the season for a late summer greeting card. Am I a dummy or what? Oh, Megumi, you really are a dummy. Once again, Kaori turned the postcard over. There was the cleanly written letters and the small colorful marker drawings. Working so hard to write this, if you don't send it, there's no meaning, you know. Over and over she rewrote it, to make it look as pretty as it could. Her overflowing tears fell above the postcard. Hurriedly, Kaori wiped it with the edge of her t-shirt. The marker smeared just a little. Megumi. There was no doubt she'd thought about the postcard since summer break started. She went about to various stationery stores, looking for the postcard she liked most, then wasting how many of them? What to write, she fretted as the days passed. When she'd finally written it, she couldn't rouse the courage to send it, and it turned to late summer, and she had to write it again. In the end, it still went unsent. Even though if you told me, I'd have sent it for you. While wavering about sending it, her health grew worse and she really couldn't send it. And then, at last, Kaori quietly returned her postcard to where it was hidden. She put the desk mad back in place, then collapsed into tears. At last, the hot, thick lump in her throat broke. This can't be. When Hirasawa opened the door to Creole with Yuuki, Hasegawa gave a cough as if beckoning them over. It was early afternoon, the day of Bon. There were no signs of customers. Only Tashiro was seated at the counter. Good afternoon. Business is slow, I see. Hearing Hirasawa's words, Hasegawa leaned forward. Hasegawa-san, there was a death at Shimizu-san's place. Hirasawa blinked, as if being presented with something dubious. A death who? Megumi-chan, in the middle of the night. Ever since that, she'd been bedridden, it seems. That took a sudden turn, and by morning she was already. That can't be, Hirasawa murmured. Since that must have meant when Megumi went missing. To be honest, when they found her, Megumi's condition had been strange. Just what in the world? It sounds like even the junior doctor really doesn't know. Just that, since it was very sudden, it might have been a sickness with some relation to leukemia, he said. Or rather, the young madame of the hospital had come by, and she had said that. She came back for Aben. She said the junior doctor had said that. I see, said Hirasawa, taking a seat at the counter. That's, Shimizu-san must be heartbroken. I'm at a loss. Hasegawa nodded, indeed, as he put the siphon into the flame. Come to think of it, doesn't the boy from Yuuki-san's house go to the same school as Megumi-chan? Yes, Yuuki nodded. It seems like they're in the same class. First-year high school students. Natsuno had yet to turn 16, but he wasn't sure about Megumi. Either way, it was far too young. It's terrible, isn't it? Hasegawa said again, shaking his head. The unpleasantries continue. Really, Hirasawa and Tashiro agreed. What is going on this year? So little rain, and the days continue on insufferably hot. Hirasawa nodded and looked to Yuuki. Yuuki-san, what will you do about the service? Ah, that's right. Even thought I haven't known Shimizu-san long, I can't say we're complete strangers. I don't think it is something that you need to force, though. I have a connection to Shimizu-san, having been Megumi-chan's homeroom teacher during middle school, so I will be going myself. No, I'll also be going. My son is her classmate after all. There was also the incidents from before, but I don't know what to say to comfort him. What? Hirasawa said, preparing the coffee as he spoke. At times like these, people are just happy that there are people who are thinking about them. In front of Takemura, in the languid air of the early afternoon, the usual old people gathered about. Dead, you say? Who is? Oitaru and Takiko asked, Otsuka Yiko answering. Shimizu's daughter, Tokiru-san's place's Megumi-chan. Ah, nodded Hirasawa Takiko. The little show-off, that one. That's right, Yiko said, her voice low. Didn't that girl go missing before Bon? Oitaru nodded several times. Right, on the 11th. I saw a big bunch of lights in the western mountains, I did. Wondered what happened, and wouldn't you know the next day, when I asked they said there was a mountain hunt. Yes, Okawa Liquor Shop's Nami's voice added in. Even by nightfall she hadn't come back, and that turned into a big fuss. My Tomio's a member of the fire brigade, so he was recruited for the mountain hunt. In the end, she was found unconscious in the western mountains. Yiko gave an exaggerated nod. Since then, I hear she's been in bad shape. That last night, while her parents were sleeping, she died. Well, dear me. As Tatsu was halfway listening, she realized it had happened again. A girl died at night. As for the night of the mountain combings, Tatsu didn't know about it until it was all finished. On the day of the welcoming fires, the new move-ins had appeared here, and they're giving their greetings to the village, they said, but Tatsu didn't even see that. Everything's happening at night now, isn't it? It was always during a time when things wouldn't reach Tatsu's eyes. That's why I told you, didn't I? From far back on the seat, Ikumi wore a meaningful smile. That nothing good would come of this summer. As expected, people are dying. I told you so. Died? Who? Yano Kanami's hand stopped with surprise, looking at the face of her mother, who had come rushing into the shop. Like I said, Tokiru-san's place's granddaughter. At the Shimizu place. Shimizu? Kanami tilted her head, then cried out. You can't mean Megumi-chan from Hiroko-san's place. Letting her voice grow loud without thinking, Kanami quickly looked to Motoko washing the dishes at her side. She saw right away how Motoko's pallor had changed. Right, Megumi-chan. Why did another one? Kanami asked the nodding tea. Please, I'm begging you, don't let it have been a traffic accident, she prayed, ever aware of Motoko's presence at her side. I wonder, before Bon she had gone missing and there was a mountain hunt for her, do you perhaps she was injured? Ah, no, I have the feeling I heard somewhere she was sick, come to think of it. Which was it? She was sick, yes. Yiko-san said that she was bedridden. Oh, the poor thing, Kanami said, though still feeling just a hint of relief. She heard Motoko give out the same small sigh. What'll you do? T asked, leading Kanami to nod. I'll go to pay my respects. I'm in a bind, though. What can I say to comfort Hiroko-san, I wonder. Part 3. As sunset neared, the evil spirits again grew boisterous. They who came to the side of he who continued to walk and wander the wastelands hurled abuses and stones alike. Even as one who wandered these lands, a sinner indeed was he, one who had broken the commandments. Outcast. The spirits of the dead scorned him and threw stones. Indeed, he had been cast out from his hometown on the hill. But the evil spirits who drifted the wasteland thusly too should have been cursed existences like himself, should have been those created by God, driven out of his order. Aren't you all outcasts too? At his angry voice the evil spirits cackled. We are not outcasts, we are not murderers. Those in this land are without sin, without judgment. It is that within your heart, the lingering sentiments, the firmly rooted delusions, the hatred that uncouthly fastens you to your relations. He was silenced. He lost his hometown, he had lost the divine protection of God, and he had lost his little brother. The triple penance was without a doubt the reward for the sin he himself had committed. Thou art cursed. Even without receiving the hex of the evil spirits, he was already cursed. Come the night, this curse took the form of his little brother to pay him a visit. Just being there at his side, without laying blame on him, or rather the grotesque figure making no move to injure him at all, serving as neither reprimand nor punishment, could not be called anything other than a curse. That the little brother called upon him in this wasteland may have been the will of his little brother himself, or it may have been the will of God. If by chance it were the little brother's own will, what then was his motive? Revenge, denunciation, blame, any action that would support any conjecture he could make when undone by this shiki. Vacant eyes only stared intently at him, following him without a word. Perhaps there was meaning in asking the shiki his intent, but as he could not be sure of that, if there was any intent at all, what it was he could not begin to imagine. Seishin threw down his pencil. He was making steady progress down the squares of the paper, but he didn't feel that he wanted to write any of what he should have writ. It felt like piling up building blocks without meaning. What was written over every square was the character for emptiness, it felt. No, Seishin thought, what was burying everything might have been the character for falsehood. This was not a curse driven by affection. But, however much, his little brother was an avatar of love, could he really go without hating the sinner who slaughtered him? He killed his little brother on impulse. To his little brother, the older brother's violence should have been impossible to predict. Their betrayal was sudden, an irrational occurrence. And yet all the more if the little brother felt sympathy for him, there could be no doubt that his little brother bore a religious fanaticism to that called love. No, that's not it. Of course, his little brother had a specific meaning in that he was nothing more than a symbol. To start with, for Sation, there was never any reason to write people according to reality in a hypothetical, made-up story. If there were a comparison to reality, in reality people didn't have meanings. Even while he consented to acknowledging as much, the uncomfortable feeling towards that figure, separated from reality, was caused by none other than the unrest that troubled Sation over Shimizu Megumi's untimely death. Of course, people die. There was no escaping that. If a newborn infant could die, then young girls could die as well. To begin with the idea that a human lifespan should continue past, that was nothing more than an illusion concluded on by wishful thinking. Life and death were two sides of the same object. It was unmistakably the same thing to say that something was alive as it was to say that something might die. Regardless, Megumi's death was thought of as tragic. She had enough years to her age to have qualified as having lived life, and yet, he couldn't escape the impression that it was an injustice, that she was being deprived by something. The possibilities her life could have had, the future she had drawn out in her mind, the bitterness and sweetness she was to have met in reality. That those were her right taken away by death, most unjust, was a feeling he couldn't cast aside. Death was an unfair phenomenon. If so, the death thrust upon his little brother should too have been unfair. All the more for it being an act of murder. It was an irrational, merciless violence beyond the solemnity of death itself. The moment Megumi slipped away into death, was she conscious of it? Was the little brother conscious of it? If conscious of it, what was thought of it? He was struck by the abrupt feeling he should have known. He timidly tried to turn his head, but all that he could see was a red swirl. Until the residential advisor had come into the closed-up bathroom, Sation watched the water. The transparent water flowed over the white tile surface, a floating red haze within it. An uncertain amount of the viscous red liquid was there, riding through the transparent and non-viscous water in slender cord-like shapes, flowing. As it looked as if it would become undone, he watched in a daze as threads nearer and nearer to him dissolved into it. Maybe the reason Sation hadn't been thinking of anything at that time was because it was something he had chosen himself, or possibility, because he realized that doing this would not cause him to die. Yes, at the very least, it wasn't unfair. At least, not towards himself. Of course, according to the people around Sation, even while evaded, it would have been an unjust phenomenon. He was put in a taxi, spent a night at the hospital, and tried to return to the dorms just as his parents had arrived. Like that, he was brought home, Mitsuo and Tsurumi, and even those like Tokyujiro whose connections to the temple were deep interviewed him. All of them asked why. All of them seemed as if, more than anything, they had suffered the shock of such an unjust and unreasonable something thrust upon them. Why? The sage inquired. Sation could not answer. That was because he did not have an answer, yet by them, in their own way, Sation's. Sentiments of the heart were given consideration and allowance, were processed and quietly digested in their hearts. The neighbors no longer asked why. Instead, they treated the slaughterer who had snatched away their lovable brethren, unjustly, with gazes steeped in compassion and sorrow. Sation came to his senses and breathed a self-derisive sigh. Through the window came the night air and the sounds of the insects. Sation folded up the writing paper and put it into the trash can before leaving the temple office. The village he overlooked from the grounds was dark. As expected, there were no longer any remnants of the lights from the Bon dance. The dead that had returned for a handful of moments and the living who welcomed them were asleep. No, there should have been at least one house that was not asleep. Among the sparse lights he could see, one was the light of a window of that unfortunate household, and within that window, surrounding the young girl's remains, they had one final night to spend with their daughter. The lights lit for the gods and the incense set for her not yet put out was the family's final protection of her. Thinking of Shimizu and Hiroko's, and surely her grandfather Tokiru's, grief depressed him. It was unreasonable to be laying out the one who was supposed to have laid them out. Thinking such pessimistic, melancholy thoughts, he entered the cemetery. The cemetery, for Sation, wasn't a strange place. It was where the dead slept, but strange as it was he felt, it was the same as his patrons' own tatami sleeping rooms. Now there was nobody. Always, there was nobody. That was the sort of place it was. Flashlight turned on, He cut across the cemetery walkway to the temple's northwest forest. The steep, chiseled slope faced downwards towards the Yasumori lumberyard, but, with the night falling as it had, the slope appeared to run down towards nothing but a dark hole. Along the edge of the slope continued the foot-formed wood-cutter's path. Overlooking the lumberyard was a road that detoured towards the western mountains. He walked while shining a light at his feet. While endeavoring to think about his little brother's death, nevertheless his thoughts always slipped towards Megumi's death in spite of himself. He couldn't not think about all that Megumi had lost. That he couldn't separate himself from it may have been because her cause of death wasn't stated clearly. The day after Megumi's disappearance, she had received an examination by Toshio. Toshio diagnosed her with ordinary amnesia, but 3 days later Megumi was dead. Shimizu Hiroko, who told him as much, seemed to blame Toshio, an intentional cold indifference hanging in the air when he had come as a condolence caller to the all-night vigil. Of course people made mistakes. He understood that Toshio wasn't almighty, that he made errors. Even if it wasn't a grave medical malpractice error, there were probably no end to the trivial mistakes he had piled up. Even knowing that much, he felt something lingering in his chest. It wasn't as if it was anything he felt towards Toshio. If nothing else, Seishin knew full well that Toshio was as earnest as one could possibly be regarding his own obligations, and on that point he had full faith. It was just, if somebody hadn't made some kind of mistake, couldn't Megumi's death have been avoided? Wasn't what led to her death correctable? Megumi's death was such an irrational turn of events, wasn't it something that shouldn't have happened? He couldn't escape such misgivings. He walked on for a while, when suddenly the light fell upon emptiness in front of him. Through the cut of the firs, there was a peak at the starry skies. He had lost his sense of time, but he had walked for about 15 minutes from the temple. Within the forest of firs, there was a random building. It was a desolate and dilapidated old building. The mountains in this area were a part of the temple. As all of the firs in this area were former cave markers, they were not cut down. As there was no trimming or maintenance, the surroundings had the distinction of being a pure and natural forest. The small path Seishin had walked went forward on into the western mountains and crossed with the woodland path, but as far as people who followed this path nowadays, it was probably limited to just Seishin. This area, which was a part of the temple, was a mountain not to be entered by the villagers. Long ago, there were those who saw it thusly. A member of the Kirishiki family, renting this place from the temple, built up that separated building as his own. And there it remained. Walking across the grass damp with evening dew, he walked up to the porch. The concrete porch was cracked, with summer grass growing out of those crevices. On the porch were 2 cylindrical pillars supporting the eaves of the roof, but with one of the pillars in decline, the roof drew an uneasy, warped curve. As Seishin neared the porch, shining the flashlight forward, at last before him onto something white, a white, pale doll, and stopped. You. As she turned to face the flashlight, raising one radiant hand, the girl turned around. Murray-san. Seishin thought to call out to Sanako, but without knowing what suffix to append to her name, his words were swallowed down. Good evening, the young girl smiled. Is Murray-san also taking a stroll? Ah, that's right, but you. Perhaps not noticing Seishin's bewilderment, Sanako looked up at the building. Is this an abandoned house? I wondered just where I found myself. Seishin walked closer towards the porch the girl was standing on. This is the temple grounds. Oh my then, perhaps I have entered where I must not. No, that's not really what I meant, Seishin murmured, his eyes somehow or another going towards his left hand. The bland wrist watch dial glowed. You're taking a stroll at this hour. It's as you see. Say, this strange building, what is it? Sanako half asked while gesturing inside of the door all but rotting off. It appears to be like a church, but it seems it is not. Seishin couldn't answer that. He was too profoundly baffled. Your flashlight. I came without one. The nights in the country certainly are dark, aren't they? Step aside. Seishin set foot on the porch Sanako was on and entered into the building. I have another prepared, I'll lend it to you. Oh my, said Sanako from the entrance peeking within. Is this by chance Murray-san's hideout? Perhaps this is most intrusive of me. No, Seishin said succinctly, taking up a flashlight he had set out on the bench near the entrance. He pushed the switch to assure it worked and presented it to Sanako. Here. Thank you, Seishin said, entering the building seeming nervous. Taking the flashlight, she shined it over the inside of the building there. The dust-covered, lined-up benches, and the long, narrow windows in the walls surrounding them, as well as something that appeared to be an altar at the front, were illuminated. This not a church. It's a church. A private one. Seishin sat on a bench, because Seishin had brushed away the dust countless times, for now the grains of wood could be seen. Above the upper right of the altar, the night sky could be seen. One part of the roof had fallen in. Beneath it grew summer grass around a pile of debris, and the inside of the building had the smell of evening dew and was filled with the sounds of insects. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a church, this place. While shining the light here and there, she sat beside Seishin. You'll get dirty. I'm fine, but there is stained glass. The long, narrow windows were indeed stained glass. All the same, not a one had anything from the scriptures depicted on them. Unsettling images. To begin with, the craftsmanship was crude, and on top of that they were broken here and there, but it was clear what was depicted on the stained glass Sanako's light illuminated. 3 men. The man in the middle had a katana raised in a samurai fashion, and before him knelt 2 peasant-looking men looking upwards with their hands folded in prayer. Beside them were the depictions of cross-sections husks of fallen, removed heads. The heads themselves couldn't be seen. Seishin clutched at his wristwatch and sighed. It is a church, though it's not a formal one. In the past, there was someone strange in this village. He sectioned off this land for himself and built a church. Sanako murmured, shining her light on another stained glass window. A man covered in flames? Ah, no, this is what they call the dance of the straw coat, isn't it? Seishin nodded. Right, he had for a time left the village, and where he was at he had frequently visited a church, but he wasn't a formally baptized believer. He didn't have an interest in God. Likely. Sanako finished his words. She turned her head while illuminating a picture of a victim being attacked by a lion. He hadn't interested in martyrs. Yes. Seishin smiled. I think he did, so it might be better to call this a shrine to martyrs than a church. For him it was a sanctuary, but that isn't what is called a church. What a strange fellow you had here. Seishin nodded, shining a light towards the altar. Even if it was called an altar, it was just a platform with a few brass candlesticks set out. What Seishin was turning his light towards was the half-crumbled interior of the sanctuary, to the left-hand side of the altar, illuminating what was within the sanctuary. That was a bed framed with the same brass as the candlesticks. He lived here. Yes, he really was far removed. This wasn't someplace that believers gathered, not where he carried on a, let's see, new-aged religion. I don't think it was like that. Though thinking that of him was what drove him out here. But probably he had never intended as much, I don't think. The benches are here as if he'd intended to have believers, but it looks like he only thought of them as ordinary shelves. When I first found this place, clothing and everyday tools and books were lined up on them, after all. Was he not well in the head? That might have been the case. He was Kainmasa's, the one who lived where your house is. But they were called Kainmasa. Takemura was his real name. Kainmasa was a trade name. He was an ancestor of little old man Takemura. It's not an old enough story to call him an ancestor. As I said before, this is a temple lot. He came saying that Takemura wanted to rent the land. It seems like it happened after the war. Takemura's son was a strange, eccentric character, who he said wanted to separate himself off and live out here, so the story goes. As he was a man with many eccentricities, it seems my grandfather thought that it was surely his family who forced him to live separated. Ah, Sanako frowned as if with disdain. A diplomatic form of house arrest. That's right. Or would be, but it wasn't like that. It was something he wished for himself. And then he built this. When those of the village saw it, they were surprised. No matter how you look at it from any angle, it's a church. Of course, there was no law against there being a church per se, but this village was one overseen by the temple, Sanako smiled. Was that it? Seishin smiled again. Right. The villagers were largely temple parishioners and such. This is surely a new branch of Christianity, and he had a mind to start it here, it seems they thought. That's why my grandfather and the villagers at the time were alarmed. At the end of a long push of whether he should return or not, Kainmasa forced him to come back to them. Still, it seems he had been living here for about 3 years. After that, this place had fallen into ruins like this. That all happened during the war. Here. Seishi looked over Sanako, who shined the light about with great interest. This was no hour for a girl of about 13 to be out walking. Do you always go out walking at this time of night? Sanako turned back to look at him. She lightly shrugged her thin shoulders, her long hair spilling from her shoulders to her chest. It isn't as if I always do. At least when we were at the prior house, I wasn't able to go out. A little girl shouldn't be walking around at night, they said. But I wonder if this is a rude way of putting it. Since we're so far in the country, I don't think there is much reason to worry. Especially if taking a stroll through the mountains. It's dangerous in the dark. There are wild dogs as well. I'd suffocate always staying in the house. Seishin remembered what Tatsumi had said. You aren't able to go out in the daytime at all. That's right, especially in fine weather. The sunlight is bad for me. If I soak in ultraviolet rays, it will quickly become bad for me. That's why even if I will remain peaceable about not going out to school, if I were also closed in at night, why, I could just fall into hysterics. I'd be more dangerous than a wild dog if I were to fall into hysteria, you know. Seishin blinked. You look rather healthy. When I am healthy. I do have a doctor who oversees my health at my side, after all. There is a doctor in the home, but I do sleep a lot. You could say half of my time is spent sleeping. I see. To a little girl who couldn't walk around in the daytime, night might not be a time for sleeping so much as a time for taking in the fresh air. He knew that Sanako could also be seen as precocious. Surely inside of the home, she really did pass the time often indulging in books. Sanako sat there on the bench, her feet poking out from the skirt cuff swinging alternately. That was indeed childish, and when he thought that in spite of that aspect of her, she was braving an incurable disease, he realized his sense of compassion. It was the same compassion he had felt regarding Megumi. However, even if it's only half of the time, it's good you're well, even if it's troublesome. It isn't something for Murray-san to be depressed about. That isn't really what I meant. Today, a young girl in the village died. Dear. Though she was a little older than you, it was really sudden too soon. Yes, this might be an irresponsible thing to say, but if she were given another half a year, even bedridden, I think that she'd have wanted to live. Murray-san, were you close to this person? I wasn't particularly close with her, but the family is a part of the parish. How strange. Seishin looked back at Sanako. Sanako tilted her head to the side, looking up at Seishin. If you were very close, I would understand why Murray-san would become depressed. Or is it that how Murray-san feels towards all of those in his parish? No, I wonder. It's just that she was so young. She was still only in 10th grade. You're a romantic, aren't you? Or should I say sentimental? Sanako said, standing up, brushing the dust from her skirt. It's as if you think that a young person dying is especially terrible. Seishin's eyes widened slightly. You don't think that it's a terrible thing? Sanako turned her head. With a certain determination, she looked at Seishin. Death is terrible for anyone. Didn't you know that? Seishin was at a loss for words. It isn't related to whether you die young or take on many years and then die. The same for good and bad people. Death is equal. There's no such thing as an especially terrible or a not-so-terrible death. That is why death is so terrifying. Death is equal, Seishin murmured. Whether young, whether old, regardless of their day-to-day lifestyle, those things only have meaning while a person is alive. Age or individual personality are too irrelevant. Your time will come, and when that happens, everything that defined that person and all that they stood for becomes meaningless, so any death is terrible. Am I wrong? Seishin nodded in agreement. I must return now. Would you mind if I were to come here again? I think that's your own choice. The mountain paths are dangerous at night, so I wouldn't recommend it though. People are only free half of the time as it is, so I'm not of a mind to be stopped by a bit of danger. Do you come here often, Murray-san? Not enough to call it often, but... Oh, then, next time I'll bring a book with me. I wonder if you could sign it for me if we meet again. Seishin smiled. I don't mind. Part 4. Ah, doctor. Toshio was coming out of the physiotherapy room, past the reception desk, when Mudu called to him from behind the counter. What will you be doing in regards to the funeral for the Shimazes? Toshio made a faintly sullen face. What time's it start again? It's 11, answered Mudu, who, like Toshio, had met with Shimizu several times at Creole and wasn't distant enough to say he didn't know him. "You're going then, Muto-san. I was hoping you would let me. It isn't like I don't know him at all. I passed on the overnight vigil, but at least I should attend the service." "Guess so," Toshio mumbled to himself. Toshio planned to go too. It was just, thinking back on the all-night vigil, he became weary. Tokiru's reproachful eyes, Hiroko's implicitly critical manner of speaking, and then Shimizu Takio's easily seen-through manner of self-restraint. He got that the Shimizu family blamed him. He didn't think it was unfounded, but still, closing down shop over someone you just did not know? Toshio let out a breath. Then, "Let's go in a little bit," he called out to Muto. As Muto nodded, the phone rang. Toada in the office picked up the receiver and after answering looked to Toshio. "It's the Yasumori sawmill," Toada said, covering the receiver. "The Yasumori's Juichi-san seems strange, they say." "Strange?" Toshio entered the receptionist's office and took the receiver. Yasumori Atsuko's voice came through. "It's Juichi-san. What's the matter?" Yasumori Juichi of the Yasumori sawmill had been bedridden for a long time now with the grave illness of Parkinson's disease. He was in his advanced years, and in a condition where something happening at any time wouldn't be strange. He's not showing any signs of consciousness at all. If you talk to him, he doesn't answer. His breath is shallow and slow. I think that his complexion has slowly been getting more and more of a dark red, but maybe it was because Atsuko herself had spent May years as a nurse. Her voice seemed used to delivering the state of affairs. That for 2 days he had a slight fever, that since this morning his blood pressure has been terribly low, that when putting an ear to his chest, she heard Rawls, that a few days ago he had to have an aspiration treatment. "I'll be right there." Giving instructions to put him on an oxygen mask, Toshio hung up the phone. He gave a faintly wry smile to Muto, who had been watching him. To be honest, he had the feeling he'd just been saved. "Sorry. Juichi-san's in bad shape. Sorry about this, but can I have you bring my condolence money for me?" "Yes, of course. Give my regards to Shimizu-san." Toshio crossed the road to the Yasumori lumberyard diagonally across it, hurrying into the living quarters where Atsuko and her daughter-in-law Junko were waiting. "How is he?" "We put him on oxygen according to your instructions, but there's been no change," said Atsuko. Juichi had been ill a long time. The Marayasu household had studied well, and in terms of frequent in-home care, they had prepared an ideal environment in terms of in-home nursing, but Juichi's conditions slowly deteriorated. Rawls. Wet crackling sounds. "It looks like he's also had some incontinence. It's very similar to when he had pneumonia before." Toshio headed down the hallway to the living room with a nod. Juichi had difficulty swallowing normally due to the Parkinson's disease. It was easy for aspiration to occur, and the family was aware of that and had thorough knowledge of respiration treatments, but if he had had aspiration a few days ago, he had suspicions of aspiration pneumonia. Entering the living room that had become a sick room, Toshio nodded at Juichi's form. The beginning stages of cyanosis were occurring. The oxygen was having no effect. Likely acute respiratory failure due to pneumonia. Toshio performed a brief examination as he instructed Atsuko to call an ambulance. Her daughter-in-law Junko rushed to the phone in the sick room. Toshio becked Atsuko into the hallway. "Just like you said, Atsuko-san, it's probably pneumonia. We can take an X-ray to be sure of the exact disease responsible, but before that we should perform artificial respiration. He may need a tracheotomy." Atsuko nodded with a stiff expression. Considering the look on her face that seemed to want to ask him something, Toshio nodded. Now that his disease has progressed, his physical strength has declined. It might be better to prepare yourselves for the worst, this time. "Yes, sir," Atsuko nodded. Part 5. "Kaori, you have your juzu beads, yes?" Kaori nodded, while thinking again and again, inside of her head, that it was Megumi's funeral. She couldn't believe it. Wasn't a funeral always supposed to be something for old people? It had no relation to Kaori. A funeral was something her mother and father went to while Kaori watched the house. Yet Kaori had to go. Her mother, who had helped from beginning to end, had left the house. There was help to be given at the funeral. Kaori saw her leave and watched TV with Akira. She was with Akira, sitting in the living room, but none of the contents of the program made it into her thoughts. Watching an ordinary program felt terrible strange. Somehow it all felt so inappropriate. The images, the sounds, they all slid over her consciousness without taking hold. "Hey, Kaori." At Akira's voice, Kaori gave a half-hearted response. "It's kinda weird, huh?" "What is?" "3 people died in one swoop in Yamari, right? That was just a little while ago. Then on top of that this time, it's Megumi. Megumi was pretty healthy until just recently, wasn't she? Then, all of a sudden, like..." "That's right. Even though nothing happened, just dying out of the blue like that, yeah? 3 people. Megumi too, huh? I'd get it if something happened, if she'd been hospitalized for a while, but..." Kaori turned her gaze to Akira's extremely solemn profile. "But the truth is, nothing happened." "That's true, but..." Akira said, still looking at the TV. "It's kind of strange." Kaori didn't reply. She couldn't turn it aside saying these kind of things happened. Kaori was certain that was something that she would never be able to do with this. Like someone could just suddenly cease to be there anymore like this. And of course, if she couldn't do that, then that the same programs as usual could be broadcast, that she could be sitting with her little brother like this in the tea room, that somewhere someone was having a similar all-night vigil and a funeral. Like it was nothing at all, like nothing special or important happened, that it could all be handled thusly absolutely was a mistake. But because Kaori couldn't express that well, she settled for quietly nodding. Something was strange. While she thought, the program ended and she stood. "I'll be back." Kaori pushed the wrinkles out of her uniform, took a small pouch with her, and left the house. She was sure come September she would hate to wear this uniform again. Heading out, today's weather was sunny. The gaping blue skies, the bright white lights, the reflection off of the asphalt was blinding. She narrowed her eyes against it, trudgingly walking along. The road she was used to taking every morning. The way she had walked many, many times to invite Megumi. Yet, as she neared the specific house, it was as unfamiliar as an unknown house. The flower wreaths and the black and white walls. The tent beside the gateposts, the people gathered in the street. Those people, too, were all in black and white. That was why the one a little ahead in gray pants stood out so terribly. He was standing amidst black and white. A white shirt and gray uniform pants, a tall and thin figure. Right next to him was a girl in a white and light blue uniform, so all the more he stood out. "He came to the funeral for you." It was just a little, but she felt happiness. A white shirt, well-starched, clean creased pants. Even if it was the same uniform, it looked different on him somehow. Do all boys from the city have that air about them? She wondered. Right beside him stood a boy in a black and white outfit. Even though he and that boy had a similar hairstyle, something about it looked different. What was different or how, Kaori didn't know. "Aren't you glad, Megumi?" She whispered in her heart, and until a housewife from the neighborhood urged her to enter, Kaori continued to gaze at him. Megumi remembered the late summer greeting card when the incense was being burned. The sutras were still being chanted, but most of the condolence callers gathered in the tatami room stepped outside once the incense was burned. Kaori slipped through the waves of people who had left the room, towards the entryway. In the entrance way, right at the stairway was a black and white curtain blocking the way. Right in front of that was a desk with gifts of gratitude for attendance piled up. It wasn't a situation in which she could easily go upstairs. What should I do? Hurriedly leaving the entryway, those who would be in the funeral procession were loitering out front. Seen split off a ways from that was Natsuno, talking to a girl next to him. It was a face she had seen a few mornings. She had seen her talking to Natsuno several times, too. If she remembered right, she was a girl from his neighborhood, right? Muto Ai she was called, she believed. She remembered Megumi saying, as if relieved, that she was 2 grades above Natsuno. What should I do? Once again, Kaori turned towards the entryway. The black and white curtain, the people in black and white forming a line there. If she tried to give it to him another day, then Kaori didn't have more than a scrap of a vague idea where his house was. Kaori sucked in a small breath and worked her way through the crowds of people towards Natsuno. You're Yuuki-san, aren't you?" Being meekly called out to, Natsuno lightly furrowed his brows. And, a curt voice answered. "I am Tanaka Kaori. I am Megumi's childhood friend." HNN. Kaori was aware herself of her voice becoming higher pitched. I am sorry. There is something that I would like to deliver to you no matter what. Tomorrow, may I have you please meet with me someplace?" The young man beside him poked at Natsuno. "Natsuno, you sly dog, you." What? After glaring at the young man, he looked to Kaori. What do you want to deliver to me? That's. It isn't me so much as Megumi, it is from Megumi. What's the point of that? Natsuno made a sharp-eyed expression. I only came because our parents know each other. I'm not exactly close with Shimizu. I don't have any reason to accept anything from her. But, as if he didn't hear what Kaori was saying at him, Natsuno turned back to the young man at his side. Let's go, Toru-chan, it's hot here. But the procession. The young man seemed to be looking back and forth between Natsuno and Kaori, but Natsuno was less hospitable. It's fine, isn't it, even if we don't stay just to watch. I don't have any obligation to stand in for the burial, and with no shade around just don't want to. Saying such carelessly, Natsuno prodded the young man. He smiled as if he had forgotten Kaori. You're gonna treat me to shaved ice, right? Natsuno, you sure about that? Tamatsu asked, looking behind them as Natsuno glared at him. Tamatsu held up both hands. Sorry, Yuki coyed. Who was that? Like I know. You sure about that, being so cold with her? She wanted to deliver it, isn't that an article of the deceased? I don't have any reason to accept it. Even if you don't have a reason, she does. That's why she bothered to stop you at all. But I hate Shimizu. Ai looked at Natsuno with shock. Natsu, you're scum. Leave me alone. She was always trying to get involved with me, it was just sad, man. You're going to speak that badly about a girl who's gone. Even if you say that much, I really didn't even know her, Natsuno said, looking to Ai sulkily. I didn't even really have a reason to attend the funeral, but Dad kept pushing, go, go, and you guys were so noisy about me coming with you, so I just came along. I didn't even have enough of a connection to her for that, from the start. But delivering an article of the dead would mean it's a distribution of mementos. It's just police to say thanks and accept it. I refuse. Accepting a memento of someone you don't even know, that well just feels wrong, doesn't it? Tamatsu gave an exaggerated shrug. You really do just do whatever you feel like, huh? Then, if it was Tamakan, you'd take it. If it's just accepting it, I could at least do that much. But I might throw it away later. Which one of us is scum, huh? Toru sighed. You two really are bratty kids, huh? What's that? The two asked threateningly, earning a forced smile from Toru. Well, it's fine. Let's go grab a shaved ice. It's definitely unbearably hot. Part 6. Biting her lip, Kaori went up the mountain path. When she raised her eyes to the front of the line, the coffin with a white cloth draped over it was solemnly going up the hill. The shadows falling from the tips of the firs were a gloomy blue, and in exchange for a break in the midsummer heat wave, the mountain path, whose wild underbrush was mowed away at the last moment, left the densely lingering smell of dirt and grass. Megumi was being sucked away into the firs. Megumi. Kaori tightly gripped her juzu beads. It was too fast of a death. She must have had regrets. How many things undone were there? Thinking of that, Natsuno, who had completely turned his back on her, was loathsome. She had wanted to deliver it to him because it was filled with her feelings. Surely she must have desperately longed to send it. And yet, cruel. Even though Megumi was dead, even though she was no longer here, even though it was so pitiable, Natsuno didn't feel an ounce of it towards Megumi. And it wasn't just Natsuno. Kaori turned an ear to the murmurings of the adults surrounding her who were climbing upwards. A sudden death, she was too young, poor Shimizu-san. What made her die so suddenly anyway, even though she was always so healthy? From there, the conversation slid. Someone from such and such lost their child, in a family someone else knew. Talk of people who had no connection to Megumi, and then talk of Yamari. Idle gossip that had nothing to do with death. And then suddenly, the topic returned back over to Megumi. In the first place, when nobody knew where she was before Bon, that time, what happened anyway? And from there, whispers she couldn't bear to hear. There was no mistaking something happened. After all, she was such a capacious girl, they knew it'd come to this someday. It's cruel, isn't it, Megumi? Nobody was grieving Megumi's death. Even though Megumi had died, she wasn't being treated as if she had. The head of the procession halted. With her head hung in shame, biting her lip, Kaori didn't notice that, continuing forward ahead and bumping into a girl's back. Between the trees was a long and narrow plot where the grass was mowed away, and there was opened in the dirt a deep black hole. Kaori was suddenly stiff with dread and nerves, the hole that would swallow Megumi. Megumi would be put in there, buried, and vanish from this world. The forest of firs held countless graves, It had swallowed up this many dead already, and it would probably go on to swallow many more. And one day, Kaori's own turn would come. One day. Megumi, too, no doubt thought someday. But it was already Megumi's turn. Nobody knew when it would be. In that case, even Kaori's turn could come. How could she state emphatically that it wouldn't be tomorrow? Someday, possibly even tomorrow, it could be, the day after tomorrow, it really was coming someday, the day Kaori would be swallowed up in a hole and no longer be in this world. I'm scared. Just imagining it was terrifying, and then, when she thought about Megumi going off to that, desperation hit her. She couldn't avoid that, no matter what. Before the trembling Kaori's very eyes, the coffin was lowered down upon platforms like a ladder. The manager of the mourning crew rang a small bell, and the junior monk from the temple began reciting the sutras. Minute by minute, hour by hour, the time when Megumi would be severed from this world drew nearer. Poor Megumi. Even though she was just 15. Yes, just 15. Megumi, born in August, was for a small time the same age as Kaori, born in June. That's right, she thought. Megumi was the same age as Kaori. If Megumi died, then it wouldn't be strange for Kaori to die either. She would almost have been 16, Kaori thought, realizing it really would have been just a little further. Megumi's birthday was August 26th. There were no stylish articles to dress up with in the village, so Kaori rarely went out to the town of Mizobe. Recently, when brought along casually by her mother to do some shopping, she had bought a present for Megumi, she remembered. It was properly wrapped. She was supposed to give that to her, and yet. Kaori turned her head to look back. The Shimizu family graves were near the Su-no-Yama mountain, not too deep in. From here it wasn't far to Kaori's house. Why couldn't she have remembered earlier? They could have lowered it into the hole with her. Ma'am. Kaori turned to look at Hiroko, who had been crying her eyes out. I prepared a present for Megumi-chan. Would I be able to go back to get it? I want to put it into the grave with her. Hiroko opened her eyes and gave a troubled look to the people around her. The men with the rope in hand lowering the coffin, too, exchanged troubled glances. Even if you ask now, it's you know. Now, said a small voice from Kaori's mother, what is this all of a sudden? You're being a pest. One of the working men spoke as if to take back the sentiment. No, I'm sure just the feelings alone would have made the deceased happy. I mean, whether it's really put in or not isn't what matters. That's right, nodded several people, and Hiroko too gave a sad smile. Thank you, Kaori-chan, but the feeling is enough. Yes, ma'am. Kaori hung her head in shame. Nobody understood Kaori's feelings, even though Megumi was dead, even though Kaori lost Megumi. Raised a quiet voice, that of the junior monk. How about perhaps allowing her to go and bring it? Kaori raised her face. She was met with a mild and gentle smile. It will take time to place the dirt after all. Could we not leave an opening at the front bedside portion? She is her friend, isn't she? In that case, I think that Megumi-chan would want us to do this, too, and if the young lady holds onto the present that she had gone through the trouble to prepare, there will be sentiments within her heart as well that will be difficult for her to bury. Ha, said the working men. If the junior monk's saying so, then. Thank you very much. Kaori lowered her head. Realizing that her feelings were understood, she was truly happy. The young monk gave a peaceful nod. Be careful on your way. Part 7. Natsuno returned to his room and stripped off his uniform, throwing it recklessly aside. Succumbing to the hot air trapped in his room, he opened the window. For an instant he moved to close the curtain as usual, but he soon remembered there was no need to sew that. Right, there's no need to do that anymore. Natsuno stared out the window into the firs looming close their backyard. There was only a low stone wall left as the barrier to the backyard. It was indeed an antiqued and mossed over the old stone wall, but it only came up to about Natsuno's calf. Still, it was a tentative boundary line. Within the wall were a dense thicket of growth. Looking at it from Natsuno's bedroom window, one had a full frontal view of it. The underbrush about half as tall as Natsuno were, according to his mother, raspberry plants. Megumi's dead. In those raspberries' shadows, pressed up against the trunk of a fir, Natsuno knew that Megumi stood there time and time again. It started when the weather became less severe. It became incessant during spring break. Then for a while there had been longer stretches, but lately it had picked up again. From the bowers, she stared at the window. Natsuno did know, of course, what that meant. Megumi was always like that, Natsuno thought, visiting the house of her one-sided love, secretly peeping through the window. That was probably, as seen by Megumi herself, a brave and lovable thing to do. He was certain she was doing that to play the part of a maiden in love, enjoying the pain of one-sided feelings to its fullest. Maybe she even had expectations of it, like that the one who found her standing there that would be touched by Megumi's love and accept and return her feelings. But Natsuno would emphatically pass on that role. Megumi didn't get it. Megumi was caught up in her own little world, without a thought to spare to the likes of the other's mind in the matter. If that weren't the case, then she shouldn't have been able to fail to realize that of course Natsuno would be uncomfortable with her peeking into his house like this, invading his privacy. Give me a break, he thought. Megumi had expectations of certain courtesies from Natsuno. It was expected that today, he should grieve even the loss of that girl, should thankfully receive her articles. He was supposed to be touched by Megumi's sentiments, or maybe she'd have liked him to let a single tear slip out. Like a school play. What Megumi expected Natsuno to be was her partner in what was nothing more than a high school romantic drama. What that girl expected of Natsuno was to take on the role of the one-sided love interest of the heroine who died young and tragically. That was the role that everybody was assigning to Natsuno. A boy from the big city who moved into the village set up as a foil to her, or possibly the one with emptiness in his heart from the harsh city life, the one who didn't notice her there. While thrusting these roles onto people, Natsuno was condemned to follow their script. No one really, not a one, realized that it was just a self-centered scenario she had set up for herself. A real laugh. Natsuno spit outwards into the raspberry fields. Natsuno hated Megumi. He knew what Megumi expected. Those were expectations Megumi came up with on her own. But Megumi was not aware that those were nothing more than self-important expectations. She wanted him to say this, to respond like this. While she didn't state that up front, she tried to direct the flow of conversation to make him say the expected lines, to take the expected actions. I'm not very sophisticated compared to those city girls, huh? Natsuno-kun, you hate me, don't you? You look like you're going to tell me not to even look at you again or something. It was exploitation to get what he wasn't putting out. Natsuno was firmly set against having the role she wanted him to play thrust onto him. But in this village, people not only threw themselves into those kind of exchanges, they didn't even realize they were being made to play a part, or worse still, they thought it was a virtue, to play to their partner's expectations. It's a village-wide circus act. Megumi cast Natsuno as her partner in her love story on her own. While doing as much, Megumi herself was only acting the part of a love story's heroine, in nothing more than a superficial dream. It wasn't something she longed for with any urgency. She was just playing a girl in love, immersed in her own self-satisfaction. Megumi was the incredibly predictable, not remotely complex type. But Natsuno thought. Even that Megumi had one single thing that she would put on a serious face for, and that was when talking about the city. She said she hated the village, wanted to go out to the city. In that alone could he see a real drive in her, and on that alone did Natsuno sympathize. Megumi was always saying she was going to a college in a city. To tell the truth, Natsuno didn't really believe it. While making a fuss that she was definitely going to go, Megumi didn't show any signs of actually preparing to do that. Saying she wanted to go here or there for school, when offering up names she had nothing but ones she'd just heard in passing, which were all good schools, and yet Megumi didn't care about her own grades. Natsuno wanted to leave the village too. To do that, he thought, he would go to a college in a city come hell or high water. That was why he was preparing for that. If he could at least just return to the city, he wouldn't be picky about the college or the department, he had even thought. Looking at it from that enduring Natsuno's perspective, he didn't think that Megumi's so-called escape plan had much feasibility. And that while she might have said this and that, in the end Megumi would, just like it seemed had apparently happened with high school entrance exams, at the 11th hour, find some reason like that her parents wouldn't permit it and betray herself. She'd be stopped up in the village while saying someday for sure, and doubtlessly take up root in the village. He thought of Megumi as that kind of person, but Natsuno did at least have the feeling that the sentiment of wanting to leave the village was sincere. And Megumi died. Megumi really did break out of Satoba, through death. Or maybe it should have been said that death allowed her out of Sotoba, or that she wouldn't have broken out at all by any means other than death. Maybe the same went for him. Part 8. The burial finished, the party returned to the Shimizu house, gathering in the tatami room for the meal. Seishin had done nothing more than perform the simple ceremony, and thus was as usual hesitant about sitting at the guest of honor's seat at the head of the table. Megumi's grandfather, Shimizu Tokyoru, was once a central figure, having taken part in the village diet. In his youth, he was vigorous and prosperous, with an abundance of anecdotes to tell. Shimizu Takeo, his son, too, was an extraordinarily upright man. The hot-blooded and easily excited Tokuro and the cool and theoretical Shimizu were mirror opposites, yet with a thread of commonality between them, so Seishin had thought for a long time. But those two were seated as if beaten down. If it was rare to see Tokuro so worn down as to not express his emotions, then it was also rare for Shimizu to openly display his emotions without regard for who was watching. Hiroko was both, yet neither. When you thought that the dam would break and she would wail and cry, she sat like an expressionless doll. When you thought that the comforting words from around her were earning a look on her face as if finding some peace, she would talk of her own grief, and in doing that, like the lid was off the barrel of her emotions, her voice wrung out with sobs. She would cry for a while when her eyes would raise like cloudy glass orbs, and as if a spring was cut fell into lethargic despondency. The three seemed as if they hadn't come back to themselves. They most likely must have felt that a part of them was deserted in the mountains. Seishin again had no words for the situation. Seeing them like this, he knew the words, "Do not be too broken-spirited," would hold no meaning. Megumi was too young. It was probably impossible not to be broken-spirited. Tokyoru, who always looked 10 years younger than he was, today seemed more aged than his years, and the same to Hiroko. Her back rounded as she slouched forward with her head hung, mysteriously overlapped with that of Gatto Fuki in his mind. It would be best to be prepared. The words suddenly came to mind. Yes, it would be best to be prepared. Accept Megumi's death, and prepare to stand again from that even a moment sooner. You can't be discouraged. You must not dwell in this grief. But how can I say something like that to all of these people here now? Seishin turned his eyes to Hiroko, with her open sobs. At times acting like the Shimizu he remembered, his hand would go to Tokyoru's back, as if protecting his aged father, but at the same time it seemed as if he were clinging to his father, earnestly trying to keep himself in check. That was heartbreaking, and at the same time something about it looked dangerous. These people were all past their limits in bearing the shock of Megumi's death. Right now, their hands were full with that, and to want anything more of them was cruelty. Nonetheless, Seishin couldn't help but want to pat each and every one of them on the back and say that they mustn't be brought down. The thing was that Seishin himself didn't know why he felt such an impatient unease. But it would be no good to do it like that. He had to stop the crying quickly. When children cry, the oni come. Chapter 8 Translation Notes. General, Juzo, prayer beads used in Japanese Buddhism. Their use is similar to a Catholic rosary, with beads meant to keep track of counting the sutras while they are chanted. There is also the belief that the good karma leaking off from the chanting of sutras may reside in the juzu. Sutras are typically chanted 108 times, as there are believed to be 108 attachments or afflictions that plague man. If more than 108 are to be chanted, some sects start going backwards around the ring of beads to signify breaking the cycle of death and rebirth. The shapes vary between sects, as do the appropriate ways of holding them when in use. The formal, larger ones with 108 beads are typically two-ringed, with or without 2 to 4 smaller beads dispersed between them. Informal ones may have fewer than 108, are a single ring, and have between 18 and 45 beads, usually in some number that divides evenly into 108. Men's informal juzu tend to have larger but fewer beads, women more but smaller. The tassels also come in forms ranging from loose to braided to bald. The tassel style is largely a matter of taste. The appropriate way to hold them between the hands, over one hand, over both, beneath the thumbs, etc. varies by sect. Chapter 8-2. Megumi refers to Natsuno with Sama in her postcard. In formal and very proper letter writing, it isn't uncommon to refer to recipient with Sama, even if that would certainly never be used in interactions. This should not be mistaken for a fawning, empty-headed idol worship form of address. Chapter 8.3. Dance of the Straw Coat. A form of torture that involved wrapping a person in a straw coat, as was at times used as a raincoat in the feudal era, and lighting them on fire. It was a form of torture often used on Christians during their persecution in Japan. Chapter 8.5. The flower wreaths and the black and white walls. Typical scenery at a Japanese funeral. It's not unusual to have the service and all-night vigil in the home, particularly in small areas with no funeral parlor or undertaker. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 9. Part 1. News of Yasumori Juichi's death reached the temple the day after Shimizu Megumi's funeral, when Bon came to a close. Seishin took the message, thinking, indeed it had come to this. The night before, he had received contact from both Toshio and the Marayasu sawmill that he was in critical condition. Even before that, it was clear that Juichi, who had already been suffering for a long time now, didn't have long left. With that perhaps as the reason, the voice of Kazunari from the Marayasu sawmill was exceedingly calm in relaying his death. During this Bon, all members of the family had gathered and were able to spend the holidays with Juichi, and they were glad for that, said Kazunari. While taking the message, Seishin was composed enough to offer words of comfort about how Juichi was likely able to begin his journey satisfied with that. Kazunari-san is managing the sawmill splendidly, and Kazuya-kun has a fine wife. This may be rude to say, but I think that Juichi-san was free of worries or regrets. That's right, Kazunari said into the receiver, seeming to be smiling. We were unable to show him a great-grandchild, so as far as disappointments go, there is indeed one. But still, having a good wife in the family, it seemed that father was pleased with that much. That may be so. The wife and my son's wife got along well with him, too. My old man struggled to the end, trying not to be selfish with them. It's true, Seishin could nod, without any staging involved. Seishin was the same, caring for a patient who was, rather than having health that seesawed up and down, taking 2 steps back for every step forward. He understood well the emotions of those of the Marayasu household. You have truly worked hard, Kazunari-san and Juichi-san alike. Thank you, Kazunari said, his voice becoming tight. He's died, has he? Juichi-san? Asked Mitsuo as Seishin hung up the phone. Yes, just now at the National Hospital. The morning cruise manager for Monzon is Tokujiro-san, who is a relative, so Tomo Sadaichi-san will probably assume the role. Is that so? Sighed Mitsuo. Now that it's come to losing Juichi-san, Sumi-kun and his father and brother will have to help us, won't they? Seishin nodded. Yasumori Juichi, until he had passed it on to his younger brother Tokujiro, had served as the parish family representative. He had also helped as the leader of the temple helpers, making him an integral person to the temple. For a funeral for such a man, Seishin and an attendant monk would not suffice. As the acting head, he would need to have several others involved to serve the role of the assistants to the head priest. They would also have to seek consultation on determining his posthumous name with the honorary Ingu. This is gonna be hard, Ike sighed. With that said, it'll be easier in a way than Megumi's, though. Tsurumi's face furrowed. You're saying such impudent things again. That's true, said Mitsuo, turning to face the blackboard as he shook his head. We shouldn't say it, but now that you've said it, it certainly will be easier. Shuji-san and Megumi-chan and the like, those funerals where the older ones are burying the younger ones, put a strain on us too. At Mitsuo's words, Seishin, of course, everyone really, did let out a relieved breath. It was a peaceful death, Seishin thought. Of course, that didn't change what it meant to be dead, but this felt how death was supposed to. A reasonable death. An old man returning to the mountains. He was born as a human, spent his youth in the village, performed his work and built a family, and was then finished with his tasks. It was as if he could watch him from behind as he departed with a self-composed gait into the mountains. At last he was freed from his sickbed, from his suffering, and his family too released from their fear and concern on his behalf. To Juichi perhaps it was a blessing. He went on not to know the tragedies to come. In his heart, Seishin folded his hands, wondering about his own thoughts. What were the tragedies to come? What tragedies could have been in store for Juichi beyond this? Juichi was ill. His family nursed him fruitlessly, his condition worsening day by day, and he'd heard that in the end he couldn't even lift up from his pillow. The man's own agony must have been severe, and he must have had concerns about troubling those around him, and of course, he must have had uneasiness regarding his own impending death, without a doubt. Ending short any remaining years of being bound to the bed in ever-increasing agony, when one thought about it, might have been a blessing indeed. But he went on not to know the tragedies to come, was subtly a different sentiment than that. Seishin considered his own thoughts and then found the unease within himself. Shuji's death was a tragedy. Megumi's death, too, was another tragedy. And it was just the start of a string of serial tragedies. Death spread through the village as a disease to bring on repeated tragedies to come. That was his premonition. Part 2. Doctor, something from Tajima National Health Institutes arrived. Were you waiting on something? At Toada's voice, Toshio looked up from the document he was reading. It was the written report on Jiichi's death from somebody he knew at the National Hospital. As expected, Jiichi had pneumonia. The cause of death was gram-positive cocci and arrhythmia caused by heart failure. It's come. Sorry, but could you fish out just Megumi-chan's results for me? Megumi, Shimizu-chan you mean? Right, Toshio said, as Toada nodded knowledgeably and turned back. Soon there was the sound of someone hurrying, and Mewtwo rather than Toada came back with a single sheet of paper. Sorry about that, Mewtwo-san. Toshio took the test results and looked to the main entries. Her total red blood cell count, white blood cell count, and platelet count were down, and her hemoglobin concentration and hematocrit were reduced as well. In contrast, her reticulocyte count was high, and her serum iron levels, TIBC, and serum ferritin levels were normal. Toshio's brows furrowed. These were not happy results. How is it? Being spoken to, Toshio finally realized that Mewtwo was still standing in front of his desk, trying to peek himself. He felt like telling him to let it go, but Mewtwo was close to Shimizu. Never mind that Toshio was the one to say it was anemia, Megumi did suddenly die. Regardless of the difference in degree of sentiment, Mewtwo may have been the same in feeling some kind of guilt or something towards Shimizu. Ah yeah, anemia after all. Toshio took a breath. There was anemia, but while it was anemia, it wasn't iron deficiency anemia. I misdiagnosed. That can't be. Mewtwo made a grievous face. Serum iron levels, TBIC and serum ferritin, all of them are entirely within the normal range. If it were iron deficiency anemia, then their levels not being low is strange. But the results only came back today, Mewtwo said, dismayed. That's right, you couldn't have made an accurate diagnosis until the results came in. You aren't a fortune teller after all. The reason the results came back late was because it was the Bon holiday. It's nothing for you to get that worked up over, Toshio said with a strained smile. Anemia is usually iron deficiency anemia. Especially since she was a young girl, any doctor would suspect that first. Certainly saying that there was nothing to worry about without due consideration was my mistake, but the inside of his mouth was bitter, but once he'd spit the words out and acknowledged it, it felt better. It might have been better to hurry the results. If I'd done that, then at least the worst-case scenario might have been avoided. That's what I was thinking, but somehow or another it looks like that's not how it was. Huh? Toshio took a calculator out from the desk drawer. Mean corpuscular volume, mean corpuscular hemoglobin concentration. He tried to calculate them roughly based off of the red blood cell count, hemoglobin concentration, and the hematocrit. And the reticulocyte count are high. That mean normocytic normochromic anemia, then. Mewtwo blinked. What is that? There are 3 general classifications of anemia. If it was iron deficiency anemia, it would be microcytic hypochromic anemia. With macrocytic hypochromic anemia, that's 3. Normocytic normochromic anemia occurs with acute bleeding or possibly hemolysis, and if not that, then aplastic anemia or secondary anemia. But in Megumi-chan's case, there weren't any particular external wounds, and there were no signs of heavy internal bleeding. Total bilirubin, direct reacting bilirubin, LDH, haptoglobin, each of them are within normal parameters. That means the odds of hemolysis are low. With her high reticulocyte count, the odds of aplastic anemia are low. No problems with her other biochemical results either. Mewtwo blinked, tilting his head. So, what does that mean that it was? I don't know. Toshio toyed with the exam results in his hand. I don't really know the cause, but at least what is confirmed is that it was secondary anemia. Besides sudden death, there was something wrong with some part of her body. And that it was a big problem that couldn't be discerned from a glance. It was that problem that led to the anemia showing. And so, an example would be, like I know, even if these results came out the day I examined her, all I'd have been able to do is a re-examination. The most I could have done is look if there was something wrong somewhere somehow with a thorough analysis, but there wasn't enough time for me to have done that and gotten any results. That's what it means. Ah, Mutu said, seeming slightly relieved. Is that so? This wouldn't likely have gotten any different result if I'd sent her straight to the university hospital or to a large hospital with the appropriate equipment for one of their top physicians to examine her. I mean, there were only 3 days until it was all over. That's why even if I were a fortune teller, it wouldn't have worked. Of course, even if a fortune teller could nail the cause, they wouldn't be able to provide treatment, but then it was, Mutu said, sounding as if it were complicated. Bad luck, wasn't it? Toshio gave an all the more bitter smile. It's possible there were symptoms besides anemia, though. If there were, they wouldn't have been something that just started that day or the day before, though. And that little lady had a habit of kicking up a fuss anytime anything felt the slightest bit off. So the people around her thought it was the usual too, took it lightly and forgot about it. Probably, I'd bet. Well, no matter what, it's nothing but speculation now. Megumi was already dead. The corpse was in the ground. In the heat that had become the norm, the decay was probably already fairly far along. He didn't think Shimizu would agree to a pathological autopsy now, and literally digging up old buried bones at this point wouldn't have a point. This must be what they mean by a natural lifespan, Mutu said, shaking his head as he spoke with deep emotion. All too short, all too out of our hands. Toshio nodded. You said it. Part 3. Yano T hurried through the afterglow of the dusk. Coming to Kamisatoba, she visited the Gadoda household. She peered into the house from the veranda, the thin smell of incense lingering from the inside. Gadoda Fuki, who had just lost her son, was bedridden in her dimly lit living room. The TV was on, empty and superficial shouts of joy flowing out. The entire scene was indeed lonely. It could only be thought of as highlighting Fuki's isolation. Fuki-san, her voice came from the veranda. Twice, 3 times it called out when Fuki finally stirred. It seemed like she had dozed off. T-chan. T spoke in a deliberately encouraging voice as Fuki tried to rise to meet her. I made too much for dinner again. I made it into a packed lunch. How about having it together? Fuki smiled and bowed her head in a nod. That movement was indeed that of an aging woman, and T realized a stirring in her chest. Fuki-san was getting smaller. Have we really gotten so old? She found herself thinking lately, 3 times more than usual. Sorry for the trouble all the time, Fuki smiled at T. It's fine, I just made too much is all. T came up into the living room and placed the wrapped goods onto the low table, opening them up. Fuki rose to prepare the tea, but the kitchen she had started towards was already cleaned up, with no signs of having prepared dinner for herself. Would hot tea work, I wonder? I wouldn't mind. Barley tea could be good too. She waited for Fuki to return to the living room. As if Fuki were worn out, something about her footsteps seemed unsteady. I thought you might not need me to make dinner for you, but it looks like it wasn't a problem. Are you eating right? Fuki gave a smile that seemed forced. I wonder if I'm suffering from the summer heat? It seemed like so much work. That's no good, not eating like that. That's true, Fuki nodded. Opening the lid to the offerings, she wanted to say, it looks delicious, but she didn't seem to have much sign of an appetite. Bit by bit, T used her chopsticks to portion it out with her. Fuki-chan, won't you move in with one of your children? T asked. Shuji had died, but she still had 2 children left. My son did say for me to come, Fuki said, disinterested. Wouldn't that be better? It's not safe, an old lady living alone. So I can't get motivated. By the time you are motivated, you might not be able to move anymore. If you're living together, if you're going to live with them, then you should try to be useful while your body's still in food condition. If you end up having to be taken care of, nobody will come to live with you. That's true, was said again with a clear air of indifference. Fuki-san, isn't your face seeming pale? Oh, Fuki tilted her head. I wonder if you aren't sick. Somehow it seems you might be. Before she was asleep and such, and it seemed she had no appetite. T peered at her childhood friend's face. You must be worn out, yes. With 2 funerals, it's to be expected, yes. T nodded. Funerals took a toll on the elderly, especially when it was a family member or someone around the same age who died. A lethargy hit, as if the energy were sapped out of them. More than being merely worn out by the little tasks involved, the confirmation that you were at an age where it wouldn't be odd to die like that too brought you down. Are you all right? Fuki nodded. Her shoulders were hunched, her eyes rounded, and she shook her head feebly. The life was sucked out of her, that's how it looked to T. Wouldn't it be better to move in with somebody after all? Yurwil will come back. For a while, Fuki didn't answer. She stared into her teacup for a time, then at last let out a small murmur. I'm seeing dreams of Shuji. Fuki smiled at T, who blinked. I saw a dream that Shuji came back to me. I wonder if Shuji is coming to take me with him. Fuki-san, that's no good, that kind of thinking. It was a dream, but I don't want to leave the village. If I go too far away, I have the feeling I won't see any more dreams like that, so. Fuki smiled. T cast her eyes down. Even if he was dead, she understood well the feeling of not wanting to go too far away from her son. Then you'll have to buck up. At T's words, that's true, Fuki murmured. Part 4. Summer vacation, as usual after Bon, was in excess of spare time. Murasako Mas idly strolled out of the shop. His aging father made eyes at him as if about to say, why don't you help out in the store once in a while? But he didn't give him the chance to open his mouth, easing out of the store successfully. That said, he by no means had any place in particular he was going to. In this heat, going through the trouble of getting on the bus to go hang out somewhere was too much work. Matsuo didn't have any particular lessons, nor did he go to cram school. If there was something to leave the village for, he could find somebody to hang out with and somewhere to go, but if he was making do with what was in the village, his options were limited to the mutis. There weren't that many in the village his age. Amongst them, half of them were girls, and about half of the boys were flying off to clubs or cram school. They fell into their own groups based on that, and they didn't have much interaction with those like Masao, cloistered up in the village, whose only ability was gossip. Reluctantly, he started towards the Mudu house. It wasn't that he particularly disliked Mudu Tamatsu or Tamatsu's family, by any means, but the feeling that if he went there he'd meet someone he did hate was heavy. That said, there was no place else to go, and being in his own house would end up even less fun, so there was no choice. When he went to the Mudu house, Tamatsu's lightly welcomed him. "Tea upstairs," she said, and so he went up to Tamatsu's room where, even though it was Friday, there was Toru there and Natsuno, too. Clicking his tongue in his mind, he turned his gaze to Toru. "Toru-chan, you're off today." "Yup, post-Bon vacation." "What's this post stuff?" "We didn't take a proper vacation during Bon itself. A different bunch claimed the break before us. So vacations got split up into Bon and after Bon." "That sounds sucky." "What does?" Toru laughed. "I wouldn't have dared take it. This is what you call consideration. I didn't really have anywhere to go on a trip to anyway, so I was fine without taking the extended break. Since I worked it for them, now they owe me. That's an adult secret to success in life." That's kind of, he laughed, taking a glance towards Natsuno, who looked disinterested, rolling about on Tamatsu's bed looking at a magazine. "Oi, Natsuno," being called out to, Natsuno glowered at Masao, probably because he didn't like being called by his name. He fought down the feel of a sour stomach, continuing on. "I heard you refused Megumi's mamito. And that's cold, isn't it? Like, do you have some kind of emotional deficiency? Normally, who'd talk about the articles of a dead young girl like they're unclean. You don't have any sense of consideration for anyone else's feelings at all, do you? What are you saying about her dying young? We could die as soon as tomorrow, too. That's why I'm saying, don't you feel sorry for someone who died around their first year in high school? That's retarded. Humans never know when or how they're gonna die. It's all a matter of probability. Probabilities aren't concerned with personal feelings or individual traits either. Even if you know that, isn't it human not to think a first-year high schooler would die? We'd have a lot of regrets if we were in Shimizu's shoes. Being worried over something as extraneous as that's proof you're just worried about your own self. This isn't about someone else's death. I'd worry more about living your life in a way that leave you with regrets. So you think it's fine to turn down someone's old, unfulfilled emotions. You're fine if you get treated like that. Fine with what? If I'm dead, I won't even know. Afterwards you become fields and mountains, don't they say? Shimizu is crying down in her grave right now. You think the dead cry. She might come after you with a grudge. Oni come for bad little children. You're too old for that kind of naivety. Toru smiled. It's an old country thing. Try sharing the info. Your old man at your place'll weep tears of joy. Honestly, Natsuno sighed and closed the magazine. Then I guess I'll go home to make my old man happy. Sure, later. Raising his hand, Toru and Tamatsu raised their hands in response, and Natsuno stepped out of the room. They could hear the light sounds of him going downstairs. What a cheeky punk, Masao muttered, though Toru nor Tamatsu gave a response. They must have heard, but instead they attentively watched what looked like an uninteresting TV program on the TV. That's jerk, he's really cold, isn't he? Hey Tamatsu, don't you think so? Tamatsu lightly tased a shoulder. Well, it's true he comes off cool. He doesn't just come off that way, that's how he really is, isn't it? I can't believe it, how do you guys put up with him, Tamatsu, Toru-chan? What Natsuno says has a ring of truth to it, I guess. Tamatsu's on his side too. That's not the problem, even I feel sorry for Shimizu. I don't think I could take dying at that age, but to tell the truth, it's not really my problem. I mean, our dads know each other well, and when I was younger I'd played with her, but we're not at an age to play together anymore, and if we didn't go to and come home from school the same way, I'd never see her. I was surprised and I felt sorry for her, but it's the same kind of sorry I'd feel about something I saw in the paper. It's not like it's hard on me in any kind of way. Ah, that's too bad, is about as much as I think of it. Aren't you the same? I mean, you didn't have any connection to Shimizu at all. That's true, but even still, it's hard on the family and her friends, so when you meet with them, you at least make like it's hard on you. That's just being cooperative. Making Natsuno, except that's a lost cause though. That's the problem, isn't it? It's basically fine, ain't it? In Natsuno's case, he's consistent about it. If it was his own parent or friend who died, even if other people acted like it wasn't their problem, he probably wouldn't care. That's consistent in its own way. Isn't that just more of a problem? If your parents die and you go to distribute their goods and someone refuses, anyone who doesn't get mad at that's not even human. Toru gave a strained smile. Natsuno might seem indifferent, but on the other hand, he's rational and fair. For example, even if you accuse him like that, he won't try to get us on his side. He probably wouldn't tell us to get mad with him. Told as much by Toru, Masao's mouth warped sullenly. He had the feeling that was meant as a criticism of himself. Using this case as an example, if we took Natsuno's side and criticized your behavior instead, he probably wouldn't get high-handed about it. The most he'd do is say leave it alone, probably. It's a problem between him and you, so the rest of Sotoba can stay out of it, he'd say. When it comes to that, Natsuno's thorough. So that's how it's going. It's just an example. Well, since that's how he is, it's fine as it is. You too, if Natsuno's attitude get you so mad, you don't have to get mad at every little thing. If you just don't like him, you can just ignore him, right? I have to face him at all, because you guys are always taking care of him. Don't pin this on me, Masa said, standing up. Masa. I'm leaving, he said shortly, heading down the stairs. It was like he was the one being blamed. Mas didn't have any particular interest in Natsuno. He never wanted to hang out with him, but since Toru and the others were always looking after him, he kept having run-ins with him. To start with, wasn't Natsuno the one cutting in? Normally, if you didn't get along with somebody in a group, wouldn't you keep from entering into that group? But Natsuno was irritatingly shameless, and knowing that they didn't get along, Toru and the others tacitly letting Natsuno in were irritating, too. Even though he's an outsider. Part 5. Taking the beer from the loading crate, Atsushi rang the buzzer. Oh my, thank you and sorry for the trouble. He wordlessly gave the housewife, who appeared the pack of canned beer, and promptly turned back. Summer was always packed with delivery runs. He was constantly out and about to the point where he hated it. When he thought about how it was unpaid labor, all the more so. Putting a check on the memo, he confirmed the next destination. There were 2 houses left, either of them a small distribution of either 1 bottle of soy sauce or 2 bottles of sake. If it's just a bottle or 2 of soy sauce, get it and bring it home yourself, he couldn't help thinking. Throwing the memo pad into the loading case, Atsushi drove off on his bike. He went by the palanquin in Monzon towards the village road. Flying down the village road without looking too closely at his surroundings, he narrowly appeared as if he'd run in with a car heading towards Kamisatoba. The driver turned to look back at Atsushi, who had slammed on the brakes. He looked about to say something, but he couldn't hear it with the window closed. Atsushi clicked his tongue. He watched the car off with a grudge. He had half a mind to chase after the car and kick his way into it. The truth, that he had ignored the stop sign, was pushed into the back of his consciousness. When he tried to take off on his bike, the engine stalled. That made Atsushi all the more frustrated. I can't take this shit. Youth all over the world sang songs in praise of summer. Atsushi was smoldering away his own here in this country town. There wasn't anything fun, nothing to stir his chest. He got yelled at by his dad and sent running errands. As Atsushi started the engine, he looked up along the village road. He ought to really race on up after them, drag the driver out and lay it on them. Even while he thought that, he understood that he'd likely do no such thing. There was no shadow of the car left. It turned off somewhere into the community of Kamisatoba. The road, with no signs of life, basked in the evening sun, stretching northward. Past here is Yamari, Atsushi thought. The old people died, and 3 people at once. One of them was a relative of Atsushi's. Seems wild dogs attacked the bodies and made a hell of a scene. He'd have liked a chance to see that, he thought. What did a dead person's body look like when all jumbled up? The late Okawa Jigoro was a nasty old relative of Atsushi's. With no talent for anything but finding faults in Atsushi, the doddering old far never once gave him any pocket money, never said anything but repeating his idle complaints. If he wasn't complaining about the same things, he'd be pointing out the same faults all the time. If you got annoyed and turned away, he'd shout after you. His old man made an unhappy face when Jigoro visited too, but Atsushi hated Jigoro too. That Jigoro was pulled apart and died. If he could see the corpse, he was sure he'd feel gratification. At the end of that road, wearing out the last embers of the setting sun's glow, at the end of the winding between those deep black-looking fir trees. A dead Jigoro, a dead Yamari. Mysteriously, he couldn't pull his eyes from that road. Lately, this happened a lot to Atsushi. If he came by this area, without fail, he'd end up staring like this at the road that continued into Yamari. I've gotta run the deliveries. Drop by drop, he was again using up gas that his old man would yell at him for. Thinking of that, a sudden disgust rose in Atsushi. Why the hell was he being made to do this shit anyway, he thought. Even while thinking as much, he worried about his dad and his gentle self put to work. Full of resentment at being made to go on deliveries like this, Atsushi impulsively turned the bike towards the northern village road, where Yamari was. Bursting open the throttle, the end of Kamisatoba was close at hand. He didn't even have the time to think that he was flying. Before his eyes was the road continuing on pinched between fir terries on either side. Atsushi's speed slowed. Jigoro was dead, torn to pieces. While he thought that sounded good to him, something sent a chill down the muscles of his back. Some kids had been talking about a dumb rumor when buying a juice at the vending machine in front of the shop. If you continued along this road, you'd come across the blood-stained elderly, it went. Their whole bodies were cobbled together, with one part of the body missing. If anyone passed by, they would ask if they knew where it was. How stupid. Would Jigoro have it in him to come out warped like that? Even if he did come out, the most he could do was stand there and grumble. But maybe because he'd heard that rumor, the lazily sloped hill road that lead into Yamari felt somehow bathed in a gloomy ambience. The firs were an umbrella over the road, and with only the rash western sun half-heartedly shining onto it, it felt all the darker still. Yamari. Dead bodies, the end of the community, uninhabited. Were Jigoro and the others' blood stains left as they were the remains of their bodies still left behind there? His back stiffened. He could feel himself growing frightened. But that shouldn't have been the case. He wanted to prove it to himself. He wanted to try going to Yamari, if have to hurry on that delivery. While thinking such, Atsushi slowly returned along the road. Swallowed up in the shadows of the firs, the surroundings grew quickly dark. As expected, the road seemed somehow wasted away. He went about the curve, and before him were firs, behind him were firs, without a sign of any people, without any passing cars. Hat was when suddenly something from nearby came bursting out at him. From Atsushi's left, from the bushes on the slope facing the northern mountain, something burst out as if to crash into him, and Atsushi and the bike did a barrel roll. With a terrific sound, the bottles broke, giving off the smell of soy and sake. What the hell? Atsushi raised out a loud yell as his body turned. It was lucky he wasn't going very fast. Without even time to survey his surroundings, he caught sight of a nearby haggardly thin dog crouching low. Its fangs were bared, raising a growl. "What's up, bring it." Atsushi swung his hand. The wild dog crouched even lower. Atsushi stood up, moving to rush towards the bike, but the dog came rushing after that foot. It held the cuff of his jeans in its mouth and shook its head. He kicked his foot to get loose. Just as he'd righted the bike and started the engine, a sharp pain shot through his calf. The wild dog was eating him. "Son of a bitch," he shouted out, wildly kicking his leg in desperation. The wild dog was separated from him with a searing pain. The dog crouched low again. From within the surrounding forest, the sounds of the stirring underbrush, he could hear the dog's growl. Atsushi didn't mind the particulars and took off on the bike. He was forced into a U-turn by a dog that came bursting out as if to lunge at him. From the nearby thickets, another dog came flying out, but he narrowly managed to avoid it. Atsushi sped up, short of breath. The words "son of a bitch" were murmured between his lips as he narrowly made it out into the village, hurrying back towards the shop. Greeting him as he returned to the shop in a cold, greasy sweat was his father's jeering voice. "You're late, where'd you waste the gas?" he shouted, pointing to the wound on his leg. When asked what happened, without thinking he told the full story of his attack by the wild dogs when an open hand smacked out at him. On top of fucking around and bailing out on a delivery, he wasted their merchandise, his father roared with rage. On top of that, you get bit by the likes of a dog and come running home with your tail between your legs. Damn, I ain't never seen no one as hopeless as your ass. His father said the words as if spitting them out, giving a kick to Atsushi who had sat down on the floor. "Hurry up and get to the hospital. Far as I know, the bike ain't broken. The cost of the merchandise is coming out of your pay." Part 6. On the morning of August 21st, Toshio was awoken by a single telephone. At the sound of the bell that roused him, unpleasant as it was, he woke up to take the receiver with the feeling that it was his day off, damn it. As he picked up the receiver, he realized his sense of déjà vu. Once, this same thing had happened. Surely, the call was to convey bad news. "Yes, this is Ozaki." On the other end of the phone was a woman's voice. The urgency of that voice, too, was something he remembered as expected. "Who is this?" "This is Tamo, Kamisatoba's Tamo," the woman's voice was clear. "Ah, what is it?" Toshio sat up in bed and reached out his hand for the cigarettes by his pillow. There were many Tamos in the village, and there wasn't just one Tamo household in Kamisatoba either, but there was only one house that would be called Kamisatoba's Tamo. That was the Kamisatoba's supermarket's Tamo. Going by the voice, he wasn't talking to Tamo Satomi, but to her daughter Yuyuko most likely. "The Gatauta's Fuki has died. I think that she is gone." Toshio stopped short in his motion to light his cigarette. Fuki-san." Early this morning, T-san from Chigusa came, saying Fuki-san was looking bad. When I tried to go there, she was cold. It doesn't look like she's breathing, and when I tried to put my ear to her chest, I could not hear any heartbeat. "Could you please come?" "I'll be right there." Toshio abandoned his unlit cigarette in the ashtray. "Please wait at Fuki-san's house. Try not to tamper with anything in the vicinity." "Can you do that?" "Yes," he heard from Yuyuko as Toshio hanged up the receiver. Again, he thought. He had the feeling of having the same thing occurring before him again. Yes, indeed he had experienced this before. When it had been Gatauta Shuji, it was exactly this same pattern. When Toshio rushed to the Gatauta house, waiting on the front porch were Tamo Yuyuko, Yuyuko's fader Tamo Sadaji, and the drive-in Chigusa's Yano T. One side of the sliding door was left opened, T sitting in that small space with Yuyuko and Tamo Sadaji standing on either side of her. "Doctor." As Toshio pulled onto the lot and stood out of his car, Sadaji ran up to him. "Sorry about this." "Nah," Toshio said, looking at T in the corner of his eye. "T-san was the one to find her? Where is Fuki-san?" T pointed inside from the balcony. "Inside, in the living room." Toshio nodded and had T stand. "Lead me there, please. The door is open. Did T-san open it?" "No, it was opened, but..." When I called there was no reply, so I went inside. Toshio patted T's shoulder and gave another nod. It was summer, she may have left one sliding door open to let the breeze in. It was only natural to do that in this village. T stood still flustered, cutting through the living room to the entryway. Past the entryway was the inner corridor, and there was the family altar. Around the family altar was a pile of offerings. They were offerings for Shuji, who had just died before. Down the hallway separate from that was Fuki's bedroom. In that bedroom was laid out one futon, with Fuki's body stretched out within. There was nothing particularly off around the futon. The cuff of her cotton nightwear was turned upwards, but nothing seemed particularly disturbed. Her thin, summer bed blanket was over her stomach, as if neatly folded there. Without many signs of her sleep having been disturbed, in an instant Toshio resolved that it was not a suicide. In truth, when on the road to the Gadoda household, he had predicted as much, but looking near the futon, there was no cup or sign of any medication or drug about. Sitting beside the futon and opening his medical bag, Toshio motioned for T to sit, too. T-san, around what time did you come? About an hour ago. When I left the house, it was about 9:30, around then. You called out from the porch and came right inside, yes. And then. I thought she wasn't doing well, that is, on Wednesday she had seemed ill. Sluggish-like. I was worried about that, and came yesterday to see how she was doing too, but when I had, she was asleep so. Wednesday, the 18th. Taking out his stethoscope, Toshio asked again. She seemed sick, you said. How did you mean? T shook her head, seeming troubled. As I said, she seemed sluggish. She didn't have an appetite either. Could I say incredibly depressed, I wonder? Yesterday. She was asleep. I came, called out, and had no answer, and when I came in she was asleep. Today just the same way, the sliding door was opened like that. Toshio nodded and urged her on. From the inside of Fuki's body, all sounds had ceased. I went to her bedside and called out to her, I don't know how many times until her eyes opened. She seemed so much worse than Wednesday, so I said, should we call the doctor, but Fuki-san said no, after all. If I think about it now, she said it as if in a delirium. I asked about her futon, if it was dirty and such, but didn't get any response. But she very clearly said not to call the doctor. Just that part was very clear. I see. It was Saturday evening, I think. The hospital was closed at that time, and Fuki-san said no herself, but I thought maybe I should have you come anyway even if she wasn't happy with it, but I thought I should see how she did until night time. She had a fever, but she did drink a few sips of water a couple of times, but she didn't take a bite of the porridge I made, just sleeping away, and I said I'd come again today and left for the night. Then, when I came again this morning, it was like this. How high was her fever? Toshio asked T, mildly irritated. It was 38.5 or abouts, wasn't it? This morning, did you touch anything around here? No, T shook her head. I called and there was no answer, and she was sort of cold. It didn't seem like she was breathing, so I thought, what has this become? I didn't know what to do. I went to the living room and thought to call an ambulance. But they say an ambulance won't take a dead person, will they? If I called them and she was dead, there wouldn't be anything they could do, so I thought that I should call you, doctor. But then I thought she seemed dead, but it's possible she isn't actually dead. I wanted somebody to see her, but it looked like the house next door was still sleeping, and going through the trouble of waking them up is, well, yes. So when I was thinking that I should ask my daughter, I went in front of Tomo and there was Yuyuko-san. Toshio let out a breath. Why didn't you tell me to look at her yesterday? Why didn't you call an ambulance right away? Or why didn't you at least call me yourself? There were things aplenty he wanted to say, but saying any of them now after the fact would be meaningless. Is Fuki-san. Yep, she's dead. He ended up saying a touch coldly. It was the same when it was Shuji. He couldn't suppress his irritation. Why did old people these days leave so much up to their own layman's judgments? If they're not looking good, why don't you have a doctor see them? Making their own suppositions based on experience, not wanting to bother the doctor. Things are going bad around them and they handle it all wrong. All of that in itself just made everything worse. Yes, Murasako Miko had been like that. Yesterday, did she have a cough? No, not that I noticed. Did she use the bathroom? While I was here, she was bedridden. Mention any pain, say anything in particular hurt. Of course not, T said, shaking her head. If she'd said something like that, I'd have called you, doctor. She had a fever, but she seemed to just want to sleep. She said a few things as if she were delirious, but her fever wasn't high enough to be in a delirium, yes. So she must really be that tired, I thought. I see, Toshio mumbled. Breath stopped, heart stopped, blood pressure 0. Her pupils were dilated and didn't contract when a light was shown in them. Rigor mortis was setting in over her entire body stiffly already. She died sometime last night, and not too late either. She died about 12 hours ago, right around last night at 10 o'clock or so, he thought. Oh, that's... Toshio moved his face near Fuki's mouth. No particular odor. As far as he could see, on what was visible of her face and limbs, there were no particular external wounds or bruises. There were age spots here and there, and a few bug bites caught his eye, a few of them festering. But she did have several edema. Just in case, he put his hands in her hair, feeling about, but he didn't feel anything like a wound or a lump. Her cornea were not yet opaque. Her arm folded over herself was already completely stiff and couldn't be unwound. Peeling off the top of the futon, he lifted up the lower portion of her night clothes. Fuki had summer underwear on, but he looked beneath that too. The skin beneath the underwear was so white it was blue, and post-mortem lividity was mild but didn't give way to the touch. So it had been about 12 hours since she died. There were no traces of incontinence in her futon or her bedclothes. Nothing particularly strange or unusual could be found. At the least, it was clear that she didn't die from an external cause, so the answer to why she died was inside of her. Right now all he could do was guess, but last night, the fact that she hadn't gone to the bathroom while T was there, and yet there were no signs of incontinence, meant something vital, he thought. With her in the conditions stated when he'd asked T about the last time they'd met, and with no signs of incontinence, it was extreme oliguria or alternately anuria. Thinking what that meant with the edema, it was possibly renal failure. Guessing by her muddled mental status, he had strong suspicions about it being uremia or hyperkalemia. Interjected Tomo Yuyuko. What's happened with Fuki-san? Probably acute renal failure. If we do an autopsy, we'll know for sure, but... Is that right? Yuyuko made a complicated expression. She looked like she didn't know whether to smile or whether to grimace. Sadaji looked the same. Most likely everybody was thinking the same thing. Fuki had just lost her son and her brother and sister-in-law. She herself was aged, and after so many successive sorrows, she seemed rather lost with herself. There was a possibility of suicide that they couldn't discount, and in reality, if she died by hanging it wouldn't have been all that much more unsettling. Fuki-san was an old girl, and every day it's been so hot. Heartbreak must have got to her, huh? He spoke as if convincing himself. Age, heat, and depression had nothing to do with it. If it was renal failure and she'd been seen right away by a doctor, she might not have died like this, Toshio thought, but ultimately didn't voice. Got out of Shuji, Murasako Hidemasa. Got out of Fuki. All in about half a month. Toshio left the community of Kamisatoba and wiped at a light sweat he'd formed. The village is surrounded by death. That's stupid. Just what did he think was happening? Japan had a countless number of them here and there, mountain villages that were in decline and dying out, and this village didn't have one single difference to them. It wasn't some city at the forefront of change. Everything that was here was equally harmless as it was useless. Here, there was absolutely nothing anywhere that made it necessary for anything to happen here. But Toshio said to himself, the bunch of them are getting taken out by the exact same thing. Part 7. Seishin had just spread out his manuscripts when the phone call came. Getting it first before Ike, who moved to take the phone, Seishin picked up the receiver. From the other end of the line, he heard Toshio's voice, sounding somehow stiff. Toshio, is it? What is it? Toshio's response was short. Fuki-san's dead. Seishin was momentarily lost for words, and his first supposition was suicide. This summer, the old woman had lost her son and her brother. It was already the 21st of August, and the sun and the wind all had the scent of fall to them. Even now, the summer heat remained intense, but the signs of a season's passing were clearly on the air. It wouldn't be unusual for an old woman who had suffered many losses to take stock of the past summer. That's what he'd thought. As if reading Seishin's thoughts, Toshio continued. But it wasn't suicide. I think it was probably acute renal failure. It was last night. I just got back from the Gadoda house. Yano T-san from Shimosatoba found her. Seishin lost his words. Something solid lingered in his throat. His own voice, replying, "Is that so?" sounded like Toshio's, he thought. Ike looked back at Seishin with uncertainty. "After I have contacted the funeral manager, I think that I will be out that way to contact you directly." "Got it. Thank you." Toshio's voice, as he said, "later," and hung up the phone, was more devoid of emotion than necessary. Seishin didn't know how to take this news of death. He couldn't say it was a surprise, but that said he couldn't stay calm. Perhaps, he thought, Toshio was the same. "What's happened?" Ike asked Seishin, who had hung up. "It seems that the Godauda's Fuki-san has passed away." Ike started, then stopped. "That wasn't possibly." He called it acute renal failure. "She passed away last night, but it seems she was discovered this morning." Seeing the expression that rose on Ike's face, Seishin felt that Ike had the same thought pattern. Mitsuo was just returning to the temple office with Tsurumi. They must have sensed the strange atmosphere, as he asked if something happened. When told that Fuki had died, Tsurumi straight out asked, "It wasn't suicide, was it?" When saying it was not, he looked to Mitsuo. "Again, is it?" An awkward silence hung over the temple office. The lump in Seishin's throat was precisely that. The word again. This summer, how many reports of death had there been? And in only half a month. Shuji, the 3 people from Yamari, Megumi, Juichi, and this made 7. "I tell you what," Mitsuo said with a heavy sigh. "It's been that kind of year. Hadn't it been like this before?" Mitsuo said, then wore a strained smile as if realizing something. "Ah, the junior monk was still small then, you can't remember." "It had been." The one who agreed was Tsurumi. "It was more than 20 years ago, wasn't it? In the rainy season there was a flash flood, and it started when 2 children were washed away by the riverbed. Back then, the incidents continued. There was nothing but accident after accident at the waterfront." Right. We lost the former head monk that year too, at the beginning of the fall season." Mitsuo said emotionally. Tsurumi's eyes widened. "That's a terribly ominous statement, Mitsuo-san." "Ah, no, I'm very sorry. That's not how I'd meant it." Ike questioned mildly. Was what happened with the predecessor also a water-related accident?" Seishin wore a bitter smile. "No, it was stomach cancer." Staring at Ike's face, who looked like he wanted to say, "That's all," Seishin felt self-derision in his heart. Yes, that was all it was. Misfortunes, at least in some fashion or other, never ceased. Even if everything which happened was a matter of probability, they didn't happen uniformly. But unpleasantness left a strong impression on people. People's death, of all things, was the utmost example thereof. Even if when looking at it in the long term everything went according to reasonable probabilities, it had the impression that it was a strange string of events. And once you had that impression, that preconception's ability to warp reality was striking. Tsurumi had said accident after accident at the waterfront. But the reality of it was that Seishin's grandfather was lost to stomach cancer. And while certainly Tsurumi of all people shouldn't have forgotten that, the impression of accident after accident at the waterfront had eclipsed and made hazy his awareness. Seishin let out a breath. Death occurred randomly. Events occurred in isolation, there wouldn't always be a sure connection. But people's minds gathered those discontinuous occurrences together and bestowed the meaning, connection. It wasn't that there was meaning, but that meaning was conferred. For example, constellations. In fact, they were merely stars with no relation to anything, between which people agreed on the supplementary lines in order to give the constellations meaning. It was similar to that phenomenon. The deaths were not serialized, they were just manifesting in a way that left the impression of continuity. Fuki, too, was near 70. Already in advanced age, she had made arrangements for her own grave herself, as an old woman who was already having the life slip out of her bit by bit. And further still was the severity of this summer. There wasn't just the intense heat, but the loss of her son, the loss of her brother, making it, for Fuki, an emotionally insufferable summer. Her body would have began failing even without that, and going through the crisis back to back like that must surely have worn her down. Losing her brother and son surely also had her depressed. There was nothing particularly suspicious about it, a reasonable death, while thinking that nevertheless, he realized something within trying to convey something to himself. But what? Seishin reflected on his thoughts, and then found the unease within himself. It was that which he felt when it was Megumi. Something felt very improper about it. The bad premonition he'd had when it was Jiachi's time. He was sure to be faced by circumstances that were by no means reasonable or natural, thus all the more reason why he had to eagerly tell himself that it was valid and proper. Is that what it was? As if to voice consent to that realization, he felt something queer sinking in his gut. It was Fuki, wasn't it? Seishin thought. Not Shimizu nor Hiroko, nor even Takeru. Facing the desk, Seishin remembered clearly the day of Megumi's service. Looking older than their years, it would be best to be prepared, Tokiru and Hiroko. Their backs hunched and rounded like got out of Fuki's. Shimizu patting Tokiru's back, as if clinging, his eyes cast sharply down. Huddling together, bearing against the unreasonable shock they'd suffered, the strange sense of dread that could be felt from them. When children cry, the oni come. Not Shimizu, nor Hiroko, nor Tokiru. It was got out of Fuki. Yes, Okawa Jigoro died, Murasako Hidemasa died, Miko died, Shuji died, and Fuki fell to it. There was no sense hierarchy to it. Just as Shuji fell to death before Fuki did, just as Megumi fell to it. It was just spreading. Contamination, the word sprung to mind. Sudden, unforeseen death. That death was contaminating nearby relatives. Shimizu was well. He hadn't heard talk of Hiroko or Tokiru collapsing either. Miko fell to it, Fuki fell to it. Hidemasa's wife, Shuji's mother, and Jiachi, those with no resistance in close contact. Seishin clenched his fist. An epidemic. Closed-off land, a society made up of only those within, intricate regional and familial bonds, the custom of burying their dead. Once that spread, the village would be, beyond a doubt, annihilated. Chapter 9 Translation Notes. Chapter 9:1. Posthumous names, honorary Ingu. A posthumous name is assigned to denote one as a follower of Buddha, originally for those entering the priesthood and taking certain vows. Now they are written on sotoba, mortuary tablets, and the like to assist in their passing to the next shore. By carrying the honor or good works within their name, and having that be what they are identified by so that they aren't lured back to the world of the living when spoken about by their original name, as well as to help them spiritually separate from their former life and material world. The name is assigned by the family temple's head priest, or, if one doesn't belong to any particular parish, a monk from the funeral service will assign one. It's generally made up of 2 characters, and optionally honorary titles such as Ingu, Dugu, Aigu, and others varying by sect. There are specific rules as to which characters can be used, determining prefixes and suffixes based on age, gender, sect, etc., as well as denotations written before or after on certain relics, which vary by sect. As there are quite a few rules in place which require some thorough study to assign titles appropriately, there is a charge, which is the source of some controversy. Ingu, in is an honorary title consisting of 2 characters and the 3rd character. In, for temple, put at the beginning of the posthumous name, before the 2 on a standard name. It's reserved for those who were central to a temple or performing great works for the public good. It was originally reserved for emperors or those of high government houses who erected temples. Survival in the village surrounded by death. Volume 1, Part 2, by Winter Fire. Synopsis. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Part 1. On the very day Godota Fuki's funeral services ended, Seishin slipped from the graveyard to pay a visit to the Ozaki clinic. The lights were out in the waiting room. Instead, the light in the window facing the courtyard was lit. On the 1st floor of the main house, the nearest window was Toshio's bedroom. Maneuvering around the garden trees, avoiding the shrubbery, he went into the yard. Through the lace curtains he could see Toshio's room, which he had become used to coming and going from. It was a Western-style room that was once a parlor. Toshio's bedroom was moved from a room on the 2nd floor to this one sometime during grade school, wasn't it? It was many times larger than his bedroom on the 2nd floor. It seemed like Toshio had some lingering affection for the 2nd story. Indeed, the move wasn't Toshio's will. The reason for why Taki suddenly moved Toshio's room to there, Seishin understood immediately even as a child. Even that night feeling a pang of guilt that he'd harbored since then, Seishin tapped on the glass. Toshio, sitting back on the bed, looked up and jerked his chin in a motion for him to enter. Yo. The room was jumbled, a collection of Toshio's life history gathered within. The bed that hadn't been moved once since he was a child, a writing desk. The books on the shelves changed from reference books to medical journals. The contents of his lowboard went from idle collectibles and records to bottles of Western liquor, but as the change was gradual, it didn't feel uncomfortable. "Want a drink?" Toshio motioned lightly to his glass, then opened the refrigerator, only household good he'd gained since succeeding the house. Without waiting for Seishin's response, he put ice into an extra glass. And, "What's up?" Toshio's voice as he poured the liquor and added water was oozing with an air of nonchalance. Seishin hesitated to speak, and for a while, without a word, he looked troubled at his glass. Toshio made a deliberately calm face, turning his eyes with disinterest towards the program on TV as he lit a cigarette. "Hey, what's happening in the village?" "What do you mean what?" "Shuji-san, the three in Yamari, Megumi-chan, Juichi-san, Fuki-san. For a single summer, don't you think that's too many dead?" Toshio's voice was blunt. "Last summer there were 4 people who died. If we're talking about what's too many, it's probably about 3. In the summer, old people's bodies give out. Even more if they're older with a chronic disease. The heat this year's been harsher than usual, too." "That's not what I'm saying. How many people died last summer, or even the year before that, couldn't be unknown information to Seishin, who was none other than a monk. Certainly, there are plenty of older people in the village like Jigoro-san who are in bad condition. There's no lack of bedridden elders like Juichi-san, either. Those elderly dying may be ordinary enough for the year, but how many like Shuji-san die in the prime of their life? Accidents aside from illness." Toshio's voice as he responded was unnecessarily flippant. "Shuji-san's at the right age for adult diseases. Malignant tumors, heart failure, cerebral hemorrhages, the so-called sudden death, suddenly dying off isn't something unheard of." Then Megumi-chan. "Of course, it's not unheard for someone young to suddenly die of a disease. That's been what's happening and will likely be what keeps happening, but it's been at most half a month that we've had this many in a row." "Is this what you would call common?" Fuki-san, too, was at the age where something happening at any time wouldn't be strange. She herself was aware of that and had made voluntary arrangements for her own burial plot. For Fuki-san, if she only died after a quick striking illness, that might have really been a good thing. There isn't anything especially strange. But only half a month before that, her son died. A healthy middle-aged man in the prime of his life, with a sound body and without any particular chronic illnesses. He suddenly died, and half a month later his mother suddenly dies. Both without time for hospitalization, true sudden death. Is that something that happens a lot? It's not like it's impossible, is it? With her son dead, an old-aged mother'd be heartbroken. And if before her son died, her blood brother died? Seishin stared at Toshio intentionally keeping watch over the TV. The Murasako's Hidemasa, too, was at an age where something happening wouldn't be strange. If Hidemasa-san alone had suddenly died, even I wouldn't have any doubts about it. The same for Jigoro-san, and the same for Miko-san. But 3 people did, and on top of that, 3 people who lived in the same community all died at once. Directly after that, his nephew in the prime of his life suddenly died, and half a month later his sister died. Each and every one of them were without the immediate care of a physician, without knowing if anything was wrong with any of them anywhere, without treatment or rest, just the sudden conclusion. Are you going to tell me that those are ordinary circumstances? Toshio didn't answer. As if bothered by the smoke from his own cigarette, he only furrowed his brows. As separate cases, indeed, there isn't anything suspicious. Elders die often enough, and it isn't unheard of for the young to die suddenly. Each one alone, or even if there were only 2, could be thought of like that. But when the numbers come out to this much, and in a row, isn't there a meaning to it if they're serialized? What are you saying it means? It isn't a plague, is it? At Seishin's inquiry, Toshio's gaze tore from the TV as he turned to face Seishin. He pushed his cigarette into the ashtray. That's an old-style way of saying it. With a faint smile, he turned down the volume on the TV and brought out a stack of documents from beneath the low table. He placed them on top of the table. Indeed, there have been a lot have deaths this summer. Toshio folded his hands over the documents. Even taking into account how many old people there are and the heat, it's abnormal. Within about half a month, 7 people just out of the ones I know are dead. Okawa Jigoru, Murasako Hidemasa, Murasako Miko, got out of Shuji, Shimizu Megumi, Yasumori Juichi got out of Fuki. In short, 7 people. Seishin nodded. Last year all year, how many deaths do you think there were? Out of just the people I know, it's 8. 5 I wrote out death certificates for, the other 3 were transferred to the hospital in Mizobe, and a report came into me of their deaths. There may be more deaths I didn't have any business with, but at most there were as few as 10 deaths or about. Even if we have a few more old people than the national regional average, that was the situation last year. Regardless of that, this August, and just in half of that month, we've already had a death count vigorously approaching 1 year's. Just the rise in numbers is abnormal. This isn't a normal situation. It's not just a problem of numbers. I don't know Shuji-san's cause of death. I wrote acute heart failure down at face value, but if you say it honestly, it's cause of death unknown. Same for Jigoru-san, same for Hidemasa-san, Megumi-chan, Fuki-san. 5 people died suddenly, and we're not very clear on that cause of death. For Miko Basan, there was a police autopsy, but after all it was hard to say a precise cause. If you want one you could say there's nothing suspicious about, Juichi-san would be about it. Toshio lightly tapped the stack of documents. No matter how you think about it, it's abnormal, and Shuji-san is Hidemasa-san's nephew. Fuki-san was Shuji-san's mother. The 3 in Yamari were living together like a family. Of the 6 people who met with an unclear death, the only one without a connection to the other dead is Megumi. Otherwise, all of them had a close connection with each other. This undefinable death sparks off to people nearby. Indeed, I can only think of it as contagious. Seishin exhaled deeply. It was a strain holding onto unease as nothing more than unease. Indeed, it was true that it was a relief to have it make opaque, but having it clarified like this meant the worst for the village. If it's an epidemic, it's a serious matter. The people of the village had intimate connections, complicated like a meshed net, and the drainage system was far from complete. Kane Masa had been a backer, and there was supplementary assistance from the city towards establishing a septic system, but some portion of water for daily living even now was drawn from the river. Even with a waterworks system established, many villagers still used underground water in some form or another, and in the mountains, people drew drinking water from the swamp. But in the mountains that encircled the village, there were spatterings of graveyards about. Even now, the dead were buried there. Seishin pointed that out, and Toshio lightly shook his head. If it's an epidemic. But that's not for sure yet. But don't rush ahead of yourself, Toshio said in a low, flat tone. It's not good to make predictions. Things being what they are, if we embrace any weird predictions, there's the serious possibility it'll slow us down on grasping what the real situation is. That's right, my mistake. It looks like an epidemic, but we can't say for sure. We can't put a name to the disease. At least for now, no epidemics that fit the symptoms come to mind. Unidentified is the true state of things. It might be a contagion, and it might not be. Thinking about it, it might be a virus, it might be bacteria. We're completely in the mist about it. There's the possibility of it being a parasite, or the possibility that it's a mass poisoning. What we do know is that something unusual is happening. That's where we're at. Seishin nodded. The question now is whether something's happening or not. Why have there been so many deaths? That's what we have to grasp. From within the pile of documents, Toshio sought and dug out the clinical records. Megumi-chan's house call was on August 22nd. Megumi-chan fell the day before that on the 21st. She was found collapsed after a mountain hunt, and since then had been in bad condition, so I think we can think of her outbreak as being on the 21st. Before that, there wasn't anything particularly wrong. At the least, her family didn't see anything wrong with her, and she herself wasn't claiming any complaints. Thinking that was strange, the family called me on the night of the 22nd, and it was 3 days after that she died. 4 days after the outbreak. By the way, Megumi-chan, when I saw her, didn't look at all from any angle like a patient 3 days from death. Right. Aside from anemia, Megumi-chan didn't have anything else that could be seen as wrong with her. Why did she suddenly end up dying is, to be honest, something I don't know. Toshio threw out Megumi's clinical records on the table, lit a cigarette, and exhaled smoke. There's a danger of an epidemic. That's something I'm not denying. If on the off chance it is one, there's the possibility it'll become serious. That's why we need to investigate to understand the true state of things, but that's a difficult problem. It's a difficult problem. Toshio nodded. The last time I saw Megumi-chan, she was incredibly lethargic, like just talking was tiring, but she herself didn't seem to be aware of anything being out of order. That's probably how it was. Aside from the anemia, there wasn't anything special wrong with her. Pain, fever, if there was anything that could be assessed that was unusual, or even if the patient seemed off, I'd have been anxious. But just being tired or easily worn out isn't something to consult a doctor for a diagnosis over. If those are the first symptoms of this illness, we're in trouble. Knowing what he was trying to say, Seishin nodded. Ah, that's true. Feeling sluggish and all is a common thing. Even thinking there might be a temperature and measuring it to find out there isn't one really does happen a lot. Right, there's nobody who'd come rushing into the hospital over that, and we wouldn't be able to take it if they did come in over just that. All the more because the patient would know that. They look for the precise cause. A cold, everyday fatigue, drinking too much, maybe those were the cause, they would think of everyday occurrences. If that became even worse, they'd first probably lie down for a rest, doubting whether or not to consult a doctor. That's how it is. The patient doesn't feel anything's wrong. I can sleep it off, is how they think of it. Even so, the battle with this illness is over quick. By all rights, there's no time to hesitate. While hesitating, another dead body, with an imprecise death, would appear. All Toshio could see was an indistinct dead body. There wasn't time to see how it progressed or run any tests. This was how the situation progressed in reality. If Shimizu hadn't had Megumi seen by Toshio, there would have been nothing seen in it by Seishin and the others other than another case of the inexplicable serial sudden deaths. This starts out incredibly casual. Toshio stirred through the documents without aim. Megumi-chan's started with anemia. I don't know about Jigoru-san or Hidemasa-san, but Miko Basan came to the hospital just a little bit before those two died, saying they weren't well, that it was probably a summer cold. I heard the same thing when Shuji-san died. She thought it was a summer cold, or that the summer heat was getting to him, Fuki-san was saying. I heard it too. A summer cold without a fever, Fuki-san said. Miko Basan said it too. In short, sluggish, without an appetite, and poor complexion. What or how they can't say, but somehow they just don't look right, in other words. It's possible that might be from anemia after all, or maybe there's some way it appears besides anemia. At any rate, anemia sets in and it starts with trivial symptoms. From there, within a few days, it suddenly gets much worse. You could even say drastic. Miko-san had liver failure, right? Right. The two old guys in Yamari, Shuji-san and Megumi-chan, are unclear. Fuki-san might have had acute renal failure. Uremia from renal failure, and that's the cause of death, I'd been thinking. Juichi-san may be the exception, but anyway, he had aspiration pneumonia. Those are all the cards in my hand. Even though 7 people have died. Seishin groaned in his throat. Toshio needed detailed data, but the early stages of it were just too trivial. The patient themselves would have no sense of impending danger. If they didn't come into the hospital, clinical data couldn't be assembled. That said, if they had the public offices spread the concern, with it starting as trivially as it did, everyone and anyone would flood the hospital and a panic would be unavoidable. As if reading Seishin's thoughts, Toshio murmured. Making a stupidly honest announcement of the situation would just be dangerous with no benefits. Tired, no appetite, worn out easily, if people came into the hospital over just that, the hospital will be paralyzed. And that's not all. In the event it really is an epidemic, the hospital itself wouldn't be able to help becoming a source of contamination. But we can't leave it as it is, can we? Anyway, at the point something feels off, we need to have them come in. We can't take it, Toshio sighed. For those who have contracted it, we don't want them to think of it as nothing, but to look at it more seriously and come to the hospital. We want the patients who haven't contracted it not to make a pointless fuss and get neurotic. But whether they've contracted it or not, the patient themselves wouldn't know. Seishin nodded. But for the time being, I think that there's a need to call attention to it. There are many whose physical conditions are deteriorating, so be aware. If we don't at least say that much, then. Just thinking about what it's going to bring on is a pain in the ass, but that's all we can do. We'll have to get the public office to cooperate with us, huh? Toshio breathed a deep sigh. We'll consult with the public health official Ishida-san and spread it through the public office to get things underway. At any rate, that's the only way we even can start. Part 2. The formerly independent village of Satoba was now annexed into the town of Mizobe. That town of Mizobe had a health department in place, but Satoba's own health department was in the public office, that is, the public office bore the Satoba branch of the city health department. Each community had an official who served at the public office as the health official as well. That said, the only one in charge of it all was Ishida. Basically, Ishida worked according to instruction from Mizobe, doling out orders to each community health official, nothing more than a messenger from the governing to the governed. With no particular specialized knowledge, he was an office worker through and through. On the 1 in 1,000 chance that an epidemic was starting to spread, of course it would be too much for Ishida alone. On the night of August the 23rd, Seishin and Toshio called Ishida to the temple and explained the situation. At first Ishida seemed to be in half doubt, but upon receiving Toshio's explanation, his pallor changed. Last summer, 4 people died, 2 in June, 1 in August and September each. To be precise, those are all the dead that I personally oversaw. The death in August was from a heart attack. For a year, well, that's about normal. On the other hand, this year all at once, 7. August isn't even over yet, but in simple comparison of the dead up until now with last year's one, we have a surplus of 7 or 6 people. A surplus? Toshio nodded. Not the best wording, but the numbers are clearly too high for a normal death toll, is what I'm saying. Now, looking at the raw numbers of the situation, and that we have 6 more than last year wouldn't be anything to make a fuss over. Without a statistical analysis, there's no way I can say anything definitive, but all the same 6 people is enough to certainly call abnormal. That's right, said Ishida with a dumbfounded nod. This August, it's certain something's happening in the village. It's causing the abnormal surplus of deaths. Satoba's an incredibly tiny place, but just the same in one season alone there have been 7. On top of that, most of them were unexpected sudden death by some internal cause. Since it's come to this, it shouldn't be by any means unreasonable to suspect we have a mass outbreak of some kind of disease or another. Yes, said Ishida, wiping at his sweat with his handkerchief. It was an abnormally sultry night. The air was thick and stagnant, the tepid humidity rising. The glass of beer sat in front of Ishida was beaded with drops of water, the foam completely gone. But at the same time, we're far off from being anywhere near knowing what's actually happening. All I can say about where we are now is that it starts with trivial symptoms. Symptoms that, while they aren't even aware of it themselves, takes a dramatic turn for the worst into sudden death, is what it comes down to. And that it has a trend of spreading like fire to those nearby. If nothing else, I think it's certain it's spreading. Ishida stared at Toshio with dependent eyes. It isn't yet a certainty that it's an epidemic, right? I can't say anything definitive. But if we cling to wishful thinking, then in the 1 in a million chance it is an epidemic, we won't get that lost time back. I think it's better to be vigilant as if assuming it is an epidemic. But you know, Ishida patted his forehead with his handkerchief. If you carelessly throw around the word epidemic. That's the problem, Toshio sighed. It's gonna be the worst. If rumor of a contagion spreads there, the village, there'll be a panic. The initial symptoms are too trivial and common. If they lose their cool, then the hospital's functionally paralyzed. It's not definitely a contagious disease, but in the case that it is, if the patients march in on the hospital when we don't know the illness or the infection route, it's not just a bother, it's a danger. I'd like to minimize that possibility as much as we can, if possible. Ishida nodded. Satoba was dependent on the Ozaki hospital. In a mountain village of merely 19 people, having a proper hospital at all in itself was a rarity. Satoba had been blessed with such all this time, so that was all the more reason that their faith in the Ozaki hospital was so high. The people in the village had a certain sense of duty, practically taken on through osmosis, that they wouldn't go to another hospital without a referral by Ozaki. So all the more reason that if rumors started of a plague, the villagers would mostly flood the Ozaki hospital without a doubt. But then, what should we? Seeing Ishida's dismay, Seishin explained. Could not a notice be passed about through you, Ishida-san, as the public health official, phrased as if lately there have been many suffering summer fatigue and to be cautious? Circulating a notice is simple enough, but if you think that someone has become fatigued, do not rely on a layperson's judgment and go to the doctor, it would say. Tashio nodded. In the first place, in the summer, there are plenty who just taken drinks and lose their appetites. Couldn't you say the summer heat's still pretty stringent, so for the time being take in 3 square meals a day, don't diet excessively. Even a simple, mind your health LL be fine. If we do that then at least as much as it'll actually protect against simple ailments, it'll be useful in sieving out a few patients. Yes, that's true. Ishida wiped at his sunburnt neck. But will just that be enough? If we don't take some concrete measures to stop the spread of the infection? Even if we try to take some concrete measures at our current level, we don't have any measures to take. At best, all we'd have is don't drink well water. Try to bring a canteen with you when going into the mountains, and mind what you're washing your hands and gargling with. Make too loud of a fuss, and that'll just be poking the bush with a stick. That's why for the time being the only way we can start is with gathering data. The bunch in the village won't let you touch a corpse. Forget doing a pathological autopsy, they disapprove of even drawing blood after death. If they don't come into the hospital before they become a corpse, we can't even get a grasp on what's happening in the village. Yes, that's right. There's no choice but to collect the data this way, compile it, then have the administration act on it. It's true enough that if it really does turn out to be an epidemic, it's going to be too much for us. Wouldn't it be better for me to pass this report up to the prefecture health department or the city health center? You can try it, I guess. But right now, without a name to put to the disease, the government won't move. What those guys call an epidemic isn't something spreading around to the people. For them, it's a word for an existing contagious disease written into the protocol or manuals. Unless the situation really gets huge, we probably can't count on any support. They can't do anything themselves. If you wanted to hurry it, there's the possibility of saying, for example, that food poisoning or hepatitis is spreading. But if I get an inquiry from the public office, I can't exactly give fake disease report. That's indeed true. Anyway, I'll collect the data. All we can do is get solid proof if something is spreading, then leave it to Kane Masa to get things moving, Tashio said, his face scrunching. So I say, but while the predecessor was one thing, I dunno if it's all right to rely on that old guy that much or not. Ishida nodded, without really thinking. The previous generation of the Kane Masas, as well as the one before that, had served as the village headmen and had been experienced, influential people. That predecessor died last year, and now his son was a member of the Diet, but compared to the vigor of his predecessor, he was hopelessly flaky. It'd have been better if the predecessor were alive for us. Ishida murmured, then suddenly, come to think of it, the Kane Masa predecessor also died suddenly, didn't it? Tashio suddenly made a complicated expression, as if something bitter had been tossed into his mouth. Yeah, but no matter how you stretch it, that's probably not related, right? We're talking last July, I'm sure. That was a year ago. There is that but, well, I mean, you know. Anyway, in order to collect data first, we need patients to come to the hospital. Yes, indeed. I understand. In the meantime, Ishida-san, this summer's, since July, I want the list of those who have died since then. There might have been deaths amongst those who weren't my patients, too. If there were, I'd like copies of their death certificates too, but... Ishida nodded. I'll see what I can do tomorrow. At the latest, I will have them prepared by the day after tomorrow. My jurisdiction is over demographics, but I'll see what I can do about compiling them quickly for that period. The day after tomorrow's fine, but definitely by the day after tomorrow. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Part 3. The day after Tashio met with Ishida, it was abnormally sultry. Of the patients who came into the hospital, all of them were conspicuously weary. At any rate, it seemed like a shower was approaching. In the midst of that, from the Monzan Yasumori family came Now. The instant Now entered the examining room, Tashio had a feeling. What is it? Tashio asked as a formality, though Now's complexion was clearly poor, and indeed she looked worn down. Even if the fatigue was the same, there was something different from the patients suffering from the heat and the humidity. Now moved her lips faintly as if to answer, but even that seemed to be too much and stopped. What's up? You look tired. While pushing her again for a response, Tashio took Now's hand. She was powerless and felt cool to the touch. Her pulse was pretty fast, but not enough to qualify as tachycardia. Peering at her face up close, those eyes of hers had the impression of someone somehow possessed. It was the way her conjunctiva was so bluish. "I'm tired. My mother-in-law said I had to go to the hospital no matter what so." "I see. Doesn't look like you have a fever, does it? So with that, it probably isn't a cold. When did you start feeling like this?" "Yesterday, no, this morning." "Which one?" "This morning, as soon as I woke up I was very tired. It was hot at night, so I didn't sleep well. But my mother-in-law asked me, I don't know how many times since yesterday, if I was all right." Toshio tilted his head. She was talking strangely. "And now, San, yourself, you didn't think you felt particularly sluggish at any point yesterday?" "I don't know. If I have to say it one way or another, I think I had the feeling I was tired. Like, my head was heavy. I was dazed." "Looks like it," Toshio nodded. "Any shortness of breath or palpitations?" While asking, he took her pulse. Her blood pressure was a little weak, so he couldn't get it clearly by touch. "No, yes, I don't really know." "Did you eat?" Her voice answering that she hadn't seemed to die out. Lifting up her eyelid to look at the membrane, the color was faint. Her nails were white, and just to be sure he had her open her mouth to confirm that her oral cavity too had lost its healthy reddish color. It was similar to Megumi's. "Dizziness when you stand?" "Yes, some." "Your period's been regular, right? Are you menstruating now?" "Yes," now nodded. "That's good. Looks like you have a case of anemia," Toshio said, then added on. "Just in case, let's do a full examination. Do you have any other pains anywhere?" "No, not really." "Really?" Toshio murmured, telling now to head into the other examining room and strip. He instructed the nurse Kiyomi to take her height, weight, pulse, blood pressure, and temperature. While he was seeing other patients, Kiyomi finished taking the measurements. Her blood pressure was pretty low, her pulse pretty high. There was a slight fever, but at any rate nothing abnormal. At a glance, her skin was losing its healthy glow, but she wasn't particularly jaundiced and had no particular purple spots. Her nails and tongue seemed normal, and there was nothing abnormal about her hair. "Raise both your knees if you could. Any problems going to the bathroom or difficulties passing urine?" "No." Nodding, he felt the lower region of her liver. Nothing felt abnormal. Nothing unusual about the color, a brownish color or a reddish color, or... "I don't think so." Now's responses sounded incredibly labored. While asking her medical, life, and family history, he performed palpations. There were no particular signs of a swollen spleen. The lymph nodes at her neck and underarm were slightly swollen. Listening with a stethoscope, there were no particular disruptive sounds in her heart or veins. As expected, it looked like simple anemia. "I think it's anemia, but," Toshio stated while instructing her to put her clothes on. "Still, since anemia can occur due to internal bleeds, I'd like to do an X-ray, is that all right?" Now nodded, so he gave instructions to Kiyomi. "An X-ray of the chest and abdomen. Also, run a blood and urine test. Take enough for us to run an analysis here, and a bone marrow sample." "Bone marrow, from the sternum?" Kiyomi blinked. "And then take a sample for a peripheral smear too." Bearing the questioning gaze of Kiyomi, Toshio gave a smile to Now. "I'll be taking a little bone marrow sample. It might hurt a little, but it's not really a scary test or anything. Anyway, for today we'll run the labs and prescribe some vitamins, so come back in 3 days." But Toshio added on firmly, "If tomorrow morning you feel more tired than today, or you have a fever, or you feel anything's going wrong, come in tomorrow. Got that?" Now nodded, but her face was indifferent. She looked like it was somebody else's business. It seemed like she wasn't feeling any distress at all, but maybe it was weighing on her. Watching over Now as she was urged into the treatment room by Kiyomi, Yasuyo quietly called to him. "Doctor, is it something bad?" "Nah," Toshio shrugged his shoulders. "If it was bad, I'd refer her to the National Hospital. This is just in case." "But..." He waved a hand to stop what Yasuyo was going to say. "If it was just a cold or just nephritis, I wouldn't be watching it this close. It looks like Now-san is showing signs of anemia. And just anemia at that. If that's the case, it's nothing to get neurotic about." "But Megumi-chan was like that." Yasuyo nodded, with an understanding look. "You don't want to have any regrets." "That is correct." "Tanaka-san, I'm sorry, but could I ask a favor of you?" Tanaka Yoshikazu blinked as the health department's Ishida asked of him. Ishida suddenly said he'd wanted to know the deaths that had come in since July. It wasn't the right time of year for a demographic survey, and the time for the month census was long past. When he tried to ask the reason, his words were unclear and not very satisfying, but at any rate he nodded. You'd like me to prepare the names of the deceased and make copies of their death notices, then? In secret. It isn't anything especially suspicious. There was something bothering me that I wanted to investigate is all. It isn't something to make a fuss over, so if you could do it without drawing attention to it. Tanaka nodded, and during the lunch break when the branch office staff were all out, at his own discretion, he took the death notices out of the binders. With a dry sound, a water droplet splattered against the public office's window. The moisture that had been building all morning at last passed the saturation point and fell as drops of water. That was the impression Tanaka had. Large drops of rain scattered, soon changing into a shower that sounded like water in the bottom of a bucket. It was shaping up to be the rain they were long overdue. The public office, devoid of any signs of anyone else, quickly grew dark. Tanaka brought the binder back to his own desk. The one in the top binder was Shimizu Ryuji. Tanaka didn't know that man. 41 years old, his death certificate was issued from Mizobe's General Hospital. Before that was an old woman named Gadao Fuki. Before that was Otsuka Yasuyuki. Without thinking much of it, Tanaka gazed at the face. It was the Otsuka sawmill's son. He was in a different mourning group, but as he lived right next door to him, Tanaka himself had attended his service. Come to think of it, this year there have been serial funerals. Before Otsuka Yasuyuki, Shimizu Megumi had died. The one beneath the death certificate of the old woman man who died in Monzon was Megumi's. She was his daughter's childhood friend, a year older, just a 10th grader. He had sympathies for the Shimizu household for their despondency, but his daughter's grief over losing her friend was terrible, too. Before that, the 3 people in Yamari died, which had been a big fuss. 3 old people died. Tanaka's hands stopped over the binder. What Ishida said he had wanted to investigate was this, he thought. Yes, it was clear there were too many deaths. Before Shimizu Megumi was the young man in Nakasatoba and the 3 old people in Yamari. Before that, somebody in Kamisatoba had died. This was all since August started. This many. Tanaka was in charge of the family register and certificates of residency, but in practice, whoever was free-manned the front window to take any report for processing. The Satoba office was small. In all, it was a 6-person organization. Even if their areas of duty were defined, that was how things were, so he hadn't noticed. But for just coming into August, these numbers were abnormal. Tanaka felt like the blood was being drawn from him as he turned the pages of the binder. Before the death in Kamisatoba, an old man in Satoba was on July 3rd. It was at the Mizobe National Hospital where he died of esophagus cancer, and it had been 5 months before that without a death. Something unusual was happening. Starting at the beginning of August, Tanaka gathered the files and called Ishida from the staff members who were having lunch in the locker room. He must have noticed Tanaka's expression, as Ishida's face stiffened as he came out. Ishida-san here. Ishida expressed his thanks and took the pile of copies. Ishida looked at Tanaka's imploring expression. Ishida-san, is something happening? Tanaka asked in a quiet voice. In the sounds of the rain like an earthly tremor, thunder crashed. Since the beginning of August, what's happening to this village? Is this what Ishida-san wanted to investigate? How many people was it? It's 10. Ishida looked over Tanaka's stiff expression. It was far more than he imagined. Tanaka-san, I understand your feelings, but where we're at right now, I can't say anything. At any rate, we are taking appropriate measures. But Ishida stared into Tanaka's eyes, brimming with fear. Please keep this close to the breast. You understand, don't you? If this leaks out, it will become bigger. In exchange, I will tell you of our progress. Just as I've asked you today, from now on can I ask you for copies of any death certificates that come in? Tanaka, swallowing down his breath, nodded. Oh, is it coming down? Hasegawa asked this of the young man who entered the shop. Yuki turned to look at the window. That said, Creole had but one window, and it was stained glass. It wasn't one through which you could see the scenery beyond the window, but outside of the window was dark. In between the BGM, the sounds of the rain striking could be heard. It's turning out to be a real downpour. the young man laughed, putting down his case beside the counter. Here's the voucher. Is there anything else? Just a moment, Hasegawa said as he headed into the kitchen, coming back with a memo. I'll leave this to you. It has the numbers written down. Where's Mikami-kun today? Mikami-kun's quit, since he'd moved all of a sudden. Last week when he came by, he didn't say anything about that. The young man nodded. That's right. It was really sudden. Quitting as suddenly as that was a burden on everyone, actually. I'd bet, Hasegawa said, throwing away the packing tape. Things being what they are, be careful driving back. Thank you, the young man said, flashing white teeth, and leaving the store. As the door opened and closed, the sound of the rainfall drifted in even more strongly. It is coming down hard, Yuuki said as Hasegawa, case in hand, turned his eye to the window. It's been so humid. With this it should start to cool off some. About time, I say. It will be nice if it does, Hirasawa said with a wry smile. Until now, we've missed out on the rain after all. Hirasawa was at the counter, with an open textbook and notebook. It was August 24th. He must have been preparing for the new school term. Beside him, as usual, the bookstore owner Tashiro was having a late lunch. Really, Hasegawa said with an exaggerated sigh. I wonder what to make of this year's summer season. Not much rain, oppressive heat. Heatstroke was it, I believe? Somebody in Mizobe had died of it. A person working at the JA warehouse had died, it said in the newspaper. Yuuki's face scrunched without thinking. The word dead, in regards to a person, somehow hit close to him. Just the day before, he had just come out of the funeral service for his mourning group for got out of Fuki. Thinking back, the first time he had come into Creole had been after a funeral. Fuki's son's funeral, his first time participating in his mourning crew. The old woman who slouched into the chief mourner's seat was half a month later buried near her son. Yuuki let out a light sigh. Somehow, it's like there's a lot of deaths. As Yuuki spoke, Hasegawa, Hirasawa, and at last Tashiro looked to him. Is this just how it goes? In the town Yuuki had lived in, there hadn't been that many deaths in a row. In a mere half a month, Gadara Shuji, Fuki, and Shimizu Megumi made 3 funerals Yuuki had attended. And there was the incident in Yamari. As the deceased were old people who lived in Yamari, it had nothing to do with Yuuki and Yuuki's mourning crew, but he had heard that Gadara Fuki's brother had died. In half a month, 4 houses, 6 people dead seemed a bit too much. Especially when thinking of the population, this rate wasn't something he thought could be normal. It isn't quite how it goes, but, Hirasawa said with a forced smile. It's something that happens, you could say, as there are, fundamentally, many elderly. When the weather changes, it is common to see a line of deaths in a row, often enough. On top of that, Hasegawa laughed. The population is small here, and the relationships between people are intimate, so if somebody or anybody from anywhere dies, it will spread around before you know it. There are the mourning groups, and if there's a funeral nearby, it isn't like who died, or anything. Not like it is in the city. Certainly. But well, it does feel like there have been a lot of deaths. In truth, in regards to the size of the population, it is a lot, isn't it? Since it's all elderly out here. Hirasawa nodded. Mysteriously, the thing which we call death comes in rows. Once the mourning group sets out, it feels like they've just been out, the saying goes. Once that ceases, for a while nothing will happen, and then again another run of them. It's like a wave. Indeed, Hasegawa and Tashiro agreed. There's some polarization to it, Tashiro nodded enthusiastically. In a given season, a mourning group's duties will keep coming, and even though we're running about like crazy, the neighboring group is quiet and tranquil. Hasegawa smiled. True, it's been rather long time no see with my local mourning group. To begin with, I've only participated in a mourning group once myself, since moving to Satoba. Is that right? It was when I'd first moved in, and only once. Before we moved, my wife's father died, so that's 2 altogether. For that, I wasn't particularly involved with the mourning crew. In regards to mourning groups, Yuki-san has become more experienced than myself. Is that how it is? Yuki thought. Hirasawa smiled softly. I, too, haven't seen the mourning group in some time. When we set out for Shuji-kun's case, it had been 5 years, since the one before that was my mother's funeral. It was consecutive at that time, too. To be sure, it's unusual for it to be within half a month, but in about 1 month's time 2 houses had them in a row. As soon as I thought it wouldn't continue, next it was my own mother's turn. They were drawing each other along, I'd thought then. Drawing each other. Hirasawa nodded. The one who died before my mother was a person my mother had gotten along with. They were lonely and called my mother to join them, I thought. Drawing her to that world. Ah, so pulling along, you mean? That's superstition, though. It's just grief is something that comes in cycles, though that kind of explanation feels completely ridiculous. It isn't a theory, it's a feeling. Heisugawa spoke as if laden with a particular emotion. Shuji-san may have pitied his mother he left behind and pulled her to him. Hirasawa forced a smile, though we know that couldn't be in our heads. Murasako's Hidemasa-san pulled along his beloved nephew, and the pulled along Shuji-san pulled his mother who had been left behind. If you present it like that, it somehow feels like an explanation. It's satisfying, so to speak. As that was how it really went, Yuuki nodded wordlessly. At the same time, it was incomprehensible, he thought. Death was a universal phenomenon. If they were born, there was no human who wouldn't die. Even though a person's death was a given to the people surrounding them, it wasn't generally felt as the natural taking its course. Just the opposite. They embraced the sensation that something that should not have happened occurred. That continued. Something that shouldn't have happened again, feeling almost like they were caught up in a disaster. Always, something which you had no consciousness of was thrusting you into a fabricated and unreasonable reality, the sensation of discomfort, dread and unease, a sense of mystery. Can this keep happening? A feeling says, the uneasiness of what to do if it carries on, and the original fear that goes, I knew it when it does. It wasn't a sensation that could easily be explained, but if you turned your words about enough, that could at least express it. Even knowing it was the work of chance, one couldn't think it was anything other than the work of something's choice. Something distinctly outside of oneself, called death. Impossible to control or even to be influenced, the merciless divine providence. The vague and ambiguous unease towards it, you met with it as if being drawn and were liquidated. Mysteriously. Humans are strange beings, Yuuki murmured. As Hirasawa tilted his head dubiously, Yuuki smiled. Or maybe that death in regards to humans is the way to phrase it. I have the feeling humans have a strange way of behaving when it comes to death. That's true, said Hirasawa, showing a peaceful smile. Even as evening fell, the rain hadn't stopped. On the contrary, it grew gradually stronger, showing signs of being a downpour. In the thick curtain of clouds and rain, despite being before 5, it was already dark. Takami stood and turned on the light. Even trying to look out from the door window, even the row of houses just across the street was hazy. A water current ran over the surface of the road. As expected, the human traffic died out, the residential police box isolated in the rain. The sound of the rain reverberated as if shaking the earth. The sound somehow fanned his unease. The flickering fluorescent light too blinked as if to spur that on further still. Like signaling a bad omen, the phone rang. Takami lifted the old-fashioned style black receiver. The one calling was Yasumori Tokujiro. Ah, Takami-san. It's really coming down, isn't it? You said it, what's the matter? Nothing really, I just saw the river though and the water level's pretty high. The water's a muddy color too, seems a lot of dirt's being swept away. Even without that, with the long drought we've been having, the grass and the roots all dried up, and the slopes have been getting fragile. If the rain goes on like this, just to be prepared, I was thinking we should call the fire brigade together. Takami nodded. That might be good, I'll open the station for you. The fire brigade station was right next to the residential police box. Takami was given a spare key just for such occasions as this. I don't think the mountain stream's riverbanks are so fragile they'll break for nothing myself. It's just, it might overflow downriver or at the drainage channel and all. Yes, then there's the mountainsides. It will be fine if we don't have a landslide, but... You said it, we'll have the ward headmen go around giving the announcements to be careful. Tokujiro apologized 2 or 3 times before hanging up the phone. Takami took the station's spare key and put on warm clothes and a raincoat. He couldn't see the point in bringing an umbrella. Mumbling that it was terrible, Takami undid the station lock. He turned the light on. Before long, the brigade members would start showing up as time permitted. Returning to the station, while thinking he'd have to help his wife at the soup kitchen, he left the station. Just on the verge of returning, his feet suddenly stopped on a whim. The water was flowing past the shell of his rubber boots. He couldn't say Tokujiru's concerns were baseless fears. If things went poorly, the slopes really were liable to give. Takami looked towards the western mountains. With the curtain of rain, of course the mountain couldn't be made out. It could be bad, huh? Takami mumbled to himself. He thought of the Kanemasa house. To begin with, it was a house on high grounds, and worse, last year the foundations had been tampered with. Luxurious garden trees were transported in. In other words, the roots and the ground were dug up, then leveled out. Tokujiru said they would go around giving notices, but was there anybody who would go about to contact that household? Takami hesitated somewhat. By all rights, if someone had moved in, he would have had to do door-to-door canvassing. He had to ask the family structure and phone number and mark it down in the ledger, but Takami had neglected to do such until today. There was the fact that the house's structure seemed to reject outsiders, making him nervous. But secondly, there was also the fact that even when he did ask, there was no answer at the intercom. Then there was the fact that earlier that summer, wanting to confirm whether anyone had moved in or not, he'd snuck in and had felt a little guilty. But if that was the case for even Takami, then there might not have been anyone at all who had their phone number in order to call them and tell them. Even if that wasn't the case, in the event someone were worried about a landslide, was there anybody who'd remember Kanemasa? In this rain, was there anybody who would take the trouble to go say something to them? I'd best go on then with it like this. Takami drummed up his courage and started off by foot towards the west. While the tempestuous streaks of pouring rain battered his shoulders and back, he hurried over the fording roads. It was for the best that somebody contacted them. Even if 2 people did, there wouldn't be anything wrong with that. After Takami set out, the office was left unmanned. The surroundings were blurred in ink black. Amongst that, the station's doorway was open, light-tinged yokyellow leaking out. Part 4. Okawa Jigoro, August 1st. 77 years old, Yamari. Cause of death unknown. Murasako Hidemasa, August 1st. 75 years old, Yamari. Cause of death unknown. Murasako Miko, August 5th. 68 years old, Yamari. Acute liver failure. Garoda Shuji, August 6th. 39 years old / Kamisatoba. Acute heart failure. Cause of death unknown. Hirasawa Takatoshi, August 11th. 28 years old, Nakasatoba. Acute heart failure. Shimizu Megumi, August 15th. 15 years old / Shimosatoba. Cause of death unknown. Yasumori Juichi, August 17th. 74 years old Monzin. Pneumonia. Otsuka Yasuyuki, August 18th. 35 years old / Shimosatoba. Acute liver failure. Garoda Fuki, August 21st. 69 years old / Kamisatoba. Acute renal failure. Shimizu Ryuji, August 23rd. 41 years old Satoba. Acute heart failure. Seishin peered at his notes. Aside from Juichi-san, cause unknown or acute failure is what it comes down to, isn't it? That'd be one way to put it. Anyone's sudden death can be expressed in terms of unexpected organ failure. The one and only exception seems to be Juichi-san. It's just that, Toshio started, the edges of his brows knitting together as he fixed his eyes on the memo. The word organ failure is used to denote a condition where the nature of what caused the fatal damage to the function of the organ can't be properly defined. It's rare for just one organ to shut down in one shot. It usually happens that one organ's functioning declines and it influences the other organs, advancing to multiple organ failures. It usually involves symptoms showing for the whole body. Even with only one cause of death, the odds are high that there'll be symptom across multiple organs. That was the case with Miko Basan. Ah, Seishin nodded. Miko had been dissected with problems discovered here and there. It was said to be liver failure, but that was because of the striking necrosis of her liver. A compromised host is another possibility. A being whose immune system has been weakened gets prone to infection. Juichi-san's pneumonia isn't impossible to see as a link in this, so we can't just split them up based on the cause of death. While there's still a question mark on all this, it's better to calculate them all as serial deaths, isn't it? Seishin nodded. Symptoms they all have in common are sudden outbreak, organ failure, full body problems. I didn't oversee its progression, so I can't say anything, but looking just at this, I think we can say that it leads to multiple organ failure. Whether it's the liver breaking down or the heart breaking down doesn't matter. There's some kind of cause. And there's the impression that in the end it leads to multiple organ failure, right? Ishida tilted his head, and Toshio gave a breath. In other words, I'm saying this. I don't know if it's an infection, poisoning, or something else. At any rate, there's a culprit, and you can think of it having killed 10 people. Miko-san died of liver failure. But that can't be definitively said to be because our serial killer attacked the liver. The serial killer might have attacked another part. In truth, looking at Miko Basan's autopsy report, of course there was the liver, but the lungs, heart, kidneys, all the vital organs showed signs of problems. The serial killer might have attacked the lungs first. The other organs' functions declined, pulled along the problems with her lungs, and in the end the liver was the first to give out, is another way it could be interpreted. Ah, I see. Something attacked 10 people. With it as the trigger, their whole body's functioning suffered, with multiple organs decreased functioning, is the best way to think of it. The problem is what's inducing the multiple organ failure. That's what we have to figure out, but absolutely terrible, this is just. Ishida was at his wit's end. This is huge. The death toll is 10, and there's the possibility that each of them had the same pattern. First, the thing to do is look for the common cause. Common cause? That's right, the 10 people should have something in common. They set foot in the same place, touched something, ate the same thing. There should be something. Seishin looked at the written notes. The years were scattered. The first 3 cases were in the community of Yamari, but the places were scattered. It didn't look like there was any place that it was inclined towards. When he said as much, Toshio nodded. 7 men, 3 women, it'd be a weak inclination, if any. They're the elderly, but there's also a high school student. Territorially, you could say it's all over Satoba. The first 3 were generally restricted to Yamari in their daily habits. It might have seemed like tea was restricted to Yamari, but I can't imagine Megumi-chan setting foot in Yamari. Much less Juichi-san, who's bedridden. It's more likely to think the other 9 people came into Monzen, but if something that was the cause was in Monzen, then it doesn't make sense that there's only 1 death in Monzen. There should be more deaths in Monzen. Ishida groaned. There's no choice but to go door to door and see if anything matches. That'd be bad, Toshio stopped Ishida. If Ishida-san goes out asking persistently, the family will think something's up. There should be a more discreet way to investigate. For the time being, Seishin said, taking the notes from Toshio, I'll try asking as much as I'm able. Either way, I will be going into most of the houses for memorial services after all. It isn't as if I have no connections to Shimizu gardening or the Otsuka sawmill after all. I can probably at least start a conversation to ask them. For this Hirasawa Takatoshi person, I may be able to find out something through connections with the parish families. Toshio exhaled. It's incredibly suspicious, but that'd be the most quiet way to do it. Then, we'll leave this to Seishin. Seishin nodded. For the time being, we'll suspect an epidemic as the worst-case scenario. If we do that, there's no problem thinking that Fuki-san caught it from Shuji-san. The problem is Shuji-san, who'd be suspected to have caught it from Hidemasa-san more than anyone else. There's a possibility that the compass needle in this case is pointing to one of the first 3 in Yamari. Seishin nodded and took the notes. Megumi-chan fell on August 11th and died on the 15th. I don't know what her condition was on the 10th, but for the time being, if we think of the outbreak as being on the 11th, it was 4 days until she died. Fuki-san was saying that Shuji-san's condition was off 2 or 3 days before. The day of the outbreak isn't clear, but it looks the same as Megumi's case as expected. The Murasako's Miko-san came into the hospital on Toshio's eyes fell to the notebook. July 30th, a Saturday, for Jigoru-san's medicine. At that time, she was saying how Jigoru-san had caught a summer cold and that Hidemasa-san seemed to have caught it too. The police autopsy estimated their day of death as around August 1st. I don't know when Hidemasa-san had the outbreak, but if it was the day before we were told about his poor condition, thinking of it as on the 29th, it was 3 days until he died. Shimizu Megumi, outbreak August 11, died August 15th. Gado to Shuji, outbreak August 3rd, died August 5th. Okawa Jigoru, outbreak July 28th, died August 1st. Murasako Hidemasa, outbreak July 29th, Died August 1st. Either way, between the outbreak and death, there are only a few days. If we assume for argument's sake a breadth of about 5 days, Fuki-san's corpse that was discovered on the 21st, when her death was probably the day before on the 20th, making the outbreak probably on the 15th or later. Seishin nodded. Got out of Fuki, outbreak August 15th. Died August 20th. I think Fuki-san was sure to have caught it from Shuji-san. Shuji-san's death was on the 6th, estimated outbreak on the 3rd. Between Shuji-san's outbreak and Fuki-san's outbreak is an interval of 12 days. If we count from when Shuji-san died, it becomes 9 days. The spread is from 1 to 2 weeks, which would make that the incubation period. Megumi-chan's outbreak was on the 11th, which means Megumi-chan was infected somewhere between August 4th to July 19th. This overlaps right with when the 3 in Yamari had their outbreak and died. If it was a direct infection, Megumi-chan would have had to have contact with the 3 in Yamari at this time, but she wouldn't, would she? Not normally. Seishin and Ishida nodded. The odds of a high schooler living in Shimosatoba making contact with 3 old people who lived in Yamari were low no matter how one thought about it. Because that indeed doesn't seem to be the case, if we could clarify that she had contact with them, we could say with certainty that it was a direct infection, but Miko Basan's death was on August 4th. Since when she came to the hospital on the 30th, she didn't say a word about anything feeling wrong with her. The outbreak must have been after that, on the 31st or August 1st. Without much doubt, Murasako Miko, outbreak July 31st. Died August 5th. With that, the infection was between July 17th and the 20th. So thinking that she contracted it from Hidemasa-san at this time is a little unreasonable. It's probably more appropriate to think that Jigoru-san and Hidemasa-san happened one right after the other. Something happened in the middle of July, and probably in Yamari. Probably. If they didn't go out anywhere during that time, the source of the contagion is in Yamari. The problem is Shuji-san. Was it the people of Yamari, or possibly Yamari itself? That's what it comes to, doesn't it? It's not clear if the Yasumori's Juichi-san had the same disease or not, but if we say it is the same thing, he was infected more or less at the same time as Megumi-chan. However Juichi-san was bedridden, he couldn't have gone out himself. Right now, there's nobody at the Marayasu sawmill who's in bad condition, so if somebody infected him, somebody paying a sick visit would be suspect. Did anyone pay a sick visit to Juichi-san's place at the end of July? Moreover, someone connected to Yamari. I'll try asking. Seishin jotted as much down on his notes. Is there anything else? The Yasumori contracting firm. Today, Nao-san from the contractors came for an examination. I did as many examinations as I could, but it was clearly anemia. Other than that, there was nothing wrong that could be said to be it. It's the same, like Megumi-chan. Seishin's hand stopped as he looked at Toshio's face. It can't be. I can't make a proclamation of it, but the likelihood is high. Today's the 24th, so if Nao-san was infected, it was between August 10th and August 17th. Just around when Juichi-san died. The Yasumori contractors were a branch family of the Marayasu sawmill. Juichi was the oldest son of the Yasumori Enterprises, Tokujiro's older brother. Even beyond work, their connections were deep, and the houses were close and intimate. According to what Nao-san herself said when I asked her, she didn't go anywhere in particular, nor did anything special happen. She didn't go to Yamari, and didn't meet with the 3 from Yamari. She doesn't know Gato Shuji-san. She's only heard of his name, that's about it. But when going over to the sawmill, it seems she met with Juichi-san countless times when seeing how he was doing. Of course, she also came to the all-night vigil. If Nao-san does have what we're talking about, there's probably no mistake in thinking Juichi-san had it. Ishida gave a deep sigh and shook his head. Then, anyway, for that much we will depend on the junior monk's kindness. After that, concretely, what do we? Toshio gave a small groan. At any rate, we don't have enough information. First, we need to quickly get a grasp on what's happening. To say it concretely, our top priority is the particular cause of death. The disease's specific name, or otherwise its specific cause. What's the cause for so many deaths? What's this thing's nature? We need to make it clear whether it's a contagion or not. We'll need a clinical sample for that. Like it is now, everything over and jumping to announcing their deaths, we can't give a satisfactory cause of death. Seishin murmured. But we can't to avoid a situation where patients flood the hospital spurred in by worry. Right. That's the dilemma. The bottleneck here is that the initial symptoms are basic and easy to overlook. We don't have any choice but to have Ishida-san handle this by passing around a warning notice about not leave summer colds or fatigue from the heat to a layperson's judgment. Ishida nodded. Anyways, I will make the leaflets ASAP. How do leaflets with the symptoms of summer colds or summer heat symptoms and how to treat those conditions sound? I'd be grateful if you could do it like that. And how to assess cases of summer colds or summer heat, and along with that how to treat those in home, and that if the symptoms don't match, or if how treatment is having no effect, to go to the hospital. I'll do it. And urgently. Counting on it. And if there are any death certificates that come into the office from doctors other than me, I want to know about them right away. I will send copies of the death certificates. It would be better to avoid faxing them, wouldn't it? That's right, that'd probably be better. I'm sorry for the trouble of the trip, but please deliver them directly. Understood. From there, I'll count on Seishin for the investigations on the dead. I'll let you know the details of the investigation later. We can't talk about the circumstances, so it can't be helped that you'll have to ask about things in the indirect range. Since the victims themselves are already dead anyway, there's a limit to how much can be investigated, too. Rather, I don't want to make things worse. Seishin nodded and looked to Toshio. What about Mizobe and the health department? That's the problem. What can we do about that? We can't very well keep it quiet, can we? At any rate, you have passed on the death tolls from the branch office up to the government office, haven't you, Ishida-san? Not the ones from August yet, but I will send them up immediately. Toshio exhaled. For now, there's no real obligation to report things up to the health department, but it's probably necessary to report that there's been a lot of deaths. Ishida nodded. I'll report that there's a possibility of a massive disease outbreak. I've got my doubts they'll believe it or see it as a problem and take any action, but anyway, let them know that we've gotten this far. Afterwards, we'll get together to see how far we've gotten. How does 1 week sound? Sounds fine, and it'd probably be best to indirectly at least get Kane Masa involved. I'll take care of contacting him. And Tamo? Seishin asked. Tamo Sadaichi was someone who could essentially be called the village headman. Essentially, it was something for which the 3 pillars should be called together for. We likely should need to inform Sadaichi-san too. Toshio was caught in thought. Let's keep that quiet for now, sorry to say to Sadaichi-san. In the first place, we've still got some doubts, and we don't have a single thing nailed down for sure yet. If Sadaichi-san asks, then we can't not report the true state of affairs to him, but if he doesn't, then it's probably better to wait until we at least know if it's an epidemic or not. If he knows about it, there's no way he can't report it to the Ward Headman's Association, after all. That's true, said Ishida, taking the notepad and closing it. Well then, for the time being it will be between this group. Part 5. Toshio joined Ishida in leaving the temple office. The grounds were awash in rain like literal waterfalls. At the best of times, the outside lights were hazy with moisture, making the courtyard all the darker now. Taking Ishida's car back to the hospital, Toshio held up his recently unused umbrella and jogged across the grounds. Trying to find a place for his feet to fall that wasn't a puddle of water proved difficult. When he stepped into the white Corolla, he was already soaked from the knees down. Ishida slid into the driver's side and closed the door. With the sounds of the rain now sounding a bit far off, the inside of the car had the air of a locked room. Ishida-san, I want to discuss something with you. Yes, Ishida asked, starting the engine and turning to look at Toshio. This case. Could I have you keep it quiet for a while? Yes, but of course. Toshio looked to the front pane of glass, fogged by moisture out into the darkness, and the rain of the grounds as he spoke. That's not what I mean. For a while, I want you to hold off on reporting to your superiors. Until I say it's okay, I don't want you to send anything out of Satoba. Ishida blinked, cutting off Ishida before he could day, but Toshio urged him to start driving. For the short distance to the Ozaki clinic, he said nothing, opening his mouth only once they were at their destination. In the parking lot at night, in the curtain of rain that left nothing to be seen, the inside of the car was a completely isolated world. Ishida-san, to tell the truth, I think it's a plague. I dare say I'm sure of it, and no common one. I researched and researched, but no epidemic that matches the symptoms was found. You can't mean a new strain. A new strain or a variant strain, I can't tell. It's possible that it just simply looks that way, but at any rate, what's certain is that this is a something momentous. Just looking at the victims we can see, they have a terrifyingly high mortality rate. Of course, there might be those with a subclinical infection. An outbreak that healed without anybody noticing is a possibility. But when that's not the case, it takes a sudden turn for the worse, and they die right away without any opening for treatment. And looking at just the death certificates, by the time it's at the level where anybody could notice the symptoms, it's already too far gone to do a thing about it. Ishida's throat suddenly, audibly tightened. I don't know if it's sure to break out if someone's infected, but I'm under the impression that once it breaks out, it's out of my hands. Starting in Yamari, Satoba's been contaminated. Like that, it had been spreading. Why, yes. You report this to the administration. You do that, and what do you think will happen? What you say. If at the end of the day it was a known epidemic, there'd be nothing to fear. I have an obligation to report too. I can't just stay quiet. But if this is like I said before a new strain, what then? In that case, what can the administration do? Ishida moaned deep in his throat. They can't do anything. As long as it isn't covered under the Communicative Diseases Prevention Law, or it isn't food poisoning with means determined by the food hygiene laws, there isn't any guideline for how to handle it. That's it exactly. In this case, it's not food poisoning. What's covered by the Communicative Diseases Prevention Law? 11 infectious diseases requiring official reporting, 2 kinds of specified communicable diseases, 12 a physician is required to report within 24 hours of diagnosis, the Parasite Prevention Law, the Tuberculosis Control Law, 1 counts under the Leprosy Prevention Law, the Venereal Disease Prevention Law covers 4, for a sum of 32 types covered. Furthermore, of those infectious diseases that are regulated to be kept under surveillance, none overlap with those 32. If it's one of those, there's no problem, even if it's a variant strain. But if that's not the case, of course the administration has to do something. Yes, Ishida was shivering. That was correct. If there was no legal method of handling it, the only thing to do would be to isolate the patients. The doctors and administration couldn't very well ignore the person's wishes and strap them down. When it comes to giving them an honorable little push for assistance, we can't count on the Cane Moss's son. It's just like you said. It'd be good if the predecessor was still alive. Even if this gets out, we can't count on the administration's help. And that's not all. If this is a new strain of disease, and if it is one that spreads by direct transmission, what do you think's gonna happen? I don't know. Look at what happened with Ebola, and you get the idea, don't you? They shut it in. It gets out that there's an unknown epidemic spreading through Satoba. After that, the first thing to do to try to contain it is to isolate it. Satoba's quarantined, patients are kept from leaking out. If there's no legal basis to do that on, then there's no stopping it from being done in some underhanded fashion. The administration and the medical association could collude and move to have Satoba kept on the down low, handled behind the scenes. That'd be the only way it could go. Yes, that's correct. Certainly, with that you could protect against it spreading. It's especially valid when it comes to containing an epidemic with as high a fatality rate as this one. But Satoba can't be saved like that, Ishida-san. It's like waiting for a fire to burn itself out without sending in a fire truck. If there's not a blade of grass left to burn, the fire might naturally die out, but what's that mean for Satoba? Ishida nodded. I by no means want to hush up the situation. If it is an infectious disease we're legally required to report, I have that obligation too, and of course the minute it's identified as one I'll report it. If I can convey that it's not spread by direct contact, so there'd be no meaning in closing off Satoba, we'll pass it up to the administration. But if the source of the contamination really is in Yamari, if this is an epidemic that's unique to Satoba, if it turns out to be directly transmitted, it's going to need to be handled with a certain delicacy. I understand what you're saying, Junior Doctor. I understand, but if it really does spread by direct contact, even I can think of some ways to handle it. There are ways to independently and cooperatively isolate it, ways to announce it indirectly through the medical association. I'm promising that it's going to be handled, so can't you keep it down for just a while for me? Ishida hesitated to respond. As if seeing through his hesitation, Toshio looked at Ishida. His voice was somehow penetratingly cold as he lowered his voice to a whisper. It'd be better if it spreads outside, Ishida-san. If it's something the administration can't help with anyway. If they personally aren't feeling the heat, they won't do a thing. Unless it's to protect themselves, not a damn thing. Junior Doctor, Mount Unzen, Okashiri Island, Matsumoto. Tosho murmured as if reciting a chant. If you believe the administration will cooperate to help the people at the scene of the tragedy, I'd like to ask your basis for that belief. Ishida opened his mouth, then hesitatingly closed it. Taking in Ishida's silence, Toshio opened the passenger side door. The mists and deafening sound of the rain suddenly flowed in. Sorry about this, Ishida-san, I'm counting on you. Yes, sir. Having gotten out of the car, Toshio bent his body down to speak to Ishida. And also, could you keep this a secret from Seishin? He's an idealist, you know, he can't handle balancing good and evil. I understand was all Ishida replied. Cultural notes. Chapter 1-2. But right now, without a name to put to the disease, the government won't move. What those guys call an epidemic isn't something spreading around to the people. For them, it's a word for an existing contagious disease written into the protocol or manuals. Epidemics in Japanese health laws. Epidemic, densenbyu, literally translates to contagious disease. However, not all contagious diseases are legally classified as densenbyu, epidemics in Japanese. Lay people may use the word, translated as epidemic, to refer to a massively destructive and spreading malady. Medical professionals, however, would only refer to an epidemic as those outlined by the government in the Epidemic Disease Prevention Act, as the word implies specific legal duties on their part. The Epidemic Disease Prevention Act was repealed in 1999 and replaced by the reformed Infectious Disease Control Law. A doctor in the 1990s could accurately declare a contagious disease was not an epidemic, legally, which linguistically would be saying that it was not a contagious disease. Epidemic Disease Prevention Act. Legal epidemic diseases. Cholera, dysentery, typhoid fever, paratyphoid A, smallpox, typhus, scarlet fever, diphtheria, epidemic cerebrospinal meningitis, bubonic plague, Japanese encephalitis. These were reported to the health and town officials, and the patient is to be quarantined for treatment at a cost paid by the government. Specified epidemic diseases, polio, Lassa fever. These were diseases designated for treatment identical to the above 11 in the original law. Required reporting diseases. Influenza, rabies, anthrax, epidemic diarrhea, pertussis, whooping cough, lockjaw, malaria, scub/bush typhus, filaria, yellow fever, recurrent fever. These were diseases that physicians were required to report within 24 hours to health officials, and treatment could take place either at home or in an ordinary hospital ward. The Venereal Disease Prevention Law. Syphilis, gonorrhea, cancroid, lymphogranuloma urethritis. These are to be reported to health officials who pass the numbers to national officials. The Tuberculosis Control Law. A physician must report diagnosis of tuberculosis within 2 days, and their treatment bill will be paid by the government. Leprosy Prevention Law. A doctor who diagnoses leprosy must report it within 7 days, and the potentially affected patients will be put in a sanatorium at the government's cost. This law was also repealed in 1996, designating leprosy as a legal epidemic disease. The Parasitic Disease Prevention Law was not a part of the Epidemic Disease Prevention Act, but is a law stating that the government may spend funds investigating by means of physical examinations or feces, exams for signs of parasitic diseases, roundworm, hookworm, liver flukes, blood flukes, Schistosoma japonicum, and also in providing treatment for them. This law was repealed in November of 1994. Without counting parasites as a disease, the Parasitic Disease Prevention Law is actually separate from the Epidemic Disease Prevention Law. That leaves 32 diseases that the government required and took action, spent money on. As the government also does spend money on parasite control, Ozaki also mentions that, highlighting the limited expectations had for government intervention on any health matter. Chapter 1-5. Ozaki cites 3 large incidents that warranted the administration's actions, contrasting to Sotoba, where he does not believe they will have the same impetus to help the isolated victims. Mount Anzen, volcanoes located in Nagasaki, which were active from 1990 to 1995. There was a major eruption in 1991, though due to attention and evacuation orders, the direct on-site casualties were fewer than 50, and primarily made up of scientists and film crews aware of the danger. The emperor and family had come to the site to eat cheap survivor meals such as instant curry, and there was much support provided for victims through various agencies, coordinating with the government and independently. Okashiri Island, an island in Hokkaido ravaged by an earthquake in 1993, which triggered a tsunami, landslides, and other structural damage. Considerable government funds were spent on rebuilding, including building houses on higher grounds, wave defense walls, a tsunami shelter, and memorials to the 200 or so fatal victims. Matsumoto. Several terrorist attacks with sarin gas in Matsumoto in June of 1994 are referred to as the Matsumoto incident. The religious cult Aum Shinrikyo was eventually found guilty of the attacks, motives including testing it for a future attack that took place in Tokyo later in 1995, and trying to kill the judges overseeing court charges of fraud against the cult to delay the verdict. In response to the attacks, the government formed risk and medical management procedures for chemical terrorism and instituted analytical instruments in hospitals and police task forces specifically for incidents of biochemical warfare. Chapter 2, Part 1. Now's results that were requested from the Tajima National Health Institute ASAP were delivered to Toshio's hand the following day just before noon. The rain from the night before had lifted. Again, the sunlight poured in, downright annoyingly. Bringing in the results and the coffee, Ritsuko looked over the waiting room that had become piled with books in such a short time and sighed. Answering Ritsuko's question as to whether the room could be cleaned with a retort to do as she pleased, Toshio looked over the results. He laid them side by side with the simple examination results performed at the hospital yesterday. It was the same as Megumi's case. All types of blood cells were decreased, as were her hemoglobin and hematocrit levels. Clear signs of anemia, more specifically normocytic normochromic anemia. However, serum bilirubin and LDH levels were normal. With all other values normal, there appeared to be no irregular functioning of the liver or kidney. The results of the Coombs tests were negative. While it was negative, there was no abnormal hemolysis. The same as Megumi, it didn't look like there was anything that could be it besides anemia. Is it really simple anemia, or is it? Last night, he put the peripheral blood smears and the bone marrow sample under a microscope. The blood smear showed an increased reticulocyte count, as well as nucleated red blood cells. Hyperplasia was occurring in the bone marrow, but while Toshio was no hematology specialist, he found nothing amiss in its form. There was nothing that could be thought of as abnormal other than the blood production levels. Rather, it'd be better to think of it as a release of young red blood cells due to an expenditure of a large quantity of red blood cells. If that's the case, was it lost to internal bleeding, or was it quickly destroyed by hemolysis? It isn't internal bleeding. Neither through palpations nor X-rays were there particular signs of internal bleeding. It didn't look like there was really any swelling of any internal organs either. But I can't think of it as hemolysis either. The Coombs tests came back negative. It wasn't autoimmune hemolysis, and looking at the images of the blood smear, it wasn't hemolysis stemming from irregular cell shapes either. With serum bilirubin and LDH levels normal, it really couldn't be thought of as hemolysis. No matter how many times he thought about it, the more he thought on it, the more each possibility was thoroughly denied. What shouldn't have been happening was happening. Something was strange. Deep in thought as Toshio was, for a while he didn't realize that Ritsuko, who was sorting the mountains of books, had asked him something. "Doctor, are you listening?" "NN. Ara." Ritsuko's expression faintly clouded. "Is she that bad now, San?" "Nah, that's not what it is. I just get the feeling the results have a kinda mismatch with common sense. So what about what now?" Ritsuko forced a smile. "It wasn't important. I just said it seems that the mountains are crumbling in here and there, aren't they? Hey. Before, Sagawa-san from Nakasatoba had come, for treatment. At the Sagawa Oji-chan's place, which is built facing the western mountain cliff, that cliff gave out and mud came pouring into the house, he said. He was lamenting how hard it was to clean up. Damn, it'd have been just as well if the mud swallowed the whole house and was done with it. Oji-chan was saying the same himself. The main room was a field of mud, but it should have just finished the job, he said. After all, if the whole thing collapses in, it might turn into a crisis. You said it. The northern mountains might be giving too. I heard noises last night, as if explosives were being used, boom, like. At the northern mountain. Yes, Ritsuko nodded. Ritsuko's house was in Kamisatoba, near the base of the northern mountain. I think it was the northern mountain. Going by the noises, I wonder if it wasn't a major landslide. But, as the northern mountain is the temple's territory, there wouldn't be anybody there, would there? That's true, Toshio murmured. Would it be good to let Seishin know? As he thought that, Ritsuko piled up the last book on top of the low table. I've inserted blank memo sheets into the pages they were opened to so you can find where you were again, so don't worry. Thanks, Toshio said with a forced smile, then calling out to Ritsuko as she made to step out. Sorry again, Riken. Could you call the construction firm and ask about Naosan's condition for me? It's fine if it's the family rather than her. Anyway, ask how she is. Let them know that if she needs a re-examination, even this evening is fine, so be sure to come. Ritsuko's brows furrowed. Is it that serious? It's not for sure it's that bad. I told you that right. The results seem to defy reason in a weird way. I thought we should try reanalyzing her one more time. Is that so? Ritsuko said, sounding unsatisfied with the explanation. He called out once again to stop Ritsuko, who was leaving, holding the tray. That's right, Riken. One more thing. After the break, before the front desk opens, could you call everyone together? Yes. I was thinking we'd add some appointments into the schedule. Not for all the patients, by any means. Just the patients I specify are fine. Starting tomorrow, is it? Toshio nodded. He'd give more precise details when everyone was gathered, so he dismissed, but Ritsuko's expression was somewhat unsettled. She must be suspicious, Toshio thought. But that's fine, he said to himself. The hospital staff was on the front lines. Sooner or later, they'd notice the unusual circumstances, and furthermore, since they couldn't help but be on the front lines facing the threat, he couldn't leave it hushed up forever. What do you think this is about? Ritsuko asked Yasuyo. Yasuyo looked to Kiyomi, exchanging glances, then gravely nodding. I knew it. I thought something was strange. That's right, Kiyomi said with a sigh. I got the feeling he's being clearly protective over the young wife of the Yasumoris, too. What do you mean? Satoko and Yuki both tilted their heads. Yasuyo resolutely folded her arms. What I mean is, aren't there too many dead around? Yuki-chan, you too might not have noticed, but since this August, it's been unusual. Has it? It wouldn't be impossible to think that. After all, the patients never came in, all that comes in are notices of their death. And on top of that, early in the mornings, before we've even come into work. Kiyomi nodded. In Kamisatoba, somebody under 40 died, didn't they? And then the 3 in Yamari. Yuki and Satoko nodded. And after that, in Shimosatoba, a high school student. From there, Juichi-san and the mother of the first death. Yuki's eyes were wide. 7 people. Since August began. That's just it. I was sure it was something suspicious. Death does tend to come in mysterious patterns, but no matter how you think about it, these are too many in a row. Do you think something's happening? Listening to the two of them, Ritsuko nodded as if thoroughly understanding what the older nurses were saying. I wonder if it isn't an epidemic. At least, the junior doctor may be suspecting it. Patients may be coming in with that from here on, and those patients he would want to give preferential examinations. Then Naosan is also. The way he's so vigilant on her, he may suspect it. Yuki and Satoko exchanged worried looks. I wonder if we'll be all right. Who knows, but if it's dangerous, the junior doctor would tell us, wouldn't he? That he isn't saying anything may mean he has no positive proof yet, but for the time being the hospital's all right, isn't it? That person is, even if only in matters like this, a precise and proper doctor. Kiyomi breathed another sigh. Either way, it'd be better to use disinfectant and be sure to wear gloves at all times. We have to at least be aware of that much. Yasuyo nodded. There's a disease we don't know anything about going around after all. It'll be good if it's not too unusual of one, but... Part 2. Seishin stopped his car at the shoulder of the road and looked at the note Tashio made. Therein were the listed elements that needed to be investigated. The deceased's sex, age, occupation, education history, standard of living, household circumstances, particularly if they used well water, family structure, marital status, their parents' ages, birth order, family medical history. The individual's medical history, if they drank, if they smoked, eating habits, customs. Their daily sphere of activity, particularly their actions throughout July. The note was made out like a form, with what was filled out from their death certificates and the family registers, but there were many blanks. If going in the order of the outbreak, the first to contract it were the 3 in Yamari. If one believed Miko's talk of catching it from Jigoru, then Okawa Jigoru would be thought of as the first. The estimation of when he would have contracted it was right around the middle of July. If at that time, Jigoru or the others had gone out someplace, that place could be thought of as being infected. That this could be told quickly by asking the bereaved families was something that Seishin was, at first, optimistic about. So he was, but the conversations weren't so simple. Murasako Hidemasa had lost his wife, his sister, and his nephew, a total of 3 people. Indeed, there weren't any close relatives remaining in the village. But fortunately, as the 3 had their funeral services performed by the temple, the contact addresses of the Murasako household were left with them. As they were living in Yamari, he tried to contact any relatives living in the communities below or any old people who had been close to them, but the results were futile. Nobody knew what the Murasako couple had been doing lately. The Murasako family children hadn't by any means cut off ties with their parents, but in the end, their parents were a part of themselves that they had left behind in Satoba. They hadn't forgotten them, they weren't estranged, and they certainly hadn't lost their love for them, but they had their own lives. Long ago, they would have returned for Aben and rekindled their connections, but with small children there were studies and lessons, reasons not to want to go far from home, and when children were at a more independent age, they then became the ones at home waiting to welcome those children to their own homecoming. As a result, their parents deserted in the country were looked back upon less and less. If they had even been in bad health, though, said Hidemasa's daughter. I was worried myself. I did peek in on how they were doing, don't you know. Overall, the 2 were healthy, after all. I thought myself I didn't need to worry, and how to put it, I just forgot. I just didn't worry about it anymore. She harbored a secret regret of not contacting that, but in this case, that it wouldn't have helped at all was true. At any rate, as far as attempting to make contact in regards to the Murasakos, Seishin was, at least in regards to kith and kin, left with no choice, but to accept that it would be near impossible to gather information. Never mind being able to ask the questions that would clarify the circumstances. There was a limit to how much he could ask even with a made-up pretense to dress it up under. That left Okawa Jigoru, but Seishin thought as he drove towards the village road. At least Okawa Jigoru had a nephew left in the village. The Okawa liquor shop's Okawa Tomio was that nephew. Under the guise of buying something on an errand, Seishin visited the Okawa liquor shop. In the course of conversation, touching upon Jigoru's death, "You must dearly miss him," Seishin said, trying to direct the talk with Okawa. "Nah," said Okawa, his face a mingling of a smile and a grimace as he waved his hand. He was already at that age, that old man was. Nonetheless, were you not surprised? If you're asking about surprises, that was sure a surprise. My old man's older brother suddenly died, and I was told by the police, after all. On top of that, I try to go up to have a look, and he's so rotted he's falling apart, and he's been strewn all over. Well, to say it's not something you get to experience often, sure enough. That is true, Seishin nodded. When was the final time that you had been able to meet with Jigoru-san? When was that? Okawa said, tilting his head as he wrapped the bottle of sake. It's not like we saw each other that much, you know. I'm just gonna put it out there. He wasn't exactly a jolly old man. If there was nothing I needed, I didn't feel like seeing him. The old man didn't by no means talk to us much either. When you think, he's calling us, it was to say I'm going out, so give me your car or pick with up for me, or to say to do this or that for him. Okawa said, mouth forming into a pointed frown. I'm his nephew. I'd think it'd be normal to ask how to make it convenient for me at least. If he stopped into the store unexpectedly once in a while, even if he got something, he didn't pay the bill on it. He didn't think of nothing but himself. Then on my end, I just couldn't take him talkin' down to me even if he is my uncle. I'm not still some snot-nosed brat after all. When I said that, he shouted, "Who do you think I am? I don't have to sit and listen to this. You think I'm a old fart who won't just die already," and went home yelling. Okawa spoke, his huge body rocking with laughter. Seishin frowned at the loud voice as he asked, "Then, you had not met with him just before the incident? Didn't see him, even before that, at was early spring, wasn't it? Suddenly he comes on in and takes a bottle off the shelf, and tries to go. I yelled after him to at least bring the damn money to pay for it. I say that, and don't talk about such petty things between relatives," the old fucker says. Relative, he says. I don't ever remember the old man ever helping me out once. Don't remember him ever being no use either. Is that what you call a relative? I said, took the bottle up out of his hands and pushed him out the front of the shop. I do that, he starts yelling out in front of the shop. What about you? I got too pissed off and threw water out at him. Did that, said don't come here again, I'm cutting off our ties or something, I said. Is that so? After that, he was incorrigible. Give me your car, go to the JA, he called to say. I slammed the phone down on him, and lately the calls stopped coming too. Then suddenly the police call, saying he's kicked the bucket. After all that I'd say, I got no obligation to put up for his funeral, but I'm the only one of his relatives left. Everyone's either gone and passed or left the village. Like you'd think, not even having a funeral's just too sad, so at the very end I ended up looking after him. I'm a soft-hearted guy at the end of the day. Okawa's body quaked with laughter. His wife Kazuko wore a supplicating smile. Seishin, with mixed feelings, paid and let the shop. At the side of the shop, Okawa's son Atsushi was breaking down a cardboard box as if it were an enemy. Giving a light bow to him, he suddenly and rudely faced away. In knee-length sweats, his bare leg was wrapped in bandages. Were you injured? He had tried to ask, but he only replied, as if refusing him, that he was bit by a dog. It didn't seem Atsushi was in the mood to speak with Seishin. Unable to find a way to guide the conversation from there, Seishin left the Okawa liquor shop. A sigh leaked out. With Okawa like that, they couldn't know what Jigoro had been up to. Even outside of the village, Jigoro basically didn't have any relatives he spoke with. He tried to at least ask who Jigoro was close with to Okawa, but he responded that there wasn't no one sides the old Murasako pops, bluntly. Yamari was isolated, Seishin thought looking at the notes. Not only was it geographically isolated from the 6 communities below, it was isolated from regional bonds and blood bonds. Indeed, if that weren't the case, they weren't likely to be left behind that deep in the mountains. The 3 old people who had given up and been given up by so much huddled together to get by. The 3 of them died in one fell swoop. Everything down to footprints of their life floated away into thin air. Is this what it means to return to nothingness? Seishin thought. Everything a person amasses and erected, all of it was reduced to its meaningless origins. That is why death is so terrifying. That's it exactly. Part 3. Yasumori now was ultimately, on the morning of the 26th, brought into the hospital all but carried in her husband's Mikiyasu's arms. Toshio couldn't help but be astonished with terror. Now seemed half-dazed, looking as if she wouldn't even have been able to walk sufficiently without support. "Now-san, how are you feeling?" he asked, but now did not answer. Taking great pains, she moved her mouth, but no reply came forth. First, he gave direction to lie her out on the examining table. As now was assisted onto the table by the nurses, Mikiyasu, who was attending to her, looked incredibly worried as he watched over her. "Toshio-san, what's the matter with now?" "It's because I don't know that I'm doing a re-examination. The day before yesterday when she came, I told her if she was feeling even a little worse the next day to come in, but she didn't come yesterday." Mikiyasu shook his head. "She didn't say anything about that. When Mom asked the results, she said she was told it was probably anemia." "Yesterday, how was Now-san?" "She slept throughout the day, I think. I was at work, so I wasn't with her all day, but it seemed she had a fever, and she was incredibly tired." Toshio nodded. Now's complexion was as poor as ever. The neckline of her sleeveless one-piece and her arms looked almost pale blue. On those arms, granulated purple spots could be seen. What looked like insect bites were here and there on the nape of her neck and arms, though they may have also been scratches. But those insect bites looked to be forming pus. Her breath was shallow, seeming out of breath even lying on the examining table. Checking her pulse, it was incredibly fast. She seemed to have a fever, but her limbs were cold, breaking out into a thin, cold sweat. "Yasuyo-san," Toshio wrote out directions on a memo and called to Yasuyo. "A blood test. She has tachycardia, so just in case, take an EKG for me too. Afterwards, tell Shimayama-san to prepare for a US and a CT. "Ah, yes, sir." Toshio took Mikiyasu, fretting with a look of suspense, into the waiting room. "Toshio-san, what's wrong with now?" "Well, have a seat." Toshio motioned to the sofa. "Does she have some bad disease?" "Nah, at least right now. We don't have any proof that she has a particularly serious disease." A reliant look rose up on Mikiyasu's thin face. Living in Monzon like him, with their houses nearby and their age close, separated by 4 years, he was in the category of childhood friend. Toshio, brimming with a competitive spirit, was the boss of the group of kids, so when they were young, he was what you could have called one of his henchmen. This is how it had been they were kids. If there was something troubling, he'd look at Toshio as if relying on him. "But at the current stage, I can't say anything," Toshio said, motioning again for Mikiyasu to sit on the sofa. "How long has now Sin been unwell?" Since 2 or 3 days ago, I'd say. The day before yesterday, before that. The day before that she was tired. Mom asked plenty of times if she was all right. She said go to the hospital. And the day before that. How was she? I don't remember. I don't think it seemed like she felt especially bad or anything then. "What about you?" Toshio asked, making Mikiyasu blink. "Me?" "You, Tokujiro-san, or Atsuko-san, anyone. Or any of the younger guys at the contracting firm. Is there anybody who seemed to be sick the same way? If there were, we might think she caught a summer cold or something from them, but..." Mikiyasu tilted his head and thought, then after some time, answered that he didn't think so. "I see," Toshio sighed. "The day before yesterday when she came in, I did a few different tests, but the results said that she had anemia, and that was all that came from it. Since we're still sorting through it, I want to say she has nothing but anemia. But even anemia alone has various types." Mikiyasu's expression changed. I don't know about it in depth, but there's pernicious anemia or, like, really bad anemia, isn't there? At least just based on the test results. I don't think it's pernicious anemia or aplastic enema. It's probably not a problem at the blood formation level. I suspect it's a type of anemia from hemolysis, but that's not something I can say for certain. Is that especially bad? Oi, Toshio forced himself to show a smile. "It's not like that. To tell the truth, I don't really know. It looks like anemia from hemolysis, but I get the feeling it's different from that. It'll be all right to keep an eye on her for a while, but think of the season. She has all the duties of being the young wife of a contractor. There's all the anxieties, having to look after of all the young guys coming and going. She has a child on hand to tend to too, and since she's had a sudden drop in energy, let's take care with this, is all I'm saying." "That's all," Mikiyasu breathed. "Don't scare me like that, man. Going through the trouble of having a nurse call me, telling me to bring her in, suddenly talking to me about grave-sounding test results, I was sure it was. Well, still, until we can put a name to her condition, it'd be better not to drop our guard. It's true that she seems really sick and all. Just in case, we'll do another blood test and run a CT, and if that doesn't clear anything up, we'll send her to the National Hospital. If I have to, I'll write a referral to the University Hospital, even." Yes. Toshio was, he dared say, unable to make any difference in Megumi's case. Mikiyasu was relieved, but Toshio, who had comforted him, was not. Now was getting exceptionally worse. He was throwing vigorous efforts into it, but he was indeed uneasy. Part 4. Seishin wandered past the side of Chigusa, towards the house, peering in the entryway. Yano T, who was watching TV in the living room, soon noticed Seishin and called out, "Dear me. Has something happened? I had gone to the town of Mizobe, you see. I had thought to take a short rest at the shop, however. I then thought about how T-san may be doing." "Please do come in," said T, then seeming to realize something. "It would be better to go into the shop." The junior monk would prefer coffee to cheap tea, would you not? There is also air conditioning there. Standing before Seishin and putting on her sandals, T, who motioned towards the shop, somehow seemed thinner. Should it happen that you have lost weight? T looked back as they crossed the sun-bathed garden. It must be summer weight loss. Lately, meals just aren't very appetizing. It is not because you are depressed about what had happened with Fuki-san, is it? T blinked as if something had struck her heart and gave a dejected sigh. That isn't what it is, but... After all, I am at an age where it wouldn't be unusual for death to come pay me a visit, either. I am the same age as Fuki-chan, yes. We were classmates in school, you know. Is that so? These kind of things are foreordained, yes. That's how I had thought, but the day Fuki-chan died, I met with her, you know. She was sick, and I thought so many times that we should have the junior doctor come, but Fuki-chan said she was fine, so. But if I had called the junior doctor at that time, or if I had called an ambulance, wouldn't that person have been able to live at least a little longer? I think, yes. If you think that way. T shook her head. No matter what, I can't put it out of my mind. Why didn't I call, I think? Why didn't I do what I could, even if it wouldn't have done any good? Don't you think I would wonder? It isn't something I can take back and fix now, but once it came to mind, at that time if only I'd done this, that's all I can think about. Saying so while sounding lonely, T opened the door to the shop. There were no signs of customers in the shop. Noticing Seishin and T approaching, Kanami bowed her head from behind the counter. Welcome. I thought I'd seen the junior monk's car. He had come to see how I was going, T said, earning a smile from Kanami. Thank you very kindly. Mother is really losing heart. Oi, I'm getting used to it. That's how she is. Even if she is your friend, I don't want you to be pulled along with Fuki-san. Even if you don't rush, Fuki-san will wait for you, I'm sure of it. Yes, laughed T. Seishin saw she and Kanami in a very charming light. T-san is in a good place now, able to be with Kanami-san like this. That's so true, she said, looking delighted. I'm happy that she came back, but I worry since she came back because she divorced. If you can be that smart-mouthed, there's nothing to worry about, is there? Kanami laughed, putting an iced coffee on the counter and urging it towards him. In Yamari, the Murasako-sans and Okawa-san were very lonely cases. They weren't quite what one would call estranged from their children, but T nodded sympathetically. All of the children of the folks up there left the village, didn't they? As it was all so sudden, I suppose it's uncertain whether something happened or not. Therefore, I had thought to inquire to the bereaved families as to how the state of things when they were alive. However, nobody is well informed, thus. Well, dear me. Fuki-san was the same, with only a few minor differences. All alone, as the one that had stayed with her, Shuji-san, had died. Of course, Fuki-san did have friends, so it was much better, but... Kanami's brows furrowed. Somehow, it's like the deaths keep coming this year. They say that a lot at the shop, you know, that it's a terrible arrangement of fate. Anyway, about Fuki-san's case. Her older brother and son went, then ultimately she herself went. Do you suppose some terrible disease is spreading? Is what some are thinking too, you know. Seishin secretly held his breath. Kanami was watching him intently, but it seemed that she herself didn't believe those words. A bittersweet smile rose to her face. You can't take even a summer cold lightly, huh? Jigoru-san was off, they thought, you know. Iokawa's. Yes, now when was that, I wonder? I caught sight of Jigoru-san getting off the bus. He looked sickly and was wavering awkwardly, you know. I called out to him, but he didn't seem to notice. Then that news of what happened spread. I knew something was strange back then. When might that have been? Wasn't that at the end of July, I suppose? Kanami looked into the air as if searching her memory. Yes, at the end of July. After that, I'd heard that Jigoru-san and Hidemasa-san seemed sick, you know. It seems like it was Mikoba-chan who said that when she came down to do some shopping. Getting sick deep in the mountains like that, it'd be scary if it turned serious, I thought, then that's exactly how it went. It's unsettling. Can you remember approximately which day? Kanami tilted her head. What day was it, I wonder? I heard that the two seemed sick, you know. That was when I thought, come to think of it, just a few days before that, I'd seen Jigoru-san, I thought. It was the very next day that Jigoru-san left, T added. First thing in the morning, he got on the bus saying he was going out somewhere. That next day he came back, so he must have stayed out somewhere overnight, and I remember wondering where he could have gone to. You'd said as much, Kanami nodded with a smile. Mom gets up early. She happened to see Jigoro-san at the bus stop. She said he was at the bus stop headed for Mizobe. Then the next day he came back, she said. On which day was that now, I wonder? I heard that he seemed sick. They were talking about that in the shop. Suddenly, Kanami's brows furrowed. That's right, when he heard this, Shuji-san suddenly said he would go to pay a get-well visit. Seishin felt something had him by the heartstrings. Shuji-san did. Yeah, just that night he came to drink. He'd already drank quite a bit. We told him to give it a rest, but I'm fine, he said. He called his house from here to say he was going to be late since he was paying a get-well visit. It was already pretty late. If you go to pay a visit at this hour, you'll just be troubling the patient, won't you? I had thought, but... Kanami said and gave a single nod. Yes, that's right. Then it was 6 days later that we had heard Shuji-san had died. Shuji-san hadn't come to the shop since then. It was rare for that person not to come for more than 3 days straight, so when we were wondering if something happened, it turned out he'd died. Seishin stared at the grains of the wooden counter. The day Shuji died was on August 6th. If it was 6 days before, then that would mean the 31st. On the 31st, Shuji went to Yamari. But the 31st, or around the early morning of the 1st, was the estimated time of death. If they could believe police opinion, when Shuji went to Yamari, there was the possibility that Jigoro had already died. It was likely that Hidemasa and Miko were also having their outbreak. Seishin felt unease. Shuji ultimately might not have met with Hidemasa and Miko. If he went into the house, he should have noticed that his uncle was in an extraordinarily poor state. If so, then naturally he would have called somebody, right? On top of not contacting anybody, Shuji must have come back without meeting with Hidemasa, but Miko also didn't contact anybody. Her husband was dead beside her, and yet she herself died without contacting anybody. What is this similarity? Seishin was caught in his thoughts when Kanami raised her voice to say, that's right. I remember. The day before Jigoro-san went out, that was the day Motoko's child had the accident. Seishin lifted his face. Right, the junior monk was at the hospital, weren't you? Shigeji-kun's mother. Yeah. Seishin recalled Motoko's neurotic, erratic state. She was in my same class. She helps with the evening preparations. Motoko's child was hit by a car on July 27th, wasn't it? The next day on the 28th was when Jigoro-san went out, and he came back on the 29th. I heard that he was sick, and Shuji-san went to pay a sick visit. That was 6 days before he died. July 31st, Seishin nodded. Had you seen Jigoro-san before that? The time before that was, when was it, I wonder. When I saw him when he came back, I had thought it had been a while, so I don't think I'd seen him for some time. I wonder if Jigoro-san often went out traveling or any such like this. To that, T shook her head. Not Jigoro-san. That person rarely left the village. After all, he didn't have any way to get around aside from his scooter. Hidemasa-san had a car, but the only one who could drive a car was Hidemasa-san, so I'm sure it was a hassle for him to leave the village, wasn't it? And Hidemasa-san. That person, too, has a heavy bottom, you see. As far as traveling, I think it was pretty rare for him, you know. When was it? Once I met with Miko-san at Fuki-san's place, and Miko-san was saying how she'd like to go to a hot springs once in a while. She was saying, how many years has it been since we last went on a trip, or something like that. I wonder if he had felt like taking a trip this July, or... He didn't, I don't think. There's the rice fields and the vegetable fields after all. Those people were living on a pension, they had to cultivate the fields to eat, you know. Maybe if it were a season when farmers could slack, but this wouldn't be the season for them to travel, don't you suppose? And this year especially, see, there hasn't been any rain. They must have had to use the pump and water the fields. People couldn't very well leave their fields at a time like this. That's true, Seishin thought. This year there was a heat wave and a water shortage. The day before yesterday, there had been rain enough, but there was ultimately little effect on the river's water levels. It wasn't too serious a problem for the village, but downstream there wasn't enough water, and even in Satoba they had to pump water from the rivers and lakes. The village farmers had to draw water from the swamp and wells to spread over the fields. Certainly, with things being what they were, they couldn't have gone out traveling anywhere. Then, thought Seishin, the three were contaminated in Yamari. Or else. Part 5. Tashio's worries bore out. The next day, in the middle of morning examination hours, the phone call from Yasumori Mikiyasu came. Now wasn't breathing, he said while crying. Told to come quickly, when he'd hurried to the contracting firm, now was gone. Her pupils were already dilated, and in her mouth the froth of a lung hemorrhage was visible. Pulmonary edema caused by heart failure made choking the cause of death. August 17th, at 11:20. The one Seishin received word of death from was Tomo Sadaichi. It was late afternoon, Seishin alone in the temple office with his manuscript spread before him, toying with superficial thoughts. The contractor's Naosan has died. Seishin held in his, I knew it, at the sound of Sadaichi's voice at the other end of the receiver. Misunderstanding that silence, Sadaichi continued. Mikiyasu-kun's wife. She was 26 or right around there. It's very sudden. It seems there was a problem with her lungs, but, with things what they are, I will be taking charge of the assistants. Ah, yes. The contractor's Yasumori Tokujiro was Monzen's morning crew mediator. During these cases, where the mediator's family had a misfortune, the head of the assistants acted as the agent. The head of the assistants wasn't a specifically assigned position, but each community had their own rankings of a sort, and who the head of the assistants were was determined with an unspoken sense of agreement. The heat is still severe, but, as sorry as I am to pressure you, I thought we should try to do the all-night vigil tonight. Tokujiro-san's family by blood and marriage live together in this area, so there's nobody who would have to hurry in from far away. Yes. So with that said, if you could do the bedside sutras as soon as possible. I understand. I will speak with the head. In the same community of Monzen, the Yasumori Industries weren't on a lot that far from the temple. The eldest son of the Yasumori Industries, Yasumori Tokujiro, was the Marayasu sawmill's second son. Tokujiro founded the independent Yasumori contracting firm, going into real estate from construction, with a scope that spread out to public works as well. In the present, the position of successor to the contractor's firm was now Mikiyasu's, with matters of real estate falling to Tokujiro's little brother who lived in the city, and the baton of public works were passed along with the city office to Tokujiro's adopted son-in-law. It was a country business, and it might not have amounted to much compared to other personal success stories, but Tokujiro himself was on the verge of 70 and an ever-vigorous person himself still. Nonetheless, when Seishin visited, that very Tokujiro had seemed beaten down where he sat by his daughter-in-law's bedside. Tokujiro-san, in these trying times. When Seishin spoke out to him, he wordlessly bowed his head. He grieved as if he had lost his own true daughter. Sitting in the chief mourner's seat, Mikiyasu held the small child and kept his eyes cast heavily downward. He could hear hidden sobs. Facing him, Setsuko, with red eyes, patiently stroked him. Now was his daughter-in-law, not Tokujiro's daughter. Setsuko was his second wife, so there was no blood between Setsuko and Mikiyasu. Nonetheless, Tokujiro's household was one that anybody could be envious of. Both Mikiyasu and Nao were both like their blood children. Seishin knew he had been told. Setsuko-san, Mikiyasu-kun, Seishin spoke to both, going blank when he met the child's gaze, at a loss for words. Nao's firstborn son was Suzum. Indeed, he shouldn't have been more than 3 years old. My sincere condolences. Without understanding the meaning of losing his mother, probably not understanding what was happening around him, Suzumu tilted his head. Watching his simplistic demeanor, only perfunctory words could come forth. This very young child had lost his mother. Tokujiro too, and Mikiyasu and Setsuko also seemed unable to let out their voices while holding in their wails. They gathered wordlessly, only bowing their heads deeply. Seishin again could not make further words come. Seishin turned his eyes to Mikiyasu, who let out a sob. His arms tightly holding onto the child were of course protecting the child, but there was something about it that also appeared as if he were clinging to the child in order to support himself. He'd seen an arm like that before. It was like that at the Shimizu house too. That had been tragic, and at the same time it looked foreboding. These people did not realize that something dangerous had entered into their own house. Where the children cry, the Oni come. In the village spread the risen. The legend of the Oni were no doubt a metaphor for a plague. The Oni had penetrated the Yasumori family. Those touched by the Oni were infected with death, and death spread on out from there. He felt like telling them to take care. I understand the feeling of wanting to mourn the departed, but you mustn't cling to the body. Hurry, we have to put the body in the coffin and seal it up. He wanted to confess to everything, to tell them to take proper precautions, but reason whispered, if this is a plague, it's too late to warn them. Now was dead. If this death was to continue, then the Oni had probably already seized its next sacrifice. Part 6. That night after the all-night vigil at the Yasumori house had ended, Seishin visited Toshio. At that time, Toshio was in his private room just looking over Nao's test results. Yo. Toshio motioned Seishin, who came through the rear courtyard, as usual to come inside. Was Nao-san as expected? To Seishin's question, Toshio nodded. Most likely, yeah. Nao-san came into the hospital on the 24th and died this morning on the 27th. She was sick from the 23rd it seems, which would made it 4 days until she died. Overall no subjective symptoms, but she got tired easily, her head was heavy, and she said she was spacing out. Anyway, as far as the exam went, it was thought to be anemia, and the test results said anemia. Other than the anemia, there was nothing particularly wrong. That is like Megumi-chan was. Right, the same pattern, Toshio nodded. Really seemed spaced out, no matter what you asked. She didn't give any answers that hit on anything. Even using her mouth seemed troublesome, or maybe there was more the impression her attentions were diffused and she couldn't get her thoughts in order. This is like Megumi-chan's case, too. I see. The blood tests on the 24th didn't show anything out of the ordinary besides the anemia. In normocytic normochromic anemia, all types of blood cells are fewer, looking at the net red blood cell counts. All kidney and liver functions were within normal ranges. We looked for internal bleeding, but we didn't find any of that either. On the other hand, Toshio motioned to the results pinned to the medical record. These are the results from when she came into the hospital on the 26th. They came in today. Looking at this, everything's wrong all over. The kidney and liver functions are hugely out of normal ranges. Her anemia improved some, but just the opposite everything but that got worse in exchange, it's like. And this morning she died. Looking at the corpse, she was slightly jaundiced, dropsy, ascites, and had other trends towards blood loss, with signs of liver and renal failure. She presented as if she'd been choking. In truth, when suctioning her respiratory tract, there was a froth of blood FRMO the lungs and her airways. Respiratory failure due to a pulmonary edema due to heart failure. But we took a EKG of this before too. At least the first time she came into the hospital, there was nothing to show signs of heart failure. There were no problems aside from the anemia, as few as 3 days before. From there, she had a full body breakdown. The cause of death was suffocation from heart failure, but the heart failure itself was just what happened to become the trigger. Looking at the way it progressed, it wouldn't be strange if the liver or kidney or something else became the trigger. Rather than heart failure, it's like MOF, multiple organ failure. The chances of it being an epidemic are none. At least, according to the test results, they all turn up negative. It's that then, huh? More than likely, yeah. The first problems with her condition were ones you couldn't help but think were her suffering from the summer heat or a summer cold. From there, it took a sudden, fatal turn for death, but its transition is obvious. From the time until it turns deadly to the first signs being anemia, it's incredibly similar to Megumi-chan's case. It begins with anemia. The odds of that are high, I think. It might have been better to tell Ishida to rewrite the leaflets to say that anemia is common and to be careful. To list anemia's objective symptoms and what it feels like, and to come to the hospital right away if it looks like that. Seishin nodded. I was barely able to ask her, and after asking Mikiyasu and putting it together, it doesn't seem like her original family had any chronic illnesses that fit the bill. Nao-san's real father was a deadbeat, and the ones who raised Nao-san were her uncle and his wife. But anyway, as far as what I could get from Mikiyasu, I don't think there were any hereditary problems. I can't think of any particular lifestyle habits she'd had that would be a problem. She was a social drinker and didn't smoke. She basically stayed in the village during her daily life, and aside from when she might have gone to Yamari, she didn't go into the mountains. At most, she'd go to Mizobe to do some shopping. Seishin looked at the notebook page where Toshio had written, Yasumori now. As a doctor, he'd asked all he could of the person and the family, and indeed nothing was left unchecked. The contractors don't use well water. It's not all from the above-ground lines, but only the air conditioner in the office uses ground water. It's the same as at the Marayasu sawmill. Seishin took notes while nodding. Yamari didn't have waterworks. Jigoro and the Murasakos both used well water. At the Gadoda household, the drinking water was from the waterworks, but the bath water and laundry used well water. In Shimosatoba, where Megumi lived, most houses used waterworks, but for farm works groundwater was used. And just before Megumi had died, she had been seen climbing the western mountains. If she had a normal habit of going into the mountains like that, she might have drank water from the swamp there. Putting those lines of thought together, it was possible to think that the source was in the water, but wouldn't it be the water? If you think about the contracting firm and Marayasu, the odds are probably pretty low. The odds of it being something or another polluting the water, or some kind of poisoning or contagion, have pretty much been whittled down, I think. There's still a chance that it might have first gotten to the person through water, but water isn't the source of the contamination. So, for example, the water in Yamari may have been contaminated, and from there the 3 in Yamari were infected, and after that, direct transmission. Tashio nodded. If we say water was the cause, that's what it'd come to, but Megumi-chan and Juichi-san are the bottleneck. Thinking of the obvious, I can't think of how Megumi-chan would make contact with Yamari, or the 3 from there, or Shuji-san. It's just I can't say that for certain. Seishin nodded. Megumi lived in Shimosatoba, but, as they knew from the day she had gone missing, her sphere of activity spanned the upper communities. It wasn't impossible that she met with the 3 from Yamari or Shuji by chance. Moreover, the one who becomes a problem is Juichi-san. If Nao-san's case is the same thing, I can't think the source was anyone other than Juichi-san. If she was infected in the middle of August, this is right during the time when Juichi-san had died. According to Mikiyasu, Nao-san was always coming and going from the Marayasu sawmill. She visited Juichi-san for a get-well visit 3 times or so, and on Bon the whole family was gathered at Marayasu. Indeed, smack in the middle of August. It wouldn't be strange at all for her to have caught it from Juichi-san. But where Juichi-san would have caught it from, I don't know. Juichi-san's sphere PF activity was just about non-existent. He was totally bedridden, after all. All I can think of is that it's possible one of the 3 from Yamari or Shuji-san had come to meet with Juichi-san. It doesn't seem so. Seishin shook his head and turned his eye to his notes. I tried asking Atsuko-san from Marayasu, but it seems Shuji-san and Juichi-san had no relations whatsoever. It seems he never set food in Marayasu. It wasn't as if the 3 from Yamari had no connection to Yamari at all. Juichi-san did know them, but they weren't especially close. It seems they didn't take the trouble to come visit Juichi-san. If they had business with Marayasu, they would incidentally pay Juichi-san a sick visit. Incidents like that may have happened before, but Juichi-san was sick for a long time. Before, there had been customers who would visit Juichi-san, but lately that had petered out. In current times, it seems. Seems so, that person been stuck in bed for 6 years or so now. When I came back, he was already bedridden and all. Seishin nodded. So, the ones who met with Juichi-san were largely only family members, particularly the people from the contractors. Also, people from the main Tamo family. Sadaichi-san seemed particularly close to Juichi-san. Then there were a few people he in his inner circle. No connection point then, is it impossible that it spreads directly after all? Tashio sighed as if fed up. And the others. As he was being urged, Seishin opened the folded-up notes and presented them. For the 3 in Yamari and the Gadoda household, their families are spread out and I don't know the specifics. But, Seishin repeated the story he'd heard at Chigusa. That the day before Shuji fell ill, he'd gone to Yamari and Jigoro had left Satoba, that when he'd come back he'd seemed off. Shuji-san went to Yamari on the 2nd. Tashio made a sullen face. That's certainly something. If it was the 2nd, Hidemasa-san should have been dead. Shuji-san shouldn't have seen a dead body. If he did, he would have called somebody. That he didn't means he visited, but didn't see them, but... That's right. But Miko-san was there, wasn't she? She wasn't doing well, and her husband was dead next to her. If she was having a lapse in consciousness due to liver failure, she might have ignored that someone came to visit. It's possible she might have just been asleep and not noticed that Shuji-san had come, but... Then there's Jigoro-san. Say, couldn't we think that Jigoro-san brought something in from outside of Satoba? And then it was something that Shuji-san caught in Yamari. I wonder, Toshio twisted his neck. Of course, there's the incubation period to consider too. For influenza, the average time is 2 days. For cholera, it usually breaks out in a day or two too, but still, thinking of it like that, where Fuki-san caught it, I wouldn't know. That's true. Did Fuki-san catch it from Shuji-san? I can't say for sure, but it might be like Japanese encephalitis. When Seishin tilted his head, he continued. Japanese encephalitis is carried by mosquitoes. It doesn't spread from person to person. If that's the case, there might be that possibility too. Actually, Toshio said, poking a finger down on the medical records. Thinking about it from the end, when the organs all start to break down, it's like something starts in the blood and affects all the other organs. If it comes in through the digestive tracts or the respiratory system, it wouldn't be impossible for the pathogen to invade through the blood. And if that's the case, then at first it may seem to appear as a response to something foreign in the digestive or respiratory systems. But there's no symptoms of vomiting or diarrhea. If we think of it like this, we can reason that it's a point-blank blood-based infection. From a wound. Right. Actually, when Megumi-chan fell in the mountains, she had countless little scrapes and scratches. Nao-san didn't have any particular injuries, but she had countless mosquito bites. I think there's a possibility it spreads through an animal as an intermediary like Japanese encephalitis. Not person to person, but mosquitoes or fleas or ticks as intermediaries. If we consider that, it explains the lack of contact between Megumi-chan and Juichi-san. That said, Toshio pointed at Seishin. I can't deny that possibility. You be careful. Why? Why? Toshio said, eyes wide in frustration. Yamari, right? Megumi-chan was found around the mountains in the Marayasu backyard. Nao-san's house is a little separated from there, but she came and went from the Marayasu sawmill. The Marayasu sawmill is at the foot of your guy's mountain. That is true, but it's all around the northern mountain. There's a chance the intermediary carriers are coming from the northern mountain and spreading out. Yamari's on the other side of the northern mountain, and Megumi-chan was found just at the place where the northern mountain and western mountain meet up. Seishin nodded. Certainly in that area, the mountain stream flowed towards Yamari in a loophole shape. When Seishin was small, there was a direct wire line down between the Marayasu sawmill from Yamari, a lumber path. As forestry declined, now there wasn't anybody else who used it, and already the path was grown over with underbrush, but that path that followed the mountain stream was still plenty cleared enough for animals to use it. For example, wild dogs and the like. Seishin remembered the disastrous scene at Yamari. Wild dogs. We could think that way. The dead didn't have any bite wounds while they were alive, so it can't be that the wild dogs are transmitting it, but it is possible that the wild dogs have fleas or ticks that do. Just earlier, the Okawa liquor shop's son was bitten by a wild dog. Before that, the Inoda's Matasabiru-san, I think it was attacked by a wild dog. It is true that the wild dogs in the surrounding mountains are multiplying. Those who go into the mountains seem to be tremblingly afraid of it. From the gossip the people who come in for exams say, they've been multiplying in Yamari and coming down south, it sounds like. There was a patient, just recently, who mentioned seeing 3 wild dogs just above the shrine area and all. Do you think there's a need to hunt for wild dogs? Toshio pondered. There is a chance the wild dogs are carrying a disease. I'd need to do research. That said, Toshio let out a huge sigh. But the helm I suppose to research. If I'm supposed to catch a wild dog and see if it's housing a pathogen or not, then not even knowing what that pathogen is kinda, well. That's true. Well, rounding up the wild dogs in the area, just in case, wouldn't hurt anything. But the problem's what kind of reason to give. If we do it carelessly, we might just be stirring the pot, but the cause isn't limited to dogs. It's pretty risky. Seishin nodded. He couldn't deny that the chance to use Okawa at Sushi and Inoda Matasabiru's cases as an impetus was long past. Using those as the reason would seem out of place, more than likely. This isn't something we can push using the next time someone's attacked as a chance, either. But this isn't just about exposing that there's a plague. It's easy for you to say wild dog hunting, but how do you assure the safety of the people actually doing it? The people who go out to round the wild dogs up might be prepared for their teeth, but they're not going to be ready for the ticks and fleas, are they? If we're going to have them doing that, then we'd need to give them detailed instructions about the plague from the start. What about poison bait? That's just changing which part's risky. Let's say the intermediary's fleas. But once the dog dies, they'll leave its corpse. While we're doing that kind of extermination, unless we have a way to wipe them out too, then instead we won't be able to stop the spread of fleas. Is that right? Said Sation, biting his lip. Well, the wild dogs might be the ones carrying the disease, but there's the possibility that it's not just them, too. Rats and rabbits, maybe even wild birds. And the fleas and ticks attached to them. If that's the case, said Toshio, his voice low, we're going to have a hard time. Chapter 3. Part 1. On the morning of August 29th, 3 days from the end of that cursed August, news of another death came before Sation. Oda Kenji, who lived in Satoba, had died. Oda was 53 years old, a high school teacher. He collapsed at school, then taken to the municipal hospital and put on a respirator. Somehow, things just hadn't been going well for him, said Satoba's care manager, Murasako Moneyhide, on the phone. The man himself had been saying his body was sore and he was wanting to retire. But it was in the middle of the school year, wasn't it? So they convinced him to hold off on retirement, and suddenly away he goes. It seems his liver had gone bad. Is that so? Answered Sation as his thoughts ran in circles. Was this another case of that? Anyway, for the time being he made funeral arrangements with Moneyhide, then Sation contacted Toshio. I think that Ishida-san will be copying the medical certificate, but Satoba's Oda Kenji died. That right? Toshio said, his reply short. With now having died the day before yesterday, this made 12 dead. Sation hung up the phone and went to visit his father in the separate building. Watching Sation leave the temple office, Ike looked up at the blackboard. Say, Tsurumi-san. At Ike's voice, Tsurumi lifted his face from the accounting book spread open on the desk. About this Oda-san, what kind of person was he? What kind? If I recall, I think he was a high school teacher. I get the feeling I'd heard somewhere that he was a vice principal, but, in other words, still before retirement age, correct? That'd be right. Not an old man, thought Ike. Not an old man to whom it wouldn't be strange for something to happen. Just yesterday, Yasumori Nao's funeral had just concluded, and Ike himself couldn't keep track of just how many houses they'd done funerals for since the month had started. Don't you think it's kinda strange? Was Tsurumi's vague reply. Do you think someone like that person would die like that? Tsurumi's sturdy shoulder shrugged faintly. These things do happen, he said lowly, but his voice was dyed with an uncertainty. On that note they fell to silence, Ike losing his means of continuing the conversation and also falling into silence. Into the strange silence that had settled over the temple office came Mitsuo, morning dutied finished and a pot of barley tea in hand. What's this? Are things busy? No, Ike answered. There was just a call. It seems there will be another funeral in Satoba. Oda-san's. Mitsuo blinked. Oda Gausu-san, was it? No, it seems that it was Kenji-san, they are saying. Then his son, was it? What's the world coming to? Mitsuo shook his head and set down the pot. There are a lot this year, aren't there? Ike said, earning a large sigh from Mitsuo. You said it. Just yesterday, we just finished having the Yasumori's wife's funeral. Then today we're having another vigil with another funeral tomorrow. While we're hustling with all this, the 49th day anniversaries and equinoctial weeks are next. It's this heat, just thinking about it makes me dizzy. How long do you think this will go on? Who can say? Halfway through next month it'll cool off, and things should become a little easier. No, that's not what I... From Ike's side as he corrected, Tsurumi's low voice rose up. How long will the deaths continue is what he's trying to say, Ike-kun here. RGHT. Mitsuo turned to look at the two of them, Ike looking uncomfortably at Tsurumi and nodding. Since August started, don't you think something's odd, Mitsuo-san? Indeed, it is as Ike-kun says. I wonder how long this will carry on. Ah, Mitsuo said vaguely, voicing unpleasant thoughts. At the start of August, the Gatoda's son died, and then there was the incident in Yamari. Even if they were old people, it was 3 at once. From there was the Missy from Shimizu-san's place and Marayasu's Jicha-san, the old woman from Gatoda, and the wide of the contractors. On top of that, another. I definitely think there's a lot, but after all, since August there have been 7 funerals, 9 dead. It feels like this isn't normal, doesn't it? Feels like, Mitsuo-san, this is, well, really not normal. Isn't that right? In 1 month, 9 people. Sure, this year it's been, like, hot. But hot summers, cold winters, it isn't like we've never had them like this before. All the same 9 people in 1 month, is that something you can remember happening? That's Mitsuo said, caught up in his words. To tell the truth, Mitsuo himself realized something was strange. Deaths were things that came in mysterious successions, but he couldn't remember any that continued to this extent. Certainly, there aren't any that come to mind until now that have gone on like this. Right, but lately I'd been thinking, and I remembered something similar to this. Said Mitsuo, turning to look back at Tsurumi. Mitsuo-san, do not you remember too? My father and yours were temple monks, so we've been coming to the temple since we were kids. One funeral set up after another, the temple dancing with activity, had happened a long, long time ago. Mitsuo held in a small breath. Yes, certainly, he had said. It was the season when Mitsuo had only just graduated from elementary school. At first, he was happy when his dad kept coming home with packed leftovers from meals exchanged between parishioners and the priests, but he remembered becoming gradually disconcerted. But even then, there weren't this many. No, remembering it now, I seem to think it felt like TT was about this much, but actually wasn't it far fewer? Ah, that's right, isn't it? It was. Hearing that, Ike's mouth crumpled as if in relief. What? Even if it's rare, these things do happen, don't they? Tsurumi nodded with a melancholy expression at Ike, who had spoke as if relieved. Yes, it was during the Asia flu season. Ike's face became stuffed just then. Asia flu, the mass spread of the flu. Ah, it was terrible then. People were dropping like flies. There were few enough dead that you could still keep track of it. But back then, the temple felt about like it does now, at least to me. Mitsuo nodded, then said Ike, his pallor changing. It can't be that this time, too, an epidemic. Tsurumi had no answer to this, crossing his arms and looking to Mitsuo. These days, the junior monk's been meeting face to face with the Azaki's junior doctor over something or other. Putting aside his novel work to go for walks, he's been investigating around this or that. Isn't that what's been happening? Then, father, if you please. With words of gratitude to his father from his sickbed bedside, Seishin left Shinmei's room. His mother, who had come to clear away breakfast, closed the door and breathed a sigh. Whatever could be happening, I wonder. This year has been nothing but funerals, it's hurting my head. Yes, Seishin replied noncommittally. Is this what they call a lucky year, I wonder? You please be careful as well. Don't push yourself too much. I understand, Seishin said, separating from Miwako as she went towards the kitchen in the main wing of the house. Heading back down the hallway to return to the office, Mitsuo was waiting halfway there for him with an uneasy expression. Mitsuo-san, actually. Have you heard? Mitsuo said with a grave expression. Is this about Oda-san's son, I wonder? Yes, Oda-san will be buried on our lots, so we will be depending on you. The funeral will also be handled by the temple, so. Mitsuo nodded, then lightly took Seishin's arm. Junior monk, what is happening? What? Tsurumi-san was saying that things haven't been like this since the Asia flu. Seishin was stuck for an answer. Mitsuo couldn't go forever without noticing things were not normal. Of course, he was certain that he would eventually say to him that things were strange, but he didn't think he would strike at the heart of the matter so quickly. I see, the Asia flu. Is it some kind of terrible disease? What you've been talking incessantly with the Razaki's junior doctor about lately, is it? Seishin interrupted Mitsuo. Mitsuo-san, may I have you keep this topic quiet for a time for me? But, to tell the truth, Toshio doesn't understand it well himself. It looks like a contagion, but I was told by Toshio that it doesn't match the symptoms of any existing epidemic. Of course, we can't say that with that alone it is not an epidemic, but we are investigating the matter now. Then, after all, we're trying to investigate whether it is an epidemic or not, so at this point, we cannot say a single thing for certain. At any rate, we are thinking of ways to handle this, consulting with the health official Ishida-san, and through Ishida-san the health department as well as Kane Masa. So for a time, if you could not speak of this with the parish families. That's, if the junior monk says so, I'll stay quiet, but please, if it is truly an epidemic, if we idly stir everybody into a panic, the disease will spread all the worse. Until I say that it is allowed, please be sure not to spread word. Mitsuo reluctantly nodded, then in a sudden breath lifted his face. Acknowledged, I will tell Tsurumi-san and Ike-kun the same instructions. Please have peace of mind regarding this much. Seishin lowered his head. He was thankful for Mitsuo's trust. Watching over Mitsuo as he left, still, a part of Seishin thought, with a lingering sentiment of guilt. Neither Mitsuo nor Tsurumi could know the true death count. This was because the news of deaths of those not of the parish did not reach their ears. To Mitsuo and the others, Oda made the 9th death. Yet all the same the true death toll was 12. And furthermore, out of those 12, almost all of them went to an acute onset. A few days before they looked to be in good health, but, suddenly, death. 12 cases and counting. He wondered if Mitsuo would smile at him like that if he knew. Part 2. And so it came to be that, by the sin of slaughtering his little brother, he was exiled to wander the wasteland. Never to return to that splendor, roaming the desolate earth, yet that sin followed him over the wastelands. His sin was the form of his little brother who had become a shiki. It followed him, to make him suffer for an eternity. Know where his brother's aims lied? He did not know. All the more did it pile onto his sufferings. As to why, it was because he did in his own way love his little brother, and he loathed his momentary impulse. His little brother was systematically favored. Deep with love, knowing compassion, like a vessel of splendor to others was his little brother. The people loved his little brother and longed for him. He, too, could not but. The people detested he who had fatally wounded the soul of such deep love, but he again in that same pattern detested himself. His little brother's eyes of compassion turned on him, endlessly cascaded his guilt and regret. His sadness at losing his brother, the lamentations over that death, his hatred of the deceased, his hatred of his own sin compounded his own unyielding self-loathing. Sadness and deterioration, sharper than the frozen winds, tore at him for infinity. Seishin sighed and threw out the manuscript he had read. The mood wasn't coming to him at all. His pen strokes were superficial and repetitive, his consciousness idling back around to the memos. Giving in and putting up the Japanese writing paper, he put it away into the drawer. Arranging it face down and placing a paperweight on them, in exchange he took out the notebook from another drawer. Got out a Shuji, Okawa Jigoro, Murasako Hidemasa, 10 people, and newly added Yasumori Now and Oda Kenji. Even now as he did this, it was spreading out somewhere through Sotoba. They were being slowly driven to a cliff's edge, but Seishin and the others couldn't sense its movements. Is it all right to be doing this now? Seishin had no qualifications to investigate the situation. Unable to even allude to the situation, there was a limit to how much he could ask people in conversation. As expected, it was best to pass it on even a step sooner if possible to the appropriate source, wouldn't it? So he felt. Even Tashio might have been a doctor, but he was not an epidemiologist rather than an amateur doctor and a complete layman floundering about. He thought the obvious thing to do was quickly entrust it to a specialist in order to discern the situation and cope with it, but thought the other party. If a specialist investigated the circumstances, it would be fast work, but the probability that the circumstances would worsen was indeed high. If they knew it was a plague, the villagers would be uneasy. Is my family all right? The uneasy villagers would, without a doubt, go to the Ozaki clinic to get comfort from Tashio. The more people acted like that in tandem, the more the situation would spread. Not only would they have needless anxiety, they wouldn't be able to help drawing an unnecessary anxiety. No. To begin with, it wasn't yet even determined for certain that it was an epidemic. They didn't by any means have a solid handle on what was happening. There was the feeling it was a plague, the thought that it couldn't be, the unease that came from thinking if, and the irritation at being unable to confirm any one of those things. As he stared at the notes in thought, the phone rang. Seishin looked behind him over the back of the office chair, pulling the phone on the office desk towards himself. On the other end was the bookstore's Tashiro. Ah, Masa-san. It has been a while, Seishin tried to say as Tashiro interrupted. Seishin, have you heard? The resident officer Takami-san died, they said. Seishin's eyes widened. Takami-san, it can't be. But it's true. This evening, an ambulance came. Wondering what was up, I went out to the front of the shop, and Takami-san was being carried out from the police substation. Takami's wife, Hideko, had boarded the ambulance too. There were 2 children at Takami's place, but when he asked them, Takami had suddenly collapsed, they said. Since yesterday, he had had a cold and was laid up in bed, but he went to go to the bathroom when it seems he fainted. At any rate, unable to leave the kids alone, Tashiro Rumi stayed at the residential station to watch over them, but not long after Takami Hideko returned. When asked what happened, she answered that Takami had died. Anyways, his wife seemed spaced out. Like she was distracted, could you say? She wasn't in a state to ask her for details. I mean, I don't know the particulars, but you guys have a deep connection with Takami-san too, so I thought it'd be better to let you know. Seishin swallowed down something bitter. He had a cold and was bedridden. Seems like it, said Tashiro, his voice not inviting any particular unease, but Seishi could feel the sweat rising up. A bad premonition. Those guys though, even if they lived in the substation, they're not from Satoba. They're not in a funeral group. I was wondering what we'd do. That is true, isn't it? Either way, I'd say we'd help if it came to it, but anyway, for the time being, we contacted the family, and the family said they'd take care of it. Probably they'll ask a funeral home in Mizobe and have him cremated, I guess, huh? Anyway, his wife herself was saying to leave her alone, so Rumi and me came back, but thank you very much. At any rate, I will contact his wife. Yeah, if you could, said Tashiro, hanging up the phone. Seishin immediately phoned the substation, but listening to it ring 15 times, there was no answer. Did they leave to go to the hospital? Hanging up the receiver, he made another call to Tashio. He tried to the hospital, which after hours and on days off switched to the house line, but Tashio did not pick up. Hesitating a moment, then calling the house line, Taki picked up and answered, voice nasal and stiff, that he was out. Would you happen to know to where he had set out? I don't. There was a call at the hospital and then he left. Wouldn't it be a house call? It was possible that it was a call conveying news of Takami's death, so he might have gone out to the substation. While hesitating on whether he should try going there was a call from Tashio. In the background there were the sound of people making a fuss, and he could faintly hear Dixie. It seemed he was calling from Creole. As expected, Tashio hurried to the substation, and when he did, there was nobody at the substation, he said. People from around said they say the wide take the kids in the car. They may have gone to get the body or to drop the kids off at her parents' place, something like that. Right, Seishin answered, but somehow he wasn't fully convinced. Anyway, I don't know any specifics. I won't until his wife comes back. That's true, Seishin answered before lowering his voice. Do you think it's that? Tashio's voice lowered all the more. Probably, yeah. Part 3. They were entering the calendar month of September, but she didn't think that the lingering summer heat was abating in the slightest. As Ritsuko left the hospital, a heat haze reflected off of the parking lot baking in the midday sun. There may have been some moisture in the air recently. It was sultry as if boiling. Yua, it's hot, Yuuki said, hurrying towards her car, a toy-like form. The car's window was left open. It wasn't like there was anyone who'd steal a car in Satoba anyway. Ritsuko-san, it's hot, is that all right? It's fine, Ritsuko answered. When Ritsuko said she was going to go out to the shopping district a bit and would be back, Yuki had said that if that was the case, she'd give her a ride halfway there. The car that had been scorching in the parking lot was probably hotter than the road top, but it was far better than walking beneath the scorching hot rays. Gratefully getting into the car, she was taken to the edge of the shopping district. First deciding to have lunch, she opened the door to Creole. She took in a relieved breath at the soft sounds of piano and the air-conditioned air. From here to the hospital didn't even take 10 minutes by car. Due to that, the car's air conditioning didn't have time to start working, and in just that amount of time the back of her blouse was wet. Good day. Ah, Riken. Heisugawa, almost as if he had been expecting her, raised his face eagerly. At the counter sat the bookstore's Tashiro. Heisugawa invited Ritsuko to the seat next to him. You came at a good time. Riken, have you heard from the doctor about what happened at Takami-san's place? Takami-san, the resident officer. No. She heard the story that Takami had died. With that, the nurses felt all the more uneasy, but beyond that, she didn't remember hearing what happened to Takami. Really? The junior doctor is the crime prevention committee and all. I thought you might have heard something, but coffee. Iced and a lunch special. What happened to Takami-san? That's started Hasegawa exchanging looks with Tashiro. The one to talk was Tashiro. They moved Takami-san. Ritsuko tilted her head. I mean, at Takami-san's place, I haven't caught sight of his wife since then. Takami-san died, she came back from the hospital and said that. Then with that, she took the kids somewhere at night and hasn't been back to the house. We were thinking if she needed help with the funeral or something, we'd lend a hand and all, and even if they didn't need help, we should at least light an incense stick for him, I'd thought. But since then, we haven't seen her at all. Then, last night, suddenly there's a light on in the house. Well, that's just what I'd heard from the neighbors when I got back to the house, but just when I thought they'd finally come back, there's a Takasago Pine moving truck in front of the station. No sign of the wife and kids, and a young guy I'd never seen before. Were they a moving company? It can't be they moved. At night. That's right, and at a pretty late hour. It was Mori-san from the pharmacy who saw it, and he said we're talking around 12 o'clock. That late at night, was it? That young guy, he's called Sasaki, but anyway it looks like he's the replacement. Takami-san in the end seems to have gone back to his home for the funeral. So, his successor was picked and moved in. It seems like that Sasaki was asked by his wife to take care of the move. Even so, they moved out the clothes and the personal stuff, but the furniture was just left where it was. Sasaki-san said it was passed on for him to use, it seems. It's all so sudden, isn't it? Ain't it? No greetings to anyone around, it was a shock. We were all looked after by Takami-san, we were all waiting for a chance to see him off and away, And furthermore, said Hasegawa following up on Tashiro, this successor called Sasaki had a weird feeling to him. How to put it, his eyes were fixed, and he didn't have a very good countenance to him, it seems. So, Mori-san, for a moment, thought that talk of being his replacement was made up or something. At any rate, it seems he's single, he said. Is that so? Ritsuko murmured. I wonder if a replacement would be decided on this quickly. While listening to Hasegawa say, that's right in her mind. Ritsuko tilted her head. It wasn't completely random by any means, but still something about it was very queer. A sudden move, and in the dead of night. And Takami's family wasn't there, a stranger was standing in. Leaving the furniture, carrying out the luggage, boarding it on the truck. Vaguely imagining the state of affairs, Itsuko spoke to herself. Takasago Pine. There was a crest with that Takasago Pine on it wasn't there. Takasago Movers, she remembered hearing that name. Urged by Tashiro, Ritsuko spoke. Takasago Pine, that's Takasago Movers, isn't it? You know them. I guess they're a famous moving company. That isn't it, in our neighborhood recently there was a move. It was in one day, so it was very sudden. The mother and child Shinoda from Kamisatoba had moved. It's a similar story. In the middle of the night, a truck pulled in, and suddenly they had moved, without any words of parting to the neighbors. It was so sudden, there were even people wondering if they were running away from something in the middle of the night. Hey, that really is a similar story. That was Takasago moving after all, I was thinking. The name is so auspicious, using it to flee into the night, we had been saying. Takasago moving. Yes, Ritsuko nodded. It's a strange symbol, isn't it, that? Is it possible that they're movers who only work at night, I wonder? Saying that, Ritsuko seemed to laugh at her own words. That can't be, there's no such thing. Hasegawa and Tashiro, even while laughing, exchange bewildered glances. Here you are, said Hasegawa, serving up a salad. This place is somewhat strange, this village, whether it be strange moves or strange outsiders. Saying that, Hasegawa wore a wry smile as if remembering that he himself was an outsider. Come to think of it, Kane Masa moved in the middle of the night, too. Is it becoming a fad, I wonder? It couldn't be. And on top of that, the deaths keep coming. Shimizu-san's places Megumi-chan and Takami-san in succession, aren't they? Hirasawa-san was saying that the morning cruise work kept coming. Without thinking, Ritsuko found herself staring back at Hasegawa. For a moment, she had thought Hasegawa had said it like it was a joke. But Hasegawa's face that she stared into was quite serious. It really did feel unease. But, as if remembering something and looking at Ritsuko's face, Hasegawa waved his hand. Ah, right, Yamari, you know. In Yamari, the elderly died, didn't they? Ritsuko swallowed a breath. Those weren't the only ones who died. Hasegawa didn't know. It was understandable, if you didn't know them, you wouldn't receive notice of their death. So not knowing about Gadoda Shuji or his mother Fuki's death was natural. And not knowing about Yasumori Juichi or Yasumori Nao's deaths might have been as much of a given as given could be. It might have been overheard somewhere, but it wouldn't stick in one's memory, likely. That's not all. Without thinking, a taste developed in Ritsuko's mouth. Gadoda Shuji, Fuki, Yasumori Juichi, now the three in Yamari and Megumi, plus Takami made for a sum of 9 people. That number was abnormal. But even Ritsuko, who thought as much, didn't by any means know the true count. Part 4. Toshio was awakened by the phone. Eyes open, he didn't have the resolve to get up out of the bed. An early morning phone call was a death notice. That was what Toshio learned this summer. Yes. When he answered, what was in the back of Toshio's mind was not, something happened, didn't it? But instead, someone died, didn't they? On the 29th, he heard that Oda Kenji died from Seishin. The next day, on the 30th, Takami's death notice came in. After that, the day before yesterday, the 5th, he had just been contacted by Ishida saying that on the 4th Seki Akira in Satoba died. This is Yasumori, the contractors. The one on the other end of the phone was the contractor Setsuko. Then, somebody caught it from now, Toshio thought. What's happened? He asked, but this was nothing more than an empty sound put out into the conversation to convey that he understood. Suzumu, something is wrong with my grandson. He's limp, even if we shake him his eyes won't open. He's blue. I'll be right there. In the meantime, call an ambulance. Hanging up the phone on Setsuko's tear-mingled voice saying, yes, Toshio got dressed. When he rushed out of the house and sped by car to the contractor's firm, Suzumu was still breathing. His breath was shallow and fast. Rather than being short of breath, it was clear he was hyperventilating. In the middle of treating him, his breath stopped. Acidosis from hyperventilation, probably. When Toshio confirmed that his heart had stopped, the ambulance finally arrived. His heart stopped. Just now, hurry, he instructed to the ambulance crew. She must have heard that, as Setsuko's voice cried out in a loud wail. Suzumu, is he dead? Yasumori Tokujiro clung to him with a shaking hand. It isn't impossible for him to be resuscitated yet. While answering, Toshio's brows furrowed. Setsuko and Tokujiro were in a frenzy over their grandson. His all-important father himself, Mikiyasu, watched over that with oddly glazed eyes. He didn't seem to be dismayed in the slightest. Mikiyasu, you all right? Leaving Suzumu to the ambulance crew, Toshio went to Mikiyasu's side. Losing his wife and his child in the course of one summer, he was a man who was losing everything. But Mikiyasu's expression showed no change. A vacant, absent-minded stare leveled over his son. Mikiyasu, oi. As if trying to convey something, Mikiyasu nodded. How are you feeling? Mikiyasu nodded mechanically, then, as if suddenly remembering to do so, murmured. Is Suzumu dead, Toshio-san? While hesitant to answer with yes or to answer with no, Toshio peered at Mikiyasu's face. The strange look in his eyes must have been because of the blued nature of the whites of his eyes. Looking at him up close, his breath was shallow. Taking his pulse, it was clear he had tachycardia. Mikiyasu. Toshio-san, last night, like Mikiyasu's mouth faintly frowned, his eyes still vacant. Suzumu talked in his sleep. Mama, he said. He murmured in a disinterested voice. Then he woke up. Those were the last words I'll hear from Suzumu, I guess. Toshio gripped Mikiyasu's hand. His fingertips were cold. His arm in his lap had nodes here and there on them that looked the same as Nao's. Wait a sec, Toshio turned back, calling to stop the ambulance personnel carrying Suzumu out. Him too, take this guy to the National Hospital. Tokujiro and Setsuko, who were following Suzumu out, stopped and turned. Junior doctor, I don't know the details, but tell them out there that he has aplastic anemia or acute leukemia. The EMS crew looked at each other in surprise and brought in the stretcher. In the meantime, Toshio took out a syringe. Mikiyasu, put out your arm. As if he weren't the first to be doing this, the left arm with the tourniquet already had nodes over the veins. Avoiding those, he stabbed the needle in and withdrew a peripheral blood sample. Junior doctor, is Mikiyasu. Toshio looked into Tokujiro's panicked face. It's not confirmed or anything. It's just in a worst-case scenario. That might be the case. But it's just a precaution. Now, go with Suzumu-kun and Mikiyasu. Toshio took the peripheral blood sample back and sent out half of it to the Yajima Health Institute for testing. Affixing a label to it, and storing it safely. The other half he took towards the examination room. His hematocrit values were down, hemoglobin concentration decreased, clearly anemia, but by looking at the smear sample, the erythrocyte count was high. It's that. Suzumu-kun, the contractor's boy. While changing into her nurse's uniform, Yasuyo's eyes were wide. Ritsuko nodded. It seems like it was this morning. Mikiyasu-san appeared to be sick too, so he was transported to the National Hospital in Mizobe. I see, said Yasuyo, in a low voice mixed with a sigh she couldn't help. Nagata Kiyomi let out a deep sigh as she affixed her nurse's cap in her hair. The poor things, but this is shaping up to be the real thing. It sure is, Yasuyo nodded. The wife, the son, and the husband in a row. It's an epidemic. Kiyomi nodded. It's been on my mind for a while, so I'd been turning books inside out, but I can't figure out what it is. No matter how you look at it, it seems suspicious, but each one I've looked at seems different from this one. We aren't doctors, after all. But it doesn't show many symptoms, does it? Yasuyo, who answered, looked as if she too had researched and researched with no results. I wonder if we'll be all right. To Ritsuko's question, Yasuyo gave an utterly uninvolved-seeming smile. It's no use the bunch of us getting worried. The junior doctor is well aware. We'll be fine if we just work as the junior doctor says. That's our job, after all. But well, I hope nothing terrible happens still. I hope we can keep it under control, Kiyomi said once again with a sigh. If we don't handle this well, it's going to get even busier from here on. I'm not grateful for it, but that's the job, so it can't be helped. If there are patients, we follow the doctor's orders. That's our duty. If the doctor feels like he's managing somehow, then we can't very well say that it's too mysterious and we don't know, so we're running away, now can we? That's true, Kiyomi smiled. Ritsuko, too, somehow managed a smile. They were the nurses with seniority, so that they were so firm was reassuring. They were firm in what they must do, enough so to brag about it. I'm sorry. I just became a little panicked. Yasuyo gave a carefree smile. That's bound to happen. Well, just be sure to eat well and keep up your strength. If you don't take care of yourself, you'll lose this test of strength. I wonder if we might lose weight. At Kiyomi's interruption, Yasuyo gave a hearty laugh. Well, that would be a plus. But, while we might become shapely, Riken would probably just become a stick. Ritsuko smiled. Surely if that happens, the doctor will become nothing but a shadow. Without a doubt. Laughing, Ritsuko came out of the locker room towards the break room. That was when the part-timer Miki called out to stop her. Behind Miki, Fuju lingered looking unease. Say Riken, we had heard that the contractor's boy had died, but it seems like he did, didn't he? I wonder if things are all right. I mean, doesn't it seem like we keep hearing about all these deaths? Fuju seconded her, flustered. I wonder if some terrible disease isn't spreading. We have a small grandchild at my house, too. Ritsuko smiled. I think that the doctor is aware of what is happening. If you can't help worrying, then perhaps we should try consulting the doctor about it. Ah, that's right. Miki murmured, turning back towards Fuju. Fuju nodded, but did not seem satisfied. If you would like, I could convey to him that Miki-san and the others are worried for you. If you would be such a dear. Miki and Fuju bowed their heads to her. The doctor has not said anything yet, but just in case, please be careful when taking out the medical waste. The two nodded as if clinging to her words. Part 5. Seishin lit the fire in the lamp. The dark light shone over the inside of the abandoned church building. The old-style oil lamp was something that had been left behind here. Not just the lamp, the personal items belonging to the recluse who had formerly lived inside the church were all left behind. Clothing smeared in dust and mouse droppings, books rotting with mold, everything that had come to comfort him for use in his daily life. The reason Seishin had originally started coming here was because of these things, because Seishin enjoyed reading over the things offered up by the person who dedicated himself here to living out his own individualistic faith in the sanctuary. He would chip at them uniformly, though he couldn't follow any chain of reasoning that would really give a gap into a single certain personality. But he sought out the meaning behind each and every article, taking great interest in the task of seeking out whether one item would reveal the meaning to another and tie something together. Books on black magic and curses, another was a book on history, a dubious religious pamphlet. Mixed in with those were physics and biology books, and mixed in with those were guileless moral stories aimed at children. He didn't know what he was thinking amassing this collection of books, just thought Sation. There was no doubt that he admired martyrs. He wanted to be a martyr to something, and yet what to actually become a martyr for, he himself may not have even known. He had been here always, searching for a divinity to which to devote himself. If that wasn't the case, then he may have been seeking the words to express the personal God he had found through his own intuition. He was drug out of here and brought back, and he thought he probably couldn't find what he was looking for there. When he had first discovered this place, he had sought out information on the person who had lived in Cain Massa, but in the chaos after the war he had gone missing, and today still what had become of him after that remained unknown. If he had found the divinity which he was meant to serve, he wanted to know about it, he thought. While thinking on that, he opened a spotted book when he'd heard a soft clattering sound. In the light of the lamp, he turned his gaze towards the entrance where the sound had been made, seeing Sanako's face peeking in. Murai-san. Sation closed the book, surprised. Sanako came towards the bench with a light-stepped gait. I had seen the light and thought that it might have been you. I could see from the window of my house. Ah, I see. Do you remember your promise? I have brought the book. I wonder if I could have you sign it for me. Sation nodded and took in hand the book Sanako had brought out. It was the second book Sation had published. It was still a well-bound book, but this book shouldn't have been in circulation any longer. Had it been treated with so much care? Opening the book, he signed the flyleaf page. It was something of a rarity, but the people of the parish had often asked for his signature, though lately they did not. He found himself a little self-conscious. Thank you, I'll treasure it. The lamplight shone over the happily smiling little girl's face. After meeting last time, he'd tried researching about SLE, systemic lupus erythematosus. In Japan, it was classified as a collagen disease, but more precisely, it was a type of connective tissue disease. That said, Sation couldn't imagine very concretely what kind of connective tissue it was. There were many young women with it, as most of the patients inflicted were female. It seemed it was something that could be passed down through the family, but it seemed it wasn't clear if it was genetic or not. The primary symptoms were characteristic red spots on the skin and joint pain for this illness, but it afflicted the entire body. A particular problem was decreased kidney function and decreased cardiopulmonary function. There was full body weakness and a tendency towards infection, and lesions in the brain and nervous system could also happen. They were sensitive to ultraviolet rays, which could lead to an outbreak, which could lead to serious illness. Kidney decline and cardiopulmonary decline leading to uremia, valvular diseases, and inflammation of the pericardium, which could become life-threatening. Abnormalities in the immerse system was the designated cause, but what caused the outbreaks was unclear, and there was no set medical treatment. Forced to battle the illness all throughout one's life, because returning to society or work was difficult, it was designated as an incurable disease. Maybe it was because he knew that, maybe it was because of the unsteady light of the lamp. A melancholy shadow seemed to settle over the little girl's face. Your complexion looks poor. Does it? I suppose it may. For a while I was bedridden. Are you all right? I'm already quite used to it. The little girl faintly shrugged her shoulders. Her pale white skin looked sickly, but there were no signs of the characteristic red spots. It seemed the primary medical treatment for SLE was steroids, and taking doses of it for a long time could have severe side effects. But for the time being, Sanako didn't have the well-known side effect characteristics of a full moon face or the outward appearance of a buffalo. Aside from a poor complexion, she looked quite healthy. He wrote that off as being how it looked to a layman's eyes. But Sation thought. Sanako's life was hanging upon a delicate balance. Yes, life was fragile, more so than people believed. Yasumori Suzumu had died. It was possible that Mikiyasu, too, would not come back alive. Mikiyasu. 4 years younger, he lived nearby. The temple and the Yasumoris had a deep connection. When they were smaller, they often played together. You could even call him a childhood friend. That summer, many villagers died. There were those he knew and those he did not. But as for somebody like Mikiyasu, it was the first time someone he felt a co-ownership with had fallen. If it was that, then Mikiyasu wouldn't be saved. The last time they met would be at Nao's funeral then. It was possible that he would never see Mikiyasu alive again. The next time they met, Mikiyasu would be an empty shell, and he would be the ones performing the last rites over that Mikiyasu's empty shell. Did somebody die again? Asked by Sanako, Seishin returned to his senses. Oh, why? Because you were like this before, too. You said that some young girl had died. Murray-san looks to be depressed the same as he had been at that time. I see, Seishin forced a smile. A person of the parish. Yes. Seishin nodded. He hasn't died yet, but he's on the verge of death. Was it all right to say that? But there was no hope at all of him recovering. He is a member of the parish, but if I had to label him, I should probably go with childhood friend. Hey. Seishin took a small, short breath. When we were small, we played together often. Or rather, he came over asking to play often, might be more precise. He is 4 years younger. He was like your child. Sanako wore a moderate smile. That might have been how it was. I was more of a reserved child, afflicted with a terrible shyness, and there weren't any children besides Toshio that I was very close with. Toshio-san, the director of the Ozaki Hospital. I got along well with Toshio myself, but Toshio was very competitive. He wasn't the type to know his place with the older children. He was vigorous, so Toshio and I ended up stuck playing alone together. Toshio didn't get along well with the older kids, but he got along well with younger ones. He could say some very outrageous things, and when he was in the mood, he could be very cruel and hard-hearted, but you could say they looked up to that. A stereotypical child bully, wasn't he? Sanako smiled. But somehow I simply can't picture Murray-san playing together with a child bully. Somehow, I have the impression that as a child you did nothing but read books by yourself. It wasn't like that. I got up to a lot of mischief, Seishin smiled. Though usually the one who brought it up was Toshio. He'd plan some terrible prank or plan some incredibly reckless way to play. He liked to defy taboos. I tried to be an outside force of resistance, but Toshio would absolutely never listen to what I said. So I'd end up stuck going along with him. I probably thought it was my job to be the brake to make sure Toshio wasn't too reckless. Somehow, that does seem like you. Seishin turned his eyes towards the light of the lamp. In the village, we have a festival called the Mushiokuri. I followed after that. Seishin somehow remembered the night of this year's Mushiokuri. He had the feeling it was long ago, and yet that it had just happened. The truth is, you mustn't do that kind of thing. It was a religious ritual, so to the villagers there are proper religious reasons why you shouldn't. It's in the middle of the night for one thing, so children following along after it is unheard of. But each year, there would always be children who would follow along after. That's what kind of creatures children are. That may be. I wonder how old we were. Toshio was the one who said we should try following them. I, of course, was against it. Mikiyasu was, any time it might have been dangerous, he would be caught between Toshio and me, all shook up. Mikiyasu was easily scared. He was a very scared, timid child. So, for him following after the procession was probably terrifying to him. If we were found by the adults, we'd be yelled at. That wasn't all. It's a festival with a kind of scary atmosphere, too. I opposed it, and with a relieved face he agreed with me. But Toshio said if that's the case, fine, and said he'd go by himself, and he wanted to go with him so much he couldn't stand it. I think I understand, Sanako smiled. Seishin also smiled faintly. It was always like that. Mikiyasu in the end gingerly stuck with Toshio. I couldn't help it and tagged along to keep Toshio from making too much of a mess. It's always been like that. When was it that they stopped playing together? It wasn't just Seishin who, upon entering that pubescent threshold between childhood and adulthood, slipped out of the child-only groups and made groups up of those the same age. Somewhere along the line, they stopped playing purely stupid pranks and reckless games, and spent more time talking than doing things. Around that time, Toshio too found the way to compromise with those older than him, and Seishin remembered borrowing quite a few books and records from the bookstore's Tashiro and the Murasako Rice shop's older brother. And then Seishin didn't see much of Mikiyasu. Mikiyasu himself found other friends, and then became an adult, married, succeeded the family business, and became a father. But certainly for a time, he and Mikiyasu had joint ownership over a certain time between them. Seishin held his tongue thinking of Mikiyasu, outside of the village, in a hospital room somewhere. He lost his wife, he lost his child, and he was going to lose himself. Say, Sanako's voice suddenly chimed. If Murray-san had somebody dear to him, and if you thought that you wanted to let them live, do you know what you should do? Become a doctor. You're wrong, Sanako laughed. You kill them. Seishin was flabbergasted. To let someone live, if it means to be the master of their time of death, then it means to kill them of your own will. If you don't do it, then someone else will kill that person. They will snatch them out of your hands, Murray-san. Sanako said with a lightly voiced laugh. Isn't it funny? It is hard having people near to you die. Even though you think it unforgivable, having them snatched out of your life, it's a terrible thing, and yet if you want to avoid that, then there's nothing but to kill them yourself. That's what kind of creatures we are. Yes, that is true. Sanako stood from the bench and peered into the darkness of the sanctuary. Aren't precious and piteous rather alike? Sanako laughed and turned to look back. For example, suppose you were to keep a baby bird. You would want to hold it often, love it warmly, and it would be very precious to you. Seishin vaguely nodded. But, however dearly you think of it, the little bird will someday die. No matter how much you cherish it and take care of it, it cannot not die. If you don't want it to be taken by somebody else, if you want to have it live as you wish, so much that the only one to kill it ever could be you, then there's no difference in doing it yourself. That is why, yes, if something is precious, it isn't just precious, it's piteous. Don't you feel that way? I see. That's why if something dies and we think piteously on them, you would say it was precious. You don't want to lose them. Losing them is pitiful. Ashiai, I think that is why we say they are dear. Aidushe, preciously piteous. Ido ashiai. Seishin smiled thinly. It was because Sanako was so argumentative, and because it was a reasoning that could be seen as charming from a certain broken vantage point, and also because it was funny that he was being convinced by a little girl of such a young age. Is this the kind of thing you always think about? At Seishin's question, Sanako looked to Seishin fleetingly, then as if averting her gaze looked up at the stained glass windows. I guess so. Living and dying, I often think of these things. I can't not think of them. Her somewhat pensive tone of voice pricked at Seishin's chest. Sanako bore a grave burden on her health. You could even say that she was always in the ravine between life and death. Flustered with himself for such a foolish question, he suddenly remembered. SLE left one compromised. There were problems with one's immune system. Thus it was easy to catch an infectious disease, her body's ability to resist lacking due to having so many problems all over her body. And now in the village, a dangerous plague was spreading out. Seishin again tonight was uncertain what to call Sanako, his words mudded. I think it might be better not to come here too much, don't you? Sanako turned to face him. As I thought, I'm a bother. That isn't what I mean. It's just there are wild dogs and such. Or talk of them, but I have yet to catch sight of one. It's dangerous at night, even out in the country like this. Sanako stared fixedly at Seishin, then gave a begrudging nod mixed with a sigh. I understand. I will behave myself in the house. I will be sure not to invade Murray-san's territory. That isn't what I mean, really. You may say it to me frankly. I am used to not having things go my way. It isn't that, Seishin hesitated to say. I'd like you to keep this a secret, but... Sanako tilted her head. It will be fine to tell your parents. I think it is necessary to let your mother know especially. Your family's doctor as well. But I don't want the people of the village to know. I'd like you not to let it leak outside of your house. Could it be that it is such an important secret? That's right. For now still. All right, I will promise. And so Seishin explained to the girl who nodded with a serious expression. In the village right now, an unidentified disease is spreading. Sanako blinked. An epidemic. That's the question troubling us. Toshio is thinking that the wild dogs and small animals, and the ticks and fleas attached to them may be the intermediate carriers. And that is dangerous. It's dangerous. At least, all of the patients that we have seen to this point have had the worst possible progression and outcome. It's ironic, isn't it? You all had come here seeking safer living conditions. That's so. I wonder if it isn't more dangerous than being in town. But these things happen. And what kind of sickness it is? Seishin shook his head. I don't very well know yet. Toshio is saying that it doesn't conform to any existing epidemic. A new strain. I don't know. There's the possibility that it's a new strain or a variation, he's saying, but since it becomes dramatically worse, there's no time to analyze it in detail. Unlike people from the city, the people of the village are against pathological autopsies. We also don't have a fully equipped hospital. That's why, as far as specifics go, we are completely in the mists. I see. So, it'd be better not to go out walking carelessly, particularly with the possibility that the carrier animals are loitering in this area. I understand. Sanako tilted her head lightly to the side, looking doubtful. And I'd finally met Murray-san. Really, it is too bad. I wonder if once in a while it would still be all right. I don't know, to tell the truth. Since we don't know what it is, we don't know how to defend against it. You might not be safe just because you're holed up in the house. I can't say any single thing for certain, though. It's like a roulette, isn't it? If my luck is poor, I shall be caught. But that it would be better to lower my chances of a dangerous encounter is a truth, isn't it? That's what I think. Thank you. I will tell this to my mother and Ibuchi-san. But I will say not to talk about it outside of the house. If a panic breaks out, it will be troublesome. That is how it is, yes. Seishin nodded. I will take care to be careful, and it will only be once in a while. So, may I come again sometime? It isn't something you need to seek my permission for. But you really should take care. Cultural and translation notes. 3.1. 49th Day Anniversaries. According to Buddhist faith, after the dead die, they meet with 7 different judges, one every 7 days, who determine their next life cycle as they try to reach nirvana. On the final 49th day, it is said that their next fate is determined, making it particularly important, spiritually. On each 7th day, but particularly the 7th and 49th, family members pray and hope for the deceased to receive the best possible judgments. The September equinoctial week is also mentioned as coming up, so I'll refer you back to the notes in chapter 1.3-1. Higan or other shore was said in Buddhist lore to be set in the far west. At the vernal, spring and autumn equinox, the sun sets due west, and at these times they were said to be able to cross over from the other shore, and festivities or rituals are held throughout the week, honoring the dead's burial plots and Buddhist family altars, leaving food and drink offerings to the dead and reading Buddhist sutras at grave sites. As these celebrations are a week long each time, they have those equinoxes at the center of the assigned weeks, March 21st and September 23rd. 3.5. Kawi/kawesu, ashie/ito ashie. When Sanako talks about precious and piteous, the words she uses in Japanese are kawaii for cute and kawesu for pitiable, often used or said when saying the poor thing or expressing sympathy. The word kawaii is made up of the kanji for acceptable and love. The word kawesu is made up of the same acceptable, pity, and thought. This translated imperfectly, but passably in English. She also supposes the word aitushi, used to refer to someone beloved, usually in a romantic sense, may be made up of the word love. Read as either wai in kawaii or ito in aidusha, from cute, precious, and ashii for pity, lack, or regret. There was no way I could think of to translate this without noting the Japanese roots. Chapter 4. Part 1. It was the morning of September 10th, when the morning examinations had begun, and he was just thinking of taking a break that Toshio received the call from the National Hospital in the town of Mizobe. Doctor, the phone. It is from the National Hospital's Dr. Taniguchi. Ritsuko turned the phone over to Toshio, who excused himself from his patient to return to the waiting room. There, he took the call. Taniguchi from the National Hospital was an older physician than Toshio. His upperclassman by 7 years from the same university. Of course, they knew each other from the university itself, but being the connection between a senior and a junior afforded him certain accommodations. That said, Taniguchi himself wasn't born in Mizobe, nor did he live in the vicinity of Mizobe. Taniguchi came to the National Hospital twice a week as a side job to lecturing at the university. He came from the city on an express train for 2 days a week, then went back. The National Hospital was a hospital large enough to rival the Mutual Aid Hospital of the JA, but the truth was that size was all there was to it. The doctors employed there full-time were young with no career. They came rushing in from their bases to make a career there in order to then return to their hometowns and serve as private physicians. Those who didn't were old fogies who lost their place to call home to go back to. There were doctors with experience who, while having established suitable social standing in the city, would come in so many times a week for consultation. I've switched lines. Toshio took the receiver. Ah, Toshio-kun, this is about the patient you had turned over to us the other day, yes. Because of the relations between juniors and their upperclassmen, Toshio often relied on Taniguchi in order to turn over obstetrics treatment cases. That is, patients who would require hospitalization for any long period, to the National Hospital. If they required surgery, they went there. If they required brain surgery, they'd be there. There were plenty of routes. Toshio himself didn't turn much of a profit from this, but in exchange he received information. There was also the benefit of being able to ask about their progression easily. Do you mean Yasumori Mikiyasu? Yes. About him, this morning he died of renal failure at 5:16 a.m. Is that so? Toshio murmured. When overseeing him as he was taken away by ambulance, Toshio had resolved within himself that that may have been the last time he saw his childhood friend. What was the progression like? When he was carried in, he had quite severe anemia, as you know. I wasn't present, so I don't know, but his creatinine levels were high, so we were vigilant regarding renal failure, but MODS developed into DIC, resulting in MOF. Do you need detailed progression notes? It may put you through great pains, but by all means, please, quickly if you could. A thorough student, aren't you, as always? Toshio smiled bitterly. Mikiyasu is a childhood friend. It is a small village. Ah, said Taniguchi, his voice awkward. I'm very sorry to hear that. It was a bit of a strange progression, wasn't it? At least from looking at his medical records, I wouldn't think he'd had such severe renal impairment, but if only I could have seen him when he first came in, but it wasn't my consultation day. It is a shame. Was it aplastic anemia, or was there a white blood cell disorder? There wasn't actually. None, you are sure? You said as much. For the record, we ran thorough tests here ourselves, though. It seems it was not aplastic anemia. There was nothing unusual with his bone marrow. He had high neutrophil counts, but his white blood cell count and hematopoietic figures weren't abnormal. Is that so? Toshio answered while thinking I knew it. Will a fax do? It will do nicely. Toshio conveyed his gratitude to Taniguchi and hung up the phone. Toshio-san. Mikiyasu's voice, lingering in his ears, sounded naive. He guiltily strove to forget that voice that had been relying on him. There was no use in holding it in his heart forever. This wasn't so special of a tragedy, not compared to what it meant for the village as a whole. Before notice of Mikiyasu's death came in, he had just received notification from Ishida that a man in Shimosatoba had died. Yesterday, Seishin had reported that an old woman in Nakasatoba died. The day before yesterday, Ishida, again, conveyed that an office worker living in Mizuguchi died. At this rate, the situation was quickly becoming more urgent. It's contagious. There was no proof, but he was already certain. The first infected person became the contagion, and a secondary infection occurred. Those patients who were the victims of the secondary infection were many. And from those secondary infection patients, as a source of contamination, came third-wave infections. This indicated how the infection was expanding. The time span is short. Regardless of the fact that it appeared the incubation period was a week to 2 weeks, the time span in which the infection was expanding was far too short for that. As expected, maybe it wasn't something that spread from person to person. With fleas and ticks as the carriers, it could have broken out in a day or two. But, living in the mountains, it would be difficult to find less airtight houses than most of those in the village. How on earth were they to exterminate the carrier animals? Toshio felt something akin to a faint chill. Just maybe, this could have been a calamity beyond what Toshio had first imagined as a worst-case scenario. Mikiyasu-sen died, you say? At Ritsuko's words, Yasuyo's eyes widened. Yes, just now there was a call from the National Hospital. Really, said Yasuyo, her hands washing her teacup coming to a stop as she gazed into the kitchen sink. The kitchen was a remnant of the times when they took inpatients. They used to prepare meals here for inpatients, and in the dining room nearby staff could also eat. That dining room was now the break room. In one enclosure was a break room, a washroom for kitchen staff that they no longer had, but its sofa had become a space for napping. From that point on, the kitchen may have gone unused, but even now it was maintained as if it were used. and Ritsuko at times used it to heat up lunch or even to do light cooking. There was a separate kitchenette for preparing tea, but when taking breaks, it was more convenient to use the kitchen. And the kitchenette was narrow, so when it came time to clean up afterwards, it was more common for everyone to make use of the kitchen at once. Yasuyo was caught in her thoughts, her hands stopping, but her face suddenly lifted as if her breath were cut short, wiping at her hands. Aiken, sorry, but I'll leave this to you. I'm going to talk to the doctor. Yasuyo-san. It'll just be a bit. As expected, we can't not ask the doctor about the status of thing. It looks like the part-timers are uneasy about it too, and all. Her intent stated, Yasuyo stepped out of the kitchen. It wasn't long after that she returned. Riken, do you have plans this afternoon? No. Then, when work is finished, could you stay behind, I wonder? We're holding a little meeting. For lunch, it sounds like the doctor will prepare lunches for it. Yes, ma'am, Ritsuko answered while thinking at last. Toshio would have an explanation. She had a feeling she wanted to hear it and didn't want to hear it. If she heard it, it would be confirmed, she felt. Ritsuko and the others imagining something and Toshio as a doctor declaring it were different matters entirely. Nervously finishing the cleaning, she returned to work. Each other staff member she saw seemed to have the same nervousness, but nobody said a word. Caught up in the strange, flowing feel of tension, even as noon came, the flow of patients didn't stop. Lately, it had become customary for their lunch hour to be pushed back. There were many patients. It didn't seem like there were many who seemed especially sick. They had the impression that patients were coming in with symptoms that they wouldn't usually come into the hospital over. Those patients in particular would talk with Toshio for a long time, dragging out medical examination hours. We're in suspense. That's what Ritsuko thought. The patients, the villagers were, whether conscious of the increasing number of deaths or not, vaguely aware that something was strange, that their health and very lives could suffer unusually easily. That was likely a disease spreading throughout the villagers. And that was surely from now on going to compound beyond the level it was at even now. Taking lunch in shifts, Ritsuko handled the patients. The last patient's examination ended past 2 o'clock. Finishing up cleaning afterwards, she went towards the break room, where all staff members were already assembled. Ricken's the last, Toshio smiled before a stack of documents piled on the table. Close the door and have a seat. His tone was the same as always. Taking some relief in that, Ritsuko closed the door and sat in the empty seat. In the break room was the cool air of the air conditioner, and in that air, the more chilling draft of their nervousness. You might already know this, but today the contractor's Mikiyasu died. Toshio began his talk, looking towards Mudu and Toada. This might be a hard conversation for Mudu-san and you to follow, but if there's anything unclear, just ask. And be patient. Mudu and Toada nodded. With Mikiyasu dead, that makes the death toll since August 19 people. That hit like a bomb. Ritsuko's back muscled tensed. The voices saying that many were multiple, and Ritsuko may have unconsciously gave voice to such herself. There have been that many, actually. Amongst them are ones who didn't have anything to do with us, who collapsed in Mizobe and were taken to the hospital there, or who were taken off to there. Anyways, the government office has been sending in death certificates, and counting them up, Mikiyasu is the 19th. It's an abnormal situation. Ritsuko lightly swallowed her breath. And Mikiyasu was, following Naosan and Suzumu-kun, the third death at the contractors. It's possible everyone here's been faintly aware of it, but there's the possibility that it's an epidemic. Doctor, are you sure? Mudu leaned forward. I'm sure people are dead, and it's clear there are excessive deaths and an increasing trend at that. I think that we can be pretty certain in thinking that it's an epidemic. Saying that, Toshio roughly explained how things had progressed. Concretely, he gave the names of the dead and their causes of death. By the way, the result of the blood tests on the contractors Naosan and Mikiyasu were both negative for any epidemics. Based on the test results, the two of them were indeed not infected with any known epidemic. I requested a culture test too, but I don't have all of those results yet. Culture tests take time. I think that it'll be a little longer until the cultures come back, but if nothing else based on what we know at this time, the two of them weren't carrying any germs that would cause them to suddenly lose their lives. Murasako Miko-san was the same. The results that came back from the police were completely clean. Toada spoke up. Even though the results haven't come in, can you declare that it isn't an epidemic? I thought that the doctor had just said that it was an epidemic, but it comes down to this. The cause of an epidemic is a pathogenic microbe. When those microbes ravage a body, it's called an infection. All of them are indeed contagious. Epi for spread, demic for among the people, but among those infections, the one that inflict grave damages to the human body. The ones that have such an effect that society can't afford to disregard them are called epidemics. Amongst all types of infections are ones we're especially vigilant against called epidemics. Are you following this so far? Ah, yes. So an epidemic is strictly those infections that have been labeled epidemics. Right now, the thing that's spreading through the village doesn't correspond to any of those predefined epidemics. Based on the symptoms as well as the test results, it's cleared from being any of them. So it's not an epidemic, but based on the observations of the increasing numbers of patients, it's clearly contagious. And the results are grave, and the number of patients is high. It's not an existing epidemic, but it's clearly an infection disastrous to society. As far as its ability to influence people and society, I think it'd be appropriate to call it an epidemic. Ah, I understand. Toshio nodded. It's not an existing epidemic, and the possibility, however small, that it's not an infection still remains. It's possible to think that it's some kind of poison or an allergic reaction to something. Anyway, it'd be accurate to say we still don't know what's happening. We don't know the cause of the disease or how it spreads. Yasuyo raised her hand. Is there the possibility that it's a new type of epidemic? The possibility that it's a new kind, of course, exists. What will we do about this from now on? Mudu said, sounding lost. If only we know, At any rate, until we know the cause of the chain of deaths, our hands and feet are tied. Not only can't we treat or prevent it, we can't ask the administration for assistance. There's no way to have the administration investigate it. I plan to do that. That said, I have to put together the data and the related materials. I've got to do that and make sure to have the administration see the need to investigate it. All of this, the health department's Ishida-san is currently investigating. Toshio said, with a bitter smile. If it's an existing epidemic or a rogue strain, it'll be fast work. We haven't gotten any results of that nature yet, so we have to get together the materials with more explanatory power. Regardless of everything, we don't have any solid proof that it's contagious. It'd be best to think of this as something that's going to take time. The administration is slow to do anything at times like this, aren't they? If you don't pester them with quite a bit of proof, then, Mudu breathed a deep sigh. Everyone present sighed as well with agreement. What we know right now is that it seems to start with anemia. At least, Shimizu Megumi-chan, the Yasumori's Nao-san, and Mikiyasu, that's 3 people, didn't have anything you could point to as wrong with them besides anemia. Anemia occurs, so their complexion is poor, they feel washed out and have no appetite. The people around them think the summer heat is getting to them, or that it's a cold, and it's easy to overlook. What is the cause of the anemia? Kiyomi asked, causing Toshio to shake his head. That I don't know. Looking at the test results, it's normocytic normochromic anemia. At least we know it isn't iron deficiency anemia or pernicious anemia. It doesn't seem like it's a blood formation disorder. The National Hospital tested Mikiyasu, but they said to me that he probably didn't have aplastic anemia or leukemia. Looking at the rest results, you would think it was anemia coming from external bleeding or hemolysis, but there are no signs of internal bleeding that could be the cause of the anemia. Shimoyama nodded. We used a CT to search here and there for that. That's right, there is no internal bleeding. At least, there wasn't for Yasumori-san's wife. Toshio nodded. In cases where it's a small continuous bleed, X-rays or ultrasonic rays may miss the bleeding spot, but in this case, I don't think that's it. If nothing else, since it suddenly gets so much worse and all. Thinking of the situation up until now, it all comes to an end within a few days. The progression is about that fast. Then what about hemolysis? Yasuyo asked. Going by the process of elimination, the only thing left is hemolysis, but in cases of hemolysis, bilirubin and LDH levels should be higher. Yet in the initial stages, that doesn't show up. Coombs tests come up negative too, so if nothing else, it's certain not to be hemolysis from an autoimmune disease. So there's no hemolysis that doesn't raise that, whatever it was called. Mutu said. It's not that there isn't. There's intravascular hemolysis and extravascular hemolysis. But in the case of intravascular hemolysis, serum bilirubin levels and LHD levels don't raise. In those cases, hemoglobin would be in the blood plasma or there would be hemoglobinuria, but that wasn't the case in Nausan or Mikiyasu. On the other hand, in the case of extravascular hemolysis, it's common for bilirubin and LDH levels to rise, but it seems that isn't certain to happen. Mutu groaned, sounding terribly confused. Anyway, I think that the odds of hemolysis are high. And not something congenital, it's acquired. It's not something that affects immunity, but that raises the sensitivity of the complement system, or possibly something that causes red blood cells to be crushed, or it may be some drug or poison. Poison, you say, Yasuyo said, Toshio nodding. Spider or snake venom, or even bee venom, can cause hemolysis, it seems. If it's a snake or a bee, the patient or their families would probably remember being bitten or stabbed, but there's the possibility it was a spider or another insect of some sort whose poison is causing the hemolysis. Then there's drugs. Sulfa drugs or salicylic acid or lead or arsenic could also cause hemolysis. In that case, the soil, the water, or possibly the food could be contaminated but based on the patient's behavior. This is a very low possibility, I think. What about existing epidemics? It's modeled like malaria, but it's probably not malaria. There's no high fever characteristic of malaria. We could think of it as a rogue strain of it, but I'd think that tests for malaria would pick up on a rogue strain of it, too. The patients who die are mostly doing so in the middle of the night, aren't they? The notifications come in first thing in the morning, don't they? Kiyomi said. It isn't PNH. I think we could suspect that, too. PNH, Mutu mumbled, to which Yasuyo answered. Paroxysmal nocturnal hemoglobinuria, possibly. But it's written in the books that PNH progresses slowly. Could it be a more vicious type of that, I wonder? Kiyomi nodded. With PNH, pancytopenia occurs. That said, Nausan had lowered coutins of all blood cell types, didn't she? Because of that, she became more prone to infection, and with a tendency to hemorrhage, a blood clot could form. Nausan had heart failure, didn't she? A pulmonary edema came from that. I wonder if it was heart failure from a blood clot. That is a possibility, isn't it? Also, it was written in the books that it could lead to death by renal failure too, but Gato Fuki-san was renal failure, wasn't she? Toshio smiled wryly. You've really done your homework, I'm in awe. Yasuyo and Kiyomi's voices raised in a laugh. They both pointed their fingers at each other, saying they didn't feel like doing it, but the other kept pushing it, blaming it on each other. Toshio laughed too. The contractor's Mikiyasu died of renal failure too. When I first had him taken away to the hospital, his bun levels were elevated. His creatinine levels were within normal ranges, so at first the doctors thought that he was dehydrated due to the heat, but later he had bloody urine and obvious signs of renal failure. The doctors tried to treat that, but in the end renal failure led to DIC occurring, and things suddenly turned for the worst and he died. What is DIC, Toda asked Satoko. As Satoko seemed uninterested in answering, Kiyomi answered. Disseminated intravascular coagulation syndrome. In short, abnormalities in how the blood coagulates. Our nurses are efficient, Toshio laughed. But while the rest results show the cause of death was uremia, it wasn't just his kidneys, his lungs and liver were malfunctioning too. At first, it was respiratory failure that was occurring. At the end, he contracted pneumonia, and his liver functioning fell drastically. He died of uremia, so on the surface it looks like just renal failure, but if he died because he couldn't breathe, it would have probably said lung failure. Multiple organ failure, MOF then. Or these days they call it, what, MODS? Kiyomi asked, to which Yasuyo nodded. At any rate, it looks like the whole body just starts falling apart. The first characteristic symptom is anemia, then it worsens steadily into MOF. The problem becomes how to defer it. Yasuyo spoke, looking to Toshio. If we don't do something within 3 days, it becomes unmanageable, doesn't it? Without the time to investigate what's happening, there's no time to search for a treatment. This is very serious, this matter. What's the root of infection? Kiyomi asked, to which Toshio shook his head. We don't really know. I had Seishin look into the connections between the patients, but no matter how you think about it, there are patients without any direct contact. It's hard to think of it as a direct infection, in other words. At Shimizu-san's place, the only one to be hit was Megumi-chan and all. At the Marayasu sawmill, it was just Jiichi-san, wasn't it? At Marayasu, Jiichi-san was bedridden, with the family even tending to his bedpans, so it would seem like it would transfer directly to the family, and yet. That goes for us too, doesn't it? Said Yasuyo teasingly. We've gone out as nurses amongst them after all. Like this, we're lined up at the goose's neck for the patients, so it can't be a direct infection, can it? It's likely not a droplet infection either, though it seems like it would spread by blood. We might use gloves, but I can't imagine the family would. If that were the case, the Marayasu family would obviously be hit a lot harder, wouldn't it? Since that's not the case, doesn't that mean that it doesn't spread through the blood? Then, an intermediate carrier animal. Why, that really will be a hassle. If it's an intermediary animal, wouldn't there be more of a concentration of where the victims are? It feels like they've come from all over the village, doesn't it? Could it be a matter of the ratio of outbreaks? Even if you're infected, the rate of outbreak could be low, don't you suppose? Whether it spreads to the family or doesn't spread to the family, could it be a matter of constitution? That's true. Family it spreads to and family it doesn't, Toshio said to himself. Well, even if we talk about it here, nothing's going to happen. Anyway, we need to gather more medical cases for now. That we do. Right now, I'm suspecting carrier animals. That seems to be the highest likelihood. It's just, looking at the most recent patients coming from the same concentrated families are rare. The Gadaura-san's place and the contractor's cases are the exceptions. It seems like the infection rate, or possibly the outbreak rate, isn't too high, you could probably say. That said, don't get too comfortable. Anyway, be sure to wash your hands, wear gloves, and be thorough with things like that. And to also be careful with handling medical waste too, Kiyomi said, to which Toshio nodded. I think everyone else is worried too, but if we take care, I think there's the chance we can protect against it. We have to protect ourselves too, and to make sure we don't become a source of contamination, I'd like everyone to take care. At Toshio's words, everyone nodded. And also, don't spread this out. We don't know a single thing for sure yet, after all. There's no point in inciting a useless panic. Ishida-san and me are taking the necessary measures to keep it quiet. To this, too, everyone nodded. Part 2. Yasumori Junko didn't know what kind of expression she should wear. Mikiyasu's funeral was to start momentarily. Takajiro and Setsuko stood before the altar looking as if to waste away, their faces bowed down deeply. It was heart-wrenching, the way they clung to each other's hands as if they had nobody but each other to rely upon. Junko's husband Kazuya was weighted with the grief of the loss of a relative he got along with so well. No, it was as if he were in a daze. Junko herself was in a similar daze and of course was also sad, but this was the third funeral for the contractors. The first was Nao's death, then from there was Suzumu, and then Mikiyasu went. When Nao died, Junko's, whose voice rang out as she cried, was, on the third occasion that was today, more bewildered beyond her means than she was strictly sad. Her father-in-law Kazunari was the same. From the antechamber he gazed at Tokujiro and Setsuko, his head tilting with a cool and distant expression. What's happening these days? I know, sighed her mother-in-law Atsuko, 3 of them all in a row. I no longer know what to even say. You said it, but don't you think there's something strange about this? Something, Atsuko blinked. Kazunari's face was all the more cold. Don't you think it's too many in a row? Not just at my uncle's place. My old man, Yamari, too. You don't think there could be some kind of bad disease going around or something, huh? Junko's back stiffened, as if worried about what others around would think at hearing Kazunari's low voice. Stop that, said Atsuko in an even lower voice. Don't voice such terrible things like that. But you know, before the junior monk came, asking a lot of questions about my old man. If he'd get well visitors or not. That was probably what the junior monk had on his mind too, don't you think? Please stop it, I said. Please don't forget that we're at a funeral. I ain't forgot, isn't that why I'm saying it? Adding in my old man's, this is our 4th one. With this, that's 4 new graves built in the cemetery. Father-in-law didn't have some strange disease. If it was a disease that could spread to others, we who were taking care of him would have caught it long ago. Right, said Atsuko, looking to her for agreement, though Junko only nodded, still dazed. The old man's case is different from the three of them. It was different. He had been ill for a long time after all. But to others, they might not understand how different it was. If they start talking about some strange epidemic, they'll make it all father-in-law's fault. That's why you shouldn't carelessly talk about such things. But groaned Kazanaru, trying to continue. Junko compared him with Tokujiro on the other end of the altar. Yes, Jiichi's condition was already poor, and it wasn't a disease which could spread to others. But was there any way to explain the succession of misfortunes that they were experiencing? Mysteriously, Junko remembered the night when Bon began, with the now-deceased now at the lumberyard. Specifically, she remembered the feeling when they had met Kirishiki Seishiro. She didn't know why. The feeling she had done something she couldn't take back that chilled her spine. She had that same feeling. Yes, that something that couldn't be taken back was starting, that feeling. At lunchtime, Kaori casually looked to the calendar and realized again that today was September 11th. September 11th, Sunday. The character for 11, 2 ones. It was on August 11th that Megumi was missing. Since then, 1 month had passed. She felt like something was tightening in her chest. Over summer break, it had been an incessant feeling. As they entered into September and a new school term started, she had finally been starting to forget that, and yet at the slightest opportunity like this it was resurrected. Feeling like something was lodged in her throat, Kaori swallowed what was in her mouth and set her chopsticks down. Her food wasn't going past her throat. Or rather, when she remembered Megumi, everything from eating to going to school to helping in the kitchen, such everyday things all made her cowed. It was like, for example, being at a morning assembly at school and laughing when you weren't supposed to. It felt like she was doing something terribly imprudent. She felt a touch guilty. Seeing that Kaori had put down her chopsticks, her mother Sachiko made a stern face. "Kaori, now, eat all of your lunch." When pressed, she nodded, but she felt like small bones were caught in her throat. It was always like this. Even if she was casually watching TV, she wondered if it was all right for her to be doing this. Even going to her club or taking classes, she couldn't run away from the thought that she was doing this even though Megumi was dead. Enjoying TV or a book or talking with her friends, raising her voice in laughter, realizing that she was enjoying herself, that she was forgetting that Megumi was dead. The absurd feeling that she was an unjust human being sprung up from nowhere. Akira, who was scarfing down his lunch, gave Kaori a fleeting glance and said, "Cheer up." Sachiko, too, gave a light sigh. "It's just as Akira says. I understand that it was a shock, but get over it and cheer up already." "That's right," Kaori murmured, but she couldn't forget. On the 11th, Megumi was missing. On the night of the 12th, she was found. On the 13th, she paid a get-well visit. That was the last time she saw Megumi. On the 14th, Kaori didn't know anything. She didn't even dream that Megumi was bad enough to die, and another trite summer day passed her by. Then was the 15th. Suddenly that phone call came. "Even Megumi-chan would be sad if she saw you looking like that. You have to work hard for Megumi-chan's share, too." Kaori cast her eyes downward. How many times had Sachiko said that to her now? Kaori's sadness was Megumi's sadness. In that case, she couldn't relax and rest in peace to move on. Megumi's death was such a shame that from now on Kaori would have to live for Megumi as well. She said that the various joys Megumi couldn't have, Kaori would have to obtain in her place. Is that right? She thought. Is that really what Megumi wanted or not? It sounded like an incredibly self-serving excuse. There was no doubt that if it were Megumi, she'd rather be happy herself than see Kaori happy. Even though she was dead, if she didn't even have a friend mourning her, that would be how many times more miserable for her. Sachiko's words sounded more like being told to clear away her mess. It was like being told not to hold on to her affection for the dead, to clean that up and throw it away. Kaori thought that that would be like betraying Megumi. The more Sachiko said that the more she thought that at least she wouldn't forget about Megumi, that she wouldn't clear it away, so she had to think to herself. Lightly gripping her hand and raising her face, across the table her father was looking worriedly at her. Kaori smiled a bit and took up her chopsticks. It wasn't that she had no appetite, but she was still resistant to continuing to eat. She had a feeling it was a part of clearing it away. "Speaking of that," Akira murmured to no one in particular. Yesterday, somewhere in Shimosatoba, it looks like someone died again. Morning lanterns were out. Sachiko's brows furrowed. Oh dear no. Again. Akira gave a strangely serious nod. His father looked at that expression of Akira's, and then, as if tasting something bitter, turned his eyes away. Something strange is going on, huh? There's Megumi, then after that the lumber mill's Yasuyuki Neo-chan. Before that too, there were the 3 dead in Yamari, weren't there? Why are this many people all dying? This kind of thing happens, Sachiko said, her tone blunt. Death is something that comes in succession. Even so, I wish it'd give it a rest already. If it goes on like this, it's like a bad omen. That's the problem, huh? It's like, I got this feeling something bad's happening. Don't say such stupid things, Sachiko said with an overdone grimace. The people in Yamari were getting on in years. Yasuki-san and Megumi-chan died of illness, didn't they? It isn't as if they were killed or something. Turning his eyes to Akira as he said, yeah, but… Tanaka swallowed what was in his mouth. He knew that it was Nakano Wataru. Nakano, who lived in Shimosatoba, died. Yesterday, his death certificate came in, and Tanaka turned over a copy of it to Ishida. Since this summer, the number of copies he had handed over so came to 19. And now the pace was getting faster. It didn't take an expert to see that the situation was accelerating. Even at the government office, there were voices saying something was strange. The Ozaki clinic's Toshio and Ishida were in contact frequently. Do you think it's because of that? They whispered. Nobody would say it too loudly, fearing the gaze of the bureau chief. The head of the branch office wasn't from Satoba. Appointed by the town hall, he transferred to the village. Ishida seemed to ignore the chief and worked with Toshio, something all members of the staff realized, while keeping their mouths shut. Satoba had a system that kept things moving smoothly. The chief, who was an outsider to the village, had no place in the 3-pillar system of the village. Complete outsider though he was, the bureau chief had to save face as the bureau chief. Everybody knew full well that if they passed things through the chief, it would actually mean that things would no longer be able to progress smoothly. And so things carried on its same manner as when it was a village. While it had been annexed into Mizobe, the village was still its own distinct entity and had a tendency to refuse interference from the town. The town accepted that and had a trend of laissez-faire. No matter what happened, it wouldn't be run by the bureau chief, and consequently it wouldn't be run by the town itself, and the chief was to be left out of affairs, treated as an outsider. Such was the unspoken agreement within the government office. Doing it this way, it went through Kane Masa, who put it through to the town, which was how it would come around to the bureau chief. Only after that did the bureau chief's involvement even begin. That said, 19 death certificates was too much for Tanaka's heart to bear alone. Especially when things were like this, when he was seeing his own wife make light of the situation, the sense of an impending crisis swelled. Akira was the one who was correct. Satoba was strange. He felt an impatient irritation with himself for not being able to say it. Taking a deep breath and raising his face, his gaze met with Kaori's. As if ashamed, Kaori cast her head down. She might have thought that he, Tanaka, was condemning her for being depressed. However clearly reluctant and unwilling it seemed, she began using her chopsticks. He didn't think there was any need to force herself. It was sad for Kaori to have lost her friend. The feelings of sadness were something that naturally boiled up inside of her, so it wasn't as if she could just repress it through sheer willpower, could she? If those around her told her not to grieve, Kaori would just be hiding it. He had the feeling that ordering her to cheer up like Sachiko was harmful, without benefit. But it was better that she ate. There was nothing more important than keeping up her physical strength. Tanaka thought as much, without daring to add it to the conversation. Motoko left the house as always, and in the distance saw a funeral procession. The coffin rose on top of the palanquin, a great crowd carrying it towards Tsunoyama. For some reason or other she gripped her thumb in her fist. Both of Motoko's parents were already dead, so there was no need to do that, and yet whenever she saw a funeral procession or a hearse, she couldn't help doing it. Now that thumb may have been a symbol for her children, for her husband and her in-laws, for that kind of family. Going to the highway, bearing the usual feeling of unease, she headed towards Chigusa. Entering the store, she could see several people in mourning clothes. Mourners who weren't attending the burial services must have drifted here. Motoko felt a faint tightness in her chest. She was certain that when they entered the shop, they didn't spread salt or any such, did they? She couldn't help the feeling that they'd picked up something at the funeral that they had brought with them into the shop. As if to cheer up Motoko from such a state, Kanami smiled and waved lightly from the counter. Motoko nodded and went behind the counter, preparing to do her job and then blinking in surprise. In the corner of their workspace, positioned where the customers' prying eyes couldn't see, there was a paper napkin spread out and piled with salt. Kanami does this kind of thing too, Motoko thought. As Motoko looked to her wide-eyed, Kanami noted the line of sight of the customers and gave an embarrassed-seeming shrug. It's something at least. It's a matter of comfort. Isn't it? Motoko smiled. I get the feeling they're coming in succession. I've gotten a little superstitious over it. Come to think of it, she had heard that someone that Kanami's mom got along well with had died. There was the misfortune in Yamari, and a regular customer's daughter had died. Her husband was the father's coworker, so they had gone to give condolences. Even given it was a summer hotter than average, that it was continuing on this long could certainly endear a person to a superstition or two. I'm sure it's over now, Motoko said in a small voice. The summer heat seemed like there was no end to it in sight, but it has gotten cooler in the mornings and the evenings. That's right, Kanami smiled. A funeral, Nakano's son. Well, my. The elderly gathered around Takemura's store front just as they had for years on end. Hearing Otsuka Yiko's announcement, Hirasawa Takiko let out a hysteric shriek. Even though it was the old man, who was a drunkard falling down so many times. That's just it. When I heard there was a funeral for Nakano, I thought the old man had finally drank himself under too, you know. Takiko nodded. His liver was failing, and it even seemed like he had one leg in the coffin already, didn't it? And yet instead he's living a long life being a bother to everyone around him. No doubt about that, laughed the elderly whom Tatsu watched coldly. Honestly, what happy-go-lucky lot. Is this what this bunch thought of all these funerals were happening in a row here? As Tatsu grumbled in her mind, a black hired car drove before her eyes. Because it was such a fine car, she dared say it couldn't be Nakano's. Just before, a fine foreign car had passed by on the road towards the temple, she had heard. It was said that the contractors' funerals were at the temple. It likely belonged to a condolence caller attending that. As she thought that, walking out in the still summer like rays of the sun, Ikumi Aido appeared. Ikumi watched the passing hired car and gave a pretentious grimace. Another funeral, I wonder. They say it's Nakano's funeral. Nakano. Otsuka Yiko nodded. Right, the house on the outskirts of Shimosatoba, the son there died, even though he was in the prime of life. Ikumi snorted a thin laugh. This summer's been nothing but funerals. That's why I said nothing good would come of it. Oh, don't you say that every year. Sado Oitaru flashed his tobacco-stained yellowing teeth in a smile. However stained it indeed was, his front tooth was his own. Oitaru bragged about that. That's a lie, that is. It isn't like I say it every year. This year is special. Why all these funerals? It can't be helped. It's nothing but old folks here, Takiko said, Yiko laughing too. Ikumi gave them a glare with chilling eyes. How nice you can laugh. Takiko-san's household just had a funeral, didn't they? That wasn't us, that was the sawmill. The Otsuka sawmill is indeed related to me, so I did go though. Even though they are relatives, I've cut ties. Yiko waved her hand. Takiko and Oitaru nodded seemingly knowledgeable. They got up into some weird new religion, then had the nerve to come to us trying to convert us, putting us at our wits' end. When it came to the temple, they said they had nothing left to gain from them, so when their own grandson died, they weren't taken care of. Oitaru nodded solemnly. It's a punishment for the lack of respect shown to the temple. That's what I think of it myself. You've said it, Yiko laughed. Ikumi snorted. Faith has to be faith in a proper god, or it doesn't mean anything after all. Though I worship at the temple and don't think I've profited for it. Well, even while the sawmill's good for nothing, I'm sure they were tricked into it. Yes, Takiko said, interrupting Ikumi. If she let her go on like this, it was obvious she would have said something suspicious. Well, it is true there are a lot of funerals. If it continues like this, I'm afraid next it might be my turn. If it's you, you'll be fine. You're getting on fine somehow or another, aren't you? I am, but still, said Takiko with a laugh, though Ikumi's gaze was fixed in place. It's been since Kane Masa moved in. Tatsu opened her eyes. What is she even trying to say, this person here? Kane Masa moved in after the misfortune in Yamari. But since the house had been built, that place isn't good, she shouldn't have built there. And it doesn't have anything to do with Yamari. That was a problem with the Murasako family, I told you. Jigoru-san simply got caught up in the Murasako's bad fortune. The funerals that have been continuing since after that, aren't they from after when Kane Masa moved in? A high school student in Shimosatoba died. Shimizu's Tokiru-san's place's granddaughter. Since then haven't they been on a roll? These funerals, and for some reason we're seeing ambulances coming and going. It's Kane Masa. Kane Masa, there's definitely something to them. That bunch summons in evil. Tatsu sighed and shook her head. She'd gotten herself started again, she feared. But it was a fact that there were many funerals. More than Ikumi thought, more than all of the old people gathered here thought, Tatsu had such a feeling. Something's happening. It might be, said a feeling stagnating in her chest. Something was off about this summer. No, lately, Satoba was strange. She had the intuition that at least that much was certain. Natsuno called out simply that he was going to Mewtwo's and left. There was a math problem he just couldn't solve. Mewtwo's older brother, and his younger sister Ai for that matter, weren't terribly reliable as teachers, but Tamatsu was a collector of crib notes. It was possible he kept some from when he was a first year, he realized. Their high schools were separate, but fortunately the textbook they used was the same. The summer heat was still fierce. Fed up with it, he looked up to the blue sky when the not too far off sound of bells were heard. Looking off the side of the road, a coffin draped in a white cloth was being carried out of a house by the roadside. Again, thought Natsuno as he stopped. He didn't know which house that one was. It's pretty close, was all Natsuno had known. Yamari, Megumi, and after that his parents had been involved in about 2 more morning group tasks. Didn't that make for the 5th one? And in about 1 month. Was it like this last year too, he thought. Natsuno moved into Satoba last year, though he didn't remember seeing any funerals then. Even though he'd seen 0 since this summer, suddenly since August started, he'd seen a procession of funerals. If it was the 5th one in 1 month, that averaged out to more than 1 house per week having one. No matter how you thought about it, this was too many, but, cocking his head in puzzlement, he went to Mewtwo's. Going up to Tamatsu's room, he informed him there was a funeral, but it didn't seem to catch Tamatsu's attentions. Man, there's been a lot of funerals, huh? Natsuno said, to which Tamatsu answered with a nonchalant, have there, while searching inside a cardboard box. Ain't that how it goes? Someone died, someone's about to die, you're always hearing something like that. Found it. I've got some pretty good treasures myself, don't I? Be grateful. As Tamatsu presented him with his crib notes, Natsuno gave him a sigh. I'd be more grateful if instead of giving it to me like this, you'd explain it to me, though. Depending on others is no good, Tamatsu laughed. If you're planning on going to college, you'd be better off going to cram school. Like a college entrance cram school out in the country like this is be worth it. I'd be better off with correspondence courses. You're so uncute. Tamatsu made an intentionally sulky face and crossed his arms. That thing where you're all country, and making fun of us ain't cute either, but the part where you'd seriously study through a correspondence course is the most not cute part about you. I have a consistent personality like that. Well said, Tamatsu laughed. Natsuho laughed too and opened the note. He didn't by any means like studying. To Natsuno, this was the price he had to pay to get out of Satoba. Whatever he had to do, however, he wanted out of the village. If it was necessary, he'd do it. The thoughts of wanting out were urgent, and so he continued was all it was. Even so, 2 more years. There was still that much more to go. Comforting himself with just 2 more years was getting harder recently, since Megumi had died. Imprisoned in Satoba, Megumi was unable to escape. That was the needle prodding sharply into his back, pressing Natsuno to hurry. If I don't hurry, something was going to wrap itself around him like a spider's web, and he wouldn't be able to untangle it. It might not be too bad to live here, he could get to thinking, losing all direction until he thought there wasn't really a need to leave the village, was there? Then why can't that happen? A voice inside of him said. Adapt to the village, get comfortable. If you stop wanting to leave the village, wouldn't that be a comfortable situation in its own right? Yet Natsuno couldn't but abhor such a situation. It made him imagine an empty shell. As peaceful as it would be, all that would be left was a groundless version of himself. He feared it likely. Shaking his head once, he tackled the problem. Incidentally helping himself to the mutist dinner, he finished the day's assignment after 10 o'clock. Saying his thanks to Tamatsu's parents, he left the mutis. Out of cigarettes, Toru went with him. The night wind feels really refreshing, don't it? Toru looked up at the western mountain. The sounds of the insects were vigorous. Even so, the wind that blew down from the dark, bare surface of the mountain, as if it were invited, was thought of as chilly. Wonder if it's gonna be fall soon at this rate. Who knows, it's not Higgin week again yet after all. But summer was hot, so this year winter might come early. What, is there a rule like that? Nah, just a guess. That part of you, Natsuno said, giving Toru a poke. Toru gave a light-hearted laugh, then suddenly went quiet. Toru pointed ahead on the road. It came sluggishly down the road from the western mountain, through the heart of Satoba. Further down that road was one house's family on a plot of land without a fence or anything else in it, where the truck stopped. They opened the container of the truck and piled their luggage in. Moving at this hour, Toru said as if amazed. They might be running away into the night, literally. Toru laughed. Natsuno simply shrugged his shoulders. Come to think of it, said Toru, seeing off the workers in movers' clothes as he continued. The wife at Saniasu ran away, I heard. There's a family called that in Nakasatoba. They're officially Yasumori, but they say that Saniasu's wife disappeared, like that in the morning when they woke up she wasn't there. She ran away from home. Guess so. She was a younger wife, but like it sounds like she didn't get along well with her in-laws. She was always disagreeing with her husband. Then like that finally their love went cold and she walked out, the story goes. That happens even out here. Toru gave a wry smile. Don't make fun of the country. Even out here normal stuff happens in its own way. Well then, I underestimated the place. Natsuno said, Toru giving him a light nudge in the back and starting to walk. Natsuno turned back a moment a bit to look at the truck. They probably weren't running away into the night. Such an imposing, huge truck was hardly going to hide them from anything he thought. Even so, he wasn't satisfied with just saying they were moving at night. Suddenly, Natsuno remembered that he had heard the words, moving at night, a while before too. Right, that was when they were moving in. The owners of Kainmasa. They moved in at night, and then, Natsuno tilted his head. He'd heard rumors that they'd moved in and that the owners had been seen, but Natsuno had never seen the owners that were now living there. As Toru said, it ended without any connection to him at all, so long as Natsuno could leave in 2 years according to plan. What's up? Toru turned back to look at him. It's nothing, Natsuno murmured, jogging to catch up. Toru smiled, jealous. Natsuno scowled. That's not it. Part 3. On Monday, as soon as Okawa Tomio heard Matsumura's voice on the phone, he shouted, Matsu, you punk, what the hell time do you think it is? I'm sorry. Matsumura's voice, which normally sounded weak-willed, sounded like the hum of an insect over the phone now. We've gotten all kinds of orders this morning. Then it's going on noon and you still ain't shown. You gotta know Mondays are busy, but why do you think I pay your salary for? If you got the time to call in, then just hurry up and come in. About that. Matsumura's voice was weak, and on top of that halting. This man's always like this, Okawa though clicking his tongue in his mind. Matsumura Yasuzu was 10 years older than Okawa, but it was a match as to who was more capable between he and his son Atsushi, Okawa thought. Matsumura was a coward by nature, so he just didn't have the guts to do anything reckless without trying to show off like Atsushi. That was why the only difference was that he could be at ease in trusting him with collecting payments. Other than that, his uselessness and his inability to give a firm and quick answer to anything brought out the same irritation in Okawa with only minor technical differences. If you got an excuse, say it when you get here. I ain't got the time to be having no leisurely phone chat. Matsumura tried to get something out, but Okawa overtook him. He called to the young worker bringing in the beer cases in a loud voice. Oi, where are you parking? That ain't no place to be unloading. The young man making the delivery was about Atsushi's age. He turned the same resentful eyes on Okawa. It was a face he'd never seen before. Behind the storehouse. Go around the side. You pack 'em up in front of the store, and we can't do business. I always tell yous to drive down the alley, but What the hell's you kids' problem? Without answering that, the young man gave a single sharp glare to Okawa, returning the load to the truck. Boss, the truth is though. Watching the truck back up, Okawa, still holding the phone, remembered that Matsumura was on the other end again. To hell with what the damned truth is already. You've been sniveling since this call started. What's up with you? It's my daughter That was when at last Okawa realized Matsumura's voice was mingled with tears. Your daughter Yasuyo-chan, eh? She was in about her mid-20s. She was nothing like her father, a brisk, level-headed good girl. That's she's gone and... Gone? You're trying to say she died. This morning, she was sick, I called an ambulance, but just now it's come to a head. So, that's why. His wife Kazuko made a dubious face as she looked to Okawa. Receiving her questioning gaze, Okawa gave her a nod. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do now. Matsumura's voice was interrupted by sobs. You dumbass. At times like this, what's gonna happen if at least you don't get it together? Where are you now? The hospital? Which hospital? Anyway, I'll be right there. You called the regional manager. Yes, no, he thought. Matsumura couldn't give a clear response. Okawa once again said that, anyway, he was coming there as he hung up the phone. Kazuko could hardly wait for that, quickly opening her mouth. Gone, you said who? You can't possible mean Matsumura-sen's Yasuyo-chan, right? It's possible enough to be true. Dear Kazuko said. Atsushi had overheard while stocking the shelves and said, what a waste, impudently, causing Okawa to glare at his son. Gotta go help him out. After all, Matsu's that kinda guy, you know. While he was speaking, possibly finished with unloading the cargo, the young man brought the delivery slip with him into the shop. Okawa carelessly signed it and took the receipt. Anyway, probably oughta call up the Kamisatoba regional manager too, huh? Matsu and his wife ain't the most reliable and all. That's true. I wonder if perhaps I should go too. Go on. The deceased's still at the hospital, so there's no rush. Before you leave the store, call up the customers and say there's been a misfortune at the shop and delivery'll be running late. Yeah. The urgent ones will leave to Atsushi. The rest will push to another day. Kazuko nodded. Her husband had a violent, short temper, but he was certainly not an unfeeling man, and while he was prone to fault-finding, he was equally prone to looking after those with faults. At times like this, without a doubt, it'd be all right if left to her husband. Okawa went to the back of the shop to look for Kamisatoba's regional manager's contact information. Kazuko drew the delivery memo slips towards herself and found the accounting book with the destination's phone numbers in the desk drawer. Coming from the depths of the house, perhaps told the situation by Okawa, her mother-in-law Nami appeared. Yasuyo-chan died, you say? The deaths keep coming this year, don't they? They do, don't they? Just a while ago. So she started when Kazuko's hand stopped. She wanted to say that Shimizu Gardening had just had a funeral, but there was something weighing on her even more than that. Say, mother, are there people who sleep with their eyes half open, do you suppose? There probably are, aren't there? I've heard about them. They must, Kazuko said to herself. What is it? Why do you ask? To Nami's question, Kazuko found herself frowning. Yesterday, I went to Osawa-san's place, from the post office. Somewhere or another, I hear, Osawa-san seemed to be sick, so I thought I'd make a get-well visit and see how he was. It wasn't anything special. His wife had been saying, but when she opened the sliding door in the living room, I saw him sleeping through the gap. The bedroom had a window and was brighter than even the living room. Ohawa was lying down facing the living room, so she had a good look at his face. His eyes were half-lidded and unblinking, his body unmoving. His complexion was deathly pale, looking somehow flaccid, a strange sensation as if he had keeled over with old age. He looked like he had died. Impossible, Nami said with a frown. That just couldn't be, could it? That's what I thought, but still, his face looked like that of a corpse. I couldn't very well say, he's dead, isn't he? To his wife, but while I asked if it wasn't very bad, his wife said that it wasn't anything serious, that he was sleeping well. Then, that's it, isn't it? If his wife said so. That's true, Kazuko murmured. She saw Okawa off as he barreled out, tended to a few odd tasks, asked Nami to watch the store, then Kazuko prepared herself. It couldn't be helped. Atsushi couldn't be left in charge of the store while they were out. At that time, her reliable daughter and second son were at school. She trotted out of the shop towards Kamisatoba. On the way she passed by the front of the sought office. For some reason, Kazuko's feet stopped, looking up to the second story that was the residence. That was the face of a dead man. No matter what, she couldn't shake that impression. As Kazuko thought to go into the post office, she realized the shutter door was still drawn down. Bewildered that there wasn't even a sign, Kazuko looked around. Her eyes met with Kumi from the Godhauta clothing shop across the street. Before she could enter the shop, Kumi came out herself. "Say, what's going on here?" Kazuko pointed to the post office, and Kumi tilted her head. Kumi's aged face seemed colored with surprise. "About that, they've moved, don't you know, the Osawa-sans." "That can't be," Kazuko murmured. "That shouldn't be, just last night I'd met with them." "It was last night. In the middle of the night just past 2, I suppose. A truck stopped out front, it was so loud I was woken up. When I got up, they were carrying their luggage out, it was a real surprise." "That's but the husband was sick." Kumi gave a serious nod. "The moving company staff had to carry him into the cartee. He was wrapped all up in a blanket. I hurried out and caught the missus to ask what on earth was happening, but she just said, 'We have to move,' so?" And with just that and not neighborly word, she rode off in the truck. "My, that's..." Nagata-san and the family weren't even contacted, it seems like. This morning, he came to go to work as usual and lingered in front of the shutter. "Why, I never knew Osawa-san was the type of person to do something this outrageous." "Me neither," Kazuko nodded. Osawa's half-lidded sleeping face, a face that appeared dead, flashed before her eyes. A fluttering of fear bubbled up in her stomach. What could it have been, that unknown, terrible feeling? Part 4. On Tuesday, at the end of the work day, the bandsaw's roar was still echoing through the Otsuka sawmill. Seishin looked at Spectacle with deep emotion. The belt-like bandsaw formed a bridge towards the root of the sawmill building, sawdust falling and gathering from there. When he was small, he would go into the Yasumori sawmill and play, crawling under such gatherings. The pool of sawdust was more fascinating to children than a sand pit, and at the bottom of that pit were rhinoceros beetle and stag beetle larvae and pupa to be found. There would be sawdust all over their bodies, and of course they'd be scolded by their mothers, and the sawdust would get in beneath their clothing often, a feeling that was insufferably uncomfortable to a child, but it just meant that it held enough to be worth paying that price. Gazing nostalgically at the sawmill, he didn't realize that Ostuka Takeuki was nearby until he called out to him. "If it isn't the junior monk." Called out to, at last Seishin returned to his senses. Meeting eyes with Takeuki, who was still clad in work clothes, he hastily bowed his head. "It has been a while." When he raised his head, his eyes met with those of Otsuka Kichigoro, who was supervising the saw. Kichigoro made an unpleasant face and averted his gaze. The Otsuka sawmill was a rival to the Marayasu sawmill. In the village, there were several sawmill families, but out of all of them, it was these two who stood out from the rest in size. They had once been a parish family, and he had heard they were even involved in the parish representative committee. But when Seishin went to college and returned from his ascetic training at the head temple to help here, they had already been extracted from the parish. Kichigoro's wife had entered a new religion, and Kichigoro had likewise joined into it. Seishini's father Shinmei apparently tried coming many times on foot, attempting to pursue them. It was probably due to the antagonism from that time that Kichigoro didn't get on well with those of the temple. In regards to that, his son Takeuki was either unaware of the antagonism from those days, or he knew about it, but didn't think of it as anything to be affected by, as he didn't get along with him exceptionally poorly. Even though he'd seen him about the village here and there, he'd never made a particularly sour face at him. "It has been a while, hasn't it?" Takeuki showed a smile. "It has been some time since we have made contact. I apologize for intruding while you're working. What might be the matter?" "Just recently, I had overheard that Yasuyuki-san had passed away, you see." "Yeah," Takeuki said, showing an expression as if he had thrust into a sore spot. "For that you came all the way out. Thank you very much." Takeuki took off his work gloves and put them in the pocket of his work suit. While wiping his sweat, he motioned to the office. "Well, come in. We don't have anything to offer beyond tea, though. Are not you in the middle of work? I had only thought to come to offer incense." "It's all right. I was just thinking of wrapping up for the day." Takeuki smiled and conveyed something to someone nearby, then went to the previously gestured office. Entering the office at the edge of the sawmill, Takayuki's wife Hiroko was at office desk with an open account book. Noticing Seishin, she stood and bowed a salutation to him. "Oh my, it has been a while. He says he's come to offer condolences for Yasuyuki." When told that by Takayuki, she had a seemingly troubled smile as she said her thanks. "I'm sorry for being so sudden. I had thought that it might be too forward of me, but it's quite all right, thank you very much. To think that you would take the trouble to come all this way." Hiroko smiled, though she looked to be the definitive picture of someone crying, something that Seishin secretly felt with a pain in his conscience. "For the time being, please enjoy the tea," Takayuki said, taking the pitcher of cold barley tea from the corner of the office and presenting him with a cup of it. He motioned towards an open seat. Truly, the occasion was very sudden. "You've said it," Takayuki said with a forced smile. "He was a guy whose only good point was his heath. I couldn't imagine that he would go before me." "I'm certain," Seishin replied quietly. Going by what Takayuki and Hiroko said, as expected, Yasuyuki was suddenly bedridden. It was probably a cold, and such stereotypical lines were heard around here as well. They took it lightly, not thinking that it could possibly come to this. In the middle of the night, suddenly, he thought he had heard groaning sounds, and he was convulsing, Takayuki puzzled. "We called an ambulance and had him brought to the National Hospital. Our hearts were in our stomachs. He was rushed immediately into surgery, but he did not come out alive. It seems we didn't make it in time." "Is that so?" "It seems there were problems with his liver. His jaundice was so faint, we didn't notice it ourselves either. He wasn't a particularly heavy drinker. I didn't think there was any reason for there to be problems there." Really, this is what they mean when they say something is a complete surprise. "This has been, I am most certain, a terribly difficult time. Have matters calmed?" "Yes, they have," Takayuki said with a lonely smile. "When he first died, it was nothing but marital fights, though. I blamed his mother, asking why I didn't notice anything. I was working with him. Why didn't I notice?" she said, blaming me. On top of that, father being father said that it was because we didn't have enough faith. Then the people around were blaming it on the new aged religion. We'd heard them saying shoali, which didn't help. "That," Seishin said, frowning. "That sort of thing isn't relevant at all, is it? To have the junior monk say as much is, if I can speak honestly, very gratifying," Takayuki said, as if deriding himself. "The bunch in the village, please do not take this as criticism of the temple. They're, as expected, critical of withdrawing from the parish. The temple and the village really are monolithic and all. Actually, here and there, people have been dragging away from us. We're like exiled outsiders, so I've thought before." Hiroko gave an interceding smile. "Especially when, you remember, the old man was taken out of his position as the ward chief, wasn't he? It wasn't because of anything our household did. It was just that the old man was at that age, but he'd gotten his belly button in a twist and said some unfortunate things. So things became unnecessarily complicated." "Is that so? For a while there, we got into nothing but fights everywhere." Takayuki forced a smile. "It was bleak inside the home. We were trying to have proper faith in our own way. Yet whenever we thought about why this happened to us, we thought, maybe we should lower our heads to the temple and return to the parish, or something." "You mustn't," Seishin promptly interjected. "It is not good for you to begin thinking in such a way. Faith is something organic, it is not something that can be coerced. It is the fulcrum of one's personal freedom, and so we must not distort it unnaturally." Takayuki gave a surprised-seeming blink. Seishin returned to himself and unintentionally hung his head in shame. "Pardon me for speaking strangely." "No," Takayuki laughed, "to have you say as much as a relief." "Yeah." Takayuki smiled and turned to Hiroko. Hiroko also nodded. "Yes, really." He imagined just how harshly condemned such a manner of speaking would be. Certainly the village was united around the temple. A firm sense of unity was built upon a firmly enforced exclusion principle. And of all things, the Otsuka sawmill had always served on the parish representative committee. A so-called pillar of the temple to suddenly become estranged from the temple, so he could imagine how the parishioners would perceive that. At the beginning it was like that, really, nothing but fights everywhere. Our successor had died, and we even talked about how we might as well close up the sawmill and move, but when we said that, our second son who had gone to the city said he would inherit it for us. We really mustn't give ourselves up to despair. That is truly so. As Seishin answered, he remembered the unpleasant face his gentle father had shown so many times. His father, who had rarely made a displeased expression, made a clear one whenever the conversation turned to the Otsuka sawmill. He didn't particularly find fault with them, but it was clear Shinmei had no patience when it came to this for the people around them. At those times, Seishin, unable to comprehend why his father was angry, could not help feeling the faintest sense of something like despondency towards his father. Despondency may be too deep a word for it, but he remembered thinking that he didn't need to make that face. Looking at the current case, it may have been precisely because Shinmei was so flagrantly unpleasant that the parishioners followed the head monk's will to criticize Takayuki and his family. When he thought of that, Seishin felt it inexcusable. Lately it's calmed down. It's a shame about Yasuyuki, but I have the feeling that the family can somehow get through this, you know? It is true that we miss him, but I'm sure you must. But somehow, said Takui looking out the window. Maybe it's my age, but I've been missing a lot lately. A disheartened feeling or something. It might be the season, too. Seishin, for some reason or other, nodded. The old man is getting to that age and all. I start to think he won't live forever, or things like that. A girl from the neighborhood had died on Bon, hadn't she? Shimizu Megumi-chan, you mean? Yes, that's right. Shimizu-san's place's daughter. She was such a young little thing, too. Maybe it's because my own house has had a funeral. Whenever I go walking in the village these days, I get the feeling I'm seeing too many funerals, really. Thinking about it, the people of the village are mostly old people, you know. The heat is hard on the elderly, and there must be many of them who are feeling down. A young one from the sawmill suddenly ran away from home and quit her job, too. The elderly in the neighborhood are disappearing before you know it, too. At Takayuki's recollection, Seishin's brows knit together. Now that you mention it, Hiroko interrupted. Suzuki-san, he left, didn't he? He was the same age as Yasuyuki. The family moved, they said. Lately, there are a lot of stories like that. Seishin blinked. Hiroko gave a lonely-seeming smile. Has everyone come to hate Satoba, I wonder? That might be the case, Seishin thought. Therefore thou art cursed, no longer one of the land, an eternal vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. The village was like the hill, removing foreign substances. It wouldn't be strange to come to hate it. Part 5. Seishin spread out his manuscript in the office. His eyes ran over the rewritten characters of the revised draft. In the silence of the night, the fading sound of God turning the pages echoed. The older brother, ostracized from the hill for the sin of killing his little brother, roamed the wasteland. The little brother became a shiki and followed him. The older brother didn't know why he went so far as to become that to follow him. Trying to look back on how his brother had been in life, as expected, he couldn't deduce his little brother's intentions. Far from deducing it, he couldn't even clearly recall his little brother before he was a shiki. Nor himself, the moment he killed his little brother, nor his sentiments at that time. And thought Seishin, as he lowered the sharpened tip of the pencil to the paper like the tip of a sword. He had to give up on surmising his little brother's true feelings again today. Whenever he tried to gauge his little brother's intent, without fail he would be obstructed in his groping quest for answers by his own confusion. While staring at him without any other means, regret gradually built up in his chest, and he declined to think any more beyond that. Hanging his head in shame, gazing at the shadow the color of his own sin at his feet, and then turning back. His eyes turned to the hill that, as he'd become accustomed to by now, didn't seem to be growing further away at all. Actually, his little brother was not chasing after him from behind. His little brother was surely waiting in front of him to receive him. Above the hill, the clouds parted, golden afterglow raining down incessantly. Within it was the white, clear splendor. Enshrined at the top of the town, the unforgiving light shone towards him. He had always, or at least for the time he had been on the hill, been taught that to the east of that garden was a vast wasteland, but actually standing in the wasteland looking at the hill was enclosed from all four directions by the wasteland. The reason that this land was said to be to the east may have only been because that was where the gate was. The sterile and desolate lands fallen from God's hand was supposedly this place where he wandered, but in actuality, the greenery of the hill that existed in the middle of this sterile and desolate land was seen as a miracle of God, that hill beautifully arranged and placed in this wilderness. Now he thought on it as mysterious. Did the wasteland exist around the hill, or did the hill exist within the wasteland? Did the high ramparts enclosing the foot of the hill denote the terminus of God's order, or instead, did it note the boundaries of God's miracle? In either case, the hill was beautiful. Sation stopped for a bit and tilted his head. He was being chased by the hill. Would the hill he saw when turning back to look over the wilderness be seen as beautiful after all? Far from having any killing intent towards his brother, he didn't know the source of his own impulse. That should have been to him a very shocking tragedy. In judgment for that, he was cursed and chased. That order that pressured him, the hill that he had been shut out of, was it something that he could praise so impartially? Of course he could. He even now yearned for the hill he had been expelled from. From the beginning, that had been what he had intended. In either case, the hill was beautiful. If he closed his eyes, he could remember how it looked to him. Green fields drew gentle undulations, their white sheep herded, feeding in peace on the grass that spread out to the green forests. The houses that dotted it were lined together by a red-stoned path, rising up towards the street where the sage lived, levying heavy taxes. The spire stood tall in the center of the town, at the top of which was the seat of God. None but the one chosen as the sage were allowed to climb it, and were they to climb it there would be naught but the downpour of splendorous light. It had no form of which to speak, but clearly there existed a will there. And he worshipped that will, even though it ostracized him. To him, the hill was a place that should be loved. At the center of that spire shone on by the splendor, drawing concentric circles, spreading out and downward towards the outside, a single hill's mound was shaped. Surrounding the spire was the temple where the sage lived, and around the temple was the stone-paved town. The surrounding outskirts of the village were lined in sprawling forests. The beautiful and quiet forest of beautifully linked branches was itself enveloped in the bluish greens of the fields. The green fields expanded without end, eventually the greenery being mixed at intervals with white stones and red clays. At the ends of the lands of gently undulating hills, which green draped over like a moss, were gigantic castle walls. Gigantic walls, obstinate, the sturdy ramparts, as if to shroud from the eyes of those who dwelt outside of it, as if to reject the sinners exiled for eternity. Spread out, and then at that eastern block, a small closed gate, so that they could never return again. Sation sighed hugely and abandoned his pencil. This is no good, he thought. His thoughts were slipping. He couldn't stop Otsuka Takeuchi and Hiroko's faces from flashing faintly through some part of his mind. Satoba was firmly united. On the other side of that unity was an obstinate tendency towards exclusion. Those who weren't parish families of the temple were, to the village, foreign substances. Rather, those who were formerly parish families that had defected from the temple would only naturally be seen as enemies more than foreign substances. They had cast off the faith that managed the villagers and took their leave for another faith of their choosing. Even when considering people's tendency to form groups, they couldn't help ostracizing those who were separated out like that. But Sation thought, why did groups of people have no choice but to act this way? Faith's foundation was of the heart. Was it not something that brought about public peace through people's hearts? That it was separating people, becoming a just cause for ostracizing people, and that nobody had misgivings nor shame about that, Sation had a difficult time standing. Gentle smiles for those who were internal, and while showing that affection and love, showing those on the outside cold indifference and cruel conduct. That two-sidedness could be felt most bleakly. Or was he the only one who struggled with such things as this? With a disheartened breath, Sation piled up his manuscripts. He wanted to continue with it, but his writing just wasn't flowing. All the more self-conscious of his struggles, he gave up and returned the manuscript to the drawer. In exchange, he took out the memo pad with the notes he'd gathered, but he didn't even feel like opening it. Having given up on even that, Sation stood. Leaving the office, he took the flashlight off of the shelf in the entryway in hand and went outside. The presence of fall hid within the winds that blew through the fir trees. The voices of the insects were, different from their summer timbre, sounding somehow lonely. He took a glance at the sleeping village and crossed the temple grounds. Pushing his way through the mountains, he knew that fall, hiding within the forest and its underbrush, was looking to come out of hiding. Walking quietly, he headed straight to the abandoned building. Nowhere in the village, trying to live secluded out here, In this sanctuary that was naturally looked upon as an enemy to the system and order of which the temple was a nucleus, the one drug out of here was him. As if to note the recluse's bitter mortification, the sanctuary inclined, falling into ruin. Entering within, there was the voice of one single cricket echoing desolately. The lonely chirping faded, then as if realizing that it had faded sounded again. Seishin himself didn't remember when he lit the lamp. If he was just going to be spacing out doing nothing, he wouldn't need lamplight. Nonetheless, he realized when he heard the sound of the sanctuary door opening that he might have remembered in his subconscious that Sanako had appeared once saying it was because she had seen the light. When he turned his head, Sanako was walking down the short nave of the church. Brushing lightly along the backs of the benches lined up on one side, light footsteps approached. "Good evening." "Hi," was all Seishin returned. "I'm just saying this for your benefit, but this is the first time I've come here since the last time. I've been behaving well in my home, you know. So, do somehow overlook it this time, won't you?" Seishin smiled and nodded. "And for the record, I had applied bug spray before coming, and as you can see, I've worn long sleeves with closed cuffs. I'm wearing 2 layers of stockings, you know. I do hope that with this mirror, Sen understands that I am not trying to disregard his warnings." "Yes, I know." "I'm glad," Sanako murmured, taking a seat on the bench directly in front of Seishin. She sat little kid on the bench, both of her elbows on the back of the pew. Ebuchi and Mother were most grateful. Of course, they absolutely won't leak it to the outside. To begin with, they wouldn't have either way, but... "I see. Is it the same as ever? You look depressed." Seishin smiled bitterly. "I see, I guess it is as usual. It looks like things have gotten a bit worse. But I can't see any solution." Sanako nodded as if to urge him on, so Seishin briefly expressed that he'd been looking for common points amongst the victims, but regardless, hadn't been able to find any clues. With your duties to the temple, even while you have a job as an author, it must be hard. And yet with no results, it's a given that Murray-san would be making such a face. "Do I look that depressed?" "You do, the same as last time." "You look down," Sanako said with a small laugh. "Every time we meet here, it is certain that Murray-san will be depressed, isn't it? Is it possible you run away to here when you are depressed?" Seishin blinked. "Ah, indeed. You may be right. You weren't aware of it." "I guess I wasn't. That's right. It does certainly seem to be like this more often, overwhelmingly. It's better not to be too discouraged. After all, Murray-san is not an epidemic specialist." Seishin smiled faintly and shook his head. "It's not as if I'm particularly down about the lack of results." "Then why? Did someone pass away again?" "No. I've been following the victim's footprints, you see, and it's more than I'd come to know some not too pleasant things." "Not too pleasant things?" Seishin looked out into the half-destroyed interior of the sanctuary. "Sotoba is a good place. There are many good-tempered people living here, and it makes for a peaceful cycle. But because of that, the power to push aside any foreign substances is strong." Sanako tilted her head, and then nodded as if understanding something. "I think that I understand. To be warm to those close to you means to be cold to those who are not. Is it like that?" "Right," Seishin nodded. Sanako put her chin in both of her hands, resting on the back of the pew. "And so, Murray-san has come to hate the villagers." "No, that isn't it. You've come to hate the village maybe. So while you're suffering for the village's sake, you're sickened by it. That isn't what it is. Because I think that the power to gather people also being the power to exclude is an unavoidable providence. Surely that's the kind of being humans are, so I don't condemn it. But I do think it's a little bit of a shame. If that's the case, then you'll have to cheer up. You have to investigate it properly and hurry up and solve what's happening. If the disease spreads like this, the villagers will end up noticing, and then Murray-san will experience something even more painful." That pricked at Seishin's heart. Gazing seriously at Sanako's face, he understood that that was true. Indeed, it was so. If the situation kept worsening like this, eventually, the villagers would notice the existence of the sickness. If they did that, what would happen? The unions that were protected by going so far as to exclude others would be cut. Be they members of the same parish, be they bound by blood or regional bonds, fearing contamination, they would begin to ostracize each other. There was no way to avoid it. It's just as you say. Isn't it? People are fragile when cornered. They're very weak beings. Seishin nodded. Yes, this was no time to be down. He didn't have the time to struggle with something like this. And in his own heart, Seishin felt shamed. It was no time for escaping into his manuscripts either. Even if just a moment sooner, he had to find a way to stop this calamity. Before the village brought about its own end from within. Cultural and translation notes. 4.1. MODS, Multiple Organ Dysfunction Syndrome, previously known as MOF for multiple organ failure. MODS was the only one not defined explicitly in the chapter. Commonly, the result of sepsis, which leads to reduces in blood flow to the relevant organ systems. In typical MODS, this is because of disseminated intravascular coagulation, DIC, mentioned in chapter syndrome, or abnormal blood clotting, which leads to organ systems breaking down due to not getting enough blood to function. 4.2. Gripping your thumb in your fist when a hearse or funeral procession passes by is a childhood superstition, similar to the one avoiding stepping on cracks to keep your mother from breaking her back in English. The thumb in Japanese is called the oya yubai. Oya is Japanese for parents, so it could be read as the parent finger. The idea is that you're hiding them from death. Japanese tradition calls salt a purifier. Salt is placed in piles in front of restaurants supposedly to ward off evil as well as to usher in patrons. These can be seen out front of many businesses. If Chigusa had never had one before, it would be potentially offensive to suddenly put one out because so many patrons were coming in after funerals. At funerals, small packets of salt may be offered to throw in front of your house before returning to ward off evil spirits from following you inside. Chapter 5. Part 1. Boss, it has been a while. Called out to by Seishin, Shimizu Masaji, who was working in the plantation, spread out behind his house, turned to look. Ah, junior monk. You are putting your energy into work, I see. The old man stood up, taking his hat in hand and bowing his salt and pepper-haired head. At Masaji's feet were a line of green seedings for some sort of plant. Shimizu Gardening also did landscaping and took part in wholesale sales of young trees. If asked by villagers, he would also sell them directly. Seishin's own mother Mawako sometimes came to buy seedlings for the garden. It is still hot these days, isn't it? What may I do for you today? Actually, the other day, I had belatedly heard that Ryuji-san had died. Masaji's expression clouded. That's well, thank you very much. He put down his plow in the bucket and motioned towards the house. Well, first, please, do come inside. Seishin bowed his head slightly and followed after Masaji after he stood. I was surprised. The last time I'd seen him, he seemed healthy. You said it, Masaji said, while climbing up onto the porch with a sigh. As guided, Seishin entered into the tatami room and continued in front of the family altar. The altar was decorated with a new photo and mortuary tablet. His son Ryuji was, according to the records, 41, and worked, he believed, at an accounting office. As he offered the incense and folded his hands together, Masaji brought in the barley tea. It isn't much, but please, you'll have to forgive me, today my daughter-in-law is out. I thought we had had some snacks somewhere, but please don't fuss. You must be depressed as well, boss. Have your feelings settled? Masaji gave a forced smile. It hasn't connected with me yet. He really was a healthy fella after all. I went out to work like always, then there was talk that he collapsed at the office. When I rushed to the hospital, he'd already lost consciousness. And then he never opened his eyes since. I had heard that there were heart problems, but Masaji shook his head, saying not at all. During his spring checkup, he was fit as a fiddle. The heart failure was so sudden. No, he did have signs he wasn't well, come to think of it. It's just, it only seemed he was out of it at the time. I wondered if he'd stayed up late or was hung over and it came to this. Honestly, Masaji trailed off. It's only something I remember because it came to this. It's something I only remember now that you mention it, looking back. I didn't think anything of it the day I saw it, just going out like always into the fields, not even taking a good look at his face. Then, he wasn't especially bedridden or anything of that nature. He wasn't really bedridden. No, this whole year, my son's health hasn't been something I could really sum up. He might have been sick, but it wasn't enough for even my daughter-in-law to notice, so I didn't think anything in particular about it at all. Is that so? Seishin murmured. Whether Shimizu Ryuji had it or not wasn't clear. Dying within a few days of his family noticing was customary, but Ryuji was a few days faster than that. It might have been that his case progressed exceptionally fast, or it might have been completely unrelated to the relevant matter. Seishin couldn't ascertain which it was. But, as this was truly something sudden, it must have been difficult. More than on me, it's his wife. I shouldn't say this, but these things do happen. It's just I feel for my daughter-in-law and grandson. All said, I've lost my spouse, so without my daughter-in-law and grandson, I'd be alone. That grandson come next spring will graduate from high school and go on to college and to get a job. So once he's out of the house, it'll just be two old people with no blood relatives left. I told her she could go back to her own family, but Shuji isn't here anymore, but still having her there to water me on my deathbed makes me feel sorry for her. As Masaji spoke, an unaffected but forced smile floated up onto his face. In the past, I would have said, well, she married into this family now so, but the times have changed so. Is that so? Seishin thought. In the village, parents and children lived in motley generational households as a matter of course. But the concept of family was indeed changing. A yet incomplete transformation. It was jarring. Still, she said she couldn't by any means abandon me on my own, but I'm sure it's weighing on her. Even though having her spouse go on ahead of her is calamity enough, having headache-inducing problems that she does makes you feel for her. He's being paid his retirement sum, she'll at least get that, but... Seishin tilted his head. Masaji's smile became all the more wry. The day my son collapsed, you know? On that day, that Ryuji, I don't know what he was thinking, but it seems he suddenly put in his retirement notice. Me and my daughter-in-law didn't know about it, don't know what was in his heart at the time. His office didn't process it, but that Ryuji said he had to stop that day, shouting caustically that he didn't need severance pay or his paycheck. He was fighting with the accountant, then suddenly collapsed, it seems. When we heard that as the hospital, his wife went ghostly pale. We still need that money to raise our grandson and all. Still, the accountant was compassionate. He made like it never happened for her. He died in the office, but it's being handled as if he retired, which is a big help. Really, that son of mine, what was he thinking? The old man looked up at the photo of the deceased. When they get to that age, we're as good as strangers. Even if we live together, that's because this is the country. If it were the city, he'd move out and have his own home at his age. It's a matter of appearances. He can't go on asking his father for advice about everything. So, even while it's obvious. That's true, Seishin murmured. Then, was Ryuji-san no longer offering his assistance to you as the boss? In the past, I had seen you working together very many times, hadn't I? Nah, not lately, I guess. In the past, he didn't unless we were really needing the help. We do landscape gardening, but that isn't what we focus on, so we don't have many hands on deck for that kind of work. Then, he did not have any intent to inherit the business to become the next boss, I suppose. I don't think he did. I don't think he was of a mind for it. I didn't intend for him to either, after all. And so it seemed that Masaji didn't come and go to many places throughout the village. While he thought of it, he asked about Masaji's working arrangements. He asked about whether he'd come and gone from any homes, whether he'd gone to Yamari, or how about the Marayasu sawmill, whether Ryuji had ever gone to such places with him. He had intended to ask indirectly, but Masaji himself apparently hadn't gone to Yamari or to Marayasu, so it seemed Ryuji had no connections with them either. Nor did he go into the mountains. Masaji's household didn't own any mountain lands. Masaji and Ryuji both lived in Satoba, but they made their livings almost entirely in Mizobe, so as far as interacting with their neighbors, it seemed they had no such ties at all. We do have relatives in Monzon, though, said Masaji with a strained smile. In the past, anytime anything happened, we'd be coming and going from each other's places often, but since my cousin died, our ties had been cut. This isn't an age where you go to visit your dead father's cousin as a relative anymore, is it? That's true, was all Seishin answered. Leaving Masaji's house, Seishin went towards Nakasatoba. He visited the elder Koike, the funeral manager. Hirasawa Takatoshi, who died on August 11th, had been a resident of Nakasatoba. As Seishin had no connections with that Hirasawa household, for the time being he would try visiting Koike, who could be called an influential man in Nakasatoba, but it seemed Koike didn't know them very well either. Human relations were interwoven like a complicated net, Seishin had felt. He had the impression that the people of the village had a regional bond that expanded throughout the village. But that regional bond had at some point had been severed at certain points. Without the people themselves being conscious of it, the village followed the trend of the era, being dismantled bit by bit. So this is how it is, Sation thought. Sation himself was at the center of the parish families. Being the focal point of so many complicated interpersonal relationships, he hadn't sensed the changes that had taken place. But bit by bit the village was changing. Sation wasn't the only one who thought that. The elder Koik too shook his head with a sigh. In the past, if you asked me about someone from somewhere, I'd know what kind of person they were and how they made a living as if they were my own relative or family, but is that so? I intended to at least get to know his parents. His father was grieving about it. It seems he suddenly collapsed in Misbo, and they say he collapsed in a pachinko parlor like. He was sure he was going to work, but he'd quit his job. Sation asked at that. His job he quit. Seems like it, without a word to his parents. For 2 or 3 days he'd been sick, right, unsteady on his feet, but he still went out in his business suit, so they thought he must be going to the company as usually, but the company said he quit 3 days ago. But he was wasting his time at the pachinko parlor, and that's where he collapsed. Sation blinked. What on earth was this? It was similar to Shimizu Ryuji. Perhaps not noticing Sation's bewilderment, the elder Koik forced a smile. It's a lonely way to go, but there's no helping it, is there? It's sad that we're not long for this world. With that said, Koik tilted his head. But what is with these continuing deaths, I wonder, huh? Part 2. Monday, September 18th was Megumi's 35th day memorial service. With this, it's the end of the mourning period it looks like, said her mother Sachiko on the way to Megumi's house. It was past the middle of September, and the boiling heat wave had receded. End or the mourning period. 49 days they say, don't they? After the 49th day, the dead person's soul leaves the home. Since you're not mourning anymore, it's the end of the mourning. The 49th Memorial Day service is when they're really supposed to end the mourning, but that be in October. They say it's not good for the mourning period to span 3 months. So they're cutting it short and having the end of mourning on the 35th day it looks like. Kaori hung her head. That's strange, she thought. Whether Megumi's soul was in the house or whether it wasn't didn't change the fact that Megumi had died. Yet when 49 days had passed, you were supposed to clear away the sadness and the sympathy. And in Megumi's case, it wasn't even 49 days. It was still the 35th day, so even though Megumi's soul still hadn't moved on, it was like they were hurrying to chase her out, she thought. Megumi, you poor thing. Dying was piteous. You were just cleaned away like this. For certain at this rate she would become something finished. Certainly Megumi's life had finished on that summer day, but Megumi's death had just Megumi, only 45 days had passed. Even though it was something that would never be finished, so to speak. Kaori followed with her head hung behind Sachiko, who seemed somehow relieved. When they reached Shimizu Megumi's house, there were many guests gathered who, like Sachiko, had seemed to somehow have felt too at ease. Only Megumi's parents and grandfather didn't seem as if they were getting a burdensome weight off their shoulders. They were just as they'd been during the funeral, looking grief-stricken. Kaori was just a little comforted by that. There was still time before the service started. Sachiko went to help in the kitchen. Kaori moved to do the same, but was told to refrain from joining the mourning crew's women. Indeed, the kitchen was already full with women attendants from the neighborhood, so, as urged, Kaori went to the second floor. Megumi's room was as it had been, her nameplate still hanging on her door. Of course it was, at least until today, Megumi was in this house. Or was she no longer here? When did Megumi depart from the house? Would she be driven out once the service started? Almost like it's an exorcism. The Buddhist chants given were the same after all, so maybe that was exactly what it was in truth. Offering scriptures, Megumi's soul would, in pain, leave the home. With no choice she would leave the home, then everyone would say good grief and clear away Megumi's death. Even this room, Kaori thought, while looking over the room as it had been not even changed in the slightest. Will it be cleared away, I wonder? Kaori was shocked by her own thoughts. It was because she was imagining the room as an empty cavity, with her furniture and personal artifacts promptly removed. That's no. The room where Megumi lived. This was where Megumi was, Megumi's desk, Megumi's bed. Even if there was indeed no longer an owner, they were Megumi's things, not anybody else's. The things Megumi cherished. The curtains and bed cover were chosen by Megumi. The accessories and miscellaneous goods bought with her allowance, Megumi's heart would be broken when they were gathered up. The stuffed animal Kaori had given her as a present, mementos of trips, they were all things Megumi cherished, so nobody but Megumi had the right to dispose of them. And yet she disappeared from this world. And likewise traces of Megumi's life would be wiped away. She didn't want that. Megumi's death shouldn't be something that could be so easily forgotten like this. When somebody died, it was supposed to be a more weighty disaster. One you never forgot throughout your life, like a wound in the heart. It wasn't supposed to be something so frivolous you could put some kind of 35-day limit on it. Kaori looked around her surroundings in panic. She had the feeling that soon now the women helper of the morning crew would be coming up to clear away the room. It was the end of morning, so by the end of today Megumi would be gone from the house. So Megumi didn't need a room, they'd say. Should she try asking Megumi's parents? Please don't dismiss Megumi, don't take apart her room at your convenience. Please don't clear Megumi away like that. If she asked that, would they listen to it? Sachiko's face floated before her eyes, her mother who said to clear away Megumi's death. If it was Sachiko, she was surely saying the same to Megumi's parents. Clear it away, that in order to do that it was better to take apart Megumi's room. Hiroko might have held the same sentiments. They weren't in mourning anymore, so let's clear it away and enjoy life in Megumi's stead. Any and everything in Megumi's room, sorted and disposed of. It might be. What was here, all of it was very important to Megumi, and yet adults didn't usually hold any respect for what children called important things. That's no good, something like that. At least something, Megumi thought, her eyes wandering the room. Before it was disposed of, Kaori had to take something from here for safekeeping. Yes, she should do that. Some souvenir of Megumi. Kaori wouldn't forget, she wouldn't put her away. She would cherish and preserve Megumi. Her eyes looked around the desk. The calendar beneath the desk mat was still on August. Megumi's calendar was halted there. When she had put it in place, she probably didn't think that this would be the last month. There was a textbook she was only a third of the way through, stationary with an unopened seal on it. Megumi's not here anymore. Kaori examined Megumi's shelves and drawers, searching for Megumi herself. All she found were nothing but fragments of Megumi, making her realize all the more that Megumi was no longer here. There was no Megumi. That existence had vanished. What remains here were fragments that were far, far short of Megumi. Searching about her as if about to cry, Kaori's hand stopped. Beneath the desk mat, within the calendar she found the postcard, Megumi's writing, a late summer greeting written for him. Only having it written, without being able to send it, Megumi died, even though it was so precisely writ. Megumi, you wanted to send this, didn't you? Thinking of that, the tears spilled out. While crying, Kaori snuck it into her pouch. This was short of Megumi, even this was not Megumi. But Megumi wouldn't want her family to see this. If her room was being taken apart, it would be found, and then this unsent late summer greeting would be thrown straight away. That was the one thing she didn't want to let happen. It's all right, Megumi. She wouldn't let them throw it away. She hugged her pouch closely. Let's go home together. She'd bring her back to her house. After today, she couldn't be here anymore after all. Until that 49th day, she could be in Kaori's room. Until the day she naturally went off somewhere far away. It's all right, I won't clear you away. Part 3. When the door opened, Heisugawa looked up. Well, this is unusual. It was the electronics shop's Kadu. It wasn't that Kadu coming to the shop was rare, but today he had brought his son Yuyusuke along. Heisugawa put out 2 glasses on the counter in front of the 2 seated at the counter. You're together. Today is, it's Sunday, huh? The day of the week often slipped his mind. Creole didn't have set closed days. Since it was a shop opened originally as a hobby, so they planned to treat it as something they could close whenever it was a pain, but Heisugawa enjoyed having the shop open more than he expected. So it was largely opened every day of the year. In the past, the shopping district was habitually closed on Sundays, as if it were only natural, but lately there were more stores open on Sunday. And while before shops closed at 5 or 6, this too was being slowly stretched out into later hours. This too may have been what they called a sign of the times perhaps. Yuyusuke-kun, what'll it be? When asked, Yu Yusuke's eyes lowered as if shy. He'd always been a shy child. He was particularly reticent towards Hasegawa, but since Hasegawa had lost his son, he was indiscriminately doting on little boys. He was always comparing them to his son, and in that remembering this and that, which may have been the reason. When he'd first lost him, remembering was sad, but 4 years had passed, and now nothing but nostalgia warmed his heart. When pushed to decide, Yu Yusuke responded, "Ice cream," quietly. Kadu smiled. Yu Yusuke picked up someone's wallet today. Oh ho! It seems it was a girl's. There was an ID card in it. He brought it to the police to turn it in, and we were going to have ice cream as a reward, I said. I see. That's very good, Yu Yusuke-kun. But he wasn't there, the resident officer. Yu Yusuke said, making a troubled face as he looked up to his father. That's right, he nodded to his son before looking to Hasegawa. Hasegawa-san, have you met the replacement resident officer? Nope, Hasegawa murmured. Taikami-san died, and afterwards an officer named Sakaki took his place. About that, I have never seen him either. It's always vacant, isn't it? The police substation. Isn't it? That's strange. Tashiro-san tried to peek in a couple of times, though. Since the bookshop is catty-corner from the police box, it looks like he isn't a very sociable person. Even calling out to him, he doesn't reply. Tashiro-san was scowling. Hasegawa offered out an especially large bowl of ice cream. Even though you went through the trouble, it's a shame, isn't it? So he said with a smile to Yu Yusuke. Thank you, he said in a small voice. Watching over that with a smile, Kadu said, I left a note and left the wallet on top of the desk, though. But is it all right for him to never be there? That's true. Well, it's a peaceful village, and Takami-san was also always saying he was bored. But I'm not so sure now. If every time you go by, the resident officer isn't around, it's still a little worrisome, isn't it? Yes, Kadu nodded. The Kirishikis at Kainmasa are one example. The people moving in here lately seem to mostly be the withdrawn type, don't they? You've said it. I've only heard rumors they've come, I've never seen them, it's been nothing but those types. It leaves a strange impression, doesn't it? Very much so. Part 4. Seishin finished chanting the sutras and turned back around. The people of the Okawa family bowed their heads. Thank you very much, Okawa Tomio said as Kazuko brought in the tea. It was Okawa Jigoro who died in Yamari's 49th day after death. Has that much time passed already? Thought Seishin. Now it's a load off of our shoulders. Even for that old buzzard, you gotta take care of the mortuary tablet, you know. Seishin had no particular comment. Keeping quiet, he took the teacup put out in hand. It was a desolate end of mourning, attended only by family. Jigoro had children who came with their spouses, and they came with their own children, but maybe it wasn't worth coming to the memorial services. Each of them had moved so far away, so when you thought of that maybe it seemed obvious, but he still couldn't help thinking it felt lonely. Sotoba's unity was firm. It was firm in its consciousness of who was in, and at the same time that firm exclusionary principle rested upon that. Maybe that was why there was a tendency for all of those who had left the society of the village, without even a 1% exception rate, shirked the village as if they'd been dispossessed by an evil spirit on leaving. Once they moved out, the person themselves as well as those who had been around them probably had the feeling that they were now outsiders, Seishin thought. Either way, this is just one part of your day. Seems the Shimizu's got a service today too. The junior monk must be working hard. No, I'm sure it is hard on the boss as well. You said it, Okawa said, shaking his head. Even just a hole ago, yeah. Our Matsu's place's daughter died, even though she was still young. Seishin nodded. He knew that he was talking about Kami Sotoba's Matsumura Yasuyo. He himself could barely keep himself standing. His wife Bane, who she is, sobbed and wailed herself about unconscious. In the end, I was the one who gave the funeral. They say what comes twice comes thrice, but this is one thing I don't want to have to do a third time. Oh yes. Since then, Matsu's been taking off from work. Even with him here we're short on help. On top of that, they've got a fresh face doing our deliveries now. Our arrangements are just falling apart in here. With all that, it's been a whirlwind of business to take care of in here. I'm tellin' ya. That must be hard on you, Seishin replied at once. At Okawa's side, his wife Kazuko looked to be unsettled over something. Even so, there have been many funerals, haven't there? It's like, I wonder just what has happened to this village. That's what I start thinking these days. Seishin didn't have the proper words to respond to that with. Suspicions were on the rise, and growing stronger at that. Soon enough the dam would break and it would come flowing out. And as for what would happen when it did, without knowing Seishin's thoughts, Kazuko only tilted her head. How to put this, it feels strange. Something's wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Just recently too, the post office closed down, didn't it? As Seishin nodded. Was it Mitsuo who had been talking about that? He'd heard they'd moved, if he recalled. It's just another strange story, don't you think? Kazuko said, Okawa making a disgruntled face. You're still talking about that. Well, it was strange. You can say that because you didn't see it. But it happened right before my eyes. The more I think about it, the more I think those was the face of a dead man. Seishin blinked. What was that? Okawa made a sullen face. From the post office, yeah? Okawa-san died, she keeps saying, this old girl. She went to pay a get-well visit and saw his face, saying it was a dead face. There's no way that be the case, but... With his last words, he turned towards Kazuko. Kazuko looked at Okawa resentfully. Like I said, I really can't think of it any other way. And even so, that night they moved, didn't they? In the middle of the night. I think it's strange. Pardon me, but it was in the middle of the night. That's just it, Kazuko nodded. They said he was sick, so I went to pay a get-well visit. When I did, his pallor alone was enough to make me think he could possibly have already been dead. But moving to another home when someone's ill, and it was at night no less. And furthermore, when I went to pay a get-well visit, there wasn't a single word about them moving. In the first place, the inside of the house was the same as ever, not a single bag packed up. That's enough already, Okawa chided his wife. Kazuko looked up at Okawa dissatisfied. Well, I mean, isn't that just creepy? Really, I don't know what's happening in this village anymore. Part 5. Seeing her parents off, Shimizu Hiroko felt both dejected and relieved. Her parents from her birth family had both come to stay at the home for the memorial service. She knew that they went through the trouble of staying for 3 days because they were worried about Hiroko's own depression. But on top of having lost her daughter, Hiroko was self-conscious of her own depleting willpower. She shunned paying attention to her parents and at the same time shunned being paid attention to. She opened the entryway as if unloading a burden from her shoulders, heading into the house only to see how empty it was. The electric lights were bright white. The village at night was dead quiet, and the frail voices of insects sang of vestiges of fall. With Megumi gone, there was a Megumi-shaped emptiness in the house. While her parents were about, their presence glossed over that, but with both of them gone, it was all the more exposed. Her father-in-law Tokiru and her husband too had lost their vitality since Megumi's death. The presence of people had faded from the house, and there were many times when the sound of the TV echoed futilely. She had thought that emptiness suited her own mood. A reason why all the more she couldn't help thinking her parents' presence was ill-suited, and yet when the two had gone the inside of the house was indeed lonely. Hiroko sighed and went towards the living room. Her father-in-law and husband were both watching the surface of the TV without a word. Even if she joined in and made it 3 people, it probably wouldn't lead to it feeling like there were people gathered together there. Hiroko went to sit without a word at the dining room table. Nobody said anything to Hiroko, and Hiroko said nothing to anybody. On the table was an open notebook with the costs of the service in them. She didn't want to do anything, but if she didn't do something, time would fail to pass. It was like being a prisoner of time, but even if she thought of ways to kill the time, that imprisonment wouldn't end. Without a word, Tokiru stood and left the living room. Hiroko and Shimizu both watched that, without asking where he was going or what he was doing. Without Tokiru, unable to bear the building silence, Hiroko opened her mouth. What did you talk with the junior monk about? After the service, I was wondering what you were talking so deeply about. Shimizu murmured. Before Megumi had gone missing, did she seem to be acting weird in any way? Did she go out anywhere from the latter half of July, or in August or not? Had she ever gone to Yamari? Was she familiar with a man called Gato something, if he'd ever heard anything like that? Hiroko was silent to Shimizu's low answer, the conversation coming to an abrupt halt. While Shimizu, too, was silently trying to place his thoughts, he thought that he hadn't thought much himself about the answer. He didn't think Megumi went to Yamari. He didn't think she had known a man called Gadota Shuji. But he wasn't certain. What kind of man Gadota was, Shimizu neither knew or asked, but just maybe, he thought. In the dead Megumi's room was the lingering faint scent of perfume. That scent that even now lingered faintly tormented Shimizu. It wasn't air fresher, it was perfume. Hiroko wasn't in the habit of wearing that on a daily basis. Shimizu had wondered about it at the time, but the scent that lingered in the room was one that somebody her age might put on trying to put on airs for somebody, he murmured then. When Megumi had collapsed in the mountains, a few heartless neighbors intimated that what happened to her was obvious. Shimizu himself worried about it. Even if Toshio said not to worry about that, could he really believe the assurances of a doctor who said that it was just anemia? Something probably happened to Megumi. Megumi had probably put on that perfume for somebody. When had his daughter transformed into a woman? Shimizu had not only lost his daughter to death, but had lost sight of her as well. He asked some strange things. At first, for a moment, Shimizu didn't know what the isolated words Hiroko had spoken were about, what they were in regards to, who they were even at. When he turned about absent-mindedly, Hiroko was looking at him. Yeah, he did. Who was this got-out person? Who knows? Did that person perhaps do something with Megumi? Something. I don't like it, Hiroko said without answering his question. Something. Somehow, it's nothing but bad things happening lately. I guess so, huh? Didn't the Otsuka sawmill's son die? Just a while ago, Nakano-san's place seemed to be having a funeral too. That right. The people in Yamari died too. This year it's been nothing but such things. What's going on? Isn't it your imagination? Shimizu said, but it came out more bluntly than necessary. The truth was Shimizu thought so too. This year was odd. He was seeing too many funerals around. He couldn't help feeling like something not good was happening in the village right now. But when Shimizu said as much, his colleagues at work said he was overthinking it. Mita, who also lived in Shimo Satoba, lost a daughter, and she became neurotic, they chastised, seeming worried. That might be the case, Shimizu himself thought. It seems the Yasumori Oba-chan's moved out to live with her son, I heard. Bit by bit it's like the populars decreasing. Is that right? Shimizu answered. It felt like they were being left behind in a lurch. Come to think of it, Narasan from the JA retired too. Narasan, but he was still. Seems he was sick. It seemed like he planned to hurry into retirement. I see, that might not be too bad. Even if you say that. For those of us left behind, it's unbearable. What with employees not coming to work and all. Employees who? Shimizu provided the name of a female clerk who transferred to Satoba. She had been employed there a long time, so Hiroko knew of her. She isn't coming in. Why, Shimizu frowned. This is just between us, but it seems she vanished without a trace. Hiroko said aloud. What about her husband and child? Shimizu shook his head with a sigh. Hiroko was shocked and aware of just how much envy she felt. It wasn't a strong enough emotion to call envy, but it was something similar. How good it would be to throw away the present, to flee away towards the future. From the house oppressed by silence, from the family with a hole in it, from she herself who had lost her daughter. And from this cursed village. Part 6. Toshio received notice of Mizuguchi's Okawa Shiju's death at the usual time, early in the morning. September 19th, Monday. By the time he had hurried to the telephone, Shiju had already died. Okawa Shiju had been 33, one grade higher than Toshio, with 34 clothes at hand when he'd suddenly died. Shiju had been bedridden since 3 days prior, his breathing fizzling to a stop without anyone to care for him in the gray hours of the morning. When his family had come in the morning to try to wake him, they finally noticed Shiju was dead. To think that this could happen, Shiju's mother threw herself over the corpse sobbing. Toshio looked over that in irritation. Why, if he was ill, was he not made to go to the hospital, not brought into the hospital? Of course, he knew, because it was over a weekend. It wasn't that Shiju's parents weren't worried about their son, nor were they indifferent to his health. Shiju became far worse than his parents feared. At first, they couldn't think it was something to call the doctor out for on his day off. All the same, because they were worried for their son, they planned to bring him in first thing at the beginning of the week. And that wasn't soon enough. The illness did not give Shiju until Monday. It'd be better to open the hospital even on days off, Toshio knew. Those in the village were intimately familiar with Toshio. But that was why all the more they couldn't exploit him on his days off. There's no excuse for that, they thought, most considerably. They meant well, it was absolutely nothing but the best of intentions, but for those patients braving this disease, the 2 days of the weekend, just those 2 days, were a fatal procrastination. It wasn't just his patients. Toshio himself was inconvenienced by it. Every time he was called out for an examination, it was of a corpse, and unable to even do an autopsy, he couldn't observe its progress or observe it, leaving him unable to determine the source of the disease. Anyway, saying that he needed to fill out a death certificate, he asked about Shaidru's medical history, both parents' medical history, his habits past and present, pushing with all his might for who he'd seen recently, where he went, if there was anything there that could have infected him, but nobody but the man himself could know all that. If he could at least ask Shaidru himself, while he was still lucid. Lately, the death reports had stopped. It was an incredibly short break. And then in came Shaidru's death notification. It was possible this was a beginning. After a small break ended, the peak was coming. The coming wave would probably be greater than the last one. It would be good to open the hospital on the weekend too. He knew that. All the same, if he did decide to open the hospital, he would need staff. It wasn't as if he could tell his already busy staff to work any harder, and they weren't exactly surrounded left and right by places to try and recruit new staff from. Toshio looked down at the Okawa husband and wife crumpled and crying, in a dark, somber mood. Seishin received notice of Okawa Shaidru's death also at the usual time right after the morning services. Returning to the office for a short break, Seishin and the others heard the phone ring and looked to each other. That a phone call in the morning was not a good thing was something all of them had come to feel in their bones this summer. The one to take the call was Mitsuo, the one to say, again, in a small mumble was Tsurumi. Nobody else said a word beyond that. When he went to the Okawa household in Mizuguchi for the bedside sutras, there unfolded the usual pathetic scene. If I'd known that it would come to this, I would have drug him to the hospital on Saturday. His mother Nori broke down sobbing. It was because he said himself that he was okay. What happened with Fuki, when Gadoda Shuji died, was repeating itself here. His father Chowdaru and Nori both looked to have rounded and become smaller too. Shaidru wasn't yet married. Seishin didn't know whether he should say that the two having no daughter-in-law or grandchildren was fortunate or unfortunate. For Okawa Chowdaru and Nori, their son Shaidru's death was a disaster on par with their own deaths. It was a death so sudden they couldn't even imagine it in their dreams. The shock and significance was likely immeasurable to them. And yet to Seishin, this was nothing more than another stereotypical scene he'd seen repeat so many times he felt nauseous this summer. And so he found himself failing to ask indirectly about Okawa Shaidru's latest movements, too. Either way, there wasn't going to be any visible point of connection he'd sensed from the beginning in his heart. And, practically speaking, he couldn't find any point of contact between Shaidru and the dead to now. Is this going to keep happening for how long? Wondering to himself in that dark and somber mood he'd fallen into, Seishin asked suddenly whether Shaidru had retired from work just before he died. Nori made a face as if she didn't understand why she was being asked such a thing. Of course not. That's right, Seishin said with a wry internal smile. Yes, there was no significance to that. It was only something he'd noticed as an observer. As if not fully understanding his self-derisive silence, Nori piled on more words. He could not have. This morning, when we had notified his workplace in Mizobe, they didn't say anything about that. No, pardon me. It was just bothering me a bit. I am truly sorry to have troubled you over it. Seishin apologized thusly and said that he would see them again at the all-night vigil, then took his leave of the Okawa house. The next time he visited the Okawa house was a little before the all-night vigil. Sitting aside in the tatami room, Seishin, as usual, listened to the grieved voices of condolence callers for the dead and the jumbled conversations passing through. Fixedly in wait through this, amongst the faces of the mourners, he saw Okawa Tomio's face. Come to think of it, the master of the Okawa liquor shop didn't have strong blood relations with Okawa Shaidru, but he remembered that there was some connection. Ah, it's the junior monk. You are workin' hard as usual. To think I'm meeting you at it today again after yesterday. It must be hard on you as well, boss. That's 2 relatives now. Honestly, man. Okawa gave a sigh and with a bow of his head returned to his relatives. The main mourners, the Okawa couple, sat deeply discouraged, receiving the visiting mourners. "My condolences for your sudden loss," said a man in the prime of his life in a dark suit, behind him many likewise in mourning clothes in waiting. "When I had been told, I was surprised. I am sure that you must be depressed. If at tomorrow's funeral there is any way that I may be of service, please do not hesitate to ask." To this Chowdaru and Nori both nodded in silence. "Thank you very much. Those of the neighborhood will do everything, so your feelings alone are enough." "Is that so?" the young man sighed. "Even so, it really was sudden. Was there anything the matter with Shaidru-kun?" "No," Nori said, dabbing at her eyes with her handkerchief, shaking her head. "Is that so? Ah, it's just everyone," the man said, turning back towards the number of people behind him. "Had thought, Shaidru-kun probably quit suddenly for treatment or recuperation." Nori's face lifted, the eyes she had been sobbing out blinking. Chowdaru too suddenly started to stand as if pricked. Seishin too took another, more serious look at the man's face. What might you be talking about?" Nori crushed the handkerchief in her hands. This time it was the man who blinked as if bewildered. "No, last week on Friday, Shaidru-kun took his retirement leave, and at that time he had said that it was for personal reasons, but we were thinking that it was surely because he was sick and that he had quit in order to focus on recovery, we thought," the man said, looking at Chowdaru and Nori's flabbergasted faces. Did you not hear about it? He had quit, Shaidru-kun did, and very suddenly. He said that he had his reasons and that he was giving up any rights on inheriting anything and all of this and that, so he had to quit by the end of the day, and that was that." The man looked at the number of people behind him, colleagues, likely, as if seeking support. "He was very forceful for Shaidru-kun, so we were saying he really must have had quite the circumstances. And then when we had received notice of his death, that must have been it. We that is." That can't." Nori was at a loss for words, and then looked towards Seishin, who was waiting his turn in the side to Tommy room. "That boy he didn't say anything about." They looked at each other in bewilderment. Perhaps overhearing the conversation, the people around again exchanged looks. Sinking down to the floor, Chowdaru, who had stood up, was again seated. "I don't know anymore what's what. Why such a thing?" And at such a loss for words, he began a fit of crying. Seishin, still seated, fell as if he were thrown into the middle of an absurd play. Shimizu Ryuji, Hirasawa Takatoshi, and Okawa Shaidru. Each of them were young men who worked out of town, who suddenly died. Dying was no longer odd, not in this village anymore. But Chapter 6. Part 1. It was on September 20th that Satoba resident Kadu Yashihide came to the hospital, supported by his wife Sumi. An emergency case, Toada called. Toshio, who was in the middle of examinations, turned his eyes towards Yasuyo. Knowing his intent, Yasuyo stepped out into the waiting room where the old man, supported by his wife at one side and Mudu at the other, had at last been settled into a chair. "Are you all right?" Yasuyo lowered herself to look into the old man's face. He looked faintly at Yasuyo and gave a nod, but it was a vague one, his color poor, shoulders heaving as he breathed. His breath was shallow and weak. When she took his hand, she could tell he was in a cold sweat. His pulse was also fast. Ritsuko and Satoko turned around as Yasuyo came hurrying. "A stretcher. I'll let the doctor know, so carry him to the treatment room. Be sure to take his pulse and blood pressure. It might be best to prepare an artery catheter." "Yes," they responded, briskly heading off as Yasuyo returned to the examination room. Toshio asked how it was, looking up to her. "He has been carried to the treatment room," she said, looking Toshio in the eye. It seemed that conveyed her meaning. Toshio excused himself from the patient and went towards the treatment room. "What's his condition?" "Tachycardia and tachypnea. There are some signs of cyanosis, and his pupils are constricted." Toshio nodded and entered the treatment room. "What's happened?" When Toshio asked, Sumi wrung her sinewy hands together. 2, maybe 3 days ago, he had caught a cold and was bedridden. He said himself that if he slept he would get better, but today he's still like this, junior doctor. It couldn't be pneumonia, could it? "I can't say anything yet." Satoko presented him with a memo. There were many strokes of his pulse, his blood pressure extremely low. "Artery catheter." "Yes," Ritsuko said, presenting the catheter. Kadu's wrist was already in place. Toshio nodded while speaking to Sumi. What's been his temperature? Around 38 degrees. Cough of headache? There has been no cough, and he didn't especially mention we really thought it was a cold. He had said so himself. That's why I had him take a decoction. My mother-in-law used to use that medicine whenever she had a cold, and no matter how bad it would be cured. And yet, he didn't even get a little better at all and… Gas analysis, said Toshio, handing off the centrifuge tube and turning back to Sumio. What are you even thinking? Sumi looked at him blankly, eyes opened. Cyanosis is occurring. Why didn't you call an ambulance while you were bringing him over here? And on top of that, you're telling me you thought it was probably a cold. When'd you become a doctor? Why the hell is an amateur just giving her own diagnosis and administering her own medicines? Doctor, Ritsuko said in a small voice. Toshio promptly glowered at Ritsuko, then immediately realized he'd lost himself. No, I am so sorry. Sumio was visibly dismayed. I'm sorry. Anyway, we will call an ambulance. Until then, we will perform what minimal treatment we can, therefore. Is the old man that unwell? I can't say without test results, but it is certain he is having respiratory failure. Probably ARDS, Toshio added in his thoughts. It was that, and the patient was in the latter half of it. It was already switching phases to MOF. Having Ritsuko prepare compressed oxygen, he gave instructions for a chest XP. For the time being, he gave Sumi the standard questions. Before he could get all of the results, the ambulance arrived, and Yashihide was taken to the National Hospital. Sensei, Yasuyo began in a low voice watching the ambulance drive off. It may be that, mightn't it? Probably, yeah. Part 2. Before Higan, on the night of the 20th, Seishin paid a visit to Murasako Moneyhide in Satoba. Murasako Moneyhide was the manager for the Satoba Community Mourning Crew. He therefore would have been the representative manager for the 2 consecutive funerals in Satoba. The lights were out in the enclosure of the shopping district that was the Murasako rice shop, the shutters already drawn down, but perhaps because he had called in advance, one of them was left half open. Bending down to open the glass door to enter the shop, Seishin called from the entryway. There was an immediate answer, the one to pop his face out being the eldest son Munetaka. Munetaka showed a frank and honest smile. Yo. It's been a while, huh? What's up? It is the usual, Seishin answered as Munetaka ushered him inside. Business with my old man then? He's waiting inside, go on up. Motion to do so, Seishin went from the store up towards the living area. Munetaka was 3 grades above Seishin. They had never been in the same school, but the second son of the family, Hideki, was 1 year above him. In high school, he also came over to the Murasako rice shop to hang out often, and Munetaka had been good to him then. He often loaned him a lot of books and helped him with his studies. It had been a while since he'd seen him or visited the shop, so it was nostalgic, seeing him again. On the way to the tatami room, they passed by the side of the Japanese-style living room. The one to bob her head down at him was Munetaka's wife, Chizuko. Chizuko had 2 children, a boy and a girl, seated at either side. Hiromi-kun and Chika-chan have grown, haven't they? Haven't they? Munetaka laughed, walking ahead of him down the corridor. I guess the last time you saw her, Chika hadn't even started kindergarten yet, huh? She's a 2nd grader already. Kids in the lower grades are amazing, you know. They grow right before your eyes and their personality starts coming out. Just as he was answering, they do, don't they? Seishin met the youngest son coming down from the 2nd story. The 3rd son was Masao. He was Munetaka's younger brother by more than 10 years, so back when Seishin came, he was still a small child. Masao looked to Seishin and averted his eyes. Whether he bowing to him in recognition or just hunching into himself, he passed by with a motion that didn't really seem to be one or the other. Masao, not going to say hello? Munetaka called after him, but he only fleetingly looked back and gave no response. He was getting to that age where they were reticent towards their family. He has gotten big. Is he already in high school? 2nd year, Munetaka said with a strained smile. While his frame is getting bigger, he's not really growing at all. It's because mother and dad spoiled him. He's so hard to handle now. It's natural, Munetaka said with an embarrassed-seeming smile. I get it ever since I became a father. Your youngest child's just so precious and all. It's not like your older kids aren't precious, but I guess you'd say they have something more weak and protectable, you'd call it. He was a kid who was born right around the time we were losing our cuteness and all. Looking at it from their view, that's what made him so cute, thinking about it now. That may have been it. Yup, Munetaka nodded, putting his hand on the sliding screen door. Dad, it's the junior monk. Ah, thanks for bringing him, Moneyhide said as he stood. It seemed he was in the middle of having an evening drink alone. His drink-reddened face was disheveled as he pushed to have a beer first, but he refused, saying he came by car. And yet all the more he urged the drink on him, until Munetaka scolded him, at which point he became amusingly sullen. Moneyhide was already around his 60th or so. When people got to that age, something about them became childish again. He gave his thanks to Munetaka for leading him in, as well as to Chizuko for bringing in tea cakes. Once he was alone with Moneyhide, Seishin quietly broached the subject. I had heard that Seki Akira-san had died, but... Moneyhide nodded with a dizzed face. Right, he did die. Did the junior monk know him? Not well enough that I could say that I do, but... Seishin said, turning his eyes away with a guilty thought. He'd heard notice of his death through Ishida. Seishin didn't even know that a man named Seki Akira existed at all. I'd overheard it from others that it was a great surprise. It was sudden. No, but I guess I didn't know him that well either. His funeral group was Kamisatoba's, so I didn't manage his funeral so. Was he sick from long before? Nope, seems it was something sudden. In the middle of the night, he suddenly said his stomach hurt. It seems it was actually his heart that was bad. There are times people have made that mistake, their heart hurting and thinking it's their stomach. His family didn't know that, so they tried giving him stomach medicine and seeing where it went, but something seemed off. So they took him to the hospital where it came out that it was his heart, and the next day he died. Moneyhide said, seeming to be brooding somewhat. The family was surprised, but maybe it's possible he himself knew he'd had symptoms for a while now. He suddenly quit his job and all. Seishin started. You are saying that he had resigned? Yup, 3 days before he collapsed. He came back to the house and suddenly just spit out that he'd quit. His parents and his wife were, as expected, surprised. He didn't consult with them about nothing. They pressed on him and cross-examined him, but he said he'd already turned in his notice, and afterwards it exploded. It seems he said he wanted to take it easy for a while, wanted to rest. He was saying, I guess. So, his body might have been in bad shape after all. Seishin was bewildered. The reason Seishin was visiting Moneyhide was because he wanted to know about Seki's latest actions. Who he associated with, where he interacted, whether there was something in common with the other patients or not. To that end, most questionings had been fruitless. Aside from cases when they were members of the same family, the fellow patients largely had no common point of contact. Nothing that could be definitively called it could be found. Nonetheless, suddenly Shimizu Ryuji, Hirasawa Takatoshi, Okawa Shidru, 3 people other than Seki had just before death abruptly resigned from their jobs. What could it mean that amongst all of them who had nothing in common, this was the single thing that could be called a commonality? Lately there was another who had died too, hasn't there? In Satoba. Moneyhide nodded. Takami-san, right? Now that you mention it, that was sudden too, huh? Down to suddenly being bedridden. That person didn't also, he didn't quit his job, did he? Hidemasa blinked, making as if there were something strange in his mouth, a complicated expression. That's right, Takami-san's place, too, were saying he had quit. He wasn't very committed to his job either, was he? There were problems at his wife's home family's place, and he looked for a job, earnestly asked to move in, but I guess they couldn't take it after all and he quit, they said. So it looks like he did quit. Right, that was also right before he died. They said it like it was just a few days before, at the service. Seishin was panicked. The common point between the dead, resignation. The exceptions were Shuji, Mikiyasu, Otsuka Yasuyuki, those who took part in independent businesses within Satoba. Those who commute out of the village. What could this be? There were 2 groups of victims, those who commuted from the village and those who didn't, and the commuter group had mostly quit their jobs just before death. No, Seishin thought. The only exception was Oda Kenji, but Oda also turned in a letter of resignation. He was just dissuaded from leaving. What does it mean, all this? Moneyhide made a bewildered face. I'm just realizing it now, but it's a funny story now, ain't it? Seishin nodded vaguely. Hidemasa mumbled to himself. Somehow lately I'm getting a strange feeling. There are so many funerals and all, Hidemasa said, then looked at Seishin. The resident officer Takami-san died too. I'm getting the feeling it's an awful lot. Doesn't the junior monk think so too? That may be the case. I suppose. It's a lot. This summer's been hot, but is it enough for this many to die's the question, isn't it? It's not just in the Satoba district either. Lately I've been hearing there was a funeral here or there, from customers. You don't think? Hidemasa made a severe expression as he seemed to be peering into Seishin's face. It's a plague, do you? It couldn't be, Seishin said with a painful smile. No one who has died of a plague, have they? That's true enough, but if it were an epidemic, the hospital would surely say as much. They couldn't not tell the families, and depending on the case the families would be quarantined. Even if the families would keep it quiet, if it were on the death certificate, the town hall wouldn't give permission for them to be buried. Oh yeah, Hidemasa nodded as if still not satisfied. Well, that's true now. It is true that there are many dead, but it feels strange. Even though it's obvious there's no epidemic spreading, people are dying left and right. 2 of those dead both quit with their companies and the like. It's been unusually hot and no rain. This year's strange, or maybe it'd be better to say it's the village, huh? This village is a little strange these days. Sudden move-ins and outs and all. Hidemasa said with a complicated smile. Just around here 2 households have moved. Somehow, it's like we're being abandoned, now don't it? Come to think of it, Seishin had heard that some family from Monzan had moved. It seemed Osawa from the post office had also moved. The police substation's Takami's family had moved out and was gone. When he'd visited the Otsuka sawmill, he'd heard that. Seishin tilted his head. Something was rising up that he couldn't satisfy in his chest, the feeling of something stopping up his throat. It was just like when Megumi and Gatora Fuki had died, the vague sense of the abnormality that he had felt. For the time being he asked Moneyhide the things that he could ask of him, then Seishin took his leave of the Murasako house. A bit uncertain, he stopped his car before the temple. Getting out of the car, Seishin peered into the Tamo's inner parlor. Entering through the back gate he'd never remembered ever being closed, he went along the wall across the garden, towards Tamo Sadaichi's bedroom. In a quiet drawing room that faced the backyard, Sadaichi was indulging in his retirement. Sadaichi-san, called out to, the man who had an open book while facing a go-board looked up. Well, junior monk. The Tamo household were typical part-time farmers. Sadaichi had been a grade school principal until the age of compulsory retirement, and his son was a teacher at Satoba Middle School. The farm land that made up for the cost of food was tended to by Sadaichi's wife Kyo as if it were a hobby, but originally the Tamos were Satoba's first or second richest farmers. Not only did they rent out excess farm and mountain land, they owned several of the rented shops in Satoba's shopping district and several houses, and a few apartment buildings in Mizobe as well. By all rights, with the rentals alone, they could have lived a life of leisure, but it didn't seem that the man himself, nor his family for that matter, had any intent to live that way. I am sorry for the late hour of the night. It is at last becoming cooler, isn't it? Said Seishin, to which Sadaichi smiled really. Well, do come up, what is it? I had a small something I had wished to inquire about, Seishin said, and without asking further Sadaichi soon was in the kitchen attached to the inner parlor. From there he returned with tea he had brewed himself. Tea brewed by an old man may not suit your tastes, but it's a bit much to call my wife in from the main wing. Either way, tea brewed by an old woman wouldn't be on much of a higher level, so you'll just have to forgive me. Please do not fuss over me, Seishin laughed. This old man, laughing amicably, was a current leader of Satoba. Current-day Satoba had administrative wards that were called school districts. There were 6 of them. Yamari was formerly one of them, but in the present day, it was amalgamated into Monzan, and in each, a single named individual was elected to be the ward head. Then the 6 headmen were called the Ward Headman's Association, and they elected a chairman, and this Ward Headman's Association's headman was this man, Tamo Sadaichi. At the temple, he served as the Parish Representative Committee's president, and on Satoba's JA's board of directors. At the same time, he was also the Shrine Parish Representative's head and the Shrine's head priest. Sadaichi was that sort of old man. Somehow lately, there's been a hustle and a bustle, hasn't there? I guess it's been some time since I've been able to meet with the junior monk face to face. Now, how are things? At the temple. Well, thanks to you, thank you for asking, Seishin said while at the same time adding in. Our Mitsuo-san had been saying that some place in Monzon had had a move recently, but Sadaichi-san, might you perhaps know of which family it may have been? Ah, the Matsuos, yes, Sadaichi replied immediately. Leader of the village though he was, it wasn't as if every minute detail of the village reached his notice. Even so, if it was relating to Monzon, there was approximately nothing that did not reach Sadaichi's ears. You know, Sakematsu. Ah, Seishin murmured. Sakematsu was Matsuo's trade name. Their estates were just on the border of Monzon and Kamisatoba, so they were called the Matsuos of the border, Sakai. They have moved? Sakematsu. That they did. Their boy was called Takashi. Did the junior monk know of him? If I recall, he was a wee bit older than the junior monk, but… Ah, yes. I do know of him. That Takashi-kun went flying out of here, saying that he was transferred away at his job, but that was an outright lie. Huh? I'm saying that he himself said he had been transferred when he left with his wife and kids, but after that we never heard back like they were cut off. Sakematsu's Yasushi-san was worried and called to contact his company, but far from being transferred. They said that he had quit. Seishin was instantly startled. Without a word to his family, he went and quit. That's what they call absconding, and Yasushi-san was red with shame. He came to me for advice, but he had said that things being what they were to please keep it a secret, so I've kept it quiet myself. About when might this have happened? At the start of September. And then, it seems Takashi-kun did make contact. I don't know what led to it turning out like this, but at any rate he said he was going to his son's place, and the family all moved out. That was just recently on the 18th. That is a strange story, isn't it? Ain't it? Sadaichi said, adding hot water to the teapot. What's more, one day, there was a truck stopped out in front of their house, and when I asked the neighbor Morihiro-san's wife about it, that's how she answered. If the wife hadn't asked, did he plan to move without any goodbyes then? Yasushi-san is a conscientious person, but he must have had quite the circumstances going on. Sadaichi refilled the teacups, making a sullen face. That's another story that happened at night. And then, well, around the neighborhood, there's talk about how they might have been flying away by night, but perhaps Takashi-kun borrowed money from someplace scary, they said, and maybe he had to run away from that, they said. Is that so? Seishin said, looking into the face of the good-natured old man that was Sadaichi. Sadaichi-san, lately, have there not been any other households that have moved? Sadaichi looked at him blankly and murmured, let's see. Come to think, at the end of August, the Kamiyasu's old woman moved, didn't she? Something about moving to start living with her son or something. I heard about something like that happening in Kamisatoba too. At Sadaji's place, his son-in-law said that, if I recall. Sadaichi's younger brother Sadaji ran a supermarket in Kamisatoba. Looking at it like this, there are a lot, aren't there? Recently, Sadaichi made a befuddled expression. It looks like it, doesn't it? I've heard how so many houses now have moved, just in Satoba, and that's just lately. And so, Sadaichi-san, I am terribly sorry, but since it has become an occasion on which I was able to meet with you, could I perhaps bother you to ask about indirectly how many have moved lately? That's I don't mind, but… What is this? Is there something to it? It is only something that is on my mind. I was thinking whether something was happening, so… Something… No, Seishin prevaricated, quickly faking the conversation in a new direction. Wasn't it last summer that the person from the research group had been coming to Satoba frequently? Ah, Sadaichi nodded. Now that you mention it, there was something like that, building a resort facility or some such, he said. A golf ground or campgrounds, saying some kind of baloney, but hadn't that talk died out? Yes, I was but asking. Sadaichi folded his arms. Certainly so, there are many coming and going, aren't there? I don't think it could be anything, but it certainly is interesting. I understand. I'll ask about indirectly. I am sorry, thank you very much. Nodding, Sadaichi breathed a sigh. What is going on, I wonder? Junior monk lately, do not you think it strange? Seishin was secretly in panic. About the movers. There is that too. Somehow, I get the feeling there are many funerals. After good old Juichi, the wife at the contractor's was next, wasn't she? Their boy passed on too, Mikiyasu-kun died too, the 3 generations of the contractor's family, even though they got along so good, are down to just Tokyujiro and Setsuko-san all by themselves. Yes, that is true, isn't it? The resident officer Takami-san died, too, come to think of it. The post office's Osawa-san moved too. And the library's Yuzuki-san also quit. Did you know that? Seishin blinked. No, he has quit his job. That's right, he has. It was another sudden story. It was already some time ago. Was it at the end of August, the start of September? Now Sumi-san, who works at the nursery center, is trying to learn to run the library, but… Sadaichi lightly shook his head, looking away. Just the other day, about 2 days ago was it, the principal at the grade school quit too, it seems. He'd had kidney failure, they were deciding whether to do dialysis or not, and that became worse and worse, and he had to resign in the middle of the school year. This is like, people are coming out like an old person's worn-out teeth, is what it feels like. Seishin nodded while feeling a faint, vague apprehension. The village was mostly made up of people who conducted their business within the village, but there were by no means no people like Yuzuki, and like the grade school principal who commuted to work by coming into the village. There were more who went out from the village to work, commute. Oda Kenji, Hirasawa Takatoshi, Shimizu Ryuji, Okawa Shidru, Siki Takashima. Each of them worked outside of the village and resigned before they died. Yuzuki, the grade school principal, as expected, they who quit commuted from outside of the village. Jigoru-san. Okawa Jigoru went out of the village, and when he came back he was sick. What am I thinking? Seishin thought while lightly furrowing his brows. What is this? It was like something outside of the village was closing in around the village. An epidemic was spreading within the village. That's how it should have been. And yet, why was it that like this it seemed there was something outside of the village? Oni. Such a stupid thought. But it was clear as a picture. The triangle like the tip of a harpoon, the forest of firs that enveloped the village. Surrounding the village from the outside, Oni were peeking in on the village from here and there. The village is surrounded by death. Seishin took his leave of Sadaichi as if intoxicated by something, returned to the temple, and called Ishida from the town hall. Ishida-san, I am sorry, but I'd like the register of names for those who have moved. Ha, Ishida's bewildered voice sounded. A basic resident register, or something along those lines. Could you see if there is anything along those lines? I am depending on you. Part 3. Friday, Toshio received word from the National Hospital in Mizobe that Kado Yoshihide, whom he'd transported and had died late last night. Before lunchtime, Jyoto Etsuko from Kamisatoba came into the hospital. She too had apparent anemia. He prescribed iron supplements and vitamins, an antibiotic, and just in case, a full blood transfer. It was a literal shot in the dark. Lately, it's like the doctor has become totally high-strung. The one to say that over lunch break was Shiomi Yuki. It isn't like I don't understand, though, Yasuyo was the one to say. It's busy, isn't it, lately, and without anything to show for it. That's right, said Kiyomi, nodding. She opened her catered and delivered lunchbox and sighed. It's because the essential patients aren't coming in until it gets bad. But that the doctor would shout at the patients, I was surprised. Isaki Satoko added with her own sigh. It's making me so nervous now, I'd thought then. Kado Yoshihide-san? That's right, Yasuyo nodded. He was told that he was given a decoction because it was a cold, that just make him want to fall right over. Is that how it is? It was Toda who asked. Yasuyo shrugged her shoulders. The truth is there is no such illness as a cold. We say cold-like symptoms these days. It's actually an upper respiratory inflammation. It's inflammation that occurs in the upper half of the respiratory tract. Cold air or allergies can stimulate an inflammation, but most of the time it's viral inflammation, isn't it? If that's the case, then no matter how much you drink of any medicine, it won't help. In the case of a cold, there's nothing you can do but recuperate. Eat, sleep, and build up your strength. What they call cold medicine is something to help with that. Since there isn't any particular medicine for attacking a cold, taking it shouldn't be enough to put your mind at ease. But the elderly especially tend to think it's something that can be cured by taking something. They say, one shot of this will do it. Even though you won't get better no matter how much medicine you take if you don't recuperate. That's right, Toda said with a forced smile. There are things like that in every family. Old family remedies, they call them. Right, Yasuyo laughed. Cooking eggnog or garlic, Those are, well, at least useful for warming the body up and raising your constitution. It's not useless, but some of them have ridiculous things in them. The old family remedy is by no means the panacea it's expected to be. But they think that whether it's a cold or a stomachache, it can cure anything and everything, don't they? Then when you take off the lid and see what it is, it's medicine for women's ailments. The nurses crumbled into laughter. Well, as long as it's not made of anything harmful, it's medicine for the mind, which can be a good thing in itself. But that's only if you also have proper recuperation. It wasn't something that was fine with just taking medicine and resting. Whatever his state, she should have seen that it had gotten worse than the day before, should have made sure he was eating well. She should have seen the significance in that and noticed. You would normally notice something was strange before cyanosis occurs, wouldn't you? Ultimately, I think it must have been that attitude. If you take this medicine, it will all be okay, and dropping your guard that did it. I see that do it. Even so, it's no use yelling at the patients or their families. But as far as his feelings, I can't say I don't understand. Lately we've been so busy. On top of that, so many are dying off one after another like this, so isn't it all for nothing? If the patients at least cooperated, and it was no good even with their help, we could move on, but really, they are increasing lately, aren't they? Not just the deaths but the patients. Toada looked to Mudu. Mudu made a sullen face as he nodded. In the end, everyone's uneasy. The number of deaths recently just isn't normal. It looks like it's becoming a rumor that there might be some kind of bad disease going around, so even if they'd normally sleep it off, they can't relax until they've been seen by the doctor, like, I guess. And on the other hand, we have the people who take a decoction and keep an eye on it. It's a tough one on all of us, this disease. Yasuyo brought her teacup to her mouth. After all, it looks like the ones affected go into a daze and don't make a big fuss. If the person complained that this hurts, if they answered how this or that was feeling, we know that it is what it is and don't need to worry. But the person themselves doesn't seem to notice they're sick, do they? Thanks to that, lately we've been able to tell by looking at their faces. That's true, Kiyomi nodded. They look like it's somebody else's problem. Right. So we're depending on their families. People look, but don't really see more often than you'd expect, even at their own family's faces. That's true. Do you think Jyoda Etsuko-sen may have it too? To Ritsuko's questions, Yasuyo nodded. Probably yes, she had that face. Looming silence fell over the break room. For them, the word, it, meant a hopeless disease someone was presently suffering and couldn't be saved from. Kinda scary, isn't it? Yuki alone spoke, plunging them into a deeper silence. As they all let out a sigh, the phone rang. Ritsuko, who was nearest, answered it. This is Takano, but... The voice on the other end said. It was the part-timer, Takano Fujio. She had called first thing in the morning to say she would be taking the day off. The doctor is out now, isn't he? Right now he's with a patient. Shall I call him? Then, it's fine, Fujio said falteringly. Could you relay something to the doctor for me? I was thinking that I'd like to be allowed to quit there today. Fujio-san, I'm sorry, I really am sorry when you're busy. But I just can't take it, being so scared, so afraid. Ritsuko had no words. Fujio had always complained of her uneasin, and, with the situation increasing in scale, she showed no signs of coming to ease. So many people one after another are dying. When I think that, why, I might be next. Ritsuko didn't have any words to offer in return. She could by no means blame Fujio. Even if she tried to forget the sense of dread from being on the front lines, it wasn't something one could forget. If that was the case for Ritsuko and the nurses, then it must be all the more for Fujio, who came to clean and do odd jobs. The doctor says it's all right, but the truth is he doesn't know if it's all right, does he? When I take out the garbage or some such, I think, what if a needle is sticking out and my heart just races? So, yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry. I will inform the doctor. Please do, Fujio said, hanging up the phone. Ritsuko hung up the phone and looked over all of the faces, which were giving her a dubious look. It was Fujio-san. It seems she has quit. She's afraid, she says. Kiyomi breathed a heavy sigh. It can't really be helped, can it? We can't say it'll be all right. That's an empty promise we can't really give. Everyone nodded wordlessly. They could not do but nod. Part 4. On Saturday, Toshio drove his car towards Kamisatoba. Searching for Jyota's house with a vague memory, His car drove onto their property. A dried-up, wrinkly old man in front of the shed stood looking surprised. It was likely Etsuko's husband Bungo. Junior doctor. How is Etsuko-san's condition? Toshio asked as he stepped out of the car. Gyota nodded, his back hunched. Gyota answered, seeming bewildered. Thanks to you, today she seems good. Good, Toshio looked at Gyota's face. Is she sleeping right now? Who knows, just a bit ago. She was cleaning up after lunch, but... So she's in a state where she can clean up, he said, to which Gyota gave a leisurely nod. I'm sure I told her to come first thing in the morning, but... Gyota blinked as if he didn't know what he'd meant. But today you are closed. Yes, Saturday's a national holiday, but still she was told to come. You didn't hear that from Etsuko-san. Leaving behind Gyota, who seemed to be nothing but bewildered, Toshio started on his own towards the entryway. Heading inside, he called out, and shortly after Etsuko had come out, looking as if doing so were troublesome for her. Oh my, junior doctor. No, not oh my. Why did you not come even though you had an appointment made? But, Etsuko said, sitting on the raised door frame, blinking. I feel well today. That's not what it's about. I had said let us look at how it progresses, did I not? If you do not come as you're supposed to, it is a problem for me. Yes, pardon me. Toshio was irritated. While Gyota and Etsuko showed no signs of any sense of impending danger at all, his own nerves were on edge. Enough to make him want to just tell them everything in one outburst. Etsuko had that very disease. Etsuko was without a doubt in an outbreak, and today, none who had had an outbreak had been cured. Within a few days, all of them were dead. Rather than spitting out all of that, Toshio let out a sigh. And you're feeling well, aren't you? Etsuko gave a seemingly slow, stupid-like nod. It seemed she was still spaced out. Toshio sat himself down on the frame with her, holding his hand out to Etsuko. Taking her pulse, it was indeed lower than yesterday. Her color was also better than yesterday. Iron supplements, vitamins, and antibiotics had shown no effect to this point. If so, was the full blood transfusion what was working? Indeed, you are a little better. I'm taking blood. Etsuko seemed indeed very unwilling in holding out her arm. He preemptively took the blood sample. With that done, Toshio tried to press upon her. It'd be better for you not to let your guard down. Even though you're more or less feeling good, don't decide for yourself that you're cured. Come in again tomorrow, all right. But tomorrow is. It's fine, tomorrow morning. If that's too much trouble, then the afternoon's fine too. Either way, be sure to come. If you don't come, I'll be intruding again. Etsuko nodded. Gyota, who stood in the entryway, watched the scene, dumbfounded. Part 5. Junior monk, said Tomo Sadechi, coming to the temple, just as Seishin was deep in his own room researching something. Sadechi, who had a long-standing relationship with the temple, came in as far as the office without particularly bothering with calling out. He also frequently came across the yard to poke his face into the living room. Good day. No, good evening is it now. Right now is good for you, isn't it? I'm sure you must be busy over Higgin, and I know you must be eager to rest, but it's about yesterday's matter. Seishin nodded and pulled out a seating cushion to offer to Sadechi. Sadechi wore a grimace as he settled into place. How was it? How was it nothing? What's happening here in this village? I tried asking here and there, and well, if I wasn't surprised. Probably since the number of houses that have moved are greater than 20. The number of people are decreasing with a surprising vigor. As suspected, Seishin murmured in his mind. Sadechi put out his notes. I've come with what I've heard so far, but in actuality, there are many, many more, I do believe. Seishin took the notepad, and his eyes fell over the names recorded. A total of 22 households had moved. In the list were names Seishin had never recalled seeing before, but many were parish families. Normally, in this village, when someone of the parish changed residences, word would be given to the temple. Nonetheless, even from those on the list who were parishioners, he hadn't heard that they were moving. This many. Just what's happening, do you think? All the families suddenly moving out. About the old woman of Heiskura, do you know of her, junior monk? Yes. Heiskura Itoko was an old woman who lived alone in Kamisatoba, who frequently came to morning services. Thinking back, he hadn't seen her face in some time. It seemed that she was saying she was going to live with her son and then left, so it went, yes. but the old woman had a big fight with her son and his wife in the past. They originally did live together, but the wife ran out and her son went away with her was how it went, wasn't it? Well, she may have made up with his wife, or perhaps things went sour between the son and his wife, but if that were the case he would come back here. To say she'll be living with him, so suddenly. Seishin nodded. The antagonism between Heiskura Itoko and the wife was rather famous. After all, on the occasion of their fight, the wife had wielded a kitchen knife in her frenzy. That said, it wasn't that she had attacked Itoko. She had grabbed the knife and went running out screaming that she was going to die, so the story went, but it was nevertheless an incident that had been worth talking about within the village. After that the son took his wife and left the home, and angry over that, Itoko had mostly cut ties, he had heard. If she herself says so, it must be the case, but it is strange, isn't it? Isn't it? Same as the Sakematsu case, it's an odd story. I was surprised when I heard it as well. Things like this do happen, I guess is how it goes. That is true. To begin with, an old person living alone in the village had circumstances that went beyond being a matter of their wishes. And indeed, she'd had a reason, which was why she remained alone in the village. Of course, if those circumstances changed, living together became a possibility, which seemed to be the case, but that it wasn't connected to the numbers moving out in such a short time was a bit hard to believe. Come to think of it, have you heard that the wife of the Sanyasu family ran away? Sanyasu, do you mean Yasumori Seikairu-san of Nakasatoba? Yes, Sadaichi nodded. The wife is called Hinako, you see, and when they woke up in the morning, they say she wasn't there. That household, too, was like old woman Heiskura's. Meiko Obasan and the wife didn't get along well either. So the bunch in Nakasatoba thought that it might turn out like it did at the Heiskura's. But it looks like it was the wife who threw out the husband and ran away. There is no chance that it was an accident or some such. Doesn't seem to be. Not since they were all together when they went to bed. Even though they were sleeping beside each other, when they awoke in the morning the futon was like an empty shed skin, the wife nowhere to be seen in the home. In the middle of the night she gathered her luggage and left, it looks like. This too was a surprising story. So it is. In the middle of the night, Seishin ruminated in his mind. It pulled terribly at his chest. Did Heiskura-san move in the night? Can't say. It seems there were folks who had seen her say she was moving in with her son and gathering her bags, but when she actually did move out, it seems they don't right know. That old woman is just a little bit eccentric, so it seems there wasn't anybody too close with her. Her house is in the community of Kamisatoba, a little out of the way. It probably happened the next day or a few days later, I'd imagine. Is that so? Seishin murmured. What was it, this somehow unconvinced feeling? Well, there are a lot of elderly living on their own. There are plenty of holdsholds like Kamisatoba's Shinoda where the parents and children live together too, but, more importantly, look here. Sadaichi bent forward to point on the note. On top of Shida's old lady Yasumori, the Mibara's Setsu-san, and the old man from Inoda too. Nakasatoba's Mimura. Seishin looked to Sadaichi, having difficulty following his meaning when Sadaichi nodded towards something. With this, the real end of Yamari is only natural too. Hey. See, those Mimuras in Nakasatoba, they own the mountains under Yamari, don't they? Just at the other side of the northern mountain. The old man worked hard to keep going into the mountains even now. That is until his son changed jobs, they said. The 5 in the family have moved now. Yasumori's Misuzu-san owned all of the mountains of Yamari itself. It looks like she stopped working the mountains though. When the old man, her husband, died, it was quite the payment in kind. Mibara's Setsu-san owns the area with the woodland path, doesn't she? It seems Setsu-san too had stopped working the mountains, but Marayasu would come bit by bit to cut down the trees still. At the end of that woodland path is the mountain area owned by old Inoda-san. The old man still earned his bread in the mountains. Seishin furrowed his brows. With this, there's basically nobody left who goes into the mountains. All that's left are the mountains either abandoned or used as payment in kind. The 3 from Yamari have died too, with nobody coming and going. It's the same as if the place called Yamari didn't exist anymore at all. Well, that old man of the Inodas, he'd always said he'd be at it until he died, but after something like that happened, it'd feel unsettling. I'm sure he didn't feel like going into the mountains anymore. Lately, there've been a lot of wild dogs in the mountains too. Before, there was someone who'd been bitten and severely injured by being bitten by a wild dog, wasn't there? I wonder if that was finally the last straw for him to give it up, Sadachi said, breathing a deep sigh. This too might be a sign of the times. Until now, this village didn't feel too much like it was shrinking. Despite people saying depopulation in Satoba, there were plenty of people left. I'd thought it was something special, but I guess you can't buck the trends. But with that said, when people are dropping out one after another, how to put it, well, doesn't it feel more complicated? That is true, Seishin answered, while having the feeling his understanding was growing dimmer. He couldn't put it into words well. Something he couldn't comprehend was right before his eyes, as if luring him into vertigo. The mounting number of deaths, dread of an illness, and the movers should have had some connection between them. Nonetheless, it was as if people were synchronized in leaving the village. Whether they were dead or moving, different as they were, it made no difference in how much it decreased the resident population. He had the feeling it meant something, but what meaning? What connection could he say there was? They couldn't have noticed the disease and been fleeing from it. Their mobilization was too sudden for that. Thinking as he saw Tomo off, Seishin came to a sudden realization and set out by car. Anything and everything was failing to come together. It might not have been a bad idea to go back to where it all started to try to think it over fresh. Everything started in Yamari. That was the only thing for cert. If he tried going to Yamari, he might find something, he thought vaguely. Feeling admittedly as if his mood were bringing on the clouds, driving towards Yamari, Seishin couldn't help but be terrified all over again. The road, gone. Part way along the cut-out road to Yamari, a landslide had occurred, a considerable span of the roadway stopped off. The road that Seishin had traveled not even 2 months ago at most had vanished. It must have been the rain some time ago. The brief rainfall was amazing, but it wasn't exactly a rain bringing great blessings to the area's water supply. They had said that the dried slopes were caving in everywhere from the heavy rain. Was Yamari this isolated, he thought solemnly. Beyond the dirt and sand of the mountain, an uncounted number of small lights flickered. The lights, like reflectors, may have been the eyes of small animals, or they may have been stray dogs. Seishin clutched the steering wheel, his jaw set as he gazed at the earth and sand mountain. Of course that the road had disappeared was one, but that nobody had noticed that until now was also a shock. There was the fact that nobody had a need for it anymore. There was also the danger from the infestation of the wild dogs. But even so, Yamari really did die that day in the boundary. The inhabitants lost, and aside from wild dogs and small woodland animals, it had lost any who would visit. It vanished from people's consciousness and now existed nowhere but in people's memories. It really was like it had died out. If I don't report this, while thinking that he must report that the road had been blocked off to the town hall, he also thought whether or not that would even have any meaning if he did. A road that had lost those who would travel it was another thing which had died out. The village is surrounded by death. Cultural notes. Chapter 6-2. Sakematsu, the nickname for the Matsuo family, who live in Monzen at the border of Kamisatoba. Sakai means border. Matsu is short for Matsuo, a last name common enough there are likely multiple families with the last name in any given area. Chapter 7. Part 1. Toshio remained seated in his waiting room, glaring at the clock with growing irritation. Once it was past 3, unable to bear it, he picked up the phone. He called the Gyota house. Even though he'd said as much as he did Gyota Etsuko wasn't coming, today was Sunday. The hospital wasn't fundamentally open. Gyota Etsuko was surely well aware of that, but this was no time for letting that get to her. The ringer rang 6 times. Just as he was thinking of hanging up and trying to go there in person, at last someone picked up. The one to pick up was Gyota Bungo. "Ah, junior doctor." Gyota piped in a dismayed voice. "Well, Etsuko-san hasn't come yet, has she? Did something happen?" "No," Gyota hesitated to say, from their speaking timidly. No matter what it may be, we couldn't impose on a Sunday. She herself said she felt guilty, so if you could have her come in on Monday." Toshio breathed a sigh. "Gyota-san, I'm not trying to scare you, but it'd be better to keep an eye on that disease of Etsuko-san's. I can't say anything for sure yet, but there's a possibility of it getting worse like that. If that happens, with Etsuko-san at her age and all, I could even see it taking a turn for the worst." Even if it is Sunday, I'm telling you to come. Huh. If you don't care whether Etsuko-san lives or dies, then fine. If Etsuko-san's fine with that, then do what you want. But if you're worried about your wife, then during the time you have free to worry, could you not bring her here? But I'm the one telling you to come to me. I've been waiting here at the hospital to close since this morning. Maybe you're trying to be considerate to me, and I'm thankful for that, but if you're going to be considerate towards me all the same, then coming right here first thing in the morning and setting me free early is a lot more helpful, wouldn't you say? I'm sorry, Gyota said. I'll bring Etsuko there now, he said. Toshio breathed a sigh and hung up the phone, and then felt a tinge of self-loathing. Doctors had no right to order their patients to come. That had to be left to the patient's will. Toshio was the vanguard of the villagers' health, but it wasn't as if he bore the duty of supervising it, and he by no means the authority to do so effectively. He was irritated with himself for ignoring that and unsparingly ordering her to come. And he was irritated with Gyota for letting him. And most irritating of all was thinking that giving an order and behaving like this was painfully reminiscent of his father, spouting that he was the vanguard of the villagers' health. His father behaved as if he saw anything that would bring harm to the villagers in such a way as a personal affront. Injured patients he attacked as careless, sick patients he attacked as neglecting their health and their families as being careless. Toshio clicked his tongue. His own behavior was just like that of his father's. That was so unpleasant he couldn't stand it. I've got to cool down. It couldn't be helped that the villagers weren't carrying any sense of dread. Toshio himself was the one who was hushing up the situation so as not to stir up any useless sense of crisis. If he spit out the situation frankly, Gyota too would be afraid. To be suppressing that while blaming Gyota was not coherent reasoning. While persuading himself of that, a voice called out, "Excuse me." Toshio stood with mild agitation. He was all the more aggravated at himself for thinking that there was an interphone, and how could he not see it? When he went to look as expected, it was Gyota, and Etsuko's condition had worsened. Clearly it wasn't as good as it had been yesterday. At that, Toshio's sense of self-reproach swelled further at having called her in. Gyota's feet were unsteady. If this was how it was when she went out walking, Toshio should have been the one to go. That made Toshio once again displeased. If she was getting worse after all, why didn't he say as much? And so the target of his anger switched to Gyota, his irritation getting out of hand. In truth, Toshio was aware himself that he didn't have control of his own emotions. Somehow, he managed to let it pass without saying anything, that Etsuko's condition had worsened. For the time being, he took a blood and urine sample. Her urine was a dark color, and on top of being dark there wasn't much. Her breathing was mixed with light wheezing. Once again, he did a full blood transfusion. No other medical treatment that appeared to be effective had arisen. If her condition gets earnestly worse, he ordered for them to call him and an ambulance. But, as Toshio himself said that, he didn't naively imagine that Etsuko would be saved or any such by it. Part 2. When Kaori opened her eyes, it was already close to noon. As she opened the curtain and the window, an autumn-tinted breeze passed through. The temperature was still a far throw from being called cool, but the skies seemed higher. Something about the wind felt sharper. September 25th. It was near the end of September, and 7 days from Megumi's 35th day memorial service. Her 6th 7th day service would be on the 42nd day. Kaori changed her clothes and made an effort to look like she was eating breakfast, as Sachiko scolded her for eating slowly. Even on Sunday you're not of a mind to help around the hose. Sachiko scowled at Kaori. You're always dragging your feet. Aren't you just using Megumi-chan's death as an excuse to laze about? Just cut it out already. That isn't the case, she thought, but Kaori couldn't get the words out. In the end, Megumi's death wasn't anything grave at all according to Sachiko. She pushed for her to hurry up and clear it away, while she blamed Kaori for never clearing it away. With some half-hearted response to Sachiko's fault-finding, she returned to her room. But I won't forget. Kaori murmured to herself as she sat on the window. Megumi was her childhood friend, her best friend. Kaori loved Megumi, so no matter what the adults around her might have tried to say, she wouldn't clear Megumi away. As she'd always remember her, she'd always be sad. She was grieving Megumi's death. Though she thought that, Lately Kaori became aware of a part of herself that seemed as if it were forgetting Megumi's death when not thinking about it. Directly after Megumi's death, everything she looked at made her remember Megumi. She always thought, if Megumi were here. Even though just remembering Megumi left her unable to stop her tears from flowing, now unless she remembered Megumi with all her might, the tears wouldn't come. I don't want to. She didn't want to clear away and forget Megumi. She didn't want to become like that. Thinking that, she decided to try to cry for Megumi's sake to confirm that part of herself just a little, but that was becoming more difficult. Kaori bit her lip and pulled Megumi's postcard out from her drawer. The carefully written late summer greeting card, the characters written by the Megumi of her memories. So carefully written. Putting her heart into it, and yet she couldn't send it. How much must she regret it? Hearing that Megumi had died, she rushed to the house but nothing clicked. Kaori, who had been in a daze, hadn't cried at last until the moment she'd found this postcard. When she thought that she had written it so carefully, that alone made her tears flow without stopping them. The 35th day was the same. Now she was sad. It was pitiful, she thought. Yet why wouldn't the tears come? Wholeheartedly, once again, she turned it about in her heart. If she didn't bite into herself and instruct herself to force it, the tears wouldn't come. She couldn't feel sad enough for tears to come forth. I don't want this. To think her sadness had been worn down in only 42 days. That shouldn't have been all right, she earnestly told herself, but the sentiment that rose so high as to once overwhelm her before were no longer coming. Far from it, looking at the postcard like this, a different type of guilt arose. She spastically took it out of Megumi's room on a whim, but was this the right thing to do? At the time she'd thought she had to, but as time lapsed she didn't understand why she did such a thing. She remembered being flustered that they were going to clear away Megumi's room, weren't they? Traces of Megumi would be wiped away. Before that, even just one thing would be fine. She had to save some vestige of her. But if she thought about it, it wasn't necessarily true that Megumi's room would be sorted away. Her doubts about what she had done may have been because of the conversation with her teacher right after that. Coincidentally, Kaori was on class duty. Asked to help the English teacher with printouts, she went to the copy room with another student. "Tanaka-san, you seem less cheerful lately," said that professor, Hirasawa. "Like there's something bothering you." The one who had said that her friend had died was the other one on duty, Koikutauko. This was the first she'd heard of it, but Hirasawa and Megumi's father appeared to be friends. She thought she had seen Hirasawa's face at the funeral, but she didn't think they had such a connection. It was from that Hirasawa that she'd heard that Megumi's father was incredibly shut down in Hai's depression. Megumi had the feeling she was saved in some small way by that. She had thought then that not everybody had cleared Megumi away, had wanted to clear her away. And as she stood there at last, she realized that Megumi's parents were suffering more than herself without a doubt. She had realized such a natural thing. She had been feeling as if there were nobody in the world more sad over Megumi's death than herself, and yet she had come to realize that that had been incredibly arrogant of her. Even so Kaori thought. In that case, they could have at least let Megumi be in the home until the 49th, without pushing up the end of mourning. Since Hirasawa only tilted his head, Kaori told him that she'd thought of the memorial services as similar to an exorcism. "Ah, I see." Hirasawa's smile had a complicated feeling. So, Tanaka-san felt like Megumi-chan was being driven out of the house. But Hirasawa said to the nodding Kaori, "That's a bit of a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. When a person dies, for 49 days, they're trapped in the border between this world and that one. Well, we say it's the border, but since we don't well know where it is, we speak as if they're in the family altar at the time. Even while you could say that's in the home, indeed it is something that is situated in the home, they've died and are no longer in this world anymore. But they can't yet go to that world. In other words, their destination hasn't been decided yet. Destination. Right, you've not heard of the circle of transmigration, have you? People transmigrate through 6 worlds, you see. They die and are reborn, cycling round and round. The dead person's next life is decided based on how they lived their former one. Every 7 days a trial is held about that, you see," Hirasawa said with a gentle smile. "The point is, they're drawn out before Enma-sama, so it's said. Every 7 days they're called out and an investigation occurs. If they were bad in their previous lives, they'll fall into a so-called hell, but if their prior life's doings were good, they go to the Pure Land. In cases where they're not quite good enough to go to the Pure Land, they are reborn as a human once again to redo their learnings. As a human, right, since it's reincarnation through the 6 realms, it's called the endless transmigration of the 6 realms. There are 6 worlds: hell, preta, beast, asura, human, and heaven. So a memorial service, you see? It's undertaken to plead that they can get even just a little better judgment, to quickly put an end to it, and to please let them go on to the Pure Land. Kaori gave a dazed nod. When she looked to Quake Tauko, Tauko's face looked as if she'd known about it well. Tauko-chan, you knew. My grandpa's a morning crew mediator after all. I've been hearing all about that stuff since I was little. Hirasawa smiled. If a conclusion isn't reached in 49 days, it seems it's carried out after 100 days, on the 1st anniversary of their death and the 3rd anniversary of their death. Staying in the boundary for too long, in Bardo, Chuin, or Chien, isn't by any means a good thing. Of course, for the deceased it's good to quickly get a good verdict. So, that's why the family holds the memorial services, praying that the deceased receives divine protection for a quick and good verdict, offering up readings of Buddhist scriptures in the dead's place, offering alms to add to the dead's favor and goodwill. Is that how it was? Kaori thought, feeling as if a demon had been exorcised from her. Nobody, least of all Megumi's parents, were trying to drive Megumi out. They weren't trying to forget her or to clear her away. When she understood that, her own actions were stupid, rash, she thought. Why did she feel so much even now like Megumi's room was going to be lost? She had thought that everything Megumi treasured was going to be perfunctorily thrown out, but was that really something Megumi's family would have done? When she thought of that, she was ashamed of what she had done. Even so, Megumi wouldn't have wanted her parents to see this postcard. That alone saved her. That said, Megumi probably didn't want Kaori to have ownership of it like this either. Thinking as if it were herself. She'd want it either sent to the given address, or if not that, then she had a feeling she'd want it disposed of where nobody would see it. What should I do? Since that day, Kaori had thought about what she should do countless times while looking at the postcard. Of course, she couldn't return it to Megumi's parents now, and she had the feeling that wasn't what she should do. Should she try to return it to where it was? But what could she say to be let into Megumi's room? Would it be better if she disposed of it in Megumi's place? Or, Kaori gazed at the recipient's name. The late summer greeting card she wrote for him. She only wrote it, Megumi died without being able to send it, even though she wrote it so carefully. Megumi, you wanted to send this, didn't you? She tried murmuring that more firmly in her heart, but indeed the tears wouldn't come anymore. But it was probably certain she had wanted to send it. That was why Megumi wrote it. That was the very reason that she had thought to try to give it to the recipient at the funeral. But the person himself said he didn't want it. You loved that terrible of a person. He wasn't even the slightest bit sad about Megumi's death. Even though Megumi put so much thought into it, so that she wanted to give it to him, far from being happy about it, Natsuno seemed incredibly burdened. I'm not exactly close with Shimizu, he said, even though Megumi liked him that much. It was unforgivable of Natsuno to treat Megumi's feelings, of Megumi's death so lightly. Kaori continued to gaze, fixated on the postcard. Send it. He has an obligation to accept this. That's good, Kaori though as she stood. It was better than her having it, better than disposing of it. Megumi herself probably wanted to send it and all, and even Natsuno might have realized Megumi's feelings if he saw it. He might understand how terrible a thing he said. Kaori went downstairs. Her mother was trying to voice more complaints to her, but without paying it any mind, she went outside. Jogging down the path she had gone down and gotten used to so many times, she came beside Megumi's house. The post office was right next to Megumi's house, even though it's only this far. Megumi was sick enough that she couldn't walk this distance. Suddenly, she had gotten worse, and then finally, Kaori took one last look at the face of the postcard. She hesitated a bit on putting that in the post box. She had thought that she wanted things to be easier on her by doing this. It wasn't as if she couldn't handle it. Megumi wanted this, so she would do it in her place. She had some difficulty convincing herself of this. What made the postcard drop from her fingertips was a voice calling out from behind her. Kaori. It was Akira's voice. Surprised, Kaori released the postcard and it fell into the bottom of the post box. Making as if to follow after it, Akira poked his face in from Kaori's side. Ah, why are you sending out a late summer greeting card now? You do know it's September now. Startled, Kaori gazed at Akira's face. No, you saw. I could see it. You were standing in front of the post box, so when I was looking and wondering what you were doing, Akira said, giving a forced sigh. I didn't know Kaori had this little common sense. Isn't it fine? It's still hot. Kaori struggled to make an excuse as she turned back. And a midsummer greeting is only good until Autumn, but there's no cutoff for a late summer greeting card. I think I'm gonna cry, having an older sister who doesn't even know something as basic as this. Kaori turned back towards her little brother Akira, who was following her. What's that? Even late summer greeting cards have a seasonal cutoff. September's about over, you're really pushing it. And a midsummer greeting's not until Bon. It's the first day of autumn. Man, it's just embarrassing. Kaori blinked. You're kidding, aren't you? I'm not kidding, it's until the first day of autumn. When's the first day of autumn? I don't know, but it's towards the beginning of August. It's before Bon, I know. But, Kaori murmured, Megumi said so. That it's until Aubin. Akira looked at her blankly. Megumi. Right, I don't know when, but Megumi said so I always thought that was. Akira sighed. Megumi didn't know what she was talking about, but she was brimming with confidence about that, wasn't she? Is that how it was? Kaori thought. If it was past the 1st of autumn, then a late summer greeting card was fine. If Megumi knew that, she could have probably sent it out herself. Thinking that, Kaori's feet stopped. She turned back around towards the post box. The post that right now held an out-og season postcard. The 4-cornered red post box. Right around the corner from that was Megumi's house. Megumi couldn't send it, even though the post box was that close. As for why, that was because Megumi thought that a late summer greeting was after Bon. And yet, over Aubin she had gotten sick and been bedridden. But, if she was that sick that she couldn't even walk that little bit of a distance. Megumi, when did she write that? Hearing her talk to herself, Akira tilted his head. What, Megumi wrote that? Oh no, she thought too late. Kaori gave an unwilling nod. It's a secret. Megumi left it behind, so even if it's out of season, I thought I'd send it for her. Hattie. Megumi thought that a late summer greeting was from the 13th, I think. But on the 13th she was sick. No, she was already bad by the 11th, since she collapsed in the mountains. Then, she must have written it before that. If it was before that, it would be a midsummer greeting, wouldn't it? That's what Megumi thought. That right? Then, she pushed herself to write it even when she was sick. That's what it would have to be, wouldn't it? Megumi wrote the postcard after getting sick. She could only think as much. But something was pulling at her. Something was weird. Kaori stopped, her head tilting, when she realized that she had come up beside the Otsuka sawmill. Looking at the piled heaps of lumber, she suddenly thought. Megumi, when did she meet the Kirashiki's wife? Huh? I saw the wife, on the 13th. You said something like that, yeah. It was when I was going to pay Megumi a get-well visit. I told Megumi, too, that she was pretty. And then Megumi said that she knew. Knew, then Megumi met her before, too. Right, but when I saw her at the bottom of the hill on the 10th, she didn't seem like she had. I mean, Megumi didn't know what kind of people were in the family. When I said there were rumors there was a wife and a daughter, she looked like it was the first she'd heard of it. Akira tilted his head. Ooh, then. It'd have to be on the 11th, huh? Ain't that the day Megumi went missing? Right, we parted at the bottom of the hill. Megumi went up the hill. And then, she was found in the middle of the night, wasn't she? She was sick and collapsed in the mountains. Since then she'd been bedridden. That's right. If she had been out walking around on the 12th or the 13th, Megumi would have sent the postcard. If she'd sent it on the 12th, it'd arrive on the 13th or later. In other words, she didn't leave the house on the 12th or the 13th is what it comes down to then, huh? Then she couldn't have met the Kainmasa's wife, it had to be the 11th. That's the only thing I can think of. She went up the hill and met the wife there. But, Kaori murmured. It became such a big deal. They combed the mountains, and the young man from Kainmasa came out to help. Nobody knew where Megumi had gone. I was the last one to see her, at the bottom of the hill. If the Kainmasa people had seen her, wouldn't they say so? Akira tilted his head. Even though they saw her, they didn't say anything. But why? maybe something happened. Kaori's mother had said this. A girl out until that hour, when she came back, she was acting strange, didn't they say? Something happened, I'm sure of it. You be careful, too, Kaori. There are all kinds of weirdos out in the summer. Something really might have happened. Kaori lifted her face and looked towards the western mountain. From where Kaori was standing now, she could only see a mountain of firs. At the top of that hill, something happened to make Megumi sick. Something that would be a problem to them if others knew about it. Hey, Kaori, Akira said with an unusually serious voice. Lately, don't you think there are a whole lot of dead people? Kaori tilted her head. I do, but... And that's been since Kainmasa moved and hasn't it? She stared blankly. Was that right? She wasn't sure, but she was sure there were some before. But still, Megumi suddenly got sick and died, and right before she got sick, she climbed Kainmasa, didn't she? Probably while there she met the wife. Why, yeah. And you met her on the 13th, the Kirashiki's wife. That was when she was with Yasuyuki Nao-chan, didn't you say? Kaori gasped in a breath. That was right. She was with the Otsuka Sawmill's Yasuyuki. And Yasuyuki Nao-chan is dead too, isn't he? Kaori couldn't move. Yes, it was right around here. In the lumberyard, Yasuyuki was explaining something or other to Chizuru. Suddenly, Yasuyuki's health failed and he died. Megumi must have met the wife, but nobody at Kainmasa said anything about. Hey, let's stop. Kaori, I'm getting scared. Let's stop talking about that. Akira called after her, but she shook her head. She ran from that place and hurried towards the house. Part 3. It's another move. Natsuno stopped. Chen, said Toru, who came out to buy his usual cigarettes, stopping. Really? Just coming out of the Mutis house was a harvested field, and across that field could be seen a truck easing in around a row of houses. Natsuno checked his wrist watch immediately. In coming home from school, he came back together off of the bus with Tamatsu. Since then, he'd stayed close with Tamatsu, going back to the Mutu's house, being fed dinner by them before going back to his own house. Just when he was thinking of leaving, Toru's father had returned. It seemed lately the hospital was busy, with Mutu returning so late. Not just late, it seemed he was bringing work home too. He'd even caught sight of their mother Shizuko helping with it. He worked this late, he thought, looking at his wristwatch, and it was already 10 o'clock. Just as he thought, the hand on his watch was passing 11. No matter how you thought about it, it was a late hour to be moving. Takasego movers again, Natsuno said to himself, making Toru tilt his head. Again. Just last time there was a move at a weird hour, wasn't there? That was Takasego movers too. Did something like that happen? Are you already going senile, you old fart? Sighing deliberately to be heard, Toru's fist came flying out at him. Laughing at that, he dodged, separating from Toru. While heading on the night road to his house, he thought that something was off. The summer of continuing deaths. When that about ended, now it was movings being sighted. No, maybe nothing had ended. Mutu's returning home so late the sun had set was proof of that. Anyway, it's busy, Mutu grumbled. Bust meant that there were just that many patients, that the number of people who were sick was increasing. Actually, he'd also seen a lot of funerals. He didn't know who all they were but it was indeed proof people were dying. This was what happened when the village was exposed to depopulation. A lot of moves. But he couldn't make sense of the fact that those moves were all separately at night. And then there was the fact that they were all with the same moving company. What was that? He returned home feeling unsatisfied. As he came into the entryway and took off his shoes, his mother poked her face in bitterly, looking as if she were fresh from the bath. Welcome back, the Mutis again. Yeah. Again and again, being treated to dinner over there. They're in the neighborhood, so can't you at least come back for dinner? Yeah, he gave as a half-hearted answer. Or at least if you came home once then went back out. Honestly, which family do you live with? Which family? Nothing, Natsuno murmured in his heart. This wasn't a family. They were the ones who refused to take on the form of a married couple, refusing to be a family in the first place, weren't they, he thought. This was nothing more than a place where two adults, a man and a woman, gathered together with a child. He didn't plan to criticize his parents' way of life, but he was disconcerted by the way they declined the obvious, while at the same time being indifferent to the way they themselves demanded the obvious. Without looking at his mother giving idle complaints, once he tried to return to his room, she called out to stop him. Hey, a postcard came for you. His mother pointed above the shoe rack. For me, Natsuno took the postcard in hand. What is this? It was a late summer greeting. Passing his eyes over the writing, once he knew it was Megumi, his brows furrowed. Sending a late summer greeting now, that's weird, isn't it? Who is she, this Shimizu-san girl? Don't read other people's postcards. Oh my, but since it's a postcard it can't be helped, can it? He stared at his mother coolly, then lowered his eyes to the postcard. Shimizu Megumi. Isn't it from Shimizu-san's daughter? That. Probably. That's not good. Why is a postcard coming now? It's creepy. Probably somebody's prank, he said, heading directly to his room. He turned on the light in his room and looked again at the postcard. Without a doubt, this is that Shimizu Megumi, he thought. But Megumi died in the middle of August. There was no reason for the dead to send him a postcard, and no matter how he thought about it, it was too late for a late summer greeting card. Megumi might have written it before she died. And some kind of accident happened that leaded it being delivered now, then? Somehow it still felt like something was going unaccounted for, but he didn't think he needed to force himself to feel creeped out. Natsuno moved to throw it into the trash. For some reason, though, he stopped. He didn't plan to hold on to it and treasure it dearly. But there was no reason he had to throw it away or whatever today, he thought. Toru bent down to the vending machine and took out his pack of cigarettes. Pocketing the change, he turned around. While walking along the night road, something felt off, he thought. There were a lot of funerals, a lot of moves. Definitely a lot, he thought. There had never been this many before. He didn't want to jump to the conclusion that something that had never happened before happening was weird, but he couldn't come to a satisfactory conclusion. Lately, something was strange in the village. He couldn't help but feeling. Like something was out of tune, like the wheels were turning without getting anywhere, like things had deviated terribly from where they should have been. Unthinkingly tossing his cigarette pack in the air, he caught it as it came back down. It then jumped from the palm of his hand onto the road surface, rebounding and tumbling. It tumbled before a young man. The man picked it up. Ah, sorry. No. Here. He didn't recognize the face of the man handing it over. He was probably a few years older than Toru. It wasn't as if he knew all of the villagers by any means, but he did indeed know those of his own generation. If it wasn't somebody he recognized, he could only think he was someone from Kainmasa. By chance are you from Kainmasa? That's right, the other smiled. This is the first time I've met someone the same age as me. I am called Tatsumi. Good to meet you. Hello, good to meet you too. I'm Muto. I had thought there wasn't anybody around my age in the village. That isn't the case. There aren't many, so the odds of encountering them are low, I'd think though. While answering, he thought, this is him. He was probably the rumored young one from Kainmasa, the one who appeared at Masao's place. Are you out for a walk? I'm not out for a walk per se, more like loitering. It's boring inside the house, but there's no place to go. I wonder what the young people in the village do to pass the time every day, Tatsumi said, Toru smiling. In the village, there's not much to do besides watch TV and sleep. Eating's about it. If you want to do anything more substantial while hanging out, there's nothing to do but go out of the village. Tatsumi blinked. Then, there is no choice but to go to Mizobe as expected. By car. Yup. But if you go out by car, you cannot go drinking, can you? Well, that's what it'd be at face value. Tatsumi sighed. I think that it is a nice place, but as expected with no place to go, there's too much time on your hands. Saying this, Tatsumi laughed. That said, if I walk out in the daytime, I get the feeling I've become a rare beast. Toru laughed. If you don't have someone to hang out with, there's nothing at all in this village. That said, even if you take the trouble of going all the way out to Mizobe, I don't think there's any place you could pass the time having that much for yourself, but especially at night, yeah. If you go out to Mizobe, the night still ends early there too. Well, unlike the city, that's just how it is here. That's how it is. There's no major place to hang out, but even so, if you like, next time I could show you around. Really? If you like, give me a yell on the weekend. I live in Nakasatoba. If you ask for the house of Muto who works in the hospital office, they'll know right away. Ah, you work at the Ozaki clinic. My old man does. I'm just a simple office worker myself. It's a loud and busy house where it's hard to unwind, but if you want, come on by sometime. Thank you, Tatsumi smiled. He looked at Toru as if with some implication. I'm glad you offered. I will definitely visit you. Until then, best regards. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Part 4. On the 28th, the end of Higan during which he couldn't tear himself from the constant memorial services, Seishin visited the household commonly known as Sanyasu, the Yasumiris. It was because he couldn't help wondering about the daughter who had suddenly gone missing. The Sanyasu's place was at the furthest southern point of Nakasatoba, in the vicinity of the bridge that spanned the small driver from the western mountain. Surrounded by concrete, it was more appropriate to call it a canal than a river. On the other side of that was Shimosatoba. Seishin entered the Sanyasu property going straight towards the entryway, but while approaching he noticed the sliding storm door shutters were closed. The time was approximately 2 o'clock. It wasn't a time when the members of the household would be asleep, was it? It made him remember the Murasako household in Yamari. Seishin stood before the glass door of the entryway with some feeling of premonition. As expected, the glass door wasn't open. Even pressing the doorbell, there was no Asnor. Just in case he went around to the other side, but all of the windows were closed tightly, the storm doors were shut, the home was shut up completely. If someone were just walking out somewhere, nobody would close up. The only time one would close up the house like this would be if going out to somewhere far away. Confused, he returned to the front, looking across the road at the house facing this one. There was nothing but country land all around. The Sanyasis had no neighbors. The nearest house was just the Tamos across the way. They were one of 2 Tamo households in Nakasatoba. This one had the same house layout typical of a farming family like the Sanyasis. So he was able to see from the porch through the storm doors, which were all open, that there were people inside, and to call out to them. "Excuse me." A middle-aged woman whom he had seen inside, likely watching TV, turned to face Seishin, who had gone as far as the front porch, and called out to her. It was Tomo Yukiko. "Well, it's the junior monk," Yukiko said as she stood, coming out to the front porch. "The heat is beginning to give, isn't it? How may I help you today?" "Pardon me. This is about the Yasumoris next door, but..." "Ah," said Yukiko, "you have business with the Sanyasis. They moved just the day before yesterday." Seishin's voice raised. "Well, do come on in. We don't have much, but there is at least tea." Yukiko encouraged enthusiastically, so Seishin gratefully accepted. The television lit up the living room, children's toys spread through the area, though there were no signs of children. As Yukiko returned from preparing the tea, she hurriedly gathered them up, as she said her grandchild was at the peak age of mischief. "He's finally old enough to walk. We can't take our eyes off of him. He's spreading his toys all over, crying out in a loud voice all day long, and a lot of trouble. His mother and grandmother have taken him out shopping, so I've just finally gotten a break," Yukiko said with a squinting smile. "Is his grandmother doing well?" "Well, thank you for asking. She's even healthier than I am. Grandfather died early. She intends to live all that much longer, so she says, but it seems like she's really going to do it." "That is most wonderful to hear," said Seishin with a smile, continuing with "by the way. About the Yasumoris." "Ah," Yukiko said, looking towards the front of the house opening a bag of sweets. "They moved. The day before yesterday, or rather, that night. They were about to move in the middle of the night." "Yes," Yukiko nodded. "Did they not go by the junior monk's place to give word?" "No, they didn't come to say their goodbyes here either. Anyway, we heard the car, and as it was time for going to bed, we looked wondering what it could have been to see a moving truck across the road." "Was it Takasego Movers?" With a surprised beat, Yukiko nodded. "Ah. Come to think of it, there was a pine symbol on it. Was it such an ostentatiously named moving company? You're well informed." "Well," Seishin dismissed, dodging the matter. "With that moving truck in place, looking to be carrying out their luggage I was surprised and went over. When I did, they'd said they had moved. It was bizarre." Yukiko lowered her voice and hunched forward. "Junior monk, did yo know that the wife over there had gone missing?" "I have heard a rumor about as much, but..." "She went missing. At the end of August, it was. Was it perhaps that evening when Mako-san from next door came to ask if I'd seen her, and when I asked what was happening, she hadn't been there since that morning. When they awoke, she was gone, and while they thought she had gone out, she still hadn't come back. I suggested they hurry and tell the resident officer. Lately, we just can't know what's going on in the village, after all. You know what I mean, don't you? was all Yukiko said, exchanging looks with him. Seishin gave a vague nod. That's when she said that she would surely return once it turned to night, though. In the end, she didn't come back the next day. When I asked Mako-san the story, she said that Hinako-san's travel case was gone, along with some of her clothes. She ran out, Mako-san said, and my was she mad. But this might not be appropriate to say, but I had a feeling it would come to that someday. Their relationship with the wife of the household was poor, after all. Yes, Seishin offered a sheer back-channeling. Back before, when Hinata-chan and Kuji-kun were getting together, there was quite the fuss. Mako-san did not take to Hinata-chan. But she was a good girl, very social, should I say. She was a modern, energetic girl who went all out. And it was decided that Ku-chan was going to be married to her. When talk of the marriage came about, they had already decided on the ceremony. The two of them were going to go off somewhere abroad by themselves to have the ceremony. That had Mako-san and Sayakaru-san mad, didn't it? How terrible doing it abroad, and to decide on something like that all on their own, they said. To start with, they hadn't even heard that the two were going to be married. There's no way they could allow it, they said. Well, if it had been my own son, I'd have had a row too, I absolutely won't allow you to marry her, she said, terribly threatening, but the truth was by that time, Hinata-chan already had a bun in the oven, didn't she? It wasn't a matter of allowing or not allowing it. She was with child. In the end, she miscarried, though. But since she was having a child, it couldn't be helped. Hinata-chan's parents couldn't keep quiet. Somewhere in there, everyone was making a stand. But somehow it calmed itself out, and the ceremony was held in Mizobe. And once that was done, next time there was the dispute with Hinata-chan's own parents. I mean, the Sanyasu's oldest son left the home, didn't he? He was well put together ever since high school, and in the end he went to a good college in the city, and got hired a bit Metropolitan Bank. Nevertheless, Hinata-chan's parents said that since he would become like a second son to them, they'd allow the marriage. But that doesn't mean living with them, that's another matter. Ku-chan tried to be slick like that, didn't he? Both families fought, but all the while Hinata-chan's stomach was getting bigger, and Ku-chan, being Ku-chan, was as stuck on Mako-san as ever. Ever since he was little, if his mother wasn't in sight, that child would go around looking for her while crying, wouldn't he? In the end, while they said they weren't happy about it, they said fine to it, and in the end it was Hinata-chan's parents who had to fold, though. Seishin nodded. Through this and that they got together, but with it being like that before the marriage, there was no way it could have gone well. Anyway, the fighting had never died out. Mako-san and Sayakaru-san were both cold to Hinata-chan, and at those sorts of times, Ku-chan would back his mother, and with losing a child on top of that, and Mako-san and her husband blamed Hinata-chan for that, well, for Hinata-chan and Hinata-chan's parents, that was just a terrible story. She couldn't bear being blamed after she'd lost a child, even though it was a dangerous situation for the mother herself. When it came to talking about whether she'd return to her home family or not, well, even we advised Mako-san on what to do. You can't have that happen, we said. And so this time it was Mako-san and their turn to bow their heads and apologize, somehow bringing peace about, but as expected the fights didn't die out with that, did they? Is that right? In things like this, it's a husband's job to stand in the middle and somehow make things work out. But after all, Ku-chan is a mother-con, or has an Oedipus complex, is it called? He always had his own parents back, so it looks like the fights with Hinata-chan never tapered out. Hinata-chan wasn't a bad girl, but she wasn't the type who could stay quiet if there was something to be said. Well, I'd thought when I've heard that Hinata-chan was gone that she'd return to her home family at last too, but go to check with them, I'd said to even Ku-chan, but Ku-chan and Mako-san and her husband all said that if she wants to leave, let her do what she wants. But when these things happen, that isn't what you do, is it? If you're breaking up, break up properly, we tried to advise them. And so when they finally contacted her home family, the home family said she hadn't returned. It was her parents whose color went pale. Seishin blinked. The parents from the other family were not aware of it. That's right, they weren't. Her parents turned it around, asking what they were thinking, not making contact until now. What would it come to if something happened to their daughter, with a fighting, threatening attitude? In the end, it was the other family who filed the missing persons report. Miko-san and her group, being them, said they were sure it was probably a man, that she ran away with him without a doubt, and such outrageous things. But no, our own wife here talked with Hinata-chan a good amount, yes. So that's why I can say this, but Hinata-chan was a more solid kid than you'd think, in spite of her all-out looks. She wasn't that kind of girl, but when you first see her, her hair is red, and she dresses flashy, so it's an easy mistake to make, that she was just playing around. She did go out to Mizobe often, walking around until late at night it seems, but with her husband's family being like that, she was returning to her home family to complain, meeting with girlfriends to be comforted, and the like. Miko-san and them thought that she was playing out at night a lot. They were so sure that there was a man, though, yes. Is that so? As Seishin wondered what he did to deserve getting stuck listening to these endless family circumstances, Yukiko said. And despite everything being like that, they said Hinata-chan called them. Hey. Like I said, Yukiko said, as if convincing him to listen. A call came from Hinata-chan, and they said they were going to live with her, you know. But isn't that a bizarre story? If Hinata-chan came back, I'd understand that, don't you know? But living together, there's no way that could mean the sannyasis moving, could it? Ku-chan had a job and all. Do you think there's any chance that Ku-chan would quit that job? That they'd abandon the mountains and their fields to move into their wife's place? Seishin tilted his head. It was impossible. Even taking the story with a grain of salt, she left due to so much antagonism. Even setting aside that it had been the same thing with Sakaimatsu's son, he couldn't think that if the wife had called, the family wouldn't throw away their plots of land to go. That can't be, I said to them. Something like that, you can't expect me to believe it, I said. But you know, Miko-san said that either way that's how it is, persistently. She was like, her eyes were glazed over. Like she was possessed, would you call it? She wouldn't say where she was going, what they were going to do. In the end, without saying where she was moving to, they moved away. And that's leaving behind their furniture and family goods. I saw the trucks loading tray after all. They really took the bare minimums. Packing up enough to barely call moving, they left their house in the night. I just find it so creepy I can't stand it. That was abnormal, Seishin thought. That move was strange no matter how he thought about it. He could only think that Miko saying it was in order to live together with Hinako was a lie. Yet all the same, why would she have to tell such a life and leave the village? They had a house and land. They had jobs and lives. To cast all of that off into the wind, never mind that they quietly fled away, to go so far as to use such a transparent lie, why could the family absolutely have to pull out of the village so badly? Yukiko breathed a sigh. And even still, my son's been saying some scary things, it feels so creepy. Scary things? Yes, Yukiko lowered her voice. You don't think Hinata-chan's buried in the yard behind the house, do you like? It can't be, Seishin started to say when he realized he couldn't necessarily deny that. No, that wasn't it. It wasn't a matter of the probability not being the possibility. It was that there was a shadow from the undeniably ominous thoughts looming after the sannyasu's move. On the road home, Seishin couldn't help but become caught up in his thoughts. The problem was supposed to be a plague. Since summer, a continuing string of inexplicable deaths. That was supposed to be what Seishin was investigating. Certainly since summer the number of dead had not been normal. But all the same, thinking of Sakaimatsu and Sannyasu, what was truly strange was not a matter of who was dead, he thought. Something was advancing on the village. Wasn't the sickness, but one part of that was the impression he had. But what was advancing? Incomplete moves and dead people. What significance was there that he was trying to say was between them? Part 5. That day, Toshio received the phone call informing him of Gyauda Etsuko's death in the evening. When Toshio had rushed there, Etsuko was without a doubt dead, and a few hours had passed since she died. It seemed she had died while her husband Bungo was in the mountains. Her dead face was calm, and her clothes were undisturbed. Lethargic, and her breath just stopped. Toshio mechanically wrote acute renal failure on the death certificate. When handing over the death certificate, Toshio requested for Gyauda to allow him to take a blood sample from Etsuko, but as expected, Gyauda refused. Aside from not being able to do a blood test, he could only theorize, but Etsuko had held out relatively well for her age. She was quick to visit the hospital, and with treatment for a bit, its worsening had been abated. But Toshio thought as he returned to the hospital where patients were working him to death. The problem was that the bunch from the village were hurrying into the hospital, when there was no particular condition, while the ones who were really ill were avoiding the hospital. Unable to get past their own physical condition, they didn't want to go out, and while avoiding that they became unable to move about. What to do? He could probably have the patients hospitalized right away. While worrying thusly, examination hours ended. Seishin came when he was drawing back to his own room, glaring at medical charts. "How is it?" Seishin opened, speaking first. Toshio answered carelessly that it was hopeless. As expected, the premonitory symptoms anemia. There's a fever too, but not too high. From there, in about 3 days, it dramatically worsens. Deterioration of multiple organs, furthermore accompanied by light edema and mild jaundice, or possibly blisters and inflammation from a diminished immune mechanism. Since antibiotics don't work, it isn't bacteriogenous. Bacteriogenous? Vancomycin doesn't have any effect. I dare say it's probably not caused by a bacteria. At any rate, at the level where it's manifesting amnesia, with a full blood transfusion, it feels like there's some effect that keeps them alive longer. Characteristics outside of the anemia include blisters. In all cases, festering traces of insect bites were found presenting near blood vessels. I think that confirms that there's an intermediary carrier, but I can't concretely specify what it is. That's all the commonalities between the patients. Their physical health and characteristics, lifestyles and habits, circumstances, they're all unrelated. I can't think of it as contaminated water, soil, or food. It's not poison, it's an infectious disease. That much I can say for the time being is reality. And, on your end. Seishin opened the notebook. He passed over a copy folded within it to Toshio. A common point was, as usual, not found, as you can see. Also, I don't know whether this has any connection or not, but Seishin hesitated to speak. Toshio, resting his chin in his hands, urged him to go on. Jigoro-san from Yamari left and returned to the village when he was sick. You said that before too last time, Toshio started to say, Seishin talking past him. Oda Kenji, Hirasawa Takatoshi, Siki Akira, Takashima Yasuo, Shimizu Gardening's Ryuji-san, and Okawa's Shidru-san, these 6 commuted to work outside of the village. And just before their death, suddenly, they retired from office. Toshio titled his head, What's that? I'm saying, before they died, they resigned without a word to their families. And furthermore, very, tremendously suddenly, quitting without a reason. In the case of Hirasawa's Takatoshi-san, he made as if he were going out to work, and he was passing his time in the pachinko parlor in Mizobe, where he collapsed. Funny story, isn't it? Of the people who have died, there were 6 people who had commuted. Each of those resigned before they died. What do you think this is? Like I know, Toshio answered. Just, if nothing else, it's not connected to the disease. Those guys didn't have symptoms. He tried to give a smile, but Toshio himself wasn't satisfied with that dismissal. It might have been a coincidence, but even so, 6 people were 6 people, and all of them. Also, I know that this isn't related either, but there are fewer people. Have you noticed? I know. There are fewer. That's not what I mean. Not just from dying, there are a lot of move-outs. There are also many who it's unknown if they moved or died. They're also suddenly leaving the village. They're leaving the village as if running away into the night without a word to their neighbors. Seishin said, presenting the copy of the memo. In withered characters were written 22 names, not in Seishin's handwriting, and at the end of that, this time in Seishin's writing, Marayasu Sanyasu Nakasatoba was added. The circumstances of the moves are strange, too. Saying this, Seishin talked about the examples of the Sakaimatsu and Sannyasis. Toshio scowled. Indeed, these circumstances were bizarre. But unless they realized the illness and fled, moves were unrelated. I received the certificates of residence from Ishida-san, too. By the way, from August until now, there haven't been any moving notices turned into him. Not a one. Not a one. Even Takami-san's family did not turn one in. That's a strange story, too, another one. Toshio gazed at the note, but it didn't invite much of his interest. It obviously had no connection to the disease. No matter how many people there may have been moving out, that wasn't within Toshio's sphere of action. I've been hearing that Yuzuki-san from the library had quit, or that the principal of the grade school had wanted to quit too. Do you not think that something is odd? That Toshio threw down the note. Is a weird story if you want me to call it weird, but That and this case aren't related. Toshio looked serious as he nodded. I don't think it is. But it doesn't make sense. It feels like something is happening in the village. It feels like, somehow, the illness is a part of that something. It's your imagination, Toshio declared. Something like a faint irritation seized him. I've thought that may be the case. But Sadaichi-san had noted this, but look at that moving list. The people who came and went from Yamari are clearly gone now. The 3 living in Yamari died, and the people who would have come and gone to Yamari from any place else have done. With the people related to Yamari gone, it really is settled. Doesn't Yamari seem like a place of interest? Toshio breathed a sigh. You can't just tie every little thing together. But you're right that was Yamari, and this is Yamari too. You're right that there are a lot of people moving out too, and I'll even acknowledge that the circumstances are weird. But what connection are you saying this has to the illness? Seishin casted his eyes down. It must have been a royal pain to investigate all this far, but this has nothing to do with us. What we have to think about right now is that disease on our hands. It's building momentum, don't you get it? You've completely lost sight of the point of the investigation. We have to prove that the string of deaths is being caused by an epidemic. We have to confirm what kind of disease it is to find a way to treat it. And yet here we are with its premonitory symptoms being hard to read, with it getting to the point where nothing can be done but the time the people around them notice it. Toshio spit out. While saying it, he knew his own words were setting off his irritation. We need medical cases. And yet the villagers aren't coming into the doctor until it's gotten worse. They're counting on a lay person's judgment and folk remedies. As circumstances get worse and worse by the time they're brought in, and if there's no way to save them, I can't even track how it progresses. There's no doubt it's an epidemic. There's probably a carrier animal. That's all that we know. We can't even overlap the disease's consistencies. It's true I'm not an epidemiologist, nor am I a researcher. I'm just an ordinary private practice doctor. There are limits to what I know, I won't deny that. But I've still put my best into this. But even if I research and research, I just keep thinking more and more that these symptoms shouldn't be happening. There's nothing wrong with blood formation or hematosis. There's nothing wrong with their bone marrow. We're not finding any internal bleeding. All that leaves is hemolysis, but the hemolysis reaction's not happening. Anemia that shouldn't happen is happening, and it's getting violently worse. There are way too few medical cases. So it's nothing but a bunch where the mechanism that leads to their deaths don't even match up. Toshio smacked the mountain of clinical records. The essential patients don't come in until the sickness has gotten to the last stage. And yet the number of patients with pointless complaints of illness are increasing. How many patients do you think come in one day lately? Even the staff are mentally strained. They're tired. With his eyes still cast down, Seishin remained quiet. You think I give a damn about the bunch who leave here because they want to? You've wasted our time. On top of that, you even ask Sadaichi-san, you said. What do you think Sadaichi-san's going to make of you sniffing around here and there? Not just that, the bunch in this village aren't idiots. They're starting to notice something's up. If on top of that it gets around that the junior monk from the temple's asking around for information, isn't that going to fuel their uneasiness even more? The one who was depressed was taking on an explosive form. Seishin tried to say something, but in the end, he held his tongue. The sympathy he'd felt towards Toshio was visible there on his face. Seishin probably thought that Toshio was impatient and tired, making him irritable. And he'd be right, but right then, that compassion-laden gaze was rubbing on his nerves the wrong way. If you've got the time to spare for all that, then take note of the faces of the people who come to the temple, looking to see if people are sick, straining your ears to hear if people are talking like someone in their family, has a cold would be who knows how many times more useful. Seishin didn't object. I understand was all he said shortly, his head bowed faintly at something. Part 6. As he lit the lamp, Seishin confirmed anew that he had come to the sanctuary because he was depressed. It was already past midnight into the hours labeled AM. Early in the morning the temple was asleep, so be it in the office or his own room, there was no need to think that someone would poke their heads in. If he simply wanted to be alone, he could have been by himself anywhere he liked at the temple. And yet taking the trouble to walk all the way out to here, he must have been looking for some comfort in this desolated church, he thought. He doubted he would come out here so incessantly if it were just an abandoned house. There was probably some meaning to this being a sacred place. At the same time, if this were a genuine church, he was uncertain whether he'd have walked here or not after all. Seishin looked up at the altar and realized that if this were touted as an earnest object of worship, he wouldn't likely be so attached to this place. While it was clearly a sanctuary, there was no god enshrined at the altar. He might have realized as much. Yes, that much was probably more than certain. Right now, he had just become aware of that. The proof of that was that ever since he'd lit the lamp, Seishin had been unconsciously listening closely. At some point, insects' voices petered out. All that filled the church was the sound of the wind. Within that, the faint creak of a door hinge echoed. "Good evening," Seishin lightly waved to the little girl who came in through the lurching door. "It's gotten cool, hasn't it?" "Yes," Sanako nodded. "The scent of the night has completely changed. Fall is coming, isn't it?" "It seems like it has, doesn't it?" "Have you made some progress?" Seishin shook his head at Sanako, who sat on a nearby bench. "I see, it sounds troublesome. Is that why Murray-san is feeling down?" "I wonder about that." "You don't know." Seishin nodded honestly. "If I don't do something somehow, is what it is, I think. But it's true that I'm frustrated with myself for not being able to do anything. While I'm doing this, many people are dying, yet there isn't anything at all I can do. It's futile." "It is. But more than me, it's Toshio. Toshio is a doctor, he carries a duty towards his patients, but he cannot save them. His patients keep dying. I know that he's impatient, that he feels helpless. He's upset that he can't do anything and is angry. He's losing his temper." "How piteous." "It is piteous." Seisuin sighed. Yes, he had intended to fully understand Toshio's sentiments. He sympathized with the position Toshio was put into. Because he was his friend, he wanted to help him, and yet he couldn't do anything. As for me, though, I think about how much I want to help Toshio. But the truth is I can't do anything. Toshio is irritated with me for that. Because Murray-san is not useful. Isn't that what they would call taking it out on you? That's right. It isn't that I'm not useful that's irritating him, he's upset with himself, I think. And by nature, Toshio isn't someone who will forgive himself for acting like that. So seeing it, it's painful. Sanako tilted her head. Seishin said nothing more, only smiling. Seishin wanted to help Toshio. Because he understood Toshio's temperament, he believed he understood how frustrated he was with himself right now. So, Seishin intended to serve him with his utmost in his own way, but it seemed Toshio didn't accept that. He'd wasted his time, he accused. Being condemned in itself wasn't really something that especially depressed him. What was sad was that Seishin couldn't get it through to Toshio that he understood Toshio's irritation. He understood Toshio's impatience, so he wanted to abate that any little bit that he could. He was acting to that end, and that Toshio did not know that was sad. No, Toshio probably knew that, but he was upset with himself and had to lash out at Seishin. He wasn't blaming Seishin, he was blaming himself. He knew even that much, so he couldn't be unjustly upset with him, so when he looked back on it afterwards, he would be plagued by even more self-loathing, and he had pity for Toshio when that time came. "I cannot put it well into words, but I more or less understand Murray-san's feelings." "Do you?" Sanako nodded. "Your feelings aren't being conveyed. No, the junior doctor of the Ozakis is impatient with the situation and closing off his feelings. So while Murray-san tries to communicate, he cannot receive what is being conveyed. Murray-san is lonely because of that, yes. More than for not being able to convey your own feelings, it's painful when the other will not open their heart to receive what you're trying to convey. Humans are isolated like that. You can't stand it, am I wrong?" Seishin forced a smile. "You're amazing." "Oh my, well, I am Murray-san's fan," Sanako laughed. "It isn't as if I need to guess when it comes to Murray-san's feelings. It's just that I had thought as much before when reading Murray-san's books. Hathy, humans are isolated, aren't they? They cannot understand each other meaningfully. Even if they think that they understand, even if they understand thee and confirm matters speaking the same language, they don't know if they really understand each other. They make contact with others wanting to be understood and sympathized with, but all of that is nothing but an illusion, and that is a very lonely thing. When reading Murray-san's books, I have thought that. Surely the author is lonely too, it felt like. I just remembered that. Is that right? Seishin forced a smile. Say, may I ask a question? The story Murray-san is writing now, what kind of story is it? The story of a man wandering a wasteland. Sanako tilted her head. An older brother who killed his little brother is exiled from the town and wanders the wasteland. His dead little brother follows after him. A story like that. His dead little brother became a ghost. It's a little different. A shiki. Shiki. A corpse demon. The risen. The dead body rises up, coming up from the grave. There's an oni like that in the village. Ah, Suenko said, becoming a bit lost in thought. It's different from a ghost, isn't it? If they've risen up, they have a proper body, but it's the body of a corpse. It isn't as if they've been revived. Am I right? But it isn't a simple corpse like a zombie, is it? They have a proper consciousness, an existence equal to humans, but they aren't alive. They're a completely different existence. Saying that, Sanako tried feeling the word shiki in her mouth. It seemed she had taken quite the liking to that word. She gave a satisfied laugh. I think it is good, so very good. The little brother became a shiki and follows his brother, yes? That's from Genesis, isn't it? Cain and Abel. Well, yes. Sanako nodded several times. How interesting. Even though Murray-san is a monk, many of your stories have a non-Buddhist religious atmosphere. This time it's the Bible. Before that it was Greek mythology, and before that, a Native American one. Ah, now that you mention it, it's true. But this time it is Cain again, isn't it? Seishin blinked. Again. Right, a story of heresy. Cain was a heretic, wasn't he? How shall I put it, one who is inexplicably distinct. Cain is a very significant figure in the Bible. I know that. I'm not talking about the Bible, I'm talking about Murray-san's literary style. Isn't that true of Cain? I don't think that Cain understood why he was rejected by God. He was denied as a heretic and felt alienated, I think. So he was jealous and killed Abel, right? That's the common reading, isn't it? It has to be that kind of story. The story of someone abandoned by God. I guess it is. Sanako nodded. Folding both hands behind her back, she looked up at the half-destroyed altar. A man who grew horns. Suddenly, a horn grew on him, and he feared himself who had become different from the common man. Because he would be unreasonably discriminated against, he was desperate to hide it. But the man ended up worshipped as a god, didn't he? And demanded to perform miracles. Even though he didn't have the power to perform miracle, he just had a horn. Watching Sanako walk about, Seishin gave a bewildered nod. The man was relieved he wasn't discriminated against, but he didn't have the power to perform miracles. He was afraid that if other people knew that it wasn't a sign of being a god, that it was nothing more than proof he was a heretic. But nobody could blame him for the fact that no miracle happened. The man was a heretic after all. He was called a god and excluded because he was consecrated. The horn was the mark of a heretic, like the mark put on Cain. Because of it, he was unreasonably denied and excluded from society. There was no objective reason to ostracize him, but he couldn't run away from that. It's the same as Cain, isn't it? Seishin nodded. It seems like it is. You weren't aware of it, Murray-san. I realized it just now. It's certainly so. It was the same pattern based on a heretic. It's interesting, isn't it? But I like that about Murray-san's works. The pain of being abandoned by God, like. Minotaur himself knew that he was not a god and was afraid he would be rejected, so he made a miracle happen himself, didn't he? By killing a sinner, a curse was born. The villagers feared and honored him, building up a wall. In other words, to keep him at a distance, right? And for each who were killed, another wall was built, until a grand labyrinth was built around him. He was hidden deep in the labyrinth. And to appease his anger, they presented sacrifices. What he wanted was to be allowed to enter into society as a god, but society kept refusing him, Sanako said, her feet stopping. She turned to look at Seishin. But how mysterious, why is it? Why is it? All of Murray-san's stories seem like that, do they not? But Murray-san doesn't look as if he's been abandoned by God. Aren't you a very important person in the village? It looks like the people of the village love the junior monk of the temple. Everyone praises you, Tatsumi was saying. Respected and adored, you are an important person of the village, perfectly involved. It's true that I am involved. Isn't it? And it looks as if Murray-san loves the village too. It's thought of as very important to you. It was so in the essay, too. Even now you are whittling into your spare time by running about looking for a countermeasure to the disease, aren't you? That's true. Yes, I do indeed love the village. I think it's important. But your works are like that, Sanako said with an impish laugh, turning her back. And you have scars. Seishin realized he was subconsciously grasping his watch. Why? Sanako turned to look over her shoulder at Seishin, who shook his head. I don't know. Actually, Seishin loved the village. Seishin wasn't estranged. He was indeed involved as a center of faith, and as the villagers were not frugal in their love and respect towards him, Seishin thought that he wanted to repay that. And so he was making his efforts now. But at the same time, it was true that Seishin was trying to run away from something. He hadn't realized it himself until Sanako pointed it out, but the pain of being abandoned by God threaded through Seishin's writings. It was possible that even that was based in some unidentified impulse. Maybe he felt somewhere in his heart that he was abandoned by God, and because of that pain once tried to fatally injure himself. That was indeed heavily involved in the figure Cain. Was that why he had yet again subconsciously chosen Cain as his protagonist? The problem was that Seishin didn't have any awareness of being abandoned by God. He couldn't understand why he would feel that way. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't think that he was, and didn't think there was a need to think that he was. How funny. If Murray-san is that influenced by it, wouldn't that mean it is something important to Murray-san? And yet, if you're not aware of it, you don't know why, do you? That's right. Your subconscious is leaking out. Authors are mysterious indeed. Oh, you said it. After Seishin parted from Sanako, while walking the mountain path, he thought with each step. The Minotaur that Seishin wrote was a heretic. He became a heretic when he got the horn, but it was possible that he was essentially a heretic from the beginning. The horn was only a manifestation of that. Cain had the sin of killing his little brother, and that reflected Seishin's sin of fatally wounding himself. But still, why? Seishin was indeed included in the village. As a pillar of faith to be, he was an important part. The people around Seishin wished for him to be, and more importantly, Seishin himself wished as much. As Sanako had pointed out, the village was important to Seishin. He accepted that it had its own foolishness, its own imperfections, but he came to of it as good even for those. And again, Seishin did not accept that he himself was a recipient of unreasonable prejudice like Cain. If nothing else, Seishin wasn't, he recognized. There were prejudices, but he hadn't thought of them as unreasonable. As for their reverence, love, and respect, those were merely earnest gratitude. The parish families and their great and ginger caution towards Seishin were things that Seishin had clearly brought on himself. He knew that there were those in the village who spoke malicious gossip about him, but he didn't think of them as unreasonable. Indeed, Seishin knew from common sense about the village that fingers pointed at him saying, he's the one. It wasn't an unjust distinction. He had never felt unreasonably denied or estranged. If so, then why did it have to be Cain again? Seishin returned to the office and spread out the Japanese writing paper. The green fields expanded without end, eventually the greenery being mixed at intervals with white stones and red clays. At the ends of the lands of gently undulating hills, which green draped over like a moss, were gigantic castle walls. The sturdy ramparts, as if to shroud from the eyes of those who dwelt outside of it, spread out, and then, at that eastern block, a small closed gate. Until he had been driven out from that gate into the wasteland, he had never seen the wasteland. He only vaguely understood on an intellectual level that the lifeless barren land spread out. He had never held interest in the outer world, and that it would become a scene he was in was something he had never imagined. The world for him was the same as the HLLL, for it was the same as if there existed no place at all beyond it. In an enclosure of the fields was a meager dwelling, and from the field came a modest crop for food. That was when his little brother had still been there with a body that circulated warm blood. His little brother kept sheep in the green fields, and he planted grains and corns near their dwelling, just enough for the two of them to satisfy their daily needs. The neighbors were gentle and kind-hearted, the hands they extended ever warm. Looking back on it, he thinks that he was fulfilled there. If he weren't, why would he yearn for the hill as he did, thinking of it with an almost mad love? Actually, he had loved working. He liked plowing the soft soil around the house, looking at the fascinating and elegant black colors which held such nutrients, and he thought fondly of the smell of the earth. There he scattered the seeds, thinking pleasantly of the small dots of pea green that would bug there, and being blessed to watch over them as they grew there. He leaned over as if to speak to the great earth, and when he incidentally rose up, the surroundings were green on one side. Beyond the gentle undulations was the ever-green of the forest, and in that direction the town's buildings, only their points shining through. The conspicuously tall tower was awash in splendorous light even in the daytime, confirming that something grand was watching over him each time he looked upon it. The green field was swarmed with wild growths of flowers, dotted with white down-fluffed sheep peacefully feeding on the grass. His little brother at times chased after a sheep that wandered off from the flock scolding it, and at times stood amongst the sheep, and, like his brother, gazed beyond the fields and the forests to the head point of the town. Realizing he was being seen resting, he would turn around with a smile and raise a hand. In the gentle twilight, with the austere evening bells, the safe and protected people gave thanks to the splendor for the day. For gentle firelights, for a contented evening meal, for ample sleep in their warm beds, the golden break of dawn, the songs of the birds, the feel of the breeze, the smell of the rain, the warmth of the sheepfold stables. There he was truly fulfilled. And yet none the less there inside of him like a hard pit, a single sadness was born. Though the world was this beautiful, it was not for him. If asked why, it was because he was a heretic. Culture and translation notes. Chapter 7:2. The temperature was still a far throw from being called cool, but the skies seemed higher. In the summer in Japan, there is the high atmospheric pressure from the Pacific Ocean, and in fall there's the one from the continent. There's less moisture in the one from the continent than the one born of the ocean, so the sky's blue seems deeper and the sky seems clearer. When there isn't as much water vapor and the rising currents are weak, the summer's cumulonimbus clouds give way to more cirrus clouds, which are wispy, feather-like, cirrocumulus, which are grainy and made from ice crystals, and the thicker, chunky massed altocumulus clouds. These are clouds situated higher than the typical summer cumulonimbus clouds, further differentiating the seasonal look of the sky. Class duty. In Japan, chores for tending to the classroom maintenance and cleaning, or helping the teacher with things like delivering attendance sheets or making printouts, are handled on a rotation basis, usually weekly. Chapter 8. Part 1. September ended and turned to October. Toshio tore off September's page from the calendar. There was a call from Ishida that morning. Yesterday, Takemura Michiko from Monzen died. Just before noon, Hirasawa Tyoko, who lived in Nakasatoba, had come. Her color was poor and he was taciturn. Toshio had seen that face and realized it was that. He asked into his patient's history thoroughly. That was how he came to be told that her son had died recently, one named Takatoshi. Did she catch it from her son? Considering that possibility, that's quite an interval. Toshio peered into Toyoko's face, telling her that there was something bothering him, so he would run in-depth tests, and that he wanted her to come in for certain tomorrow to hear the results of those tests. Huh? Tyoko, like all the others who had it, gave a vague nod. I'm thinking it'd be better to see how this progresses. I'm making you an appointment and will keep that time open, so don't make that a waste. Tomorrow, I'd like to have you be absolutely sure to come in for me. But I think that I am just tired, though. My son died, my energy is just... That's why I'm worried. It'll be at your convenience. If the morning is inconvenient for you, noon, evenings, even at night is fine. If you prefer, I'm not even opposed to a house visit, so can you be sure to come for me? Tyoko at last nodded. Toshio nodded, exchanging looks with Kiyomi, who was at his side and giving her instructions. Take her vital signs, blood and urine samples, bone marrow samples and an EKG, a chest and abdomen XB. Kiyomi gave an understanding nod and pressed Tyoko to please come with her. On the brink of the noon break, one more person, an elderly person who lived in Mizuguchi, came in with the expected symptoms. The patients were many, and while the morning patients weren't yet all in order, a request for a house call came in. It went without saying for Toshio, and even the nurses didn't have the time for a break. When Ritsuko finally was able to eat lunch, it was past 3 in the afternoon. The afternoon examinations would run late, and the time to return home was slowly being pushed back. It's become a real hassle, hasn't it? Yasuyo spoke of it while laughing. It really has, Kiyomi laughed, cleaning up her boxed lunch leftovers and bringing her teacup to her mouth. It was now the season where teas hotter than barley tea were most satisfying. But at least we can take a break like this. The doctor won't have any breaks this evening or tomorrow. It's a hassle. Ritsuko gazed into her teacup as she spoke. I'd like for this not to be taken the wrong way, but turning a doubtful gaze to Kiyomi and Yasuyo, they gave her a weak smile. I am thinking of asking the doctor if we could be allowed to come into work on Saturday afternoon and Sundays. I think that it's just too much for the doctor to do alone. Kiyomi and Yasuyo exchanged looks. Ritsuko quickly added on. I know that Nagata-san and Yasuyo-san have households to run. If you don't have a weekend, it will be a hassle, won't it? But I don't have anybody whom I have to take care of, and my house is nearby. So, if even I'm here at least, I think the doctor might be able to have a small break now and then. So I was thinking of asking, like... Kiyomi gave a light burst of laughter. Well, we were thinking the same thing. Right. Kiyomi looked to Yasuyo. That we were. Riken, you've caught it from us, haven't you? Because you know. I was saying the same thing to Kiyomi-san. That wouldn't it be better to have the hospital open on Sunday too? The junior doctor is surely considering our feelings and not saying anything, so it might not be a bad idea if we all here are the ones to put the idea out there, like. My. Kiyomi smiled. The doctor's that kind of person, so unless the circumstances are extremely dire, he won't say something like don't take a day off, come in. But on the other hand, the doctor himself's going to get worn down. He really hasn't had any break in all of this, driven all night until dawn. Yes, he is, isn't he? So that's why, I think we here need to remember that we're supposed to be like some type of angel of mercy for him too. I was saying that to Yasuyo-san. But if we did that, what about Riken? Yuki-chan and Sato-chan live far away, so it's natural that they couldn't come, but it's not like that for Riken. But there's the matter of interfering in a young girl's chances at dating, too. They turned to face Yuki and Satoko. We were talking about that too, actually. Well, oh my. Ritsuko and the others looked to the two young nurses. I mean, really, the doctor's in having a hard time, though. Lately, doesn't he look tired and all tense? There are this many nurses, and since the hospital is closed over the weekend, there are people who won't bother the doctor and don't get a doctor's care at all. Right, so. We should try talking it over with the doctor, we said. Should we come in on the weekends too? In exchange, please make arrangements for us to use a hotel in the village. Even Toada-san is renting an apartment from the doctor, so it isn't something he can't do, is it? If it comes down to it, there are at least the sick rooms. If we do that, it'll be closer, it'll be easier on us. I'd get to try living on my own too. Yuki said, fleetingly sticking out her tongue. My parents know it's busy right now, so I thought they'd let me go. I want to try living on my own, but they absolutely won't allow it. That's just like Yuki-chan, how calculating you are. Heh, so like, we were talking about trying to talk to him. The one whose quiet voice spoke up was Shimiyama. If the doctor will accept those conditions, I might try having a talk with him too. Ritsuko's mouth popped open. But, doesn't Shimiyama-san have a wife and child? That's what I mean. I don't want to bring anything strange home. Either way, it probably won't last that long anyway. Once the doctor gets the data together, if he can get the administration to take action for us, there won't be any more of a rush for me to do anything. Changing posts to leave my family behind until then wouldn't be so bad. After the consultation, Ritsuko and the others called in Tashio and stated their conditions. Tashio was for a moment wide-eyed as he looked around at the faces of all who had gathered. Oi, are you all trying to bankrupt me? Tashio said with his habitually abusive tone. Even if you're not, what about the exams for overtime examinations? Living expenses and allowances'll make me declare bankruptcy. So he said, but looking at his face, it was clear that wasn't his true sentiment. It might be best for you to go ahead and do that. Told such by Yuki, Tashio wore a broad smile. But Shimiyama-san will be a problem. I'm gonna end up strangled to death by his wife. Then, it's good that you're prepared to be strangled to death. If you need help, please say as much. Shimiyama smiled, Tashio laughed, and then lightly bowed his head. Thank you. Part 2. The next day, Tashio was woken by a phone call. It was a phone call to notify him of the death of Mida Iwao, who lived in Kamisatoba. They said even if the family called his name, he wouldn't wake up. They didn't think he was breathing, and that it was possible he was dead. He replied that he'd go right away, but until that day Toshio had never gone on a house call to the Mita household. They must have been a family without much need for a doctor, but at any rate, he asked for directions on the phone. While preparing to go out, his mother Taki awoke and came in. Another one. Even Taki understood that an early morning phone call meant a death notice. The deaths had continued to the point where she couldn't not know. "Seems like it," Toshio answered. "Just what is going on?" Taki's voice was pregnant with urgency. Toshio looked back at his mother's face, which was a mixture of anger and unease. "This is how many times you've gone out like this. Something is happening in the village. Why are so many one after another?" "Who knows?" Toshio answered coldly, while moving to leave the main wing of the house, when his mother grabbed his arm. "It can't be that it's an epidemic, right?" Toshio turned back to look at Taki in surprise. "Right, if it came this far, it'd be stranger not to suspect it. I don't know." "You don't know. This many people are continuing to die, you realize." "I won't deny it looks like an epidemic, but running the tests, nothing turns up a positive result. Going by the rest results it's not an epidemic. So all I can say is I don't know. But it's spreading, isn't it? This is just between us, but probably." Taki pulled the white coat from Toshio's hand. "You will not be going. You tell them to call an ambulance." "Mom, it's contagious, isn't it? And not knowing what it is means that you cannot take preventative measures, doesn't it? You do know that running around like that every time someone dies puts you in the most dangerous position of all." Toshio sighed and patted Taki's shoulder lightly. "I'm being careful enough. Now that I've been called, I can't not go. It can be someone other than you, can it not? The bunch in the village still haven't realized anything. I can't give them any inadvertent warnings, so I can't so easily just leave it to another doctor. This is no joke. Why should it be you who has to do something so dangerous? If by some chance something happens, what then? But you are an only child, do you realize that? If you die, what will happen to the hospital? You still don't have a successor, you know. Kyoyuko-san won't stay in the home, and..." Toshio sighed. He took back his white coat from Taki's hand. "If it comes to it, you can adopt one who's turned out well from one of the relatives," Toshio said with a smile. "Or if not that, how about you get remarried, Mom?" "Toshio, I'm going off." Toshio turned back around and took off in a small jog towards the hospital. He took his bag and got into the car. It was about to be 6 o'clock, but the surroundings were a little dark. The nights were getting longer. To Taki, she was worrying about her son, he thought as he drove. It wasn't as if she particularly saw a son as a tool to continue the family. For Taki, it was impossible to consider herself separately from the family. Taki was a part of the Ozaki line, and Ozaki was the foundation on which Taki stood. Her son would succeed the Ozakis of which she had been swallowed as a part of. For Taki, she was entrusting the most valuable thing to her own son, and because it was her son, she thought it appropriate to hand it over to him. Toshio, as the successor, was to accept that, and to share in participating in the honor of continuing the Ozaki line. This was nothing more than the manifestation of love itself to Taki. Unfortunately for Taki, her son did not share in her values. Toshio had no attachment to Ozaki. In fact, he came to feel it as a restraint. Toshio was no longer a child who cursed it to the point of saying Ozaki should just die out, but he thought that if it was going to die out, he wouldn't mind if it did. At the very least, he didn't appear to be taking any proactive measures to prevent it. Even so, the reason Toshio returned to the village wasn't for the sake of Ozaki, but for the villagers who were depending on Ozaki. He didn't want to let them down. He chose a lifestyle of being needed and thanked by the villagers for his own sake, rather than staying at the university while being absorbed in political considerations. "We aren't tools to continue the family." Yes, that was what the successor of the mountain temple had said. It was when they were still kids unsure of their life course. "We are individual human beings with free will. So, we have the right to live as we like, I think." It wasn't just their families, but the villagers too had expectations of Toshio and Seishin to continue the family. But neither Toshio nor Seishin had the obligation to bear that. One's own future should be decided by their own free will. But, Seishin had said, is choosing another future in order to disobey others' expectations ultimately really free will? It was only natural that the villagers held expectations for Toshio and Seishin. Anyone would wish for there to be a doctor, and anyone would wish for a head monk. Indeed, the doctors and the temple were better to have than not. Never mind if they were something unnecessary, they were clearly a necessity, and continuing to provide that was up to each of them. In the end, Toshio chose the path of remaining in the village as a doctor. The village was isolated in the mountains, and just like villages all over Japan, the young people were migrating out with nothing but old people left behind. They needed a doctor, so he became that. It wasn't self-sacrifice. He chose the life of being needed and thanked by others. And yet, I can't do anything. Toshio gripped the steering wheel. Since summer, the vigorously increasing number of deaths, that many people dying, were so abnormal that even Taki was suspicious, and yet even now he couldn't find a plan for resolving it. The patients continued to increase. Since it started, the fatality rate was 100%, and he couldn't even grasp the mechanism by which it led to death. He arrived at the Mita house in a dark mood. A middle-aged woman stood waiting impatiently in the lit entryway of the prototypical farmhouse. After driving the car onto the property, he hurried up. "Doctor, I'm sorry." Bowing her head quickly, was Mita Motoko. She was the mother whose child was hit by a car in the middle of the summer who came rushing in. "For that time, thank you," Motoko said as if embarrassed, her head down. "It's been a while. How's Shigeji-kun been after that?" "Thanks to you, it was nothing in particular. Truly, I was very rude at that time." Mita Shigeji was carried in July, wasn't it? He already thought of that as a long time ago. It was already October, so more than 2 full months had passed since then. Glad it wasn't anything serious. When Motoko motioned him into the house, there was a middle-aged man standing alone in the entryway, standing as if to close off the path. It was probably Motoko's husband. "The one who's not moving is your father-in-law." Yes, Motoko nodded and led further inside. Crossing over the 6 tatami mat living room, there were 2 futons spread out, and at the side of one of those, an elderly woman sat. "Ah, doctor," the old man's breathing is. The one on her hands turning to face him was probably Motoko's mother-in-law. Toshio nodded and sat beside the bed. Laid out was a man past 60. The shadow of death was already showing itself on him. For the time being, Toshio took his pulse. There were no palpitations, his blood pressure was 0, and his pupils dilated. "He is gone." His wife suddenly broke down crying. Seeing that, Toshio turned his eyes to Motoko, who was hiding her face. "Was he sick?" "Yes," Motoko nodded. It was about 3 days ago that Motoko noticed her father-in-law Iwao's change in state. He seemed very sluggish, and he had no appetite. She thought his pallor was poor too. A long while ago, there were leaflets being passed out. Motoko remembered what they said, so she thought that Iwao might have had anemia. The leaflets instructed to go to the doctor, so Motoko also suggested to Iwao how about going in. "But I won't," Iwao said. Iwao was healthy, proud of the fact that since becoming 60 even at his age, he had never once been sick. Maybe that was why he had an inclination to criticize anyone who slept but whose illness wasn't managed with that. In truth, he didn't have any specific illness, no cold nor stomach ache nor anything keeping him bedridden. Every day, he was health and went out into the mountains and paddy fields. Iwao, who was like that, looked sluggish even to outsiders, so Motoko couldn't stop worrying about it, but it seemed that Iwao didn't care for that. He had no need of a doctor, he insisted obstinately. "I am not hurting anywhere." The one who agreed with this was her mother-in-law Tomiko. "That's right. Oji-san is of a strong nature. In the first place, you worry too much. You're kicking up a fuss right away." "But," Tomiko raised her voice. "Well, Oji-san is a child of man. Of course he will get just a little sick from time to time. But it can be cured by going into the mountains and sweating it off. Those who get sick, it's because they're not taking care of themselves. Oji-san has been working hard all this time, getting up early and not staying up late. He neither drinks nor smokes. So what in that would you say is ill?" "Yes, but..." "Enough," Iwao said frankly in poor humor. "I'll go to bed early tonight, that will cure it." After that, Motoko kept her mouth closed without pushing strongly anymore. But as expected, she couldn't help that it was on her mind. Iwao wasn't just healthy, he was in high spirits for an old man, and when he was in poor humor, he was nagging and critical. It wasn't like him to keep his mouth shut aside from saying the minimal amount necessary. And while when he was displeased it was enough for Motoko and others to cower in fear, he wasn't aspiring to be terrifying. And the next day he didn't look to be cured. Iwao and Tomiko persisted as ever that it was nothing, but when Motoko couldn't bear her unease and, flustered, opened her mouth, the two became angry with her. Neither Iwao nor Tomiko had liked Motoko's timidity to start with. Being fearful and prone to worry was to Iwao and his wife a weakness, and weakness was not a good thing. You don't speak clearly, you hem and haw whenever talking about anything, you worry too much, you're always getting headaches and stomachaches, Motoko's in-laws complained of her. Motoko was like that, so their grandchildren were also neurotic. They always shouted at Motoko. She herself was actually quite aware that she was too faint-hearted, so Motoko was eager not to worry, not to brood, but she never did manage her father and mother-in-law's approval. In what way was he sick? Asked by Toshio, Motoko said he felt off. Toshio sighed. Medically speaking. No, Ogi-chan had said that it would improve if he slept, so. Tomiko's face snapped up. That's right. It's true, he has never once been bedridden. Well, he was a sturdy person, he'd never taken poor care of himself. Okay, was all Toshio said. Probably acute heart failure. Beyond that, I won't know unless I do a medical autopsy. Autopsy, Motoko felt her color drain. You're doing to dissect Ogi-san. That is not funny, Tomiko sobbed as her voice raised. It'd be preposterous to mangle Ogi-san. It's because he hadn't seen a doctor. Essentially, since he didn't die within 24 hours of the last time I saw him, I can't write out a medical certificate. Tomiko glared at Toshio. I understand. Then, how much do I have to put out for you to write the medical certificate? Mother-in-law, Motoko cried out, looking between Toshio and Tomiko. And what could you mean by that? Isn't that what this is about? If I don't put out what's to be put out, you're saying you won't put out a medical certificate. That isn't what I'm saying. Even an outsider could tell that Toshio was in a foul mood. You're the one saying your husband was healthy. Just why is it that a healthy person would suddenly die? Something was wrong with him, but I guess that you don't want to know what was wrong with him. Knowing something like that doesn't make it something we can take back now. Well, that's true. Toshio's voice held naked thorns. You can't take back not bringing him to a doctor when he was sick. Tomiko glared at Toshio and then turned to face Motoko. It's because you're always being such a burden. Without thinking, Motoko stepped back, blinking. Go to the hospital, you say that on a daily basis, because you make a big fuss over nothing. That's why Ogi-san, that's why. Tomiko fell prostrate to the ground as if losing her words, voice raising up in a sobbing wail. Motoko's husband Isami rushed over to pat his mother's back. Toshio patted Mitoko's shoulder as she huddled into herself. He quietly ushered her out of the room. It'd be best not to mind too much. Oba-chan's on edge. Yes. Toshio sighed. It's because I blamed her. I have no excuse. Well, Iwao-san himself is probably regretting having too much faith in his own health. That's true, Motoko mumbled. The autopsy. I won't force it. To be honest, I want to push it, but I can't very well ignore the wishes of the bereaved family. It's just, I can't write "'cause unknown" on a medical certificate, that is the truth. Yes, I am very sorry. I wonder if I can at least get a blood sample, though. I'd like even the smallest amount you can give me. If I can't have that, it's going to be a problem on my end too, so. Yes, but, Motoko looked towards the 6-mat room. Would Tomiko really give the okay? I'll be doing post-death procedures, so if you could just get your mother-in-law out of her seat. At that time, I'll manage something. Motoko felt unsure but nodded. Toshio said his thanks and returned to the 6-mat room. He explained it to Tomiko and had her leave her seat. Told to bring a change of clothes, Motoko went to seek them out. Mom, did something happen? When she went to the second story, Shigeaki and Shiori were uneasily peeking their faces out from their room. A little bit, Motoko said as if she were talking in her sleep. We have a guest, so don't come out of your room. Looking over the two as they nodded, Motoko felt something in her stomach. She should tell them properly. That grandpa died. But she didn't know how to convey his sudden death. She cramped at the idea of hurting them by telling them artlessly. Wasn't it unjust of her mother-in-law to say like that she worried too much? Actually, Motoko herself thought that she overthought some things. Wavering like this, telling a lie for the time being, might have done them unnecessary harm. In the end, she couldn't come to a decision on what to do without consulting someone to tell her, "Let's do this." Breathing a heavy sigh, Motoko entered the closet. Until he was placed in the coffin in the white funeral robes, it was customary for them to wear normal sleepwear, a yukata, or otherwise a kimono. Tomiko had said a yukata, so a yukata would likely be fine. Digging through the drawers, she took out as nice of one as she could find. "And now, we're having a funeral too," Motoko thought absently. It was summer when the old people had died in Yamari. Just a while ago there was another funeral. An acquaintance of her friend Kanami, to be more specific, someone Kanami's mother had gotten along well with had died, it seemed. At Kanami's Chigusa, since summer, gossip of the continuing deaths and many funerals flowed. Actually, Motoko had heard frequent talk of a funeral here or there, and had actually caught sight of the scenes of people coming out of funerals. "This year is strange," so everyone was saying. Each time Motoko only responded with "it is." It was true that there were many casualties. At least, it was true that there was a lot of talk of death. But Motoko suddenly felt oncoming goosebumps. It had just been a matter of talk before, but it became a truth in her very presence. This was death. It was what was continuing since this summer. Motoko turned to see the scene behind her, her uneasily nodding two children. "Outsiders have come." Motoko shook her head. This and Iwao's death had no connection. It wasn't as if Iwao had died in an accident. Outsiders in the village. Unrelated. So there shouldn't have been anyone to come and snatch Motoko's children away. As long as they don't go near the national highway, it'll be all right. Motoko firmly convinced herself. Part 3. "Say, Tatsu-san, have you heard?" Otsuka Yiko came running to the storefront of Takemura. "The Mita's Iwao-san died, they're saying." "Heh?" The one to raise his voice was Sadu Oitaru. "That old pops did. I didn't think there was anyone as healthy as him, too." When Tatsu asked when, Yiko answered that it was that morning. In the morning when Tomiko-san woke up, he had gone cold next to her. What a shock it must have been, yes. "I wonder what it could have been," Okawa Nami said, making a sullen face. "Why are this many people dying, I wonder, this year? Our Matsumura-san's place's daughter died too, just lately." Tomio oversaw the funeral. "Well, Yiko nodded. Ours too, the Otsuka sawmill's son died too." It was Hirasawa Takiko who had said, "Isn't it strange?" Somehow or another, isn't something strange? So many dying like this. It's been since this summer, hasn't it? I mean, back in Yamari, it was 5 people. 5 people, Oitaru blinked in surprise. Were there that many? "There were," Takiko said indignantly. "There were the 3 from Yamari, weren't there? Then there was the Otsuka's son, and wasn't there the Muramatsu's daughter? That's 5 people, isn't it?" Yiko waved her hand. "I'm telling you, Iwao-san died like I said." "It's 6 people, I'm telling you," said Yiko, tilting her head. No, we just talked about this recently, didn't we?" "Ah," Oitaru clapped his hands. "Nekano's son. Come to think of it, he died." "Omi," Okawa Nami counted on her fingers. "Then 7 people. Now hold on, there's still more. Look, the Shimizu's daughter is dead, isn't she? And then Okawa. Nami-san, weren't they relatives of yours?" "Okawa's Shidru-kun who died." "That's right," replied Nami with a bewildered face. "Then what, 9 people?" "That can't be right," Takiko said, naming them off while counting on her fingers. 7, 8, 9, well it really is 9 people. Tatsu swallowed a breath, something chilled in the pit of her stomach. "We're forgetting the resident officer." "Ah," the old people's voices rose out. Each of them took on a dumbfounded expression. Tatsu watched over that, reciting it in her mind all the more. That wasn't all, she'd seen how many cars coming and going for funerals. The Yasumori contractors had a funeral too, and the Marayasu sawmill had a death too. She didn't know who the others were, but she'd seen at least 2 or 3 more cars at least. That number was abnormal. I'm not Ikumi-san, but it's strange. Something's definitely happening." Oitaru wiped at his face like a cat. "Strange, isn't it?" Takiko tried, taking a peek at the others' faces. "I mean, it wasn't like there were any accidents. Everyone died from a disease, right?" "It can't be that it's an epidemic, can it?" Oitaru said, Nami waving her hand. "That can't be. If it were an epidemic, we'd be told this and that by the health department. You know, we'd be isolated and all. If I recall, you can't bury them if it's an epidemic. I'd heard that a long time ago from my father. But if that's not it, how are this many people dying? And in 3 months, no, really, it's August and September, that's within 2 months. But it's not an epidemic. The one to timidly, hesitantly raise her voice was Yiko. You don't think it could really be a curse or? A curse, what's this? I don't quite get it, but look, there have been Kushin-samas broken here and there haven't there. I recall, the Kubu-sama at the shrine was broken too. A curse from that, or? How foolish, Takiko laughed from her nose. Aren't you being influenced by Ikumi-san too much? If not her, then it's the Otsuka sawmill's influence. No, I'm not. That's even I think it's foolish, but still, it's strange, isn't it? Keep it down now, Tatsu interposed. She could see Ikumi coming down the village road before the shop. Following Tatsu's gaze, the elderly all at once closed their mouths. Well, my, Ikumi-san, it's been a while, Yiko called out with an unnaturally cheerful voice. Ikumi laughed, then moved to pass by the shop. Oh my, Ikumi-san, not stopping in. Ikumi's feet came to a stop. Maybe in a bit, I'm busy, personally. What's the matter? Oitaru asked in a surprised-seeming voice. Didn't you hear? Mita's Iwao-san died, they say. Yes, Ikumi laughed. She gave an ostentatious sigh. I knew this was coming, but it's still piteous. Then, I wonder if I shouldn't stop in on them a bit, perhaps. What a hassle it is, I really am just so busy. Tatsu's brows furrowed. You'd go to a house having a funeral and talk about curses. Dear me, but I really must tell them, after all. If it keeps continuing it will be a problem, won't it? When one dies, they say they pull the family with them after all. What a diligent worker you are, Tatsu said, tone laced with sarcasm, but Ikumi gave a good-humored laugh. They're so thankful to me. Well, of course there are people who just don't understand, but this world isn't all those who don't see the truth. Lately, people have been coming to me for exorcisms. Well, my, Takiko said eyes wide. How is the direction of their house? Things like that, they're consulting me. This too is a way of helping others, so of course I feel good giving them a consultation, but… Tatsu gave a curt nod. That's it, she thought. That was why Ikumi was in such high spirits. We're not strangers, now if something happens, all of you do say something to me. Especially Yiko-san and Nami-san, yes. You have dead relatives, don't you? Do be careful now. Part 4. When Tamo Sadesai poked his head into the office, Seishin was just taking a break after the end of one memorial service. The only one in the office was Seishin. Mitsuo was running about on various errands, while Tsurumi and the others were hurrying about for memorial services. The services for the deaths, since Summer had started working the temple staff to the brink of their own deaths. Junior monk, have you heard? Heard what? Seishin asked Sadaichi, as Sadaichi made a greatly troubled expression. It's about Masaji-san of Nakasatoba, but… Seishin's back tensed. It was the Nakasatoba's manager, Old Man Koik. Something happened to Masaji-san. Well, that's just it. It's not what happened to Masaji-san, but in his son's family, they've left. Seishin started as if poked in a blind spot. They've left. Right. Last night, you see, there was a shrine parish meet and greet. Were you aware that Nakasatoba's sannyasu had moved? Yes, I had heard. The sannyasu's Seikairu-san was Nakasatoba's village administration's manager. And since that person suddenly moved on us, we can't go without replacing him. Soon enough, we'll have to be thinking about November's Kagura. And so, for the time being, we were going to try to consult with the Koik's Masaharu-san. Well, even if we called it a meeting, since it was that kind of talk, it wasn't much different from idle chat, though. As usual, everyone drank into the night, grumbling over our cups, but then from there, when Masaji-san went home, the people from his house weren't there, is the story. That can't be, Seishin blinked. Masaji-san was shocked, then a call came. He was worried about what on earth was going on, but then this morning came, just a little while ago. One of the neighbors informed Hai that while Masaji-san was out, the usual Takasego movers were there. They came by. They had moved, leaving behind Masaji-san, without consulting with him about it. That's exactly right, Sadaichi said perplexed. Junior monk, you haven't heard anything, from the Ozaki's junior doctor. Seishin saw Sadaichi's imploring face, relying on him. There's a rumor about a spreading disease, for the record. A spreading disease. Since summer, right, haven't there been a lot of them, deaths? There's some kind of bad disease spreading around, isn't there? Everyone is saying, but it said half in jest. All the same, just 2 days before yesterday, Takemura's Michiko-kun died, didn't he? Wasn't he strange? Wasn't it really an epidemic, they said? It couldn't be. Seishin tried to answer but couldn't. He merely shook his head. Junior monk, what is it? Have I not been hearing various talks of the junior monk going out amongst the people to talk with them? Is that? Sadaichi-san, Seishin spoke over him. I am not able to answer. If you must know, please ask Toshio directly. Sadaichi kept silent and looked fixedly at Seishin's face. Soon now here, may I call together a ward headman's meeting, I wonder. Before that, one with the village 3, Seishin said, to which Sadaichi nodded. Silent and greatly troubled, he let out a deep sigh. Seishin saw Sadaichi off, left Mitsuo in charge while he was out and left the temple. He went straight towards Nakasatoba, visiting Old Man Koik. Old Man Koik sat alone in the middle of a wide house, his back hunched in despondency. Koik-san. Noticing Seishin when he called out to him from the veranda, Koik gave a tiny nod of salutation. It seemed he knew what Seishin had come for. I heard from Sadaichi-san. Anyways, come on in. Seishin bowed formally and came into the living room. Koik was seated, gesturing only with his gaze, as expected, not very prone to moving about as if the energy had been taken from him. Your son and his family have gone missing. Koik nodded deeply. Honestly, I can't imagine what they're thinking. They really have left. Seems so. One of the neighbors saw them piling luggage into a truck after all. Yasuo-san stated nothing of his intent. Koik shook his head. No proclamation, nothing left writs. When I contacted his work a bit ago, he went and quit 3 days ago. He quit, Seishin repeated. Koik's son Yasuo was, if he recalled, employed at NTT in Mizobe. Seems he didn't give a reason for quitting. It's a shock. My son, he quit his job without a word to me and took off with his family. I'm pathetic. I'm hurt, Koik said, rubbing at his eyes with the palm of his hand. Beforehand was there something? Had he not said anything like that? Pardon me for asking, but was there a dispute of any sort? Nothing, Koik said as if casting it out. When I came back last night, the house was all dark. Anyone and everyone wouldn't be asleep at that hour. These days my granddaughter is quite the night owl, you see. And then I thought something happened. Thought maybe my grandson had gotten sick, or... Koik's mouth warped in self-derision. When it comes to the child, he'd been sick since the day before yesterday. He was dizzy when he stood up, sat down right after getting out of the bath. We were letting him sleep. Seishin watched Koik's trembling mouth in shock. Yasuo was in a daze like too, and his wife seemed to be slipping in energy too. With my grandson like that on top of it, the older grandchild looked pale-faced. I thought the family had all caught a cold together. And I thought that, when it wasn't nothing of the sort, they were hiding something in their hearts, just holding something silently in. I can't tell if they felt guilty towards me, or held a grudge towards me. Koik-san. Koik shook his head without meaning. I didn't think about any of that. When I saw the lights of the house were out, I thought maybe the youngest child was sick and they took him to the hospital, When they get scared, they'd take him. Please wait a moment, Koik-san. Seishin leaned forward towards Koik. He was ill. The youngest child, he was Ikuo-kun, wasn't he? If I recall. Yes. Ikuo-kun, what condition was he in? Did he have a fever? No, Koik blinked with depression-sunken eyes. It didn't seem like he had a fever, did it? Cerebral anemia, they said that was probably what it was. He was a thin boy to start with. He was prone to anemia, low blood pressure, things like that. His face was pure white like paper, but there was no fever. Did he have a headache or nausea or... No, he didn't especially say anything about that. This was the day before yesterday. Huh? How about Yasuo-san, the other people? Did it have the same feeling? The oldest child had the same feeling, like she was in a daze. No, the one in a daze was Yasuo, was it? It was what you might call sluggish or what you might call sleepy. The expression was odd. I thought maybe someone was drunk or something. Please wait a moment, who is this discussing? The oldest Tauko-chan, or perhaps Yasuo-san. Well, Koik grumbled, I don't right now. Is it possible that everyone was in a similar state? When Seishin said it, Koik returned Seishin's stare flabbergasted, murmuring that he guessed they were. They were, that's right. Indeed, everyone was in the same way. All of them like they were in a daze, how should I put it, like there was a glaze over their eyes, it was like. They were strangely still, their eyes were. Yet it felt like they weren't looking at anything. Like they were possessed. That's right, like that. That was from the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday, wasn't it? Or was it the day before that? Either way, it was about them. That is around the same time that Yasuo-san had quit, isn't it? Yes, that's right, it would come out to that, wouldn't it? It can't be, Seishin thought. If it were the case, an entire family would have an outbreak, would it not? It was too similar to the disease's preliminary symptoms. And suddenly, quitting his job and then moving. The part about quitting his job even was just like Shimizu Ryuji and the others. It was only what came after that was different. Did Yasuo-san and his family go out to anywhere recently? Even if it isn't outside of the village, within the village will do. For example, did they go into the mountains, or did they go to Yamari, or? No, not in particular. Then, did they visit somebody? Did somebody come to visit them? Anything like that. I don't think they saw anyone in particular either, Koik said, and then continued as if remembering. Come to think of it, his wife said she had met the master of Kainmasa. Seishin's brows furrowed. Kirishiki-san, was it? Huh? At night, she was going around passing out the circular notices, and on the way back she said she'd met the good sir of the Kirishikis. She said she'd stood around talking with him for a while. When she said do come by sometimes, the wife said she would bring her daughter. Their daughter seems to be the same age as my youngest grandson. It seems they said that, but since then I haven't heard any talk about them coming, huh? Is that right? Was there some kind of incident, or were they bitten by any bugs, even something as small as that? He had said to him, but Koik didn't seem to be able to remember anything especially worth mention. For the time being he comforted him, then Seishin took leave of Koik's house. On the way back, he passed by the front of the Ozaki clinic and stopped his car. Whether this should be conveyed to Toshio or not, Seishin was wavering a bit. Toshio was tired. Impatient over the grave state of affairs, he was gasping under the emotional pressure. In truth, Toshio wouldn't see Seishin's spare time spent on the movers as anything other than a waste of time. He understood his feelings. His irritation, and his helplessness too. That was why he lingered, hesitating to give him the trouble of relaying Koik's story to him. But there was a chance of a full family outbreak. Seishin couldn't ascertain if it was, but if Toshio heard the story directly from Koik, he may have been able to ascertain it. Hesitating over what to do, in the end, Seishin got out of the car and went towards the clinic backyard. It was Sunday, but the entryway was open. Seishin had heard from Toshio on the phone that they were keeping it open. So he peered into the aiding room, but he didn't catch sight of Toshio. He must have been in the middle of an examination. He worried over whether to try calling for him or not. For the time being, he let himself into the waiting room and wrote a memo to leave behind. What to do with it was for Toshio to decide, wasn't it? Toshio saw the memo when he returned to the waiting room during his lunch break. It said that old man Koik's family moved, that Yasuo quit his job without notice, and then the whole family had been sick. That, at least from what he had heard, it resembled the preliminary symptoms. If you like, please listen to Koik's story. Seishin finished up, but Toshio threw out the memo. That they were sick had his interest, but he didn't have enough time to waste on movers. Ever since that morning, when he'd been roused out of bed, his entire body felt like mud with exhaustion. It wasn't like he didn't care. But he saw it as Seishin's excuse. He was trying to force a connection between the sickness and moving, like he was trying to justify his actions. It doesn't have to be now. Toshio thought that, throwing himself down on the sofa and closing his eyes. Part 5. Murasako Munetaka stopped the rice mill and stepped out of the warehouse. Munetaka's house was the only rice shop in the village. It wasn't exceptionally good nor bad business, but in recent years the rice trade had completely changed. The shop couldn't help but change with it. There was also the fact that the Mizobe workers in the same trade had expanded their delivery routes, making it so that lately even on Sunday they couldn't close. Even so, his father Moneyhide was still healthy, and his wife Chizuko didn't dislike managing the shop. He was unsure when the decision was made to be open year-round, but when actually doing it, it wasn't that much of a stressor. They still had 2 children on their hands. It was probably hard on Chizuko to handle along with the housework, but she'd never given any complaints about this. Maybe it was in gratitude to Chizuko for that, or maybe it was just because his grandchildren were so cute. Moneyhide looked out for them, saying he would watch the house, so take the kids out somewhere to play. Returning from the warehouse to the top, Chizuko came hurrying out from within as if she couldn't wait. Honey, Hiromi doesn't seem right. Munetaka took off his gloves, looking to Chizuko's face. Doesn't seem right. He's dead limp and has no energy. But he doesn't have a fever and there are no signs of diarrhea. Munetaka murmured. Come to think of it, at lunchtime Hiramu seemed unusually calm, he thought. What did Hiromi say? Nothing, Chizuko shook her head. I even asked if he hurt anywhere but he just looked at me blankly. Guess it's a cold. At Munetaka's words, Chizuko murmured in a low voice. I wonder if Masako-kun didn't do something to him again. Chizuko, Munetaka's voice was challenging. Chizuko looked up at him sharply. You always cover for him like this, but it's for sure that Masako-kun bullies Hiromi. He has strange bruises all the time. Hiromi's threatened to keep his mouth shut, but Chika even says so, and even Hiromi doesn't deny it. Munetaka sighed, but still, Masako-kun doesn't like Hiromi, or Chika. He just can't stand that Ojui-chan shows more interest in Hiromi and Chika. The old man spoils Masao more than enough. To Masao-kun, it's not enough. Until he had grandchildren, all of Ojui-chan's attention went to Masao. Munetaka half believed, half doubted. Munetaka always said that his old man Moneyhide was soft on Masao, but even Munetaka thought he himself was soft on him. He wasn't a child anymore, but he treated Masao like a child who still needed his protection. All the same, Chizuko said, biting her lip. To be honest, Chizuko didn't get along well with Masao. It was something Chizuko herself was self-conscious of. Chizuko was drawn to Munetaka's bright, undistorted disposition and married him. From that same Chizuru's point of view, Masao was dark and overly distorted. He was always rolling his eyes at people, and due to that habit, never made to look people in the eye. He watched with eyes that seemed to be looking to catch one with their guard down, looking for ways to test people, to pick fights. Dear sister-in-law, what do you like about Nick-san? When they decided to wed and she had met him countless times, she was asked that by Masao. When she answered that it was that he was bright and unwarped, that he was popular, an abject smile rose to Masao's face. Then, you must hate someone like me, huh? I wonder if you won't be able to stand living with me. He made a face as if expecting her to say, that's not it at all. He was waiting for the words, I like you, while casually holding out the threat that it'd be a hindrance towards living together if she didn't say it. Mas looked to her to be trying to extort her for kind words. I don't know yet. I don't know Masao-kun well yet and all. You'll definitely come to hate me. I'm not as well made as Nick-san and all. Looks like it, she resisted answering, though Chizuko didn't remember how she had answered. What she did remember was that ever since then she did come to hate Masao. All in all, Chizuko wasn't pleased with her little brother-in-law. It was also creepy, the eyes he made at her in the summertime or when she got out of the bath. She caught sight of him countless times, fixedly staring at her undergarments she hung out to dry. And ever since, she started handling her undergarments while Masao was at school. Say, do you think it might be better to bring him to the hospital? That's right, said Munetaka with a seemingly troubled smile. Let's keep an eye on him, and if it seems like he really is sick, it will be better to have brought him in. That's no good. If we don't go right away, something is wrong with him. What if it's because he was hit in the head? Oi oi, said Munetaka, eyes wide. You're overthinking it. Chizuko shook her head. I'm scared. Haven't there been funerals going on here and there lately? It might be my imagination, but I'm still very uneasy. Well, there are indeed a lot of funerals lately. Munetaka's expression clouded. But still, that's got nothing to do with Hiromi, does it? You can't think like that. Chizuko once again shook her head and Munetaka said all right. Then, first thing tomorrow. Can't we go now? The Ozaki clinic is open on Sundays these days too. Hesh, we could still make it in time, huh? Let's take him now. If it's nothing, Chizuko will be more relaxed too, huh? Thank you. Keeping Chika at her side, Chizuko changed the unenergetic Hiromi's clothing quickly. Taking Hiromi's hand, they got into Munetaka's car as Masao was returning. Hesh, you're going out. Hiromi's sick. We're just going to the hospital. We'll be right back. Munetaka said, a faint smile rising on Masao's face as he looked at Hiromi. Anaki's soft on Hiromi, isn't he? Even though when I get a cold, he just says sleep it away. Munetaka didn't look at Masao as he got into the car. Isn't it nice to be taken such good care of, Hiromi? Masao peered into the back seat, and without thinking, Chizuko glared at him. Masao seemed to want to say something, but since the car had taken off, he kept silent. The Ozaki clinic wasn't as packed as it was on a weekday. Without having to wait long, he was taken into the examination room for a medical interview. Chizuko conveyed her fear to Toshio that, "I was thinking it might be possible he was hit in the head." "Hit in the head? In what situation?" "No, just that might have happened, I thought. This boy, he's awkward and always running into things, or falling down the stairs." "Oh," was all Toshio answered, but with an expression that seemed concerned. The examination took some time. It was unusually thorough, Chizuko thought. Nothing's abnormal with his head. When Toshio said this, there were no other patients left. There were only Munetaka, Chizuko, and Hiromi, 3 people left. "But he does have anemia." Toshio's tone was almost as if he were pronouncing that he had an incurable disease. "It's possible it's severe anemia. We'll keep an eye on how it progresses." Chizuko's face went blue. Munetaka's color changed likewise. "That's, for example, like leukemia or..." "At the current stage, I can't say. Anyways, I'll make you an appointment, so can I have you come in tomorrow too?" Chizuko looked to Munetaka as if asking for help. If Munetaka could do it, if it would take away Chizuko's unease, then he planned to bring him in even if only for that. He didn't think that he would have Toshio making such a face at him. It can't be, he thought. I never thought that a funeral's going to come from our place too. That is it something terribly bad? With all the ease of a childhood friend, Munetaka peered into Toshio's eyes. He wanted to ask for the truth. I really can't say anything at this stage. Just, there are several forms of anemia. Depending on the type, it can fall into something worse, so I don't want us to take our eyes off of it. Hiromi-kun is still small and all. Azumi. It'd be good to keep an eye on how often he goes to the bathroom and the color of his urine. If there's blood in his urine, I don't care if it's in the middle of the night, bring him in. Even if it's something else, if his condition suddenly gets worse. For example, if it seems like he's suffocating, call me. Ah, Munetaka answered while feeling his hand shake. It can't be, this can't be happening. Picking up his son, who had become much heavier, he got into the car. Settled into the back seat, Chizuko, who sat next to him, held him as if protecting him from something terrifying. On the way home, for the very short drive, Munetaka and Chizuko said nothing. When they returned to the home, Moneyhide made a sour face. "Where have you been at this hour?" "I'm sorry," Chizuko apologized. "Hiromi is suck. So we went to the hospital." "What?" said Moneyhide, looking at Hiromi's face. "I'll put him to bed," was all Chizuko said, taking Hiromi's hand and going to the second story. Moneyhide gave an unsatisfied look to Munetaka. "Even so, was it something you both had to go for? What time do you think it is? When I came back from deliveries, there was no salesperson here. No signs of doing evening preparations either. Maso came back from going out, though. He closed himself up in his room and won't come out. You think you can leave just him behind at the empty shop and expect him to be useful? And, is Hiromi all right?" About that, Munetaka hesitated. "It might be a complicated disease," he said. "It seems to be anemia, but there are different forms of anemia, so," he said. Moneyhide had visible confusion in his eyes. "But it looks like we don't know anything for certain yet. Anyway," he said, to bring him in tomorrow too. He said if he gets any worse to call him, with a serious-like face. Moneyhide kept silent. What, Hiromi's really sick? At that voice, they turned around to see Maso peering into the store. "Ah," said Munetaka's voice, becoming naturally lower. "Heh," said Maso. "So that's why Ainsan's face looked like that. Lately, there've been a lot of deaths and all." "Maso, this is no time to say such ill-omened things." Being scolded by Moneyhide, a thin smile rose on Maso's face. "It's true, isn't it? Lately, it's been nothing but funerals. Isn't it better not to think that we're special? Probability isn't concerned with emotions or personal feelings after all." "Maso," Hidemasa's voice raised. "Is that any way to talk?" Maso flinched, but soon another thin smile rose. "But isn't it true?" "Maso," Munetaka interposed. "Stop it, this isn't funny. Hiromi is really sick. It might be a complicated disease." "Heh," Maso murmured. "Well, these things happen. There ain't no people who don't die after all. That you're making that face about it is proof that we've just been special until now." Before Munetaka could shout Maso's name, Moneyhide yelled. "You, what the hell are you talking like that for? Don't you have any feelings?" "What?" Maso took a step back. "I'm just saying. Is that something you'll joke about lightly?" "I'm not saying it, I'm just saying, someone could say it like that." "Enough," Moneyhide said as if spitting the words at, looking to Munetaka. Oh, where's Chica? Next door. We left her there when we went out. I'll go and get hers. Seeing his father leave angrily, Munetaka then turned back to Maso. Maso had a wounded expression, likewise seeing their father off. Noticing Munetaka's stare, he made a face and hurried back upstairs. Cultural notes. Kagura, a Shinto festival of spiritual dance. The goddess Aim no Yuzume danced around naked to make an uproar with the other gods to lure the sun goddess Amaterasu out of a cave she had cloistered herself into after a fight with her brother. Specific ritualized dances were performed by Miko or shrine priestesses, said to be descendants of Aim no Yuzume. Many folk variations formed in different regions. In some, people believe or pretend they're possessed by the gods who come to join in the festivities and dancing. It frequently takes on many elements of street performances, including storytelling, costumes, acrobats, etc. Chapter 9. Part 1. Mutu opened his eyes to the sound of his alarm clock. Monday, October 3rd. Rolling over in his bed and breathing a heavy sigh, the sounds of the lively household flooded into his ears. The flurried footsteps trailing around the house were probably Tamatsu's. In that direction, he could hear Ai's voice saying something. The smell of the breakfast Shizuko made faintly wafted in. It wasn't bad waking up. Since last week, his wife Shizuko had been helping out at the office, so it was fun. The paperwork that had piled up over the weekend was able to be sorted for the time being too, with Shizuko and Toada's help. It felt like a weight off of his shoulders. On the other hand, he thought that was all the exhaustion he had to handle. It was well and good that he could receive help, but all the more it reconfirmed how weary Toshio, whom nobody could help, was by now. The junior doctor has it hard. It was in consideration for that the nurses put forth the idea of working on the weekends. Yesterday, the 2 nurses who commuted from outside the village moved into the village, and for the time being were staying in properties for rent the Ozaki family owned. They're good girls. The clinic staff were a blessing. This had to make it easier on Toshio, didn't it? And even during ordinary times, Toshio cherished his staff, and thinking of that made him feel good. Having Shizuko come as a part-timer, Mutu was energized by it too. Now they could be together on weekends. Toada said he would help too. While lingering in his futon, thinking of such things, Shizuko's footsteps came before the bedroom door. He was grateful for the help, but it must have been hard on his wife too, he thought. She came to work part-time, but other than that was also doing the usual household tasks and cleaning. The reason he thought about that might have been because he's always heard Yasuyo and Kiyomi's idle complaints about such at the hospital. Toru, that's enough already. He could hear Shizuko's voice, traveling up to the second floor. Toru's not waking up again, he thought. Even after turning 20, he wouldn't make it to work unless his mom woke him up to go, he thought, finding it at once pathetic and worth a smile. Toru, come on. You're going to be late. Mutu at last got himself up. Hey, are you going to skip today too? While listening to Shizuko's voice as she climbed the staircase, Mutu thought, that's right. Toru skipped the day before yesterday, Saturday. He remembered Shizuko saying to him as if frustrated, he says he's skipping because he caught a cold. Shizuko's tone suggested she thought he was just blowing it off. Sharply, a small something could be felt lodged in his chest, but Mutu didn't know why. Just as his ears took in the sounds of the house without particularly meaning to, his head was remembering something he didn't particularly intend to scrutinize. Itoru. He could hear Shizuko's loud voice from directly above him. At the same time, Mutu stretched hugely, wondering what it was, sensing his own nonchalance in his movements. He had the feeling he was doing something unsuitable. What he was being unsuitable towards he himself didn't know. Toru, Shizuko's voice loudly cried out again. Her voice sounded shrill. What's this? He thought while looking up at the ceiling at the same time as, once again, Shizuko's grief-stricken voice sounded. Dad's dad. Mutu pushed aside his futon and rose. He quickly felt a bad premonition coming on. Ridiculous, he thought. Nothing bad's happened. While thinking that, he flew from the room. He met with Tamatsu looking blankly towards the stairway. What happened? Came that carefree feel again from Ai this time as she poked her face out of the bathroom. Mutu ran up to the second story, towards Toru's bedroom right above his own. Shizuko was crumpled down at the entrance of the room. Dad, Toru is. What is it? He had come flying to the room, but with Shizuko there clinging to the knees of his pajamas, he couldn't make it in. In Toru's 6 tatami mat room, the futon was laid out, Toru lying out in it. The inside of the room was dark due to the curtain being drawn, but there was a slim crack in the opening, wavering with the breeze that blew in, at times letting in a clear lay of light. At one point that light fell over Toru's sleeping face. Toru's eyes were half open, looking in the other direction. Toru. Muto tore off Shizuko, who was clinging to him, approaching the futon with long strides. Kneeling down, he peered at his son's face, looking into his half-opened hollow-like eyes, realizing they were indeed opaque. They looked in different directions, unmoving. Not only that, he wasn't blinking. Once more he cried his name while putting a hand to his son's face, feeling the cool temperature against his fingertips. He had no body head. He was already cold. Far from having the power to turn towards him, his eyes looking in different directions couldn't move, Toru's body having become hard. Toru, oi. It can't be, he thought. This can't be happening. This is some kind of mistake. If he didn't hurry and find where the mistake was, he wouldn't be able to take it back. Mom, what's wrong? He heard Ai's voice. Footsteps coming up the stairs. She can't come, Muto thought, turning around. Shizuko, sitting in the doorway, turned at the same time towards Ai, who was coming up the stairs, and following after was Tamatsu's voice saying something from below. Don't come. Nobody could see it. If nobody knew, it wouldn't be true. The absurd thought rose to mind, and at the same time, the sense of danger that they shouldn't come closer to something unsafe arose. What's wrong? Ai asked, peering into the room dubiously. What's wrong with Oni-chan? Nothing, Muto wanted to say. It's nothing, so go back downstairs. But Muto heard his own low voice. He didn't realize he was the one speaking. Call the hospital for me. I'm saying to call the hospital and tell the junior doctor to come. Hurry. What's wrong with Oni-chan? Muto didn't answer. From behind Ai, Tamatsu peered in dubiously. Is he sick? He could see Ai's face stiffen with unease. Should I call an ambulance? Would that be? It's fine. Go and call the junior doctor. But Oni-chan is dead. Shizuko remained seating, but looked as if she were to spring up. Her expression changed, and like that she crept towards him. They knew Ai would, Tamatsu would come flying into the room. Anyway, make the call. He couldn't let them get near Toru. Leave it like it is here, and have the doctor come. Tamatsu, bring Mom downstairs. But Tamatsu tread in. He kept back Shizuko, who screamed, crawling towards Toru with all his might. Go downstairs. Tamatsu, take her with you. But just do it. He forced Shizuko, nails clawing at the tatami mats, out of the room. Forcing Tamatsu out, he slid the door shut. He couldn't let them get close. He had to isolate him. Thinking that, Muto collapsed on the spot. It was that. If not, then was there any other way his son would pass away so suddenly like this? Why? He didn't notice it. He should have been faster. Yes, Toru skipped work on Saturday. He was saying it was a cold. How terrifying were those words, but Muto didn't realize that. The answer was because Muto and the others were avoiding realizing it. They were thinking it was all right. The answer as to why, Muto knew. Never mind if he didn't know about the plague, Muto did know of its existence. So it couldn't come sneaking up to attack him from the shadows, so he had gotten himself to thinking. How? How did he come to such a misunderstanding? Why couldn't he have understood it? Without realizing his son's peril, his son died before his eyes. Whether Muto realized that or whether he didn't, it could not have changed the result. He tried to tell himself that, but he absolutely could not make himself believe it. If I'd realized it, couldn't I have saved him, he thought. If not for some mistake of his at some point in time, there should have been a chance to fix things. Even now it wasn't too late. There should have been a proper way. Some way to put everything back in order, but it was clear no such way existed. Sorry, Muto prostrated himself over the tatami floor. I'm so sorry, Toru. Part 2. The one to tell Seishin of Muto Toru's death was Nakasatoba's manager, Old Man Koike. The office's manager's place's oldest son died. Koike came all the way to the temple to say, "The office manager, Muto-san, is it? Toru-kun." "That's right, junior monk, what on earth is happening in this village?" Asked by Koike, Seishin was at a loss for a response. "I'm thinking, aren't there too many deaths? Not just deaths. Even my son," at that, Koike's mouth closed. "I, in all my years of living, hadn't seen anything as strange as this before now." Too many people are dying, too many people are going. This strangeness has been going on too long to think of as normal. Until now, the village had been the same as ever. What's happening to the village these days? Doesn't the junior monk think so too? That is true. The junior monk must know that there are rumors it's an epidemic. I have heard. As for whether it's true or what do you think? I cannot know. They say there's something wrong with the Cane Moss's wife and daughter, don't they? We can't go thinking that that's spread to the folks in the village, eh? Seishin's brows furrowed. That is not possible. Kirishiki-san's wife and daughter have a collagen disease called SLE. A collagen disease is not contagious. Then, the story that Cane Moss's doing something. Seishin stared back at old man Koik's openly angry face. It's the people of Cane Mossa. It's been weird since they moved in. It's not just me, everyone's saying it. That is unrelated, isn't it? Since they had moved in, so it is said, but in truth the deaths had been occurring since before Kirishiki-san had moved in. I'm not just talking about the deaths. I'm talking about what's strange in this village. This village has started being out of sorts since that house was built up on the Cane Mossa property in the first place. Koik-san, Seishin looked into old man Koik's eyes. When you say out of sorts, what concretely are you referring to? Koik was silent. I too will acknowledge that the village is strange. It is certainly true that there have been too many deaths and that there may be a cause. But it is not related to Kirishiki-san, is it? The family had moved in after the string of deaths had begun. I will also acknowledge that there are many moves, and an exceeding number of incomplete transfers. I cannot say what is strange or how, but they are not ordinary moves, and they are continuing is certain, I believe. And with Koik-san's case being the tip of the brush, it is certain that something is strange. I will even acknowledge that the Cane Mossa's house is strange. I will even acknowledge that Kirishiki-san and his family are eccentrics. However, what connection are you saying there is between Kirishiki-san living in a strange house and deaths and moves? No, that's... How are you saying that they are connected? What are you saying that Kirishiki-san can do? Those who are gone were not by any means killed by anybody. It is clearly a disease. Kirishiki-san's wife and daughter are indeed afflicted with a disease, but it is not one that can spread to others. It is futile to seek a connection. Even those people who had moves were by no means kidnapped by anybody. It's true, but I am begging with you to please think rationally. I understand that you are despondent, but if Koik-san speaks of things thusly, the people of the village will end up believing it. This wasn't, Koik averted his eyes, really about my son in particular. So Koik said, but from Seishin's view, it was clear that he was being influenced by the shock of being abandoned by his son. He wanted to make that somebody's fault, intending to make the Kirishiki household that had moved in from elsewhere bear that burden. It looked like a step towards unreasonable ostracization. At any rate, for now let us focus on Mudu-san's family. Koik murmured dejectedly. Right, that's what I came to consult with you about. I had heard from Mudu-san, but the family are parish members. Seishin nodded. Yes. At Mudu-san's mother's 32nd death anniversary, he wishes to transfer her grave site to here. Seeking the temple's approval to transfer the grave site, the family entered into the parish. But Seishin thought, wasn't she likely cremated? Those of the village were particular about burials. They had a strong resistance to cremation. But the Mudu family weren't originally those of the village. Until now, they had cremated their dead. So they shouldn't have been opposed to it. They would probably be more comfortable with cremation, he thought. What shall we do about the burial? Until now they had cremated, and we can allow a grave for depositing ashes. No, it's going to go according to the village customs. Seems the Ozaki's junior doctor suggested that it'd be better to do it like they always had, though. But the wife said since they're here now. Seishin nodded. When Mudu had sought a grave plot, he had originally intended as much. As a member of the village, whatever may come, he would leave it in the hands of the mourning crew and bury the body in the graveyard, thinking to thusly fully take root in the village. Mudu probably understood the circumstances, so he could be pursued to agree to cremation, but he hesitated to push it too strongly now after the fact. In things like this, it'll be going all according to custom. I'll be asking you to go with a fitting posthumous name and to tend to the bedside sutras. The overnight vigil is today, and the service tomorrow. We can do it before noon as usual, I was thinking. Very well. Part 3. When Ritsuko entered the break room, Toshio was already there looking completely exhausted, collapsed into one of the chairs. She said a formal good morning to him, but the voice that answered was faint. He made no attempt to meet her gaze, so thinking that he was probably incredibly worn out, she stayed quiet and brewed his coffee. While she was preparing the coffee, Yasuyo came into work and Toada had come into work. While she was serving it, Yuki and Satoko had arrived. While aware of how strangely sullen Toshio was, they were talking about how moving was going when Kiyomi came in. Miyudo-san is running late, isn't it? It happened when Kiyomi looked up at the clock. Miyudo-san's not coming, Toshio interposed in a low voice. They're in mourning. Ritsuko looked at Toshio's face. Fatigue was written thickly on his features, as if exceedingly depressed. Did something happen? The one bracing herself with that question was Yasuyo. Toshio gave a sullen nod. Toru-kun died. He's Miyudo-san's place's oldest son. But Ritsuko was at a loss for words. Who was it whose voice said that it couldn't be, as if questioning it? In response to that, Toshio again gave a sullen nod. It's that, she thought. Ritsuko had a sense of vertigo. It felt as if she had only been looking straight ahead of her, that she hadn't noticed that the ground beneath her feet had been swept out from beneath her from behind. But when there's time, I don't care if you take turns going to pay condolences. There's the morning crew, so it seems they have enough help, but until everyone sees Miyudo-san's face, you probably won't be able to calm down. I've got my doubts we'll be finished with appointments by the time the all-night vigil's over. Tomorrow, just during the funeral, we won't be taking appointments. Toshio himself couldn't tell whether he was exhausted, whether he was angry. If he was, what was certain was that the target of the sentiment wasn't at Miyudo nor even the disease, but himself. The plague was serious. While he was spinning his wheels in vain, one of his own staff's families bore a victim. Why didn't you notice Toru's condition? He wanted to blame Miyudo, but that was something Toshio himself recognized as unfair. Miyudo was even bringing his work home with him. He had even come in to work on the recent day off. His wife Shizuko had even come in with him to help. In those circumstances, did he ever even see his son? Never mind if he were still a young child in need of his parents' oversight, Toru was a full-fledged adult. But those who were afflicted with this illness wouldn't complain of their symptoms themselves. Far from it, the person themselves didn't seem to notice that they were in poor condition. If the family didn't notice, there was nothing to be done. He should have given more stern warnings. He should have thought more about his staff's safety first, he thought. Just maybe, he should have said, planting terrible worries in their minds. Toru had to be infected with it through some means. Maybe it was human, maybe it was an intermediary animal. If that was the case, he didn't mind. But if it were something brought out from the hospital then, or if Miyudo had a subclinical infection. This is no time to be thinking about that. Right now, he was in examination hours. He had to get it together. So he thought while troubling over what to do, leaning into the chair and letting himself drift in doubts. His eyes came back to his vacant and spacious desk, puzzling over what it was he should have been doing, wondering why he was spacing out like this, without really knowing at all. He shouldn't have had the time to space out. And yet why was it then that he had no patients before him, no nurse at his side awaiting orders? How could this be, he thought, turning to look around him when Ritsuko, who had her head bowed, looked up. She gave a troubled-looking smile. Not yet. Toshio couldn't grasp the meaning of those words. Ritsuko added on, Hirasawa's Toyoko-san. That's right, he thought. It was time for Hirasawa Toyoko's appointment. That's why he was free right now. Toshio found himself rapidly coming to. She hasn't come yet. Yes. Again, Toshio cursed internally. Why did every last asshole pull this? He felt like raging in a fit. Just at that moment, Kiyomi poked her face into the examining room. Doctor, I'll be going first. Toshio nodded, then called out as an afterthought. Sorry, but while you're coming back from Miyudo-san's place, could you stop by Hirasawa Toyoko-san's place for me? Kiyomi blinked. She hasn't come. Yes, understood. Kiyomi nodded and returned roughly an hour later. Kiyomi made a face as if at a loss. How was it? Toshio asked, and she hesitated. If it's about Hirasawa-san then. Kiyomi seemed uncharacteristically subdued. She isn't there. Not there, did she go out? That's not what I it seems she moved last night. Toshio stared fixedly at Kiyomi's face. What was that? I'm as surprised as you. When I went, nobody was there, it was all locked up. While lingering around wondering if there wasn't an opening somewhere, a neighbor came over, saying, if you're looking for Hirasawa-san, she moved last night. That's ridiculous. She didn't mention that. He pushed the importance of her coming on her that much, and even Toyoko nodded that she'd come if he recalled. What's going on? Toshio had started to say when he remembered what Seishin had said. Strange moves were taking place in the village. Right, when was it he'd received the memo? Some family somewhere moved, that before that the family was acting weird, it said. Toshio stood up and went to search for the memo when he noticed Kiyomi squirming and shifting as if she wanted to say something. What? No, it is completely unrelated, but... Kiyomi said, hemming and hawing, hemming and hawing. It's just that, it's, even with Hirasawa-san, something felt, no, it really does not have anything to do with illness, but... What is it? Muto-san's places Toru-san quit his job, they said. Toshio turned around to look at Kiyomi. Quit? Yes, Muto-san didn't even know about it. He called into the company, said that he quit. That was 2 days before, they said. But if it was 2 days before, thinking of the other cases until now, he would have already been sick by that time, wouldn't he? Indeed, thought Toshio. Since he died this morning, Toru's physical health should have been in decline a few days before. It couldn't be that Toru-kun knew, do you think, about this illness. And so, but he didn't say anything. It can't be, Toshio said, remembering Seishin's words all the more. That can't be the case, right? That's right, isn't it? As if relieved, Kiyomi let out a small smile. I'm overthinking it, aren't I? Toshio nodded, but he felt a chill run down his spine. Toru commuted out of the village for work. And wasn't Seishin saying that other villagers who commuted out of town for work had suddenly quit their jobs? Toshio turned towards the waiting room and looked for a folder on top of the desk. All of the notes Seishin had given him, all of them should have been in there. Fishing around some, he soon found it. Right, Nakasatoba's quake. His son's family suddenly moved out. Just before that, his son's family seemed to be in bad condition. And his son Yasuo quit his job without old man Koike knowing about it. On the memo were over 22 full names written. The ones who had moved from here. Toshio looked over that once again and found the name Mibara Setsu. Setsu was a patient. Even though she had been coming to the hospital for a very long time, now that he thought of it, he hadn't seen her face in a while. When was the last time he met her, he wondered, groping around in his memory, having the feeling he had heard Setsu's name somewhere. When was that? Hadn't he talked about her with Ritsuko? Right, Setsu had taken too much of her medication. Toshio sat down in the chair. That's right, it was the day of the incident in Yamari. He talked about that with Ritsuko. Setsu was prescribed a thyroid hormone for her Hashimoto's disease, and she altered her dose on her own. Toshio pressed his fingertip to his temple. In the case of an illness from thyroid gland failure, the first symptoms would be a washed-out feeling throughout the body. And muted emotion, those were similar to signs of anemia. Is that right? Setsu's condition didn't worsen. At that point in time, she was inflicted with the illness in question. Thinking that was her condition flaring up, she used too much of her medicine. Ritsuko only gave her 2 days of medication and told her to be sure to come in on Monday, but Setsu didn't come. Since then she hadn't come to the hospital. She wasn't here. That Monday Setsu had gone and left the village. Yamari went extinct on August 5th. Setsu moved on the 8th, and Setsu was suffering the outbreak. Setsu had heart blockage. If that was the case, it was probably a critical blow to her weakened heart. Even without that, a few days after the outbreak it was over, so in Setsu's case there was no doubt it wouldn't give her 3 days. That's pushing it. Setsu moved on Monday morning, early enough to be called late at night. But by that time Setsu was probably already dazed. Her body should have been in bad condition. Even if she herself was or wasn't aware of it, she should have been ill enough that she couldn't be moving around unhindered, and if she was careless, it wouldn't be unusual for her heart condition to kick in. And none the less she moved. Neither that reason nor the destination were written in the note. Did Tomo Sadaichi research all of this? That probably meant even Sadaichi didn't know, right? That's impossible. Thinking of all the instances, until now, Setsu shouldn't have been able to move out. Even under the very best conditions, without anybody left taking care of her, she shouldn't have been able to walk properly. Even if you allowed that she had already made plans to move, even if you allowed that the movers might have done every last thing, Setsu shouldn't have even been able to command the operation, or even survive the journey herself. Never mind if her family were there, Setsu was an old woman living alone. If, Toshio thought, holding his breath, looking over the scraps of paper entrusted to him by Seishin. If every family written here was afflicted. Toshio looked at the graph spread out over the top of the desk. On the horizontal axis was the day, on the vertical was the number of people afflicted with the illness. At the current point in time, it doubled as a count of the number of deceased. By now, the horizontal axis was nothing but a continuous dotted line. If this were an epidemic, it should have been drawn out as a wave, but there still hadn't been enough inflicted patients to draw a distinct wave. Toshio took his pen in hand. He traced the names written on the scrap of paper. Mibara Setsu lived alone. Inoda Matasabiru had a wife. Calling to mind the family structures, for the sake of argument he drew onto the graph as if all those who had moved had been a part of the outbreak. For families whose structure he wasn't clear on, he tried asking the nurses. For the families he didn't know even with that, he counted them as 3 for convenience sake. Drawing it all out, Toshio spent some time staring at that graph. On it, starting in August, revealed in disconnected points, in putting the days together for 1 or 2 weeks, a very small wave formed, the second one growing higher, and come September there was a clear consecutive wave forming. "That's what it is, huh?" Toshio at last murmured. This is what Seishin had been fussing about. And it was more than Seishin had thought. There was a correlation between times of the illness and moves, or possibly quitting. He had to meet with old man Koik. He had to at least ask about how his son's family's condition was, and he had to meet with Seishin. Part 4. Seishin first made arrangements and headed towards the Mutu home. Mutu's despondency was severe. Because he knew Mutu well, seeing him despondent was trying. To say nothing of how much worse it was for the fact that Mutu seemed to be blaming himself. Why didn't I notice? Mutu's eyes were red from weeping so much. On Saturday, he said he was taking the day off. Taking off from work, not getting out of his futon, I can't have not thought that was strange. Seishin meant to offer some words of comfort, but the truth was the words just wouldn't come to him. Death came in a few days. Mutu overlooked this. He understood why Mutu couldn't. Not blame himself. If he were to try to soothe that, to say that even if he realized it beforehand, there would have been no way to save him, and that was the only thing he could say, he couldn't imagine it would do much to abate his grief. On top of everything, he went and quit his job, Mutu said, wiping his face as Seishin held his breath. Quit. Yes, I'm wondering if he knew it was coming. I didn't say anything in particular to Toru, but it's possible he realized it. That he was suffering from a disease there's no cure for. So That's not right, Seishin thought. Another one. Toru commuted to Mizobe for work, the same as Shimizu Ryuji. Hesitating over whether he should say as much, unable to find a reason to let Mutu know, he kept his mouth shut. What should he say? Could he even say that it was a special trait of the disease? There shouldn't be any cause-effect relationship between them. Telling Mutu shouldn't have mattered. Giving the bedside sutras and leaving the Mutu household, returning to the temple to make preparations for the memorial service, Seishin was terribly bewildered. It looked like there was a relationship between the illness and quitting one's job. It also looked like there was some kind of connection to the incomplete moves. But at the same time, no matter how one thought about it, there shouldn't have been any kind of relevance between them. Is it all right to keep thinking of it as a simple illness? All the same, if this wasn't an illness, what would you call it? Like Koik had suggested, could it be called somebody's plot? What he did know was that these were no ordinary circumstances. It was an illness, so they sought the cause, looking for a way to prevent it from spreading, groping for some form of treatment. That should have been the proper course of action, but would such an ordinary method really stop this situation? He wondered. Was this not perhaps something out of Toshio and Seishin's hands? Somebody with more power had to do something. If they didn't, then this would all be an extravagant waste of time, wouldn't it? Seishin thought, and when he'd found an opening in his time, he called Ishida of the health department. Junior monk. It's about the case before, but how is it going? At Seishin's question, Ishida momentarily gave a pause, as if he didn't know what he meant. How is it going? I mean, how is it progressing with the data that you are compiling? That was to be to send to Mizob, right? Has there been any response? Ishida seemed panicked as he muddled his words. Yes, no. There has not been word that they will investigate or any instructions. There hasn't. Seishin sighed. With this many people dead, what was the administration thinking, he wondered, his mood growing dark. This may be too forward of me, but should we not push things a little? Or, should we not bring the topic up to Kane Masa? Would it not be better to have things moving, I wonder? At this rate, I have the feeling that waiting until the city feels like doing something will not get us anywhere. That may be, Ishida said agreeably, sounding as if worried about something about him. I'm sorry. Is there somebody else present? No, that's. Anyhow, I think it would be best to see to it that Kane Masa at least hears of it. It would be best if the situation were explained so that he can push the matter forward. Yes, it would be. Do you know the name of the official responsible? At any rate first, if you could talk with them personally, Seishin started to say when Ishida interrupted. Is there something wrong? No, well. Seishin frowned. Ishida's responses were indeed poorly formed, and he was clearly in dismay. Ishida-san, what has happened? No. The data was turned into your superiors, wasn't it? Well. A faint premonition fluttered through his chest. You did not. Ishida didn't answer. With a groan Ishida didn't put words to, Seishin knew he had hit the mark. Why, he started to ask when realizing there could only be one reason. Was it Tashio? Once again Ishida groaned. That was enough tore Seishin. He knew Tashio's disposition well. He didn't know concretely what Tashio was thinking, how he explained it away to Ishida, what instructions he gave, but even without knowing that, he knew the nature of the beast behind it. I understand. I am sorry for bothering you during work. I will consult with Tashio, so please do not bother yourself with it any further, Ishida-san. At Seishin's words, Ishida offered a small-voiced, I'm sorry, as his apology. Part 5. When Natsuno came home from school, there was a single memo waiting for him atop the dining room table. It was a note his mother had wrote. Welcome home. Murukun's places. Toru-kun has died. We have gone out to help. When you read this, please come as well. For a short while, Natsuno just stared fixedly at that short memo. Murukun's places. Toru-kun has died. No matter how he tried, he couldn't grasp the meaning between those two specific lines. What was his mother in a fuss about, he thought. If she wrote it like that, it was almost like she was saying Toru died, wasn't it? For a short while, Natsuno looked at the letter that at a glance looked like it was notifying him of Toru's death, thinking what she actually intended to convey, trying to imagine what it could be. What word did she omit? What kind of grammatical error was at work here? Ash stood there in the dining kitchen gazing at the memo. There was nobody calling out to him. There were no sounds of anybody within the house. Unable to hear any sounds of anybody in the workshop, it seemed both of his parents really had gone out. We have gone out to help. Natsuno stared fixedly at that. Next, he returned to the two lines whose meaning he just still couldn't discern. Murukun's places. Toru-kun has died. While gazing for a long while at the writing, Natsuno thought. At any rate, he'd go to the Mutis. If he tried going there, someone at the Mutu house might have known who his parents actually went to help. And while he was there, he could tell Toru and the others about this. That his mom made a careless mistake and invited such misunderstanding, a black joke. It can't be real. Toru was different from Megumi, from Natsuno too. After all, Toru didn't have any wish to leave the village. Murasako Masao also heard news of his death when he came home from school. Urged by his family, he rushed off in haste to the Mutu household, where the house he had become used to seeing was draped with black and white striped curtains, furnished with all the signs of mourning. Pushing his way through the crowd of people towards the veranda he'd always sat on, people in frightfully dark crowds were pouring into the home. He could see Ai and Tamatsu shoulder to shoulder in a corner of the living room. When he spoke to them, both lifted their faces. Masao entered into the house. Tamatsu. Staring up at Masao, seated on the floor, Tamatsu's eyes were completely red. Ai's eyelashes glistened with tears. He had to say something to them, Masao thought. In times like these, there was something people had to say. It wouldn't come forth. I'm surprised. Tamatsu nodded. There were no words, just in nodding, so as expected Masao's next line became choked up. While he was unable to handle himself, AI's eyes flickered behind Masao. When he turned, Natsuno was approaching wearing the same school uniform as Masao. Natsuno was coming up into the living room. With eyes that looked angry as he approached, he stood next to Masao. He didn't so much as glance to Masao, standing before the seated AI and Tamatsu. What is this punk going to say? Masao thought. He watched him expectantly, but Natsuno said nothing. He stared down at the two of them and at last let out a voice with no intonation. Toru-chan is. Tamatsu pointed towards the tatami room. Natsuno nodded and leaving Masao behind where he stood as he went down the corridor. What's with him? Masao said, but Tamatsu and AI didn't respond. Natsuno went towards the tatami room, and seeing the coffin in place there, he confirmed for who knew how many times now that his mother's note was neither a mistake nor a joke. When walking the night road and coming to the Mudu household, when he saw the black and white curtains and the morning lanterns, it felt like something was squeezing at his innards, and that feeling was coming back. It was a feeling extremely close to being betrayed mercilessly by something. He was the one who had wanted the announcement of his death to be some kind of mistake, the one becoming depressed like some child confirming again that the world didn't give a damn about his expectations. No matter how many times he experienced it, he couldn't get used to it, a nauseous feeling. While glaring at the coffin spaced out, Mudu's face turned to him, his eyes red and blinking. Hey, may I see his face? Natsuno asked, and Mudu nodded. Opening the cover of the coffin, the body in the white clothing also had a white cloth over the face. Mudu handled it as if it were a delicate, fragile object as he rolled the cloth up. Without a doubt, that was Toru. Instantly, he felt sick. He knew then that even this late into things, he still hadn't thrown off the expectation somewhere inside of himself that everything was some misunderstanding. Looking seriously into Toru's dead face, when he looked up again, Mudu, with the white cloth in hand, was looking at Toru's face with an expression as if seeking something. Toru-chan's empty husk, Natsuno said, to which Mudu blinked, then turned back to face Natsuno with a nod. I wonder where the fundamental Toru-chan's gone to now. Who knows? It'd be nice if there were a way to look for him, but... You said it. Mudu hung his head low in shame. Natsuno bowed his head to Mudu. My condolences. I don't know what cliché is to say at times like these, but... Mudu nodded. It is a shame, a terrible one. I'm sure for you and the family it's even more so, but... That's right, that's right. It's a damn shame. I'm just pathetic, mortified. As am I. Passing by Masao, who was heading into the tatami room, Natsuno came out. As usual, Natsuno's expression looked angry, with no particular signs of having cried. Masao was a mess. Seeing the state of things around drove the reality that Toru was dead into his chest, and seeing Toru in the coffin on top of that, he couldn't bear it. He thought of him like an older brother. Toru was nicer to him than his real older brother. Nonetheless, Toru was snatched away from him, just like his mother Ryauko. Masao was left behind when they died. Looking at Toru's face, that he was gone whether he wanted to accept it or not drove itself into him. Toru's manner of speaking, small memories coming and going, Masao couldn't help but sob. He was soothed by Mudu, comforted by Shizuko. He cried with the two of them. Sharing in the same sadness, he thought, his tears came on all the more. He cried until his voice cracked, and when he at last returned to the living room, Natsuno was, as usual, seated sullenly. Looking at his composed face, Masao couldn't help but get angry. You're not even gonna cry, huh? When Masao said this, it was drawing into the late hours of the night. There weren't many left behind, but he somehow felt reluctant, not wanting to leave the Mudu household. So with Tamatsu and the others for a total of 4 people, he remained sullenly quiet in the corner of the living room. Unable to bear the silence, Masao would open his mouth from time to time. What spilled out were always stories of memories with Toru. This kind of thing happened, that time that happened, and with a small voice trailing off the tears flowed, each time crying with Tamatsu and Ai all over again. While doing this, the condolence callers tapered out. Left in the living room were only the 4 of them. For his part, Natsuno never showed signs of tears even once, and didn't take part in talks of memories. It's like you're not sad at all, just sitting there all quiet with that sour look. Natsuno only fleetingly glanced to Masao, remaining silent. You're always cold anyway. Do you even have feelings? Can you just leave it at that? What the hell? What kind of response is that? Don't pick a fight, Natsuno dismissed with a swatting motion. You probably know this isn't a situation for us to be fighting in. When did I pick a fight? You're the one picking out faults. Natsuno sighed as if annoyed. If you want to fight, I'll do it with you next chance we get. Don't make Tamakan and her mediate a fight in the living room here. You're not a kid, at least hold out while you're here. You, which of us is the elder here? It's you, isn't it? In that case, you can at least refrain as much as I can. What the hell, talking to me like that? Just stop it. It was AI who interrupted. AI glared at Masao. It's just like Natsu says. If you want to fight, do it outside. What do you mean? AI-chan, aren't you man? Toru-chan died, you know. He's completely cold, isn't he? You're the one who's more cold. Don't make me referee a fight now. I'm cold. That's not even funny. How am I cold? I'm totally sad that Toru-chan's dead. Haven't I been saying that? How much of a shock do you think it was? That's even worse for us. He's our older brother, don't you get it? What is all this, acting like it's your own misfortune? Don't make a face like you're the only one who's sad. Did you come here to comfort us? Or did you come to be comforted by us? Masao could feel the color drain out of him. Looking towards Tamatsu's brows were furrowed, looking directly before his knees at the tatami mat. At the very least, he didn't seem like he was going to come to Masao's defense. I get it. Masao turned back. With audible footsteps, he left the living room. He left the Mewtwo house behind him as if fleeing. Irritation boiled up and spiraled about in his chest. Any minute now, it was like the stress was going to break out. See if I talk to either of them again, Masao thought as he ran quietly along the night road back home. Masao lost Toru. Make no mistake, Tamatsu and AI lost Toru too, but he thought their sadness was the same. How sad someone could be over Toru's death wasn't a matter of being family or not. It was a matter of how they felt towards Toru in their heart. Just because they were his family, it didn't give them the right to call his sadness fake, and it shouldn't give them the right to ignore Masao's feelings and spit out such cruel words towards him. From now on, he wouldn't have anything to do with them. He didn't want to see their faces again. Like something was clinging to his back, feeling like he was trying to run away from something, his feet moved faster, a vigorous flight back to his house. Seeing his house, at last his feet stopped, breathing wildly. Every last one of them. Nobody at all understood how Masao felt. The resentment at not having his feelings cared for, at being treated unreasonably, swelled up chokingly in his chest. Damn it, he spit out, slamming his hand on the store's shutter. He was now annoyed at the fact that they knew Masao had went out and closed the shutters, too, and when he tried to pull at it, they'd locked it from the inside. Without thinking, Masao kicked the shutter and went around to the back of the house. To get to the back of the house, one had to go about a block down for all of the houses lined up in a row. Even if it was only that far, they knew Masao was out, he thought, annoyed. Someone close to him had died, he went mourning. They didn't have any intent to wait for and comfort a depressed person. The indignation burned in his chest. Walking the night road, he turned the corner at the clothing store. At that shop, a narrow, dark alleyway stretched out. It was called an alleyway, but there was only enough width for one-way traffic, and a car would struggle to make it through. Regardless of the fact that there was a street light at the open roads, the road squeezed between sleeping houses was dark. That angered him all the more. On either side of the road were fences or backyards, or otherwise a line of small fields. Masao walked down the barely concrete paved road. He turned one corner, and it was there that in his path Masao saw a white shadow. Startled, his feet stopped. Unconsciously, he stopped his breath. Maybe that could have been because it overlapped with the image of Toru in white clothing. A white back, the back of a male figure. Seeing someone coming and going along the road was, of course, nothing unusual. The hour being what it was probably somebody else going home just like Masao. That's all it is, Masao corrected himself, trying to begin walking again. And that was when he saw the figure enter into Masao's back door. Munetaka Nei-san. But he looked a little old for that. That said, he wasn't old enough to mistake for Moneyhide. The broadness of his back, his posture and manner, and more than anything the way he walked suggested his age. Bit by bit Masao neared the house. Even if it was the backyard, it was a wide one at Masao's house. There was enough of a yard for Hiromi and his sister to play in, and small as it was also wide enough for a kitchen garden they harvested from. The figure came into the garden from the back door. Indeed, that's what it looked like, but looking up at the house, no lights could be seen inside. One could only think they were all silently asleep. That's weird. Masao tilted his head. If Munetaka was going out, Chizuko would stay awake waiting for him. In the first place, he didn't think Munetaka would go out. The household had its hands full with Hiromi right now. They were even hard at work switching shifts at his bedside. Was it his imagination? He wondered. The night road was dark. Maybe he'd mistaken which house on which side of it he'd seen them go into. While thinking as much, Masao went towards the back door. Putting his hand on the door, as expected, the back door was unlocked. Opening the door, entering into the house, Masao heard a sound from somewhere in the garden. Somewhere from the scant garden tree shadows, a sound of shaking branches. Masao stopped and turned around. Part 6. By the time Toshio was freed from his patients, the wake was already long over. He hurried to show his face at the Mudu household, to give his condolences to Mudu and Shizuko once again. From there, at that spot, he got a hold of old man Koik. He asked about what happened with his son and the others, but when he tried that, old man Koik made a cool face. He still forced the issue, following Koik home to ask him about it in more detail. Were the family members who left really showing signs of being in bad health? Concretely, what kind of condition were they in? The more he asked, the more he could only think Koik's son's family had an outbreak. Outbreak moving. There shouldn't be any association between them. And yet a clear cause and effect relationship was drawing itself out. Something was strange, something impossible was happening. By the time he returned home caught up in his thoughts, the date had changed. Seishin was waiting in his bedroom. "You're here?" he asked nonchalantly. Seeing the other's stiff expression, he grasped that the situation had taken a bad turn. "You look like you want to say something. What did you say to Ishida-san?" "Ah, that," Toshio muttered to himself. He figured he'd be found out at some point, but the timing was just awful. Toshio's was already at a stalemate. It was like an investigation making no progress. Not only that, something of unknown substance was present on a secondary level, and the depths of confusion were growing. Never mind if he'd been having results or findings, in their current state, if he were blamed for hushing up Ishida now, even Toshio didn't have anything to counter with. "I don't plan to ask why. Just allow Ishida-san to pass on the data that's been assembled to Kanemasa and the assembly." "Seishin, listen. It's urgent." Toshio sighed. "In cases like these, there's no choice but to confine it. Even if it stops the spread of the disease, it won't save the village." "That's sophistry." "Sophistry? I'm not kidding around. What other means are you trying to say there are besides that? Something like an epidemic is passing through Satoba. We don't know its real form, but at the very least it's not a known infectious disease. If there's no legal bases, the administration can't move. They can't provide any relief measures or anything. Then I'll ask you this. What would be the basis for that confinement? That's how, specifically, will they quarantine us? You're surely not planning to say that the city is going to dispatch police and defense forces here to blockade the highway, right? Toshio kept silent, as his weak point was thrust into. It isn't realistic at all. Even if and no matter how much Mizobe might wish for it, they can't do it in practice. Never mind blockading the road. Aside from that, how on earth are you saying they're going to keep people from leaving the village? What about the people who work outside the village? What about the people who commute to school? And the people who just go out shopping? How are you going to keep them from entering shops and making direct contact? Are they going to do like the Nazis and put labels on them like the Jews? Indeed, Toshio sighed. Even I don't seriously think that the administration can take that drastic of measures. But there's no doubt people will hurry to protect themselves. Satoba will be closed off below the radar, with tangible and intangible pressures. Seishin's response was low. If the existence of the disease is known, Satoba will be discriminated against and avoided. That's only natural and doesn't change whether the administration takes action or not. It's something that will inevitably happen, unavoidably. Toshio kept silent. Toshio knew full well that his friend, who seemed mild-mannered at a glance, could become frightfully severe when a line was crossed. Toshio himself would admit that he was quite the nihilist, but there were times when he thought that Seishin was even more of a nihilist than himself. He had to wonder if he himself was aware of that. There's no meaning to it. Forbidding him from reporting it doesn't change a thing. Even after it's reported, I can't imagine the administration is going to dispatch a team of doctors to save Satoba. All the more because we can't even name the disease. Even so, they can't proactively disadvantage Satoba either. It'd be impossible to quarantine. Even you should know that. Toshio clicked his tongue in his mind. Yeah, he knew. It was exactly right. Seishin looked at Toshio with a blunt expression. The quarantine is an excuse. Even you don't believe that. You wanted to keep the situation under your control. Toshio sighed. I don't want outsiders butting in. That's why you kept the information hushed. That's right. Toshio looked at Seishin. That's exactly right. Of course they're not going to quarantine is. But if we send up a formal report, sooner or later people'll realize the abnormality. They'll think there's an unknown disease in Satoba and know that it's spreading. That said, you think they're good enough people to offer out any assistance. Unless there's a fire under their own asses, they won't do a thing, definitely. But doesn't it make you uneasy? We don't know when it's going to flow from Satoba and start infecting Mizobe, so they'll start interfering and butting in. It's obvious that's how it'll go. The government will start giving word, and you won't be able to take initiative. That's exactly it. The three-pillar system is an unofficial one. It doesn't reach outside of Satoba. The government's not going to leave the situation to me. It's obvious they'll start sending in annoying orders, and worse, they're going to talk nonsense. For example, Toshio said, confirming something he imagined many times over. The mountain stream that flowed through the village poured into the Omi River, which cut through Mizobe. The Omi River was Mizobe's fountainhead. The town's first thought would be not to contaminate the water. They'd run about the village to manage wastewater and check the water quality, not doing much of anything for the patients suffering before their eyes. Countless things like that would doubtlessly begin happening. To them, saving Satoba's going to be secondary. Their own safety comes first. Making sure it doesn't get out of Satoba will be their top priority. They'll give minute instructions to that end. I'll get worked to death with ineffective tasks, taking time away from curing the essential patients themselves. And furthermore, Toshio spit out. While that's happening, the situation will get even more stringent. Look at the bunch in the village. Lately, they've finally started to realize that it's abnormal. Even just within the village, it's taken this long. How long is it going to take for people outside of Satoba to people we're ultimately just the other shore to sense that things are off? By the time the bunch of them outside acknowledge it, inside the village is going to be in such a state of disarray, completely over a barrel. Then in they'll come nonchalantly having us put out reports, giving out nonsense orders to bog us down. Despite that, they'll run their mouths but won't take any action. They'll just hold us back, so I kept it hushed. Seishin's voice was curt and cold. If you think that is a sound argument, why did you not say that to persuade Ishida-san from the start? Toshio was at a loss for an answer. It is true the town will have their say. I understand completely that their say will seem like nonsense to those on the scene. And how is that different from you throwing a fit, saying that it will be a pain to deal with them at every turn and so claiming you don't want to? Isn't it true that an annoying back and forth is necessary? But between letting that go forward now and letting the situation become more stringent until it's at the level where there's nothing that can be done without the administration's help to do it, which is really more to the benefit of your patients. Toshio fell silent and averted his gaze. Put a report in order for me. I'll go to talk with Kane Masa. No matter what reason you make for it, you've shirked your duties, and furthermore intentionally. I can't forgive something like this. Toshio sighed and hung his head. Seishin, you condemned the administration as useless, so their interactions and support will be useless, you're saying. Am I wrong? You want them to be useless. You want them to provide foolish measures. Telling yourself that they must be, you made up a just cause to fail to report it. There's no reason or any such to it. You want to control your own situation. You don't want outsiders to have their say. You don't want them to come in from the sidelines and snatch away what's yours. Toshio looked at Seishin's bluntly stiff expression. In other words, I was driven by ambition to push Ishida-san to keep his mouth shut. I'm pretty untrustworthy to you, huh? Seishin shook his head with the same cold expression. This is more simple than that. No human being can escape the idea that they are the center of the universe. Seems like you think I'm a hopelessly egotistical, selfish person. I don't. Whatever person we may be talking about, they believe that they themselves are the one and only core of the world. Everything outside of themselves is merely recognized like an object. They can't escape the idea that they are the only true center. They can't accept that they are nothing but one of the masses that claim to be the center. So they get caught up in the situation and refuse to be relegated to a minor role. Is that how you see people? Toshio wanted to ask but didn't give voice to. Inside of Seishin was a vacant hole even Toshio couldn't understand. He thought he caught glimpses of it in the occasional acridity that showed itself, an extraordinarily pessimistic attitude towards man and society, but he wasn't sure. He thought that that was the very reason that his friend who, at a glance, didn't seem to have any problems at all would choose death, but he'd never asked the other himself about it. Toshio never brought the topic up. My bad. Toshio sighed lightly and raised a hand. It might be just like you say. I'm not especially looking to be a hero, but it's true I don't want to end up being in a position of just being told by others what to do. I can't deny that I felt like I'd do something about this situation, Toshio said with self-derision. To be honest, I'd underestimated the situation. I was thinking if I investigated it, I'd be able to see the cause, then I'd know how to treat it. So I thought somehow or another I could pull it off. But it isn't something that simple. Just before I came back from meeting with Koike-san. The Koike's Masaharu-san. Toshio nodded, telling him that Hirasawa Tiyoko had an outbreak, that regardless of how much Toshio pushed on her to come to the hospital, she moved. The same with Mibara Setsu. There was a connection that shouldn't be between the people moving and the illness. I've realized it's probably out of my hands, isn't it? I get the feeling it's too dangerous for me to be cocky enough to think I can do it alone. There's what happened with Mudu-san and all. Seishin nodded. I'll man up and admit my crime. I'll tell Ishido it's urgent and consult with him for a written report. I'll take that and go explain the situation to Kane Masa. Urgently. Is it fine with that? Seishin nodded. And then at last, as if returning to his senses, a disturbed expression rose to his face. That was some way to talk to you, he said as if ashamed. I know that Toshio is exhausting himself over this, as best as he can. I'm sorry. Toshio showed a forced smile, but at the same time he felt a chill in his spine. Toshio still didn't understand the nature of his childhood friend who could apologize like this while harboring that emptiness within him. Part 7. Hearing the sound of the slightly slanted door opening, Seishin knew he had been waiting impatiently. Good evening, said a smiling childish face which Seishin looked attentively at. What's wrong? Nothing, Seishin shook his head. It was a complicated feeling, being self-conscious of his emotional dependence now on a girl young enough to be his daughter. You're depressed again, aren't you? What happened this time? Toshio and I, well. You two had a fight. What trouble you cause, Sanako said with a laugh. Indeed, Seishin smiled bitterly. Did Dr. Ozaki attack you again? Not quite, Seishin forced a smile looking towards the empty altar. With some hesitation, he summarized the situation. I know, Toshio isn't me. Toshio is doing good by Toshio's own thinking, so even if that isn't the best by me, I don't have the right to condemn him. But, Seishin lost sight of the words to come after that. You're angry. Saying no wouldn't be very honest. Yes, I'm angry. Why would he do such a thing, I think? I know myself that I don't have any right to be angry, but I can't overlook it. In the end I attacked him, and am sick with myself for having attacked. In fact, Seishin said, casting his gaze to his own palm. I think that Toshio is more normal. That's right, I'm just as you said, sentimental. Toshio says that I'm an idealist. I think that's exactly right. I'm more of a singularity. Toshio is more obvious. If you asked who is more in line with the majority, Toshio is more with the majority than I am, and from that vantage point, what I say is too pure and immature. So it's true, I really have no right to criticize Toshio, and yet I ended up attacking him. And so you are depressed over that, and came here then. Seishin tilted his head. I wonder if Murray-san wants to be a martyr. If I do. Yes, one who offers themselves up to God in sacrifice, you want to become such a person. But you cannot see God. As to why, it is because you have been abandoned by God. Seishin gave a wry smile and shook his head. No, but that is how it looks to me. Murray-san really is a romantic, as if you want to carry out an absolute justice, an ideal. An absolute justice, or ideal, would be another name for God, wouldn't it? Ah, right, yes it would. Sanako nodded. Murray-san wants to be one who is loyal to God, don't you? There is an illness spreading in the village. If you abide by God's will, the spread of the disease will be in check. It is the right thing to do to save the people of the village. That is why Murray-san is cooperating to do so. You are the same as Dr. Ozaki in wanting to save the people of the village. But Dr. Ozaki is not as much of a romantic as Murray-san. Seishin stayed quiet watching Sanako's face. It isn't only Dr. Ozaki, I think you could say that of all people though. Anyone would think that if a disease was spreading, they must stop it, wouldn't they? But among them, there are people who would take any means, and also people who, even knowing what the just thing to do is, would be cowardly and take actions to protect themselves. They want to preserve their safety, and so they will handle the disease from a distance at which they can be safe. They cannot do more than that. To other people, they may wish to carry that out as their meaning in life, or something like that perhaps. If so, their own will and pride take precedence. A distance at which those don't conflict. That is how they align their priorities. But Murray-san wants to offer himself up to a single absolute God. You cannot bear not to be loyal towards an absolute justice. There cannot be anything prioritized above God. But what is absolute about a God that none but you hold faith in? Ah, Seishin buried his face in both hands. That's it exactly. Murray-san believes in God, doesn't he? I think you want to do ministry by him. You wish to be diligent enough to sacrifice yourself. But no one else believes in the God that Murray-san believes in. Each time you affirm this, Murray-san comes to know that there is no God, that it is nothing more than the values you choose to abide by, nothing more than one set of values, of which everybody has their own. That is not good. Each time Murray-san loses sight of God. Sanako laughed lightly. That is why Murray-san comes here when he is down, isn't it? You resonate with somebody who could this place. You want to believe in God, to sacrifice yourself to it, and yet you cannot find God. Together with that altar. Seishin looked up at the altar. The altar with an emptiness where the God it should have enshrined would be. Even though you know that God should be in place there, you don't know what kind of God to enshrine. God drawn out by your own thought is an ideal idea, but because it is only your own, it doesn't merit the title of God. But on the other hand, something that other people throughout the world indicate, while it may gather the faith of a great many people, is an impure idea. And after all, it doesn't look to be worth the name of God. That's right. Even though you are a servant of God, that God will not make an appearance before Murray-san. That is why Murray-san feels that he has been abandoned by God. Seishin nodded. That might be the case. Sanako tilted her head. Is it difficult to hear this, I wonder? I will be pleased if you can forgive it as a child's simple-minded cruelty, but... Therefore, Murray-san wanted to die. Therefore, because there is no God in this world, because he won't show himself before you. No, Seishin shook his head. That isn't it, I don't think. You don't think? I don't know. To tell the truth, I don't know my motive. That can't be. Really, Seishin said with a bitter smile. I am an extreme idealist, and those ideals are only my ideals is something that I think I grasp. It's probably true that I see shades of that part of myself in this church. But, Seishin said looking up to the altar. To tell the truth, I don't believe in anything absolute. I think it would be nice if there were something, but I know that there isn't. If there were any one value that were absolute, it would only be the result of sorting them and regulating them into order. And a regulated result, an ideal raised up to absolute status, isn't worth talking about as an ideal. I'm more of an idealist than you're thinking. Sanako gazed at Seishin as if shocked. It seems that way, doesn't it? Therefore, that isn't it. It wasn't because of something that can be simply reasoned out like this, that can be expressed in words. It came from somewhere deeper within. Separate from the part of ruled by knowledge and logic and words, a completely different part suddenly rising, stirring Seishin up. That, which he could only call by the word motive. I think it's mysterious myself. I wonder what on earth I was thinking then. Chapter 10. Part 1. Natsuno was stretched out in the darkness. The only source of light was the panel of his stereo, the only sound his low-volume AM radio, but that soon became annoying and was shut off. All that remained was a long silence. the faint light of one device and silence. From there, Natsuno tried to conjure the image of death to mind, but it wasn't going well. Today, no, it was already yesterday, Toru was buried in the mountain. He was no longer anywhere on this earth. Eternal cessation. At the least, no matter how dark, no matter how distant any other sensation may be, death was completely different from this sensation. This was death, wasn't even something you could have cognizance of. Yourself, the source of cognizance, was obliterated, so there was nothing left remaining. Even if everything but yourself remained there, that was something that was far beyond Natsuno's grasp now. To Natsuno, it was similar to the entire world vanishing, but without Natsuno himself, they're cognizant of the world being lost. That kind of nihility. Nihility and nothing to hold awareness of, perfect nothingness. Toru had ended up going there, and Natsuno too would eventually. His parents too, Tamatsu too, Ai too, all humans pushed their way there, towards the ruin of losing everything in the world. He didn't think it was scary. It was nothing more than ardent curiosity. A nothing that couldn't even be imagined, but that clearly existed, was incomprehensible. Even though it definitively existed, it wasn't something anyone could touch. The moment one made contact with it, it became impossible to hold knowledge of it. Yourself no longer there. A self to feel there didn't even exist. Even though he was the one who should have wanted that. Natsuno was the one left behind. The continuing deaths, Megumi, Toru, there were others too. He thought that he'd seen funerals here and there throughout the village, and moves. Were they fleeing from someone from somewhere? Even Toru found it suspicious. Said this year was strange. Enough people that it could be called strange were leaving the village, yet Natsuno was still the village's prisoner. As he breathed a soft sigh, Natsuho realized the small sound. It was like the sound of a rolled-up cloth unrolling down. He casually looked towards the direction the sound was coming from, the swaying curtain near his bedside. It wasn't as if the wind were swaying it, it was more like someone had been rolling the curtain up and let go of it, as if it were still fluttering from that. Natsuno found himself watching over that movement. The curtain immediately stopped, hanging expressionless, unblown by the wind. That was probably his imagination, he thought, thinking he'd heard a sound, thinking he saw it sway. He realized he heard a faint noise outside the window. It may have been the sound of Natsuno waking up and creaking in his bed. The night had unexpected sounds. Natsuno stared fixedly at the curtain. The window was opened, but he thought it was open. When returning to his room, he didn't remember closing it. The curtain didn't move. There was no longer any sound. As if it were all saying it was his imagination, on the contrary, Natsuno held a firm conviction that somebody had definitely moved the curtain. Somebody opened the curtain and made a noise outside of the window. Natsuno rose up and pulled the curtain to the side. Just as he stretched his hand out enough to faintly see outside, the exact same sound as before was heard. I knew it, this was it. Natsuno opened the curtain just a bit from the side. The glass of the window was like a dark mirror of the room, a shadowed reflection of himself depicted there. When he opened the curtain further, 10 centimeters past the window's sliding door, he peered into the lusterless darkness. There were no nearby sounds. Natsuno drew nearer to the frame around the glass. The light within his room cast his own shadow over things, but as expected he couldn't see anything. In the hazy shadows of darkness, the empty courtyard stretched out long to the side. Beyond it forest, a visible thicket. Very nearby was the dense thicket of raspberries. They were swaying. Neither the nearby underbrush nor the treetops were moving. Only the feeble branches of the raspberry plant were moving as if shivering, and that too stopped immediately. Just like the curtain before. As he watched over that movement, somebody was watching over him as he watched the darkness, so he felt. He could feel their gaze. The presence of somebody watching him, from somewhere not far off, was there. Even focusing his eyes, he couldn't see beyond the shadows of the night. If someone were even 1 meter deep within the forest lurking, Natsuno probably wouldn't be able to see it. There wasn't enough light outside of the window. Without averting their gaze, pouring into him. Definitely, somebody was looking at Natsuno. But who? What immediately came to mind was the face of a girl the same age as himself, but that didn't seem very realistic. Natsuno had acknowledged that Megumi was gone. Megumi's desk was still at school, but lately there were no flower ornaments at it. Megumi's desk that remained as others avoided it was moved inconspicuously each time seats were changed, and by now was forced out towards a back row out of the line of sight. That was one link in the greater part of erasing Megumi's existence from this world. Having a tangible realism to it, Megumi's death was engraved into the world, and that notched-out truth was already well worn in. That by now Megumi did not exist was as clear to Natsuno as the fact that he did. Therefore, the someone who was watching him could not have been Megumi. Toru-chan, with a voice not loud enough to call it giving voice, that was what poured out. They said the dead went to say their farewells to the living. It was a terribly common ghost story. Was it possible this was a case of that? While thinking that that was impossible, that did have a grain of reality to it. If so, how great would that be? If there was something to visit to say farewells, Toru's will, something that abided Baihai's intentions, remained even now while his cast-off shell was buried. His eyes pondered the darkness, but after all he couldn't see a thing. Nothing made any other noise. The thicket of raspberries didn't move. While standing there, the feel of that gaze faded. Something that might have been Toru had departed. That was the feeling Natsuno had. Part 2. On October 5th, another death notice was delivered to Tashio. Satoba's Murasako Hiromi died. The boy of merely 9 reached his end quickly. At noon, he was called by Ishida. Tomorrow he would be finished with the written report, he said. Sorry about this so suddenly. No, Ishida said with a strangely relieved tone to his answer. Either me or Seishin will take it to Kainmasa, Tashio started to say when Shiomi Yuki peeked her face into the waiting room. I'll be right there, just have them wait a sec. Are you in the middle of examinations? At Ishida's voice, Tashio gave a bitter smile. Seems like somehow my morning appointments have stretched out until 2 or 3. Well, I'm sorry for taking your time. So you are having examinations even on Saturdays now. Fortunately, my staff's understanding. For some reason today our X-ray technician is out, and we've been a whirlwind of activity, Tashio laughed. Anyway, set it up so that we can meet at the very nearest opportunity. Yeah, tomorrow, could you call again when the written report is finished? Things are already so busy here, we'll try contacting Kainmasa once we hear from you. I understand. Then when I am finished I shall call. To you, doctor. I might be out on an emergency call. It'd probably be better to have you contact Seishin. Ishida gave his understanding and hung up the phone. Tashio hurried to the TVX room. En route he met with Kiyomi, who was seeing a patient off from the physiotherapy room. Nagata-san, have you heard from Shimoyama-san? Take care, Kiyomi said to the patient, then turned to face Tashio, her voice low. He still has not called. That's weird, huh? He's never missed work without permission before. The X-ray technician Shimoyama didn't come in. Even now he hadn't called. Shall we try calling him? Kiyomi's expression was clouded. It was because of what happened with Mewtwo. Try that for me. It's possible he's exhausted and still asleep, but... Kiyomi nodded, watching Tashio hurry off down the hall. From there, she turned towards the office. From there, she telephoned Shimoyama's house. Shimoyama lived in the housing district outside of Mizobe. To get to the hospital by car it took about 30 minutes. After calling 3 times, Shimoyama's wife answered. After being told who was calling and why, she said, "Oh my. I am sorry. He said he would call himself, but he did not." "Yes. Please wait just a moment, yes. You don't need to force him on," she started to say but didn't make it in time. After some time, Shimoyama spoke on the phone. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" "Ah, Nagata-san, is it?" Shimoyama's voice was low. "Everyone is worried, you know. What's wrong? Are you ill, or?" Before Kiyomi could say it all, Shimoyama spoke up. "I quit." And Kiyomi's words came to a stop. "Just now, what did you say?" "I am quitting my job. Please convey that to the doctor." Kiyomi's mouth hung agape. "Shimoyama-san, that's..." Toada, who had been at the clerical desk, looked up dubiously. "Please spare me. I have a wife and child. The loan on the house isn't even paid off." Kiyomi's mouth hung open, but eventually closed. "I see, but I think it would still be better to tell the doctor directly. Are you against that?" Shimoyama said, "Please spare me" once again and hung up the phone. Kiyomi breathed a deep sigh. Toada asked what had happened. "He says that he quits, Shimoyama-san does." "But that's," Toada said, but his eyes quickly lowered to the documents on the desk. "Is that so?" Kiyomi found herself nodding, peering into the examination room. Toshio still wasn't back from the TV X-ray room. In the treatment room next door were Yasuyo and Yuki, but they were sterilizing tools for the next patient. The doctor isn't back yet. Not yet, Yuki laughed. Without Shimoyama-san here, the pace has gone nuts, hasn't it? He says that he quit. Yasuyo and Yuki's faces snapped up, but that's Yuki's voice rose up, though Yasuyo cut in. She motioned beyond the wall, waving them with her hand, as if towards a secret meeting place. Quit, you say? Please spare me, I was told. Tell the doctor for me, he said. Why? Yuki's voice rose childishly. Quickly, she covered her mouth and lowered her tone of voice. I mean, just before Shimoyama-san was wondering if he should move here to Satoba, he was even saying, it's in response to what happened at Mewtwo's place, isn't it? The one to say it was Yasuyo. But Shimoyama-san has a wife and child after all. His child is young, and they just built a house last year. They have a loan on it and all. Kiyomi nodded. That's what he said. Really, even if we say we're prepared, when there was a death at Mewtwo-san's place, it wears on you, doesn't it? Yasuyo said, lowering her voice even more. Mewtwo-san himself was anguished over it, saying what if he didn't bring it home? That's true. When he went to Mewtwo-san's place's funeral, laying eyes on it must have got him thinking, don't you think? With all of this, I can't say I blame Shimoyama-san. That man isn't from Satoba, after all. That's not the point, Yuki cut in angrily. I understand how he feels, but like this, it's... Yasuyo shrugged her shoulders. Well, I do think there was a better way to do it. At least talk with the doctor, give a word to everyone, or to apologize. Right that. But he's probably already afraid of setting foot in Satoba. That's what I think it is. Sooner or later, the people from Mizobe will notice. And at school or work, it's going to come to people saying not to interact with those bunch from Satoba. Kiyomi sighed. It does look like it's going to become the case. While they were muttering, Toshio returned to the examination room. When they told him about Shimoyama, Toshio, and Ritsuko, who had come back with him, held their breaths. All the same, Ritsuko didn't say a word, and Toshio only left it at, is that right? Tell Toada-kun and have him handle the paperwork. Mewtwo-san is still on leave for mourning, so he doesn't need to rush to it right now. Sorry to do this to Shimoyama-san, but he'll just have to be patient. Kiyomi nodded. Suddenly, she felt incredibly hopeless and at the same time terrified. What was going to happen to all of them from now on? Part 3. The familiar paper lantern hung outside the front of the Murasako rice shop. The moment she saw it, Mewtwo AI felt like she was going to cry. The smell of incense, the bustle of people, a flourish of activity inappropriate for the night. They were all things she'd just experienced, even though it had just finally ended. AI had the feeling she was in a repeating bad dream. Tamatsu urged on AI, who had stood unable to move. Let's go. AI nodded. They neared the shop and peered in. In the shop were shelves near the wall, and those were draped over with the black and white curtains. They could see past the open door into the dwelling area. As they went up, they immediately saw Murasako Munetaka seated. AI gripped her prayer beads, approaching Munetaka. When she spoke to him, he looked up with eyes red from crying to AI. Ah, from Mewtwo-san's place. AI bowed her head. My condolences for your loss. It's very polite of you. Did the Mewtwo-san's household also lose their oldest son? Yes, AI nodded. That's terrible. Have things calmed down? AI gave a troubled smile. Munetaka's family has had it terrible too, that is, isn't it hard? Munetaka nodded. He was still little. It's not that I wouldn't care if you were bitter, but it's just so pitiful. I understand. But maybe now he doesn't have anything to lose. It might be better that it was now. If he'd had a job, if he had a girlfriend, that might be even more pitiful. That can't, AI started to say, interrupted by a sob. To those left behind, it didn't matter if they were an adult or a child. It still meant that a family member had died. Tamatsu prodded her lightly. Nissan, AI blinked, quickly wiping her tears. I'm sorry, even though I came to pay condolences to you. It's all right, I need to pay condolences to you. It really was a shame. Yes, AI nodded. Where is Maso-kun? Munetaka made a complicated expression with a warped smile. Upstairs. He said it was too much effort and he won't come down, holing up in his room. But that's even though it's the night vigil. Munetaka smiled bitterly. I didn't like Hiromi much. He doesn't enjoy everyone in the house's attention being turned towards Hiromi. That's... Even now that he's died, he doesn't make any expression over it. Munetaka said, making an expression, as if smelling something unpleasant somewhere. Oh, is all he had to say. He looked like it was completely someone else's problem. Even if we tell him to come down, he says it has nothing to do with him. He's that kind of guy, Munetaka said, as if spitting the words out. I was upset over my older brother's death, and during the all-night vigil, I ended up saying something cruel to Masao-kun. I thought that I must apologize for that. Masao did something rude before you did, didn't he? I'll have to apologize for him, too. Not at all. Masao won't come down, his room's on the second floor. Sorry, but could I have you go up by yourselves? Ai nodded and urged Tamatsu on. Weaving between condolence callers, they went up to the second floor. Tamatsu knew which room was Masao's. Tamatsu tried to open the door, but it wouldn't open, as if locked. He tried knocking on the door. Oi, Masao, Tamatsu called out, but there was no response from within. You're in there, aren't you? Oi. Masao-kun, it's Ai. Please open the door. For a while there was no sign of life from inside. After how many times knocking or calling out, there was the sound of movement and the door finally opened. The inside of the room was dark. As if trying to peep through the crevice, Masao's face faintly peered out. That is, I am sorry for your loss. Ai said, Masao turning away. It's not nothing to do with me. That's terrible, Ai started to say, but her words stopped. Tonight she had come to apologize. She should not say anything to blame him. That is, I'm sorry about before. I think that what I said was mean. Whatever, Masao said through a cracked voice. Sorry, we were a little upset so. Oh, Masao said lowly, closing the door. There was the clinking sound of a lock. Masao. Tamatsu knocked on the door. Ai called out to him too, but there was once again no response from within. They spent some time outside of the door calling to him, but as Tamatsu breathed a sigh, Ai stopped knocking. She wanted to cry something terrible. Tamatsu gently nudged her, turning back saying it couldn't be helped. They thought they'd come to apologize another time. Mas leaned heavily against the door frame for some time, listening to the sounds in the hallway. Light footsteps carried far off down the hallway. When hearing them go downstairs, he pulled away from the door, staggering to the bed. Without any power in his legs, he collapsed into a seated position as if his back gave out. His remaining strength gave out and he fell, the back of his head bumping the wall, but Mas gave no particular response. His eyes were blank, open as he looked at the ceiling. Those eyes looked possessed. The conjunctiva had a strangely bluish hue to them. His face was white, with no color to his lips either. Those lips were licked by a tongue equally as devoid of color. His throat was inexplicably dry. He wanted water, but movement was tiresome. Water. His mumbled voice did not reach past the door. Masao just continued gazing at the ceiling, once again murmuring for water. Part 4. Again, there was the presence of somebody outside the window. Natsuno left his desk and tried opening the curtain a bit. For some reason or other, the window was closed. So all that he could see out the window was his own reflection in the glass. A pattering noise came from within the room. He turned to see in the light of the lamp that the English dictionary he had left open on the desk had just closed. Yes, there would be no sound unless something moved. Natsuno wasn't sure whether it was something that could rightly be called a presence. Those may have been more things like the sounds of breathing, the sounds of clothes rustling, or the sound of one moving about, those such sounds, and it might not have been his hearing that sensed it so much as his sense of smell. He wasn't particularly into the occult, nor did he think this was anything supernatural. It was the feeling that it was probably something so slight as to not even pull at one's conscious thoughts, that nothing could indicate anything to specifically say, this was it. Someone's stare. Yes, even if presence was understood as something like that, he didn't know how you could tell someone as staring at you. He certainly had had the feeling that he was being watched by someone and turned around to in fact meet someone's gaze. He had the feeling from experience that a gaze was something that could be sensed, but he didn't know why one could feel it. But certainly, he thought he could. And now that was what he was feeling. Someone was watching, possibly outside the window, lurking in the darkness in the underbrush. But who is it? It isn't Toru, he felt. If Toru had come to say his farewells, then in that case, the someone watching Natsuno now wouldn't be Toru. He had the feeling that coming by just once to say farewell was a very Toru-like action. But coming twice to visit wasn't like Toru. To always be so lingeringly regretful and full of lingering affection was completely out of character for Toru. Then who is it? What ended up floating to mind was Megumi after all. If it was once, it wouldn't be Megumi. But if it was 2 or more times in a row, he had the feeling it was Megumi. If it wasn't Megumi herself, it was someone like Megumi. He put his face to the window, but as expected, he couldn't see any human shapes in the darkness. He moved away from the window, closed the curtain, and breathed a sigh. He felt that something that was like a gaze being blocked off. That was a relief, but it was terribly reminiscent of when he'd felt Megumi. But Shimizu's dead. There was no Toru, nor Megumi. There was no way they could come to see him. Returning to his desk, by chance he ended up looking at the disorganized box he had thrown a random assortment of things into. The dictionary's box. He had stuck it between his books to serve as a filing case. Natsuno took out a single postcard from within that. While thinking to throw it away, somehow or another it ended up placed in here. Yuuki Natsuno-sama. The addressee's name was written, with mindless pretension. An out-of-season late summer greeting card. Something that shouldn't have been delivered right to Natsuno's hand. Natsuno stared at that and moved to throw it into the trash when stopped by something. He returned it into its prior box carelessly. It wasn't like he had any intent to hold on to it. It was just that on the other hand, he didn't have any particular intent to throw it away either. Natsuno perked up his ears, took a breath, and opened up the closed dictionary once again. He still hadn't gotten through today's itinerary yet. To Natsuno, this wasn't an act called studying, it was a price he had to pay in order to get out of the village. If he didn't do it, then his wish would become all the more far off. Closing off his awareness of anything outside the window, Natsuno began with his dictionary. Part 5. On the afternoon of October 6th, when Yuuki went to Creole, a sign saying they were not open for business was hung. While he turned to head back, somehow he didn't feel like returning home, so with no other choice he wandered the neighborhood absently. After making a lap, he ended up in front of Creole again to see that the sign saying they weren't open was taken down. While thinking, he pushed on the door, which opened. "Welcome," Hasegawa smiled from the counter. "Just a bit ago you were closed for business. I thought for sure that you were closed today." "Oh yeah," said Hasegawa with a wry smile. "Sorry about that, yes. We were just out for a bit. There was a funeral." "A funeral?" "Yes. In the shopping district there is the rice shop, yes. Their child has died. I am not personally familiar with them, but as I do know them from around the shopping district, I went to pay my regrets." Again, Yuki thought. Looking slightly down, he became caught up in his thoughts. Is there something the matter? No, this is definitely strange. Again, is the only thing I can say. Muru-san's place's son had just died. There's something to it if this many people are dying. Don't you think so? That is, Hasegawa was visibly dismayed. That certainly seems it may be the case, but this is just how it is in the country, I had heard. That might be the case. However, that would only be if there were half as many deaths as this. No matter what common sense you try to shine over this, I think it's strange. Yuuki said, looking at Hasegawa's face. Do you think it might be an epidemic? Hasegawa sunk into silence, as if unable to find his words. Hanging his head with that face, it was clear to Yuuki that Hasegawa had suspected as much himself. But the town hall has not said anything. Haven't you thought that they're keeping it quiet? That they fear the village going into a panic? That may be the case. There were only Yuuki and Hasegawa in the shop, where unfitting, bright piano music echoed. As they remained in that silence, the door of the shop opened. Perhaps Tashiro entering into the shop could sense the strange mood in the air. He looked between Yuuki and Hasegawa. Something wrong. Yuuki repeated his assertions. He could tell by his expression that Tashiro had suspected it himself too after all. Everyone thought that it was strange. Nobody said anything about it. Would it not be better to make sure, I wonder? Yuuki said, Tashiro thinking for a bit. Yuuki continued. Of course, they might be keeping it quiet because they don't know how to handle it. If so, then that's fine. I'll cooperate too. But I can't just stay quiet like this. Even though we know it's strange, I for one cannot just remain uneasy without confirming anything. There is that, Tashiro nodded with a pensive expression. That would be better, It was Tashiro who called the Azaki clinic. He called Tashio and broached it by saying there was something he wanted to talk with him about a bit. With that, Toshio could guess what the topic of the conversation was. He only replied, "Got it," in a low voice without asking about what. He said he would come to Creole. He had to be back before the afternoon examinations began, but when he asked if that was all right, Tashiro agreed. Once again, Hasegawa hanged the closed for business sign. Toshio really did come without delay. Yuuki had seen him at the hospital, or even here, a few times, so it wasn't their first meeting. As soon as Toshio came in, he very casually ordered a coffee from Hasegawa, sat down at the counter, and lit a cigarette. The one to spark the talk off was Tashiro. Out of everyone there, he'd known Toshio the longest. "So, the Murasako's Hiromi-kun died, huh?" Yeah, Toshio nodded without a hint of shyness, but somewhere, some unease rose up in him. Muto-san's place's oldest son died too. Somehow, it's like there's the feeling there are too many deaths continuing. And we were talking about it here, but it's not an epidemic or anything, is it? Toshio exhaled smoke while looking directly at Tashiro. Tashiro hastily added on. "No, I mean, if there are circumstances making you keep it quiet, we'll cooperate. It's just between us, so if that's how it is, could you just tell us?" It feels very strange. It's kind of like without an answer. Toshio crushed out his cigarette and sighed lightly. It's not an epidemic. At least, none of those who have died to this point died of a disease classified as an epidemic. Oh, really? I'll bet my medical license on it. Tests have all turned up nil. At least of those I've overseen, not a single patient was suffering from an infectious disease. The one to push the topic further was Yuuki. Then, that this many have died is all a coincidence. I'll acknowledge that it's been too many to be a coincidence. But it isn't an epidemic. There's no way that it is communicable. Epidemics and infectious illnesses aren't something you can talk about as two separate things. But there isn't any proof that it's communicable either. There's no proof. Toshio propped his chin in his hands. He looked quietly into the coffee Hasegawa had put out for him and lit a new cigarette. I can't say anything. I'm sure that it's not an epidemic, and there's no proof that it's spreading either. I don't want to say something careless and set the village into an uproar, so that's as much as I can say. But Tashiro interrupted, Toshio falling into silence. He seemed to be hesitating over something, thinking, before he opened his mouth. I can't say anything, but how about this? If my family died, I'd cremate them. Yuuki gazed at Toshio's profile for a moment, then met Hasegawa and Tashiro's gaze with a nod. As they thought, understood, Yuuki gave an exhale. It became a heavy sigh. Then, in other words, it's not an epidemic, is it? It's not an epidemic, you can trust me on that. This is just something I'm asking as idle chit-chat, but there have been a lot of deaths. And sudden deaths at that. That's why, I'm feeling concerned about my health. Is there anything I should be careful about? Toshio didn't look at Yuuki. Let me see, I'd be careful of anemia if it were me. Poor complexion, looking sluggish, no appetite, shortness of breath. If you're feeling like that, it'd be best to see a doctor. What are the subjective symptoms? There aren't, Toshio said as if throwing the words down. If the person themselves complained to the people around them that they were feeling sick, they wouldn't be dying without warning, would they? The person themselves doesn't have any awareness of it. Lately, there have been a lot of patients like that too. The person themselves doesn't have the slightest awareness of being sick, it's the people around them who get worried and bring them in. Those kind of patients are a hassle. Even if you talk to them, they're absent-minded. I'm not sure whether they're listening to what I say or not. If you ask them a question, they're slow to answer. It's hard to make communication with them. It's like you're talking to a doll or something. They make a face like it's somebody else's problem. Is there any preventative method? Who knows? It's pretty banal, but be sure to rest and eat, I guess. It'd be better not to drink the groundwater. Probably better to handle dead bodies and waste with gloves, too. Also be sure to exterminate pests. Especially ticks. Is that so? Murmured Yuuki. They probably didn't know the infection route. And it also meant there was a chance that ticks or something were the carriers. And, if they're seen by a doctor quickly, they'll be cured. Toshio glanced fleetingly at Yuuki, then breathed his smoke in the opposite direction. Nope. If it's plain anemia, it'll cure, but if not, it's tough, to be honest. Yuuki held his breath. At last, Toshio turned to face him. I trust the customers at this shop, not to be particularly stupid, I mean. I assume you won't take rash actions, won't go into a frenzy of discrimination. Yuuki nodded. And we will not spread irresponsible gossip. Please trust us in this. Mitashio nodded. Part 6. While fighting with a strange sense of intimidation, Natsuno quietly filled his notebook. He'd long since given up studying vocab or tangling with math drills. With that something outside the window putting a strange pressure of sorts on him, he couldn't focus on his work. Like this, with his attention focused outside the window, he had just been absently transcribing the names of historical words and names. If his hand were able to remember what it was writing, that'd be fine. He thought that while moving his hand, suddenly noticing that in the sidelines of his notebook, the words Toru and Shimizu appeared. He erased them each time, but the name that appeared more frequently was overwhelmingly Shimizu. And as time stretched on, the difference grew more pronounced. He remembered feeling like this, like he currently did, like he was under a bizarre surveillance. He also thought he knew the source of it. But Megumi should have been dead. That she was sealed away in a coffin wasn't something Natsuno confirmed with his own eyes, but she should have been made up like Toru and buried in the ground. But someone was outside the window. From the darkness, they were looking at the window, at Natsuno, through the curtain, at Natsuno's shadow, fixedly staring at that. After erasing Shimizu, who knew how many times, he gave up on that and took out the postcard from his holder case. Natsuno had an emotion he couldn't understand. The letters and the picture, all of it looked like it was trying not to be self-serving, while contrastingly overflowing with self-appeal. It looked to maintain an appropriately formal distance, but it was blatantly getting closer. There was nothing written aside from words about the lingering summer heat. Nonetheless, there was an all-too-clear intent of the sender there, even if unwrit, so clear that it betrayed her true feelings. That defined Megumi, he realized. It was the same now, obvious surveillance. But the observer hid themselves, it was clear they were trying to hide themselves. That much was just too obvious, so instead it only made him more certain he was being watched. Shimizu. But there was no way. Natsuno stood up. He opened the curtain and the window. The light from within the room flowed outside, but the darkness between the tree trunks and thickets only grew darker. And an obvious gaze. Someone was in that darkness, and he was confident he was being watched from somewhere not far off. Natsuno surveyed the darkness. He couldn't see anyone. It's not that no one was there, but just that he couldn't see them. The other could see Natsuno. Without a doubt they were watching. He didn't turn towards the darkness and demand who they were, nor did he have a mind to. Staying silent, Natsuno held out the postcard in one hand. To be sure it was visible in the light, he slowly turned it over with his fingertips several times. He had the feeling he could hear someone nearby gasping for breath, and the faint sound of someone moving about. The gaze was strong. He had such a feeling. Thinking such, he moved the postcard from the right hand, holding it to the left. Slowly, doing it so that his observer could see, he tore at the corner of it. Again, a faint noise. With both hands, he tore the postcard a second time and a third. Once it was in tiny scraps, he threw them outside of the window. The white scraps of paper danced, literal confetti, raining down in the darkness. Surveying the darkness, their hiding place, Natsuno closed the window. Closing the curtain, he returned to his desk and listened intently. There was a faint noise. This time it was too obvious. The sound of underbrush swaying, someone's footsteps. They were coming directly closer to the window. Here! Someone was there outside the window, and that somebody let out a soft voice. The voice that didn't convey any meaning sounded both like a very faint wail and like a muffled outburst of a sob. The soft sounds continued. Almost like a small animal was scurrying about on the earth. Right now, if he stood up, if he opened the curtain, he had the feeling he would see them. They wouldn't be able to hide themselves fast enough, he felt. Natsuno bore out the temptation to do it. He didn't know why. He had a feeling he must not see it. He must not peek outside. That may have been because he thought there was something forbidden that existed outside of that window, or possibly that he was just plain afraid of what he would see. He had the feeling if he saw it, he couldn't go back, and at the same time, if he saw it, he would be disappointed. And in his depths, what Natsuno truly feared was that he wouldn't see anything at all. And if he were to throw open the curtains so quickly, they would have no chance to hide. He didn't think that it would have any immediate impact. What was scary was being suspended between recognizing that there was something there he couldn't see and the recognizing it as something merely hiding. He listened closely and bore it. The presence outside of the window crept about in the area and at last passed. Natsuno returned to the tasks in his notebook, but as expected his hand kept bringing about the word Shimizu when he wasn't attentive. The next morning, not having gotten much sleep, Natsuno went out into the backyard. In the faint blue light, the earth with sparse weeds was black. There were 2 or 3 white droppings. When he picked them up, they were pieces of the SOT card. He could only find 3 fragments. Any fragments beyond that were nowhere to be seen. Part 7. First thing on the morning of the 7th, there was a call from the Murasako household. That morning when they tried to awaken their 3rd son, Masao, he was dead, they said. That put Toshio in a somber mood. The Murasako household's Hiromi had just died. During the overnight vigil, the funeral, while the household was rushing about, the young man suffered quietly an illness and died with nobody tending to him. When the reception desk opened, the contractor's Yasumori Setsuko entered. He could tell by looking at her face. It was that. Calamity was steadily falling upon the contractors. That afternoon, a young man living in Satoba called Shimizu Yu was brought in. This was another outbreak, as expected. His condition was even worse than Setsuko's, but not bad enough to call for an ambulance. There was no longer any reason to fear rousing suspicion at the hospital that received him, so he advised him to go if he wanted to, but that was it. Going to the national hospital wouldn't change the result. If he went to Mizobe to be hospitalized for analysis, it just meant that he would die there without ever returning home again. Of course, that couldn't be said to the patient himself, so that was all the more reason to hesitate in recommending it. When he returned to the waiting room, while he was just drawing into the graph, there was a call from Seishin. Seishin's voice was stiff. Ishida is gone. Toshio's eyes remained on the graph as he responded. He disappeared last night. Talking with his family, that's all that she can say. Toshio was on the verge of dropping his pen. Ridiculous. According to his wife, at night, when She had gone to bed, he was definitely awake in the living room, she says. From there, when she woke up in the morning, he was nowhere in the home. The car was left in the garage. Thinking he could not have gone far, they've been searching for him since this morning, but they haven't yet found him. Disappearance, moving. Toshio stood up. I'll try going to Ishida-san's place. I will go too. They made plans to meet up at Ishida's house, hurrying with the things they were to bring. Ishida's wife Chai's color was drained. What could have happened? For him to go missing, that's just... Calm down. Last night, was anything strange about Ishida-san's behavior? Or for example, was he pale? Was he not very talkative? No, not really. It was the same as usual. Did he eat dinner? He ate as much as usual. The day before yesterday was busy, it seemed. He had brought his work home. Yesterday he took off from work in the morning to finish it, too. But it seems he finished with that, and in the afternoon he went to the office and had a relaxing evening drink. If anything, he was more cheerful than usual. Then Toshio and Seishin understood, exchanging looks. It wasn't as if Ishida had an outbreak. But if not, then why did Ishida suddenly go missing? And was there any reason for him to leave the house after his wife had gone to sleep? Seishin started to speak with Chai. Pardon me, but we were to receive a few documents from Ishida-san. Might you know of them? Documents, you say? Yes, you said that he had brought work home the day before yesterday. I believe that would have been them. Chai nodded. Then that would be in my husband's room. I saw him put the envelope in his desk drawer. Yes, those must have been for you, Junior Monk. I thought it was strange that he didn't bring it to the town hall when he went back to work yesterday. Chai stood before them and guided them to the room on the 2nd story. The room upon immediately going upstairs was probably formerly used by Ishida's child. There was a word processor set on the writing desk, and furniture in place that no longer seemed used, and 2 or 3 cardboard boxes piled up with unnecessary items. This is my son's room, now it is used as a storage room, Chai said with a seemingly embarrassed smile, opening the drawer on the writing desk. It's right, what's this? Chai searched within the drawer. Now that's strange. I thought I had saw him put it in here, but Chai murmured while opening another drawer. How odd. I wonder if he had brought it to the office after all. Pardon me, Toshio said, nudging Chai aside. Would you mind if I looked? It's an important document. Yes, help yourself. Toshio searched the drawer. It was mostly filled with stationery and memo notepads with things written down, but there wasn't anything anywhere that looked like a properly written-up document. It wasn't just the written report that he couldn't find, but the memos and copies and data he would have used were nowhere to be found. The data shouldn't have been. Hearing Tashio's voice, Seishin pulled the word processor towards himself. Ishida should have been using this. He looked, but there didn't appear to be a disk in it. He tested the eject button, but as expected, there was no disk inside of it. Opening the lid, he pressed the switch and started it up. Tashio, is there a disk anywhere? There is, just 3. 2 of them have labels. One's New Year's cards, one's an address book. Seishin accepted the disk from Tashio. They tried the third one with no label, but they didn't find the document they were looking for. Nor was it saved on the word processor itself. Just to be sure, they checked the other 2 disks, but, just as labeled, there were only New Year's cards and an address book on them. The report was nowhere to be found. It's not here, not anywhere. Tashio turned to face Chai. He didn't take the documents to another location. He didn't save it to a disk or anything. No, my husband was a very orderly person. He wouldn't scatter things about. If it isn't there, I don't think it is in the house. This is ridiculous. Chai shook her head, seeming bewildered. If it isn't in the desk, it is not here. Yes, I am certain that yesterday he was empty-handed. Even though he was going to the office, there was nothing in his hand. He usually does go empty-handed. Are you certain? He did not take anything from the entryway before going out. Nothing. He asked for me to make onigiri for lunch. I was told that in the morning, and so when I came here to bring him tea and onigiri, my husband was just then putting the document into the envelope. He put it into the envelope, took out the disk and tidied up, and all of it was placed into that drawer. Since he was finished, he came down to eat. Chai said, looking between Tashio and Seishin. Was it that important of a document? Well, Tashio prevaricated, I went down with my husband. Since you'd come through all the trouble of bringing it up, he had said to me he would bring it back down, he said. So we went back down to the first floor, ate lunch, and from there he said he was going to the office. He changed in the bedroom is on the first floor. He changed clothes there and then went out. I tended to him until he went out, so there's no mistake. He was definitely empty-handed. He didn't come back to the second story. It's all right, Seishin interposed. We were simply surprised. It is all right. There is a spare. Is that so? Said Chai, sounding half relieved, but half unsatisfied and still confused. I will try to look for it. Please do. If there is any word from Ishida-san, if you could tell him to contact the temple or the hospital urgently. Yes, nodded Chai once again, becoming uneasy about her husband's whereabouts. But where could he have gone? This is ridiculous. Comforting Chai, Tashio and Seishin left the Ishida household. Tashio asked if Seishin wanted to swing by the hospital, but Seishin looked to his wristwatch and shook his head. No, I have to get back. There's a vigil tonight. Those words seemed to get Tashio in the heart. I see. Ishida-san. No matter how you look at it, it's strange. He shouldn't have suddenly gone missing. At least going by his wife's story, it doesn't seem like he suffered an outbreak. But still, he hid where he was going out in the middle of the night. And on top of that, probably bringing the document and all its materials with him. As for the data, Tashio had it on hand himself. Seishin's notes were also on hand, so the document itself could be made again. But why did Ishida have to completely disappear with them? The village is surrounded by death. This was like being surrounded. Moves, retirements, the feeling that something was intentionally isolating them. Tashio and Seishin were being saved, plucked off, interfered with. Ridiculous. That in itself was a ridiculous prospect. Who would be doing something like that, and for what purpose? Was he planning to cook up his own ridiculous conspiracy theories now? Something is strange, Seishin murmured behind Tashio, whose hand lingered on the car door as he thought. Tashio nodded. It's possible this isn't just a disease. Seishin nodded too, and with that turned towards his own car. The vigil at the Murasako house. They had two with an outbreak, and the disappearances. While returning to the hospital, that repeated in Tashio's head. 1 death, 2 outbreaks, 1 disappearance. Chanting it like a magic spell, he returned to the hospital. There was a young boy about high school age standing before the entryway's closed curtain peering in. He must have noticed the car as he turned around, coming jogging towards Tashio as he pulled into the parking lot. What is it? An emergency case? Toshio asked while getting out of the car. He'd seen that face somewhere before. He'd given a few medical exams to him. It isn't an emergency case, but you are Dr. Ozaki, sir, the young man said. Hearing that, Toshio remembered. A long while back, he was the patient who had been brought in for a knot on his shin bone. You were, if I remember, Yuuki-san's place's son, weren't you? That's right, the boy nodded. He had said his first name was Natsuno, if he remembered. I have something I would like to ask you, doctor, may I? By all means. By the way, you were called Yuuki-kun, I guess, or was it Koide-kun? Natsuno shrugged his shoulders. Either one is fine. My name in the family register is Koide, but normally it is Yuuki. Then Yuuki-kun it is. Yuuki-kun, what did you want to ask? It is about Shimizu-san. Shimizu, Megumi-san, you were the doctor who did her medical examination, weren't you? I examined her, and I was the one who did her death certificate too. What did she die of? Acute anemia, wasn't it? Natsuno hesitated to speak, looking to Toshio with upturned eyes. She was definitely dead. See, there's a lot of things like brain death it could be, right? Toshio gave a light laugh. In his depths, he could feel something unfamiliar vaguely stirring. Even if there are doctors who might call a patient with brain death not dead, there aren't any who'd say a patient whose heart's dead isn't dead. Toshio said with a laugh. For no particular reason, he switched his car keys to his other hand. Her breathing and heart rate stopped, her blood pressure was 0, and her pupillary response was gone. She was dead. No room for doubt. But they say suspended animation happens a lot, don't they? Toshio gave a bitter smile. I haven't seen too many in a state of apparent death, but there are patients who look a lot like a corpse but who aren't really dead. If their heart rate is too weak, an amateur can't feel a pulse, their breath is so shallow it can look like they're not breathing at all. But her heart had completely stopped. Anyone whose heart is stopped that long, even if they were alive, would be dead. Well, I don't think people in suspended animation have post-mortem lividity or rigor mortis either, but did you know that some are buried alive? Toshio laughed all the more. I wouldn't put out a death certificate if there was even the slightest chance she was still living. I'd have performed decisive medical treatment, even if the family tried to stop me. And without a death certificate from me, they can't bury her. Then, there's no absolutely possibility at all of Shimizu-san coming back to life, right? Toshio burst out laughing. If she came back to life from that state, she'd be a zombie or a vampire. His huge laugh was one that Toshio could feel becoming stiff. What did I just say? He looked back at Natsuno with a smile still. When purple spots and rigor mortis appear, it means she'd already become a plain old corpse. Things that aren't alive start to rot like that. No matter what kind of famous doctor you have on hand, once decay's started, I don't think they'd be bringing him back to life. Is that so? Natsuno murmured, lost in thought. Soon he lifted his face and bowed his head. I understand. Pardon me, asking something strange. By the way, in spite of Toshio speaking to him, Natsuno turned away. He crossed the parking lot as if running away. What was it, again, that had you coming to ask me that? Natsuno gave no answer to Toshio's question. Glancing over his shoulder, he gave a faint salutation, then hurried off of the grounds. A zombie or a vampire? Toshio reflected on his own words. The patient's state, the cause of death. He thought and shook his head. Ridiculous. He laughed bitterly at himself, but as expected midway his laughter became strained and tapered off. Impossible. Those things, they don't exist. When kids are bad, an oni comes. Up from their graces, they came. Capturing children, taking them to a hole in the ground and devouring them. When he was a really little kid, told that by the elderly, he remembered saying 2 people wouldn't fit in one grave back at them. There were no oni that rose from the grave. 1 dead, 2 outbreaks, 1 vanished. Nodes, marks like insect bites. Toshio went around to the back entrance, returning to the waiting room through the staff entrance. Bites, anemia, death. 1 dead, 2 outbreaks, 1 vanished. Closing the open waiting room door, Toshio showed his face in the break room. Nagata-san. When he called out, the nurses stopped rolling gauze and looked back. Kiyomi stood up nimbly. Sorry, but could you remake the coverage list? The work schedule. Toshio nodded. I know we're short on help, but I've just got a bad feeling. We're going to be hospitalizing the wife of the Yasumoris. Natsuno half-ran. His shadow grew long at his feet as the sun sank down into the western mountains. A zombie or a vampire? The shadow looked ominous. A corpse that can live, the dead revived. With that, it wasn't impossible. Because this village still buries its dead. End of Volume 1.